Chapter 1, Mandatory Driving. Listen up, everyone. Please make sure to choose your mecha today to prepare for tomorrow's dungeon challenge. I repeat, you must successfully team up with the mecha girl you choose. You can try piloting it today to improve your chemistry. On the podium, Zhou Qing, the head teacher in professional attire, was explaining the precautions. She wore a gray slim-fit suit jacket on the upper body, a thin white shirt underneath, a hip skirt on the lower body, and black stockings on her slender legs. Her long hair falls like a waterfall, and her bright eyes are full of temptation. Most of the boys below were looking at the beautiful head teacher, not only because she was the dream lover of all the boys in Jiangqing University, which was filled with beautiful girls, but also because her mecha girl form was a dream supercar that could make countless boys obsessed. There was only one boy who was an exception. Xin Lang stared at his hands blankly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. I actually traveled to this world of mecha girls. After finally digesting the information in his mind, the look in his eyes when he looked at his classmates around him had become strange. In this world, all girls will be bound to the mecha girl system and become mecha girls after they reach adulthood. At the same time, they also have a second mechanical form. The types of mechanical forms are extremely wide, from motorcycles to supercars, from excavators to fighter jets. There are even aerospace motherships, spaceships, interstellar battleships, and more. Boys will awaken their commander talents and become the core of the mecha girl, including providing energy for the mecha girl, transforming and upgrading it, repairing it, or driving it into battle, etc. That's right. Just fight the enemy by driving a mecha. You can even control the body shape of the mecha girl and drive the vehicle she transforms into. Each mecha girl and her commander are bound one-to-one. Although there are temporary control contracts, most mecha girls will choose someone they trust to drive themselves. After all, this means handing over your driving rights to the commander. If the person chosen is not suitable, then it will be the end, right? Both commanders and mecha girls have levels, rising from F to A, and even above them are S, SS, and perfect SSS levels. The higher the level of the commander, the stronger the help he can provide. The stronger the level of the mecha girl, the greater her ability. Therefore, adaptation is very important. Finding the right commander is equivalent to finding the right key to open your own lock. Although some locks can be opened by other keys, there is always one key that is most suitable. At this moment, my deskmate Lin Shui suddenly spoke coldly. Xin Lang, let's break up. Xi Lang was stunned and looked at Lin Shui in disbelief. There was no trace of emotion on the latter's delicate and beautiful face. In my memory, they are typical childhood sweethearts. They have been cultivating their relationship since junior high school, and both are waiting to sign a permanent contract after awakening. Lin Shui has said countless times that only Xin Lang can enter her cockpit. But now, when she was about to enter the dungeon test, she chose to break up? Why? All kinds of emotions flashed through his mind, and Xin Lang asked in shock. I awakened in a rank grizzly tank, what about you? Lin Shui looked at Xin Lang coldly and mocked him mercilessly. You're just a piece of trash who's awakened an F-class talent. You dare climb into my cockpit? I already made it clear with young Master Li yesterday. He's an S-rank commander, and my cockpit will only be open to him. After saying this, Lin Shui didn't even think of looking at Xin Lang anymore. She stood up and walked to the front row and sat next to a boy. Looking at them cuddling and whispering, Xin Lang couldn't help but clench his fists. Depend on. When he crossed over, the awakening ceremony had already ended, and his predecessor had awakened the forced driving talent. The so-called forced driving means that you can forcibly enter the cockpit and drive without signing a contract. This talent is quite powerful. After all mecha girls and commanders need to sign a contract before they can drive. The problem is that this talent is only effective for mecha girls of lower levels than yourself. The level of this talent is only the lowest F level. My previous life was so depressing that I felt like God was playing such a big joke on me. Fortunately, he died, otherwise he would have been angry to death seeing Lin Shui being so heartless. He and Lin Shui have been together for 6 years. Although they have never actually entered the cockpit, they have secretly simulated it many times in private. But Xin Lang can't care about these things now. The key question is, if I can't find a mecha girl who is willing to make a contract with me, what should I do with tomorrow's copy? Just when Xin Lang was extremely angry, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Bite. The host has been dumped, and the strongest commander system has been activated. Detecting host talent. Test successful, current talent is forced driving F level. Xin Lang's pupils contracted, and he was instantly ecstatic. It is a must-have cheat system for time travelers. So what is the use of this system? Just as I was thinking about it, the system sounded another prompt. Strengthening the host's talent. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his talent to SSS level. Qin Lang opened his mouth. Then came ecstasy. SSS level. Doesn't that mean that this talent can be used to drive mechas of all levels? You ignored me when we were in F rank, but now SSS is out of my reach. This system is quite interesting. 3 accessible cockpits have been detected nearby: Grizzly Tank number 7937, Garbage Truck number 6839, and Koenigsegg 11 Ghost Supercar number 9087. Do you want to experience forced driving now? Qin Lang looked around. Although there are many female students in the class, most of them have already bound their own commanders, and those commanders have begun to check the status of the mecha girls. It seems that this situation is not accessible. After all, 2 people cannot be in the same cockpit at the same time. It's so crowded. The Grizzly Tank is Lin Shui. Although Qin Lang really wants to force himself to drive it and experience it, it is more important now to choose the mecha girl who will accompany him into the dungeon. He looked around and soon saw a girl from the mine looking at him lovingly. She is the girl who awakened the garbage truck. As if she noticed Qin Lang's gaze, she pouted and squeezed her facial features together. Qin Lang shuddered immediately. But which student doesn't T have a commander? Etc. Ghost Supercar? He looked up at his homeroom teacher, Zhou Qing. I remember that my homeroom teacher mentioned before that he was in supercar form. I originally thought it was a joke, but could it be true? Accessing Ghost Supercar number 9087. Instantly, the system sent a prompt tone. Forced access starts, please select driving mode. 1. Simulated driving. 2. Normal driving. 3. Fully automatic driving. Hiss, it can be fully automatic? Pick 1. Simulation driving begins. I wish you a wonderful driving experience. Zhou Qing, the head teacher at the podium, was watching the students forming teams of 2, but suddenly frowned. Etc. Why can someone simulate driving on me? Zhou Qing's eyes widened instantly. He clearly had not signed a contract with any commander. But who is driving himself now? Although it is a driving simulation, there is basically no difference except that you don't transform. As a mecha girl, I can also feel it. At this moment, Qin Lang's mind had already come to an extremely cool cockpit. He stroked the steering wheel with shock in his eyes. Perfect condition. How come no one has ever driven it? Then let me be the first driver and try it out. He held the gear lever and lightly stepped on the accelerator, and the engine of the Ghost Supercar roared instantly. Chapter 2 Will you be my partner? Zhou Qing had no idea what was going on. As a mecha girl, the first lesson you have to learn is that you must sign a contract with the commander before you can fly. But what is happening now? Whether it is a temporary contract or a permanent contract, the consent of the mecha girl herself must be obtained. But he was dragged into the driving simulation experience without any reaction at all? This is the first time working with the commander. He actually did it without my consent. How did he get around the contract? Fortunately, the students below were busy getting to know each other and no one paid attention to me. And isn't this person who was doing simulated driving with me so awesome? Being able to drive yourself without your own consent, what kind of talent is this? Zhou Qing was confused and didn't know what to do, so he could only endure it. At this time, Qin Lang was in the driver's seat and was having a great time. The roar of the Ghost Supercar's engine, the jerky feel of the shift paddles, and the comfortable leather seats all demonstrate the luxury and power of this car. It's worthy of being in a class Ghost Supercar. Although it's on the same level as the Grizzly Tank, how can a tank be compared to a supercar? This is so enjoyable. In fact, as a mecha girl, although the Ghost Supercar is cool, its combat effectiveness is not strong in the first stage. It can even be said that there is none at all. Unless you can enter the second stage. In the second stage, the mechanical form can be transformed and has a certain combat power. This is also the reason why Zhou Qing started teaching after graduation. As an A-class Ghost Supercar, she naturally looks down on ordinary people. But how could a high-ranking commander choose a vase like her? Although she has good potential. But in the first stage, the combat effectiveness is still not very strong. The combat effectiveness is not strong. The chance of survival in the copy is low. If the chance of survival is low, there will be no way to obtain enough supplies. To get yourself into the second stage, That's why Zhou Qingkai works as a teacher in school. But she also wanted a commander of her own. Come take her to the dungeon and help her level up. So Zhou Qing was not angry when Qin Lang forced him to drive. There was even a hint of surprise. But this process did not last long. Call. Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the cab. It's not that he doesn't want to continue. But there is not enough energy. As a commander, you not only need to control the mecha girls. At the same time, you also have to be the source of energy for the mecha girl. If talent is compared to combat effectiveness, then the amount of energy is the length of the battle. Qin Lang looked at the cool car body with reluctance. Quietly exited the simulation driving mode. At the same time, Zhou Qing also felt that the simulated driving was over. She couldn't help but let out a long breath. The driving time isn't too long though. But I have never signed a contract with anyone. This is also the first time for me, as a mecha girl, to cooperate with the commander. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath and looked at the students below. Who was the person who just worked with me? At this time, the system in Qin Lang's mind also issued a prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing his first driving experience. Give the host a gift pack for newbies. Open now? Qin Lang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect there would be a gift pack for beginners. He said without hesitation. Open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new talent, Infinite Energy SSS level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a satellite-grade power engine. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the super weapon, plasma cannon. 3 consecutive rewards made Qin Lang's mouth curl up slightly. This system is so smart. I know that he is currently at a low level and has little energy. It actually gave the gift of infinite energy. There is also a satellite-grade power engine. Satellite-grade power engines are generally installed on planetary-grade spacecraft. That powerful power output can easily send a carrier spacecraft into space. If it were installed on a mecha girl, I can't imagine how powerful it would be. However, if you want to install a satellite-level power engine, the requirements for the body of the mecha girl are also very high. The initial level cannot be lower than level A, and the body strength must also meet the standards. Otherwise, once the engine starts, the body will probably be torn apart. There is also a super-powered weapon plasma cannon. These are all super accessories that can be used for modification. It's no exaggeration to say so. Even if his talent has not been upgraded, he can still rely on these 2 accessories. Even SSS-level mecha girls are willing to sign a contract with him. Now it seems that I should be able to successfully complete the dungeon tomorrow. Qin Lang thought happily. He looked up at his homeroom teacher Zhou Qing, whose face was blushing. Then he walked out of the classroom. Zhou Qing also noticed Qin Lang's figure. As Qin Lang's class teacher and counselor, she also felt sorry for Qin Lang's talent. It's a shame it's only an F rank. But at this moment Zhou Qing's expression changed. She thought of Qin Lang's talent. Wait, could it be him? But isn't he only F rank? The next morning, all the commanders who had signed the contract came to the playground with their mecha girls. Today is the first time they enter the dungeon. As the era of mecha girls arrives, countless copies appear in every corner of the world. In these copies, you can not only obtain equipment and materials for upgrading the mecha girls. At the same time, you can also get the most critical mechanical core. Only by obtaining the mechanical core can you continuously transform and upgrade it. It also provides experience to the commander. Use it to upgrade and gain stronger energy. All copies are full of dangers. It's not that easy to get the materials inside. At this time, Principal Lu Yun was sitting on the podium, looking at the thousands of students below. There was a hint of anticipation on his face. Classmates, please be quiet. Today is your first time entering a dungeon. I have 3 things to say. First, safety must be guaranteed. Second, never act on impulse. Third, I wish you a safe return. Now, led by your class teachers, enter the dungeon in groups of 2. After saying this, he simply waved his hand. The powerful energy in his body instantly entered a charging device next to him. As the charging device made a buzzing sound, the passage to the copy was opened. All the students were very excited. All the commanders held the hands of the mecha girls beside them tightly. Watch them enter the dungeon channel in pairs. The screen above also shows their level and form. Look, it's an A-class commander and an A-class heavy truck. Oh my god, they might win first place this time. That's not necessarily true. Look, there's also an S-class attack helicopter. This class is truly filled with talented people. The Dean of Studies and the principal on the podium were both having heated discussions. Soon it was Zhou Qing's class's turn. The other students went in one by one, leaving only Qin Lang standing there. Looking at Qin Lang standing alone, Zhou Qing asked puzzledly. Qin Lang, where is your mecha girl partner? Qin Lang raised his head and smiled. Mr. Zhou, would you like to be my partner? Chapter 3 Entering the copy, Real Driving. I do. Hearing this, Qin Lang was stunned for a moment. Zhou Qing also blushed. No way. This is not because she is not reserved. But yesterday's simulated driving experience was really great. After returning home, Zhou Qing couldn't help but reminisce about the simulated driving experience. Although I don't know how Qin Lang did it. But his driving skills are indeed very high. It's time for me to find a commander. Teacher Zhou, Zhou Qing shook his head. You don't have to say anything. Even if you are F rank, I am willing to accompany you into the dungeon. No, I'm not just doing this to protect you as my student. Do you understand my intentions? Do you really want me to say it out loud? I'm willing to sign a permanent contract with you and become your exclusive mecha girl? Zhou Qing couldn't help but shout out loud, and all the other teachers and students couldn't help but look over here. Looking at Zhou Qing's blushing but somewhat angry expression, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. He nodded slightly and said, Don't worry, teacher, I will definitely surprise you. Zhou Qing now realized what she had done. She had confessed her love to her student in public. Sign a permanent contract and become an exclusive mecha girl. It's like getting married. She proposed to her own student. Fuck, Teacher Zhou, don't do that. She's every man's dream car. Why did it get so cheaply given to this kid? Doesn't she require her commander to be a rank or above? Does this guy have such high talent? Everyone around couldn't help but discuss it. The look he gave Qin Lang was also filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even some male teachers who had a long-standing crush on Zhou Qing couldn't help but roll up their sleeves. I want to teach Qin Lang a lesson and make him give up this unrealistic idea. All men want to be Zhou Qing's commander. Even if it's only temporary. I also want to experience the charm of the ghost supercar. But now, Qin Lang has become her exclusive commander? Everyone felt like it was a flower stuck in cow dung. Although that guy is really handsome. But can being handsome be used to make a living? Qin Lang didn't care about their looks. Instead, he directly took Zhou Qing's hand. Zhou Qing was so shy that her body was trembling. After all, he was confessing to his student in front of so many people. But not everyone can do it. Principal Lu Yun looked over here but didn't say much. The head teacher Zhao Lin beside him smiled slightly. Xiao Zhou stayed at the school to work after she graduated. Now I have finally found a commander I am satisfied with, but I am not sure what level of talent this student has. Lu Yun shook his head and said, I think the highest is a level. As he spoke, there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes as he looked at Qin Lang. Even though he is the principal, he is still a normal man. Who doesn't want to experience the ghost supercar? But of course he wouldn't show anything. I just plan to pay more attention to Qin Lang and the others' performance. At this time, Qin Lang had already taken Zhou Qing's hand and walked into the copy passage. Their levels and forms were instantly displayed on the screen. There are many people paying attention to them. Everyone wanted to see what Qin Lang was capable of. Be able to win the heart of the number one beauty Zhou Qing. But after seeing the words on the screen, the huge playground suddenly fell silent. Lu Yun widened his eyes in disbelief, his pupils contracting. Zhao Lin couldn't help but clench his fists and breathe rapidly. The male teachers below were all stunned, like a group of stupid geese. On the screen is Zhou Qing's mecha girl form. That cool silver-white supercar, its streamlined waistline, its razor-like tailwing, and its exquisite wheels were once everyone's dream. But now, this dream has been shattered. Just because of Qin Lang's talent level. Am I seeing this right? It's actually SSS level. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Damn it. I used to think he wasn't worthy of Teacher Zhou. Now it's Teacher Zhou who's not worthy of him. While the ghost supercar is cool, Teacher Joe is the recognized campus beauty. But she can't compare to a starship. Everyone felt sorry for Qin Lang. Some female teachers even had jealous anger in their eyes. I wish I was the one signing the contract with Qin Lang. Is this kid crazy? You're wasting your talent like this. I'm afraid you've been deceived by appearances. Before, all the male teachers denounced Qin Lang. Now everyone is condemning Zhou Qing. Everyone thought she was wasting Qin Lang's talent. Wait, they haven't signed a permanent contract yet. We still have a chance. The teachers and students all went crazy. Not even entering the copy. I just want to wait for Qin Lang to come out, and then rush up to find a way to sign the contract. Who doesn't want a top commander? Qin Lang and Zhou Qing were unaware of the commotion outside. The two of them have now arrived in the copy. In front of me is a huge parking lot. There is not only the ground part, but also a parking building. There are many cars parked in those parking spaces, some of which have been scrapped, while others are still usable. These cars are not mechas, but mechanical monsters. The parts and cores for upgrading the mecha girls must be obtained from these mechanical monsters. Welcome to the dungeon, Alien Parking Lot. Level A. Drops, Mechanical Core, Upgrade Core, Transformation Core, Modified Parts. Time limit, 15 minutes. Recommended level, C or above. The information about this copy immediately flashed through my mind. Qin Lang took a deep breath and looked at Zhou Qing, whose pretty face was still blushing. Teacher Zhou, shall we begin? Zhou Qing nodded shyly. Instantly entered mechanical form. There was a flash of light. A silver-white ghost supercar appeared in the open space. Although I have seen it before in simulated driving. But the shock brought by seeing the real thing at this time remains unchanged. Silver-white body. Smooth and cool shape. All of this made Qin Lang extremely happy. He gently ran his hand over the smooth painted surface. He spoke. Teacher Zhou, are you ready? The ghost supercar shook slightly, as if welcoming Qin Lang to enter the cockpit and cooperate with it. Qin Lang stopped talking nonsense, opened the car door and got into the cockpit. In an instant, Zhou Qing's cold voice came into my mind. Neuron connection completed. Buffer protection established. Energy channel construction completed. Vehicle condition information is as follows. All the information appeared in Qin Lang's mind, as well as Zhou Qing's beautiful face. At this moment, she was smiling and looking at Qin Lang in front of her very gently. Dear Commander, I wish you a wonderful driving experience. Qin Lang smiled slightly and put his hand on the steering wheel. Chapter 4 First Experience, Transformation and Upgrade. This was Zhou Qing's first time working with the commander. Although it has been simulated in class before. But simulated driving cannot give you the feeling of real driving. Can playing a racing game be compared with real racing? Especially after the energy channel was constructed, the huge energy made Zhou Qing immediately feel a sense of security. She had never felt this wonderful before. Mr. Commander. Shall we sign the contract now? You're only 1 star, so why do you have so much energy? Zhou Qing's voice in his mind was no longer as cold as before. Not only is it very gentle, but it also carries some emotion. This means that she is very excited. Actually, something went wrong during the talent test. I'm not just F rank. Hearing this, Zhou Qing's eyes showed a hint of realization. I see. No wonder it gives me such an indescribable feeling. Qin Lang smiled. Directly chose to sign the contract invitation. There are also 2 types of contracts. There are permanent contracts and temporary contracts. All mecha girls can only sign a permanent contract once. After the signing, it means that she becomes the commander's exclusive vehicle. The invitation Qin Lang issued at this time was a permanent contract. Zhou Qing agreed to sign without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for signing the contract for the first time. Reward new talent, unlimited upgrade SSS level. Reward transformation core 1. Reward 1S level upgrade core. Reward new contract quota 1. At the moment Zhou Qing agreed to sign, the system's voice came again in Qin Lang's mind. This made Qin Lang stunned for a moment. System, why did you award a new signing quota? Can I sign a contract with another mecha girl? The system's answer was concise and to the point. Yes. Qin Lang smiled slightly and had no plans to sign other mecha girls for the time being. But having a spot is better than having no spot at all. Then he looked at the other new rewards. This time I got a new talent, which allows me to upgrade the Mecha Girl infinitely. Each upgrade is affected by the upgrade number. If there are no upgrade times, then the upgrade cannot be completed even if there are enough parts and cores. But this new talent directly gets rid of this limitation. He will no longer need to upgrade the Mecha Girl multiple times when upgrading from now on. Besides, there are also transformation cores and upgrade cores. The transformation core can directly unlock the second form of the Mecha Girl. Combat effectiveness has increased significantly. The upgrade core can increase the level of the Mecha Girl's body. The value of this core is extremely high. Generally, only SS level copies can drop S level cores. I didn't expect the system to give it to me directly. The communication between the mind and the system only takes a moment. When he came to his senses, Zhou Qing was looking at him with surprise. I didn't expect you to have an SSS level talent. I really found a treasure this time. But why are you willing to sign a contract with me? Zhou Qing originally thought. Even if Qin Lang's talent is not F level, it is only a level at most. After all, Qin Lang's innate ability can only force him to drive a Mecha Girl of the same level or lower level as himself. Considering what happened in class, coupled with Qin Lang's personal admission, she felt that Qin Lang's level should only be A. But I didn't expect it. But suddenly gave her such a big surprise. SSS level. That's the legendary level. Even the ship girls would be vying for a commander of this level. How could it be my turn? But that's the reality. Only after signing the contract did she learn of Qin Lang's level. It's too late to repent. Besides, even if she has time, she won't repent. Even a fool knows that he is taking advantage. Now she just wanted to hold Qin Lang tightly. Meet all of Qin Lang's requirements. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang laughed. Because you are the only one willing to sign a contract with me even though you know I am F rank. Everyone was not optimistic about me at that time, let them regret it now. Zhou Qing also smiled. Yes, let them regret it. So are we going to start fighting now? Zhou Qing was very much looking forward to it. I didn't know Qin Lang S level before, I was just satisfied with his driving skills. Now I know that my commander is so strong. It also satisfied Zhou Qing's psychology. This made her two headlights flash. Looks very excited. Qin Lang smiled slightly and reached out to grip the gear lever. No hurry, let me experience it first. As he said that, he stepped on the accelerator. The engine roared, and a strong sense of push on the back came instantly. The ghost supercar rushed forward. Qin Lang did not restrain himself. After all, he has the gift of unlimited energy, so he doesn't have to worry about it like before. There is a dilemma of insufficient energy. He went straight to top speed. At the same time, he also asked Zhou Qing in his mind. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort? Zhou Qing shook his head calmly. No. The sensitivity of the mechanical form is reduced. It won't do me any harm. Dear Commander, don't worry. Qin Lang smiled, and this made him feel relieved. As the accelerator pedal was stepped on hard, the speed of the ghost supercar increased again. At the same time, Qin Lang provides powerful energy for the ghost supercar. This energy is so pure that it increases the speed of the ghost supercar again. Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect Qin Lang's energy to be so powerful. How is this driving too fast? It's clearly flying too low. With a drift, the ghost supercar came to a steady stop. Zhou Qing was already very excited at this time. Is this the SSS level, Commander? I can feel the power of my own body. No wonder. So many people want a strong commander. Only in this way can we exert stronger combat effectiveness. Qin Lang smiled slightly. As long as you are satisfied. But it seems we are surrounded. Hearing this, Zhou Qingkai noticed their current situation. I saw that the vehicles parked in the parking spaces around me began to deform one by one. Soon it turned into a robot form. This is a dangerous dungeon after all. I was so engrossed just now that I forgot about these mechanical monsters in the copy. At this time, all 8 mechanical monsters completed their transformation. Surround them. Husband, what should we do now? Should we escape from here first? Since the contract has been signed, coupled with the driving experience just now, Zhou Qing had changed his tone without realizing it. Qin Lang smiled. Don't worry, they're just some small fry. Look, I'll upgrade you, and then we'll be able to conquer this dungeon. As he said this, a holographic projection of the ghost supercar appeared in his mind. The projection image not only displays all vehicle condition information, but also information on possible modifications and upgrades. But now all the transformation columns are blank. As an A-class mecha girl, the ghost supercar actually has great potential for transformation and upgrading. But at the same time it is also very difficult. Under Zhou Qing's expectant eyes, Qin Lang started the operation directly. Chapter 5 Yes, my dear husband. And this time outside the copy. Everyone was watching how these students performed in the dungeon. When seeing Zhou Qing transform into a ghost supercar, many boys and male teachers couldn't help but feel envious. The reason why Zhou Qing is the #1 goddess in everyone's heart is not just because of her super high looks. At the same time, it also has a cool mechanical form. Whether she is a mechanical type or a human type, she is the dream object of many boys. Seeing Qin Lang, he opened the car door and got in. All the men's hearts were broken. But they knew clearly that Zhou Qing had never had any commander. There is not even a temporary commander. This is also Zhou Qing's first driving experience. But when they thought of Qin Lang's SSS level talent, they could only feel unwilling. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Why? I really don't know what to say. Can't Qin Lang choose a higher level mecha girl? Leave Goddess Zhou to us. Hearing this, the female teacher on the side mocked mercilessly. Stop dreaming. Even if Qin Lang doesn't want you, Teacher Zhou Qing still doesn't like you. As soon as these words were spoken, there were waves of heartbreaking sounds again. But the female teacher was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, he looked at Qin Lang in the picture with shining eyes. Now I just hope Qin Lang didn't sign a permanent contract with Zhou Chang. This way we still have a chance. My car is in perfect condition too. The male teacher next to him rolled his eyes when he heard this. It was as if Qin Lang could look down on them. At this time, Qin Lang in the picture was driving the ghost supercar and running wildly in the parking lot. Watch him drift and spin on the road. Every movement is so clean and neat. That driving skill is perfect. It also makes many female teachers feel amorous. Although many commanders are talented enough. But the driving skills are not up to standard at all. This also means that they don't have a perfect experience every time. Such superb driving skills. Oh my god, even if it's just for me to sign a temporary contract with him, I'd be willing to do it. And did you notice? He doesn't worry about the consumption of energy at all, as if the energy is endless. A commander like this is the man we've always dreamed of. Hee, why don't we wait until he comes out and then we all sign a temporary contract with him to try it out? After hearing such vicious words, the male teachers wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Qin Lang, this kid, has too much energy. Make them all feel ashamed. But at this time, in the picture, Qin Lang and Zhou Qing have parked in the corner of the parking lot. The surrounding mechanical monsters slowly stood up and surrounded them. Everyone couldn't help but worry. Broken. They are surrounded. What should we do? Although Zhou Qing is a ghost supercar, his combat power is not strong. Will they have any accidents? The boys were all worried about Zhou Qing's safety, while the girls were worried about Qin Lang's safety. This also makes them focus only on what is happening in the picture. Lu Yun looked at the two figures in the picture. I couldn't help but squint my eyes. A vicious thought even emerged in my mind. He hopes that these two people will encounter danger in the copy. No matter who dies, the remaining person can become a target for robbery. Neither Zhou Qing nor Qin Lang is an exception. But they are together, and we can't separate them. Just then, the ghost supercar in the picture made a mechanical sound and began to transform. Lu Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. Exclaimed. How is that possible? Why can she transform? Didn't they just enter the dungeon? Unfortunately, no one answered his question. The others also looked at the transformed ghost supercar with astonishment on their faces. In the copy, Qin Lang directly upgraded Zhou Qing. First, a transformation core was installed, providing Zhou Chang with partial transformation capabilities. Then the satellite-level engines and plasma cannons that were the first reward from the system were all installed in place. Satellite-grade engines are capable of providing powerful power output. The plasma cannon provides super combat capabilities. Finally, Xin Lang directly installed the S-level upgrade core rewarded by the system. The level of the Ghost supercar instantly changed to S-level. Feeling the brand new body, Zhou Qing asked in disbelief. You upgraded for me? I feel like the transformer core has been installed and the engine has been changed? Hubby, you're absolutely amazing. I love you so much. As the main body of the mecha girl, Zhou Qing could naturally feel the power of these parts. Nothing else to say. But that transformation core is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Plus the S-level upgrade core. It's at least a sky-high price of 1 billion. It's the kind that has a price but no market. But Xin Lang upgraded himself without hesitation. Now she feels more and more that she has followed the right person. As the saying goes, it starts with talent, ends with technique, and ends with character. Xin Lang satisfied Zhou Qing's fantasy of a Prince Charming in every way. Not only did we change the engine, we also got a new piece of equipment. Do you want to give it a try? Xin Lang smiled slightly and looked at the extra button on the control panel. That's the plasma cannon's transformation button. Zhou Qing nodded vigorously. Husband, give it to me. I can't wait to try it. But the engine you replaced for me is too high level. When you charge the battery later, you have to go slow. If you charge it too fast, I won't be able to handle it. Xin Lang smiled slightly and nodded directly. Reached out and pressed the transformation button of the plasma cannon. There was only a slight crack on the roof. A futuristic silver-white plasma cannon instantly appeared from the roof. Blue light gathered in the cannon body. The button next to Xin Lang's hand also turned into an aiming and firing button. Lock on the enemy. Prepare for launch. Xin Lang ordered calmly, and Zhou Qing immediately responded excitedly. As you command. My dear husband. The plasma cannon spun straight up, aiming at a mechanical monster approaching them. Emission. Xin Lang pressed the button instantly. I saw a flash of light in the plasma cannon, and a blue plasma was fired directly out. Boom! The powerful plasma flow directly melted the body of the mechanical monster. The energy circuit in the body was destroyed, and the mechanical monster fell silent. Next. Yes, sir. Boom! 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 The two of them cooperated very well. The plasma cannon continued to fire. Just wipe out all 8 mechanical monsters. Moreover, the energy of this plasma cannon is very dense. Not too many parts or cores were damaged at all. Zhou Qing's cheers also came into my mind. Done. My husband is awesome. Chapter 6 Second Battle State. I saw that the mechanical monsters around me had turned into scrap metal. Xin Lang smiled slightly. No way. This is just a good collaboration between my wife and me. Hearing Xin Lang's praise, Zhou Qing couldn't help but blush, and a huge sense of happiness surged in her heart. She knew that without Xin Lang providing such huge energy, or if you want to renovate and upgrade yourself, she has no way of stopping these mechanical monsters by herself. It will be disassembled into parts in minutes. But Xin Lang did not take credit for himself. Instead, I saw my own efforts. This made Zhou Qing's heart flutter. I must help my husband wholeheartedly. No one can separate me from my husband. While Zhou Qing was thinking this, Xin Lang had already opened the car door and got out. Coming in front of those mechanical monsters, Xin Lang rubbed his hands ready to fight. Let's see. What parts did these mechanical monsters drop? He just waved his hand. Powerful biological energy surged out instantly, tearing the mechanical monster's body in front of it into parts. Congratulations on obtaining 5B rank mechanical cores. Congratulations on obtaining an A-level mechanical core 1. Congratulations on receiving the modified parts, drive crankshaft, carbon fiber housing, assembly suspension system. Congratulations on obtaining transformation core 1. After collecting all the parts, Xin Lang was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, these 8 mechanical monsters not only dropped an A-level mechanical core. There's also a transformation core. And those modified parts can be kept for now, and even if they are not used, they can still be sold at a good price. I was just about to tell Zhou Qing the good news. Unexpectedly, the system in my mind suddenly sent a prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the transformation parts for the first time. Rewards: Transformation Core 1, Satellite Level Power Engine 1, Mol points 10,000. Congratulations on obtaining the super weapon, Plasma Light Blade 1. Congratulations on obtaining a new contract quota. When Qin Lang heard the voice in his mind, the joy in his eyes became even more intense. I didn't expect the system would actually give out rewards. Moreover, the rewards given by the system are more useful than these dropped parts. Regardless of level or equipment quality, they are far more than the parts that fell. System, what are Mol points? Qin Lang asked curiously. This is the first time he has received this award. Reporting to the host, after the host completed the first transformation and upgrade of the Mecha Girl, the system mall has been opened. Mall points can be exchanged for all items in the mall, please check it yourself. The system in my mind answered, and a light blue virtual light screen appeared in front of me. Only Qin Lang can see this light screen, and the system mall is displayed on it. Qin Lang scrolled through it and was instantly amazed. Most of the modified and upgraded parts, cores, etc. can be purchased in this system mall. For example, a transformation core that can give the Mecha Girl the ability to transform only costs 5,000 points in the mall. Only 5 transformation cores are needed to bring all the transformation capabilities to the Mecha Girl. Unlock the second combat form. Becoming a true mechanical Gundam, it has greatly improved combat effectiveness, flexibility, etc. Besides, an S-level upgrade core only requires 10,000 points. A satellite-grade power engine costs the same. Like those smaller modified parts, such as liquid metal car body, wheel hub assembly, LiDAR, etc. Prices also vary. With this mall, Qin Lang can then better transform the Mecha Girls under his command. This made Qin Lang touch his chin. This time, the system not only provides so many upgrade parts. At the same time, new contract quotas were available. It wasn't meant to be, as long as he wanted. Can you easily form an army of Mecha Girls? Other commanders can only contract 1 Mecha Girl. But now, he can contract 3. He believes that with the continuous rewards from the system, this number will only increase. In addition, the system mall provides them with strong logistical support. I'm afraid it's not too difficult to form a legion of Mecha Girls. Thinking happily, Qin Lang walked directly to the ghost supercar, opened the door and sat in. The ghost supercar swayed slightly, as if asking Qin Lang questions. Honey, what good stuff did you drop? Zhou Chang asked delicately in her mind. Since signing the contract with Qin Lang, she has become more and more feminine. It's like the land that has been dry for a long time has finally been moistened by the rain. Zhou Qing felt like he was back in his student days. There are quite a few good things. Qin Lang was speaking when suddenly something in his heart moved and he asked in a voice full of temptation. Wife, do you want to unlock your second combat form? Zhou Qing was stunned, and then a huge surprise came to his heart. Unlocking the second combat form is very difficult. Not only does it require the use of 5 transformation cores, but it also places great demands on the commander's abilities and talents. Not to mention that the value of the 5 transformation cores is over 100 million. Not to mention that it takes 5 upgrade points to install the core. Just control the Mecha Girl to complete the complete transformation and enter the combat form. This is not something an ordinary commander can do. The combat form is more powerful, and the energy consumed also increases exponentially. Therefore, most Mecha Girls will not stay in combat form for a long time. Instead, it will completely transform and arm itself when needed. At the same time, the difficulty of operating the combat form has also been greatly increased. If the skills are not up to par, it will be difficult to make the combat form of the Mecha Girl move. But this is not a problem at all for Qin Lang. His skills have been tested by Zhou Qing himself. Moreover, that powerful energy can also support long-term use in combat form. Thinking of this, Zhou Qing's engine continued to roar. This means she is very excited. Every Mecha Girl wants to enter the second combat form. This is their lifelong dream. There is said to be a third form. However, there are only a few Mecha Girls who can enter this form. There are only a few of you in the whole world. Being able to transform into the second form is already better than most people. Husband, is this really possible? Well, won't that be too much of a burden for you? Qin Lang smiled slightly and took out 2 transformation cores. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you know my abilities? Zhou Chang nodded instantly. Clear. Then come on. I'll cooperate with you and level up. Zhou Qing couldn't help but close his eyes as he said this. a look of nervous anticipation. Looking at her trembling eyelashes, Xinlang smiled slightly and directly called up the holographic projection. System, exchange 2 upgrade cores for me. I'm going to complete the transformation and upgrade of the Ghost Supercar right here. As 10,000 points were cleared, 2 transformation cores appeared directly in Xinlang's backpack. He reached out and lightly grasped the steering wheel, and immediately began the transformation and upgrade. Chapter 7 Thinking of Xinlang. And at this time, the students and teachers watching the screen outside were stunned. The huge playground was completely silent. I don't know how long it took before someone finally came to their senses. Fuck! This is too amazing. What weapon was that just now? Can you actually take out these mechanical monsters with just one shot? When did these mechanical monsters become so weak? Did you notice? Among those mechanical monsters, there are not only B-level ones, but also A-level ones. I remember Zhou Qing's Ghost Supercar was only a class, right? Countless questions filled these people's minds. They never imagined it. Zhou Qing's strength is so strong. Wrong. This is definitely not Zhou Qing's power. They all knew the properties of the Ghost Supercar. Everyone, including the male teachers. Everyone thinks that the Ghost Supercar is a vase that looks good but is useless. After all, the Ghost Supercar is only a class. And he's not the type that's more inclined towards fighting. If it is in a class main battle tank, it is normal to have such combat capability. A supercar? How could it be so strong? I'm afraid all this is Xinlang's credit? Hiss. I didn't expect a commander with SSS level talent to be so strong. Although it's only 1 star, it has such strong combat power. This kid is really something to be envied and hated. All the male teachers sighed and lamented. Now they finally understood the gap between themselves and Xinlang. If it were them, they would be able to deal with those mechanical monsters. It will never be that easy. And those female teachers and female classmates. The look in his eyes when he looked at the screen became even more passionate. That is naked desire. Now they all want to take Xinlang for themselves. They all want to experience what it feels like to be driven by such a powerful commander. Some people don't know what to think. I couldn't help but blush and almost couldn't stand. Lu Yun looked at the situation on the screen. I couldn't help but open my mouth. Are these students so strong nowadays? He looked at the head teacher Zhao Lin next to him. The latter also looked at Xinlang's figure with fascination. You know. Zhao Lin is Lu Yun's contracted mecha girl. Lu Yun suddenly felt a green tinge on his head. He waved quickly. Change the screen and see what the other students are doing. Hearing this. Although Zhao Lin was reluctant, she had to change the scene to other students. I saw 2 classmates walking stealthily in the parking lot. They came to an abandoned car. Just when everyone thought they were going to remove some parts from the abandoned car. Instead, they got directly into the carriage, which soon began to shake. Zhao Lin's face darkened instantly. The screen changed immediately. Ha! This picture happens to be of Lin Shui and Li Yan. A class Grizzly main battle tanks, this collective level is very high. Commander Li Yan is an S-level talent. Let's see how they perform. Everyone looked at the screen. Although S-level commanders are not as good as SSS-level commanders, they are still rare. Especially after seeing the cooperation between Xinlang and Zhou Qing. Now they all want to see how well these 2 people cooperate. Only seen in the picture. The classic Grizzly main battle tank rampaged through the parking lot. The hard tracks easily crushed the abandoned vehicles. Didn't even bother collecting the parts. After all, the body weight of the Grizzly main battle tank reaches 20 tons. Just with this weight, it can crush those low-level vehicles. Especially the pitch-black barrel. Extremely hard and thick armor. All of this shows the power of this Grizzly main battle tank. But soon people looked strange. Because they discovered a problem. It seems like this Grizzly main battle tank is a little out of control. The tank in the picture was rushing left and right and couldn't even move in a straight line. And the speed is as slow as a snail. What's going on? Could it be that the commander's skills are not good enough? I think it's very likely. In an instant, all the girls on the playground mock Li Yan. Talent level is one aspect. Technology is another aspect. They don't want to be driven like this. Even the Grizzly's main battle tank. It will also be slightly worn during such driving. But there's no way. The level of driving skills requires a long period of training and coordination. Except for geniuses like Qin Lang. Who else has such strong driving skills? At this moment, the Grizzly main battle tank made a buzzing sound. It actually stopped right away. Less than a minute had passed. Damn, is he out of energy? This guy is all show and no substance. TSK TSK TSK, a silver-plated spearhead. Luckily, they didn't encounter the mechanical monsters, otherwise, it would have been difficult for the two of them to make it out alive. At this time, Li Yan was sweating profusely. The voice is also a little weak. It's obvious that he's overexpended his energy. Lin Shui, how was my performance? Isn't it amazing? Lin Shui pursed her lips. What can she say? The driving experience lasted less than a minute, and the car wasn't even warm yet. I thought it was about to begin, but it's already over? She remembered the time before Qin Lang was very lone. And this technology is too bad. Now she began to feel a little regretful. Suddenly, several mechanical monsters appeared in front. He staggered towards them. Lin Shui saw this scene and shouted hurriedly. Li, young Master Li, run! A mechanical monster is coming. Li Yan was also startled. He hurriedly tried to start the tank, but because he had just used up all the energy, he couldn't start it for a while. Watching those mechanical monsters getting closer and closer, Lin Shui desperately exited the mechanical form. After transforming into human form, she rolled her eyes at Li Yan. Then a man fled into the distance. Li Yan was extremely frightened. Shui. Wait for me, wait for me. Hearing this, Lin Shui felt even more disgusted with Li Yan. A grown man actually wants to hide behind me? What kind of commander? Fortunately, she didn't sign the contract just now. I don't know why. Qin Lang's figure suddenly appeared in Lin Shui's mind. Qin Lang. It would be great if you were here. Lin Shui thought about it and silently quickened her pace. And the other side. Qin Lang couldn't help but sneeze. TSK, who scolded me? Okay, the renovation and upgrade is complete. Would you like to give it a try? Qin Lang gently patted the steering wheel in front of him. He had just installed all the parts he had obtained earlier. There are also 5 transformation cores. This kind of transformation is extremely physically demanding. But for Qin Lang, who possesses unlimited transformation talents, it is not a big deal at all. Chapter 8 New Attributes. Honey, this new transformation feels amazing. It seems to have made my body stronger. Thank you, husband. I never thought my body could be strengthened to this extent. Zhou Qing said this with great surprise. In her mind, she looked at Qin Lang affectionately. Just now, Qin Lang not only installed a new transformation core for her. At the same time, a major upgrade was also made to the entire body. Although the previous body was upgraded to S-Class, the satellite-class power engine is too powerful. I don't dare to give my all. This problem no longer exists. After installing those parts, she can perfectly utilize the full power of the satellite-level power engine. Feel the huge and powerful source of power in your body. And Qin Lang provides endless energy. Zhou Chang now really wants to try entering the second combat form. But he was worried that it would cause unnecessary energy loss to Qin Lang. After all, this is in a copy. There are many mechanical monsters around, watching closely. If they don't have enough energy, they can only transform into human form and escape. I think we can go to the parking building over there and take a look. There should be the boss of this dungeon there. When we encounter the boss, we will transform unexpectedly. I can definitely clear this dungeon perfectly. Zhou Chang offered his suggestion in a soft voice. After all, she had been a counselor for 2 years. I am quite familiar with the situation in the copy. Qin Lang touched his chin. Although I also want to experience the second combat form now. But we still have to respect Zhou Qing's opinion. A good relationship is never one-sided. Instead, both parties communicate with each other on an equal basis. Okay, then I'll listen to my wife. Seeing Qin Lang agreed. Zhou Qing felt very happy immediately. At this moment, I just feel that I am the happiest woman in the world. With a husband like this, what else could a woman ask for? Then, husband, let me experience the full output of this satellite great engine first. I can't wait. Seeing Zhou Qing's excited look, Qin Lang smiled slightly, patted the steering wheel lightly, and pressed the shift paddle directly. Walk. Step on the accelerator. An unprecedented feeling of being pushed back came instantly. The satellite-level power engine emitted an unprecedented roar. But not noisy. Instead, it's a futuristic buzzing sound. This means that the power of the satellite-level power engine has been fully released. Two streams of flame shot out of the exhaust pipe. The ghost supercar sped through the parking lot. The speed of the entire vehicle was beyond the range visible to the naked eye. All I could see was a silver phantom. Wow, my machine can actually be this fast? This is incredible. Is this the new engine's greatest capability? Honey, the equipment you upgraded for me is amazing. Zhou Qing shouted excitedly in Qin Lang's mind. At this time their speed has reached 400 miles per hour. At such a high speed, only Qin Lang's driving skills can ensure that they don't collide. Such a good ghost supercar. How could Qin Lang bear to let her get hurt? While driving, Qin Lang also called up Zhou Qing's current attributes in his mind. Compared to the empty property panel before, the properties look much better now. There has been a significant upgrade. Machine, Zhou Qing. Age, 25. Machine quality, S-Class. Model, Ghost Supercar. Form, second combat form unlocked. Deformation module has been installed. Upgraded parts, satellite-grade engine, carbon fiber body, all-terrain wheels. Weapons and equipment, plasma cannon, plasma light blade. Exclusive commander, Qin Lang. Machine status, 100%. Charge status, 100%. Strength level, SS. See the complete properties panel. And the comprehensive evaluation of strength level has reached SS level. Qin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. With the addition of plasma cannons and plasma blades, Zhou Qing's combat capability has become very strong. After all, she is an A-class ghost supercar. The initial quality is already very high. Those who think she is a vase. Those who think she lacks fighting ability. It's all bullshit. Why don't you look for the reason in yourself? Think about whether you have made efforts to upgrade? Did you get her new equipment? Zhou Qing's projection was also next to Qin Lang. Looking at the screen in our minds together, Zhou Qing was extremely excited when he saw the attributes on the screen. She never thought that she could achieve such a high quality. It took less than 10 minutes for her to sign the contract with Qin Lang. It has directly jumped 2 levels and become an SS level existence. Whether it is the satellite level power engine or the installed weapon module. That's why she was able to reach such a level. All of this was given by Qin Lang. She looked at Qin Lang beside her affectionately. Hubby, you're so good to me. I really don't know how I can ever repay you. Zhou Qing actually knew it too. Just relying on his previous A-level quality. It's not even good enough to be Qin Lang's exclusive car. Qin Lang is the legendary SSS level perfect commander. She was really marrying above her station. But Qin Lang did not despise himself and even gave himself such a big upgrade. This made Zhou Qing regard Qin Lang as the most important person in his life. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang's heart moved. He still has 2 contract spots. Moreover, he plans to build an army of mecha girls in the future. I didn't know how to say this before. Is now a good time to bring this up? It seemed that he noticed Qin Lang's hesitation. Zhou Qing asked hurriedly. Honey, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Qin Lang took a deep breath and decided to tell the truth. Actually, there's something I haven't told you. Everyone else only has 1 contract quota, but I have more than 1. So, if you don't want me to, I won't contract with other mecha girls. Maybe I feel that my ideas are a bit too bad. Qin Lang added hurriedly. But seeing Qin Lang's serious look, Zhou Qing couldn't help but burst out laughing. Honey, you're so cute. I was just wondering how your talent level is so high and your abilities are so strong. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone. Fortunately, you have other contract quotas. Now I feel much more at ease. Qin Lang was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You don't mind? Zhou Qing shook his head, with no sign of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Of course not. My husband is so strong, I can't wait to be happy, how can I be dissatisfied? But after you sign a contract with another mecha girl, remember to tell me. We don't need to hide anything from each other. Having said that, Zhou Qing looked at Qin Lang calmly. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang was immediately deeply moved and decided to be nice to Zhou Qing. Even if you make a contract with someone else, you must put Zhou Qing first. Chapter 9 SS Level Copy Boss. The silver-white ghost supercar rushed into the parking lot building like a phantom. The two also dealt with a lot of mechanical monsters along the way. Due to the installation of the transformation module and Qin Lang's powerful control ability, they didn't even need to stop the car. They could just take out the mechanical monster with one shot when they saw it from a distance. Then go to the nearby area to collect parts and continue moving forward. After arriving at this parking building, the number and quality of mechanical monsters have obviously improved a lot. Previously, the highest level was only A-level mechanical monsters. Most of them are B-grade. And there are many A-level mechanical monsters here. At the same time, the models have become more luxurious. Most of the cars are usable. Although these mechanical monsters are also mechanical life forms, they are completely different from mecha girls. The mecha girl needs a commander to provide her with energy. The energy source of these mechanical monsters is the mechanical core in their bodies. Those mechanical cores flashing with blue-green light provide the mechanical monster with a steady supply of energy through energy circuits. The actions of the mechanical monster are controlled by the intelligent module. The higher the level of the mechanical monster, the energy of the mechanical core is also stronger. The higher the level of the smart module. Generally speaking, the best way to deal with mechanical monsters is to directly destroy the mechanical core. After the mechanical core is broken, the energy contained in it will be divided equally between the mecha girl and the commander. It can not only upgrade the body of the mecha girl, it also strengthens the commander's level. Green energy cores are generally B level. The A level ones turned blue. The S level ones turn yellow. At this time, the energy cores of those mechanical monsters were all green with blue. It has obviously reached the threshold of grade A. But even such a powerful mechanical monster, it can't even withstand a shot from a plasma cannon. Qin Lang sat in the driver's cab of the ghost supercar, operating the plasma cannon on the roof to bombard continuously. Every shot can easily penetrate the body of a mechanical monster. Qin Lang had no need to keep these low-level mechanical cores, so he would directly smash the mechanical core, so as not to cause too much damage to other parts. Most of these models are supercars and coupes. The parts can also be used to further upgrade Zhou Qing. Just 10 minutes passed. They had reached the top floor of the parking building. At the same time, Zhou Qing's level has been completely consolidated at S level. Qin Lang was directly upgraded to 2 stars. Become a 3-star commander. The commander's star rating not only represents the commander's ability, it is also a comprehensive reflection of the commander's strength. The highest level is only 9 stars. Samsung is the best to upgrade. As long as the ability and technology are sufficient, plus some mechanical cores, you can upgrade easily. But from 4 stars to 6 stars, it's just a threshold. The ghost supercar does a drift. It was parked directly on the open space on the top floor of the parking building. What surprised the two was that there was not a single car in the empty hall. This alien parking lot copy has always been the first novice copy that students enter. Zhou Qing was already familiar with the situation inside. Although it was my first time entering, I had seen it many times before. The final boss of the copy is hidden on the top floor of this parking building. But now the top floor is empty. This means that the final boss must be hiding in a corner. Maybe he is looking at them coldly. Husband, be careful. Zhou Qing couldn't help but remind him. Qin Lang nodded slightly. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. He didn't think that the boss was scared by their fighting power just now and didn't dare to come out. On the contrary, the boss of an A-level copy must be S-level. Mechanical life forms of this level already possess intelligence no less than that of humans. At the same time, the quality of the machine has reached S-level. If I have to say it, it's equivalent to an S-class commander piloting an S-class mecha girl. Even a little more powerful. Because even if the commander and the mecha girl cooperate well with each other, it also requires adjustment and cooperation. However, S-level mechanical life forms can fully mobilize all their strength. Qin Lang stepped lightly on the accelerator. The ghost supercar slowly walked to the end of the parking lot. Just then, two red lights suddenly lit up in the parking spaces at the end of the parking lot. There was a strong roar of engines. Qin Lang immediately stepped on the brakes and stopped directly in the open space. In that dark parking space, two headlights slowly lit up. The light from the two headlights was extremely dazzling. I saw a luxury car slowly driving out. That exquisite and streamlined body. Piano lacquer-like finish. And the wheels gleaming in the light. There is also a little golden man standing on the hood. All of them indicate the brand and model of the car. This is Rolls-Royce Phantom. Qin Lang and Zhou Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Although the Phantom is a luxury car, its quality has long exceeded the scope of cars. It's even comparable to top-tier sports cars. And this Phantom has obviously been modified. Not only bulletproof glass and bulletproof armor are installed. At the same time, the roar of the engine also shows that the level of this car has definitely reached S-Class. I saw the Phantom slowly driving towards them. At the same time, bursts of mechanical sounds were heard, and the Phantom car began to deform on the spot. Countless complex and precise mechanical parts are assembled one by one. It's as shocking as if a transformer is transforming right in front of you. Final. This Rolls-Royce Phantom turned into a pitch-black ninja Gundam. A long samurai sword also appeared in his hand. Two eyes flashing red were staring intently at the ghost supercar in front of them. The core in the chest emits an orange-yellow light. After seeing the color of the light, Zhou Qing couldn't help but be shocked. Oh no, oh no. This is actually an SS level boss. Why is there a mechanical monster of this level here? Zhou Qing was shocked. This is just an A-level copy after all. It is normal for S-level bosses to appear. But SS level appeared. Zhou Qing subconsciously wanted Qin Lang to escape. But only then did he notice the fiery fighting spirit in Qin Lang's eyes. Look at his mechanical core. It's orange with a hint of yellow, so it's obviously just been upgraded. Enemy of this level is a bit of a challenge for us, but it's the challenge that makes it fun, isn't it? Qin Lang couldn't help but tighten his grip on the steering wheel as he said this. Feeling the strength in Qin Lang's hands, Zhou Qing's mood gradually calmed down. It seemed that he sensed the fighting spirit in Qin Lang's heart. Zhou Qing also nodded vigorously. Hubby, you're right. With you by my side, I'm not afraid. Let's fight. Chapter 10 He has such good skills, how much energy does he have? Zhou Qing has been looking for a commander who meets his ideals. She had also heard the rumors at school. Everyone thought she was just a pretty face. Some even think that her grade is not even a level. Zhou Qing had long wanted to find a commander to prove himself. But those people I met before. Or maybe he just covets her beauty. I want to sign a temporary contract with her. Or maybe the ability is simply not enough. As Qin Lang's class teacher, Zhou Qing knew Qin Lang's abilities. Although Qin Lang's talent level is a bit low. But talent level doesn't represent everything. So she was willing to enter the dungeon with Qin Lang and become his mecha girl. It was also a big gamble made by Zhou Qing. She wants to prove herself. Even if she doesn't meet a high-level commander, she will never become mediocre. But I didn't expect it. Qin Lang gave her a huge surprise. Not only did he have an SSS-level talent, but he also upgraded her. Now Zhou Qing feels that he is several times stronger than before. And he also has Qin Lang, the commander whom he trusts very much, to accompany him. In this case, how could I run away when facing a mechanical monster of the same level as me? Especially, Qin Lang's fighting spirit has completely ignited Zhou Qing. She felt as if she was back in her student days again. Husband, let's fight. Zhou Qing said this with force. Qin Lang nodded and gave her a firm look in response. At this moment, they both felt that as long as they were together, nothing was impossible. Click, click. The ninja transformed from the Phantom car was walking towards them step by step. The palm made of mechanical parts has been pressed on the hilt of the samurai sword. But at this time, the silver ghost supercar actually began to transform. The roof slid to the left and right, and the front of the car flipped forward, forming a trunk with the drive shaft. The two scissor doors slowly opened and became shoulder armor. Countless mechanical parts were quickly assembled to form a streamlined arm full of mechanical beauty. The rear end of the car quickly deformed into legs and feet. The plasma light blade hidden under the car has appeared behind it. The plasma cannon was held in his hand. The parts hidden in the front of the car were assembled into a head, and a pair of blue eyes lit up. At the same time, the cab where Qin Lang was also underwent earth-shaking changes. The original steering wheel disappeared and was separated into two joysticks on the left and right. The instrument panel quickly grew larger, showing the aircraft's status on the left and the controllable weapons and equipment on the right. The middle part fully displays the external environment. The accelerator and brake pedals under your feet are also connected to your feet. Zhou Qing's shadow appeared beside him. Stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Lang. It only took a dozen seconds. The silver ghost supercar has turned into a silver-white humanoid Gundam. In his right hand he held a plasma cannon that had been transformed into a gun. He gently supported the visor with his left hand. With an extremely cool posture, he instantly appeared on the top floor of the parking lot. Outside, Lu Yun and Zhao Lin watched the performance of other students. It all felt a bit boring. Those students either did not cooperate closely enough with the commander, or they simply don't have that much strength. So far, no mecha girl has been able to complete the transformation. Even small deformation is impossible. After all, this copy is just for them to get familiar with it. Some parts can be collected from those abandoned vehicles. That's already a very good performance. So after browsing around, they locked their eyes on the teacher-student pair of Qin Lang and Zhou Qing. The students below were also looking forward to it eagerly. I saw Qin Lang and Zhou Qing had actually walked into the parking building. Lu Yun frowned immediately. Scolded mercilessly. What happened to these two people? This is your first time entering a dungeon, and you're already daring enough to enter the parking garage? Even if Qin Lang, as a student, doesn't know the situation, then Zhou Qing can't be unaware of it. Zhao Lin next to her hummed softly. Because of what happened just now, she had a conflict with Lu Yun. At this time, he retorted without mercy. Qin Lang's talent level is SSS, and his skills are so good. Even if we get into the parking building, it's still easy to escape. Maybe they're just going there to practice their courage? Lu Yun's face turned pale. But at this moment, the plasma cannon appeared on the roof of the ghost supercar. As a blue light flashed by, several mechanical monsters in front were directly pierced. The ghost supercar quickly passed by them, collected the parts directly, and drove away. The whole process takes only 2 seconds. But it left everyone stunned. This is amazing. How can it be so easy? And when did the ghost supercar become so fast? Isn't this reaction speed too amazing? The students and teachers below all looked at the scene in disbelief. Because they just switched to other students' screens. So there was no sight of Qin Lang and Zhou Qing slaughtering everyone in the ground parking lot. If you had seen it, you wouldn't be so surprised. I saw Qin Lang and Zhou Qing easily sweep through the first floor of the parking building, then drive to the second floor. All the teachers and students felt numb, while other students could only scavenge parts from abandoned vehicles. This teacher-student duo has actually started challenging the parking garage. And it's so easy. Every shot from that plasma cannon was incredibly accurate. Directly destroyed the mechanical cores of those mechanical monsters. And the shooting speed is non-stop. Streams of blue plasma shot out from the muzzle. Each shot can easily penetrate the bodies of 1 or 2 mechanical monsters. It only took a minute. It has been launched no less than 100 times. All the teachers were stunned. How much energy does this Qin Lang have? What allows them to squander like this? Everyone knows that energy is consumed the fastest during combat. This plasma cannon is in a state of pure energy. Although it is powerful enough, it also requires a lot of energy. If they were to take over, they would probably only be able to fire 10 shots at most. That's the best. But Qin Lang was able to fire without stopping. At the same time, the speed of the ghost supercar has not slowed down at all. This shows that his energy is always overflowing. All the female teachers couldn't help but stare in amazement. This energy is too abundant. How great it would be if we could let them experience it. And on the rostrum, Zhao Lin and Lu Yun could no longer help but stand there in a daze. Even they had never seen such a situation. Entering the dungeon for the first time. It's so easy to clear the parking lot. 1 shot, 1 kill, every bullet hits the target. How powerful is this technology? What a lot of energy this is. Zhao Lin turned around and looked at Lu Yun and couldn't help but tease him. Do you have such good skills, or so much energy? Chapter 11 Perfect Form. Hearing Zhao Lin's words, Lu Yun opened his mouth. But I don't know how to start. Still strong despite being old? That's just empty talk. He simply doesn't have such strong energy. He is a 6-star commander. But now he is not as good as a newcomer? Am I really old? A smile appeared on Zhao Lin's lips. I can't wait to meet Qin Lang. But at this time, Qin Lang and Zhou Qing in the picture have reached the top floor. Seeing this scene, all the students and teachers couldn't help but worry. Oh my god, they are so brave. Are you planning to challenge the final boss? The final boss of an A-rank dungeon will be at least S rank. But judging from their fight just now, they should be able to escape even if they encounter an S-rank boss, right? Qin Lang and Zhou Qing's performance just now has already made some experienced teachers guess something. But they didn't say it explicitly because the speculation was too shocking. If I say it out loud, I'm afraid I'll be considered mentally ill. That is within the short 10 minutes of entering the dungeon. Zhou Qing's body level has been upgraded. She is a level in her own right. After the upgrade, it has reached S level. But how is this possible? They investigated Qin Lang's background and found out that he was just a poor boy. How could there be so many parts to upgrade? So although they saw the performance of Qin Lang and Zhou Qing at this time, but no one thinks they can challenge the final boss. But I think they will run away. The figure of the final boss has been revealed in the picture. Watch the Rolls-Royce Phantom complete its transformation on the screen. The mysterious and powerful image of the ninja and the samurai sword behind him. All the students and teachers gasped. Oh my god, they actually stopped. Do they want to die? It will be too late if you don't run now, Qin Lang, you must get out alive. Husband Qin Lang, I'm still waiting for you to come out and drive me. Even if it's just a temporary contract, I'm willing. All the girls couldn't help but worry, and at the same time began to silently cheer for Qin Lang. But at this moment, the ghost supercar actually began to transform. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, the ghost supercar unexpectedly turned into a silver-white humanoid Gundam. Especially the plasma cannon in his hand and the plasma blade behind him. It made all the boys couldn't help but open their eyes wide. I just felt a churning in my heart, as if something had burst out. Because this humanoid Gundam is so cool. It's exactly the body they've always dreamed of. Those blue eyes and silver-white visor. And a cold face. Almost all the boys are envious. And those girls couldn't help but gasp. There was a glint of envy in his eyes. Able to enter the second combat form. It is one of the life goals and dreams of all mecha girls. However, when considering the difficulties involved, many people can't help but hesitate. But now, Zhou Qing transformed into his second combat form right in front of them. Especially such a cool humanoid Gundam. It made everyone's heart pound. Lu Yun on the rostrum couldn't help but stand up. That's impossible. How could Zhou Qing enter the second combat form? How did he get so many transformation cores? Hearing Lu Yun's words, Zhao Lin couldn't help but murmur. Oh my god, there's finally a genius in our school. Qin Lang and Zhou Qing were completely unaware of the shock in the outside world at this time. Even if I knew, I wouldn't take it to heart. The reason why they showed their second combat form now was to shut some people up. Only by showing enough strength can they avoid being forcibly terminated from the contract. There will be no unnecessary trouble. This is their ultimate goal of challenging this boss. At this time, the two smiled at each other. He looked directly at the ninja Gundam in front of him. Then let him see how powerful we are. Qin Lang said as he placed both hands on the joystick in front of him. Zhou Qing on the side also nodded vigorously. Don't worry, husband, just give it your all. I will definitely not hold you back. Qin Lang agreed with a smile. This was also his first time piloting a humanoid Gundam. But I have learned this many times in the simulation room before. All the techniques and methods are already memorized. He pushed the joystick forward, and the silver-white Gundam raised its right hand. The plasma cannon in his hand quickly completed charging and directly fired out a super-strong plasma stream. Boom! The ninja Gundam in front of him seemed to have not expected that he would actually encounter a transformable mecha girl, and he was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting. But it's incredibly fast. He actually dodged the artillery attack in an instant and drew out the samurai sword from behind. Seeing a silver-white blade light coming towards him, Qin Lang immediately controlled the body and rolled to the side to avoid it. At the same time, he fired 2 shots directly with his backhand. These 2 shots not only avoided the Ninja Gundam's next attack. At the same time, it forced him to hide. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang immediately realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Ninja Gundam is not yet familiar with their machine properties and combat methods. Once he gets familiar with it, there won't be such obvious flaws anymore. Full power output. Behead! Qin Lang shouted coldly. The satellite-level power engine in the chest of the aircraft instantly reached an overload state. This powerful power output directly increases the speed of the Ghost Gundam instantly. He came directly behind the Ninja Gundam at an incredible angle. Ninja Gundam quickly turned around and slashed horizontally with the samurai sword in his hand. But at this time, the Ghost Gundam had already pulled out the plasma blade behind it. Dark blue plasma spurted out from the blade. That's a temperature of 3000 degrees. Brush! The blue knife light and the silver-white knife light collided with each other. In just a moment, the silver samurai sword was cut off out of thin air. No matter how strong the samurai sword is, it is like tofu in front of the plasma blade. Before the Ninja Gundam could react, its head was instantly chopped off by the blue light blade that followed. But the Ninja Gundam is not completely dead. As long as the energy core in its chest is not destroyed, the energy circuit can remain 80% intact. He is not dead yet. Just when he was about to escape, the plasma cannon that had been prepared for a long time was aimed at his abdomen. Goodbye. Qin Lang and Zhou Qing spoke softly together. His finger slammed the button on the joystick. Boom! A torrent of plasma gushed out instantly, easily burning the energy circuit of the Ninja Gundam. The final boss of the copy fell down with a loud bang. The entire battle process took less than 1 minute. At the same time, the voice of the copy system sounded in Qin Lang and Zhou Qing's minds. Congratulations on achieving a perfect clearance. Chapter 12 You, an A-class supercar, dare to sign an SSS class commander? The huge body of the Ninja Gundam collapsed with a loud bang, even shaking the entire parking lot. The silver-white Ghost Gundam slowly stood up and inserted the plasma light blade directly into the scabbard behind it. Looking at the Ninja Gundam in front of him, Zhou Qing's eyes were still full of disbelief. Oh my god, we actually solved this. I can't even imagine. Husband, your fighting ability is too strong, isn't it? Looking at the cheering shadow of Zhou Qing beside him, Qin Lang smiled and scratched her nose. This is the result of our joint efforts. And I just saved his mechanical core. Let's see if there are any parts we can use. Zhou Qing nodded vigorously. Then he realized what Qin Lang said and couldn't help but gasp. Hiss. He still has his mechanical core? Isn't that an SS class core? Zhou Qing knew that mechanical cores were always in short supply, and even if they were only a grade, they were still very important strategic resources. Because the mechanical core can not only be used to upgrade commanders and mecha girls. If it is a complete mechanical core, it can be transformed into an upgraded core. In other words, with this SS level mechanical core, you can easily upgrade a mecha girl to SS level. Even in the Mechanical Alliance, this kind of thing is very expensive. No one had ever obtained such a high-level mechanical core before. Because it is too difficult to retain the mechanical core. It is far less efficient to directly destroy the mechanical core and eliminate the enemy quickly. At this time, Ghost Gundam slowly walked to the remains of Ninja Gundam. He simply tore off the orange-yellow mechanical core from his chest. Looking at the mechanical core as big as a basketball right in front of me. Zhou Qing was very excited. If she crushes this core, she will be able to accumulate a lot of experience. It might even be possible to get her promoted to SS rank. But Qin Lang must have his reasons for keeping this mechanical core. So Zhou Qing directly installed the mechanical core. Then the two of them worked together. Dismantled the dead Ninja Gundam directly. Congratulations on obtaining the Phantom Katana. Congratulations on obtaining the nano coating. Congratulations on obtaining the memory alloy hinge. Soon I got a lot of upgraded parts. However, the copy was about to end, so Qin Lang decided to wait until he got out before looking for an opportunity to upgrade. Taking advantage of the last bit of time, the two went downstairs to deal with some mechanical monsters. As the final time limit approached, the two of them became dazed and left the copy directly. Congratulations to Commander Qin Lang and Mecha Girl Zhou Qing for achieving a perfect level clearance. Rewards: 1 transformation core, 1 A rank upgrade core, and a large amount of Commander XP. This voice came in the minds of both of them at the same time. However, Xin Lang received a reward from the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the dungeon perfectly for the first time. Rewards: 5 transformation cores, 1 liquid metal hull, 1 planetary class power engine. Congratulations on obtaining a new weapon, Dragoon armament. Congratulations on getting 10,000 mole points. Hearing voices coming from behind in my head. Xin Lang's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Compared with the rewards given by the copy, the rewards given by the system are more luxurious. Not only new weapons are rewarded, but also liquid metal car shells. There's even a planetary level power engine as a reward. Planetary level power engines are several times more powerful than satellite level ones. This is an engine capable of interstellar navigation. It is usually used on starships. And such an engine is even larger than Zhou Qing's mechanical form, able to provide an extraordinary source of power. Even though Zhou Qing has reached SS level now, if this engine is installed, I'm afraid it will be torn apart in an instant. After all, the car models are there. The satellite-level power engine can already exert 100% of its strength. Modification and upgrading does not mean that the stronger the parts, the better. Instead, it must be coordinated with the body itself, otherwise there will be a mismatch. If the body is too strong and the parts are too weak, the parts will be easily damaged. If the parts are too strong and the body is not strong enough, it may damage the body. Neither of these two situations is what Xin Lang wants to see. As they felt their feet on solid ground, Xin Lang and Zhou Qing arrived outside the dungeon. At this time, Zhou Qing also returned to his human form. Standing side by side with Xin Lang, the two of them interlocked their hands. While in the dungeon, neither of them thought about anything else. But if you leave the copy at this time, there are many things to consider. The two were greeted with more than just cheers and applause. The students and teachers below looked at Xin Lang and Zhou Qing with fiery eyes. Some female teachers, in particular, pulled their clothes down hard on their chests. If there were no one blocking them, those female students would have rushed up and taken Xin Lang home. Principal Lu Yun and Director of Studies Zhao Lin stood by. However, the expressions of both of them were not particularly good. Standing in front of him were several people wearing dark gray uniforms. They have a special symbol on their chest and left arm, which is 2 swords, 1 blue and 1 red, crossed together, with circles of mechanical patterns in the background, which looks very sci-fi. After seeing these staff members, Zhou Qing's face turned pale instantly. Oh no! It's someone from the Mechanical Alliance. Zhou Qing subconsciously wanted to let go of Xin Lang's hand, but Xin Lang shook his head and held her hand tightly. Seeing that the two had regained consciousness, a member of the Mechanical Alliance walked forward. Looking quietly into Zhou Qing and Xin Lang's eyes. Speak out. Zhou Qing, you, as an A-rank ghost supercar, actually dare to sign a contract with an SSS rank commander. Do you know what mistake you made? Besides, you're a university teacher yourself. Don't you understand the importance of an SSS-level commander to the Mechanical Alliance? Faced with these questioning words, Zhou Qing was suddenly speechless. Her face flushed and she tried to explain. But the Mechanical Alliance staff member just raised his hand, as if he had no time to listen to her. Instead, he looked at Xin Lang, who was blocking Zhou Qing behind him. This time, a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Xin Lang, congratulations on becoming an SSS-level commander. Your presence is of great significance to the entire Mechanical Alliance. This is a diamond membership card of the Mechanical Alliance, with a credit limit of 100,000 mechanical coins. Please accept it. As he said this, he took out a card that looked like it was made of crystal and handed it to Xin Lang with both hands. Looking at the staff in front of him and the diamond membership card, Xin Lang shook his head and asked in a cold voice. If you have anything to say, just say it. Chapter 13 No one can separate us. The staff of the Mechanical Alliance looked at Xin Lang and saw that he had no intention of taking the membership card, but did not take it back. Instead, he spoke sincerely again. Mr. Xin Lang, you don't have to be so hostile to us. The private contract between you and the machine girl Zhou Qing is still under discussion. We will take you to the Mechanical Alliance branch later, and then we will make the final judgment. At the same time, all awakened commanders and mecha girls are under the unified management of the Mechanical Alliance. Holding this card will only benefit you, not harm you. He handed the membership card forward again. Hearing this, Xin Lang frowned slightly and reached out to take the membership card. please, we have prepared a car for you. The alliance leaders were very pleased to learn of your SSS level commander talent. Xin Lang took a deep breath. He knew that what was coming would come. In this case, it would be better to resolve this matter as soon as possible, and he has already figured out how to deal with those people from the Mechanical Alliance. Soon, a luxury Mercedes-Benz sedan arrived under the rostrum. Xin Lang held Zhou Qing's hand, and they got into the car together. Seeing the actions of the two, the staff did not say much, but started the car and left the school. At this time, students from other copies had also left the copies. Lin Shui looked at Xin Lang and Zhou Qing standing together, and immediately understood everything. This made her very confused, but when she heard people around her discussing it, she finally understood what was going on. How is that possible? Xin Lang's talent level is actually SSS. This. Lin Shui stood there in a daze, her face filled with astonishment. Seeing her look, some girls around her couldn't help but laugh at her. Look, isn't that Xin Lang's ex-girlfriend? Ha, this guy is so stupid, he actually chose to break up with a perfect commander like Xin Lang. And I heard that the commander he chose is good-looking but useless. Not even as good as Xin Lang's little toe. Hearing the ridicule from the people around him, Lin Shui felt even more desolate. She didn't expect that she actually missed a perfect-level commander. Just then, Li Yin trotted over to his side. Shui. How could that Xin Lang be an SSS-level commander? This is definitely a scam. Hearing this, Lin Shui couldn't help but grit her teeth. He vented his anger directly towards Li Yin. Get out of here. If it weren't for you, how could I break up with Xin Lang? And what those people said is absolutely right. You are just good-looking but useless. What good is it if I only have S-level talent? After saying this, Lin Shui covered her face and left crying. Looking at Lin Shui's back, Li Yin couldn't help but stay where he was. He opened his mouth, and then anger flashed in his eyes. Damn Xin Lang. So what if you're an SSS rank commander? Just wait, I'm going to make you pay. I'm going to be the first to defeat an SSS level commander. Li Yin has decided to go back to his family and find a way to upgrade himself. His family doesn't have much, but it has a lot of money. He just didn't believe it. Although Xin Lang was an SSS level commander, his rank was not high after all. Once he reaches 4 stars, he will be able to defeat Xin Lang easily. With Xin Lang and Zhou Qing being taken away, those students and teachers also lost their targets. They had no choice but to leave with lack of interest. Seeing that the girls were in low spirits, many boys also held a grudge against Xin Lang in their hearts. If Xin Lang had not shown such superb talent, such strong combat effectiveness, and such superb driving skills, how could my girlfriend look down on me? Even many girls who originally planned to complete the contract today have to reconsider because of Xin Lang's appearance. Even a fool would know that these girls wanted to get Xin Lang. Even if they couldn't sign a permanent contract but only a temporary one, they still wanted Xin Lang to drive them and give it a try. If Xin Lang takes a fancy to me, it would be very face-saving to tell others about it later. They are mecha girls who have followed SSS level commanders. How could an ordinary commander possibly make them fall in love with him? At this time, Xin Lang had no idea that he was about to become the public enemy of all the boys in the school. He and Zhou Qing took a luxury car and went directly to the gate of the Mechanical Alliance. After all commanders and mecha girls complete their awakening, they will be managed uniformly by the Mechanical Alliance. What is followed is the management regulations of the mechanical era. This not only stipulates that some mecha girls cannot transform at will in the city, but also stipulates the obligations and rights of everyone. In today's mechanical age, the Mechanical Alliance is the most important organization in all countries. The strength of a country's mechanical alliance directly determines whether the country's national strength is strong. China, where Xin Lang is located, has already reached the second place in the world in terms of comprehensive ranking. In some aspects, it has even reached the top of the world. This has also made China the target of public criticism, and many countries secretly want to take a piece of China's flesh to taste. After getting off the car, the two saw the very luxurious office of the Mechanical Alliance. In front is a small square with a huge statue standing on it. It is a mecha girl who has completed the second combat form, and a commander with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes stands beside her. This is one of the founders of the China Machinery Alliance and also its top veteran at present. The staff brought Xin Lang and Zhou Qing to the conference room. Mr. Xin Lang, please wait here for a moment. Miss Zhou Qing, please come with us to the side. Hearing this, Zhou Qing took a deep breath and looked at Xin Lang. If those people force you to cancel the contract, you can cancel it, but you must prioritize your own safety. I will always be your exclusive mecha girl. Even if it's just a temporary contract between us, I'm willing. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile and gave her a comforting look. Don't worry, I'm here, no one can separate us two. Wait for my good news. Although it was just two short sentences, Zhou Qing felt relieved when he heard Qin Lang's voice. She nodded silently and walked to the small meeting room with the staff. Qin Lang took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the conference room in front of him. The conference room was already full at this time. Welcome. Welcome SSS level Commander Qin Lang to this symposium. I believe you already know why you are here. Chapter 14 Mechanical Copy of Dragon Country. As soon as Qin Lang walked into the conference room, a middle-aged woman sitting in the main seat stood up. She asked directly without any hesitation. This middle-aged woman had very refined short hair and was wearing the uniform of the Mechanical Alliance. Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw the 5 golden stars under the Mechanical Alliance logo on the chest of the uniform. The number of these stars represents the person's position in the Mechanical Alliance. The 5 stars represent the Provincial Alliance leaders. This level and her appearance immediately reminded Qin Lang of the provincial legendary mecha girl, Sun Tong. According to legend, Sun Tong is a powerful aerospace mothership, and its initial quality is SS level. What made her even more famous was that there was once an incident where a mechanical monster escaped from the dungeon. An entire SS level copy suddenly collapsed, and the mechanical monsters inside appeared in the real world like a tide. Sun Tong and his commander slaughtered all the mechanical monsters in just 3 hours. This is a person who can sweep an entire SS level copy. From then on, Sun Tong's legend was established. I didn't expect that she would come to talk to me. It seems that this symposium may not be as simple as it seems. Sun Tong not only speaks fluently, but also looks very heroic. It feels quite heroic. Qin Lang didn't say anything, but walked silently to the conference table and sat down. Then he raised his head and looked around at the people around him. Straightforward? I quite like that. Of course I know why you asked me to come here. Isn't it because I signed a contract with Zhou Qing? Hearing this, Sun Tong frowned slightly and slowly sat down. Mr. Qin Lang, I don't know what went wrong when my talent awakened before. According to our investigation, the talent level you previously displayed was F. But now it has become SSS level. I wonder if you have anything to explain. Hearing this, Qin Lang smiled slightly and shook his head. I don't know what's going on. After all, the testing instruments are all manufactured by the Mechanical Alliance, and other than testing instruments, there is no other way to know a person's talent level. I'm also surprised why I became SSS rank. Hearing this, Sun Tong frowned slightly and raised his hand. A staff member immediately brought a small talent level detector. Mr. Qin Lang, please put your hand on the detector. Qin Lang nodded and did as he was told. As the detector lit up red, the word SSS suddenly appeared on it. Even for the leaders of the Mechanical Alliance, many of them saw the legendary perfect talent for the first time. Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks to watch. Sun Tong's eyes changed, and I don't know what he was thinking about. Then he raised his hand and asked the staff to take away the testing equipment. It seems that the detection device you used malfunctioned during your awakening. Machines always fail sometimes, even though the failure rate is very low. When Sun Tong said this, it was equivalent to determining that Qin Lang's SSS level talent was real and credible. And I will not pursue the previous matters anymore. Qin Lang didn't say anything, just leaned back in his seat. Seeing Qinglan's look, Sun Tong couldn't help feeling a little angry. Qin Lang, you should know that there hasn't been a commander with SSS level talent in the Alliance for many years. Your talent level is great news for the entire Chinese Mechanical Alliance, but you signed a contract with a mere rank mecha girl. Do you know how much of a loss this is for the entire Chinese Machinery Alliance? After hearing Sun Tong's words, Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. The people around him were all confused by his laughter. Seeing the looks in those people's eyes, Qin Lang slowly stopped laughing and said in a cold voice. Yeah? But before I showed my SSS level talent, everyone, including myself, thought my talent was only F level. At that time, no one was willing to sign a contract with me. Even my childhood sweetheart dumped me because of my talent level. Under such circumstances, am I going to enter the dungeon alone and die? It was Zhou Qing. She was willing to sign a contract with me even though she knew I was only F rank. Even if we have to blame someone, we should blame the previous talent detector for the error, not us. Hearing Qin Lang's well-reasoned words, the leaders of the Mechanical Alliance couldn't help but nodded secretly. They have already seen Qin Lang and Zhou Qing's performance in the dungeon. Everyone knows that Qin Lang is not just talented enough. At the same time, his skills, strength, and combat abilities make him a rare talent. Everyone wants such a talent to sign a contract with a more powerful mecha girl. But Qin Lang was right. Before this, no one knew that his level was SSS. At that time, only Zhou Qing was willing to sign a contract with him. How could he blame them now? After hearing Qin Lang's words, Sun Tong took a deep breath and waved slowly. Following his action, most of the people in the conference room stood up and left, leaving only 3 or 5 people. It seems that the next conversation will involve some secrets, and these things are obviously not something that can be known to everyone. After those people left the meeting room and closed the door, Sun Tong stood up and walked to the seat opposite Qin Lang and sat down. Qin Lang, it's not that we don't allow you to sign a contract with Zhou Qing. On the contrary, our alliance advocates that the commander chooses the mecha girl he wants to contract. But the problem is, your talent shouldn't be wasted on a mecha girl of Zhou Qing's level. As those people left, Sun Tong's tone softened. But after hearing her words, Qin Lang shook his head. I still say that, I don't think my talent is that high, nor do I think Zhou Qing has wasted my talent. Sun Tong sighed softly and spoke. But our alliance needs you. China's Mechanical Alliance needs an SSS level commander. She pressed the remote control in her hand, and the large screen in front of her suddenly lit up, showing the image of Blue Star. Look, this is the planet we're on. And this is the galaxy we live in. Did you know? Other countries have already launched starships into space and are beginning to find ways to explore other planets for resources. And on other planets, mechanical copies have also appeared. Right now, our Chinese Mechanical Alliance only has 3 starships available, while the United States, which has always been our enemy, has 4. Chapter 15 We have to cultivate some feelings. Although there's only one ship missing on the surface, the starship's combat system isn't that simple. If you can sign a contract with a starship's shipgirl, the strength of China's Mechanical Alliance will increase significantly. This will also be of great benefit to our fight for mechanical copies on other planets, and it will also enhance China's national strength. Sun Tong said this with a tone full of sincerity. That's why I said that signing with Zhou Qing is not only a waste of your talent, but also a huge loss for our Mechanical Alliance. Hearing Sun Tong's words, Qin Lang couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing here. Although he is an orphan and grew up in an orphanage, it is precisely because of China's policies that he was able to grow up safely and awaken his talents. Moreover, as a Chinese, patriotism is almost engraved in our bones. There is no Chinese who does not want to see his motherland become strong, and no Chinese wants to see his country being suppressed by other countries. As if sensing Qin Lang's emotions, Sun Tong directly spoke out a piece of bombshell news. You may not know this, but only SSS-level commanders can sign contracts with starship-level shipgirls. At the same time, if you want to perfectly control a starship, the commander's level must be at least 6 stars. The country can't wait that long. We can't wait for the next SSS-level talented commander to appear. So, do you understand what I mean? Qin Lang took a deep breath. If Sun Tong and the Mechanical Alliance used their power to pressure him, he would never give in and would never terminate the contract with Zhou Qing. They won't even agree to the Mechanical Alliance's request. But Sun Tong chose to discuss these matters with him from the perspective of the country. As the saying goes, every man is responsible for the rise and fall of his country. As a Chinese, there are some responsibilities that cannot be escaped, and Qin Lang cannot escape them either. Thinking of this, Qin Lang couldn't help but take a deep breath. You're right. But I can't possibly terminate the contract with Zhou Qing. That's my bottom line. Sun Tong suddenly became anxious and seemed to want to persuade Qin Lang further, but Qin Lang shook his head. Just listen to me first. Maybe you don't know yet, but in the first dungeon, Zhou Qing and I already raised Zhou Qing's level to SS. If I continue to stay with her, she might reach SSS level. An SSS-class ghost supercar. This is the only one of its kind in the world, right? It's true that starships represent hard power, but there are some missions that cannot be accomplished by starships. If we could have an SSS-class small-sized mecha girl, she could complete some special missions. I'm sure it would be of some value to you. Hearing this, Sun Tong immediately discussed it with the people around him. Soon, those people nodded and admitted that what Qin Lang said was indeed true. As the saying goes, every inch has its own strength. Sometimes a strong body is not enough to represent everything. For example, in a city, the role of a starship may not be as great as that of a supercar. We have just determined Zhou Qing's level, and she has indeed reached SS level. We have given your words serious consideration, but it's not enough. Although SSS-class small-sized mecha girls are rare, there are still many of them. We can't let a perfect class commander like you go. Sun Tong said this, looking at Qin Lang with burning eyes. Qin Lang thought for a moment, then raised his head and said, I want to talk to Commander Sun privately about something. Is that okay? Sun Tong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The others also looked at Qin Lang deeply, then walked out. After everyone else left, Qin Lang took a deep breath and directly took out the SS-level mechanical core he had obtained in the copy. Seeing this perfect quality SS-level mechanical core, Sun Tong took a deep breath. Is this your bargaining chip? Qin Lang nodded. I am willing to donate this core to the Mechanical Alliance free of charge. Also, who says I can only sign with one mecha girl? Although I don't know what's going on, I can still contract another mecha girl. I wonder if this condition is enough. As soon as these words came out, Sun Tong's breathing immediately became rapid. What? You are a double contract holder. Oh my god, although this situation is rare, it has happened in history. If that's the case, then we agree that you and Zhou Qing can continue to sign the contract. Qin Lang smiled slightly, it seemed that the matter was finally resolved. Sun Tong looked at the SS-level mechanical core in front of Qin Lang. This core represented that they could once again have an SS-level mecha girl. Thinking of this, Sun Tong took a deep breath. We won't give you this core for free. We'll give you 1 billion mechanical coins. And we won't disturb your life anymore until you become a 6-star commander. At that time, please be sure to sign a contract with our ship girl. Qin Lang smiled bitterly and nodded slowly. He knew that this matter probably could not be changed, but at least his life would not be disturbed for the time being. Thinking of this, he stood up immediately. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. Sun Tong slowly stood up and asked with a blushing face. By the way, I wonder if you have time later. I have a daughter. Qin Lang widened his eyes and quickly rejected Sun Tong's kindness. After picking up Zhou Qing, the two left the Mechanical Alliance headquarters directly. Honey, is this matter really resolved? Won't they break us up? Looking at Zhou Qing's worried expression, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. Don't worry, I've already taken care of this matter. I told you, as long as I'm here, no one will separate us. Qin Lang said this and gently hugged Zhou Qing's soft waist. Zhou Qing suddenly felt weak all over and his face turned red. The Alliance just gave me 1 billion mechanical coins. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhou Qing nodded gently, a happy smile on his face. At this time, in the Mechanical Alliance building, Sun Tong was looking at the backs of Qin Lang and Zhou Qing with a serious face. At this time, a man came over and stood beside Sun Tong. This kid is quite courageous. Sun Tong smiled slightly, nodded and said. Yeah, looking at him is like seeing ourselves in the past. It seems that the previous plan can't continue, let's switch to plan B. The man was a little surprised. Are you really willing to let her go to this boy? Sun Tong smiled and said, we have to cultivate feelings first. Chapter 16 Brother, your girlfriend is here to see you. Lin Shui returned home and looked at the few parts she had obtained, and a huge sense of loss surged in her heart. After coming out of the dungeon, she watched Qin Lang and Zhou Qing's performance in the dungeon. Seeing Qin Lang's driving skills and combat strength, Zhou Qing even entered the second form directly with Qin Lang's help. Lin Shui felt an indescribable sadness in her heart. This is what she deserved. There was once a sincere love in front of her, but she did not cherish it. Now that I have lost it, I regret it so much. If I could give her another chance. Suddenly, Lin Shui's eyes lit up. Wait. Even if Qin Lang has completed the contract with Zhou Qing, he can still make a temporary contract with me. I was too young and ignorant before. Now I must get Qin Lang back. Yes, let's do it. The thought of Qin Lang being by her side not only brings her a great sense of satisfaction, but also allows her to enter the second combat form. Lin Shui couldn't help but feel excited. After all, she and Qin Lang grew up together, and the two can be considered childhood sweethearts. Her home is behind the orphanage where Qin Lang lives. With so many years of relationship, Lin Shui firmly believes that she can win Qin Lang back. I don't ask for a permanent contract, I'm willing to accept even a temporary one. Thinking of this, Lin Shui stood up and went to the orphanage where Qin Lang lived. But Qin Lang did not come back. Instead, she was received by the orphanage's director, Su Weiwei. "Mother Su, I'm here to see Qin Lang." Su Weiwei is nearly 40 years old, with long wavy hair and bright red lipstick. This makes her look quite charming, like a mature woman. This orphanage is run by Su Weiwei alone. Although there are only 30 or 40 children in total, she is able to manage the orphanage in an orderly manner by herself. Su Weiwei is indeed a strong woman. Seeing Lin Shui, Su Weiwei couldn't help but smile slightly. "It's Shuier. Qin Lang hasn't come back yet. Aren't you guys going to do a dungeon today?" Hearing this, Lin Shui nodded. "Yes, but something happened. There may be some misunderstanding between Qin Lang and me. When he comes back, please let me know, Mama Su, okay?" Seeing Lin Shui's red eyes and the evasion in her words, Su Weiwei immediately understood something. But he didn't show it, instead he smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll tell you when he comes back." Lin Shui took a deep breath and said goodbye to Su Weiwei before returning home. Staying at home, Lin Shui couldn't help feeling angry when she thought that Qin Lang should be with Zhou Chang now. On the other side, Qin Lang and Zhou Qing had dinner together before sending Zhou Chang home. Zhou Qing lives alone in an apartment. Under the dim streetlights, her face blushes with embarrassment. "Hubby, why don't you stay here tonight? We have both completed the contract, I have already been yours." Zhou Qing's voice became lower and lower, until it was as thin as a mosquito. But she was telling the truth. In this mechanical age, marriage certificates, wedding banquets, etc. are no longer necessary. What can prove that two people are husband and wife is a contract. As long as the permanent contract is completed, the two people are considered married. Especially everything that Zhou Qing experienced in the dungeon during the day still left him feeling a little unsatisfied. Now that the two of them can finally be together legally and reasonably, Zhou Qing really wants to relive that experience again. After hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang thought for a moment and couldn't help laughing. "Okay. Then I'll go up and get a glass of water? See your cat perform a backflip for me?" Hearing such a teasing, Zhou Qing blushed immediately. "Oh, husband, you are so bad." The two went straight upstairs. The apartment where Zhou Qing lived was in a pretty good environment. Since she lived alone, the house was filled with the fragrance of a young girl. Zhou Qing sat next to Qin Lang, her exquisite figure under her pajamas pressed tightly against Qin Lang. Her two long, beautiful legs were tightly crossed, and her heart began to beat wildly. Qin Lang gently hugged Zhou Qing's soft waist and felt a sense of belonging to this world for the first time. He had lived in an orphanage before. Logically, at his age, he should have been able to move out and find a place to live on his own. But because Su Weiwei treats him very well, many adult children still live in the orphanage. On the one hand, it was to help Su Weiwei take care of the orphans, and on the other hand, it was to repay Su Weiwei's kindness. The atmosphere of the entire orphanage is like that of a big family. At this time, Qin Lang thought and spoke. "I have something, but I don't know how to start." Zhou Qing was still waiting for Qin Lang's next move, and he couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard this. "What's wrong?" "Hubby, just say whatever you want to say. We are together now, and you are my priority in everything I do." Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodded and said, "It's like this. Actually, I am an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. Dean Su's mother is like my mother now. Now that we have signed a contract, I want to take you back to see her." When Zhou Qing heard this, he nodded happily. "Really? That's great." Qin Lang asked in surprise. "Aren't you worried?" Zhou Qing shook his head. "You're willing to take me to meet your family, what do I have to worry about? But now that you mention it, I do need to prepare some nice clothes. Let's go tomorrow morning." Qin Lang nodded and hugged Zhou Qing happily. The next morning, Qin Lang took Zhou Qing back to the orphanage. Standing in front of the somewhat dilapidated gate, Qin Lang was very excited. Since he has inherited the memories of his predecessor, Qin Lang now has deep feelings for this orphanage. Especially Dean Su Weiwei, who raised them with great difficulty. She is like family to them, but better than family. The orphanage is not big, it just has a small yard and a 3-story building. This place used to be a hotel, but it went bankrupt for some reason. Su Weiwei bought it and converted it into an orphanage. Looking at the yard in front of him and the children playing in the yard, Qin Lang took a deep breath and shouted loudly, "Mom Su, I'm back." Hearing Qin Lang's voice, the children all ran over happily. Brother Qin Lang. Brother, you're back. Brother, your girlfriend came to see you yesterday. Did you bring us some candy? Qin Lang smiled and took out some snacks he had bought on the road from his bag and distributed them to the children. Zhou Chang also took out a bag of candy, and this action immediately made the children move closer to her. Chapter 17 Mom, why don't you drive my sister? Hey, isn't this our top student back? A somewhat lazy voice sounded. Qin Lang and Zhou Qing looked up and saw a girl in her 20s named Qingqing leaning against the door. The girl had long blue hair with a few pink highlights. She wore a blue sports vest that showed off her perfect figure. She was wearing a pair of tight gray shorts, and her two long, white legs and flat belly exuded youthful vitality. The girl also looks very delicate. She wears a pair of round black framed glasses on her face, but her expression seems a little lazy. Seeing the girl, Zhou Qing hurriedly pulled Qin Lang's sleeve. Qin Lang patted Zhou Qing's hand and took his hand and walked over. Sister, when did you come back? As he spoke, he introduced the two to each other. Dear, this is my sister Mu Qingchuan, and this is my contracted mecha girl Zhou Chang, who is also our class teacher. Mu Qingchuan shrugged, nodded at Zhou Chang, and then looked at Qin Lang and said, I came back last night. Why didn't you come back last night? Zhou Qing blushed immediately when he heard Mu Qingchuan's words. Qin Lang also scratched his head in embarrassment. Mu Qingchuan looked at the two of them with burning eyes, when a slightly majestic voice came from behind him. Qingchuan, go back to your room first, don't scare your brother and your sister-in-law. Mu Qingchuan shrugged helplessly, shook his head and went back upstairs. Qin Lang said with a smile. Mother Su, do you know everything? Su Weiwei walked out of the spacious lobby and directly grabbed Zhou Qing's hand. Is this your school's homeroom, teacher? It's really not bad. My son has caused you trouble. Thank you for taking care of him. Zhou Qing waved his hands quickly. Auntie, it's Qin Lang who has been taking care of me. He's doing very well in class and has now completed a permanent contract with me. Su Weiwei waved her hand. It doesn't matter. Although I am half his mother, I always respect my children's choices. Besides, I have a good feeling and impression of you. Hearing this, Zhou Qing felt a little happy for a moment. There's nothing better than getting the approval of your boyfriend's mother. Su Wei smiled, as if he saw through Zhou Qing's thoughts. Could you help me take care of those kids outside? I think they like you very much. Zhou Chang nodded quickly, looked at Qin Lang affectionately, and then went to the yard to play with the children. Watching Zhou Chang playing games with the children, Su Weiwei took a deep breath and turned to Qin Lang. You have indeed found a good contract partner. But, have you forgotten something? Qin Lang was stunned for a moment, scratched his head and asked. Mother Su, what's the matter? Su Weiwei grabbed Qin Lang's ear and dragged him directly to a room on the first floor. Bang! Seeing Su Weiwei slam the door shut, Qin Lang's heart started pounding. I remember that although Su Weiwei looked charming and fiery, she was not such a gentle character. On the contrary, being able to support such a large orphanage in this place by one person would not be possible without some iron-fisted measures. Su Weiwei can also be considered a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus rex. Because her body form is Leviathan, a heavy excavator weighing 80 tons. Good boy, when are you going to tell me that Lin Shui broke up with you? You and Lin Shui grew up together, and you two can be considered childhood sweethearts, so I won't say much. She broke up with you. Why didn't you make a contract with your sister? Instead, you made a contract with your teacher? Could it be that in your eyes, your sister is not as good as you, your teacher? These words contained a huge amount of information, which immediately left Qin Lang stunned. Su's mother, are you kidding me? Su Weiwei snorted coldly. Don't you really know what Qin Chuan is thinking? For so many years she has never chosen her own commander and has even kept her distance from other boys. Isn't it because she has you in her heart? How could you possibly bring your teacher back with you? You didn't even give her time to prepare. Qin Lang took a breath. Thinking of the way my sister looked at me before, I suddenly realized something that I hadn't noticed before. No way? Could it be that my sister really has feelings for me? Su Weiwei rolled her eyes. Do I need to tell you how good your sister has been to you over the years? It's just that you were with Lin Shui before, so I couldn't say much. And didn't you awaken your talent? What level is it? Qin Lang took a deep breath and spoke helplessly. It's SSS level. I originally thought that Su Weiwei would be shocked when she heard this, but unexpectedly, Su Weiwei just nodded lightly. Not bad, it's no wonder I raised you from childhood to adulthood. Qin Lang opened his mouth. This was a perfect level. Not bad? Is there a higher level than this? Su Weiwei seemed to see through Qin Lang's thoughts. I couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. Boy, let me tell you. It's true that the highest commander level is only SSS, but if you want to unleash your strength, choosing a mecha girl that matches your talents is the most important thing. If I remember correctly, your teacher's machine was an A-class Ghost supercar. Although it has been upgraded to SS class with your help, its initial quality was not good enough. Although I don't know how you did it, it must be your talent. In that case, why don't you consider your sister? Qin Lang was stunned for a moment, and there was a bit of complexity in his eyes when he looked at Su Weiwei. Few people knew that he helped Zhou Qing get promoted to SS level. Apart from themselves, only those in the Mechanical Alliance knew about it. But how did my mother know? This orphanage is located in a busy downtown area where land is extremely valuable, but no one has ever come to cause trouble over the years. Could it be that my mother's identity is not that simple? Su Weiwei didn't know what Qin Lang was thinking, but she patted him on the shoulder. Silly child, although you and Zhou Qing have completed the contract, it's time to give your sister an explanation. Given your talent level, even if you sign a few more mecha girls, no one will say anything. On the contrary, Zhou Qing has no way of satisfying your talent. I think she has considered this as well. If you can sign more powerful mecha girls, even if it's just a temporary contract, many people will be happy to see it happen. This way, you can fully develop your talent and potential. Chapter 18 Be careful and don't get a baby. Qin Lang couldn't help but frown when he heard Su Weiwei's words. He does have other contract quotas, and with the help of the system, he can even obtain more contract quotas. He even thought about creating his own army of mecha girls. After all, he now has the gift of unlimited energy, and even if more people come, it is impossible to drain him out. In this case, why not make the most of your talents? But this is his biggest secret, so why could Su Weiwei say such a thing? Did Su Weiwei know that she still had other contract spots? Isn't this unlikely? Thinking of this, Qin Lang couldn't help but ask tentatively. Mom, can't a commander only contract with one mecha girl? If Sister Qingchuan and I only have a temporary contract, wouldn't that be unfair to her? Hearing Qin Lang's words, Su Weiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes and glared at Qin Lang fiercely. You kid, you actually learned to use these words to lie to your mother? Don't think I don't know, you definitely have other contract spots. Otherwise, how could those people from the Mechanical Alliance let you and Zhou Qing go so easily? Do you really think that SS level core can solve everything? Qin Lang couldn't help but smile awkwardly when he heard this. Su Weiwei shook her head and patted Qin Lang on the shoulder. You are a thoughtful person, and it's good that you maintain a certain level of vigilance, but don't forget that we are family. I raised you from childhood, and you think you can hide your little tricks from me? Su Weiwei said this and gently hit Qin Lang's arm. Tell me, how many contract spots do you have left? I guess, at least no less than 2. Qin Lang took a deep breath. He didn't expect that Su Weiwei could see everything. But was his expression really that obvious? Or maybe this Su Weiwei is a hidden talent. But now he had no choice but to tell the truth. Except Zhou Qing, there are still 2 vacancies. Su Weiwei nodded slightly. Just as I guessed. You have to reserve 1 spot for the Mechanical Alliance. If you dare to sign the remaining spot with anyone other than Qingchuan, I'll beat you to death. Qin Lang suddenly opened his mouth and a wry smile appeared on his face. He knew that Su Weiwei was not just talking. As Su Weiwei, whose mechanical form is the heavy excavator Leviathan, he also has a very aggressive personality. And from the memories of her previous life, she learned that Su Weiwei had never signed a contract with anyone, at least that was what Qin Lang remembered. The only time Su Weiwei took action was when Qin Lang was 6 years old. At that time, a construction team came and wanted to demolish the orphanage. Su Weiwei directly entered combat mode and drove away all the mecha girls controlled by the construction team. But it seemed like there was no commander by her side at that time. Qin Lang seemed to realize something and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Seeing his expression, Su Weiwei sat down and took out a pack of cigarettes. I'll give you 3 chances to ask questions. Ask whatever you want. As she said this, she lit the lady's cigarette, put it between her flaming lips and took a deep puff. Qin Lang thought for a while before asking. Mother Su, I can contract more mecha girls, but how can I make them fight at the same time? Su Weiwei looked at Qin Lang deeply and couldn't help but laugh. I really don't know what your schools are teaching students these days. You don't even know such a simple question? Su Weiwei shook her head and spoke. Those mechanical monsters don't have a commander, how do they operate? Qin Lang blinked and answered immediately. That's because those mechanical monsters have intelligent cores, so they can move and fight on their own. Etc. Do you mean that the intelligent core can also be used by mecha girls? Su Weiwei chuckled. It's not that simple, but the principle is the same. If you want the mecha to fight on its own, besides developing the ability for fully autonomous driving, you also need a commander to provide energy. This energy is extremely unique. The Mechanical Alliance has spent years researching it, but still hasn't been able to figure it out. Otherwise, why would those mecha girls need to form contracts with the commander? When Su Weiwei said this, her face was full of meaning, and she looked at Qin Lang with a smile. Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Has the Mechanical Alliance really not researched anything? Or have they already achieved some results but are afraid to make them public? Thinking of this, Qin Lang was silent for a moment and then asked. Besides me, is there anyone else who can have the ability to contract multiple mecha girls? Su Weiwei looked at Qin Lang in surprise, as if she felt a little puzzled by his question. Of course. From what I know, there's a person who has contracted 13 mechanical girls. If you want to have the ability to contract multiple mechanical girls, you need to go to a certain place. But you can't go to that place now, so you have to make good use of the spot you have. If it's a good match, it might be very helpful for you to go to that place in the future. Qin Lang nodded. It seemed that this world still had many secrets. To put it bluntly, he was just a rookie college student who had just awakened and entered a dungeon. Only by improving your strength to a certain level can you access these secrets. And the first thing is to find a way to reach 6 stars. Only 6-star commanders are the backbone of this society and are considered to have surpassed 80% of commanders. By then, will I be qualified to access these secrets? Seeing Qin Lang thinking there, Su Weiwei couldn't help but urge him. You have one last question. I advise you to think it over before asking. Qin Lang nodded, took a deep breath and said. Mother Su, I'm going to keep this last question for now, is that okay? I'll ask you again when I need to. Su Weiwei chuckled and put out the cigarette in her hand. Good boy, you are really smart. Go ahead, ask your girlfriend to stay for dinner, and then send her home. After all, you haven't graduated yet, so you still need to be more careful. Qin Lang scratched his head. Mom, our school is very open-minded about these things. Su Weiwei grabbed Qin Lang's arm and said coldly. I'm saying be careful and don't end up with a child. That would be a lot of fun. Qin Lang nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice, claiming that he would definitely pay attention to safety. After letting Zhou Qing have lunch here, Qin Lang sent Zhou Qing back to the apartment. Zhou Qing felt a little disappointed when he learned that Qin Lang was going back to live. Fortunately, the two will be able to meet again on Monday, the day after tomorrow, so Zhou Qing didn't say anything more. Chapter 19. Are you ready, little brother? Although Qin Lang couldn't stay, the two of them still had a candlelight dinner for two like other couples. Finally, they said goodbye with a passionate kiss. When Qin Lang returned to the orphanage, he found that the lights in most rooms had been turned off. Those children were in the growing period, so they went to bed early and got up early under Su Weiwei's urging. Su Weiwei is not only the director of the orphanage, but also the head of the family. All the children's hearts were filled with respect and gratitude for Su Weiwei. Qin Lang looked up and found that the light in Mu Qingxuan's room on the 3rd floor was still on. Looking at the dim light behind the curtains, Qin Lang took a deep breath and remembered what Su Weiwei had said to him during the day. In fact, Mu Qingxuan is only 3 years older than him. He is currently a senior student and is doing an internship at school. Before he and Lin Shui confirmed their relationship, Mu Qingxuan would always go with them whenever they went out to play or chatted in the orphanage. I used to think that Mu Qingxuan and Lin Shui had a good relationship, but now I think it's probably not the case. Especially the look in Mu Qingxuan's eyes when he looked at her today. Apart from the emotions between siblings, there was obviously something else. Could it be that my sister has always had feelings for me, but this wooden predecessor didn't even notice it? Qin Lang took a deep breath, and when he looked up, he realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the door of Mu Qingxuan's room. If you hesitate to make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. I'm going to form a mecha girl army anyway, and there are so many contract slots available, it would be a waste if I don't use them. Instead of giving it to someone else, why not ask Mu Qingxuan what she thinks? If she has the same idea, then it's not impossible to sign the contract. Qin Lang made up his mind silently and raised his hand. Just as I was about to knock on the door, it was suddenly opened in advance. Mu Qingchuan was standing behind the door, still with that lazy expression, looking at Qin Lang with a half smile. "Brother, you've been standing at the door of my room for a few minutes. What's wrong?" At this time, Mu Qingchuan was only wearing a suspender nightgown that was as thin as gauze, and the light made the nightgown look slightly transparent. This also directly reveals Mu Qingchuan's exquisite figure. Qin Lang raised his head and looked into Mu Qingchuan's eyes. "Sister, I still have other contract spots. I want to make a contract with you and let you become my robot girl, are you willing?" After hearing Qin Lang's words, Mu Qingchuan's expression remained unchanged. There was just a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Did Mother Su ask you to come, or did you want to come on your own?" Hearing Mu Qingchuan's question, Qin Lang spoke directly and firmly. "I came here on my own. I've ignored all the care you've shown me over the years, as well as the hidden affection behind it. I'm sorry, I only realized it now, Before Qin Lang could finish his words, Mu Qingchuan suddenly reached out, grabbed Qin Lang's collar and pulled hard. Qin Lang suddenly lost his balance and leaned forward, but what greeted him was Mu Qingchuan's hot, soft, and moist lips. Qin Lang no longer suppressed his emotions and hugged Mu Qingchuan directly. The two stumbled into the house, and Qin Lang closed the door with his foot. At the end of the corridor, Su Weiwei walked out from behind a half-open door. Looking at the light leaking from the gap of Mu Qingchuan's room door, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. In the room, their lips finally parted. At this time, Mu Qingchuan had already wrapped his arms around Qinglong's neck, looking at Qin Lang in daze. Stinky little brother. You made me wait so long, and you brought back your new girlfriend? You guys made the connection seamlessly. Didn't you ever think of giving me a chance?" Qin Lang smiled awkwardly, but still told the truth. "Sister Qingchuan, I've actually admired you since I was little, but you're just too talented. That's why I don't dare to have too many unreasonable expectations." This was not wrong, because from the memories of his previous life, Qin Lang knew that he also had feelings for Mu Qingchuan. After completely integrating with the memories of his previous life, Qin Lang felt as if he had experienced this part of his life, and at the same time he had deep feelings for Mu Qingchuan. Mu Qingchuan's talent is indeed extremely high. His mechanical form is an SS-class tracer fighter, which not only has the ability to fly at supersonic speeds, but also has a very powerful firepower system. A mecha girl of this quality would be sought after by all parties no matter where she is. But Mu Qingchuan didn't care about those suitors at all. Now it seems that she has been waiting for Qin Lang. Okay, I don't blame you. Mu Qingchuan's pretty face blushed as she snuggled up to Qin Lang's chest. But before you sign a contract with me, don't you need to discuss it with your girlfriend and teacher? Qin Lang waved his hand directly. Don't worry, I've already talked to her about this before, and she agrees to my contract with other people. Sister Qingchuan, it's still early, how about we do a simulated driving first? I've long wanted to experience the charm of the 6th-generation fighter jet. Mu Qingchuan's face flushed with a hint of intoxication, and he spoke softly. We've already decided to sign the contract, so why do we need to do a simulated driving? Let's go to the rooftop and I'll give you a real experience. Hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Don't you need to apply for flight permission? Mu Qingchuan chuckled, leaned close to Qinglong's ear, and spoke in a low voice. As long as you're careful and don't get caught, isn't that all that's going to be fine? Besides, I believe in your skills. Hearing Mu Qingchuan's very seductive tone, Qin Lang suddenly felt a surge of blood. This wasn't because of some obscene reason, but purely because I was excited about flying the 6th-generation tracer fighter. The tracer fighter is a very advanced aircraft model in any country. In some aspects, it is even comparable to an aircraft carrier. Even if the tracer fighter has not entered combat mode, its combat capability is still very strong. Qin Lang had only tried to fly an ordinary model of fighter in the simulation room before. I really want to experience the charm of the tracer fighter. Just as he was thinking about it, Mu Qingchuan had already grabbed Qin Lang's hand and ran straight to the roof. The roof is very flat and there are no obstacles at all. When Qin Lang was a child, he just thought this was a good place to play, but now it seems that this is simply a specially designed fighter plane runway. At this distance, even a tracer fighter can take off easily. But it needs to be raised quickly, otherwise it will run into the city. Qin Lang rubbed his hands together and couldn't help but look at Mu Qingchuan. The latter smiled slightly, and a gray-black light suddenly appeared on his body. I'm going to transform. Are you ready, little brother? Chapter 20 Contract, Tracer Fighter. As Mu Qingchuan's voice rang out, there was a flash of light in front of him, and Mu Qingchuan's figure suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a completely black, triangular-shaped tracer fighter with huge wings and a streamlined body, the Black Falcon. Looking at the panoramic cockpit made of anti-electric glass, Qin Lang took a deep breath and couldn't wait to climb up. Mu Qingchuan's voice also came from the tracer fighter. "What are you waiting for, little brother? Do you still want to drive?" Qin Lang nodded quickly and climbed into the cockpit of the fighter plane. Moreover, Mu Qingchuan and Zhou Cheng are of similar age, but their personalities are very different. Although Zhou Cheng looks very mature, he is also a university counselor and class teacher. But her personality is like that of a little girl, innocent and lively. On the contrary, Mu Qingchuan possesses the charm of a mature and domineering woman. Especially now that the two of them have made their relationship clear, Mu Qingchuan has become even more enthusiastic. This made Qin Lang unable to cope at all. He sat directly in the cockpit, looked at the complicated instrument panel in front of him, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was his first time flying a fighter jet. Although he had passed the pilot exam at school, Mu Qingchuan was flying the latest model of fighter jet. Before taking off, you must do a comprehensive inspection so that you can be familiar with the condition of the aircraft. After all, fighter jets fly too fast, and if you are not familiar with them, it is easy for the plane to crash and people to die. "Sister, let me check the condition of the machine first." Qin Lang said this and began the inspection very skillfully. He skillfully operates the fighter's various systems. Strive to be 100% safe. It's like a kid who just got a new toy. Qin Lang was very excited. "Have you finished your inspection? Do you still want to take off?" Qin Lang nodded. This was a fighter plane after all. What if something dangerous happened if he flew it without checking it carefully? So he simply pulled up the joystick and prepared to take off. I didn't expect Mu Qingchuan to be so impatient that he couldn't help but start the engine. Of course, Qin Lang would not start driving like this. Fighter planes are different from sports cars. If he did not familiarize himself with them and complete the inspection in advance, he might encounter some danger. And if the two people don't cooperate well enough, it will be troublesome when they are at high altitude. So despite Mu Qingchuan's constant urging, Qin Lang still completed the inspection meticulously. Looking at the sci-fi cockpit, although it is not as high profile as a luxury car, it is also low-key, luxurious and meaningful. After completing all the tests, Qin Lang took a deep breath and pressed a button. The hatch made of bulletproof glass slowly closed, and the panoramic cockpit could not block the view outside at all. Qin Lang looked up at the starry sky and spoke. "Sister Qingchuan, let's start signing the contract." Mu Qingchuan had been looking forward to this matter, and now he agreed directly. "Okay. Let's make a contract." Qin Lang directly issued an invitation for a permanent contract, and in just a short moment, Mu Qingchuan agreed to sign the contract. Permanent contract completed. Current contracted mecha girl, Mu Qingchuan. Age, 24. Type, Black Falcon Hunter Fighter. Initial machine quality, SS grade. Form, first form. Deformation module not installed. Upgrade parts, none. Weapons and equipment, high-rate machine gun, Falcon-type guided missiles. Exclusive commander, Qin Lang. Machine status, 100%. Charge status, 100%. Strength level, SS. As the bioenergy channel was connected, Mu Qingchuan's figure also appeared in Qin Lang's mind. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Qin Lang was extremely excited. "This is so awesome, is this the attribute of the tracer fighter?" Even though he hasn't unlocked the second combat form yet, and hasn't even undergone any upgrades or modifications, he has already reached the SS level combat level. Mu Qingchuan looked at Qin Lang in surprise. "I didn't expect your talent to be so strong. And there's no need to worry about running out of energy. It seems you can bring out 100% of my power." Qin Lang nodded and said with a smile. "Sister Qingchuan, are you ready?" "I'm about to start." Mu Qingchuan nodded, a hint of expectation appearing in his eyes. Being able to work with such a strong commander is the destiny of the fighter plane. At the same time, the tracer fighter's supersonic engine also made a slight humming sound. The entire fighter plane began to slide forward slowly. Qin Lang immediately and slowly increased his energy output. I saw blue plasma flames coming out of the two engine exhaust ports at the tail of the sky-splitting fighter. As the energy output became higher and higher, the speed of the fighter plane also increased rapidly, and it moved forward quickly directly on the roof. The other side of the roof is an upward slope. Xin Lang gripped the control handle and gently pulled it upwards. Suddenly, the two tail fins of the fighter began to move downward, providing powerful lift. Buzz! A distinct halo appeared on the flames coming out of the exhaust. That is the performance that speed has reached the extreme. These beautiful halos also have a very sci-fi name. Mach Loop. As the tail flame of the fighter jet spurted out, the tracer fighter jet instantly climbed up the slope, flew directly out of the building, and flew into the sky. Xin Lang gripped the joystick in his hand excitedly. This is the first time I actually fly a fighter jet. It's countless times better than the experience in the simulation room. Especially the slight feeling of overweight when the fighter plane takes off. It was like jumping off a bungee, causing his adrenaline to surge. This also made Xin Lang extremely excited. Ah, that is amazing. Brother, your energy is too strong. Don't climb too fast, your body can't withstand such strong acceleration. Mu Qingchuan's voice rang in his mind, and Xin Lang quickly controlled the fighter plane to circle over the city and climb in a spiral shape. If it climbs too fast, it will not only cause great damage to the body, but even Xin Lang will not be able to withstand such a strong G-force. As the fighter plane slowly rose, the night view of the city appeared in front of the two. Looking at the beautiful scenery, Xin Lang couldn't help but shout out loud. Wow! This is beautiful. Sister, you are awesome. Mu Qingchuan was already shocked and surprised by Xin Lang's abundant energy supply. Her engines were already at full capacity. Her voice sounded a little electronic, and she couldn't even maintain her tone. But it's not because of the pain, but because of the lack of control. Brother, you are amazing. How come your skills are so good? Tell me the truth, have you ever secretly practiced with other fighters? Xin Lang quickly shook his head. How is that possible? This is the first fighter plane I've ever flown. It's just that we two have a tacit understanding. Hearing Xin Lang's words, Mu Qingchuan immediately nodded with satisfaction. Then let us break through the clouds. Chapter 21 Supersonic Fighter. At this time, many people were gathering in the western suburbs of Jiangqing City. The western suburbs was originally a sparsely populated place, not only because the terrain here was rugged, but also because the land was barren, with only barren mountains and forests, and there was not even any beautiful scenery. So no one lives here at all, and no one usually comes near here. But now a large area of the open space covered with green grass has been cleared, and green tents are set up on it. Inside the tent, many people in Mechanical Alliance uniforms were busy working. Commander, the red zone and the blue zone have now been cleared. The two armies have begun small-scale contacts. Everything went smoothly during the exercise. Hearing this, a middle-aged man with a square face turned around in his swivel chair. He looked intimidating without even being angry, and his expression was very serious. He was also wearing the standard uniform of the Mechanical Alliance, but this uniform was military green. And under the Mechanical Alliance logo on the chest are 6 red stars. 6 stars. Previously, Sun Tong, as a provincial leader of the Mechanical Alliance, was only a 5-star. Besides, the stars under the symbol on her chest were golden, but now they were red. Among all countries, the Mechanical Alliance represents the power of a country. It not only has the official power that civilians can usually access, but also the military power to defend the country. Those who wear gold stars are all ordinary official forces, responsible for handling some city-level matters. The red star represents national security and the military strength of a country. And the ones who appeared here at this time were China's southeast military region, and they were conducting a secret joint exercise. In this mechanical age, wars between countries mostly take place in hidden corners. But as the saying goes, one should be prepared for danger in times of peace. The most powerful force of a country is still its military strength. What to do when there is no war? Then divide a military region into 2 teams equally, let each side set the other as the imaginary enemy, and use all available means to destroy the enemy on the battlefield. In this process, except that they did not use real ammunition, it was almost the same as war. The combat in the mechanical age is even simpler and more brutal. All those who can join the army are powerful mecha girls and commanders. Both teams fight mainly with mecha girls. Since this joint exercise is a secret operation, it will not be reported to the official authorities at all. At most, some interception checkpoints were set up on the road leading to the western suburbs to prohibit unrelated civilians from approaching. Meanwhile, in the blue team's command tent, the chief of staff was looking at the holographic map in front of him and spoke. We have very advanced airframe models, even two 6th-generation aircraft. This time, we will definitely be able to defeat the red team. Hearing this, the blue commander next to him said with a smile. Yes, this time we will definitely make the red army suffer a great loss. I guess they can't imagine that we actually have two 6th-generation fighters now. They are the Sky Patrol fighter and the Falcon fighter. Both of these fighters are equipped with very advanced firepower systems and supersonic turbine engines. The Red Army's fighters are so slow, they can't evade our lock. As long as we lock on and fire a barrage of bullets, we can successfully shoot them down. Just when the commander and the chief of staff thought the future was bright, a commander who was watching the monitoring screen suddenly widened his eyes. Said in disbelief. Report to the commander, we have discovered an unidentified fighter jet approaching the headquarters. When these words were spoken, the chief of staff and the commander were both shocked and their faces turned pale. How is that possible? How did the Red Army find out the location of our headquarters? Oh no, is this a decapitation operation? Immediately get the fighter planes airborne and find a way to hold back the enemy. The command center is also moving. After all, it is the army, and its execution ability is absolutely impeccable. With the roar of the engines, the blue side's only two 6th-generation aircraft, the Sky Patrol and the Falcon, took off directly into the sky. Seeing the fighter pattern on the radar, the commander of the patrol fighter asked in confusion. Xiaoxian, is there something wrong with the radar display? Why does it show the enemy fighter plane's speed as high as Mach 0.95? Although this speed hasn't reached the speed of sound, the Red Army shouldn't have any supersonic fighters, right? Hearing the commander's words, the fighter girl called Xiaoxian immediately responded. I don't know. Could it be that those people in the intelligence department made a mistake? The commander shrugged speechlessly. I'm impressed they even made such a mistake. Furthermore, the headquarters location has been exposed. We must hold this fighter plane back and absolutely prevent it from dropping its missiles. If the headquarters is attacked, we will lose this exercise. As he was speaking, he saw a blue flame streaking across the distance. Seeing the blue tail flame, the commander immediately gasped. Oh my god! It's a Mach loop. It's a supersonic fighter. The enemy is also a 6th-generation aircraft, quickly give chase. In an instant, the patrol fighter directly chased after the completely black fighter. On the other side, the Falcon fighter also received the message from here and began to think of ways to intercept the enemy plane together with the patrol fighter. At this time, the one flying this fighter plane was Qin Lang. Since they did not apply for a flight permit, the risk of flying in the city was too high. So the two of them hit it off and decided to go to the deserted western suburbs for a good flight. Although it is a suburb, the space here is very large, with tens of thousands of square kilometers of mountainous areas, which is more than enough for them to have a good experience. But unexpectedly, as soon as I flew here, I saw two fighter jets flying towards me. Oh no, what's going on? Have we been discovered? Mu Qingchuan seemed a little worried. After all, they had not applied for a flight permit. If they were discovered, they would be severely punished. Qin Lang was also shocked and thought that his luck was too bad. He just came out to experience it, but ended up encountering a fighter plane on duty. And judging from the appearance of the fighter, it seems to be a 6th-generation fighter. No, we must not be caught by them. I'm going to go all out, can you handle it? Hearing Qin Lang's words, Mu Qingchuan nodded vigorously and spoke with her silver teeth bitten. It's okay, just try harder, I can handle it. After hearing this, Qin Lang no longer hesitated and directly increased the power output. The Mach ring at the tail of the fighter plane became more and more dazzling. At the same time, in order to get rid of the two fighter planes, Qin Lang decided to perform some difficult operations. Chapter 22 Still chasing? Can you catch up with me? The patrol aircraft was following closely behind the enemy aircraft. He was originally preparing to launch a barrage attack together with the Falcon fighter, but at this moment, the fighter in front performed an operation that shocked him. The tail of the fighter plane suddenly rose up, which caused the fighter plane to slow down instantly. Then, the entire fighter plane came diagonally over, and at the same time, it accelerated suddenly and flew backwards at an incredible angle. Seeing this scene, the commander on the fighter plane gasped. Fuck, how is this possible? What star rating is the commander on this fighter plane to be able to pull off such a difficult maneuver? As a 6-star commander, he is full of confidence in his driving skills. But now, a fighter jet performs such an incredible operation in front of him. Ha, it seems like you're trying to provoke me. In that case, let me show you what a 6-star commander is. Ace pilot applies for battle. The commander said with a smile, and quickly followed in his fighter plane. Seeing the fighter planes behind him chasing closely, Qin Lang couldn't help but frown. Is this person sick? I've already gone around it, but you're still following me? Hearing Qin Lang's words, Mu Qingchuan gritted his teeth and snorted. Brother, I believe in your driving skills. Don't feel sorry for my sister, just use your full power. Qin Lang nodded and immediately began to perform a show-off operation. I saw the tracer fighter plane spinning continuously in the air, each time avoiding the pursuit of the fighter planes behind it at incredible angles. The commander on the fighter plane behind became more and more frightened as he chased. Damn! This is the first time I've encountered such an evenly matched opponent. Besides, is his energy infinite? Every time, he uses extremely high overload rates to complete such tricky dodges. I can't even lock onto the barrage. At this time, news also came from the Falcon fighter. I see you guys, and I'm joining you now, ready to attack him from both sides. Receive. Qin Lang controlled the fighter plane and kept dodging. But at this time, another fighter plane shown on the radar was getting closer and closer. Seeing the direction the two fighter planes were heading, Qin Lang immediately realized what they wanted to do. It seems like they want to attack from both ends. It's a pity that your idea is doomed to fail. Qin Lang took a deep breath and spoke directly to Mu Qingchuan. Sister Qingchuan, I want to give you a promotion. After saying this, Qin Lang immediately opened the system mall and directly used 10,000 points to redeem the fighter plane's thunder steering system. There's a reason why this thunder steering system is so expensive. After installing this steering system, the fighter can achieve perfect maneuverability. Even sharp turns are possible. This is absolutely rare in the field of supersonic flight. No one has ever been able to do this move. On the one hand, the quality of the fighter's body is not high enough, which can easily cause the body to tear. On the other hand, the commander who controls the fighter plane is only a mortal after all, and he will definitely suffer internal injuries if he bears such a huge force. But Qin Lang is different. With the help of the system, his physical fitness is also constantly improving. Only in this way can some difficult operations be completed. At the same time, Mu Qingchuan's initial body quality is also very high. Most general fighters are S-class. But Mu Qingchuan's initial quality reached SS level. The thunder steering system has been exchanged. Would you like to install it now? Install. Upgrade installation in progress, please wait. Generally speaking, if you want to carry out transformation, you must stop the mecha. If you transform during battle, you will easily encounter some dangers. But if you have a system, you don't have to think about these things at all. Qin Lang had tried it before, and the system upgrade was completed in an instant. Even if there is an impact, it is minimal. Ding! Installation complete. Please note that the thunder steering system may cause some damage to the aircraft. It is recommended to use it with a self-repairing nanoskeleton and anti-radar stealth nanocoating. Hearing the system prompt, Qin Lang looked at the system mall. The system mall does have self-repairing nanoskeletons and anti-radar stealth nanocoatings, but the prices of these two components are very high, requiring 30,000 points. But his points have already reached the bottom and there is no way to upgrade. System, is there any other way to earn points? Qin Lang didn't want Mu Qingchuan to get hurt, so he had to ask the system. Ding! You can use money or supplies to redeem points. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard the system's answer. At the same time, the system also gives the exchange rate. 1,000 mechanical coins can be exchanged for 1 point. This price made Qin Lang feel discouraged. But soon, he noticed that the materials he had obtained before could also be exchanged. Exchange all the materials obtained from the previous dungeon. Exchange completed. Current points, 25,000 points. Qin Lang took a deep breath. He was only 5,000 points away from getting it with mechanical coins. But it also requires a full 5 million mechanical coins. Fortunately, I got 1 billion mechanical coins from selling the SS level mechanical core before, otherwise Qin Lang would be reluctant to part with it. Help me replenish my points, redeem these 2 upgrade materials, and install them immediately. Seeing that the 2 fighter jets were getting closer and closer to him, Qin Lang had no time to continue communicating with the system. Fortunately, the system is very intelligent and directly completes this series of operations. Congratulations, host, the upgrade was successful. I saw the Falcon fighter that was already very close, and the Sky Patrol fighter that was chasing closely behind. A smile appeared on Qin Lang's lips. Still chasing? Then let you see how powerful I am. At this moment in the command center, the tracer fighter suddenly lost radar tracking. But unfortunately, this incident did not attract the attention of those people at all. They were all staring at the holographic map. We will be able to shoot down this enemy plane soon. Then we must find out who is controlling this enemy plane. The commander of the Sky Patrol fighter took a deep breath and spoke directly to the Falcon fighter. Get ready to launch a barrage of jammers. The Falcon's commander's voice was grim. Clear. 3, 2, 1, wait. The commander of the Falcon fighter pressed the launch button, but suddenly saw the completely black fighter in front of him turn at a sharp angle. It was too late to stop the launch now. Countless jamming barrages were ejected from the launch port, but it was not the enemy plane that greeted all of this, but a patrol aircraft. Oh my god! What are you doing? The Sky Patrol fighter commander's roar was heard on the communication channel, but the Falcon fighter could no longer care about it. Chapter 23 Mach 20. The jamming barrage not only slowed down the speed of the patrol aircraft, but also determined in the exercise that the patrol aircraft had lost its combat capability. Although this was an accidental injury from friendly forces, the rules of the exercise must be followed. Because in actual combat, once you are hit by the jamming barrage, the next thing to face is missiles. But it was an exercise after all, and it was impossible for those participating in the exercise to be seriously injured. Therefore, once you are hit by the jamming barrage, you will exit the exercise. At this time, the patrol aircraft lowered its altitude angrily and slowly landed. The commander of the Falcon fighter gritted his teeth and continued to chase after the fighter. The sharp turn just now also shocked him greatly. Because in the southeast military region, no one can achieve this level. On the one hand, it was because Jin Yang's body quality was not good enough, and on the other hand, it was because the commander's physical fitness was completely unable to perform this level of operation. This gave the Falcon fighter commander a bad idea. Could it be that the opponent is not a fighter plane of the red team, but one sent by the enemy? Now he must catch up with this fighter plane and take a good look at what is going on. Inside the tracer fighter, Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let you guys keep chasing each other and end up killing each other, right? Humph, I've already taken down one fighter plane. Do you think I'll take the remaining ones seriously? Mu Qingchuan was extremely excited when he heard Qin Lang's words. Brother, you are so amazing. What did you just upgrade for me? I feel like the quality of my machine has improved a lot. Mu Qingchuan felt that every part of his body was excited. This unprecedented feeling and superb driving skills made her completely bow down to Qin Lang. Sister, can't you bear this? Next, let me show you my trump card. Seeing that the Falcon fighter jet behind was still chasing him, a smile appeared on Qin Lang's lips. Now that you are familiar with the operation of this tracer fighter, you can try to increase the speed. System. Help me upgrade the planetary power engine. Qin Lang shouted in his heart, and the system immediately responded. Upgrading, please wait. Planetary class power engines are generally used on starships. This level of power engine not only has the ability to surpass the second speed, but also can perfectly exert the advantage of unlimited energy. The higher the energy output, the faster this engine goes. This is much more powerful than any supersonic engine. Even the most powerful supersonic engine can only reach Mach 5. But the second cosmic speed is as high as Mach 33. Even if it doesn't exert its full power, it is enough to prevent this fighter plane from even seeing its own tail flame. Congratulations, host. The planetary power engine upgrade is complete. Feel the surging energy of the engine. Mu Qingchuan cheered excitedly. Brother, did you upgrade my engine? Wow, what level of engine is this? Why does it feel like the power output is so strong? This is too amazing. Now you can output energy with confidence. Hearing Mu Qingchuan's voice, Qin Lang smiled slightly. That's exactly what I meant. He looked at the Falcon fighter jet logo displayed on the radar. Speak softly. Goodbye. After saying this, the power output was adjusted to the highest level. In an instant, the flame at the tail of the fighter plane turned into a dazzling white. The entire tracer fighter plane turned into a black phantom and disappeared on the spot. On the Falcon fighter, the ace commander looked at the tail flame gradually disappearing in the distance in disbelief. My jaw is about to drop. Is this guy still human? This speed must be at least Mach 20. If the Red Army had fighter jets of this level, would this exercise still be necessary? And what kind of fighter can reach this level? The commander of the Falcon fighter knew that the operation had failed, so he had to go back dejectedly and report the matter truthfully. Fortunately, the command had been closely monitoring the previous battles, otherwise no one would have believed this report. A fighter jet capable of reaching Mach 20. A fighter jet capable of making sharp angle turns. A pilot who can leave two 6-star commanders helpless. Any word could cause great panic in the entire Southeast military region. And the most important thing is that the ownership information of this fighter jet cannot be found yet. If it was an enemy fighter plane, it would be unimaginable. Xin Lang and Mu Qingchuan still didn't know what kind of chaos they had plunged the Southeast military region into. At this time, they circled over the city for a while, then slowed down and landed on the roof of the orphanage again. Moreover, due to the upgraded self-repairing nanoskeleton, the difficulty of landing is greatly reduced. Looking at the tracer fighter jet parked steadily on the roof, Su Weiwei walked out in disbelief. She was holding a remote control in her hand, ready to release the interception lock. As the light flashed, Mu Qingchuan also returned to human form. Looking at Xin Lang standing side by side with Mu Qingchuan, Su Weiwei took a deep breath. It seems like the two of you have completed the contract. How was it? Was the experience good? Hearing this, the two looked at each other and their faces turned slightly red. Mu Qingchuan only felt his face getting hot, but he still nodded gently. Xin Lang's driving skills are very good, and he also upgraded it for me. Xin Lang smiled awkwardly, afraid that Su Weiwei would ask where these upgraded parts came from. Fortunately, Su Weiwei just looked at him deeply and didn't say much, but spoke. Good driving skills? I believe this. Do you know that you are in big trouble? You're amazing, boy. Even a 6-star commander can't catch up with you. Su Weiwei scolded Xin Lang directly, and Xin Lang widened his eyes in disbelief. Mom, what did you say? A 6-star commander? Where is he? Su Weiwei felt helpless when she saw the looks on their faces. Okay, go back to your room, wash up and go to bed. No matter who asks you from now on, don't tell them you went out tonight. Xin Lang and Mu Qingchuan nodded quickly and vigorously. From the moment they saw the two 6th-generation fighter jets, they felt something was not right. Xin Lang was even more curious about Su Weiwei's identity. How did she know all this? And judging from his performance just now, he had definitely gotten into big trouble. Could Su Weiwei handle this matter? Chapter 24 Regretful Lin Shui. Xin Lang and Mu Qingchuan looked at each other. Both of them were very tactful and did not ask any more questions. Instead, they went downstairs together to return to their rooms. But at this moment, Su Weiwei suddenly shouted behind him. If you two want to do anything, remember to take safety measures. If you don't have it, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, the two of them quickly sped up and ran away. A smile appeared on Su Weiwei's lips and she shook her head slightly. Just then, Su Weiwei's cell phone suddenly rang. She took it out and took a look, and couldn't help but frown slightly. But she still pressed the answer button, and a somewhat low male voice suddenly came from the receiver. Weiwei, is that tracer fighter from your side? Su Weiwei didn't say anything. The man on the other end of the phone sighed softly and said helplessly. It's been so long since that happened, can't you let it go? We are all waiting for you to return to the team. Su Weiwei finally sneered and spoke directly. If I don't find out the truth about that incident, I will never be able to go back. If you don't want to investigate, I will naturally use my own people and my own methods. You don't have much time left. After saying this, Su Weiwei hung up the phone, took out the SIM card with great skill, broke it into pieces and threw it aside. After doing all this, Su Weiwei looked up at the stars in the night sky. Perhaps because she was thinking about the past, the corners of her eyes became a little moist. On the other side, Xin Lang and Mu Qingchuan did not sleep together. The flight just now was exciting enough, and they were still excited even now. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Xin Lang and Mu Qingchuan accompanied Su Weiwei to make breakfast. Looking at the intimate way the two behave, it is obvious that they have become a couple in love. Xin Lang and Mu Qingchuan have lived together since childhood and are very familiar with each other's habits. This also creates a tacit understanding between them. After the contractual relationship was confirmed, the last layer of window paper between the two was also broken. Some children around 10 years old saw Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan holding hands and all ran over happily. "Brother Qin Lang, are you and sister Qingchuan together?" Yes, I saw you two secretly holding hands. But no kissing, you'll get pregnant if you do." Hearing what the children said, Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. "Hurry up and have breakfast, you little brats!" Su Weiwei shouted loudly, and the children rushed into the restaurant. Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan had prepared breakfast and were about to go over to eat together when they turned around and found Lin Shui standing at the door of the restaurant. Mu Qingchuan turned to look at Qin Lang, then walked into the restaurant with his breakfast. Qin Lang shrugged and walked over, standing in front of Lin Shui, and asked politely but distantly, "What's up?" Lin Shui's eyes were bloodshot and had big dark circles around them. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were even slightly red and swollen, and it was obvious that she had been crying for a long time and had not slept all night. If it were before, this tearful look would definitely make Qin Lang feel pity for me. But Qin Lang would never sympathize with her because of this. Qin Lang. I already know I was wrong. I didn't mean to break up with you. I was wrong, will you forgive me? Lin Shui wanted to reach out and grab Qin Lang's arm, but she was just testing the waters. Qin Lang's cold attitude made Lin Shui feel like she was falling into an ice cave. She didn't know why he turned out like this. Hearing Lin Shui's words, Qin Lang smiled slightly. "No, you don't need to apologize to me. My talent was only F at the time, so it's normal for you to think I'm not good enough for you. Just like now, I think you are not worthy of me. It's not because you have low talent, but because you are such a bad person." After saying this, Qin Lang walked directly to the restaurant with breakfast. When passing by Lin Shui, he spoke coldly. "If you have nothing else, go back and don't come again." Listening to those cold words, every word was like a knife piercing Lin Shui's heart. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Now she really regrets it. Why did she make that choice? Even if Qin Lang's talent is F, how could I bear to break up with him? They've been together for so many years. At this moment, Lin Shui felt mixed emotions. Lost, despair, regret, numbness. All kinds of emotions intertwined together, making Lin Shui like a walking corpse, slowly walking out of the orphanage. Seeing this scene, Mu Qingchuan felt a little bit sorry. She wanted to go up and persuade Lin Shui, but was stopped by Qin Lang. "Sister Qingchuan, this is a matter between us. From the moment he decided to be with Li Yan, I no longer considered her a friend." Hearing this, Mu Qingchuan nodded and spoke. "It's best if you can recognize your own thoughts. Besides, you not only have Zhou Qing now, but also me. There is no need to waste time on such a person." Qin Lang smiled and nodded. After breakfast, the two chatted for a while. Since Mu Qingchuan's university was not in Jiangqing City, but in another Yunqing city, Mu Qingchuan had to return to school that afternoon. "Sister Qingchuan, you're about to graduate, right? This year is already my senior year. So what are you going to do after graduation?" Hearing Qin Lang's question, Mu Qingchuan looked at Qin Lang strangely. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Aren't you just a freshman? Do you need to be so anxious to plan for the future?" Qin Lang looked up at the sky and sighed softly. "It just occurred to me. Let's talk about this later." Mu Qingchuan looked at Qin Lang deeply, and suddenly wrapped his arms around Qin Lang's neck and kissed him directly with his lips. Qin Lang responded immediately. After a long time, their lips slowly parted. "Silly brother, of course I'll go wherever you go. Don't worry, no matter what you want to do, I will accompany you." Hearing Mu Qingchuan's words, Qin Lang nodded immediately. After sending Mu Qingchuan away in the car, Qin Lang also thought about what Su Weiwei had said to him. With the help of the system, he can contract multiple mecha girls and will definitely be able to form his own mecha girl army in the future. But he is only one person, and he definitely cannot control so many mecha girls to fight for him at the same time. So the benefits of automation are reflected. He still remembered that when he was forced to drive before, the system asked him to choose a driving mode, which included a fully automatic option. Looks like I need to have a good discussion with Zhou Qing after I get to school. Chapter 25 Duel. The next morning, Qin Lang took the bus to school. Zhou Qing's apartment is near the school, but the orphanage is a bit far from the school. Qin Lang has no plans to move out now. He gave part of the money given by the Mechanical Alliance to Su Weiwei to cover the expenses of the orphanage. Adding in the mall points redeemed from the system, his current net worth is only 800 million. Sometimes, having too much money can also be a problem. Xin Lang walked straight into his classroom with a ruthless pace. But as he stepped into the classroom, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Xin Lang, just like the people on campus before. The girls looked at Xin Lang with a hint of anticipation and a hint of shyness. The boy's eyes were not so kind when he looked at Xin Lang. There was a hint of warning in his eyes, as if he wanted Xin Lang to stay away from his girlfriend. Only Li Yan looked at Xin Lang with eyes full of anger. Xin Lang glanced around and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I got up early today and haven't had time to eat breakfast yet. It seemed like he was talking to himself, but it made all the girls crazy. You, hurry up and buy Xin Lang some breakfast. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. Hurry up, don't forget to bring your drinks. The girls directly ordered their boyfriends to go downstairs to buy breakfast, and the boys looked at Xin Lang with even more anger. Xin Lang walked to his seat with a smile and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the girls immediately surrounded him. Student Xin Lang, I have a question about driving that I don't quite understand. Would you like to sign a temporary contract with me so that you can answer it for me? Classmate Xin Lang, don't listen to her. My driving experience is great. They're all wrong. I own a B-class Camaro. Want to come in and experience it for a spin? Those young and beautiful female college students all surrounded Xin Lang, constantly inviting him to come up and experience the feeling of driving them. This made all the boys grit their teeth in anger. At this moment, Li Yan suddenly slammed the table. Bang! Then he stood up and turned to look at Xin Lang coldly. Xin Lang, I want to duel with you to decide Lin Shua's ownership. If you're a man, agree to it. Hearing Li Yan's words, all the boys showed excitement in their eyes. Great, someone finally took the lead. Everyone felt upset when they saw their girlfriends surrounding Xin Lang. Especially those girls who invited Xin Lang to drive them. It makes these boys feel green on their heads. But if they were asked to fight Xin Lang, they would not have the courage. Xin Lang's SSS level talent has spread throughout the school, making him a celebrity in the school. His previous battle in the copy had been recorded by some people and the video went viral on the school network. Looking at Xin Lang's fighting ability, how could those boys dare to fight him? Now that Li Yan has finally taken up the lead, these boys are eager for him to fight Xin Lang immediately and beat Xin Lang to a pulp. Xin Lang raised his head and glanced at Li Yan indifferently. Decide on Lin Shua's ownership? Are you trying to make me laugh until I have low blood sugar because I didn't have breakfast? Don't be silly, Lin Shua and I no longer have any relationship. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Li Yan showed surprise on his face, but he quickly came to his senses and said through gritted teeth. Nonsense, if it weren't for you, why would Lin Shua look down on me? Anyway, this is all your fault. If you were a man, you would agree to duel with me. Xin Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud twice. Shouldn't you ask your mother if I'm a man? As for Lin Shua's disdain for you, it probably has something to do with me. After all, I've been with her for so long, how could she be interested in a piece of trash? These sharp words made Li Yan so angry that he was speechless. He roared and tried to rush forward, but the girls blocked his way. Li Yan, that's enough. With your skills, I'm afraid no girl would be interested in you, let alone Lin Shua. That's right, if you dare to cause trouble for Xin Lang, you have to get past us first. If you piss us off, we'll definitely give you a beating. Seeing those girls protecting Xin Lang, Li Yan felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. He said angrily. Xin Lang. You coward. You're hiding behind a group of girls. I now formally challenge you, do you dare to accept it? The girls were about to speak, but Xin Lang slowly raised his hand. This immediately made all the girls shut up. They still gathered around Xin Lang and looked at Li Yan with unfriendly eyes. Since you want to die so badly, I will satisfy you. You decide the time and place, and I'll play with you no matter how you want. Xin Lang said this coldly, and his domineering attitude made the girls intoxicated. Li Yan narrowed his eyes, but Xin Lang continued speaking. Also, it's not me hiding behind these girls. They're drawn to my charisma. Instead of taking this time, why not reflect on whether your skills are high enough, your talent is good enough, and whether you've put in enough effort. As soon as these words were spoken, almost all the boys clenched their fists. Damn it! You have SSS level talent, who can compare with you in talent? Is this something that can be achieved with hard work? Li Yan took a few deep breaths before speaking. I won't argue with you about these verbal disputes. Then let's go to the next instance. I want to have a fair fight with you. Qin Lang nodded. Okay, see you in the next instance. Seeing Qin Lang agreed, Lian's mouth suddenly showed a cruel smile. The girls continued to surround Qin Lang and kept inviting him to drive them for a try. Until a cold cough was heard at the classroom door. The girls turned around hurriedly and found that it was Zhou Qing standing at the door of the classroom, looking at them unfriendlily, which made the girls quickly return to their seats. Let's start the class now. Today we're going to talk about the history of the development of the mechanical age. During class, countless girls were secretly sending messages to Qin Lang. The boys who had been sent out to buy breakfast finally came back, and all kinds of breakfast were laid out on the table. Seeing this scene, Zhou Chang was very angry and directly kicked all the boys out and made them stand in the corner as punishment. But this made it more convenient for the girls. They secretly came to the empty seats in front, behind, and around Qin Lang and sat down. There was no one sitting in other seats in the classroom. After finally waiting for the get out of class to end, Zhou Qing took a deep breath. Student Qin Lang, come with me to the office. Chapter 26 Transfer Student, Xinglinger. Seeing Qin Lang being called to the office, the girls reluctantly returned to their seats. Zhou Qing was wearing a slim-fitting business suit today, a gray suit jacket, a hip-hugging miniskirt, and black stockings on her long, beautiful legs. Any man who sees this outfit will feel dry in the mouth. After the incident in the previous copy, not only did Qin Lang become a celebrity in the school, but Zhou Qing's popularity in the school also reached the top. This is not only because Zhou Qing became Qin Lang's mecha girl, but also because Zhou Qing's own level was upgraded to SS level. The school directly increased Zhou Qing's salary. After all, for a school, the teaching staff is the key to determining the success of the school. Zhou Qing has become a star teacher at Jiangcheng University because of his good cooperation with Qin Lang, as well as his significant improvements in combat and transformation and upgrading. As his status rose, the school also arranged a single office for Zhou Qing. After bringing Qin Lang to the office, Zhou Qing spoke directly. Close the door. Qin Lang smiled, turned around, closed the door, and locked it. This action immediately made Zhou Qing blush. You, what are you doing? Looking at Qin Lang's handsome face, although he hadn't seen him for just over a day, Zhou Qing had already missed him terribly. If he didn't have to go to class, Zhou Qing really wanted Qin Lang to drive him out for a good ride. Honey, why don't you know what to call me at school? Qin Lang walked straight over, and Zhou Qing was forced back onto the table, so he had to lean back slightly. Seeing Qin Lang approaching little by little, Zhou Qing's face turned red with embarrassment. Qin Lang is very handsome, and he has demonstrated his strength in previous copies. In the mechanical age, as long as you sign a contract with the commander, it is basically equivalent to confirming the partnership between the two. This kind of relationship is more important than the relationship between husband and wife. This also made Zhou Qing grit his teeth slightly and speak. Husband. Hearing the soft voice, Qin Lang smiled slightly and slowly took half a step back. Zhou Qing felt that he was saved and breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, you still dare to do this in school? Be careful or I'll deduct your grades. Although the words were meant to be threatening, the tone was completely coquettish. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. Okay, if you want to deduct it, then I'll apply for a monthly pass. Zhou Qing rolled his eyes at him before speaking. I have something serious to discuss with you. Has the mechanical alliance issue really been resolved? I see that neither the school nor the mechanical alliance has any comment on this matter. Are they letting you off so easily? Qin Lang nodded. Yes, I promised them to complete the contract with the mecha girl they chose. So don't worry about it anymore. Zhou Qing was immediately a little surprised. Do you have any other contract spots? Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang felt a trace of guilt in his heart. Although Zhou Qing said that he didn't mind signing a contract with someone else, he should still ask Zhou Qing before signing a contract with Mu Qingchuan. Qin Lang hesitated for only 1 second before deciding to tell the whole story. After all, telling it himself and having Zhou Qing question him after he found out were two completely different concepts. Yes, actually I currently have 3 contract spots available. Besides you, Sister Mu Qingchuan from the orphanage, and I also signed a contract the night before last. Zhou Qing suddenly became anxious. What about the last spot? You didn't use it? Qin Lang nodded. Zhou Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. If you use up all the quotas, the mechanical alliance won't let us go so easily. Qin Lang showed a hint of surprise when he heard that Zhou Qing was actually worried about this. I didn't ask for your opinion before signing the contract with Mu Qingchuan. Don't you blame me? Zhou Cheng looked at Qin Lang's worried expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing. From the moment I learned about your talent, I knew you couldn't be mine alone. Besides, as the commander, you should be the one to control me. Why would I interfere in your affairs? Mu Qingchuan looks like a nice person. You have to treat her well and not let her suffer any grievances, understand? Qin Lang suddenly felt touched. Although I know that this may be because people's concepts have changed after the advent of the mechanical age, powerful commanders can indeed have multiple mecha girls. But Qin Lang was still very happy that Zhou Qing was so sensible. It would be no fun if the harem caught fire. But at this time, Zhou Qing pouted. But I'm still a little unhappy, so you have to make it up to me after school today. I want you to drive me home and not go back to the dorm tonight. Qin Lang immediately nodded happily. Okay. See you after school then. Zhou Qing nodded happily, her face blushing a little. Is there nothing else? Then I'll go back to the classroom. Zhou Qing said quickly. One more thing, there's a new transfer student in our class. Although I don't know how she got in, her identity is definitely very mysterious. Qin Lang nodded. I understand. I'll stay away from you. Zhou Qing smiled and couldn't help but hug Qin Lang before letting Qin Lang leave the office. When Qin Lang returned to the classroom, he found that there was indeed a strange female classmate in the class. The female classmate was wearing a black Lolita dress, but her hair was silver white. He has a very handsome appearance, and there is a sense of heroism between his eyebrows. Where have those boys in college ever seen a girl like this? At this time, everyone surrounded the new classmate. It seems that he was also trying to take revenge on his girlfriend. Qin Lang ignored them and walked straight to his seat. The female classmate raised her head and kept looking at Qin Lang after Qin Lang entered the door. At this time, the class bell rang. The boys all sat down around the new classmate, while the girls sat down around Qin Lang. When the teacher came in and saw this scene, he felt helpless. But remembering what Zhou Qing had told him, he still spoke. We have a new student in our class today. Could you please come up and introduce yourself? Hearing this, the silver-haired girl stood up and walked to the podium. Hello everyone, I'm Xing Linger. Xing Linger's voice is clear and pleasant, and she looks less than 20 years old. How could she have transferred to Jiancheng University? But after she said this, she walked down the stage directly, and the direction she walked was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 27 You are such a beautiful lady, why are you blind? Move aside. Xing Linger stood in front of Qin Lang's desk and spoke directly to a girl sitting next to Qin Lang. All the boys and girls looked at Xing Linger in disbelief, especially the boys who felt like their hearts were about to break. They surrounded Xing Linger, on the one hand because they wanted to make their girlfriends jealous, and on the other hand because Xing Linger was so beautiful. Xing Linger looks completely different from those college students. She is cold and noble, just like a lotus flower that emerges from the mud without being stained. Her serious expression and extremely cold temperament only added to Xing Linger's mystery. This is very attractive to college boys. But now, they had just regarded Xing Linger as their goddess, but their goddess was going to sit with other boys. When the girl heard Xing Linger's words, she couldn't help but want to question her. She wanted to say that there was no one next to Qin Lang, so whoever came first could sit. But looking at Xing Linger's eyes that were as clear as water and without any emotion, the girl didn't dare to say anything. It was like an ant facing a prehistoric giant beast, feeling the suppression from the bloodline. It was as if Xing Linger would tear her to pieces without hesitation in the next second if she refused. The girl pursed her lips, stood up with a look of grievance, and walked directly back to her original seat. Seeing this scene, her boyfriend immediately stood up happily and sat next to her. But Xing Linger didn't even look at them, but just sat quietly beside Qin Lang. The teacher at the podium was a little embarrassed, but still spoke immediately. It seems that this new student is very frugal with words, so let's start today's lesson. I don't know if it was because of Xing Linger's suppressive temperament, but none of the girls in this class whispered to Qin Lang. Qin Lang turned his head to look at Xing Linger several times, but Xing Linger kept looking at the blackboard. Qin Lang was a little confused. What is the identity of this Xing Linger? Could it be that she was coming for me? However, there is another way to find out Xing Linger's identity. System: detect nearby mecha girls who can be forced to drive. Qin Lang's talent not only allows him to force the driving function, but also allows him to detect the identity of the surrounding mecha girls and the type and quality of the mecha. Testing, please wait. An accessible cockpit has been detected nearby. Garbage truck number 6839. Do you want to forcefully drive it? Qin Lang quickly chose no. The baby was shocked. Unexpectedly, the female classmate has not yet found someone willing to sign a contract with her, and she almost got herself into trouble. But why can't Xing Linger's cockpit be detected? System, are you sure you've checked everything? Why can't I detect the cockpit of the female classmate next to me? Qin Lang originally just asked unwillingly, but he didn't expect the system to actually give him an answer. Ding! The target aircraft's hatch is locked. You can force access, but there's a chance it will damage the machine. Do you want to access it? Qin Lang frowned. My talent is compulsory driving. But this Xing Linger was able to dodge his own talents and even lock the hatch. This is simply incredible. Can't I force all mecha girls of the same level and lower levels to drive? How could she be higher than SSS level? Qin Lang was thinking about these things in his mind, but Xing Linger next to him suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Lang. This immediately made Qin Lang's heart tighten. Could it be that this mysterious Xing Linger felt that he wanted to force a visit to her? But who would have thought that Xing Linger just uttered 4 words casually? Listen carefully in class. After saying this, she turned her head and looked at the blackboard. Qin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth. This girl's personality is truly unique. After class, the girls all wanted to gather around Qin Lang, but when they saw Xing Linger sitting next to Qin Lang, they were too timid to come forward. The sense of oppression that Xing Linger brought to them was too strong. They didn't know where this feeling came from, but they didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Xing Linger, and even their voices became much lower involuntarily. This made Qin Lang happy to see it happen. When these girls surrounded him at the beginning, Qin Lang really felt like the center of attention. But it got a bit annoying over time. As the saying goes, 3 girls make a play. Now there are more than 30 girls in the class, and they can sing 10 plays. But the boys didn't care at all and went straight back to Xing Linger. Linger, what quality of machine do you have? Yes, Linger, have you signed the contract? Do you want me to take you to experience it? Wait, you're an adult, right? The boys surrounded Xing Linger and talked in a flurry. I originally wanted to make my girlfriend jealous and come back to me. But the girls seemed to have not noticed at all. On the contrary, because these boys separated Xing Linger, they had a better opportunity to interact with Qin Lang. So they gathered around Qin Lang again. Brother Qin Lang, let's go eat together at noon. I know a very good restaurant. There's accommodation upstairs in that hotel. Classmate Qin Lang, let's go to the park together this weekend. I know there's a secluded spot inside the park's rockery where no one can see you. Mr. Qin, do you want to take me out for a ride? Mr. Qin, how about we make a temporary contract? The girls surrounded Qin Lang and talked in a flurry. Xing Linger didn't say anything at first, but when one of the girls invited Qin Lang to sign a contract with her, Xing Linger suddenly stood up. All the male and female classmates around shut their mouths and looked at Xing Linger in surprise. The latter turned to look at the girl, and then spoke very naturally. Everyone listen carefully, I will only say this once. I'm here for Qin Lang, the SSS level talent. If any girls dare to bother him again, I promise to make you regret it. After saying this, Xing Linger swept a cold look over the girls. This look seemed to have great power, making all the girls tremble in their hearts. They lowered their heads one by one and quickly fled back to their seats. Xing Linger then turned to look at the boys. And you guys, if you bother me again, I'll beat you up too. After saying this, Xing Linger sat down directly. The boys looked at each other in disbelief. But at this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from not far in the front row. Ha ha ha. You are such a beautiful lady, why are you blind? Why bother with Qin Lang? I feel my talent is comparable to yours. Do you want to try a simulated driving test? Chapter 28 Li Yan was embedded in the blackboard. Hearing these words, all the boys couldn't help but feel a little retching. The person who spoke was Li Yan. Lin Shui did not come to class today, so the seat next to Li Yan was empty. And after what happened before, everyone knew that Lin Shui probably would not continue to fulfill the contract with Li Yan. I didn't expect that he was also interested in Xing Linger. I just don't know whether he really wants to sign a contract with Xing Linger, or just wants to piss off Qin Lang. As Li Yan spoke, he stood up, turned around, and walked over. He had a very elegant smile on his face and his hair was neatly combed, looking like a decent man. In fact, Li Yan's family is very rich and owns a big business spanning 3 countries. This also makes Li Yan domineering in the class, and many boys are unwilling to mess with him. However, when they saw him and Qin Lang facing off, the boys were willing to watch the show and even secretly wanted to support Li Yan. Li Yan walked up to Xing Linger with a smile, turned his head and glanced at Qin Lang. My friend, Qin Lang has already signed a contract with someone else, and my contract has been terminated. If you don't want to go, I'd like to let you experience my driving skills. If you agree, can we sign the contract right away? Looking at Li Yan's provocative eyes, Qin Lang knew that he was actually challenging him on purpose. However, he had no feelings for Xing Linger, and he didn't even want to provoke this mysterious girl. Since Li Yan wants to hit a wall, then of course I have to watch the show. So Qin Lang leaned back in his chair and watched Li Yan's next performance with a smile. Li Yan smiled slightly and continued to look at Xing Linger. Xing Linger raised her head and looked at Li Yan seriously. Are you an SSS level talent? Li Yan shook his head. No, but I have an S level talent. Before he could finish his words, Xing Linger spoke cruelly and coldly. Not interested. After saying this, Xing Linger started to organize the notes she took in class. All the boys couldn't help laughing. Puff. In fact, Li Yan's talent is quite good. Although it is only S level, every time he upgrades and transforms it, there is a chance that the transformed mecha body will be strengthened to a higher level. In the whole class, he is already the second best. But Xing Linger refused so bluntly. Li Yan immediately pressed down Xing Linger's desk in anger. I just don't know what's so good about this Qin Lang that makes you all revolve around him? You'd rather flatter him than even look at me? You girls are such bitches. Li Yan seemed to want to vent all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days. But when Xing Linger heard these words, she raised her head and looked at Li Yan with a dead look in her eyes. That look and the cold murderous intent emanating from her made all the boys shudder and silently take 2 steps back. But Li Yan didn't feel any of this at all, instead he was still acting crazy and committing suicide. Even if you signed a contract with him, what would happen? He's only one person, how could he have so many contract quotas? Isn't it because he treats me like a dog in a temporary contract, calling me when I want him to come and dismissing me when I want him to leave? You brainless girls, think about it. Before he could finish his words, he flew out sideways. Boom! Everyone was stunned. Because just at that moment, Xing Linger stood up and punched Li Yan directly. The white and delicate fist looked weak and seemed to have no power at all. But when it hit Li Yan, his body was launched out like a cannonball. All the desks on the road were knocked to the ground, and in the end, Li Yan was directly embedded in the blackboard. Puff! Li Yan's face was as pale as paper and a mouthful of blood spurted out. There was a very conspicuous dent on his chest, exactly the same size as Xing Linger's fist. After doing all this, Xing Linger just clapped her hands lightly, sat back in her chair, and continued to organize her notes. This scene not only scared the boys, but also sounded a wake-up call for them. All the boys quickly returned to their girlfriends, shrinking back and not daring to look at Xing Linger again. Even Qin Lang couldn't help but open his mouth. Isn't Xing Linger too powerful? The most violent person Qin Lang had ever seen was Su Weiwei. He clearly remembered that Su Weiwei once broke a tree as thick as a bull with just one palm. But now she is still far behind Xing Linger. If Su Weiwei is a humanoid tyrannosaurus, then Xing Linger is simply a prehistoric titan. So mysterious, yet so powerful. Where did Xing Linger come from? What type of body does she have? Just then, the teacher of the next class arrived in the classroom. This was an old professor wearing glasses on his old face. He looked at Li Yan, who was standing on the blackboard, and spoke helplessly. Student, you can't sleep on the blackboard. But if you want to sleep, then the teacher won't bother you. After saying this, he started teaching directly, completely ignoring Li Yan, who was almost dying on the blackboard. It was not until the end of get out of class at noon that Li Yan was finally taken down by the male classmates who had done everything they could and was sent directly to the hospital. All of his ribs in his chest have been shattered, and he is probably in a critical condition. This kind of thing is definitely shocking news in the school. Xing Linger hurt her classmates and even made them near death and disabled. She is bound to be expelled from school. In serious cases, you may even go to jail. But the school turned a blind eye to the incident, as if it had never happened. The only difference was that the afternoon classes were cancelled because the blackboard needed to be repaired. During the meal, Qin Lang originally wanted to eat with Zhou Qing, but Zhou Qing had to hold a teaching and research meeting at noon today. So Qin Lang had no choice but to walk towards the cafeteria. Just then, he heard what seemed to be footsteps behind him. He turned his head suddenly and found that Xing Linger with silver hair was standing behind him, looking up at him. What are you going to do? Xin Lang couldn't help but ask. Xing Linger's attitude towards Qin Lang is completely different from her attitude towards those boys. She tapped her chin innocently. Follow you, let's go eat. Xin Lang took a deep breath. Are you kidding? You can just go eat by yourself, why are you following me? Xing Linger said very seriously. The person who sent me here told me that I can only have food if I follow you. I have no money, so I have to eat with you. Qin Lang opened his mouth. Have you ever thought about this? What if I don't have any money? Xing Linger looked at Qin Lang quietly. Then I'll starve with you. Chapter 29. Do you want to do it? It is impossible to starve. It is impossible to go hungry in this life. Qin Lang had no choice but to let Xing Linger follow him. After all, he still has 800 million mechanical coins in his hand. Once he finds out Xing Linger's origins and who sent her here, this matter will be solved. Moreover, Xing Linger looks petite and looks like a soft girl. Even if you eat as much as you want, how much can you eat? An hour later. All the cafeteria windows were closed, and the aunties serving food looked at Qin Lang with horror in their eyes. Because Xing Linger ate up all the food for 30 people. And according to her, she was only half full. Qin Lang brought 3 plates of freshly served food and placed them directly in front of Xing Linger. The 6 plates of food that were ordered earlier have all been finished. Looking at Xing Linger still eating meticulously, Qin Lang's mouth twitched involuntarily. May I ask, have you not eaten in a few days? Xing Linger nodded and said seriously. It seems like I haven't had enough to eat since I was born. These meals can only keep me from getting hungry. Qin Lang took a deep breath. Although Xing Linger eats very quickly, she doesn't wolf it down. Instead, she puts spoonful after spoonful into her mouth. And she seemed to not need to chew at all, just swallowed the food into her stomach. Looking at her petite figure and still flat belly, Qin Lang really didn't know where all the food went. With so much food, it's enough to feed pigs. Just as he was thinking about it, Xing Linger had already finished the 3 plates of food in front of him. She looked around for a while, and Qin Lang quickly took out a tissue and handed it to her. Thanks. Xing Linger continued to speak without any emotion, and then wiped her mouth elegantly with a tissue. Looking at Xing Linger's actions, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel curious about her. To be precise, ever since Xing Linger appeared, everyone has been very curious about her. This girl is strong and cold, and seems to have no human emotions. The extremely delicate and beautiful face was always cold and expressionless. It's like she's a robot. Although all mecha girls are mechanical lifeforms, they still have human emotions when in human form. Qin Lang thought for a while and said to Xing Linger. Can you laugh? Xing Linger raised her head and thought for a while in confusion. Then he pulled the corners of his mouth, trying to force a smile. This immediately made Qin Lang laugh and cry, and he quickly said. That's not the case. A smile should come naturally and from the heart. Qin Lang said this and demonstrated it. Xing Linger nodded, and pulled the corners of her mouth, forcing a relatively natural smile. As Xing Linger smiled, she immediately became more human. However, Xing Linger's extremely cold look, coupled with this smile, made Qin Lang stunned. Xing Linger had already returned to her original poker face. Did I learn it correctly? Qin Lang nodded vigorously. You've learned well. You should smile more in the future, okay? Xing Linger didn't seem to understand why Qin Lang made this request, but she nodded and agreed. I will. Qin Lang picked up the drink beside him and took a sip with great satisfaction. My heart is filled with a sense of accomplishment. All men in the world like to do 2 things, persuade good women to go into prostitution and persuade them to become good women. Maybe people just like contrast. Qin Lang was also happy to see that Xing Linger, who looked like a robot, had become a little more human. But at this moment, Xing Linger suddenly said, let's sign a contract. Puff. Qin Lang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of drink. And Xing Linger was sitting opposite him. But the drink didn't spray onto Xing Linger at all. Just when the drinks were about to touch Xing Linger, a flash of light appeared, and all the drinks evaporated instantly. Qin Lang's eyes widened immediately. Xing Linger continued. Sign a contract with me, permanently. Qin Lang quickly refused. No, why did you choose to sign with me? Don't all those boys like you? Xing Linger was stunned for a moment. Like? Is it important? Qin Lang couldn't help but lower his head and think for a while. Since the advent of the mechanical age, as long as the commander and the mecha girl signed a permanent contract, the two would live together for the rest of their lives. In other words, the two people have become life partners. Therefore, the people of the mechanical alliance require the commander and the mecha girls to treat each other sincerely. Only in this way can they avoid being unable to exert their combat effectiveness when quarreling with each other. What if you are downloading a dungeon and end up having a conflict with your spouse? Then it's all over. So the two people must like each other, or at least have a good impression of each other. As time goes by, the commander and the mecha girl have become boyfriend and girlfriend. Just like him and Zhou Cheng, he and Mu Qingchuan. Once the contract is signed, you automatically become a couple. So Qin Lang nodded. Very important. Because only in this way can you fully trust me, and I can trust you. These words seemed difficult for Xing Linger to understand. She tilted her head and thought carefully for a full 3 minutes. Oh well. I'll try my best. Qin Lang almost laughed out loud. You're not trying too hard. Liking is feeling the things above, how can you work hard on it? However, Qin Lang didn't say much, but smiled helplessly. Looking at Xing Linger in front of him, Qin Lang suddenly had a strange feeling. Since coming to this world, he has been playing the role of Qin Lang in front of everyone. Although because of the fusion of memories with his predecessor, he also has some of his predecessor's personality traits. But this isn't the real him. On the contrary, when he is with Xing Linger, he doesn't need to care about those things. Because Xing Linger is like a blank piece of paper, but this piece of paper wants to be written on. This also made Qin Lang feel a little protective of Xing Linger. He didn't want Xing Linger to be influenced by this dirty world and lose her innocent character. As he thought about it, a smile appeared on Qin Lang's lips. Xing Linger looked at Qin Lang and suddenly asked, "Are you starting to like me?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Lang's fantasy was immediately shattered. No. Xing Linger blinked. Do you want to do it? I heard that this brings men and women closer together. Qin Lang was so scared that he ran away. And Xing Linger was like a ghost, always following Qin Lang. Even if Qin Lang walked into the boys' dormitory, Xing Linger followed in as well. This made everyone in the boys' dormitory crazy. Amid the howling of the boys and the patient persuasion of the dormitory manager, Qin Lang and Xing Linger were directly kicked out of the dormitory. You go back to the dormitory first, okay? You'll naturally see me tomorrow when you go to class. Qin Lang patiently explained to Xing Linger. Chapter 30 Improve Commander Level. After hearing Qin Lang's words, Xing Linger tilted her head and thought seriously for a while. Just when Qin Lang thought she would listen to him, Xing Linger shook her head. No, I don't want it. The person who sent me there said, I will go wherever you go. Otherwise there will be nothing to eat. Qin Lang opened his mouth. This Xing Linger really relied on him. He wanted to drive Xing Linger away, but when he thought of the punch Xing Linger had given Li Yan, he was worried that his small body might not be able to withstand it. So he had no choice but to give up and wander aimlessly around the campus with Xing Linger. Although it's just a stroll, it's not boring. Wherever we went, the girls would line the streets to welcome us, and almost all of them even came out of their dormitories. They wore shorter skirts and fancier clothes than usual. Dress up like you're going to Fashion Week. The entire Jiangcheng University has completely become a beauty pageant scene. Look at those white thighs. A group of youthful female college students. Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim that it was pleasing to the eyes. Seeing this scene, the boys became even more angry. This Qin Lang is so infuriating. I don't know what he's showing off for. He's already signed a contract with the school's goddess, teacher Zhou Qing, and now another girl has come and is also following him around? I really don't know what's so good about him. Isn't it just SSS level talent? Isn't it just superb piloting skills? Isn't it just a long combat time? What's the matter? As the boys talked, tears came to their eyes. I'm just angry. After school in the afternoon, Qin Lang and Xing Linger also came to the school gate to wait. Zhou Qing walked out of the teaching building. Seeing Xing Linger next to Qin Lang, there was some doubt in his eyes. Honey, isn't this the new transfer student in our class? Why is she with you? Qin Lang sighed in embarrassment and was about to explain, but he didn't expect Xing Linger to walk straight up to him with a very sweet smile. You must be Sister Zhou Qing. Hello, my name is Xing Linger. Xing Linger said this with a blushing face, which surprised Qin Lang. After spending a day together today, Xin Lang discovered that Xing Linger was just a little girl who knew nothing. But why is he so obedient in front of Zhou Cheng now? Zhou Cheng blinked in confusion, then stretched out his hand and shook hands with Xing Linger. But Xing Linger's next words almost made Qin Lang and Zhou Qing sprain their waists. Sister, I'm here to apply to be Qin Lang's concubine. I hope you can give me a chance and don't despise me. Puff. Ahem. Qin Lang was almost choked to death, and Zhou Qing's face suddenly looked strange. Hubby, aren't you going to explain to me what's going on? Qin Lang quickly shook his head. Don't listen to her nonsense. I don't know what's wrong with her. She's been pestering me since she came to class. And he absolutely refused to live in the dormitory and insisted on following me. Qin Lang sighed deeply. Zhou Qing seemed to have understood what was going on and immediately covered his mouth and laughed. So that's how it is. In that case, why don't you take her in? Qin Lang widened his eyes and quickly waved his hands. Looking at Xing Linger's clear eyes, Qin Lang directly pulled Zhou Qing aside. I think this girl's background is definitely not simple. You don't know, she knocked Li Yan out with just one punch. Qin Lang briefly explained Xing Linger's situation, but Zhou Qing didn't show any surprise. I've heard about this. Besides, this little girl doesn't look simple. If you are willing to make a contract with her, I won't object. Qin Lang frowned and shook his head. Forget it. Her identity is too suspicious. I don't want to keep a time bomb around me. Zhou Qing seemed to be hesitant to speak, but in the end he didn't say anything. Instead, he greeted Xing Linger directly. In that case, why don't you live in the apartment with me? My place is quite spacious. Xing Linger immediately nodded seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you, sister. This scene really confused Qin Lang. Could it be that this is really the so-called one thing conquers another? So the three of them went to have dinner together, and Xing Linger's terrifying appetite once again amazed Zhou Qing. Qin Lang calculated his own wealth. If Xing Linger were to eat as much as she wanted, the 800 million yuan might not be enough. While eating, looking at Xing Linger eating with relish, Zhou Qing thought for a moment and said softly, Husband, you will enter a new dungeon next Friday. This instance is mainly for practice, with a time limit of 6 hours. It's an A-level instance. Hearing this, Qin Lang nodded. It's just an A-level copy, what's there to worry about? But who knew, Zhou Qing just sighed. What I'm trying to say is, I'm afraid I can't go into the dungeon with you. Qin Lang was stunned. Ah, why? Zhou Qing spoke helplessly. Next Wednesday, the teachers at our school will go to the provincial government for a seminar. This seminar is not only related to the teachers' professional titles, but will also be of great benefit to their future career development. I'm not qualified to attend a seminar of this level, but the school recommended me to attend. I was trying to figure out how to refuse. Qin Lang thought for a while, then laughed out loud. It's okay, just go to your seminar without worry. Since this matter is of great help to your career, you can't ruin it just because I want to play a dungeon. Hearing this, Zhou Qing was a little moved, but then he said, Then, who will accompany you to the dungeon? Qin Lang smiled slightly and shook his head. I don't need anyone else, I can clear this dungeon by myself. Although the commander's combat ability is not strong, that is compared with other mecha girls, I still have some ability to protect myself. When Zhou Qing heard this, he nodded immediately and said happily, In that case, I'll go to the seminar. Thank you, husband. You should be careful too. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. This is not because he is too arrogant, but with the help of the system, his physical fitness has already been greatly improved. In the system mall, there are also many weapons and equipment that commanders can use. With his strengthened body in these weapons and equipment, Qin Lang felt that even if he couldn't get a perfect evaluation, it would be more than enough for him to pass the level. Moreover, Qin Lang had long since disdained the rewards of an A-level copy. The system rewards are much better than what you get in the dungeon. What Qin Lang needs to do is to find a way to improve his commander star level. Chapter 31 Congratulations on making the right choice. After signing the contract with Mu Qingchuan, Qin Lang also learned from the system the methods and conditions for obtaining more and better rewards. In addition to completing some tasks issued by the system from time to time, or clearing dungeons, the most important source of rewards is to improve your commander star level. As your star rating increases, you will be able to get richer rewards and may even unlock new system features. The system is undoubtedly the most important thing to Qin Lang. Only with the help of the system can Qin Lang continue to become stronger, upgrade and transform the mecha girl he owns, and make himself a strong man in the shortest time. Just as he was thinking this, Zhou Qing suddenly spoke. By the way, the Mechanical Alliance has sent an invitation, wanting you to join the Alliance Guild. Many students are also considering this. The sooner they join the guild and take on quests, the sooner they can access knowledge that they can't learn in school. Would you like to consider it? Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang also nodded. In fact, he had already planned to join the Alliance Guild. The Mechanical Alliance is the most important organization in this mechanical age. This organization is extremely large and has countless small branch organizations under it. Apart from the Alliance Security Team, Alliance Rescue Team and other public institutions belonging to the Alliance Union is open to individual players. Especially those college students who have not yet graduated from college. In the guild, you can not only intercept the tasks you want, but also publish tasks. These tasks are varied, including but not limited to dungeon exploration, material acquisition, capturing fugitives, etc. Each task has a reward, and the difficulty level and reward are different. But more importantly, students can use these tasks to train themselves, enrich their resumes, and help them find better jobs in the future. Thinking of this, Qin Lang spoke directly. I'm planning to go take a look when I have time. Zhou Qing smiled and nodded. Which girl doesn't want her man to be a strong man? After dinner, Zhou Qing took Xing Linger straight home. Qin Lang also returned to the dormitory, and everything went peacefully for the next few days. In addition to theoretical courses, they also have practical training courses. The practical training course is a simulated driving in a simulation. Commanders who have their own mecha girls must team up with their mecha girls. Qin Lang had always been in a team with Lin Shui. But since the last incident, Lin Shui has not returned to school. I don't know if she doesn't want to appear in front of Qin Lang again. As a teacher, Zhou Qing also has his own daily work, so it is naturally impossible for him to always accompany Qin Lang to attend classes. Xing Linger was willing to let Qin Lang simulate driving her, but Qin Lang refused. So Qin Lang could only simulate driving those basic low-end models, but with his talent, he also shined in the battle. Some are happy, some are sad. In addition to Lin Shui not coming to class, Li Yan, who had been punched before, was still lying in the hospital. Mr. Li, we really tried our best. With the current state of medical care, it's impossible to fully recover from his injuries. Even if he could be cured, he'd still be in a vegetative state. The doctor at the hospital spoke apologetically, and in front of him stood a middle-aged man who looked intimidating without even getting angry. The man had neat short hair and wore a well-cut handmade suit, but his dignified face was now filled with sorrow. I see. The doctor sighed softly and had to leave the ward. Looking at Li Yan lying on the ICU bed, Li Shua hammered the bedside guardrail hard. Damn it! You beat my son like this, and you won't allow me to seek revenge. The Mechanical Alliance has gone too far. Whenever he thought of this incident, Li Shua's eyes would be filled with anger. Ever since he learned that his son was seriously injured by a girl at school, he immediately wanted to cause trouble for that girl. But before he could leave, a senior executive of the Mechanical Alliance came to visit him. The two talked in the study for 3 hours, and then Li Shua gave up on causing trouble for Xing Linger. But seeing his son become like this, how could Li Shua swallow this? Although the Mechanical Alliance has sent the best medical officer to treat him, the existing medical level is completely unable to recover from Li Yan's injuries. This is what makes Li Shua most angry. As the founder of a business empire spanning 3 countries, how could Li Shua be a good person? Thinking of what the Mechanical Alliance said, Li Shua narrowed his eyes. Humph, I've worked diligently for the Mechanical Alliance for so many years, and now I have to endure this humiliation for nothing? Since the Mechanical Alliance can't give me justice, I'll ask for it myself. Just as he was thinking about it, Li Shua's cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the encrypted number displayed on the screen, Li Shua adjusted his mood and directly pressed the answer button. Boss Li, what do you think? Your son's injuries are only treated by us. With your consent, we can not only heal your son, but also upgrade his talents. Time is running out, you need to think about it carefully. Hearing the machine's synthesized voice from the other side, Li Shua took a deep breath. The organization opposite him is a very mysterious one. He has been running business for so many years, but he has only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of this organization. But just the tip of the iceberg was enough to shock Li Shua. It is no exaggeration to say that this organization can easily kill Li Shua. But for some reason, this organization showed great interest in Li Shua's business and invited Li Shua to cooperate with them several times. Li Shua had always refused because the organization was too large. But now looking at Li Yan's situation, Li Shua can no longer care about so much. As long as you can cure my son, I am willing to cooperate with you. This time Li Shua did not refuse, but spoke in a deep voice. The voice on the other end of the phone was very excited. Congratulations on making the right choice. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. After hanging up the phone, Li Shua's face was gloomy. Finally he sighed. Now that he had made his choice, he would not regret it anymore. Son, don't worry, I will definitely be able to wake you up. Even if it costs everything, I will do it. The next morning, Xin Lang had no classes that day, so he went directly to the Alliance Guild. The Union Trade Union in Jiangqing City built an antique building with 3 floors of traditional style. After walking in, I saw many commanders and mecha girls in the guild. Some of them came to accept tasks, and some came to collect task rewards. A girl came up to him when she saw Xin Lang come in. Hello, young commander, how can I help you? Chapter 32 Registered Union Aerospace Battleship. Seeing the girl with a sweet smile in front of him, Xin Lang smiled and nodded. I'm a student at Jiangcheng University, and I want to come here to take on a mission. The girl nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Please follow me. You haven't registered with the guild before? If you want to accept the task, you need to register your basic information first. The girl said this and took Xin Lang to a table and took out an application form. After filling out the application form, you can go to that window to apply for your ID card. Then you can intercept tasks of the corresponding level. Xin Lang nodded, looked at the registration form in his hand, and started filling it out. After filling in all the information, Xin Lang came to the processing window and handed the application form to the staff. Hello, I want to register as a lone commander of the Alliance Union. The staff member took the application form directly and scanned it skillfully on the computer. It shows that you have your own mecha girl. I wonder if she agrees to join you on this mission. Xin Lang thought about it. Zhou Cheng needed to take care of school matters, and Mu Qingchuan had already started his internship, so they probably didn't have time. So he shook his head. The staff member spoke immediately. Then you can team up with other mecha girls to complete the mission. All you need is a temporary contract. Let me see your talent. SSS level? The staff member just took a glance and immediately couldn't help but exclaimed. His words immediately made the originally bustling mission hall become silent in an instant. All the women looked over, and when they saw Xin Lang, they showed surprise on their faces. You filled it in correctly, right? Xin Lang nodded, no. The staff member took a breath and spoke immediately. Congratulations then. I guess you don't have to worry about forming a team anymore. Please give me a code name you would like to use. I don't know if it's because of Xin Lang's talent level, but the staff have unconsciously used honorifics when talking to him. After all, which commander with SSS level talent would come to the Alliance Guild to accept a mission? With such top-notch talent, even joining the Alliance security team would be easy. So this staff member wants to keep Xin Lang and must not let him run away. Do we still need to use code names? Let me think, then let's go with Night Owl. The staff quickly registered Xin Lang and made an ID card specifically for him. Mr. Night Owl, please take it. You need to use your ID card to accept in hand-in missions. This is also your only identification card for the Union. We will hide your real information for you. Hearing this, Xin Lang nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect that the Alliance Guild would have such work content. But this is normal. Many people do not want to reveal their identities when they come out to take on tasks. Because when carrying out some tasks, it is inevitable to make some enemies. If you use your real identity, it is very likely to cause trouble to your normal life. But Xin Lang didn't care about these troubles. Just save wherever you can. After getting his ID card, Xin Lang looked at the task panel. At this moment, all the women in the hall walked towards Xin Lang. Brother, I heard you are alone. Would you like to form a team? Zhang Lily. I was here first. Hey bro, don't listen to her. Team up with me. I'm a Class A Ford Mustang. I guarantee you'll have an unprecedented wild experience. TSK, you have the nerve to ask for this from a small coupe? Choose me, bro. I'm a heavy-duty engineering vehicle. Choose me, I am a multi-purpose infantry vehicle. You're all weaklings. I'm the Kirov airship. Team up with me. For a moment, those mecha girls started fighting each other in order to compete for the opportunity to team up with Qin Lang. Seeing their expressions, Qin Lang suddenly smiled bitterly. Sometimes being too talented is not a good thing. SSS level talents are really rare. So even if it's just a temporary contract or temporary team, those mecha girls want to experience it. Seeing that their argument was getting more and more intense and they were about to fight, Qin Lang shouted loudly. Stop. I'm sorry, I haven't decided on the mission I want to take yet. Why don't I wait until I've decided on the mission and then choose who to team up with? Hearing this, the mecha girls looked at each other in confusion. Dear Commander, how about I introduce these missions to you? At this moment, the girl who had received Qin Lang before suddenly stood up with a smile. Seeing her appear, all the mecha girls shut up silently. Qin Lang looked at her with some surprise. Aren't you a staff member here? Can you also form a team to take on missions? The girl put her hands on her hips and laughed out loud twice. Being a receptionist here is just my hobby. To be honest, my true identity is a mysterious mecha girl. No commander has ever caught my eye. Young man, you are very lucky to be able to bow down at the feet of the Queen of the Night. Hearing this immature speech, Qin Lang's mouth twitched involuntarily. This made all the mecha girls nearby roll their eyes. You're lying without a blush. You say you look down on other commanders, but it's obvious that those commanders don't want to sign a contract with you. That's right. Because no one has signed a contract with you, you are still a lone player and haven't even taken on any missions. I can only work as a receptionist here and barely make a living. The girls next to her were complaining, but the girl didn't blush at all and just grabbed Qin Lang's arm. Don't listen to their nonsense. It's obvious that those weak commanders simply can't afford my energy consumption, so no one dares to team up with me. But you're different. Young man, I saw right away that you have an extraordinary character. You are definitely the perfect candidate for commander. I'm definitely not here for your SSS level talent. Qin Lang's face darkened, but he couldn't help but ask. By the way, what's your unit type? Why are those commanders unable to bear the energy consumption? The girl chuckled. It's nothing, just an ordinary aerospace battleship. Hearing this, Qin Lang's eyes widened instantly. Aerospace battleship. This is definitely a legendary battleship model. Unlike aircraft carriers, aerospace warships are able to fly. At the same time, aerospace warships can also carry a variety of weapon systems and even have their own drone swarms. However, the energy required to make the aerospace battleship take off is extremely huge. No wonder she can't find a suitable commander. But that's not necessarily the case for me. Chapter 33 copy, Cybertron garbage dump. The girl in front of me, who looks sweet and speaks in a somewhat childish way, is actually the legendary aerospace battleship. This made Qin Lang feel a little unreal. Aren't mecha girls of this level strictly protected by the Mechanical Alliance? After all, this is equivalent to a strategic weapon. If it can be used well, it can become a national weapon. But here she works as a small receptionist. How is it possible that he can't even find his commander? Just in case, Qin Lang decided to test the system. System, detect nearby mecha girls that can be driven. Testing, please wait. Inspection completed. The list of available mechas nearby is as follows: number 2880 Ford Mustang, number 3469 Kirov airship, number 6800 multi-purpose infantry vehicle, number 4399 aerospace battleship. Please select the machine you wish to forcefully pilot. Qin Lang exited the system silently. I didn't expect that she actually didn't lie. It is indeed an aerospace battleship. This also aroused Qin Lang's curiosity. Even if the energy required by an aerospace battleship is huge, it can't compare to a starship, right? The Mechanical Alliance even has 2 starships, and it has to reserve a contract quota for the Mechanical Alliance's starship. How could they allow an aerospace battleship to be left alone here? As if she saw the doubt in Qin Lang's eyes, the girl blushed and stretched out her hand and said, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lillian. The aircraft type is aerospace battleship. Are you willing to team up with me? Qin Lang touched his chin and spoke. How about you first explain the mission to me? Lillian blinked and spoke directly. Since you asked sincerely, I will answer you mercifully. Young man, you're just a newly registered individual commander, and the only missions you can accept are the lowest, 1-star missions. Unless your commander level is not 1 star, you can accept higher level missions. Xin Lang nodded. I forgot to mention, I'm a 3-star commander. When these words came out, Lily Anton was in disbelief. She widened her eyes, covered her chest and took 2 steps back. What? It's actually a 3-star commander. So terrifying. In that case, I, the Queen, will have no choice but to inform you of the 3-star mission. Xin Lang couldn't help but hold his forehead. Could it be that Lillian really couldn't speak properly? But her work ethic was impeccable. She directly took out a tablet, which displayed all the tasks below 3 stars. Xin Lang took a look and immediately found a task that interested him. Clear the A-level dungeon. Requires obtaining the final boss's mechanical core and rendering the instance harmless. This is to get rid of all the mechanical monsters. Xin Lang turned and looked at Lillian. Do you have confidence in this mission? Lillian's pretty face flushed, but she still spoke stubbornly. It's just a mopping up mission. How could this queen be afraid? Ha ha ha. Xin Lang glanced at Lillian. If her legs weren't shaking, his words would have been somewhat believable. Forget it, let's take an exploration mission. It's also an A-level dungeon. You just need to explore the types and weaknesses of the mechanical monsters inside. If you can find the level and weaknesses of the final boss, you can get the highest reward. Hearing this, Lillian breathed a sigh of relief. Young man, you have excellent taste. This queen is very optimistic about you. Xin Lang rolled his eyes helplessly and chose to accept the task directly. Then he looked at Lillian. Since you are an aerospace battleship, you should have air superiority. Let's team up to do this mission. Lillian was a little surprised. Really? Are you really willing to go on this mission with this queen? Xin Lang sighed and made a gesture of surrender. Yes, Your Majesty. Team up with me now. Lillian put her hands on her hips, laughed loudly twice, and directly agreed to Xin Lang's team formation. Let's go to the dungeon. After completing the team formation, Lillian walked directly to the dungeon teleportation room behind the guild. In order to facilitate the Union members who accept tasks to enter the dungeon, the Union specially built a dungeon transmission room here. This copy teleportation connects all copies of the entire Jiangcheng, large and small. As long as the spatial anchor point of the copy is in Jiangcheng, you can teleport directly into it. Xin Lang followed Lillian to the dungeon transmission room. Looking at the two of them, all the mecha girls couldn't help but sigh. Alas, another one who has been deceived. I hope he can make it out alive. This little brother looks so handsome and has top talent. I really want him to drive me for once. It's a pity that Xin Lang could no longer hear what these mecha girls said, otherwise he would have thought more about why Lillian couldn't find her teammates. After arriving at the copy transmission room, the two directly selected the mission target copy. As the wall of the transmission room lit up with blue light, the figures of the two disappeared instantly. After the feeling of teleportation disappeared, Xin Lang opened his eyes and found himself in a deserted garbage station. There is a mountain of garbage piled up in the garbage station, but these garbage are not sundries, but all machinery. In addition to some rusted parts, there are also some large and small, strange mechanical parts all piled here. There were also some damaged vehicle bodies thrown aside casually. It looks like a car scrapyard. At the same time, the voice of the copy system came into Xin Lang's mind. You have entered the A-rank dungeon, Cybertron's garbage dump. Current dungeon difficulty, difficult. Recommended level, S-class, 3 stars. Duration limit, 2 hours. Instance description: this was originally a garbage dump for discarded old machines, but some of them have gained mobility under the influence of an unknown force, and they want to dismantle all intact machines. After seeing the mission introduction, Xin Lang nodded silently. Then, just as he was about to talk to Lillian, the system in his mind suddenly sounded a prompt. The host has been detected entering a hidden dungeon, and a system task has been issued. Please defeat the final boss of the hidden dungeon and obtain its complete mechanical core. Rewards: Stellar Class Power Engine, 20,000 mole points, Combat Drone Swarm, Surface-to-Air Missiles. Xin Lang immediately became excited when he heard the system's voice. I didn't expect that this copy was so complicated, it was actually a hidden copy. As long as he could defeat the final boss, he would be able to get so many rewards, which made Xin Lang very excited. So he looked directly at Lillian, but was shocked. Chapter 34. Do you want to become stronger? Oh my god, how did you transform directly into a mecha form? Xin Lang couldn't help but exclaim. Behind him was an aerospace battleship that was about 70 or 80 meters long and 20 or 30 meters wide. The overall shape of this battleship is streamlined, with gray armor, huge wings, and 4 huge propellers, all of which demonstrate the extraordinary nature of this aerospace battleship. But is this aerospace battleship a little small? It's like being a miner. Xin Lang remembered that he had read an introduction to aerospace battleships in a book. The body of the aerospace battleship is very large, with an overall length that can easily exceed 500 meters and a maximum width of about 200 meters. This is still the most common aerospace battleship. But the battleship that Lillian turned into was obviously 5 or 6 times smaller. Lillian's voice came from the aerospace battleship. Actually, it's because my body is special, so I can't maintain my human form in the dungeon. But it doesn't matter. As long as you enter the cockpit and complete the temporary contract, you can fly me. Come up and experience it quickly. This queen can't wait. Xin Lang suddenly felt that he and Lillian might have encountered a big pit when they teamed up, but he didn't know where this pit was. With no other choice, he entered the cockpit. Then let's make a temporary contract. Xin Lang took a deep breath and directly issued a temporary contract invitation. Lillian agreed immediately after the invitation was sent out. The whole process took less than half a second. After completing the temporary contract, the voice of the commander system also came into Xin Lang's mind. Current contract unit, aerospace battleship. Contract type, temporary contract. Energy connection established. Current unit level, D rank. Body modification parts, none. Weapons and equipment, none. Power engine, V16 engine battle damaged version. Unit integrity, 65%. Charge status, 100%. As Lillian's figure appeared in his mind, Xin Lang also opened his eyes. Looking at the panel in front of him, Xin Lang was speechless. Now he finally understood why no one was willing to sign a contract with Lillian. No wonder the Mechanical Alliance let Lillian out. I really stepped into a huge pit. But Lillian beside her seemed extremely excited. Wow! I feel like my energy is actually replenished. This is the first time a commander has managed to fully charge my energy. It's incredible. Is this the power of an SSS level talent? Ha, this queen has truly found a treasure. Hearing Lillian's laughter beside him, Xin Lang turned his head speechlessly. He didn't say anything, just looked at Lillian quietly. As if sensing Xin Lang's murderous gaze, Lillian stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I got too carried away. Dear Commander, I've only had temporary contracts once or twice before, so I'll be relying on your guidance from now on. Lillian said this and couldn't help laughing again. Xin Lang slowly raised his hand. I want to quit now, is it too late? Lillian's laughter stopped abruptly. You. Young man, this is wrong. How can you want to quit just because you encounter a little setback? We will definitely be able to complete this task. Xin Lang gritted his teeth and couldn't help but shout out. Are you kidding me? You're an aerospace battleship, but your aircraft is only D-class? And what's your engine? A V16? A battle-damaged one at that? Can this thing make you fly? It has not been modified and does not have any weapon systems. But your machine is only 65% intact. It's almost scrapped. Can you tell me how you did it? Hearing Xin Lang's series of questions, Lillian scratched her head awkwardly. Well, it's not my fault. My talent level was only F when I awakened. I finally managed to trick a junior into signing a contract with me, and then I got a D-rank mechanical core, only to end up like this. That battle still haunts me to this day. Thanks to my thick skin, I managed to tire the opposing mechanical monster out completely. I don't have any money, how can I repair my own body? Hearing Lillian's arrogant words, Xin Lang gritted his teeth instantly. Although this situation is rare, it does exist. It's like his forced driving talent is very awesome, but if it weren't for the system, his initial level would only be F. And Lillian's situation was obviously exactly the same as his. Although the upgrade can be completed with only a mechanical core, the energy consumption of the aerospace battleship is already very terrifying. If it is upgraded again, I am afraid that other commanders will be drained as soon as the connection is established. No wonder Lillian, as an aerospace battleship, has no commander of her own. Xin Lang smiled bitterly. Now that you have entered the copy, it is not impossible to exit. But when Qin Lang thought about giving up the reward for this copy and the task reward given by the system, he couldn't help but feel angry. He felt a headache. Seeing that Qin Lang's expression was too ugly, Lillian also silently shut her mouth. I really don't mean to trick you, but since we're here, why don't we hide from a distance and watch how those mechanical monsters fight? Besides, my armor is quite thick, I should be able to withstand it. Lillian couldn't continue talking at this point. Her face was full of disappointment. I originally thought that after awakening the aerospace battleship, I would become a mecha girl admired by everyone. But fate played a huge joke on her. The initial level of her machine was only F, and no matter how many upgrades she made later, it would be difficult to make up for the gap. As a result, no commander was willing to make a contract with her, so she couldn't enter the dungeon, let alone get the upgrade core. Even if the body is damaged, you can only throw it away. Thinking of this, Lillian's heart was filled with loss. Since Qin Lang and Lillian have completed the spiritual connection, Qin Lang can also feel some of Lillian's emotions. After feeling Lillian's depressed mood, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Indeed. This couldn't be blamed on Lillian at all. If he didn't have the fusion system, his current situation would definitely not be much better than Lillian's. Moreover, no matter how low Lillian's level is, the aircraft type is also an aerospace battleship. If it can be repaired and driven, it will definitely be a very powerful combat vehicle. For other commanders, this is a very difficult thing. But Qin Lang is different. Not only does he have the talent of unlimited upgrades and unlimited energy, he also has a system. Thinking of this, Qin Lang suddenly spoke. Lillian, do you want to become stronger? Chapter 35, Lillian's Evolution. Lillian raised her head in shock and looked at Qin Lang in disbelief. Qin Lang smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. He gently stroked the joystick of the aerospace fighter and looked at the extremely complicated control panel in front of him. He spoke softly. Actually, when I first awakened, due to an equipment error, my talent was only detected as F level. Because my talent level was too low, my childhood sweetheart broke up with me and went straight to find an S-rank guy. It was only after our class teacher entered the dungeon with me that we were able to prove that my talent level was an F. Because of my top-level talent, the Mechanical Alliance recruited me, and the school also gave me many privileges. Countless mechanical girls wanted to sign contracts with me just to experience my talent. Qin Lang said this and looked at Lillian's shadow very seriously. The latter's eyes were already red and he shed tears of emotion. Mr. Commander, are you trying to tell me that as long as I don't give up, gold will always shine? Qin Lang smiled slightly and shook his head. No, I'm going to tell you this. Actually, I was originally SSS rank, but there was an error with the equipment. But you're different. You're nothing but scrap metal. There's no chance of change. How can scrap metal possibly glow? Lillian froze in place for a moment, despair in her eyes. But at this moment, Qin Lang's voice suddenly rose. But now, you've met me. Even though you are a piece of scrap iron, you can still become good iron after being polished. And I can turn you into good iron. As long as you are willing to sign a 10-year temporary contract with me, you can only serve me during these 10 years and be on call at any time. I have a way to truly develop your body's potential and make you a powerful being that is no weaker than SSS level. Hearing the big promise Qin Lang made, Lillian burped. Okay, I'm willing to believe you. Anyway, besides you, no one else is willing to sign a contract with me. For the next 10 years, I am willing to serve you as my master and become your exclusive temporary mecha girl. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. Then let's start signing the contract. This time, Qin Lang directly issued a long-term contract. This contract is more restrictive for the mecha girl. Once this contract is signed, Lillian will not be able to accept anyone else as her commander. However, Lillian did not hesitate at all and agreed to sign the contract directly. Although this is also a temporary contract, it is changed from a temporary worker to a contract worker. After completing the contract, Qin Lang took a deep breath. With your current physical condition, you are simply unable to complete this mission. So next, I'm going to upgrade you. Qin Lang said this and directly exchanged an A-level mechanical core from the system. Mechanical cores at this level are cheap. Moreover, if he didn't upgrade the body first, he would have no way to carry out subsequent modifications to Lillian. Because Lillian's body is too fragile, it's okay to leave it there, but if you want to upgrade it later, you have to increase the level of the body. System, install the A-level mechanical core. Install a satellite-grade power engine. Mount the Dragoon armament. Xin Lang directly gave a series of commands to the system. Since he has the talent for unlimited upgrades, all of these operations do not require consuming upgrade points at all. Under renovation and upgrading, please wait. Ding! The current unit has been upgraded. Power engine installed. The weapon system is ready. As if she felt the changes in her body, Lillian widened her eyes in disbelief. What did you do to me? Xin Lang deliberately frowned. Have you forgotten that you have signed a long-term contract with me? Now you must call me master. Hearing this, Lillian's eyes showed some struggle. He said softly, feeling a bit ashamed. Master. What did you do? Xin Lang smiled and directly grasped the joystick. You'll know soon enough. Are you ready? Let me show you what a real aerospace battleship is. After saying this, Xin Lang started the engine directly. If you look from the outside at this time, you will find that the aerospace battleship, which was originally only 70 or 80 meters long, has grown to more than 300 meters. The original 4 propellers have now become extremely large. Under the protection of the hull, the 4 propellers rotated rapidly. As the propeller continued to rotate, a strong hurricane blew on the ground, bringing super strong lifting force. The aerospace battleship slowly takes off. Feel the powerful power of the engine. Lillian couldn't help but exclaim. This engine is so powerful. I never knew there was such a strong motivation. Is this the rocket engine? It's incredible. The start of the engine made Lillian feel waves of vibration throughout her body. And she could clearly feel that the quality of her body had improved. All this is because of Xin Lang. No. Be your own master. Lillian was extremely excited. Only then did she feel what it meant to be reborn. Xin Lang smiled slightly. Looking at Lillian's expression, he felt that he had made a good deal. Although Lily was only equipped with a satellite-grade power engine. However, a power engine that can send a spacecraft into space is sufficient for this type of aerospace warship below the atmosphere. And although Lillian's body has been upgraded, it is only a level after all. An engine that is too powerful will easily tear Lillian's body apart. After all, it's just a temporary contract. Although Lillian has already recognized me as her master, there's no need to buy her better equipment for the time being. Among these things, the Dragoon Armed Forces are the most valuable. This is crucial for what Xin Lang will do next. It seems you've discovered it. Next, let's experience the ultimate speed. Xin Lang said this and pushed the joystick forward. The aerospace battleship flew forward instantly. The control panel in front of me has turned into a holographic projection. The following environment is displayed. At the same time, due to the upgrade of the aircraft body, the radar system of the aerospace battleship was also put into operation. Looking at the small spots of light on the radar, these spots are all mechanical monsters. On the piles of discarded spare parts, countless mechanical monsters raised their heads and looked at the huge monster flying in the sky. These mechanical monsters hang out here all year round, using the parts they can pick up to upgrade themselves. This also makes these mechanical monsters look strange and bizarre. There are also countless ways to fight. At this time, looking at the aerospace battleship flying in the sky, a mechanical monster raised its arm and fired an anti-aircraft missile. The anti-aircraft missile left a long trail and immediately flew towards the aerospace battleship. But at this moment, a layer of blue shield flashed across the surface of the aerospace battleship. Immediately following, countless barrages fell like rain. Chapter 36. How much do you think this is worth? The upgrade Xin Lang gave Lillian was the Dragoon weapon system, which was worth 15,000 points in the system mall. This was the system reward given to him after he achieved perfect level last time. However, this Dragoon system can only be used on flying machines. Although Mu Qingchuan can also carry it, this is an old version of the model after all. Xin Lang also saw the second and even third generation of the Dragoon system in the system mall. He believed that as he continued to receive system rewards, he would be able to obtain more advanced weapons in the future. It wouldn't be too late to change Mu Qingchuan then. So this Dragoon armed system became idle. Now a temporary contract has been reached with Lillian, and Xin Lang also needs Lillian to team up with him to complete these tasks of the Alliance Guild. So I just installed this weapon system for Lily. Now it seems that this Dragoon armed system is indeed worth the money. At this moment in the cockpit, Xin Lang looked at the weapon control panel in front of him. Those missiles easily defeated the mechanical monster below. There is nothing that can't be solved by one missile. If there is, then use 2 missiles. There are a large number of mechanical monsters in this garbage dump, but since they are made of discarded parts, their strength is not very strong. We can only win by relying on numbers. But the first part of the Dragoon's armament is specifically designed to restrain large numbers of enemies. Since Lillian's aerospace battleship has absolute air superiority, she doesn't have to worry about wasting her ammunition. Even if those mechanical monsters below can launch some surface-to-air missiles, it is absolutely wishful thinking for them to penetrate the shield of the Dragoon arms system at this distance. Lillian's figure appeared beside Qinglang. Through her radar system, Lillian could clearly see that the mechanical monsters below were easily defeated by this wave of barrage attacks. Most mechanical monsters can't even withstand a missile. Although some luckier mechanical monsters were able to avoid the vital attacks, they could not avoid the second missile at all. Moreover, after these missiles land from high altitudes, they not only bring powerful impact force, but also explode. Looking at the mechanical monsters below that exploded into fireworks, Lillian was so excited that she almost fainted. This is too incredible. Master, this weapon is so powerful. I never thought that I would become so strong one day. Lillian's body was shaking with excitement, and her face was flushed. How could she have thought of this when she had been passively beaten for a long time? If one day I can stand here and not move, I can catch all the mechanical monsters in one fell swoop? Everything before my eyes seemed like a dream. But Lillian also knew that she was able to do all this because of Qinglang's help. If it weren't for Qinglang, she probably wouldn't be able to complete this task at all, let alone clear this copy. She must catch Qinglang, only in this way can she realize her own value. Thinking of this, Lillian slowly approached Qinglang and hugged Qinglang's arm. Master, you are so great, I love you so much. Qinglang smiled slightly. It seems that this wave of transformation and upgrades not only strengthened Lillian's abilities, but also made her more loyal to herself. But if you want her to maintain this loyalty, it is not enough to just upgrade her. So Qinglang pretended to be profound and mysterious. You can't stand this? This is just the weapon system I can't use here. As long as you listen to me, I will definitely upgrade your weapon system in the future, and even help you upgrade your machine to SSS level. Qinglang directly used his own unique skills to paint a big picture. Faced with a mecha girl like Lillian who has no emotional foundation, the two parties have only signed a long-term contract. If you want Lillian to be loyal to you, you must use big pie, sweet dates, and big sticks together. Lillian had no doubt about Qinglang's words. After all, Qinglang is the legendary SSS-level talented commander. The stronger Qinglang's abilities were, the more devoted Lillian would be to him. Don't worry, Master. I will absolutely listen to you. Lillian didn't know what she was thinking about, and her face turned even redder. Qinglang smiled slightly, but his voice became a little stern. As long as you listen. If you have other thoughts, I will definitely take back everything you have now. You don't want to become what you were before, do you? Upon hearing this, Lillian quickly shook her head. Don't worry, Master. I am your robot girl in life and your spare parts in death. You've given me so many good things. It's like you've given me a second life. I've decided to be with you for the rest of my life. Qinglang smiled but said nothing. Then he spoke. Okay, let's go down and clean up the battlefield and recycle some parts. You are responsible for recording all the types of mechanical monsters. You have to hand them in when you return. Qinglang gave the order casually, and Lillian immediately saluted solemnly. Yes, Master. Soon, the aerospace battleship descended to a distance of only about 10 meters from the ground. Qinglang took out a transformation core and directly upgraded some of the transformation capabilities of the aerospace battleship. Under the action of the transformation core, 2 more mechanical arms appeared on the aerospace battleship, constantly searching for intact mechanical cores and usable parts. But Qinglang still underestimated how poor Lillian's life was before. Wow, this part is only 60% damaged. I can take it back and weld it back and it'll still work. Hey, this part looks useful. Take it, here. Wow, is this a V8 engine? Even though only half of it is left, it's still very collectible. Seeing Lillian's actions, Qinglang finally couldn't help it. Stop. Are you kidding me? I asked you to collect useful parts, not pick up trash. Throw away all the parts you've collected so far. In just a few minutes, Lillian had increased her load by half. If she were to continue plundering, she would probably not be able to fly for long. Hearing this, Lillian felt very distressed. Really? There are still a lot of usable parts. Master, these parts are useless to you, but they may be my living expenses for tomorrow. Xin Lang rolled his eyes. You've become my daughter, how can you still be so petty? You're picking up all this trash now and filling up your space. What will you do when you get something better? Lillian immediately gasped. Is there anything better? Xin Lang smiled slightly, of course. How much do you think the remains of the final boss of this dungeon are worth? Chapter 37 Only through actual combat can you learn something. Under Xin Lang's persuasion and threats, Lillian finally threw away all the garbage. But I still took a lot of low-level mechanical cores. Xin Lang didn't even care about these mechanical cores, and even the system was too lazy to recycle them. So they were all handed over to Lillian. This made Lillian very happy, and she even kissed Xin Lang on the face. Alright, we've figured out the fighting style of these low-level mechanical monsters. Next, let's head directly to the depths of the dungeon. It's time to meet the final boss of this dungeon. Xin Lang's words frightened Lillian greatly. She originally thought Xin Lang was just joking, but she didn't expect that Xin Lang actually wanted to deal with the final boss of this copy. Master, no. I finally got such a powerful ability. I don't want to die. Woo woo. Xin Lang spoke speechlessly. Who said you should die? We're just going to challenge the dungeon boss. Lillian was already crying, her face full of grievance. But the final boss of this dungeon is at least A rank. And I'm only a rank right now. No matter how you look at it, this is courting death. Lillian was crying with tears and snot. Master, please be merciful and don't let me die, okay? Xin Lang gritted his teeth speechlessly and spoke. Don't worry, I value my life more than anyone else. Even if I wanted you to die, I'm still in your cockpit, right? I can't possibly be thinking of committing suicide, right? After hearing this, Lillian's emotions finally stabilized a little, but she was still a little scared. But Xin Lang waved his hand violently. No, but if you want to continue to follow me and want me to help you become stronger, then you must complete my orders. Otherwise, I can find anyone who is better than you. After hearing this, Lillian finally took a deep breath and slowly calmed herself down. Oh well. If I die, please give me a grand ceremony. Xin Lang rolled his eyes helplessly and drove the aerospace battleship directly towards the depths of the copy. As if they sensed the aerospace battleship flying overhead, the mechanical monsters below all roared towards the sky. Some mechanical monsters equipped with anti-aircraft weapons also fired ammunition at the aerospace battleship. It's a pity that Xin Lang has no interest in these mechanical monsters now, and even feels that attacking them is a waste of his energy. So he just opened the shield of the Dragoon arm system and quickly reached the deepest part of the copy. This is a garbage dump as big as a mountain. Even though the current aerospace warships are 500 or 600 meters long, they are still like a little bird compared to this mountain-like garbage dump. So visible. How big is this garbage mountain? Oh my god. Lillian couldn't help but exclaim. How many good things can there be in such a big garbage dump? Xin Lang was speechless. He had already said that he was not here to pick up trash. Master, where is the dungeon boss? Why can't I see it? Xin Lang looked at the mountain of garbage in front of him, with an inexplicable smile on his face. I didn't expect the boss of this dungeon to be quite interesting. Do you see the mountain of garbage in front of you? Lillian scanned the garbage mountain with radar in great confusion. I saw it. The dungeon's boss is hiding in this garbage mountain. Xin Lang's words shocked Lillian. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder it's just an A-level copy, but it has such a high copy reward. Moreover, this dungeon is just an exploration mission, and they don't need to deal with the dungeon boss. If it weren't for the system scan, even Xin Lang wouldn't have guessed that the dungeon boss was hiding in this garbage mountain. Among the many mechanical monsters, there is one that is very special. This mechanical monster not only has the ability to transform, but it can also resist radar detection. The perception system of all mechagirls is carried out through radar scanning. In this way, this mechanical monster can completely avoid the perception of the mechagirl. Also known as a lurker. The principle is somewhat similar to the liquid metal shell that he had upgraded Mu Qingchuan with before, both of which have stealth functions. Once the radar function is blocked, we must rely on visual perception to fight. But the commander's vision is limited. If you don't know the boss's fighting style, you will easily suffer losses if you rush into battle rashly. That's why the Mechanical Guild sent people to explore this dungeon, mainly to understand the fighting style of these mechanical monsters. Xin Lang understood everything immediately. This is indeed a challenge for other mecha girls and commanders. Because it cannot pass radar detection, it is equivalent to the mecha girl becoming blind. But Xin Lang is different. In addition to the systematic scanning function, the aerospace battleship's powerful air control is the best way to restrain this monster. Get ready, I'm going to fight. Before Lillian recovered from her previous shock, she heard Xin Lang's words. Wait, Master, no. Without giving Lillian any chance to resist, Xin Lang directly pressed the missile launch button. I saw 3 missiles directly penetrate into the huge garbage mountain and then exploded. This is exactly the third ability of the Dragoon armament system. Launch powerful missiles for single target attacks. The power of this missile is not even weaker than that of a small mushroom egg, and all the ammunition is powered and manufactured by the commander. The Dragoon armament system is therefore very energy intensive. But for Xin Lang, who has the talent of unlimited energy, as long as he pays energy, he can ensure an unlimited supply of ammunition. It is simply tailor-made. 3 missiles blew a big hole in the garbage mountain, and the entire garbage mountain seemed to come alive under the invasion of these missiles. The mechanical parts that made up the garbage mountain kept vibrating, as if there was a huge monster moving its body underneath. Through the system's scanning function, Xin Lang could clearly see the figure of the lurker below. Although the body of this lurker was not as huge as the entire garbage mountain, it was almost the same. Xin Lang had never seen a lurker mechanical monster as big as a hill before, even in textbooks. It seems Zhou Qing is right. Only by leaving school can we learn more things that we can't learn in school. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. The lurker had completely awakened at this time. Countless mechanical garbage rolled down from the garbage mountain with a rumble, and a huge mechanical arm suddenly stretched out. Chapter 38 Let you see my strength. Seeing the mechanical arm that was the same size as her own body, Lillian screamed in fear. Ah! Master! It's coming out! Run, run! Seeing Lillian's shadow constantly running around in the cab, Xin Lang simply grabbed her head and pushed her down. Stop making noise! Although Lillian is timid, lazy, immature, and greedy, she obeys Xin Lang's orders very well. Hearing Xin Lang's words, Lillian quickly covered her mouth. Xin Lang narrowed his eyes, controlled the aerospace battleship to retreat 200 meters, and then aimed the missile at the lurker in the distance again. System, scan boss information. Ding! Scan complete. Garbage lurker. Rank, S rank. Type, unknown. Weapon systems, naval guns, laser cannons, electromagnetic guns, flamethrowers, Viper missiles, sword missiles. Armor system, grizzly tank armor, nano coating, high-strength alloy frame, anti-energy shield armor. Overall rating, SS. Seeing the information given by the system, Xin Lang nodded silently. As expected of a mechanical monster made of garbage, both its weapon system and armor system are extremely diverse. At the same time, Xin Lang also understood why this mechanical monster could become a lurker. It is because of the nano coating that this mechanical monster has the ability to resist radar detection. It seems that this is not a real lurker, but it just happened to find the nano coating. Thinking of this, Xin Lang chuckled. He's really the final boss of this dungeon, so that's why he can get so many advanced parts? But these parts give you powerful combat power, but they can also become your fatal weakness. At this time, the huge mechanical monster had stood up from the garbage mountain. This mechanical monster looks human overall, but it looks a bit out of place. His entire body is made up of various parts. The 2 huge feet are made of tank tracks, and the limbs are also made up of various armors and parts. The most eye-catching thing is the countless weapons and equipment on this mechanical monster. The fortress-like head turned, revealing a single scarlet eye. Then, the mechanical monster let out a roar. Using a sound system that he got from somewhere, he roared at the aerospace battleship in front of him. Where did you come from, little bug? How dare you disturb my sleep? Are you tired of living? I don't know if it's because the sound system is so old that the voice of this mechanical monster sounds like a synthesized electronic sound. Xin Lang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Instead, he aimed at the joints of the mechanical monster and directly pressed the missile launch button. Almost instantly, 3 explosive missiles rushed directly towards the huge mechanical monster and pierced its joints accurately. Boom! 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 The three explosive missiles exploded one after another, and the parts of the mechanical monster were blown everywhere. It seemed that this attack made the mechanical monster feel pain, or perhaps the building in front of it dared to provoke it, making the mechanical monster extremely angry. Roar! The mechanical monster roared suddenly, raised its right hand, and fired more than a dozen missiles at the aerospace battleship. Each of these missiles is extremely powerful. Once hit, the aerospace warship will definitely suffer serious damage. When Lillian saw the mechanical monster firing missiles at her and Qin Lang had no intention of dodging, she silently closed her eyes and prepared to withstand the wave of damage. But I felt a little lost in my heart. I originally thought that after I made a contract with an SSS level commander, I would no longer have to rely on the strength of my armor to withstand damage. After all, no matter how strong her armor is, she will still feel pain. It seems that I was overthinking it? Lillian closed her eyes silently, but the pain she had imagined did not come. She opened her eyes in disbelief, only to see Qin Lang operating the meteor barrage launcher, and countless meteor missiles poured out directly. Although the power of those meteor missiles is not strong, they can easily trigger these missiles. Boom! As waves of thunder-like sounds rolled by, all the missiles released by the giant mechanical monster were hit by these missiles and then exploded in the air. Lillian's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time she had seen such an operation. This is simply a move of God. What kind of powerful skill must be able to do all this? But Qin Lang had no time to deal with Lillian. At this time, his left hand was controlling the launcher of the meteor missile, and his right hand was controlling the launch button of the explosive missile. When the mechanical monster launched those missiles, Qin Lang was not idle either, but directly aimed at the weapon system of the mechanical monster. If it is other types of mechanical monsters, if the radar system of the mecha girl can be effective, there is no need to be too troublesome, and precise guidance can be achieved through the radar system. But the semi-lurker in front of us was loaded with nano coating, so the radar could not lock it at all. If you want to launch an effective attack on it, you must rely on your naked eyes to aim. This is definitely an extremely difficult operation for some commanders who are accustomed to relying on radar systems. But Qin Lang is different. Let me show you the days and nights I spent struggling in the arcade. In Qin Lang's eyes, the screen in front of him was not just a battlefield, but more like a flight shooting game. Qin Lang was a real master in his previous life. He was extremely skilled at operations like this: dodge, attack, angle offset, trajectory prediction, emission. Qin Lang directly pressed the launch button of the explosive missile, and saw an explosive missile directly fired from the muzzle of the aerospace battleship, hitting the Viper missile launcher of the mechanical monster with incredible precision. Boom! With a loud explosion, the missile launcher was blown away. Next shot, sword missile. Qin Lang was completely excited at this time. The mechanical monster in front of him moved very slowly, while the aerospace battleship enjoyed absolute air superiority. It was like shooting at a target for him. Still a moving target. This kind of battle is so cool. The mechanical monster roared unwillingly. Every time he attacked, he would be accurately hit by Qin Lang's meteor missiles, making all his attacks ineffective. The explosive missiles fired by Qin Lang were constantly blowing away the weapon systems on his body. As time goes by, there are few weapon systems left on this giant mechanical monster. As the final boss of this garbage dump, this giant mechanical monster had to fight such a frustrating battle for the first time. Chapter 39 Get a big move. In just 10 minutes, Qin Lang found the right opportunity and launched 20 or 30 explosive missiles. 80% of these explosive missiles hit their targets, and half of them had sufficient effect. And this has caused all the weapon systems of the giant mechanical monster to shut down. Looking at the giant mechanical monster in front of him that could no longer launch missiles to attack, Qin Lang smiled slightly. Without its weapon system, this giant mechanical monster is like a turtle. Can only passively take the beating. In fact, even so, he can rely on the armor on his body to resist for a period of time. But the problem is, all the armor on his body was pieced together. Unlike those commanders who don't know how to fight without radar, Qin Lang's eyes are the best sight. After controlling the aerospace battleship to rise to a certain height again, Qin Lang directly aimed at the weak joints of the giant mechanical monster. No matter how powerful the armor is, sacrifices will be made to ensure the movement of the joints. And these joints are the weaknesses of this mechanical monster. Goodbye. Qin Lang spoke softly and directly pressed the missile launch button. More than a dozen explosive missiles were fired crazily, directly hitting the four limb joints of the mechanical monster. Boom! A huge explosion sounded and the mechanical monster roared. Countless mechanical parts were blown away, and when the smoke and dust cleared, the entire body of the mechanical monster had collapsed to the ground. Although he was still wriggling on the ground, he was no longer able to move. Knock off! Xinlang smiled slightly and patted the operating table in front of him. The rest of the work is up to you. I want his mechanical core, take the rest yourself. Hearing this, Lillian became extremely excited. She couldn't even imagine that this battle was actually won. And it was won so easily. Before this, she would probably have no choice but to run away when facing a mechanical monster of this level. No, I can't even escape. And with Xinlang's help, he was able to clear this A-level copy. And he solved such a powerful mechanical monster. It's incredible. Xinlang felt Lillian's excitement and joy, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Lillian's mind is very simple, this is the partner he needs. So Xinlang directly chose automatic driving and tried out this function to see if it worked. Automated driving begins, and the system will take over the current vehicle. As the voice in his mind rang out, the aerospace battleship began to move on its own. The system's hosting is simply powerful, it utilizes all the energy just right, and even the operation process is smoother. As the long mechanical arm removed the mechanical core of the mechanical monster also lost its life. Congratulations on achieving a perfect level clearance. Rewards: nano coating, nuclear engine, Viper missile system, sword missile system. Congratulations on your promotion to 4-star commander. When Xinlang heard about the rewards of the copy system, his eyes lit up instantly. The other rewards are dispensable, the main thing is that I actually got a level up because of it. After reaching 4 stars, not only can you accept higher level tasks, but the system's authority will also be further expanded. Even after reaching the 4-star level, he was no longer considered a rookie commander in the Mechanical Alliance, but a middle-class commander. Sure enough, the system also issued a prompt sound at the same time. Congratulations on clearing the hidden dungeon. Rewards: Stellar Class Power Engine, 20,000 mole points, Combat Drone Swarm, and super powerful surface-to-air missiles. Congratulations on reaching 4 stars. You have obtained 2 contract quotas. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate weapon, the God-slaying sword system. Congratulations on obtaining the ultimate move, Streaming Slash. The system's rewards were as generous as ever. Xinlang felt overwhelmed as he looked at the dazzling array of rewards. Sharp. I was actually rewarded with 2 contract spots and so much equipment. The most important thing is that there are ultimate weapons and special moves. At this moment, even someone as calm as Xinlang couldn't help but gasp. The system's move was indeed tyrannical. You know, not every mecha girl can carry the ultimate weapon. Xinlang immediately took a look at the introduction of the ultimate weapon, the God-slaying sword. After watching it, he was even more excited. There are also restrictions on carrying this ultimate weapon. First of all, the machine level cannot be lower than SSS. Secondly, there are also requirements for the type of aircraft, which must be a combat-type aircraft. For example, Mu Qingchuan's tracer fighter can be carried, but Zhou Qing's ghost supercar cannot. However, Mu Qingchuan's tracer fighter was not of a high enough level, so it could not carry this ultimate weapon. But don't worry, as long as Mu Qingchuan's level can be upgraded with the mechanical core, she can carry this ultimate weapon. The power of the ultimate weapon is simply beyond words. Even the weakest ultimate weapon can destroy an entire C-level copy in one blow. It was a complete destruction, leaving no one alive. It can be said that enemies below SS level are not worthy of using ultimate weapons. As for the ultimate move, it is even more powerful. This ultimate skill is bound to the commander. Only when it reaches 7 stars can you have the opportunity to figure out your own ultimate skill. And once you figure out the ultimate move, you can use it on all mecha girls. It can be said that this is the commander's strongest ability, no doubt about it. And my body has also been strengthened. Xinlang clenched his fists and felt a powerful force surging in his body. This way, we'll be more confident in dealing with the next copy. Xinlang was thinking that Lillian had already obtained the parts and mechanical core dropped by the mechanical monster under the system's custody. She controlled the machine to create a display stand on which was placed the core of the mechanical monster. Master, this is the core you want. At this moment, Lillian's eyes seemed to be shining as she looked at Xinlang. This copy really made her a lot of money. Not only did I get so many parts, but I also received mission rewards. More importantly, she established a friendly relationship with Qin Lang, the powerful and mysterious SSS level commander. Lillian believed that with Qin Lang's help, she would become stronger in the future. Qin Lang smiled slightly and directly put the S-level mechanical core into his system space. Then a ray of light flashed, and the two were directly teleported out of the copy. After returning to the outside of the dungeon teleportation room, Qin Lang and Lillian went straight to submit the task. Because the two of them exceeded the task requirements this time, they not only figured out the attack methods of all the mechanical monsters and the final boss, but also found out the weaknesses of these mechanical monsters, and directly obtained the highest level of task rewards. A full 5 million. Although Qin Lang looked down on this little money, Lillian was very happy. Master, you are so amazing. When will you come over to continue taking on the mission? Chapter 40 Be careful in front of outsiders. Lillian's voice was filled with excitement, and it was obvious that she had tasted success from this mission. But Qin Lang shook his head. Uncertain. I'll contact you when I need a mission. Lillian nodded vigorously and said happily. Okay, this queen is at your service at any time. Maybe it's because we left the dungeon and there's no longer that urgent environment. Lillian became that middle school girl again. Qin Lang smiled and directly gave Lillian 2 million alliance coins. In fact, he could have taken all the rewards this time. After all, if it weren't for him, Lillian would not have been able to complete the task. But considering the long-term cooperation, Qin Lang still has to give Lillian some sweet treats. Only in this way can Lillian be devoted to him forever. After receiving the transfer information, Lillian became more respectful to Qin Lang. She directly took Qin Lang's arm and rubbed her perfect body against Qin Lang's arm. Master, if you have nothing tonight, why don't you come sit with me? My cat can do backflips. As Lillian said this, her face flushed red with embarrassment. Due to her physical condition, the previous commanders were unwilling to sign a permanent contract with her. This was her first time inviting the commander to her home. But Qin Lang refused. No, I have other things to do tonight. Qin Lang said in a calm tone. After all, the relationship between him and Lillian was just a contractual partnership. If the feelings between them changed, the relationship between the two would become somewhat awkward. After hearing Qin Lang's refusal, Lillian's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but at the same time, a hint of joy flashed. This shows that Qin Lang is a very decent person, at least he is not greedy for her body. This also brought Lillian closer to Qin Lang's body. At this time in the mission hall, the mecha girls and commanders who had been there before couldn't help but reveal mocking expressions when they saw Lillian and Qin Lang coming out. Lillian, I didn't expect you to come out alive? It seems you have deceived this commander quite a bit, haven't you? Yes, my honorable commander, since you are an SSS rank, why are you wasting your time on a piece of trash like Lillian? Why don't you team up with me? My mecha is strong and very durable. And it has many poses. As the girls were talking, they couldn't help but throw flirtatious glances at Qin Lang. But this immediately made Lillian beside her furious. Shut up, you guys. We completed that mission. Humph, is my master something you vulgar people can covet? Master, let's go. As if to assert her sovereignty, Lillian grabbed Qin Lang's arm tightly and walked out of the Alliance Guild. Qin Lang shook his head and smiled helplessly, but did not stop it. When the mecha girls and commanders heard what the two said, they all showed shocked expressions on their faces. Is it fake? Who doesn't know that although Lillian's machine model is powerful, her talent quality is useless? They were actually able to complete this mission. Are SSS level commanders really that powerful? Some people didn't believe it and hurried to the task window to verify. Seeing that the task was indeed completed, those mecha girls immediately regretted it very much. But Qin Lang had no time to deal with them. After leaving the Alliance Guild, Qin Lang rushed straight back to school. Zhou Qing and Xing Linger were already waiting for Qin Lang at the school gate. Maybe because she hadn't seen Qin Lang all day, Xing Linger's eyes lit up immediately when she saw Qin Lang. She ran to Qin Lang and grabbed his arm. Qin Lang suddenly gave a helpless smile. My girlfriend is watching over there. Isn't it a bad idea to do this? Xing Linger shook her head vigorously and said innocently. I don't care. Sister Zhou Qing has already agreed to let me be her sister. In that case, I am your little room. Qin Lang almost suffocated himself to death. Zhou Qing couldn't help laughing in the distance, so Qin Lang had to drag Xing Linger to Zhou Qing. This Before Qin Lang could explain, Zhou Qing directly hugged Qin Lang's other arm. I think it's great. Since Sister Linger likes you so much, why don't you just give in? Or, do you want to come over to my place tonight so the three of us can talk about life together? As Zhou Qing said this, her face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Lang quickly shook his head. Don't make fun of me. By the way, I went to the Alliance Guild today to take on a mission, and I've already completed it. Zhou Cheng smiled and nodded, then leaned close to Qin Lang's ear and spoke in a sweet and soft voice. I know my husband is the best. Are you tired today, husband? Do you still have the energy to go out to eat with us? Hearing Zhou Qing's voice, Qin Lang took a breath of cold air and felt a surge of evil fire in his body. Xing Linger, who was standing by, saw Zhou Qing's performance and immediately followed suit. Mr. Brain, you have to feed me and my sister today. As soon as these words came out, Qin Lang felt as if a basin of cold water was poured over him from head to toe. You don't learn from her. And you, can you please be more careful in front of outsiders? Seeing Qin Lang's expression, Zhou Qing couldn't help laughing. Xing Linger blinked and smiled. Then the three of them went to the supermarket together, bought some ingredients, and went home to cook a very sumptuous dinner. After dinner, Qin Lang did not stay in Zhou Qing's apartment. After all, Xing Linger was there. What puzzled Qin Lang was that after only one day, Zhou Qing and Xing Linger seemed to have become real sisters. Could it be that Zhou Qing has been deceived by Xing Linger's innocent appearance? However, Qin Lang believed that Zhou Qing was definitely not that kind of ignorant woman, and she must have her own considerations for doing this. You should also respect her choice. Qin Lang declined Zhou Qing's offer to take him back to school and decided to take a walk. Zhou Qing's apartment is less than 1 kilometer away from the school, and it takes about 10 minutes to walk there. Looking at the bright lights of the snack street and the couples coming and going, Qin Lang raised his head to look at the starry sky, and a smile gradually appeared at the corners of his mouth. Now he not only has Zhou Cheng and Mu Qingchuan, but he has also just accepted Lilian. The three of them all have excellent looks, but their personalities are completely different. Before, I never dared to have such an idea. But with the help of the system, he still has 3 contract spots. Should he continue to look for a mecha girl that suits him and build his own army of mecha girls as soon as possible? After passing the snack street, there is a construction site where a new commercial street is being built. Behind this construction site is Jiangcheng University. Qin Lang was walking slowly, but at this moment, there was suddenly some noise behind him. Chapter 41 Come quickly, someone is killing someone. Just as Qin Lang completed the task in the Alliance Guild's copy, in a space underground in Jiangcheng City, Li Shua raised his head and looked at Li Yan, who was soaked in nutrient solution, his face full of regret. This seems to be a medical institution, but also a biochemical laboratory. Ever since Li Shua agreed to the request of those mysterious people, they directly transferred Li Yan from the hospital to here. No one knew what liquid was in this huge petri dish, but after being soaked in this liquid, Li Yan's injuries improved rapidly. Just 1 day later, his vital signs had completely stabilized. Although Li Yan has not fully woken up yet, Li Shua feels that this time should not be too long. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Don't worry, Yenner. I don't think I'm that kind of soft persimmon. I will pay it all back. The Alliance won't let me touch that girl, that's okay. All of this happened because of Qin Lang. If it weren't for him, how could you do such a thing? I've already found a killer from abroad, and I'm going to kill him tonight. Li Shua's voice was cruel and indifferent, and it was filled with suppressed and crazy anger. Looking at Li Yin in the petri dish, Li Shua took a few deep breaths before finally calming down. Don't worry, I will make him pay the price. After Li Shua said this, he turned around and walked out of the laboratory. Outside the laboratory, a very charming woman was waiting against the wall. The woman had long wavy golden hair and blue-green eyes. A lady's cigarette was dangling from her lips painted with red lipstick. She took a light puff and blew out a smoke ring. Seeing this charming and beautiful woman, Li Shua didn't have any thoughts at all. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. In 2 days at most, his talent will be upgraded. Ha, the first artificial gifted person. I believe he will definitely bring us surprises. The woman said this and then looked at Li Shua. I don't care what little tricks you do in private, but if you expose the existence of our organization, you and your son will be in danger. Hearing the woman's warning, Li Shua nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, I will never affect the organization's affairs. In addition, I have already prepared the shipping routes you requested, and I have also arranged schedules for ports in other countries. The woman nodded with satisfaction and said to Li Shua with a hint of appreciation. Well done. You are a smart person. You should know what is the best choice for you and your son. Li Shua did not answer, but hesitated for a while and then asked tentatively. May I ask what exactly is worth using this level of freight routes? That's a 10,000-ton cargo ship. The woman turned her head and looked at Li Shua with her blue-green eyes without any emotion. Li Shua lowered his head instantly. Even though he had been working in the business world for so many years and had built up this huge business empire, he still didn't dare to look this woman in the eye. From the moment this woman appeared in front of Li Shua felt a sense of oppression. Especially those eyes. It's like it doesn't belong to the human race. Seeing Li Shua's reaction, the woman laughed. It's okay to tell you. Actually, they're just some upgraded parts, along with some mecha girls we've trained. Li Shua raised his head in surprise and said in disbelief. Just some accessories and mecha girls? Is it worth using such a huge freighter? Li Shua didn't say anything else. Since this cargo ship is used to load cargo, it is full of containers. Is such an environment too cruel for mecha girls? The woman chuckled and spoke indifferently. Of course it's worth it, and even this freighter is just barely adequate. Why would we help you like this if we didn't have a better choice? Li Shua fell silent for a moment. He knew that if he cooperated with these people, he would have to pay a lot. But now, he no longer cares about those things. At this moment, the woman suddenly spoke. Also, the mecha girl that your son contracted is no longer willing to cooperate with him. We have someone new for him. Next Friday, Jiangcheng University will organize them to enter a dungeon. I want your son to get something from the final boss of the dungeon. Li Shua asked in surprise. Next Friday? Will he be able to recover? The woman chuckled. Don't worry, I will definitely be reborn. And the mecha girl we prepare for him will exceed everyone's expectations. Li Shua stopped talking, as he knew that now both he and his son no longer had the right to choose. At this time, outside Jiangcheng University, Qin Lang dodged to the side instantly, but a bullet still grazed his arm. Warm blood flowed out instantly. Qin Lang didn't have time to think about it, but immediately dodged to the side. Whoosh! Whoosh! There were two more soft sounds, and two bullets hit the ground in front of him, leaving two deep craters. Who are you? Qin Lang looked towards the dark construction site. The bullet had just been fired from there. If Qin Lang had not reached the 4-star level and his physical fitness had been greatly enhanced with the help of the system, the first bullet would have been enough to kill him. The killer in the dark did not answer, and Qin Lang heard the sound of guns being reloaded. He's changing the magazine. Qin Lang made a prompt decision and immediately ran towards the snack street. He dodged in a zigzag pattern along the way, using obstacles to hide his figure. But the sound of gunfire behind him was like a shadow, and there was also the sound of an engine, which made Qin Lang even more desperate. The other party is not human. But it is a mecha girl who has reached the second stage. Who is blocking me here? Qin Lang had no time to think. If he didn't run to where there were people as soon as possible, he would not be able to escape until the robot behind him started up. The killer behind him didn't seem to want to attract other people's attention, and chased Qin Lang in the dark. Listening to the heavy footsteps getting closer and closer, Qin Lang was able to judge from experience that this was a machine about 3 meters tall, and it had already reached its second form. Facing a mecha girl of this level, I am no different from a walking piece of meat. If you are caught, you will definitely be killed. Seeing that the snack street was just around the corner, Qin Lang shouted with all his strength. Everyone listen, I am Qin Lang, an SSS level talent. Which mecha girl is willing to come out and help me? I can give you an S-class mecha core. Someone come quickly. Someone's killing someone. Qin Lang shouted, but at this time the mechanical sound was already close at hand, and the sound of wind was approaching rapidly. Chapter 42 Brother, your girlfriend ran away. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, Qin Lang squatted down instantly. A sharp blade almost brushed past his scalp. If Qin Lang's reaction had been half a second slower, this knife would have been enough to split his head completely in half. Hiss! Qin Lang was shocked. This man didn't hold back at all. It was obvious that he was coming for his life. But he had no enemies at all, and if he made any, he would have to eradicate them completely. Who else would come to assassinate me? Old Qin had no time to think at this point, and directly called the system in his mind. System! Quickly exchange the commander's soldier set for me. Quick! Ding, exchange completed. Given the host's current state, this system has directly extracted it for the host. There was a flash of light, and a combat suit immediately appeared on Qin Lang's body. Pieces of exoskeleton armor wrapped around Qin Lang's vital parts, protecting his limbs while also giving him powerful strength. An exoskeleton spine snaked up along his back and directly attached to the back of his neck. Qin Lang's eyes lit up when he felt that the brain-computer interface had established a connection. A red light lit up on the chest of the combat suit. Qin Lang stretched out his hand and took off the plasma pistol from his waist. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand, aimed at the machine in front of him and fired 3 shots. Sizzle. A sound like a short circuit was heard, and the muzzle of the plasma pistol released blue plasma, instantly rushing towards the enemy that was close at hand. Plasma has almost no strong impact force and relies entirely on the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees to attack the enemy. As the plasma attacked the body of the machine, its armor and parts were instantly melted. But the machine did not lose its combat effectiveness. Instead, he tightened his grip on the long sword and attacked Qin Lang again. Depend on. Qin Lang couldn't help but swear. Although this individual suit is powerful, this is his first time using it. I am not familiar with the specific usage of this individual suit at all, so I cannot bring out the full combat effectiveness of this suit. Seeing the machine swinging its knife towards him again, Qin Lang ran straight towards the snack street. I have to say that even if the full power of this combat suit is not brought into play, it is still enough to escape. With the help of the combat suit's exoskeleton, Qin Lang's speed increased significantly. At the same time, he continued to shout. Someone come and help me. I'm an SSS level commander. If you're willing to help me, I'm willing to give you an S-class mechanical core, but the prerequisite is that you must unlock the second form. At this time, Shengang was still some distance away from the snack street, but his voice was loud enough for those in the snack street to hear. After hearing Qin Lang's words, some girls couldn't help but stop and looked over here in confusion. Since this snack street is very close to Jiangqing University, most of the people who come here are students from Jiangqing University. Look, it's Qin Lang, the SSS level commander who just appeared in our school. Oh my god, why is he running for his life? Oh no, hurry up and save people. Almost instantly, all the mecha girls that reached the second stage rushed towards Qin Lang. Their boyfriends were looking at this scene in great shock, and they were completely dazed. Brother, your girlfriend seems to have run away. Nonsense, I know. Mine ran away too. Damn Qin Lang. Is SSS level talent really that attractive? If Qin Lang heard what these people said, he would tell them without hesitation. That's right, SSS level talent is so attractive. At this time, dozens of mecha girls had already arrived outside the snack street and all rushed towards Qin Lang. Pick me, pick me. I'm an A-class armed fighter. I've reached my second form. Move aside. He's mine. I'm an S-class apocalypse tank. I'm an S-class rocket car. Choose me. Qin Lang was instantly excited when he saw so many mecha girls appearing right in front of him. When the killer saw so many people appear, he knew that the assassination mission had failed, so he did not hesitate to transform into a vehicle and prepare to escape. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. He came here to assassinate him, and now he wants to escape? If I really let you go, will you still keep your face? That's you, S-class supersonic fighter. Qin Lang directly selected a mecha girl, who was instantly overjoyed and quickly transformed into her own mechanical form. Dear Commander, please get into my cockpit quickly. I can't wait to experience the power of SSS level talent. The human form of this mecha girl is also very outstanding. She wears a fishtail skirt, has a pure and elegant face, and has long straight black hair. She is exactly the image of the senior sister in Qin Lang's mind. At this time, her mechanical form is also very eye-catching, with dark gray body paint, streamlined fighter body, and blade-like wings and tail, worthy of being an S-class body. Qin Lang entered the cockpit instantly. Looking at the operating console in front of him, Qin Lang took a deep breath and directly chose the temporary contract. The mecha girl agreed without hesitation, and then Qin Lang controlled the fighter plane and took off directly. The reason for choosing this supersonic fighter is because the type of aircraft operated by the killer is a Falcon helicopter. Although helicopters can take off and land straight up and down, their flying speed can only be described as a snail compared to that of supersonic fighter jets. However, supersonic fighter jets also have a disadvantage, that is, in such a small area, if the technology is not advanced enough, they may not even be able to take off. But this is not a problem at all for Qin Lang. Increase energy output to the maximum. Tail lower. Prepare for takeoff. Qin Lang pulled the fighter's joystick hard and adjusted the engine's kinetic energy output to maximum. A blue flame spurted out from the tail of the supersonic fighter, and the entire fighter rushed forward rapidly. Under the influence of the powerful airflow, the head of the fighter plane slowly rose up. Qin Lang found the right opportunity and suddenly switched the engine status. Boom! The fighter plane flew into the sky like a sharp sword, while the killer's helicopter had just flown a few kilometers away. Humph, if you want to come and assassinate me, then leave your life behind. Qin Lang instantly controlled the fighter plane and chased after it. In just 2 seconds, he had arrived above the helicopter. Then, he directly activated the second form. Brush! The blade flashed, and the phantom katana instantly cut off the helicopter's body, and the fighter plane, which had turned into its second form, fell to the ground in a gorgeous posture. Chapter 43 Why is there still someone trying to assassinate you? Boom! The helicopter was split in half and fell to the ground, exploding instantly. Qin Lang controlled the mecha girl to skillfully swing the sword and sheathed the phantom katana in his hand. Although that moment just lasted only a few seconds, Qin Lang performed a series of operations. He first equipped the mecha girl with the phantom katana that exploded from the final boss of the first copy, and instantly switched to the second form. At the same time, he used the ultimate move he had just acquired, Streamer Slash. Only with the power of the ultimate move was the helicopter operated by the killer cut off directly. After landing, Qin Lang's eyes were extremely cold. No matter who sent this killer, Qin Lang will not let him go. It won't even be handed over to the Union Sheriff to sort it out. Qin Lang was already very familiar with the Alliance Sheriff's procedures. Most people will take it lightly because they have not suffered any actual harm. The person behind the scenes can get this killer out with a little more money. And the most important thing is that there will definitely be other assassinations next. If Qin Lang shows even a little bit of weakness, the assassinations will continue. He doesn't want to live in fear every day. In this case, we must directly deal with this killer. Whether the person behind this continues to send killers or just stops, he will not change his approach. If anyone dares to continue sending people to assassinate him, he will kill all the assassins. Kill until those killers are frightened and dare not assassinate him again. Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. At this moment, a weak voice sounded beside him. Xiao, Jr., you are so awesome. What was that move just now? Qin Lang turned his head and found that the shadow created by the mecha girl was standing beside him, looking at him in shock. Qin Lang smiled. It's just a big move. Senior, you will keep this a secret for me, right? The girl nodded vigorously. Then he extended his hand openly. Hello, Junior, my name is Feng Shuang. I'm also a student at Jiangcheng University, currently a junior. Qin Lang stretched out his hand and shook hers, then spoke with a smile. Should I not introduce myself? I'll give you the promised S-class mechanical core in a moment. Hearing this, Feng Shuang shook her head. Junior, we are all alumni, and it is only natural for us to help each other. And I'm already very happy that I can experience the power of an SSS-level commander this time. Feng Shuang couldn't help but blush as she said this. Compared with his commander, Qin Lang is simply too powerful. Not only is the energy output nearly infinite, but the driving skills are also so superb. He has even figured out his own ultimate move. You know, even some people in the Mechanical Alliance haven't learned the ultimate move. Feng Shuang naturally had some other thoughts. How great it would be if Qin Lang could become her commander. Qin Lang seemed to understand Feng Shuang's intention, but did not refuse. If we appear too indifferent now, it would be a bit like burning bridges after crossing them. If Feng Shuang had not been willing to sign a temporary contract with me, I would have been unable to do anything but watch the killer escape. Okay then, senior sister Feng. Then I owe you a favor. Feng Shuang nodded vigorously, a blush rising on her face. And just then, the sound of sirens was heard in the distance. 7 or 8 police cars drove over quickly, surrounded them in the center, and then quickly transformed into their second form. Looking at the police cars around him, Qin Lang lowered his voice. Just tell the truth in a moment. But please don't reveal that I have a special move, okay? Feng Shuang nodded quickly and gave Qin Lang a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I know what to say. At this time, the security agents outside had already started talking to Qin Lang. Listen up, mecha girl in front, get out of your mecha form immediately. Commander inside, leave the machine immediately. Xin Lang took a deep breath, left the cockpit directly, and raised his hands above his head. At the same time, Fang Shuang also turned into human form. When the mecha girls saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief. If they wanted to resist, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to keep them here with our own strength. Soon, a mecha girl exited her mechanical form and walked towards the two of them together with the commander. What happened just now? Do you have flight permits? Why did you transform in a busy city? The female sheriff directly took out a notebook and asked in a serious voice. Xin Lang explained. I'm a student at Jiangcheng University. When I returned to school tonight, someone suddenly wanted to kill me. I have no choice but to ask this senior for help. There are people at the snack street who can testify for us. Hearing this, the female sheriff showed a hint of surprise on her face. Wait, are you Xin Lang from Jiangcheng University? Xin Lang nodded in confusion. Could it be that his reputation had become so great? As expected, the female sheriff said immediately. Wow, you're that SSS rank commander. Nice to meet you. Xin Lang smiled awkwardly, then pointed to the burning helicopter wreckage in the distance. That's the machine that came to assassinate me. You'd better go and take a look. The female sheriff gave a kind smile and then waved her hand. The security team behind surrounded it directly, but it was too late. The machine was already damaged beyond recognition, and the commander inside was burned to charcoal. Although you are the victim, you still need to go back with us to take a statement and investigate the specific circumstances. The female sheriff said this and looked at Fang Shuang next to her. You have to come with us too. Xin Lang and Fang Shuang had no choice but to nod, got into the police car, and headed straight to the Jiangcheng Public Security Bureau. In the interrogation room, Xin Lang insisted that he was acting in self-defense, and Fang Shuang and the girls at the snack street also proved this. Jiangcheng University is a key school after all, and there are surveillance cameras on the surrounding roads. The information obtained from the surveillance also proved that Xin Lang was the one who was assassinated. And now the killer is dead, there is absolutely no evidence. Moreover, no information about the commander's identity or the mecha girl's body was found in the archives, so Xin Lang and Fang Shuang were released after only one night in the Public Security Bureau. Call. This is my first time at the Public Security Bureau. Junior, who on earth did you offend? Why would someone want to assassinate you? To protect Xiaohu files from piracy, choose Xiaohu when searching for book robots. It is stable and reliable, and you won't fall into traps. Chapter 44 Undercover Mission. After walking out of the Public Security Bureau, looking at the brightening sky outside, Fang Shuang couldn't help but ask Xin Lang. Xin Lang shook his head. He was thinking a lot during the night at the Public Security Bureau, but he couldn't think of who his enemies were. It can't be that someone came to assassinate him because his talent is too high, right? Not sure. As Xin Lang said this, he couldn't help but feel confused. Even if a killer came to assassinate him, he should not be able to find the record information of the commander and the mecha girl. You should know that all commanders and mecha girls have to awaken in college, and at the moment of awakening they will be directly entered into the file system. How could there be someone who was not in the filing system? Unless... Xin Lang thought of a possibility, but felt it was a bit absurd. What kind of hatred is so great that such force would be mobilized? As if noticing that Xin Lang's expression was not very good, Fang Shuang said jokingly. Okay, don't think about these troublesome things. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster will surely have good fortune in the future. It's daybreak now, would you like to buy me a cup of coffee? Xin Lang smiled and nodded. Okay. As they talked, they prepared to take a taxi back to school. If it is an ordinary type of machine, you can drive it directly back to school. But Fang Shuang's plane is a supersonic fighter, and she cannot fly over the city without a flight permit. The two were about to take a taxi when they saw several cars with the Mechanical Alliance logo parked in front of them. Well, it looks like I won't be able to drink coffee today. Xin Lang shrugged apologetically. Fang Shuang smiled, revealing two small canine teeth. It's okay, we can do it next time. As he was speaking, several people in Mechanical Alliance uniforms got out of the car and stood in front of Xin Lang and Fang Shuang. Student Xin, what happened last night was the result of our Mechanical Alliance's negligence. Director Sun is currently busy with other matters, so he sent me here to meet you. Do you want me to send some people to protect you? Hearing this, Xin Lang waved his hand. That's not necessary. I'm not a child anymore. I still have some ability to protect myself. The people from the Mechanical Alliance frowned, but still tried to persuade him. Student Sheen, your talent will be of great use to the Mechanical Alliance. Even if you don't need our personal protection, please allow us to protect you remotely. It's enough for this to happen once. After all, according to our investigation, the killer and the mecha girl who came to assassinate you are probably not ordinary people. Qin Lang shrugged. He knew that no matter how much he refused, the Mechanical Alliance would still keep a close eye on him. So he had no choice but to stop talking and ask, "Can you take us back to school now? Also, my senior wants to have a cup of coffee." The people from the Mechanical Alliance nodded hurriedly, then escorted Qin Lang and Feng Shuang into the car, went to Starbucks to buy 2 cups of coffee, and then sent them to school. Standing at the school gate, Feng Shuang raised the coffee cup in her hand to Qin Lang. "Thank you for the coffee, Junior. Please contact me when you have time." Qin Lang also smiled and nodded, then looked at the people from the Mechanical Alliance beside him. "You came to see me for more than just this little thing, right? After all, I didn't suffer any substantial harm. And after this incident, I will definitely be prepared. It will be more difficult for those assassins to come and kill me." The man from the Alliance nodded and extended his hand directly to Qin Lang. "Hello, my name is Lu Gang. Director Sun sent me to contact you. From today on, I will be your contact person." Qin Lang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Why, are you sending me as a spy? Are you still using this whole contact person thing?" Qin Lang's words were completely a joke. After all, he was just a student at Jiangcheng University. But unexpectedly, Lu Gang didn't laugh at all, but continued to look at Qin Lang with a serious expression. His expression startled Qin Lang, and he couldn't help but speak in shock. "Damn, are they really going to let me be a spy?" Lu Gang nodded and said with a sigh. "Mr. Qin Lang, we know that this request may be difficult for you to accept. But you are definitely the best candidate. The killer who assassinated you is likely a member of a secret assassin organization. This assassin organization's headquarters is overseas, with several branches in China. However, none of their commanders or mecha girls have been registered in the system. It took us a long time to find some clues. If this organization is not eradicated, many talented commanders and mecha girls like you will be in danger." Qin Lang was silent for a while. Ever since Qin Lang learned that the commander and the mecha girl had no files, he had guessed that these 2 people might be from abroad. After all, although the Mechanical Alliance is a global organization, it is still based on the state in each country. If the Mechanical Alliance in other countries awakens, there will certainly be no record of it in China. But no matter how hard Qin Lang thought, he could not imagine that these 2 people were actually members of a professional killer organization. "Are you looking for me just because this killer came to kill me? To be honest, this is too dangerous. I'm just a freshman." Lu Gang nodded and spoke. "I know, so we will send you a mecha girl to protect you personally. And what you have to do isn't anything too dangerous. You just need to find the location of this organization's branch, and leave the rest to us." Qin Lang frowned. "But why did you come to me?" Lu Gang spoke without thinking. "Because your background is clean enough. This killer organization really likes some mecha girls and commanders with strong talents. Although you were assassinated by this organization, it was just someone paying for your life. As long as you can join this organization, they will no longer deal with you. At the same time, with your talent and ability, you will be able to quickly rise through the ranks of this organization. As long as you can get to the middle level, you'll know where their branches are located. Then we can catch them all in one fell swoop." Lu Gang said this very sincerely. Qin Lang showed some hesitation on his face. The reasons and excuses Lu Gang made up for himself were perfect. If he wanted to use this to join the killer organization, those people should not be too suspicious. Besides, his relationship with the Mechanical Alliance was not that good. The Mechanical Alliance had previously forced him and Zhou Qing to terminate their contract. Although it was settled, the people in the killer organization probably didn't know about it. Chapter 45 Mechanical Alliance 3-star status. And there is one more thing. The most important thing for Qin Lang now is to train himself. What better way to train yourself than joining a killer organization? But Qin Lang still felt a little reluctant. After all, even if it was the Mechanical Alliance, they wouldn't let him go on such a dangerous mission just based on his personal honor, right? So Qin Lang asked directly, "Is there any other benefit for me in this matter?" When Lu Gang heard this, he knew that Qin Lang was moved. So he said with a smile, 100 million mechanical coins, and you will also be granted 3-star status in the Mechanical Alliance. When you graduate, you'll have a much higher starting point than others. It won't be long before you become someone like Director Sun. Hearing this, Jean Lang couldn't help but take a breath. Compared to the 100 million bonus, Samsung status is more important. The Mechanical Alliance is the only official one, and the highest status in the alliance is only 9 stars. The status and treatment that a 3-star employee can enjoy, and the jobs that he or she can have in the future, are already beyond the reach of most people. For example, as a key university, Jiangcheng University's president and directors are all members of the Mechanical Alliance. And the principal Lu Yun is only 3-star. The department head is one level lower, only a 2-star level. After reaching 3 stars, you can not only choose from many positions, but also receive star-level allowances issued by the Mechanical Alliance every month. It is said that some better units will also allocate housing. Thinking of this, Jean Lang's eyes became a little hot, and he asked Lu Gang directly. "Will you give me an apartment?" Lu Gang was stunned for a moment. "Ah?" Jean Lang asked again. "I asked if I would be given an apartment? I'm a poor college student. Even if I were given this star rating and a monthly allowance, I still can't afford to buy a house. I have elderly parents, young children, and a girlfriend to support. It's very stressful, okay?" Hearing this, 2 black lines appeared on Lu Gang's forehead. "You? A poor college student? The prize money this time is 100 million. And don't think I don't know that you just got 1 billion from the league not long ago." However, Lu Gang took a deep breath, nodded and said, "As long as you can complete this mission and find one of their branches, the Alliance will buy you a house in Jiangcheng. Of course, don't choose a villa, a manor, or something like that." Jean Lang nodded vigorously and stretched out his hand. "Okay, then I wish us a happy cooperation." Seeing Jean Lang agreed directly, Lu Gang was a little surprised. "You really don't need to think about it anymore? This isn't something that can be done so easily. If many of our team members hadn't been stuck at this step, we wouldn't have come looking for you." Jean Lang shrugged and spread his hands. "Yeah, that's why I agreed. Just like you said, if there are still many assassins coming to assassinate me in the future, then I might as well join them and find a way to resolve this matter once and for all. But I can't guarantee when I can complete this task, so don't be too anxious." Lu Gang nodded hurriedly. "We know. Everything must be based on your own safety. After all, your life is much more important to us than this killer organization." Jean Lang smiled slightly and nodded directly. Lu Gang took a deep breath and took out a file bag from his bag. "These are some small bases of the killer organization. If you want to join this organization, just go to these bases. Also, the mecha girl we sent will meet you soon." But who knew? Jean Lang just waved his hand. "Forget it, don't use your people. You guys in the Mechanical Alliance are all too decent. Someone like you joining a killer organization is simply a standout. It's not a big deal if the mission fails, but what if my identity is exposed?" Lu Gang was stunned for a moment. "And you?" Jean Lang chuckled. "I have my own robot girl, so you don't have to worry about her. Since this task has been given to me, let me complete it in my own way." After saying this, Jean Lang opened the car door directly. "I have classes today, so I won't chat with you anymore." Watching Jean Lang jump out of the car and walk towards the campus, the voice of the machine girl came from the car stereo. "Captain Lu, do you really think he can complete this mission?" Lu Gang took a deep breath, and the worry in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a smile. "Don't worry, I believe him. And just as he said, our people are too decent. I'm afraid that's why we can't get in touch with the core of that killer organization. Letting this kid go will definitely bring unexpected benefits." The driver stopped talking, and Lu Gang started the car and drove directly away from the gate of Jiangcheng University. When Jean Lang came into the classroom, all the students stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. However, the girls looked at Jean Lang with infatuation, while the boys looked at Jean Lang with deep resentment. It was because Jean Lang's abilities were so outstanding that when they were driving or communicating with their girlfriends would compare their performance with Jean Lang. "Is that all your skills are? Look at Jean Lang, his skills are much better than yours. You can't do it in such a short time? Look at Jean Lang, he can fight for an hour straight without getting tired. Why are you glaring at me? I'm telling the truth." Whenever they think of the words their girlfriends said, it feels like knives stabbing into their chests. All the boys feel that although they are not cheated on, there is always something strange about them. Seeing the look in their girlfriend's eyes when they looked at Xin Lang, all the bad memories in their hearts came back to their minds. Xin Lang didn't bother to pay attention to them and went straight to his seat. At this moment, a boy suddenly spoke in a mocking tone. "Isn't this Commander Qin? I heard that you were being chased last night and stayed at the police station all night." Hearing this, some boys immediately became interested. Since the place where Qin Lang was assassinated was not far from Jiangcheng University, and there were many Jiangcheng University students on the snack street, the matter had already spread last night. After all, Qin Lang's reputation is really too great. As an extremely rare SSS level commander, many things about him would be discussed crazily by students. Yeah. I guess he got scolded by one of the students for seducing other people's girlfriends every day. It's a pity that there are girls protecting him, otherwise, with his pretty face, he would have been beaten to the hospital long ago. Hearing what these people said, Xing Linger immediately stood up and looked at the boys coldly. Chapter 46 Kill with One Punch. Seeing Xing Linger's eyes, the boys were frightened and immediately shut their mouths. But at this moment, Qin Lang waved his hand and asked Xing Linger to sit down. Then he crossed his arms and looked at the boys with a smile. "Really? It seems like you guys are really upset with me. In that case, I'll give you a chance. If you're not happy with me, come out and let's fight one-on-one. Whether it's a simulated combat in the training room or a direct fistfight, I'm here for you." Hearing this, the boy's eyes lit up instantly. "Real? You won't let Xing Linger help you, will you? Is a simulated battle even possible?" Qin Lang smiled slightly. "Of course I did it myself. Yes, you can also simulate combat, and you can choose the same type of machine as me." When these words were spoken, many boys couldn't help but feel moved. In their opinion, the reason why Qin Lang was loved by those girls was simply because he had SSS level talent. But in simulated combat, talent is completely useless. No matter how talented Qin Lang is, he can only use those machines to fight in the simulated battle. Moreover, Qin Lang actually agreed to let them fight one-on-one. There are about 20 to 30 boys in the class. Even if they attack one by one, they can definitely beat Qin Lang up. Then, they will be able to let their girlfriends see who the real man is. Thinking of this, all the boys hurriedly agreed, as if they were afraid that Qin Lang would go back on his word. "You said it, don't regret it." Qin Lang nodded with a smile. "I won't regret it. Anyone want to come?" As soon as these words came out, a boy stood up. This boy is tall and strong. Not only has he learned Sanda, he is also a regular at the gym every day. His girlfriend, on the other hand, is petite and drives a B-class off-road jeep. He was fed up with his girlfriend nagging about Qin Lang every day, and she looked at Qin Lang as if he were her lover. But he didn't dare to be angry with his girlfriend. Although he looked big and strong, he was actually a henpecked husband. Hearing Qin Lang's words at this time, he couldn't help it. All the boys looked like they were enjoying a good show. "Go ahead. Wu Wei. Yes, show him some color." Seeing Wu Wei walking towards Qin Lang, all the boys couldn't help but cheer for him. Wu Wei is recognized by these boys as the best fighter. It is said that he once subdued a knife-wielding gangster with his bare hands. They could almost imagine that Wu Wei would beat Qin Lang to a pulp with just one punch, and then they could take turns beating Qin Lang up. Hearing the boys' cheers, Wu Wei also showed a cruel smile. He came directly to Qin Lang's desk and looked down at him. "I want to challenge you in a duel. Go ahead. I'll give you 3 moves." As Wu Wei said this, he tore off his shirt, revealing his extremely strong muscles. As he said this, he showed off his biceps and his strong pectoral muscles. Wu Wei imagined that those girls would be obsessed with him when they saw his extremely strong body. But who knew that all the girls couldn't help but curl their lips? "I really don't know what that big, stupid guy Wu Wei is thinking. That's right, there are so many people here, and they're actually acting like hooligans." Even Wu Wei's girlfriend Zhao Lily rushed over. "Wu Wei, what are you doing? Get back here right now, or don't blame me for not letting you into the cockpit tonight." When Wu Wei heard this, he spoke very firmly for the first time. "Don't worry about it. I'm going to defend a man's dignity today." Zhao Lily wanted to persuade and explain to Qin Lang, but Qin Lang waved his hand. "Well, since they want to try it, we must convince them. After all, it's really annoying to have a swarm of flies flying around your ears every day." Qin Lang said this, slowly stood up, and moved his wrists and ankles. "Is it right here? If something gets broken, I won't have the money to pay for it." When Wu Wei heard this, he couldn't help but burst into a grim smile. Don't worry, I will compensate for all the damages. As he said this, he put one hand on his waist and patted his chest with the other hand. Come on. I'm ready. Qin Lang smiled slightly, and his figure moved instantly. His speed suddenly increased and he rushed out like a cannonball. Seeing Qin Lang's speed, Wu Wei's eyes widened instantly, and his instinct made him subconsciously cross his arms across his chest, trying to resist. At this time, Qin Lang's fist was already in front of him. Boom! Wu Wei only felt a huge force exploding from his arm, and he flew backwards. This punch even lifted his feet off the ground, making it impossible for him to control his body. Crash! Although it was not as exaggerated as Xing Linger's punch before, Wu Wei also knocked down 4 rows of desks. He slumped on the deformed desks, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Wu Wei's eyes were extremely dull. He simply couldn't understand how Qin Lang, who looked so frail, could have such powerful strength. You know, he has deadlifted 85 kilograms. But under Qin Lang's punch, he didn't even have the ability to resist. Seeing this scene, all the boys opened their mouths wide and their eyes widened. That's Wu Wei. Was he easily knocked away by Qin Lang? Originally, they thought that even if Wu Wei couldn't defeat Qin Lang, he would definitely be able to make Qin Lang exhausted. But now it seems that Qin Lang's strength is absolutely overwhelming. Qin Lang clapped his hands nonchalantly. Anyone else want a duel? I'm ready for it any time. After saying this, Qin Lang pointed to the damaged desks around him. By the way, remember to ask Wu Wei to compensate for these things. When Wu Wei heard this, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he got internal injuries. The boys quickly shook their heads. Seeing Qin Lang's incredible fighting ability, who would dare to go up and try? I originally thought that Xing Linger was already a prehistoric behemoth, but I didn't expect Qin Lang to be no worse. You know, Xing Linger is a mecha girl. Her physical strength is inherently stronger than that of a male commander. But Qin Lang has such powerful strength, how is this possible? Qin Lang smiled slightly and didn't explain to these boys at all. After reaching the rank of 4-star commander, his physical fitness improved significantly. At the same time, with the help of the system, his levels in all aspects are also improving rapidly. Now it has surpassed ordinary people by dozens of times. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Lang can easily lift a car weighing 4 or 5 tons. Chapter 47 Desperate Driving, Extreme Speed. At this moment, Zhou Cheng had already walked into the classroom. Looking at Wu Wei lying among a pile of desks and Qin Lang standing there, Zhou Cheng couldn't help but shook his head. He was already a little used to it. Looks like we won't be able to attend theory classes today, so let's all head to the practical training classroom and have a simulated battle. After hearing Zhou Cheng's words, the boys became excited again. After seeing Qin Lang's strong fighting ability, they no longer wanted to fight Qin Lang alone. Even Wu Wei, who was recognized as the best fighter, was knocked down by Qin Lang with one punch. They were just human sandbags. But simulated warfare is different. They still firmly believed that Qin Lang's talent level was only slightly higher than theirs. In a simulated battle where he couldn't use his talents, how could Qin Lang possibly be their opponent? Thinking of this, all the boys were like chicken blood, and they directly clamored to have a simulated battle with Qin Lang. Qin Lang laughed and agreed to everything. Soon, Zhou Cheng brought all the students to the training room. The training classroom is a series of cubicles, each of which is equipped with simulation equipment. Through these simulation equipment, the most realistic environment can be simulated, allowing them to drive simulated aircraft to fight. After entering their own cubicles, Xing Linger and Zhou Cheng both walked in. Do you really want to fight them? Zhou Cheng asked curiously. Qin Lang smiled slightly. I'll be entering the second dungeon next week, so it wouldn't hurt for me to understand their combat level before then. After hearing this, Zhou Cheng finally understood why Qin Lang did this. I see. Do you need my help? In this simulated battle, in addition to being able to drive the simulated machines, you can also let your own mecha girl become the machine you want to drive. But again, this is just a simulation and will not cause any real harm to these mecha girls. Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. No need. Who knows what kind of competition methods these boys will come up with? Also, I want to try out some other models. Zhou Cheng had no choice but to nod and then walked out of the cubicle. Qin Lang turned his head to look at Xing Linger and found that Xing Linger was looking at the simulation chamber in front of her with great interest. It's fine if you want to stay here, but don't bother me for a while. Xin Lang said this and put on the simulation helmet. Xing Linger nodded vigorously, then looked at the screen in front of her. Xin Lang slowly opened his eyes, and the simulated battlefield situation was already displayed in the simulation helmet. At this time, all the boys in the class were standing opposite him driving various types of machines. The boys' provocative voices were heard on the public channel. Xin Lang. Today we'll show you how powerful we are. Then you'll realize that engaging in a simulated battle with us was definitely the worst choice you've ever made. Hearing the nonsense of these boys, Xin Lang just laughed. Stop talking nonsense. You guys picked the type of battle. I'll be there for you no matter what it is. Seeing Xin Lang being so arrogant, the boys were immediately very angry. I saw a boy rushing out in a sports car. Xin Lang, I want to have a city simulation competition with you. Do you have the guts to agree? The sports car this boy was driving was a Bugatti Veyron, and there was no such model in the aircraft library for the simulated battle. It was obvious that this was his girlfriend. Xin Lang smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Okay. Then I'll choose the map. Xin Lang said this and directly selected a mountain city map. The boy chuckled. With his girlfriend's help, he believed that Xin Lang was definitely not his opponent. After all, the most powerful sports car model in the body library is just the Ferrari Enzo. Compared with his Bugatti Veyron, it is not in the same league at all. At this time, Xin Lang had already chosen the machine he wanted to drive. With a flash of light, a sports car stopped in front of Xin Lang. Looking at the smooth body of the sports car, Xin Lang took a deep breath and sat directly in the cockpit. What all the boys didn't expect was that Xin Lang chose a Porsche GT. Although this car is also very good, its performance is far inferior to that of the Bugatti Veyron. They originally thought that Xin Lang would choose the Ferrari Enzo, but he chose this car that was not even in the top 3 in the model library. As the scene changed, the Porsche driven by Xin Lang and the Bugatti Veyron driven by the boy both appeared at the starting point of the track. The Porsche GT is painted in silver and looks somewhat similar to the Ghost supercar. The Bugatti Veyron is a bright fiery red. The boys couldn't help but start discussing. The Bugatti Veyron has a top speed of 407 km per hour. It accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.3 seconds. The Porsche GT's top speed is only 330 km per hour, and it takes 3.8 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour. Judging from the data, Xin Lang will definitely lose. The boys were extremely excited, and at this moment, as the countdown ended, 2 cars rushed out at the same time. The fiery red Bugatti Veyron took the lead, and in just 2 seconds, it had left the Porsche driven by Xin Lang behind by a considerable distance. The first section of the track is a long straight line, which is definitely the best battlefield for the Bugatti Veyron, which can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.3 seconds. As long as we can leave Xin Lang behind in this initial stage, we don't have to worry about Xin Lang overtaking us later. The boy driving the Bugatti Veyron is named Zhang Yan. At this moment, he stepped on the accelerator hard, feeling the ultimate push on his back, and the speed has exceeded 200. From the rearview mirror, he could clearly see the Porsche driven by Xin Lang slowly catching up with him. This made him reveal a sneer of disdain. He chose the city map in order to take advantage of the complex terrain of the city so that Xin Lang would not be able to catch up with him at all. Then, with the help of his speed advantage in a straight line, he is confident of winning the race. At this moment, the first bend appeared 200 meters ahead. This made Zhang Yan subconsciously release the accelerator and slow down to prepare for drifting through the corner. Lightly step on the brake and turn the steering wheel sharply at the same time. The fiery red Bugatti Veyron drifts out a perfect arc and enters the curve in an instant. The boys couldn't help but cheer. At this moment, the Porsche driven by Xin Lang also entered the curve. Brush. Seeing the way Xin Lang turned, all the boys widened their eyes. This is impossible. How can he make the turn in such a short time? No, he shortened the braking distance. Is this the legendary maximum braking distance? Chapter 48 Blade Overtaking, the God of War. Everyone knows that if you want to drift through a corner, you have to brake. But the timing of braking is the best way to measure a racing driver's level. If you brake too early, not only will the vehicle speed decrease too quickly, it can also easily cause incomplete drifting. It will also waste game time. But if you brake too late, it is easy to hit an obstacle while drifting. Even drifting off the runway. Therefore, all commanders will choose to keep as close to the shortest braking distance as possible when driving a vehicle through a curve. This is extremely important for grasping timing and technology. Braking, steering, and finding the shortest braking distance are all areas that test the skills and abilities of these commanders. Seeing Qin Lang driving the car around the corner at high speed, all the boys seem to have seen a textbook-like perfect performance. This track map has many detours. The Bugatti Veyron driven by Zhang Yan has an unsurpassable advantage in a straight line. Whether it was the powerful power system, the terrifying 0-100 acceleration, or the top speed, it left the Porsche driven by Qin Lang far behind. But on the curve, it became Qin Lang's home court. Hairpin bends, sharp bends, continuous bends. The Porsche driven by Qin Lang can maintain the most standard posture every time it turns. This also brought him closer and closer to the Bugatti Veyron in front of him. Zhang Yan was driving the Bugatti Veyron through turns, but when he glanced at the rearview mirror, he found that the silver Porsche had been following him without him knowing when. Damn! How did he catch up? That's absolutely impossible. Damn, this map has too many turns. Zhang Yan quickly realized the problem. Although the Bugatti Veyron he drove had a terrifying 0-100 km/h acceleration, it also made the car much more difficult to operate. In this case, if he wants to drift through the corners perfectly, he must give up some speed in exchange for stability. This also allowed the Porsche driven by Qin Lang to shorten the gap with himself. Now it was following closely behind him, ready to look for opportunities to overtake at any time. Zhang Yan gritted his teeth and decided not to let Qin Lang pass him like this. Although the commander mainly uses the second form of the driving function to fight, the racing competition can also explain many problems. If I lose to Qin Lang, it would be so embarrassing. You should know that what Qin Lang was driving was an ordinary model in the simulation library. I had to persuade my girlfriend with all her might before she agreed to fight as my own machine. If I lose this time, I'm afraid my girlfriend will never talk to me again, and she might even throw herself into Qin Lang's arms. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth and directly occupied the center of the road. He didn't want to give Qin Lang a chance to overtake. When he saw Qin Lang wanted to overtake to the left, he hurriedly turned left. When he saw Qin Lang overtake to the right, he hurriedly moved the car to the right. Seeing Zhang Yan's move, all the girls watching the game couldn't help but look down on him. Tisk, what's the point of only being able to do these things if your skills are not up to par? That's right, I think Qin Lang will definitely win this time. If you have this much time, you should go back and practice your skills. The boys said this very unconvincingly. This is a common tactic used in racing competitions. If Qin Lang can't get past him, it only means his skills are not up to par. Just as these boys and girls were arguing, Qin Lang in the picture suddenly began to accelerate. Zhang Yan in front hurriedly controlled the car to block Qin Lang, but at this time there was a bend in front. Seeing the bend ahead, Zhang Yan subconsciously wanted to slow down the car. But thinking of Qin Lang behind him, if he slowed down now, Qin Lang would definitely find a way to overtake him. Thinking of this, Zhang Yan gritted his teeth and decided to try the extreme braking distance. As the curve ahead got closer and closer, Zhang Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. Qin Lang behind was still following closely, and seemed to have no intention of slowing down. At this time, every extra second of waiting is a huge test of one's psychology. Finally, Zhang Yan couldn't bear the huge pressure anymore and stepped on the brakes. At the same time, he suddenly turned the steering wheel, trying to drift through the corner again. But this time, because he braked too late and did not steer sharply enough, his car actually crashed into the roadblock next to him. Zhang Yan hurriedly tried to adjust the car's posture, but at this moment he saw a scene that shocked him. Qin Lang also used the shortest braking distance to turn, but despite drifting at such a high speed, he still lost control of the car and the right front wheel was lifted up. In this situation, most people would choose to slow down to stabilize the car, but Qin Lang stepped on the accelerator again. This is blade overtaking? I saw the right wheel of the silver Porsche leave the ground directly, and the whole car rushed along the track in a nearly vertical posture. After overtaking the Bugatti Veyron, Qin Lang gently turned the steering wheel, and the car landed on the ground very steadily and sped forward again. Surpassed. Oh my god, this is incredible. Is Qin Lang really this powerful? Isn't this the kind of blade overtaking that only happens in cartoons? He actually can use it. All the boys were shocked. They had also seen the video of Qin Lang passing the level before, but everyone thought that Qin Lang relied on the power of the ghost supercar and his own talent. Few people pay attention to Qin Lang's own driving skills. But now this scene appeared before them. Let them know that Qin Lang is not only extremely talented, but his skills are also absolutely top-notch. Zhang Yan lost. Alas, I didn't expect Qin Lang to be so powerful. The boys suddenly became dejected. Zhang Yan's tracking ability is considered to be at the master level. At least if they were asked to do it, they could only achieve this level at best. But Qin Lang defeated Zhang Yan with great ease, which shows that they were no match for Qin Lang either. Brothers, don't give up. I don't believe Qin Lang has no weaknesses. Yeah, just because he's so good at driving a sports car doesn't mean he'll be good at driving a fighter plane. There are also tanks, and the second combat form of battle. Let's all use our best abilities to fight Qin Lang. I don't believe we can't defeat him even once. Seeing that the game on the screen had ended, the boys began to cheer themselves up again. Chapter 49. Our boyfriend is such a loser. After finishing a car race, Qin Lang just felt that he had barely had enough fun. This simulation system is much more fun than the racing games I played in my previous life. But for him, a high-level player, this operation is simply child's play. Returning to the preparation hall, Qin Lang looked at the boys in front of him. Who else wants to try it? Qin Lang originally thought that all the boys would give up after seeing his driving skills. But who would have thought that these boys all looked like they had just been given a shot of adrenaline? Qin Lang, I want to compete with you in fighter jet flying. I want to fight you in your second form. I want to have a tank duel with you. I want to compete with you in radar exploration. Many boys raised their hands. Seeing the looks of these boys, Qin Lang shrugged. With so many people here, you're sure they all want to compete with me, right? The boys smiled. Ha, are you scared? If you're scared, just admit defeat. It's better than crying after we beat you. Qin Lang laughed directly. That's not the case. I just feel like this is such a waste of time. How about this, everyone who wants to compete with me in fighter jet flying, come together. Including tank battles and second form combat. Come all together. Let me show you the difference between genius and mediocrity. Qin Lang's words immediately made all the boys gasp. Although they admitted that Qin Lang's skills were indeed high enough, this was too arrogant. Actually let all these boys come together? The boys immediately felt insulted. Qin Lang, don't be complacent. Today we will show you what it means to be better than others. This is a fighter piloting match, brothers, follow me. Qin Lang chuckled and watched those boys begging their girlfriends to accompany them to the game. It felt like he was watching a melodramatic love drama. I have to say that there are still some talented people in their class. Most girls' aircraft levels are above B, and the fighters provided in the simulation library are only B level. This fighter jet driving does not just require them to compete in speed by flying fighter jets, but also to fight in simulations. This means they have to fly fighter jets and engage in air combat in the form of fighter jets. Seeing that the boys were ready, Qin Lang directly selected a hummingbird fighter from the simulation library. This fighter is fast and has strong firepower. Its only weakness is that its defense is too low. Once it is attacked by other fighters, it will basically lose its combat effectiveness. When the boys saw Qin Lang chose this type of fighter, their eyes suddenly lit up. A solution was soon found. That is to let some boys attract Qin Lang's firepower, disrupt Qin Lang's sight, and make a suicidal attack. As long as they do this, the rest of them will be able to win the game. Soon, some people who were not so good at flying fighter planes agreed with this method and volunteered to be the one to carry out the suicide attack. Arriving at the simulated air combat site, Qin Lang took off directly in his hummingbird fighter jet. The remaining boys also took off from their respective runways, and soon the sky was filled with various fighter planes. Qin Lang's fighter plane has been marked. Brothers, charge! Following a loud roar from one of the boys, all the suicide attack fighter planes rushed towards Qin Lang in unison. At the same time, they fired all kinds of ammunition regardless of the loss in order to block Qin Lang's sight. Seeing the intensive artillery attack in front of him, Qin Lang smiled slightly. Is that the extent? Since you want to commit suicide, then I will satisfy you. Qin Lang took a deep breath and directly controlled the fighter plane to dodge quickly. The hummingbird fighter kept performing various complex and gorgeous maneuvers in the air while also constantly fighting back. Boom! Fireworks exploded in the sky, and each firework represented the damage of a fighter plane. In just 2 minutes, all the fighter planes that came to attack Qin Lang in a suicide attack were destroyed and exited the simulation. At this time, the remaining fighter planes had just met Qin Lang. A cat and mouse massacre has begun. Fighter planes exploded into fireworks in the sky. One by one, the boys exited the simulation dejectedly. 6 minutes. This fighter jet simulation battle took a total of 6 minutes. Xing Lang destroyed all the fighter planes without exception. Faced with this result, all the boys found it difficult to accept. This is absolutely impossible. No, we have to compete again. So in the third tank simulation battle, Xing Lang took 8 minutes to destroy all the tanks. Won the battle cleanly and neatly. In the fourth radar avoidance battle, you need to use radar to find enemy targets and avoid other people's radar searches. Every time you use your radar to search for the enemy, you risk exposing yourself. But Xing Lang found all of them in just 3 minutes. No one even detected Xing Lang's radar signal. The boys were desperate. But when they thought about the upcoming fifth game, the boys had to cheer up again. The fifth game is the highlight prepared by these boys. Everyone has to drive the mecha girl that has reached the second form to fight. And because of Xing Lang's previous request, all these boys went together. It was a complete melee. In this game, Xing Lang was also driving the most basic aircraft model in the simulation library. This battle took a little longer, totaling 15 minutes. Then all the boys were defeated by Xing Lang alone. Watching every combat reaction and every move made by the Gundam controlled by Xing Lang, all the boys felt deep despair in their hearts. Is this still a level of operation that humans can achieve? They had trained so hard for so long, but they couldn't even withstand one of Xing Lang's moves. The machine controlled by Xing Lang is as flexible as a living person. And he can use every bit of energy at the most critical moment. The fierce battle was simply dazzling, and this was just the most basic aircraft model in the simulation library. If they were paired with some more powerful machines, I'm afraid they would lose even more miserably. After ending the simulated battle, Xing Lang slowly exited the simulation state. Wow, exciting! Xing Lang said with great satisfaction. 5 wins in 5 games. Almighty God of War. When the boys saw Xing Lang, they didn't dare to look him in the eye. They were like dogs with their tails between their legs. On the contrary, the girls became even more obsessed with Xing Lang. Oh my god, Xing Lang is so handsome. Wow, I really want Xing Lang to drive me just once. Our boyfriend is so useless, why don't we cancel the contract and keep him for Xing Lang? After hearing what these girls said, the boys all looked desperate. Chapter 50 I am his concubine. I originally thought that this simulated battle could dampen Xing Lang's arrogance, but who knew that I would be the one who got embarrassed? Before the get out of class was over, all the boys ran away with their tails between their legs. Xing Lang chuckled. It seemed that no one in the class would dare to shout at him anymore. Just as he was about to leave the simulation room, Xing Lang noticed Xing Linger, who had been sitting behind him. Hey, have you been watching here the whole time? Xing Linger nodded. Xing Lang smiled slightly and suddenly felt warm in his heart. But at this moment, Xing Linger suddenly said, "Do you want me to have a mock battle with you?" Xing Lang was suddenly a little surprised. Can you also simulate combat? Xing Linger shook her head. I haven't been exposed to this before, but I've learned a little bit from watching you do it. Xing Lang couldn't help but chuckle. He had long guessed that Xing Linger's identity was not simple, and her life experience was like a blank sheet of paper. Now it seems that Xing Linger probably wants to try out the fun of this simulated battle. After all, many people treat this as a game. There were just a few minutes left before the get out of class ended, so Xing Lang spoke directly. Okay, I'll let you order. But who knew that Xing Linger had a strange expression? It's okay, just go all out. She said this and walked directly to another simulation cabin. Xing Lang looked at Xing Linger's back and always felt that something was strange. But he still entered the driving simulator. Soon Xing Linger's voice came from the public channel. Let's compete in piloting that fighter plane. Xing Lang agreed, and the 2 fighter planes soon appeared in the air. Looking at the fighter plane in the distance, Xing Lang didn't expect that Xing Linger had also chosen the most standard aircraft in the simulation library. He took a deep breath and prepared to let out some water. So he drove the fighter plane directly towards Xing Linger on the opposite side. At this moment, there was a flash of light in front, and it was obvious that 2 missiles were launched. Xing Lang immediately controlled the fighter plane to dodge to the side, but at this moment, he suddenly received a message that the plane was destroyed. Xing Lang looked at the screen in disbelief and quickly checked the battle replay. Unexpectedly, Xing Linger had already released a round of ammunition before releasing the 2 missiles. The 2 missiles blocked his escape route, forcing him to dodge to the other side. This happened to hit the ammunition that Xing Linger had set up earlier. Hiss. I didn't expect this girl to be so powerful. Looks like I really have to go all out. Soon, the two fighter planes took off again. But this time, Xing Lang only lasted 3 minutes before he was shot down by Xing Linger's missile. The two consecutive battles also made Xing Lang realize that Xing Linger was not simple. You really haven't had any contact with it before? Xing Lang couldn't help but ask on the public channel. Xing Linger's reply came soon. I haven't really come into contact with it, but I've seen a lot of actual combat. Xing Lang blinked his eyes. Could he become so powerful just by watching some combat videos? In another simulation, Xing Linger did not say what was in her heart. It was indeed her first time to experience a simulated battle, but before that, she had personally witnessed countless actual combat drills. And all the commanders who participated in those actual combat exercises were at least 7-star commanders. In the third battle, Xing Lang exerted all his strength and finally defeated Xing Linger with a slight advantage. As the two of them left the simulation room, Xing Lang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my reputation was almost ruined. Although it was a simulated battle, Xing Lang's record of winning 5 battles in a row and defeating all the boys in the class by himself was still spread by someone with ulterior motives. Soon, all the students in Jiangcheng University were discussing Xing Lang. The girls were discussing Xing Lang's superb driving skills, and some of them were so crazy that they wanted Xing Lang to drive for them to experience it. The boys all didn't believe that Xing Lang's skills were so high, and they all wanted to find an opportunity to compare with Xing Lang. In a short period of time, Xing Lang's popularity in the entire Jiangcheng University has reached its peak, and there is even a tendency to break out of the circle. Many people have noticed this talented commander. Xing Lang is not only extremely talented, but also has extremely high skills. Many companies sent invitations to Xing Lang. At this time, Xing Lang, the celebrity of Jiangcheng University, was sitting outside a coffee shop with Xing Linger. Looking at the cappuccino with exquisite latte art in front of her, Xing Linger showed some resistance. What good is this bitter potion? Can you give me a Coke instead? Xing Lang couldn't help but grit his teeth. You insisted on coming out with me. Besides, there's no Coke in the coffee shop. Xing Linger showed a trace of grievance on her face, lowered her head and spoke softly. Oh. Seeing her like this, Xing Lang felt a pang of heartache for no reason. Although Xing Linger is already 20 years old, her mind is so pure that she is just like a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. This situation naturally aroused Xing Lang's desire to protect. Now Xing Lang looked at Xing Linger as if he was looking at the little sisters in an orphanage. Just when Xing Lang was about to order a frappuccino for Xing Linger suddenly spoke. So you went out on a date without telling Sister Zhou Qing? Xing Lang almost spit out a mouthful of coffee. Ahem. This isn't a date. It's just to repay a senior's kindness. Xing Linger nodded again. It's okay, I won't tell Sister Zhou Qing. This is a little secret between you and your little wife. Xing Lang almost choked to death. At this moment, a sweet voice like a silver bell came from afar. Hey, Junior Xing Lang. You've been a big hit at school these days. I didn't expect you to actually be willing to go out for coffee with me. Xing Lang looked up and saw Fang Shuang walking towards him from a distance. Fang Shuang is dressed in a very campus style today. A khaki college-style jacket, a short skirt above the knee, and a pair of white sneakers on her over-the-knee socks. Especially with her long, smooth, black hair draped behind her and her princess-cut hairstyle that modifies her face shape, Fang Shuang looks very youthful and energetic. Xing Lang smiled. I promised senior sister Fang before, so I must keep my word. Besides, I'm not a popular person in the school. On the contrary, I'm almost annoyed to death. Fang Shuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. He simply pulled out a chair and sat between Xing Lang and Xing Linger. The waiter in the coffee shop brought the coffee that Xing Lang had ordered a long time ago. Looking at the caramel macchiato in front of her, Fang Shuang looked at Xing Linger curiously. Is this your sister? Xing Lang shook his head and was about to explain, but Xing Linger spoke first. I am his little boss. Chapter 51 a level multiplayer large-scale copy. When Xing Lang saw Xing Linger speak, he knew that something bad might happen. Before Xing Linger finished speaking, Xing Lang spoke hurriedly. She is my classmate. Yes, a classmate in my class. Xing Linger looked at Xing Lang, then at Fang Shuang, and lowered her head silently. Fortunately, Fang Shuang didn't care about this matter. Instead, she picked up the coffee in front of her, took a sip, and then squinted her eyes contentedly. This coffee shop is still the best. I really can't get used to Starbucks coffee, it's just more famous. Xing Lang also nodded. Although he was not particularly opposed to coffee, he couldn't say that he liked it very much either. However, the coffee beans used in this coffee shop have a very rich aroma, and are not particularly bitter or sour. Okay, Junior Qin Lang, I think you invited me out this time for more than just coffee. Is there anything I can do to help? Qin Lang chuckled and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He already owed Feng Shuang a favor, and if there was really no one else available, he would not have chosen to ask Feng Shuang for help. Well, we're going to the second dungeon this Friday, and the mecha girl I signed up with is busy and can't make it. Feng Shuang nodded. I know that all the outstanding teachers in the school are going to the provincial government for a seminar. I didn't expect your girlfriend Zhou Qing to be among them? Qin Lang nodded slightly. Yes, and non-school students are not allowed to enter this dungeon. So I want you to help me. Whatever you get in the dungeon, I can give it to you as a reward. Hearing this, Xing Linger raised her hand. Can't you please consider signing a contract with me? Qin Lang rolled his eyes and ignored Xing Linger's request. Feng Shuang looked at the two of them and felt that their relationship was very subtle. She thought for a moment, then a trace of distress appeared on her face. Brother Qin Lang, I'm so sorry. Actually, I also want you to drive me again. After all, the experience you gave me last time was simply too good. But I have other things to do this Friday. What a shame. Qin Lang nodded involuntarily when he heard this. It doesn't matter. At worst, I can just enter the dungeon by myself. Feng Shuang smiled apologetically, then looked at Xing Linger. Little sister, this is not the way to chase a boy. Would you like me to teach you a few moves? Originally, Xing Linger had great hostility towards Feng Shuang, but when she heard these words, Xing Linger's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. Seeing the two girls chatting enthusiastically, Qin Lang felt helpless and had to take out his cell phone to chat with Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing had already boarded the train to the provincial capital and was sharing some photos along the way with Qin Lang. This time, Zhou Chang would not be back until next Monday, and after she left, Xing Linger was unwilling to live in her apartment alone. Qin Lang had no choice but to move into the apartment and live with Xing Linger. After finishing a cup of coffee, Feng Shuang stood up and smiled. Junior Qin Lang, thank you for the coffee. I hope we can have another date like this next time. Qin Lang opened his mouth and quickly explained. Senior, this isn't. Feng Shuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. I know, this isn't a date. I was just teasing you. I'll go back to school now. I hope you can find a mecha girl who can enter the dungeon with you soon. Qin Lang nodded and watched Feng Shuang leave. He turned to look at Xing Linger, who was taking notes. You're not really going to do what she says, are you? Xing Linger nodded seriously. I think what she said makes a lot of sense. Chasing a boy means being persistent. So, do you like me today? Do you want me to be your robot girl? Qin Lang was speechless. No, don't. Xing Linger looked at the notes in her hand and said happily. It says here that when a boy says no, he means yes, and when he says yes, he really wants it. Qin Lang rolled his eyes. Does it say anything about not doing it? Xing Linger flipped through the notebook. No. After Qin Lang finished his coffee, he paid the bill and left with Xing Linger. In order to adjust the students' condition, they were given free time during the first 2 days of entering the dungeon. Qin Lang was bored at school, so he took Xing Linger back to the orphanage. What Qin Lang didn't expect was that Su Weiwei actually liked Xing Linger very much. He even let Xing Linger pursue Qin Lang boldly without any care, completely ignoring Mu Qingchuan. Looking at Xing Linger, who follows Su Weiwei every day, Qin Lang really doesn't know what kind of person Xing Linger will become after being taught by Su Weiwei. Friday came in a flash, and this was also the day they entered the dungeon for the second time. Qin Lang had no plans to sign contracts with other mecha girls, because the other mecha girls had already signed permanent contracts with other boys. As long as he raised his hand, all the girls would abandon their boyfriends and come to form a temporary team with him. But Qin Lang had no intention of stealing her love. It's their business if those girls have feelings for him. At least Qin Lang doesn't have any ambiguous relationship with any girl who has a boyfriend. This is a matter of principle. In the morning, Qin Lang took Xing Linger directly back to school. Since there was no mecha girl, Qin Lang could only enter the copy by himself. When he arrived at the classroom, he saw that the boys and girls had formed teams and were all looking up at him, but no one spoke. This made Qin Lang feel the long-lost peace. But at this time, Qin Lang discovered that Lin Shui had actually returned to class. Not only Lin Shui, but Li Yan also came back. At this moment, Li Yan stared at him with cold eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Xin Lang shook his head in confusion, but had no intention of talking to them. Instead, he sat down in his seat. Soon, the substitute teacher walked into the classroom, clapped his hands and said, "All students, follow me to the playground and prepare to enter the second dungeon." All the students stood up and followed the teacher to the playground. This time, the action was carried out by all the freshmen in their department together, but the way those boys looked at Xin Lang had an unclear meaning. Everyone can enter the dungeon now. This is an A-level instance, a multiplayer instance. Everyone will appear in the same dungeon. I hope everyone can cooperate well in the dungeon and strive to get more and better rewards. At this time, a teacher on the podium said this directly. Since the principal Lu Yun, the dean of studies Zhao Lin and many outstanding teachers have attended the seminar, Jiangcheng University now only has these ordinary teachers. Chapter 52 A Commander Without a Mecha Girl. Hearing the teacher's words, many students couldn't help but smile. Multiplayer dungeons are more complicated than single-player dungeons. Not only do they have more dangerous mechanical monsters, but the maps are also larger and the terrain is more complex. Moreover, as an A-level copy, most of the mechanical monsters in it have reached the A-level level. Even some boss-level ones can reach S-level. If it wasn't a multiplayer dungeon, the rating of this dungeon would definitely be S-level. This is the special feature of multiplayer copies. Due to the regulations of the Mechanical Alliance, many commanders must cooperate with other commanders after entering the dungeon and are not allowed to kill each other. This also means that the multiplayer dungeon is designed entirely to test the commander's awareness of mutual cooperation. After all, the Mechanical Alliance is a whole. No matter which profession or position these commanders take in the future, they will inevitably have to cooperate with the mecha girls driven by other commanders. In this situation, everyone needs to put the team first. These people's ideas are of course good. At the same time, in the previous training, we also emphasized strengthening students' awareness of mutual cooperation. But today's copy is a little different. Li Yan returned to school as early as yesterday. Seeing that Li Yan was so seriously injured but was able to recover in such a short time, all the boys were shocked and couldn't help but run to his dormitory to express their condolences. After all, since Li Yan is a rich second generation, he still has certain supporters in the school. No matter how bad the relationship between the other boys and Li Yan was, they would come and express sympathy after Li Yan suffered such a thing. Just when the boys came to Li Yan's dormitory, Li Yan told them about his plan. "Everyone, Xin Lang's affairs have been making a lot of noise in school these days. I heard that when I was away, he defeated all the boys in our class by himself." Hearing this, all the boys in the class lowered their heads in shame. Xin Lang's strength is really too strong. And no matter what type of machine it is, he can operate it very skillfully. His skills are so high that my girlfriend only thinks about Xin Lang every day and doesn't want to drive with me at all. When Xin Lang was mentioned, the boys immediately complained about him. Even boys who were not in the same class as Xin Lang were complained by their girlfriends because of the skills Xin Lang displayed. This is completely an unprovoked disaster. No matter how good Xin Lang's skills are, it shouldn't be a reason for his girlfriend to blame him. But they couldn't be angry with their girlfriends, so they pointed the finger directly at Xin Lang. Seeing the looks of these boys, Li Yan smiled slightly and walked over to close the door. "Classmates, it seems that everyone has a lot of complaints about Xin Lang, not to mention me. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have stayed in the hospital for so long. Tomorrow is the day to enter the dungeon, and from what I understand, this should be a multiplayer dungeon. In that case, why don't we teach Xin Lang a lesson in the dungeon?" Hearing this, some boys' eyes lit up immediately. That's a good idea. After all the boys in the department are participating this time. As long as we choose the ones with stronger fighting ability, I don't believe we can't beat Xin Lang alone. Yeah, Xin Lang has now angered everyone. It's because he behaved so well that our girlfriends are thinking about him. He should be taught a lesson. I agree. Most of the boys were indignant, but one boy still raised questions. But the situation in the dungeon will be broadcast to the outside world. And the Mechanical Alliance has a clear rule prohibiting killing each other in multiplayer dungeons. If you do that, you'll probably be expelled, right? As soon as these words were spoken, the frantic boys immediately calmed down. If I get expelled from school because of this incident, all these years of study will be in vain. Thinking of this, they had to think carefully. Li Yan looked at the boy who was talking and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's true, but what if I can block the broadcast signal? All the boys looked at Li Yan in disbelief. Is this really possible? Li Yan spoke lightly. It can only block a certain area for 10 minutes. But even so, it should be enough. What we need to do is lure Qin Lang into the trap we've designed in advance, and then teach him a lesson. Hearing this, all the boys became excited and nodded in agreement. Only after these boys left did Li Yan reveal a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He did not deceive these boys, he really wanted to use their power to lure Qin Lang into the trap. But once he blocked the signal, it would not be as simple as just teaching Qin Lang a lesson. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill Qin Lang directly. Li Yan thought about it and took out a small device from his commander's backpack. Seeing the red light flashing on the device, Li Yan's eyes gradually became crazy. As long as I kill you, your SSS level talent will be mine. When the time comes, I'll taste not only Lin Shui, but also Zhou Chang and all the girls in the class. Ha, Qin Lang, your death is coming. Li Yan, who was standing in the team at this time, thought about what happened yesterday and looked at Qin Lang with a sinister look. In order to win this battle, those people also arranged for themselves a robot girl who had already been planted in Jiangcheng University. This mecha girl is also very powerful and has even reached the second form. And now Qin Lang seems to have not completed the contract with others at all. Facing a commander without a mecha girl, can't they fight however they want? At this time, the teacher on the podium had already used the mechanical core to open the passage to the copy, and the students immediately lined up and walked in. Some commanders and mecha girls hold hands. Only in this way will they be teleported to the same place. Qin Lang and Xing Linger looked at each other and held hands naturally. Although the two of them did not complete the contract, this is still a way to take care of each other. Just as he was about to enter the dungeon passage, a girl suddenly rushed over and bumped into Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang looked at the girl with some confusion as she entered the dungeon passage, then touched his palm. There was a small piece of paper lying there. Interesting. Come on, let's go in too. Having said this, Qin Lang directly took Xing Linger's hand and entered the copy passage. Chapter 53 Copy, Mechanical City. As the two stepped into the dungeon passage, a feeling of space teleportation came instantly. When the dizziness subsided, the two of them felt grounded. Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed in amazement when he saw the scene in front of him. Wow, a mechanical city. What appeared before them was a city made entirely of steel. Those buildings are like steel towers with all kinds of lights flashing on them. The entire city is a complete cyberpunk future scene. At the same time, there are many vehicles on the streets. They seem to have been scrapped, but there are always some mechanical monsters hidden in them. The voice of the copy system sounded in Qin Lang's mind. Welcome to this dungeon. Dungeon name, Mechanical City. Difficulty level, A. Instance drops, mechanical cores, mechanical parts, transformation cores. Dungeon time limit, 6 hours. Clearance goal, please find the final boss hidden in the mechanical city and kill the final boss to clear the level. Hearing the voice in his mind, Qin Lang took a deep breath and looked at Xing Linger beside him. Xing Linger still maintained her human form at this time, looking around with some curiosity. Qin Lang was about to speak when the system's voice suddenly came from his mind. Host detected entering a multiplayer instance, now issuing a system task. Mission 1, kill 10 mid-level bosses and remove the mechanical core intact. Mission 2, please kill the final boss. Mission 3, please seize the mechanical elemental token from the final boss. Task reward, each completed task will earn you 20,000 mall points, which can be accumulated. Complete Mission 1 and receive a new Commander Ultimate skill, 9 Suns Shining. Complete Mission 2 and receive a random super-powered weapon system, planetary level power engine, and all bit upgrade modules. Complete Mission 3 and receive rewards, super-powered mechanical armor, SSS level talent energy overload, and planetary level weapon system. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Qin Lang's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise. This is the first time the system has issued such a task. It seems that this copy is definitely not simple. And what is this mechanical elemental command? However, for the sake of the system rewards, Qin Lang must complete these tasks. Just as he was getting ready to do something big, Qin Lang suddenly remembered something very embarrassing. That means he doesn't have a mecha girl yet. Damn. What should I do? Do I really have to fight these mechanical life forms with my mortal body? No. Qin Lang felt like crying but had no tears. Ever since he exchanged the commander's individual suit from the system last time, Qin Lang has been secretly familiarizing himself with it these days. But even with the support of the commander's individual suit, it is impossible to fight against these mechanical life forms. Mechanical life forms can be restored through repairs after being damaged. If he gets injured, he'll die. Xing Lang thought so and turned to look at Xing Linger beside him. Is it really necessary to sign a contract with Xing Linger? I don't know if I sensed Xing Lang's thoughts or felt Xing Lang's gaze. Xing Linger suddenly spoke. According to Senior Sister Fong, I can't be too proactive. From now on, I will only sign a contract with you if you beg me. Do you want to sign a contract with me? Beg me. Xing Linger jumped and danced in front of Qin Lang with a smile. Qin Lang walked forward speechlessly. You want me to beg you? Maybe in the next life. Qin Lang said this and took out the note from his pocket and took a look at it. Seeing the contents of the note, Qin Lang couldn't help but squint his eyes. I haven't bothered you yet, but you come to provoke me first? In that case, let's use this copy to fight to the death. Qin Lang took out a lighter and lit the note directly. Watching the ashes dissipate in the wind, Qin Lang directly chose a direction. Let's go this way. At the same time, Qin Lang also wore a single soldier suit. After switching the plasma gun to rifle form, Qin Lang looked at the high-tech plasma rifle in his hand and finally felt a little confident. Xing Linger looked at Qin Lang's equipment. Although there was some doubt in her eyes, she did not ask anything. She must implement the contents of the notes and must not be too proactive. Only in this way can I become Qin Lang's concubine as soon as possible. At the same time, Li Yan and others also entered this copy. Instead of dealing with the mechanical monsters, they all gathered together. Li Yan, you were right. So where should we set the trap? Seeing the boys in front of him, Li Yan smiled slightly. Before we begin, I want to tell you something. You can't quit now, and you absolutely cannot tell Qin Lang about this. If anyone dares to betray us, I will make him pay the price. Hearing Li Yan's murderous words, all the students felt a chill in their hearts. Don't worry, we won't tell on you. Yeah, you still don't believe us? Li Yan chuckled. That would be best. I've already chosen the location for the trap. It's right here, Building A. There's a mid-level mini-boss here. If Qin Lang wants to pass this dungeon, this boss is the first one he has to go through. After we deal with Qin Lang first, we can use the remaining time to slowly finish this dungeon. Hearing this, all the boys nodded excitedly. Li Yan waved his hand. Go to Building A with your mecha girls. Remember, never tell your own robot girls your true purpose. It's hard to guarantee they won't tell Qin Lang. All the boys nodded hurriedly. They don't trust their girlfriends. After all, they see Qin Lang's name more often than they mention their own name. Only after the boys left did Li Yan look at the corner. Now that I'm here, you don't have to hide anymore. Come out and complete the temporary contract first. I still need your help in this dungeon. As Li Yan spoke, a girl with long straight black hair and college-style clothes walked out from behind the steel building. She looked at Li Yan with a frosty face. I didn't expect you to deal with Qin Lang. If that's the case, I absolutely cannot make a temporary contract with you. Li Yan chuckled, as if he had expected this, and took out a remote control from his bag. Yeah? You should have anticipated this day before you made a deal with that organization. I really want to know, how strong is the control that system has over you? The girl's face suddenly changed and she rushed over to try to snatch the remote control from Li Yan's hand. But Li Yan pressed the button first. In an instant, the girl's body froze in place and turned directly into a mechanical form. Chapter 54. Do you want to attack Qin Lang? As the girl transformed into a mechanical form, Li Yan also entered the cockpit directly. At the same time, a temporary contract invitation was issued. The girl seemed to have no ability to refuse and immediately agreed to the contract application. But the girl's voice still rang out in the cockpit, and she spoke angrily. You shameless villain! Compared to Qin Lang, you are nothing but a maggot. Li Yan chuckled and said indifferently. Whatever you say, it's the deal you made with that organization after all. The girl stopped talking, and Li Yan had already established an energy channel. Feeling Li Yan's talent level, the girl was shocked. How come you have SS level talent? Li Yan smiled indifferently and started the machine directly. On the other side, Qin Lang also used the plasma gun in his individual soldier suit to deal with some low-level mechanical monsters. Xing Linger had been following Qin Lang, and when she saw how difficult it was for Qin Lang to deal with these low-level mechanical monsters, she immediately laughed. How about it, would you consider a temporary contract with me? As long as I help you, you can definitely conquer this dungeon. Qin Lang pulled out the mechanical core of the mechanical monster. It was only a sea level 1, but it took him 3 full minutes. Qin Lang smiled slightly when he heard Xing Linger's suggestion. Sure, as long as you tell me your identity, machine type, and level, I'll make a temporary contract with you. Having known Xing Linger for such a long time, Qin Lang has tried to use the system to check her information more than once. But every attempt ended in failure. Until now, Qin Lang still doesn't know Xing Linger's body type and level. Moreover, Xing Linger's identity is one of the reasons why Qin Lang dared not to sign a contract with her. Needless to say, Xing Linger's body level must be very high, and the higher the level of the body, the more it can sense the commander's specific talents and levels. It would be fine if Qin Lang only had 1 SSS level talent, but he has 3. Who knows if Xing Linger can sense his 3 SSS level talents? Qin Lang can't take any risks. What if someone discovers my identity as a time traveler and the secret of my system? Then I will definitely be sliced and studied. Therefore, before Qin Lang completely trusted Xing Linger, he would not even enter her cockpit, let alone make a contract with her. Xing Linger curled her lips and spoke. As long as you make a contract with me, won't you know everything? Besides, how are you going to deal with the boss here without the help of the mecha girl? Qin Lang smiled slightly. You don't have to worry about that. Of course I have my own way. Xing Linger rolled her eyes and sneered at Qin Lang's confidence. Qin Lang glanced at the time and found that they had been in this copy for 15 minutes. Those people should be ready. In that case, it's his turn to perform. Let's go to Building A. Xing Linger didn't say anything, but just followed Qin Lang silently. Qin Lang turned and looked at Xing Linger. Just over a week has passed since Xing Linger appeared. Xing Linger is no longer as innocent and pure as before, like a blank slate. I really don't know where she grew up. It's like I haven't communicated with anyone else at all. At this time, the boys who teamed up with Li Yan to ambush Qin Lang had already arrived at the Area A building. This building has only 5 floors, and the small boss guarding the building is on the top floor. In the entire mechanical city, the Area A building is like a fortress. Only by passing through here can you reach the central area of the mechanical city. When the boys came downstairs, they looked up at the steel building and couldn't help but be amazed. Have you noticed that this city seems to have been built by these mechanical life forms? But these mechanical monsters have low intelligence. How could they possibly build such a complex city? Hearing what the boy said, everyone else shook their heads. Who knows? Don't think about these useless things, we should solve our goal first. The boy sighed helplessly. To be honest, although he disliked Qin Lang, he didn't want to get involved in the feud between Li Yan and Qin Lang. I feel helpless at this moment. I can't let myself appear to be out of place. These boys are not all useless. After arriving at this building, they immediately cleaned up all the mechanical monsters on the 4 lower floors as quickly as possible. This is the plan they made. When Qin Lang arrived here and started fighting with the boss on the 5th floor, they appeared directly. At that time, Qin Lang will not only have to deal with the boss, but also have to deal with their attacks, which will definitely make Qin Lang unable to take care of himself. Because there are so many people, and the mechanical monsters in this building are not a very high level. It only took them 10 minutes to clear out all the mechanical monsters inside, and then they controlled the machines to hide in various corners of the building. A few minutes later, Qin Lang and Xing Linger slowly appeared outside the building. A boy was driving his mecha girl and hiding in the window. When he saw Qin Lang and Xing Linger appear, he quickly reminded everyone in the team channel. The target has appeared. Everyone, please control your machines. Hearing this, the boys all nodded and directly chose complete control. Although the commander assists the mecha girl in combat, the mecha girl herself does not have the ability to act independently. So once all these mecha girls turn into mechanical forms, they can only be controlled by these commanders. But it does not mean that these mecha girls have lost consciousness. They were wondering what so many boys were doing secretly when they gathered together. After seeing Qin Lang's figure at this time, they all understood. Wait, you want to attack Qin Lang? Oh, you actually tricked us all. I'm warning you, get out of my cockpit right now. I will never be an enemy of Qin Lang. The girls immediately protested. But at this time, all the boys gritted their teeth and silently cut off contact with their robot girls. They felt that as long as they succeeded this time, these girls would definitely change their minds. Then these girls won't blame themselves anymore. At this moment, Qin Lang and Xing Linger looked at the Area A building in front of them and walked in directly. Ah, it's so quiet in this building. Why don't you hide here and take a nap? Xin Lang looked at the situation in the building with a smile. Even without the help of the mecha girls, he could clearly see where the mecha girls were hiding. These people can't even play the simplest game of hide and seek. Chapter 55 My Robot Girl? I force you to drive me. At this time, the boys hiding in the dark were so angry that they gnashed their teeth when they heard Xin Lang's words. That damn Xin Lang has come all the way here, why doesn't he want to keep moving forward? That's right, you still want to sleep here? I really don't know what's so good about him that these girls like him. Some boys were secretly watching Xin Lang. Xin Lang took out an inflatable mattress from his backpack, spread it on the ground and lay down on it, ready to fall asleep. What made these boys most angry was that Xing Linger thought about it and then lay down next to Xin Lang. Don't these two people take the danger here seriously at all? How can there be such a careless person? You know, their girlfriends are still angry now. If this matter is not resolved quickly and an apology is not made immediately, I'm afraid their girlfriends will really terminate the contract with them. If this is true, then they will be in great disgrace. Although these mecha girls have the right to terminate the contract, few of them do so. Generally, these mecha girls will only make this choice when the commanders have made serious mistakes. All of a sudden, the boys started communicating on the public channel. Are we just going to wait like this? Why not just rush out and beat him up right now? Xing Linger hasn't transformed into a mechanical form yet. Even if he wants to sign the contract, it's probably too late. Yes, let's do it. Wait, do we still need to wait for Li Yin? Wait a minute. Let's beat Xin Lang up first. The boys made up their minds and immediately prepared to jump out from their hiding places. But at this moment, Xin Lang seemed to sense their intention and stood up directly from the inflatable mattress. It's boring just lying there. How about we go up and fight a boss first? Hearing Xin Lang's words, the boys quickly stopped what they were doing. Of course, it would be best if they could not disrupt the previous plan. After all, they were not sure of defeating Xin Lang. Otherwise, why would you wait until now? Quick, everyone, don't move. It's safest to wait until he and the boss start fighting before we take action. For a while, the boys had no choice but to continue waiting. Xing Linger had already helped Xin Lang pack up the inflatable mattress and followed Xin Lang to the second floor. All the boys were very excited and thought that Xin Lang would continue to move forward. Perhaps at this moment, Xin Lang suddenly turned around and looked at Xing Linger. Are you tired of walking? I'm a little tired. How about we sit here and have a Coke? Xing Linger nodded and put the inflatable mattress directly on the ground. Xin Lang took out a bottle of Coke with a smile and poured a glass for himself and Xing Linger. The boys were speechless. Depend on. You're tired after just one flight of stairs? Are you kidding me? We're all so tired of hiding here, and he's just leisurely drinking Coke over there? No, I can't stand it anymore, I must rush out and beat him up. The boys wanted to take action again, but at this moment, Xin Lang had already finished a cup of Coke, stood up, stretched, and continued to walk forward. Ah, it feels so good after drinking Coke. I'm going to fight 10 of them alone now. Seeing this scene, the boys had no choice but to endure it again. This time, Xin Lang lived up to everyone's expectations and went straight to the fourth floor. Just when all the boys thought Xin Lang was ready to move forward, he took out a tent. Xing Linger, fighting is too boring. Do you want to come to the tent and do something fun? Xing Linger blinked her eyes and actually got into the tent. All the boys were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. This time they finally couldn't bear it anymore, and even those with the best patience had their patience completely worn out. Xin Lang. Die. All the boys rushed out from their hiding places, and one machine girl after another appeared in front of Xin Lang. After completing the contract, most boys will try to make their mecha girls have a certain degree of transformation ability. Even if they cannot achieve a complete transformation state, they will find a way to install a few transformation cores. Only in this way can your mecha girl have a certain attack power. At this time, all the boys were controlling the machines they were driving, and all their guns and cannons were aimed at Xin Lang. Seeing these boys finally rush out, Xin Lang smiled slightly. I've teased you for so long, and you finally decided to come out. If you don't come out now, you'll be like a turtle in the water. As soon as these words were spoken, all the boys gnashed their teeth in anger. Xin Lang. What's the point of showing off your verbal skills? Where's your mecha girl? Call her out, and let's fight it out. Xin Lang smiled slightly, spread his hands and said. I'm sorry, but I really don't have a mecha girl right now. Xing Linger's little head popped out of the tent and she raised her hand and spoke. If you want, I can sign a contract with you right now. Qin Lang chuckled and shook his head. I told you, you don't have to do anything this time. Just wait and watch the show. Xing Linger sighed softly and no longer insisted. And all the boys were very excited. Ha, a commander without a mecha girl is just a weakling. How dare you show up in front of us without the mecha girl? Since you're seeking death, you can't blame us. The boys grinned and took a step forward in the machines they were driving. Looking at the large and small machines around, this scene does give a strong sense of oppression. No matter how powerful a commander is, he is still made of flesh and blood. How could they possibly fight against a mechanical lifeform like the mecha girl? But Qin Lang was not panicked at all. He crossed his arms and glanced around with a smile. Although I don't have a mecha girl, didn't you send one to me? Listen up, all the mecha girls. If you're willing to sign a contract with me, please turn on your flash. Although those mecha girls have turned into mechanical forms, they have not lost their consciousness. They can also control their bodies and perform some simple actions. After hearing Qin Lang's words, all the machines began to flash their lights continuously. One of the boys said with a sneer. We have signed a permanent contract with them and are now driving them. Can you still kick us out? Qin Lang snapped his fingers. Since you asked sincerely, I will answer you mercifully. Yes, I can do that. After Qin Lang said this, his eyes gradually turned cold. Since these boys want to plot against me, don't blame him for forcing me to drive. System, force me to control these mecha girls. Driving mode fully automatic, now. Receive. Chapter 56. Let me introduce my talent to you, SSS level force driving. Since Qin Lang was upgraded to a 4-star commander, the system's capabilities have also been enhanced. Before, although Qin Lang could use the system to display his force driving talent, it had to be when the mecha girl was not being driven by someone else. Even some of the mecha girls who have signed contracts with Qin Lang cannot be forced to drive. But after he reached 4 stars and the system was upgraded, these restrictions disappeared. Instead, as long as the commander's star level is lower than Qin Lang's, Qin Lang can force the mecha to be driven regardless of whether the commander is driving the mecha. Have these boys reached 4 stars? Of course not. There are even many boys who are still struggling with 1-star and 2-star levels. There are very few that can reach 3 stars. Not to mention trying to cross the huge hurdle of 3 stars. All of a sudden, all the boys felt something changing before their eyes. Then they were squeezed out of the cockpit. All the boys fell to the ground and got up in disbelief. Shit, what's going on? I don't know. How on earth is this done? I feel like my contract is still there. Qin Lang smiled and clapped his hands. Let me formally introduce my talent to you. SSS class, mandatory driving. As the name suggests, I don't need to sign a contract to directly pilot any mecha. Including the mecha girls you're currently piloting and those you've already signed contracts with. At this time, Qin Lang looked at these boys with a devilish smile on his face. He had not revealed his talent before in order to catch people off guard. Now it seems that it has indeed achieved the desired effect. Following Qin Lang's words, the boys felt themselves numb. What kind of unreasonable talent is this? This is too scary. Only some boys in Qin Lang's class seem to have thought of something. During the awakening process, Qin Lang's talent indeed caused Zhou Qing to be amazed. Now it seems that it is not because Qin Lang's level is too low, but because Qin Lang's talent is too strong. Qin Lang smiled slightly, and saw that all the mecha girls pointed their weapons at the boys. This was the first time Qin Lang used fully automatic driving to control so many mechas. And all these mecha girls are now managed by the system. You can only accept Qin Lang's orders. Looking at the muzzle of the gun in front of him. All the boys raised their hands hurriedly. Qin Lang, brother Qin. Please let us go, we really know we are wrong. We won't dare to do that again. This is all Li Yan's bad idea. We don't intend to deal with you at all. All the boys were crying with tears and snot. If they had known that Qin Lang had such talent, how would they dare to become his enemy? A mortal being would definitely not be able to defeat him. But Qin Lang, who was driving the mecha, could squeeze them out of the cockpit with just a forced drive. How can we fight this? It was as if Qin Lang had already turned on God mode. They have no chance to resist at all. Qin Lang smiled slightly and looked at the boys in front of him. I've given you many chances. And if I'm not mistaken, you guys have all challenged me before, right? Why, you were upset about getting beaten up in the mock battle and want to come and experience it yourself? All the boys lowered their heads in shame. If I had known you were so powerful, who would dare to be your enemy? Of course, Qin Lang was too lazy to deal with these boys. And for them, there is a better option. Qin Lang snapped his fingers, causing all the girls to exit their mechanical forms. He saw his girlfriend exit the mechanical form and look at him with anger on her face. All the boys shuddered. None of these girls are weak. After all, they have all been transformed into mechanical life forms and are truly humanoid weapons. Ha, you dare to shut down my communication channel, huh? You dare not listen to me and come to surround Qin Lang, right? Today we will be punished by family discipline. The girls all gathered around as they said this. Qin Lang said with a smile. Hit harder, don't spank me, kick me between my legs. Yes, push harder. Suddenly, the wailing of the boys was heard. But at this moment, there was a sudden roar of an engine outside. Qin Lang turned his head suddenly and saw a fighter plane parked at the same level as the fourth floor. Qin Lang's eyes widened instantly when he saw the dark gray fighter plane. At this moment, 2 Gatling heavy machine guns had transformed on the wings of the fighter plane outside. Bang, bang, bang. As flames spurted out of the muzzle of the heavy machine gun, countless bullets poured towards the side. Depend on. Qin Lang cursed angrily and quickly looked for cover to the side. All the boys and girls were terrified. The girls quickly transformed into mechanical forms, while the boys quickly hid in the cockpit. Damn, is that Li Yan? Is he crazy? He even attacked us. Get out of the way. This fighter is at least S rank. We're no match for it. In an instant, the boys drove their machines and quickly fled to the side. Although some girls wanted to come and save Qin Lang, they were unable to take care of themselves under the dense gunfire from the fighter planes. Qin Lang hid behind a steel support pillar, his heart already cold. When he saw the fighter plane, Qin Lang understood. No wonder Fang Shuang said she had something to do and couldn't accompany him into the dungeon. Unexpectedly, she actually reached a contract with Li Yan. When Qin Lang saw the supersonic fighter, he already knew the identity of the fighter. It was Fang Shuang who had helped him before. But why did Fang Shuang do this? Qin Lang gritted his teeth, but at this moment he heard Li Yan's crazy voice coming from the fighter plane. Ha ha! Qin Lang! I will take revenge today. I was hoping to use these useless boys to drain your strength. But I didn't expect you to have no body. In that case, today is the day you die. Li Yan laughed wildly and kept pressing the fire button. The 2 Gatling heavy machine guns were firing bullets crazily. Even a steel building made of steel could not withstand such intensive fire. Several steel pillars were already crumbling in the face of countless bullets. At this time, Qin Lang hid behind a steel pillar and couldn't help but gritted his teeth. Xing Linger hid behind another steel pillar and turned to look at Qin Lang. Will you sign a contract with me? Qin Lang took a deep breath and shook his head. System, force me to fly this fighter plane outside. Qin Lang knew that Li Yan would never be able to reach 4 stars. In that case, don't blame yourself. Chapter 57 Lin Shui goes to die. Just when Qin Lang thought that the forced driving could be successfully achieved this time, he did not expect that the system suddenly sounded a failure. Forced driving failed. The current state of the machine is special, and forced driving cannot be initiated. Qin Lang widened his eyes in disbelief. What on earth did this damn Li Yan do to Fang Shuang? Why can't driving be forced? Moreover, the system shows that the body status is special. Qin Lang noticed through the reflection of a mirror that there was a very conspicuous red device installed under the fighter plane. But when he was driving Fang Shuang before, he didn't see this device. Is it because of this thing that I can't force myself to drive? At this moment, the bullets that had been fired intensively suddenly stopped. It turned out that because Li Yan had been firing bullets for a long time, the barrels of the 2 Gatling machine guns had overheated and entered a protective state. Qin Lang took this opportunity to rush out, grabbed Xing Linger's hand, and wanted to run downstairs. But at this moment, Li Yan's mocking voice came. You don't think these 2 Gatling guns are all I have? Before he finished speaking, there was a sound of breaking air. Call out. Qin Lang widened his eyes and quickly pulled Xing Linger to the ground. Boom! An airborne missile flew directly over the 2 men's heads, slammed hard into the stairs of the mechanical building, and caused a violent explosion. The explosion caused the already shaky steel building to completely tilt. The steel building's load-bearing columns bend gently. This makes the building tilt more than 30 degrees. The most crucial thing is that the missile just now exploded very close to the two of them. Now Qin Lang feels a little tinnitus in his ears. He shook his head violently and saw that the next missile was coming in an instant. Qin Lang took a breath of cold air instantly. He was still wearing a single soldier combat suit and had no time to think. He quickly hugged Xing Linger and jumped directly. Boom! The missile exploded violently under his feet, directly blowing Qin Lang away. Even Xing Linger and his arms slipped out of his hands, and the two of them fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, Li Yan directly transformed Fang Shuang into the second form, driving the humanoid Gundam, and rushed into the steel building. Looking at the silver-gray body, Qin Lang struggled to get up from the ground. The eyes of the machine no longer emitted blue-green light like before, but were scarlet. Li Yan's voice came from the machine. Qin Lang, look at you now, you look like a dog. When you insulted me before, did you ever think that this day would come? Today is the day of my revenge. Qin Lang, prepare to die. As Li Yan said this, he suddenly pulled out the phantom katana from the back of the machine. This was left on Fang Shuang's body when Qin Lang piloted her last time. The grade of this knife is too low, Qin Lang doesn't even look at it. So I left it to Fang Shuang as a thank you gift. But he didn't expect that this knife would become his death warrant. Looking at the sharp blade emitting a cold light, Qin Lang gritted his teeth. Am I really going to die here today? The blade cut down bit by bit, and Qin Lang closed his eyes in despair. But at this moment, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded in my ears. No! Crack! Qin Lang opened his eyes suddenly, and saw a grizzly tank appeared in front of him at some point. And the sharp phantom katana directly pierced the grizzly tank through. Seeing this very familiar grizzly tank, Qin Lang immediately thought of the identity of this machine. Lin Shui! Qin Lang shouted in disbelief. It turned out that after Lin Shui entered the dungeon, she had been following Qin Lang silently from a distance. She always wanted Qin Lang to forgive her, but when she looked at Qin Lang and Xing Linger, Lin Shui couldn't help but feel ashamed. What reason does she have to appear in front of Qin Lang again? She is nothing but a betrayer. She betrayed the relationship she had with Qin Lang for so many years. But there are some things that you only learn to cherish after you lose them. As early as the first copy, Lin Shui regretted not signing a contract with Qin Lang but instead signing a contract with Li Yan. After coming out, Qin Lang jumped from F-level talent to a legendary commander with SSS-level talent. There were even more people surrounding Qin Lang. She went to Qin Lang to apologize, but there was no possibility of restoring their relationship. So, she had no choice but to follow Qin Lang silently. Seeing Qin Lang easily defeat those boys, Lin Shui was really happy for him. Seeing Li Yan attacking Qin Lang, Lin Shui also thought about escaping. But for some reason, she stayed here and helped Qin Lang block the fatal blow at the critical moment. Seeing the grizzly tank suddenly appear in front of him, Li Yan also recognized Lin Shui's identity. Ah, it's all because of you, bitch. If it weren't for you, how could Qin Lang be my opponent? Now you still want to save him, then just die for him. Li Yan didn't care about Lin Shui's identity at all, instead he slashed down the phantom samurai sword in his hand. In an instant, the sharp phantom katana directly cut through the body of the grizzly tank. Lin Shui also screamed in pain. Ah! Looking at the grizzly tank that was almost completely split in half, Qin Lang's eyes were filled with anger. Li Yan! I will kill you today. But at this moment, Lin Shui's voice came from the tank in front. Qin Lang, hurry, run. I'm really happy to be with you for so many years. Although I have lost you now, I have never stopped missing you for so many days. Now that I can save you, it's my apology for my previous behavior. Are you willing to forgive me? Lin Shui's trembling voice made Qin Lang feel extremely heavy. To be honest, he could actually understand Lin Shui. After all, in that situation, Lin Shui just wanted to survive. That's why he found Li Yan, who was more talented than him. And Qin Lang has no feelings for Lin Shui at all. After all, she came from another world. But now he watched Lin Shui die in front of him to save him. Even if Qin Lang had a heart of stone, he would definitely be touched. He took a deep breath and placed his hands on the tank's armor. I forgive you, I really do. But I will never let you die like this. Qin Lang took a deep breath. Forced driving. In an instant, Qin Lang arrived in the tank's cockpit. Looking at the almost brand new cockpit, Qin Lang gritted his teeth and contacted the system directly in his mind. Fix this tank for me, no matter how many points it costs. Chapter 58, Battle. Detecting damage to the aircraft. Ding. A total of 10,000 points are required. Do you want to repair it immediately? Yes. Xin Lang roared, and suddenly a layer of white light appeared on the tank's body. As this layer of white light covered it, the damaged body began to be repaired rapidly. Li Yan, who was driving a supersonic fighter, raised his eyebrows instantly when he saw the scene. Ha, it seems you two are still a pair of star-crossed lovers. But unfortunately, I won't give you time to repair your body. Li Yan said this, controlling the machine again and raising the phantom katana in his hand. See you in the next life, you two. Brush. The phantom katana slashed down suddenly. But at this moment, a hand suddenly grasped the blade of the phantom katana. Li Yan's eyes widened instantly. The grisly tank body in front of us has been completely repaired. This terrifying repair speed made Li Yan gasp. And the most shocking thing is, this grisly tank actually entered the second form directly. As the machine in front of him transformed and assembled, it directly turned into a dark green humanoid Gundam. The tank's gun muzzle appeared directly on the Gundam's arm. The heavy tracks became the legs of the Gundam. The grisly tank's extremely strong armor covers its entire body, reflecting a heart-pounding light. The transformed and assembled head lit up with a sharp look. Xin Lang was now standing in the transformed cockpit, looking coldly at the Gundam fighter plane opposite. Li Yan, you will definitely die today. In that extremely short period of time, Xin Lang not only used the system to restore all of Lin Shue's body damage. At the same time, he also installed the S-level mechanical core he had obtained before and the only 5 transformation cores he had at present for Lin Shue. This not only allowed Lin Shue's body level to directly become S-level, but also allowed her to officially unlock the second form. Looking at the extremely familiar cockpit in front of him, memories of the simulated driving session with Lin Shue came flooding back like a tide. Xin Lang took a deep breath and looked at the shadow of Lin Shue that slowly appeared beside him. Lin Shue was extremely shocked. Didn't I die trying to save Xin Lang? But why is it that now I am not only not dead, but also have entered the second form? And Xin Lang actually drove himself away again. Unlike the previous simulated driving, this time it is real driving. Xin Lang, you are finally willing to drive me. Xin Lang nodded, then looked at the supersonic fighter plane in front of him being controlled by Li Yan. Let's deal with Li Yan first. Lin Shui nodded vigorously. Yes. All up to you. Xin Lang pushed the joystick hard, and the body formed by the Grizzly tank pushed away the supersonic fighter Gundam. Looking at the Grizzly tank in front of him that had entered its second form, Li Yan chuckled and clenched the phantom katana in his hands. I didn't expect you to be so lucky that you actually survived. But this is just right. Then let's see for ourselves. Xin Lang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Yan. In his eyes, Li Yan is now a dead man. The dark green tank Gundam slowly raised its hand and aimed its extremely ferocious gun muzzle at Li Yan's body. Xin Lang did not install any other armed systems for Lin Shue. Because Lin Shue's own body model is a Grizzly tank, she not only has a very powerful artillery system, but also has very strong armor. These things are enough. It's just dealing with Li Yan, there is no need for him to go through so much trouble. I saw the supersonic fighter plane rushing towards the Grizzly tank at a rapid speed on the 4th floor of the steel building. After all, supersonic fighter jets are a group that wins by speed. Even though they have entered the second form, they still have very high speed. Xin Lang, on the other hand, was driving a Grizzly tank, responding to all changes with the same attitude. At this moment, his eyes caught the figure of the supersonic fighter, and the cannon on his arm fired instantly. Boom! The supersonic fighter plane made a sharp turn in the air, and the phantom sword in its hand actually split the shell directly. Li Yan sneered in his heart. It seemed that Xin Lang was not that good. But at this moment, another artillery shell attacked. Li Yan was startled for a moment, and quickly waved the phantom samurai sword in his hand, blocking the front frantically. But are the Grizzly tank's shells so easy to block? After the shell was fired, Li Yan's body came to a sudden stop. Although he successfully blocked the shell, he also stopped his momentum. Li Yan took a deep breath, suddenly drew his sword, jumped high, and slashed towards Xin Lang. Die! Xin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly a machine gun appeared on his shoulder. This machine gun is one of the Grizzly tank's armament systems. After transforming into the second form, it is directly stored on the shoulder. At this moment, the machine gun rotated and sprayed out countless bullets. Although the supersonic fighter is fast, its defense is very fragile. For a moment, Li Yan's attack momentum was blocked by Qin Lang, and he had no way to attack. He could only wave the phantom samurai sword in his hand and continuously resist the attacking bullets. But at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. "Oh, this is not the way you use the knife." Hearing the voice behind him, Li Yan turned around in disbelief. Qin Lang appeared behind his body without him noticing, and then grabbed his arm. "Ah! Die!" Li Yan roared in horror, but the power of the grizzly tank was extremely great, far exceeding the capabilities of a supersonic fighter. Qin Lang's arm, which was equipped with a gun, was already aimed at his elbow. Boom! A cannonball fired, and the arm of the supersonic fighter was hit hard, and was torn apart instantly. And the phantom samurai sword in his hand also came into Qin Lang's hands. "No, that's impossible. How on earth did you do that?" Qin Lang raised the phantom katana in his hand and said coldly. "You want to fight me? Are you qualified?" Hearing Qin Lang's cold voice, Li Yan laughed wildly. "Ha ha! Everyone can brag. But you still didn't kill me, did you?" Qin Lang chuckled. "I didn't kill you because I didn't want to hurt Feng Shuang." He raised the samurai sword in his hand and pointed it at Li Yan in front of him. "Get out of the cockpit and I'll spare your life." Li Yan controlled the machine to kneel on one knee, slowly raised his head, and looked at Qin Lang opposite him with his scarlet eyes. "Dream!" He cursed angrily, then raised his hand, and saw 3 airborne missiles flying towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang immediately swung the samurai sword in his hand and cut down all 3 missiles in the air. As the smoke and dust from the explosion appeared, Li Yan actually restored Feng Shuang into a fighter plane form and fled directly outside. Chapter 59 Killing Li Yan. Want to escape? Qin Lang snorted coldly, and instantly transformed his body into a grizzly tank, chasing closely behind. Feng Shuang's aircraft model is a supersonic fighter. Although Lin Shui and she both reached S level, how could the grizzly tank possibly compete with a fighter plane in speed? Moreover, supersonic fighter jets have air superiority, and at this time they directly left the grizzly tank behind. Seeing Li Yan driving the fighter plane quickly into the sky, Qin Lang took a deep breath and turned to look at Lin Shui beside him. "Can you still hold on?" Lin Shui nodded vigorously. Qin Lang directly increased the energy output. The grizzly tank accelerated instantly, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. It was obviously a heavily armored tank, yet it was already moving at such a fast speed. In addition, Feng Shuang had been injured before, so Li Yan's speed was not particularly fast at this time. Qin Lang drove the grizzly tank and chased closely behind. Seeing the supersonic fighter plane slowly slowing down, Qin Lang knew that Li Yan's energy was almost gone. Sure enough, the light of the power engine behind the supersonic fighter slowly went out, and the fighter actually fell from mid-air. "Transform!" Qin Lang roared suddenly, and the grizzly tank immediately transformed and entered its second form. The fighter plane was seen falling rapidly in the air, and Qin Lang took a deep breath and immediately reached the strongest energy output. Then, he controlled the tank to squat slightly to accumulate strength, and the phantom samurai sword in his hand suddenly slashed into the air. Ultimate move, Streamer Slash. With Qin Lang's roar, the knife hit the red device under the supersonic fighter with incredible precision. With a loud bang, the red device was cut off by Qin Lang with his phantom katana. As the control device was cut off, Feng Shuang immediately regained consciousness. Just now she could only watch all this happen, but was completely powerless to do anything. But now, although she regained consciousness, Li Yan had no energy left, and the supersonic fighter plane fell directly from the sky. She looked at Qin Lang with great reluctance. And at this moment, Qin Lang suddenly roared angrily. Forced driving. Without the interference of that device, Qin Lang's talent was successfully activated this time. His figure flashed and he immediately appeared in the cockpit of the supersonic fighter. Feng Shuang widened her eyes at Qin Lang, who suddenly appeared. "What's going on? You broke the contract between me and that bastard." Qin Lang smiled and nodded. "That's right. And I've already removed the device on your body. It must be that device that's controlling you, right?" Feng Shuang's face was gloomy and she nodded slightly. "Sorry. Actually, Qin Lang raised his hand and said with a smile. "It's okay, we'll talk about this later. Let's crush the scumbag Li Yan first." Seeing that Qin Lang did not blame her, Feng Shuang was immediately touched. She nodded vigorously. Qin Lang controlled the supersonic fighter and landed directly. Li Yan, having been deprived of control, had already appeared on the ground. He looked at his hands in disbelief, not understanding why he could be forced out. At this time, the supersonic fighter piloted by Qin Lang also landed on the ground. The Grizzly tank drove over from a distance. As the two large machines directly transformed into the second form, Qin Lang's voice also came out from the machines. Li Yan, we have no past or present grudges, so why do you have to target me? Hearing Qin Lang's voice, Li Yan couldn't help laughing. No grudges in the past and no hatred in the present? Qin Lang, how dare you say that? Qin Lang almost couldn't help laughing. Really? I really don't know how I offended you. Li Yan said with a sneer. It's all because of you. If you weren't so talented and performed so well, why would Lin Shui be unwilling to continue signing with me? Also, if it weren't for you, how could Xing Linger look down on me? It's because of you that Xing Linger beat me so badly. This is all your fault. Hearing what Li Yan said, Qin Lang almost couldn't help laughing. He originally thought that Li Yan was shameless enough, but who knew that he still underestimated the extent of Li Yan's shamelessness? I can't sleep because of the rotation of the earth. This level of shamelessness in making unfounded arguments is truly unparalleled. Even Fang Shuang, who was standing by, couldn't help but speak out. How did this child develop his brain circuits? Could it be that his mother raised the placenta? Qin Lang shook his head and said helplessly. There's really no point for people like this to live. After saying this, Qin Lang directly extended the muzzle of the gun. Seeing the muzzle of the gun in front of him, Li Yan was still shouting wildly. Qin Lang, you absolutely dare not kill me. The Mechanical Alliance has ordered that if you dare to kill me in a dungeon, you will be killed too. Qin Lang smiled slightly. Yeah? Can anyone prove that I killed you? Li Yan was stunned for a moment. Before he showed up, the shielding device had already blocked all the broadcast signals. And the time is less than 10 minutes now. Thinking of this, Li Yan's expression changed instantly. Qin Lang, you. Before he could finish his words, Qin Lang pressed the button. Boom! The onboard artillery fired a shell directly, and Li Yan was instantly killed. After completely wiping out Li Yan, Qin Lang exited the driving mode. Lin Shui and Fang Shuang also returned to their human form. Seeing the two girls in front of him, Qin Lang took a deep breath and turned to look at Fang Shuang. Now that you don't have a commander, can you continue this dungeon with me? Fang Shuang immediately laughed and put her long hair behind her ears. Sure. Junior, I'll wait for you over there. After Fang Shuang finished speaking, she walked directly towards a steel building. Qin Lang then turned and looked at Lin Shui. Lin Shui's expression was extremely complicated. There is not only expectation and admiration, but more importantly, apology. Qin Lang, I still want to be your robot girl, is that okay? After Lin Shui said this with a nervous mood, she looked at Qin Lang with great anticipation. But who would have thought that Qin Lang slowly shook his head? Lin Shui felt her heart break instantly. Why? Are you still unwilling to forgive me? Qin Lang sighed softly. Speak out. I didn't blame you. It was your freedom to make that choice. Anyone would have made the same choice as you in that situation. The reason I don't want to sign a contract with you is because I really don't have any more contract spots. Secondly, it's because I don't feel that there is any deep affection between you and me, and you feel the same way. Don't you think our relationship is more like friends than lovers? Hearing Qin Lang's words, Lin Shui was stunned for a moment. Qin Lang smiled. You want me to make a contract with you now, but it's just because you feel sorry for me, not because you love me so much. That's not what I want. What I want is someone like Zhou Chang and Mu Qingchuan, someone who can love me wholeheartedly. This kind of feeling is more precious than trust. After hearing these words, Lin Shui took a deep breath and slowly calmed herself down. I understand. Thank you for forgiving me. Lin Shui forced a smile. In that case, we'll still be friends from now on, right? Qin Lang nodded, then waved his hand with a smile. Well, you can go find your commander now. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely be able to find someone who truly loves you. After Qin Lang said this, he turned and walked towards the steel building. Looking at Qin Lang's back, Lin Shui finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. On the other side, Qin Lang arrived outside the steel building and had already met up with Fang Shuang. Fang Shuang looked at the figure covered in snow in the distance and asked Qin Lang helplessly. Junior, you owe quite a lot of debts of love. Qin Lang shrugged. I can't help it, who made me handsome and strong. Fang Shuang laughed out loud twice. Maybe it was because the control device had been removed that she felt relieved, but the sadness that often appeared in her eyes had disappeared. If I want to pursue you, will I have a lot of rivals? Xinlang smiled slightly and shook his head. No. You just need to treat all girls as your rivals in love. Fang Shuang couldn't help but smile slightly, and directly put her arm around Xinlang. Then he slowly spoke. Junior, actually, I have many secrets, and these secrets may even put you in danger. Chapter 60. This weapon is equipped for you? Hearing Fang Shuang's words, Xinlang smiled slightly and shook his head. It doesn't matter. Who doesn't have their own secrets in this world? Besides, I have killed Li Yan now, so I can't escape this matter anyway. Xinlang thought about it and realized that the secret on Li Yan and the device on Fang Shuang's body were obviously not from the Mechanical Alliance. Like other commanders, it is impossible for him to leave the Mechanical Alliance, and he doesn't want to leave. In this case, no matter who is behind this, he is destined to be his enemy. Since they are enemies, why bother about becoming enemies earlier or later? After hearing Xinlang's words, Fang Shuang held Xinlang's arm even tighter. The soft, fragrant and warm body leaned directly against Xinlang and spoke softly. But you don't have to do this. Xinlang smiled slightly and gently patted Fang Shuang's smooth and white little hand. There is no do or don't do, I just do what I want to do. Now, can you tell me what's going on? Fang Shuang was silent for a moment, then nodded. Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you everything I know. I hope this will change your mind and that you will no longer be involved in this matter after leaving this instance. As the two walked towards the Area A building, Fang Shuang explained her situation. Her family situation was not particularly good. Her parents were ordinary workers. Her mother was a bus driver. After her father became a commander, he took her mother to work at the bus company. However, in a traffic accident, both the mother and father were seriously injured, and the other vehicle involved in the accident fled and has not been found to date. Although the insurance company paid part of the compensation, it was still far from enough to cover the high medical expenses. In this situation, Fang Shuang had no choice but to cooperate with a mysterious organization. The organization covered her parents' medical expenses and gave Fang Shuang upgraded parts. It is also because of this that Fang Shuang was able to enter the second form. But all this comes at a price. Fang Shuang didn't know at the time that these parts were specially made by that organization. During the process of her body being upgraded, the organization also left a control core in her body. The purpose was to use her identity as a student of Jiangcheng University to find a way to infiltrate the Mechanical Alliance. Because Fang Shuang is talented enough and the level of her machine is not low, she will definitely be able to successfully join the Mechanical Alliance and even the Alliance Army in the future. In this way, Fang Shuang's identity can provide great convenience to the organization. And Li Yan is the commander chosen by that organization. After hearing what Fang Shuang said, Xinlang couldn't help but frown. Who exactly is this organization? Why are they planning to establish China's Mechanical Alliance? Fang Shuang shook her head. I don't know. I've only ever had one line of communication with that organization. I have no way of contacting them. But they don't seem to be a purely foreign organization. I once heard them chatting in Spanish, and they are also planning to form mechanical alliances with other major countries. Xinlang was suddenly extremely surprised. You also know Spanish? Fang Shuang smiled shyly. I only understood a little bit, but I have a good memory, so I looked up what those people meant on the translation software. Xinlang touched his chin and couldn't help but think. Unexpectedly, there was such a complicated matter behind Li Yan. Is there any connection between this organization and the killer organization that I want to investigate? I see. If that's the case, why don't you ask the Mechanical Alliance for help? Fang Shuang sighed. How is that possible? If the Mechanical Alliance knew that I was bribed by that organization and became a spy, they would definitely find a way to destroy me. And if you hadn't destroyed that device, everything I did would have been known to this organization. That device not only controls me, it's also a self-destruct device. If I reveal anything to the Mechanical Alliance, that device will instantly blow me to pieces. Xinlang took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that this organization would be so cruel and ruthless. Let me think about it, I can definitely come up with a good solution. Xinlang shook his head and looked up at the Area A building in front of him. Now, let's deal with this copy first. Xinlang had already wasted an hour to deal with Li Yan, and now there are only 5 hours left in the time limit for this copy. Within 5 hours, he not only has to deal with the 10 small bosses, but also the final boss and get the mechanical element order. Time is still very tight. Great, I can finally fight alongside you again. I've missed your skills for a long time. Fang Shuang said this very shyly, and then she turned directly into a mechanical form. Qin Lang smiled slightly, walked into the cockpit, and controlled Fang Shuang to enter the second form. Since the mechanical monsters on the first 4 floors have been dealt with by the boys, and those boys are probably busy coaxing their girlfriends now, they have no time to come and snatch these small bosses. Now it has become Qin Lang's home time. He controlled the machine and went directly to the 5th floor, where he saw a huge heavy armored vehicle parked in the lobby. As if sensing the approach of the organism, the armored vehicle's headlights instantly lit up with a scarlet light. Immediately afterwards, the armored vehicle transformed into a Gundam form, with a ferocious gun muzzle appearing on its arm. Seeing the armored Gundam in front of him, Qin Lang's eyes turned slightly cold, and he pulled out an ion beam sword from the waist of the machine. This ion beam sword was a reward he had received before. Since the phantom katana that Fang Shuang was previously equipped with had been chopped into pieces by him, now she can only use this ion beam sword to fight. The armored vehicle made a low engine roar, then slowly raised its right hand, and the ferocious muzzle directly fired a heavy rocket. Its weapons system is pretty good. Should I equip you? While Qin Lang was controlling the machine to dodge, he still had the mood to chat with Fang Shuang. Fang Shuang curled her lips. This muzzle is really ugly, and where do you want to put it? It doesn't seem to match my body at all, does it? Qin Lang chuckled, feeling that this was indeed the case. So without wasting any more time, he used his ultimate move directly. Flowing light slash. There was a flash of light, and the blade of the ion beam sword drew a long mark, instantly penetrating the body of the armored Gundam. Boom! The armored Gundam fell to the ground with a loud bang, and was killed by Qin Lang before it could even last a single round. Chapter 61 What did you do to me? After removing the mechanical core of the armored Gundam, Qin Lang collected the parts of the armored Gundam. Although Fang Shuang doesn't want this weapon system, it would be nice to keep it for Lillian. Moreover, the armor system of this armored Gundam is also pretty good. It is a good choice to sell it or give it to the system to exchange points. Junior, the power of your ultimate move has increased a lot. This surge of energy, filling my entire body, feels so amazing. Fang Shuang said excitedly. Qin Lang smiled and said calmly. It's just so, hee hee. By the way, do you want to upgrade? I happen to have some parts here. Hearing this, Fang Shuang nodded with a smile. She felt that as an ordinary college student, Qin Lang should have obtained some upgraded parts from the copy even if he had some. The value of these upgrade parts is not too high. Given her current relationship with Qin Lang, if her abilities become stronger, it will also be beneficial to Qin Lang. Besides, I already owe you a huge favor, so why should I care about these ordinary upgrade parts? When Qin Lang saw Fang Shuang agreed, he immediately upgraded her. System, help me upgrade this machine with a satellite-grade power engine, anti-radar nano-coating, and lightweight titanium alloy armor. Also, let's take a look at the weapon systems I have now. Upgrading, please wait. The host's current weapon systems are as follows: Viper missile system, sword missile system, surface-to-air missiles, ultimate weapon god-slaying sword system, grading-type maneuverable light wings, combat drone swarm. Seeing the current arms system, Qin Lang couldn't help but touch his chin. Some of these weapon systems were dropped from previous missions and mechanical monsters. There are also system rewards, such as the god-killing sword system. Unfortunately, even with Fang Shuang's level of machine, this system cannot be installed. Qin Lang thought for a moment and said directly. Install the sword missile system and the grading-type maneuverable light wings. Upgrading, please wait. Congratulations, host, the current machine has been upgraded and transformed. Qin Lang smiled slightly and directly increased his energy output. Suddenly, the newly upgraded satellite-level power engine roared. The entire supersonic fighter was trembling slightly under the surging power of the engine. Oh my god, I feel like my motivation is coming back. Junior, what exactly did you upgrade for me? Fang Shuang's mouth opened slightly in shock, and her pretty face was full of disbelief. It's just a satellite-grade power engine. Let me show you the real good stuff. Qin Lang said this and directly deployed the arms system that had just been installed. Missile ports were visible on the shoulders and arms of the machine. These missile ports are not only very concealed but also easy to use. Looking at the missile that was like a sharp sword, Fang Shuang took a breath. And this? Qin Lang pressed a button and saw 4 light wings unfold directly behind him. A blue grating grid flickered in the middle of the light wing, which was made of plasma. Once stimulated, it will instantly provide powerful motivation. The 4 light wings can provide greater maneuverability for the entire body. Hiss. That is so amazing. Fang Shuang was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She originally thought that the upgrades Qin Lang gave her were just some ordinary parts. But these things are amazing. Even the most ordinary sword missile system is more powerful than her original upgraded missile system. Not to mention the grating-type maneuverable light wings. It's unheard of. There are also satellite-grade power engines. Isn't this used to drive spacecraft? No wonder I feel so incredibly motivated. The power engine not only provides propulsion for the body, but is also the source of all the body's mobility. After the power engine is upgraded, the body's movements will be faster. You will be more powerful when fighting. So many things must have cost a lot of money, right? Junior, how can I repay you? Qin Lang said with a grin. Nothing much, just some ordinary spare parts. They're just sitting there anyway. Hearing these nonchalant words, Fang Shuang certainly wouldn't take it for granted that these parts were worthless. At the very least, that satellite-grade power engine is worth more than all the parts of its entire body combined. Thinking of the parts that organization upgraded for me, almost none of them can compare to what Qin Lang brought out. And that organization was trying to control him, so Qin Lang didn't expect anything in return. Thinking of this, Fang Shuang's heart was filled with emotion. She looked at Qin Lang affectionately and suddenly spoke. Junior, I don't have a commander right now, and I haven't signed a permanent contract with anyone. If you wish, my position as commander will always be reserved for you alone. You can make a temporary contract with me at any time. Fang Shuang gave herself completely to him without caring about status or reward. After all, this is the only way to repay Qin Lang's kindness to her. Qin Lang thought about it for a moment, then smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay. In that case, you will be mine from now on, senior sister. Fang Shuang nodded happily. That's right, I belong only to you. Just as the two people were expressing their feelings to each other, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Qin Lang, how long are you going to keep on talking? Hearing the voice, Qin Lang looked outside instantly. I saw Xinglinger standing outside the fighter plane, looking at the fighter plane in front of her with a pair of big eyes with extremely indifferent eyes. Hiss. Fang Shuang suddenly felt her body tremble. It was like seeing some ancient giant beast. Feeling the suppression from the bloodline. Who is this? Could it be one of your lovers? Qin Lang quickly shook his head. Just my classmate. Then he hurriedly exited the cockpit, and Fang Shuang also released the mechanical form. Looking at Qin Lang and Fang Shuang standing in front of her, Xinglinger snorted coldly. Qin Lang felt embarrassed at this moment as if he had been caught. He said, scratching his head. You haven't left yet, I thought you went to hide. Xinglinger stretched out a finger and poked Qin Lang in the chest. Okay, you actually dared to mess around behind Sister Zhou Qing's back. Wait until we get out, and see how I'll tell you off. Qin Lang was instantly overwhelmed. He quickly persuaded Xinglinger for a long time before she forgot about it. Let's go take care of the next mini-boss. Qin Lang turned to look at Fang Shuang, who immediately turned into a fighter plane. Qin Lang pulled Xinglinger directly into the cockpit. It was the first time a girl entered the cockpit, and Fang Shuang felt a little weird. Chapter 62 The boss was defeated by me. According to the radar map, the second boss is in Building B. Let's hurry over, or someone else might get there first. Xinglinger was also a little excited. After all, as a mecha girl, it is probably her first time to enter the cockpit of a fighter plane. Qin Lang smiled and nodded, then directly controlled the supersonic fighter to take off and instantly rush towards Area B. Fang Shuang's original speed could only reach Mach 1.2, which is faster than the speed of sound. But after installing a satellite-grade power engine, her maximum speed instantly reached Mach 10. This terrifying speed is even as fast as some missiles. Feeling an unprecedented sense of excitement, Fang Shuang's face flushed with excitement. If Xinglinger hadn't been in the cockpit, Fang Shuang would have screamed out loud. At this terrifying speed, the three of them reached Area B in just over a minute. Looking at the most conspicuous steel building, Qin Lang directly controlled the fighter plane and slowly reduced its speed. But at this moment, the three of them discovered that there were many mecha girls waiting outside the building. All the mecha girls had entered their mechanical forms, seemingly being controlled by a commander. Seeing these familiar machines, Jean Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Aren't these the people who besieged me before? Don't tell me they still have evil intentions? Hearing this, Xing Linger next to her also looked at the screen in front of her. They don't want to run into obstacles again and again, do they? Fang Shuang shook her head. I don't think they would be so stupid. After all, you took care of Li Yan. Jean Lang chuckled and directly controlled the fighter plane to land. See what they're trying to do. Seeing the supersonic fighter plane landing, the boys who were controlling the plane did not even get close, but just watched from afar. Jean Lang spoke directly. What else are you going to do? Do you want me to seize your command once again? Hearing that it was Jean Lang's voice coming from the fighter plane, the boys were all excited. They hurriedly controlled the machine and ran over. Jean Lang, brother Jean, we are here to admit our mistakes. Yes, classmate Jean, we really know we were wrong. It's all Li Yan's fault. If we knew your talent was so strong, how could we dare to go against you? The boys said this one by one with tears in their eyes. In fact, when Li Yan attacked everyone indiscriminately, they had already hated Li Yan to the core. After escaping from the building in Area A, they were immediately held accountable by their girlfriends. I originally thought that this time my girlfriend would stop liking Jean Lang and wouldn't have to keep repeating his name in my ears every day. But who knew that Jean Lang's talent and ability were so strong that even they couldn't think of fighting against him? So under the threat of those girls, they all came to apologize to Jean Lang again, and were willing to team up with Jean Lang to help Jean Lang deal with some low-level mechanical monsters. Classmate Jean Lang, we have cleared out all the low-level mechanical monsters in this building. We haven't touched the boss yet. As long as you are willing to forgive us and help you clear the level, we will be your pawns from now on. Yeah, we all listen to you. Jean Lang looked strange when he heard what these boys said. Then he asked directly. Are you sure your girlfriends didn't force you to do this? The boys immediately lowered their heads in embarrassment. At this time, the mecha girls also spoke. Classmate Jean Lang, we know we are not worthy of you. But please don't chase us away, okay? We're willing to fight alongside you. Yeah, if we can't be lovers, we can still be comrades in arms. We would be even happier if you could drive us once in a while. What can Jean Lang say in the face of so many enthusiastic mecha girls? Of course he agreed with a smile. Okay then. From now on, you will be responsible for dealing with the low-level mechanical monsters. Leave the small bosses and the final boss to me. If there are parts dropped by those bosses that I can't use, I will give them to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the boys became very excited. You know, although Jean Lang looked down on those parts, they were very precious to them. These small bosses are all a level and S level. Those upgraded parts are also very powerful. Don't think that just because Jean Lang has an SSS level talent, most people are S level or A level. Even at Jiangcheng University, grade B is very common. The A level machine and talent are only about 110. As for S class, there are even fewer. Almost 1 in 100. Therefore, these S-level mechanical monster parts are extremely attractive to all students. Seeing that Jean Lang was actually willing to give these parts to them, although only a part of them, it was enough to make these boys admire Jean Lang very much. Jean Lang, we recognize you as our brother. From today on, anyone who dares to go against you will be going against me, Wang Lei. Me too. Thank you, Jean Lang, for putting aside our past grudges. We will definitely follow your lead from now on. Seeing that these boys were all impressed by his personal charm, Jean Lang smiled and waved his hand. Okay, stop saying these cheesy things. We are all classmates and alumni. We should be united against the same enemy. Our enemies are the mechanical monsters in these dungeons, the ones who want to disrupt the peace of the mechanical alliance. Instead of each other. All the boys were excited and nodded vigorously. Jean Lang smiled slightly and said directly. Wait here for a while. I'll go upstairs and deal with the little boss here. Then we'll go find trouble with other bosses. The boys nodded quickly and watched Jean Lang walk into the building B. Jean Lang's mind is so broad. Yeah, I used to dislike him, but now I think I shouldn't have done that. Jean Lang didn't do anything wrong at all. He's just a little more talented, and he's never been too close to girls who have boyfriends. From this point of view, I admire him very much. The boys couldn't help but talk, and at this moment, Jean Lang walked out of the building. The boys were all confused. Classmate Jean Lang, why are you out again? Yeah, is there any low-level mechanical monster inside that hasn't been dealt with yet? Qin Lang shook his head and waved the mechanical core in his hand. Oh, no. That boss has been dealt with by me. All the boys widened their eyes. So quickly? Solved? Chapter 63 obtained the commander's ultimate skill. From the time Qin Lang entered to the time he came out, it took just over a minute. They hadn't even finished chatting yet, and Qin Lang had already dealt with a small boss? Although it is just a small boss, the strength of the small boss in this copy is no less than the final boss of an ordinary A-level copy. All the boys couldn't believe it and rushed into the building to ask for confirmation. But when they saw the S-class mechanical monster lying on the ground, killed by a single blow, and the hideous wounds running across its body, all the boys gasped. The mecha girls felt their legs go weak. The whole body is almost crispy. I've known for a long time that Qin Lang is very strong. But I didn't know he was so strong. Even the S-level small boss was killed in one blow, so how dare they fight Qin Lang before? Fortunately, Qin Lang did not fight them seriously, but just used his talent to scare them. If a real fight breaks out, will they still be alive? Thinking of this, the boys once again reaffirmed their previous thoughts. That is, never make an enemy of Qin Lang. Moreover, Qin Lang hardly took away any parts, he only took away the mechanical core. This means that the entire S-level mini-boss machine belongs to them. The boys were immediately excited and quickly removed the parts they needed. In the end, they even dismembered the boss's body and took away all the parts. When these boys came out in full force, they looked at Qin Lang, Xinglinger and Fang Shuang who were standing there, and they all couldn't help blushing. Captain, shall we continue to deal with the other mini-bosses? Having received such great benefits, these boys have unknowingly started calling Qin Lang Captain. Of course. And let's not rush over there all at once, it's too slow. I'll divide you into several teams, each to clear out those low-level mechanical monsters. These low-level mechanical monsters shouldn't be able to cause you any harm. Hearing this, the boys immediately nodded excitedly. Although most of the boys came over to apologize to Qin Lang, some of them continued to slaughter other mechanical monsters and wanted to challenge the small boss. Qin Lang didn't want these people to snatch his boss away. Because these bosses are related to the system's rewards, which are new big moves. Qin Lang quickly divided the boys into groups. Qin Lang couldn't help but smile as he watched these boys heading to the locations of the small bosses one by one and clearing out the low-level mechanical monsters in advance. Now he has realized the benefit of having manpower. If he could build an army of mecha girls of his own, he might be able to sweep through the entire dungeon. By then, he won't need to take any action against these low-level mechanical monsters. However, he only has 3.5 mecha girls now, and is still far from achieving his goal of having an army of mecha girls. After all, Fang Shuang and Lillian can only be considered half now, because they have only completed a temporary contract with Qin Lang. Let's get started too. Qin Lang turned to look at Fang Shuang, who immediately transformed into a fighter plane. As Qin Lang brought Xinglinger into the cockpit, the fighter plane took off directly, turned into a stream of light, and flew towards the location of other small bosses. The boys went straight to where the mini-boss was, and when they arrived, they started to clear out the low-level mechanical monsters. In addition to the boys who came to apologize to Qin Lang, there were some boys who planned to take action on their own. They also came to deal with these mechanical monsters and small bosses. When the boys saw these people, they immediately wanted to recruit them. After all, almost all the boys who entered the copy had participated in the previous action against Qin Lang. This also makes the relationship between these boys and their robot girls very bad. Because they are restricted by this copy, they are still acting together for the time being. But once they leave the dungeon, I'm afraid conflicts will definitely break out between them. At this time, they heard that Qin Lang not only did not blame them, but could even help them solve the boss and lead them through the level. The boys were all very excited. Then they gradually joined Qin Lang's team. Report to Captain Qin Lang, Area C has been cleared. Captain, all the low-level mechanical monsters in Area 2 have been cleared. Area D cleared. Those boys reported to Qin Lang through the team channel, and every time he received a report from a place, Qin Lang would fly there in his supersonic fighter, deal with the small boss, and then rush to the next place. Moreover, Qin Lang dealt with these bosses too quickly. Often, before the boys could react, the little boss here had already been killed by Qin Lang. After Qin Lang took away the mechanical core, all the boys' eyes lit up as they looked at the remains of the mechanical monster thrown on the ground. I didn't expect that among so many good things, Qin Lang didn't even look at them. Now it's all theirs. For a moment, the boys were as excited as if they had picked up money. But they had no idea that with Qin Lang's current vision, he really looked down on these ordinary drops. Taking the power engine as an example, the aircraft Qin Lang is currently driving all start with satellite-level power engines. And what about these mechanical monsters? The most common ones are turbofan engines. Even the highest level one is just an ordinary nuclear-powered engine. However, satellite-grade power engines far exceed nuclear fusion power engines. Not to mention the arms system. How could Qin Lang look down on these low-level arms systems? Only one or two small bosses had slightly outstanding weapon systems, and Qin Lang took some time to dismantle them. The boys had no objection to this. If it weren't for Qin Lang, they wouldn't even be able to get these parts. Qin Lang fired a missile to kill the last small boss. The system's voice also came from his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing Mission 1. Reward Commander's ultimate skill, 9 suns shining. Please submit 10 mechanical cores to the system. Qin Lang became excited instantly when he heard the voice of the system in his mind. Great, it's the second Commander's ultimate skill. The reason he was able to deal with these small bosses so quickly was because of the ultimate move he had received as a reward from the system, the flowing light slash. And this Jiuyan Yaoshi sounds very powerful, it is probably even stronger than Le Guang's Han. The most terrifying thing is that this ultimate move requires 10 mechanical cores to activate. But Qin Lang had no complaints, because the power of this ultimate move definitely far exceeded the value of these mechanical cores. He directly submitted the mechanical cores obtained from 10 small bosses to the system. I saw a very complex mechanical pattern appear in my mind. Chapter 64. How about I pledge my love to you? Qin Lang looked at the extremely complex mechanical patterns in his mind and was shocked. This mechanical texture is absolutely perfect. There seems to be endless knowledge contained in it. And it has a very smooth mechanical beauty. The 10 mechanical cores he collected appeared directly on the 10 grooves of the mechanical pattern. Then the entire pattern lit up. After a golden light flashed, Qin Lang's mind instantly filled with all the knowledge about Jiuyan Yaoshi. 9 suns shining, fire 9 missiles in succession, transforming them into 9 suns, doubling their power and striking the same target. Qin Lang's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the introduction of this ultimate move in his mind. I didn't expect this ultimate move to be so powerful. 9 missiles. Double the power. And if you think about it, the more powerful the missile used, the more powerful this ultimate move will be. For example, with the sword missile system currently carried by Fang Shuang, the power of one missile can blow an armored vehicle to pieces. If the power is doubled, I'm afraid that main battle tanks will be completely destroyed by missiles. What if the power of 9 more missiles is added? I'm afraid even heavy engineering machinery vehicles known for their defense can't withstand it. As expected of a commander's ultimate move rewarded by the system, its power must be enough to shock you. In that case, let's go and deal with the final boss. Qin Lang glanced at the time. The dungeon was already halfway through, leaving him with 3 hours to defeat the final boss. This time is not too long. After all, a high-level battle will often be dragged into a war of attrition. The difference between victory and defeat in a battle between masters is only a matter of millimeters, but this is not the case when it comes to life and death. Especially for these machines, the stronger the level, the more methods they have. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw all the boys coming over. Captain, are you going to deal with the final boss? Yes, Captain, do you need our help? After hearing what these boys said, Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. That's not necessary. Just continue to clear the mechanical monsters in this instance and leave once you've cleared it. Also, who can help me take care of Xing Linger? Qin Lang said this and directly drove Xing Linger out of the cockpit. Xing Linger was immediately furious. Good for you, Qin Lang. You've really replaced the old with the new. Qin Lang smiled speechlessly. This little girl has been completely led astray. In his next battle with the final boss, he would definitely reveal some of his cards, but he didn't want Xing Linger to see them. Although he had used the ultimate move Streaming Light Slash many times in previous battles with those small bosses. But a commander with one ultimate skill is completely different from a commander with 2 ultimate skills. While most commanders could only figure out their first ultimate move after reaching level 6, Qin Lang already had 2 ultimate moves at 4 stars. If the Mechanical Alliance knew about this, although they would not slice Qin Lang into pieces for research, they would definitely force Qin Lang to tell them how he did it. By then, even if Qin Lang can ensure his own safety due to his SSS level talent, he will definitely be closely monitored by the Mechanical Alliance. He didn't want to do that. Therefore, it's better not to let Xing Linger see these things. And according to Feng Shuang, the organization's help in treating Li Yan's injuries and improving his talent level was also conditional. The condition is to let Li Yan obtain the mechanical elemental order from the final boss of this copy. Although the organization did not reveal the specific name of this thing, it gave Li Yan a photo. He also said that this thing looks like a mechanical body the size of a Rubik's Cube. This coincides with the description given by the system. If even that organization and system want to get it, I'm afraid the Mechanical Alliance must also want it. But the Mechanical Alliance probably doesn't know that this thing is on the final boss of this copy. In this situation, Qin Lang would of course make a fortune quietly, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Just stay with them obediently, okay? I love obedient mecha girls the most. If you behave, I might sign a contract with you. Hearing Qin Lang's words, Xing Linger blinked and actually nodded. All the boys gasped, wondering what charm Qin Lang had that made Xing Linger so devoted to him. Qin Lang laughed and drove Feng Shuang directly to the central area of the mechanical city. Little brat, you think you can fight me based on what you've learned? Seeing Qin Lang fooling Xing Linger like this, Feng Shuang couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. I think Xing Linger is pretty good. Are you really not going to sign a contract with her? Feng Shuang asked this. Qin Lang thought for a while, then shook his head. Don't you think Xing Linger's origins are too mysterious? I'm afraid you should have a feeling that her machine level and type must be very powerful. Such a powerful mecha girl, do you think the Mechanical Alliance doesn't know about it? Feng Shuang took a breath of cold air. Are you saying that Xing Linger is from the Mechanical Alliance? Qin Lang nodded slightly, a hint of solemnity in his eyes. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? He had just agreed to the Mechanical Alliance and was willing to leave a contract spot for the Alliance. Xing Linger came to the school right after, directly joined his class, and launched a fierce attack on him. If you say there is nothing fishy going on here, he won't believe it even if you kill him. Qin Lang was not a fool. He had long guessed that Xing Linger must be a member of the Mechanical Alliance. He just didn't know whether she was a starship sent by the Mechanical Alliance to sign a contract with him, or whether she was here simply to monitor him. If it was before, it would be easy to deal with. After all, although he has many secrets, he can still hide them as long as he finds a way to hide them. But now there is another Feng Shuang in that mysterious organization. If the Mechanical Alliance knew what Feng Shuang had done, he would definitely not be able to protect Feng Shuang. There is only one way to prevent the Mechanical Alliance from pursuing these matters. That is to find out the inside story of that organization and use it as credit in exchange for Feng Shuang's safety. Before that, the Mechanical Alliance must not be allowed to know about Feng Shuang's situation. Feeling what Qin Lang was thinking, Feng Shuang nodded with emotion. Junior, you are so kind to me. How about I pledge my love to you? Feng Shuang looked at Qin Lang with fiery eyes. At this moment, she didn't know what she felt towards Qin Lang. There is gratitude, appreciation, and it seems like some liking. She felt like she had completely fallen. Chapter 65 The third form of the Mecha Girl. Soon, the two arrived at the center of the mechanical city. There are not only a large number of mechanical monsters here, but also a very large mechanical building. This mechanical building looks very exquisite. The overall shape is like an Egyptian pyramid, a very standard four-sided pyramid. However, the surface of this pyramid is covered with complex mechanical patterns, as if the entire building is a sophisticated machine. The entire pyramid was pitch black, with the patterns on it shining with golden light and streams of energy flowing through it, making it look extremely mysterious. The mechanical monsters around the pyramid felt a fighter plane flying overhead, and all raised their heads and attacked Qin Lang. Qin Lang immediately opened the energy shield and blocked all attacks. Energy shields consume a lot of energy, and ordinary commanders would not dare to use them. In other words, Qin Lang has unlimited energy, so he is not afraid of consumption at all. After throwing a few missiles at the mechanical monsters, Qin Lang had no intention of clearing them out, but flew directly over the pyramid. Transform. Second form. In an instant, the supersonic fighter completed a series of complex and precise transformations and directly became a humanoid Gundam form. Four wings of light flashing with blue light appeared behind him, and Qin Lang raised his right arm towards the pyramid. Boom! A sharp sword missile suddenly exploded on the surface of the pyramid, and the body landed in an extremely handsome posture. TSK, this mechanical building is pretty tough. Xin Lang had already seen from the radar image that the missile just now did not blow up the pyramid, but only left a dent on the surface. Xin Lang frowned and was about to fire a few more missiles, but he saw a metal block on top of the pyramid slowly slide away, revealing a dark entrance. Xin Lang and the shadow of Fang Shuang beside him looked at each other and saw the caution in each other's eyes. Be careful. Fang Shuang couldn't help but remind her. Xin Lang nodded and controlled the machine to walk into the entrance. Inside the entrance is a dark passage, and the walls on both sides of the passage are made of the same material as the outside of the pyramid. The passage is not narrow, with a width and height of about 50 meters, which is just right for Fang Shuang's body size. This channel absorbs radar waves. You can't even see what's inside. As Fang Shuang spoke, she began to feel a little worried. It was the first time she had seen such a strange material that could absorb radar waves. It's just like nano coating. But the material of this building does not seem to be nanomaterial. Xin Lang nodded and pulled out the plasma beam sword from his waist. With the help of the plasma beam, I could see the pale blue light and barely see the road clearly. Controlling the machine to continue moving inward, the passage slowly went downward, as if it was going deeper into the central area of the pyramid. Fire the flares. Xin Lang was extremely calm at this time. He directly replaced the ammunition with flares, then raised his right hand and fired towards the depths of the passage. Call out. Boom! The flare exploded at the end of the passage, releasing dazzling white light. Under the illumination of this light, Xin Lang also saw the full picture of this passage. They were still hundreds of meters away from the bottom of the tunnel, and the flare fell directly below the tunnel, making it impossible to see where it went. Fortunately, there seemed to be no other danger in this passage. Xin Lang controlled the body and went directly to the end of the passage. Looking down, the two of them couldn't help but gasp. I saw that there was a vertical shaft at the end of the passage, and the flare fell from the shaft. At this time, the flare was still emitting dazzling white light, allowing the two to see clearly the situation down the shaft. There was a very spacious hall. And it's extremely high. It seems that the pyramid we see from the outside is just the exposed part, and there is a huge underground space underneath. Having come here, Xin Lang certainly couldn't leave. He took a deep breath and jumped directly into the shaft. The motorized light wings behind him provided a certain degree of mitigation. Xin Lang controlled the body to land steadily before looking up at the hall. The material of this hall is similar to that of the pyramid, but it does not have the golden mechanical patterns on it. Instead, there are golden murals. Xin Lang looked at the murals in surprise. They seemed to depict things about a mechanical race. Initially, there was only one silicon-based lifeform born on this planet. He worked hard to calculate and develop, and built a mechanical body for himself. He then used himself as a model to copy many mechanical lifeforms. But the expansion and reproduction speed of these mechanical lifeforms is too fast. The over-reproduction of lifeforms quickly exhausted the planet's resources, and they began to turn their attention to other planets in the galaxy. Gradually, war broke out among these mechanical lifeforms. This war was extremely brutal. Not only did it nearly bring their home planet to collapse, it even caused the stars in their galaxy to go out and the planets to shatter. Under such circumstances, the original silicon-based lifeform took out a very complex machine that looked like a huge Rubik's Cube. Under the action of this machine, all mechanical lifeforms were forcibly reduced in intelligence, and the war was finally contained. From then on, these mechanical lifeforms began to deliberately control the population size. The machine that the original silicon-based lifeform took out was also split into 9 pieces and turned into 9 meteors, and no one knew where it went. The last mural depicts one of the pieces. Xin Lang took a deep breath when he saw the square block, which was about the same size as a Rubik's Cube and had extremely complex patterns on it. Isn't this the mechanical elemental command that the system asked me to find? That's what the organization wants. I didn't expect that the origin of this thing would be so complicated. And this thing is only 1/9 of that machine. If I could find all 9 pieces and put them together to form the machine, would I be able to control these mechanical lifeforms? Xin Lang was just about to continue browsing the contents of other murals when he suddenly heard a sound of wind behind him. He quickly controlled the machine to dodge to the side, and then a huge sword pierced directly into the wall. If it weren't for the assistance of the high maneuverability light wings, this sword would probably be able to cut the body controlled by Xin Lang in half. Xin Lang immediately turned his head to look. The walls here could absorb radar waves, which meant that they could only fight with the most primitive vision. What appeared before my eyes was a very tall mechanical lifeform. This mechanical life form has heavy armor, but its entire body is very smooth and there are not many mechanical parts to be seen. He raised his hand slightly, and saw that the big sword instantly turned into a stream of water, flowing into the palm of his hand, and changed into the shape of a big sword again. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang's eyes widened instantly. Third form. Chapter 66 The Legendary Valkyrie. Both the mecha girls and the mechanical life forms in the dungeon actually have a third form. This form has only appeared in legends before, and in reality, there are only less than 5 mecha girls in the world who can unlock this form. As for the third form of mechanical life form, it is unheard of. Taking the mecha girl as an example, the first form is the mechanical form of the mecha girl. At this time, the mecha girl will transform into various means of transportation: planes, tanks, cannons, and the like. The second form is that it can transform into a humanoid Gundam. At this time, the mecha girl will have stronger combat power. Not only can she use her own weapon system skillfully, but she can also cooperate with the commander and use the commander's ultimate skills to fight. Generally speaking, being able to reach the second form is the dream of many mecha girls. To reach the second form, it is not enough to just pass the machine level. Also use the transform core. With the extremely low drop rate of the transformation core, at least 80% of the mecha girls at Jiangcheng University are unable to enter the second form before graduation. It can be said that the second form is the mainstream combat form of the mecha girl. Only by reaching the second form can this mecha girl have the opportunity to become a strong one. This is also the reason why most mecha girls hope to enter the second form as soon as possible. But in addition to the second form, there is also a third form that appears in the legend, also known as Valkyrie form. After reaching this form, the mecha girl will completely become a true mechanical life form. At the same time, the entire body will turn into liquid metal and can be deformed in the shortest time. It can even transform into various weapons. Moreover, in this form, even if the mecha girl's body is damaged by 90%, it can be repaired. In this form, the mecha girl is no longer restricted to the original model of her own mecha, but can switch freely between different models of the same type. This is also the ultimate form of all mechanical life forms. It is worth mentioning, although the levels and forms of the machines are different, even low-level machines can unlock advanced forms. But the higher the level of the machine, the easier it is to unlock higher-level forms. For example, Fang Shuang, who is an S-class supersonic fighter, only needs 4 transformation cores to unlock the second form. As an A-class ghost supercar, Zhou Cheng needs 5 transformation cores. According to some people's speculation, only machines that reach SS level have the possibility of unlocking the third form. But it's just a possibility. Currently, all the mecha girls who can unlock the third form are SSS level. And it is an extremely powerful model. It can be said that as long as the third form is unlocked, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Seeing that the final boss of this copy had entered the third form, Qin Lang and Fang Shuang were shocked. No, that's not right. Qin Lang immediately noticed something was wrong. Only his weapons and part of his body can turn into liquid metal. So he probably hasn't fully entered the third form yet. Hearing this, Fang Shuang quickly used her visual system to look at the final boss in front of her. The surface of his body is smooth and streamlined, but some parts can be vaguely seen underneath. This means that he has not fully entered the third form. This also made Fang Shuang feel relieved. If this boss completely enters the third form, then they have no chance of winning. Because in the third form, unless you can bombard this boss to the point where not a single slag is left, or completely destroy its mechanical core, there is no other way to defeat this boss. Even though it hadn't fully entered the third form, the pressure this boss brought to the two of them didn't decrease much. The big sword in the boss's hand slowly took shape, and the sharp blade had ferocious serrations. He slowly raised his head, his blue-green eyes staring coldly at the supersonic fighter Gundam in front of him. Because of the liquid metal wrapping, Qin Lang couldn't tell what model this boss was. At this moment, the boss actually spoke. His voice was deep and magnetic, and it didn't sound like an electronic synthesized sound at all. How dare you, human, break into my mechanical city? I am Carl, the king of machinery. You will definitely pay the price for your stupidity. As he spoke, he slowly raised the liquid metal sword in his hand, and golden lines instantly lit up on the surrounding walls. Against the backdrop of these shimmering golden lines, the surface of his silvery white liquid metal appeared to be filled with colorful colors. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang immediately raised his hand. Etc. I say, Wang Carl, are you the mayor of the mechanical city? What on earth is this place? Are you the remnants of a mechanical civilization? Upon hearing Qin Lang's words, the mechanical monster roared angrily and slashed down with the sword in its hand. My name is Carl. Die. Stupid human. Qin Lang felt a little embarrassed, but his movements were not slow at all. The maneuverable light wings behind her instantly released a powerful plasma stream, which also provided Fang Shuang's body with super strong propulsion. Boom! The big sword fell to the ground in an instant, causing the entire hall to tremble. But I don't know what the ground is made of. Even such a powerful attack did not damage it in the slightest. Qin Lang had already controlled Fang Shuang's body to dodge to the side. He turned his head to look at Carl's body and curled his lips slightly. Isn't it just a wrong name? Is there any need to be so angry? Carl, who called himself the king of machinery, was too lazy to talk nonsense with Qin Lang at this time. He grabbed the hilt of the big sword and swung it towards Qin Lang. At the same time, the extremely broad and thick sword quickly became thinner and longer, and turned into a thin and long whip, which came directly towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes turned cold. This king of machinery actually treated him as a soft persimmon? He suddenly pulled out the plasma sword from his waist, swung the sword in a flower shape, and then slashed at the thin and long whip. When the powerful plasma came into contact with the whip was melted by the plasma without any surprise. But at this moment, the whip did not fall. Instead, after being cut off, it instantly connected with the original whip and lashed towards Qin Lang again. Bang! The sharp whip tip left a long scratch on the body. If Qin Lang had not upgraded Fang Shuang's nano armor, this whip would probably have torn her body apart. Hiss! How could this weapon made of liquid metal be so powerful? Qin Lang was shocked for a moment, but the king of machinery, Carl, continued to wave the whip in his hand and attacked Qin Lang again. Chapter 67 The Body of the Mechanical King. Due to the properties of liquid metal, the weapons in the hands of the king of machinery can be soft or hard, and can change continuously. If conventional means were used to deal with him, Fang Shuang's body would inevitably suffer great damage. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the long whip that was approaching, and instantly dodged to the side with the help of the motorized light wings behind him. The king of machinery sneered and continued to attack Qin Lang while waving his whip. Under the threat of the long whip, Qin Lang's space to hide became smaller and smaller. Just when Qin Lang was forced into a corner, the king of machinery suddenly retracted his whip, and after briefly charging up his strength, he whipped Qin Lang directly. Looking at the whip coming at him rapidly, Qin Lang smiled slightly, and the motorized light wings behind him instantly floated in front of him. Although these light wings are mainly used to assist movement and improve maneuverability. But who told you that these things have no offensive power? That's right, these plasma maneuverable light wings are also weapon systems. After all, the plasma ejected by those light wings is no different from the plasma sword in Qin Lang's hand. The 4 plasma maneuverable light wings were seen floating directly in front of Fang Shuang's body, then crisscrossing each other and instantly ejecting a powerful plasma stream. The powerful plasma flow not only brought extraordinary power, but also intertwined into a plasma net in front of Fang Shuang's body. When the long whip came over, it was instantly burned and cut off by the plasma net. Qin Lang immediately controlled the 4 motorized light wings to cross forward and directly cut off the whip. Seeing this scene, the king of machinery instantly retracted his whip and waved his hand violently. All the liquid metal that fell on the ground flowed along the ground like water and gathered in his hands again. Is this all your strength? Qin Lang mocked him mercilessly. The 4 motorized light wings had returned to his back and continued to hover behind him, ready to erupt high-intensity plasma at any time. Seeing this scene, the mechanical king Carl looked at the ball of liquid metal in his hand. The liquid metal instantly turned into a spear. After he held it in his hand, he rushed directly towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled slightly, and the 4 plasma wings directly sprayed out a plasma stream downwards, which made Fang Shuang's body float up instantly. Fang Shuang's aircraft is originally a supersonic fighter with extremely high speed. In addition, Qin Lang upgraded her. Even after entering the second form, it still maintains super high maneuverability. In this case, the combination of plasma light wings allows Fang Shuang's body to hover in the air. Fang Shuang was instantly shocked when she felt that her body was floating in the air and had gained air superiority. Looking at Qin Lang, who was controlling his own body, Fang Shuang couldn't help but say, "Junior, you are so awesome. With air superiority, we can have greater maneuverability. It moves even faster. Then you can just keep firing at him." Hearing these words that could be described as fierce and ruthless, Qin Lang couldn't help but take a breath. Senior, could you please finish your sentence? We have to keep firing missiles at him. Fang Shuang turned her head and looked at Qin Lang in confusion. I'm talking about missiles. Is there something else? Qin Lang coughed awkwardly twice, then directly pressed the missile launch button. Senior, have you ever heard of kite tactics? When Fang Shuang heard Qin Lang's words, her mouth opened slightly. Junior, do you want to use the kite tactic to wear down this boss? But the liquid metal on his body is too strong. Even a missile can't completely destroy it, right? Qin Lang smiled slightly and did not give Fang Shuang too much explanation. Once she sees her own actions, she will know how to deal with this boss. Indeed, the mechanical King Carl in front of him was not only about to enter the third form and possessed super recovery ability, but the liquid metal could also appear in any part of his body in an instant. In this way, these liquid metals can provide him with powerful local defense. When facing a boss of this level, one must either find a way to restrain his liquid metal or use an all-out attack to cause his body to collapse. However, with Fang Shuang's current physical strength, it is impossible to achieve these 2 points. Therefore, if Qin Lang wants to defeat the King of Machinery, he must use a surprise attack. It happened in the blink of an eye. As Qin Lang pressed the missile launch button, more than a dozen missiles were seen dragging long trails and flying towards the King of Machinery. After Qin Lang upgraded Fang Shuang's weapon system, her missiles became extremely powerful. Especially with Qin Lang's unlimited energy supply, the generation speed of these missiles is also very fast. Qin Lang kept pressing the launch button, causing the missiles to be launched one after another. Even missiles were used to produce the effect of machine guns. His finger was almost leaving an afterimage on the launch button, continuously firing Viper missiles, sword missiles, and the fighter missiles originally carried by Fang Shuang. Looking at the endless missiles being launched madly, Fang Shuang was amazed again and again. On the one hand, Qin Lang's energy is really abundant. You must know that all these missiles require the commander's energy to be continuously generated. Such abundant energy is even stronger than some 6-star commanders. On the other hand, Qin Lang's speed was too fast. Watching Qin Lang's fingers flexibly and quickly controlling the launch button, causing the missiles to be continuously fired like a machine gun, Fang Shuang didn't know what she was thinking about, and her pretty face suddenly blushed. It's also possible that the rapid firing of missiles caused her body to heat up slightly. At this moment, Fang Shuang suddenly felt a wonderful feeling in her heart. But Qin Lang, who was fighting with all his strength, did not notice the scene, but stared closely at the locations where the missiles were bombing. Boom! 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 Countless missiles bombarded the mechanical king on the opposite side one after another. Explosions continue on the body of the mechanical king. The smoke instantly blocked Qin Lang's vision, and he couldn't see what was happening under the explosion. But at this moment, Qin Lang made an extremely bold move. He controlled the plasma wings behind him, instantly making Fang Shuang's body rush forward violently. Just when they were about to reach the range of the smoke, the plasma wings returned directly in front of them. Call! The powerful air duct instantly blew out a violent airflow, blowing away the smoke in front of it. And under the smoke, the body of the King of Machinery was revealed. Chapter 68 Liquid Metal. At this time, the King of Machinery was kneeling on one knee on the ground. Even he could not withstand the power of those countless powerful missiles. You know, this number of missiles is enough to completely flatten a small town. And when all these missiles were aimed at this common target, the chain damage caused by the explosion was so severe that even with the strength of his body he could not withstand it. However, the liquid metal spear in his hand had now turned into a thick and huge shield. He held it in front of him, using it to block the strongest wave of missile attacks. His entire body was hidden behind this shield, and he didn't even dare to show his head. After the smoke in front of him was blown away, Qin Lang saw this scene directly. This also made Qin Lang couldn't help laughing. What a coward! Why are you still calling me the King of Machinery? I think you should just call me the Turtle King Carl. Hearing Qin Lang's mocking voice so close, the King of Machinery instantly raised his head and looked at the machine in front of him with angry eyes. But what greeted him was the plasma blade in Qin Lang's hand. Ultimate move. Flowing light slash. After the 4 plasma wings blew away the smoke in front of them, they instantly returned to Qin Lang's back, directly erupting a super strong plasma stream with full force. It brought an unprecedented source of power to the machine controlled by Qin Lang. With the help of this powerful driving force, the plasma light blade in Qin Lang's hand instantly cut through the body of the King of Machinery. Tear! A sound like cloth being torn was heard, but it was the surface of the mechanical king's body that was instantly torn apart by the plasma blade in Qin Lang's hand, leaving behind a hideous wound more than half a meter long. The machine controlled by Qin Lang has now appeared behind the king of machinery. But his actions still did not stop. He controlled the plasma light wings, forced himself to turn his body in half air, and once again aimed the plasma lightsaber in his hand at the king of machinery. Flowing light slash, continuous slash. As the plasma from the light wing nozzle erupted again, it provided the dark gray body with powerful speed. The speed of the second form of the humanoid Gundam increased again, and the sharp light blade was once again aimed at the king of machines. The sky blue plasma blade left a bright blue trail in the air. The temperature of the plasma was so high that even the air was distorted by the burning. With one slash of the sword, the body of the mechanical king was torn apart again. But what awaits him next is the second sword, and the third sword. With the help of the supersonic fighter's super speed and the super maneuverability provided by the plasma wings, Qin Lang controlled the body to draw one trace after another in the air. And every trace will leave a hideous wound on the surface of the mechanical king's body. His speed is getting faster and faster. The attacks are getting faster and faster. The entire attack process was as smooth as flowing water, dazzling. Even Feng Shuang couldn't help but be stunned at this moment. She had never thought of this way of fighting before. Even teachers who specialize in combat have never taught this kind of fighting. It's not just because this type of combat is too difficult to operate, but also because the commander's body simply can't reach this level. You know, the body of a supersonic fighter can withstand extremely strong instantaneous stopping force. Because whether it is accelerating or decelerating, or even stopping instantly, the inertial force is extremely terrifying. In order to adapt to fast flight and maintain super maneuverability, the body strength of supersonic fighter jets is already very strong. After Qin Lang completed the upgrade for Feng Shuang, the strength of her body was raised to another level. Even making sharp turns at the speed of sound would not cause too much damage to her body. But the battle between the mecha girl and the commander is not something that the mecha girl's body can withstand. You know, the commander who controls the mecha girl is just a mortal after all. Under such a powerful acceleration, if it were an ordinary commander, he would definitely be crushed into meat paste. This is why most commanders are unable to fight in this way. But Qin Lang did it. Not only did he do it, he even used this method to attack 18 times. The plasma lightsaber in his hand was like a laser. Every time it shone on the body of the mechanical king, it would instantly leave a wound on the surface of the mechanical king's body. Before the wound healed, Qin Lang's next attack came again. It would have been fine if he had just used the plasma lightsaber to attack, but Qin Lang also continued to launch missiles, which on the one hand could curb the actions of the mechanical king, and on the other hand could cause certain damage to his unprotected body. In just a few minutes, the king of machinery was suppressed by Qin Lang and couldn't even raise his head. With the super speed and the attack power of the commander's ultimate move, the mechanical king suffered more and more injuries. This is the crazy attack style that Qin Lang just came up with. The liquid metal on the mechanical king's body can provide super strong recovery ability and allow the mechanical king's body to recover in a very short time. However, even the resilience of these liquid metals has limits. First of all, it takes a certain amount of time to recover, and secondly, it takes a certain amount of time to produce liquid metal. This is the opportunity that Qin Lang can seize. He used non-stop missile attacks, forcing the Machine King to use most of the liquid metal in his hands to form a shield to protect himself. What followed was a crazy attack mixed with missiles and ultimate moves. Under this crazy attack, the King of Machines was unable to fight back and could only passively take the beating. This is also Qin Lang's purpose. Only in this way can the mechanical king's battle rhythm be disrupted and he be brought into his own battle rhythm. Rely on crazy attacks to cause damage to him. Even if the damage is small each time. But when accumulated, it becomes a very terrible injury. Qin Lang gripped the plasma lightsaber tightly in his hand and attacked the mechanical king frantically. And at this moment, the king of machinery seemed to be finally enraged. He suddenly roared towards the sky, and the liquid metal shield in his hand turned into liquid like flowing water again, directly covering the surface of his body, especially those places with wounds. This also made Qin Lang instantly realize what he wanted to do. He. Want to use liquid metal protection to strengthen your entire body's defense? Looks like you finally took the bait. Qin Lang smiled and stopped at a distance. More than a dozen missiles suddenly flew towards the king of machinery. At this moment, the king of machinery roared to the sky, and his terrifying voice even echoed throughout the hall. More than a dozen missiles exploded on his body, but thanks to the defense of those liquid metals, he actually walked towards Qinlang despite the missiles. Chapter 69 Junior, you are really amazing. Those missiles continued to explode on the surface of the mechanical king's body, even causing the liquid metal on the surface of his body to explode. But the liquid metal was not damaged at all. After all, no matter how powerful the explosion is, it is impossible to destroy these materials out of thin air. In particular, these liquid metals are like flowing water and can even absorb some of the kinetic energy of the explosion. But even so, the king of machinery's footsteps were very heavy. He raised his head and looked at the machine not far away with his scarlet eyes full of murderous intent. As the king of the mechanical city, he had never suffered such humiliation. How dare a weak and stupid human being to keep attacking me in this way? Once he catches these two humans, he will tear them into pieces. Especially the human that turned into a machine. He must dismantle that mechanical body into piles of parts. Let them know what real mechanical life is. Thinking this in his mind, the king of machinery continued to move forward. The mechanical core in his chest provides him with powerful energy. The block outside the mechanical core is his way of controlling the liquid metal. This also caused his chest to be covered with a thick layer of liquid metal. As long as he can protect his vital points, he will be invincible. No matter those missile attacks or the moves that seemed powerful before, none of them could completely end his life. The king of machinery thought so, with a sinister smile on his face. He walked forward step by step. The liquid metal continued to flow on the surface of his body, and some of the liquid metal that was blown away returned to his body like water. This level of attack is simply not enough to destroy the liquid metal. This is the power of the third form. The king of machines smiled grimly, as if he had foreseen that the two humans would be completely killed by him. The two humans were hiding in the corner as if they were scared silly, and could only keep firing missiles at him. Watching the king of machinery approaching step by step, although Fang Shuang didn't know what Qinlang was doing or why he stopped here, she didn't feel any panic in her heart. Because in her heart, there is no enemy that Qinlang cannot defeat. Qinlang has been waiting silently. At this time, he was controlling Fang Shuang's body and hiding in a corner, while the king of machinery was walking towards him step by step from another corner. He must wait for the most appropriate time. Only in this way can his next attack achieve maximum power. Finally, as the king of machinery came to the center of the hall, Qinlang's eyes lit up. Now! Ultimate move, 9 suns shining! Qinlang shouted loudly, and the missile that had been prepared for a long time was launched instantly. 9 sword missiles were launched one after another, but he was not aiming at the king of machinery, but around the body of the mechanical king. Seeing that these missiles were not aimed at him, the king of machinery showed a sneer. It seems that I have brought a strong sense of oppression to the human on the other side. So much so that the stupid human couldn't even aim. At the same time, the 9 missiles exploded instantly around his body, producing 9 intense fireballs. The king of machinery originally thought that these missiles had missed the target, but the fireballs did not disperse at all. Instead, they became more and more dazzling and larger. He finally began to panic. The 9 fireballs slowly rose up, floated around his body, and then began to rotate around his body. The king of machinery instantly realized something and tried to break out of the encirclement of the 9 fireballs. But when he got close to the 9 fireballs, the terrifying high temperature even caused the liquid metal on his body to begin to melt. Feeling the liquid metal on the surface of his body melting, the king of machinery was afraid to move forward. But the 9 fireballs had surrounded him, and the temperature around him was getting higher and higher while he was surrounded by these 9 fireballs. Sudden. Those fireballs began to expand continuously. The fireballs connected together to form a larger and more dazzling ball of fire. The temperature of the flame has turned golden yellow. It emits an extremely dazzling light and extremely terrifying high temperature. It looked like a sun rising in the center of the hall. Fang Shuang quickly turned off her visual perception system. Looking directly at such a close distance and such a dazzling light, her visual system will definitely be damaged. Even light has such powerful energy. The mechanical king, who is in the center of these fireballs, must be feeling even worse. What shocked Fang Shuang the most was that this was Qinlang's ultimate move. You actually have 2 commander ultimate skills? Oh my god, and this commander's ultimate skill looks even more powerful. If I were in it, I wouldn't even last 3 seconds before I'd be melted. It's just horrible. Junior, you are so awesome. Fang Shuang couldn't remember how many times she had said this. She was really shocked by the junior student in front of her. Originally, Fang Shuang thought that Qin Lang was just more talented. When she first saw Qin Lang being attacked in the snack street, she came out to help because she heard about Qin Lang's SSS level talent. But when Qin Lang drove her, she was shocked by his superb operating skills. Especially the use of the ultimate move to directly kill the killer. That extremely gorgeous blow still left a deep impression on her to this day. Maybe at that time, Fang Shuang's heart had already fallen. In this copy, Qin Lang not only rescued him from Li Yan's hands, but also destroyed the device used by the organization to control her. Even Qin Lang has now become her partner and they are going to fight against that organization together. After seeing Qin Lang's strength, Fang Shuang felt a little bit of anticipation. What if Qin Lang can really save himself? With the strength Qin Lang has shown so far, he is indeed qualified to deal with that organization. The most important thing is that Qin Lang still has great growth potential. Thinking of this, Fang Shuang couldn't help but secretly look at Qin Lang's profile. In the light of the fire, she realized that Qin Lang's profile was actually very handsome. This made Fang Shuang even more excited. The light in front of my eyes gradually faded. What appeared under the light was the king of machines that had been burned beyond recognition. Most of the liquid metal on his body had melted and fallen to the ground. Most of his body was melted by the terrifying high temperature. A Rubik's Cube-sized cube and the mechanical core behind it emerged from his chest. But even after suffering such a degree of damage, the King of Machines still did not die. Chapter 70 Planetary Level Armed System. After the flames gradually subsided, the melted liquid metal on the King of Machinery regained its activity. The liquid metal kept wriggling, trying to heal his injuries. The liquid metal on the ground seemed to be summoned and wanted to fly up from the ground and reintegrate into his body. This is just barely reaching the third form. If you really encounter an enemy that has reached the third form, I'm afraid it will be impossible to kill him. Of course, this is also because Qin Lang wants to retain the mechanical core of the King of Machinery. The mechanical core is the most valuable part of the entire machine. If Qin Lang doesn't want to keep the mechanical core, he has 9 ways to deal with this mechanical king. But if you want to keep the mechanical core, you have to do this. Seeing that the liquid metal actually wanted to help the King of Machinery recover from his injuries, Qin Lang immediately controlled the body and rushed forward. At this moment, the King of Machinery seemed to have finally regained his ability to move. He stretched out his arm, which had long been burned and damaged beyond recognition, and suddenly attacked Qin Lang. Humph, still want to linger? The knife in Qin Lang's hand flashed, and the plasma sword directly cut off the arm of the King of Machinery. Without the protection of liquid metal, the mechanical king's body strength is only at the SS level. The King of Machines wanted to retreat, but his feet had already been melted by the flames and connected to the ground. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly grabbed the Rubik's Cube-sized block and pulled it down with force. Countless liquid metals wrapped around the cube like vines, and Qin Lang immediately felt a huge force fighting against him. Bring it here! He exerted force suddenly, and even the excited light wings behind him spread out instantly, directly pulling off the mechanical element order. Just when Qin Lang took the mechanical elemental order in his hand, the voice of the system came from his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing Mission 3. Rewards: Superpowered Mechanical Armor, SSS Level Talent Energy Overload, and Planetary Level Weapon System. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a God-level weapon. Please hand it over to the system for transformation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the key item, and be rewarded with 30,000 mole points. The series of rewards made Qin Lang raise his eyebrows. I didn't expect that this mechanical elemental order would be so powerful that even the system was coveting it. Not only was he rewarded with new talents, but he was also given a planetary level weapon system. And the most important thing is that this mechanical elemental order seems to be the so-called God-level weapon? Reform. There was a flash of light in the hand of the machine, and the mechanical element disappeared in an instant. As the mechanical element disappeared, the liquid metal seemed to have completely lost its vitality and directly returned to its ordinary metal form. Completely losing the protection of these liquid metals, the mechanical king's tattered body was exposed. You! How dare you take away the source of the arc? Give it back to me! The King of Machinery waved one arm and spoke in an extremely ferocious voice. Qin Lang laughed, and the plasma lightsaber in his hand instantly penetrated the body of the mechanical king. Without the protection of these liquid metals, you are nothing but a waste. Qin Lang said this and waved his arm suddenly. Tear. The plasma lightsaber instantly cut through most of the body of the mechanical king. Xin Lang aimed the muzzle of the gun on his arm at the head of the mechanical king and directly pressed the missile launch button. Boom! As a violent explosion sounded, the head of the mechanical king was completely shattered. Xin Lang suddenly reached into the chest of the king of machinery, grabbed the golden mechanical core, and took it off directly. As the mechanical core was removed, the so-called king of machinery also completely lost his life. Congratulations, host, for completing Mission 2. Rewards: a random super-powered weapon system, a planetary-level power engine, and all bit upgrade modules. The super-powered weapon system is randomly. As the system's voice rang out in my mind, a rotating disc appeared in my mind, but the options on it were covered by fog. The disc continued to rotate, and finally the pointer stopped on a grid. The fog on the grid was lifted, revealing a mechanical sniper rifle full of technology. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new super weapon, the Star Destroyer sniper rifle. Xin Lang smiled slightly and did not directly check the rewards. Because at this moment, the voice of the copy system sounded in his mind again. Congratulations on completing the dungeon and achieving perfection and clearance achievements. Reward title: Slayer. Rewards: 1 S-Class Mechanical Core, several S-Class upgrade parts, and 5 Transformation Cores. In 3 minutes, you will be teleported out of the dungeon. Seeing that he had achieved a perfect level clearance again, Xin Lang smiled slightly. I didn't expect that I would be able to clear this multiplayer dungeon by myself. Is that why the reward is so generous? Just as she was thinking about it, she saw a ray of light shining on Feng Shuaing's body. Under the illumination of this light, Feng Shuaing's body was instantly strengthened. This kind of strengthening is a change from the inside out. It not only upgrades part of the armor system, but also upgrades and strengthens all the parts that were not taken care of before. Feeling the changes in her body, Feng Shuaing was instantly surprised. Oh my god, it seems that the identity of this final boss must be very special. Even I got a dungeon reward. Xin Lang was also a little surprised. Only those very special copies will be rewarded with mecha girls. It seems that the so-called king of machinery is not just calling himself that. Xin Lang shook his head and looked at the remains of the mechanical king in front of him. Because the charm of Joyan Yaoshi was too strong, most of the body and parts of the king of machinery had been burned. There is no way to collect anything useful. However, I have already received a lot of rewards in this copy. Thinking of this, Xin Lang happily waited for the teleportation to leave. At this moment, Feng Shuaing suddenly appeared beside Xin Lang. Junior, we're about to leave this dungeon. That organization will definitely notice that I've lost control, and they'll come looking for me. What should we do? Hearing this, Xin Lang remembered that he had destroyed the control device on Feng Shuaing. They don't intend to alert the organization now. If they alert the organization too early, it will not be of much benefit to their next actions. Let me think about it. Xin Lang said this and began to communicate with the system in his mind. System, is there any way to prevent Feng Shuaing from being controlled by the control device even if she is equipped with it? Or is it possible to create a fake control device so that the people in that organization will think that this is what they set up? Chapter 71 Speculations about the concubine's identity. After hearing Xin Lang's words, the system immediately replied in his mind. Reporting to the host, only 1,000 points are needed to cut off the connection between the control device and the machine. And the person who installed the control device wouldn't notice it. Xin Lang's eyes widened instantly when he heard the system's reply. Wow, so cheap? Are you trying to trick me? Is this reliable? Please do not doubt the professionalism of this system. It's just some outdated technology. This system doesn't even bother to solve such a low-level problem. Xin Lang's mouth twitched suddenly. Although we have long known that the system is very powerful, this is too powerful. From this perspective, the points I spent on redeeming the items before were indeed worth it. Okay, then help me with the operation right away. Reporting to the host, this system can only be shut down after the host and the machine sign a permanent contract and install the control device. Hearing this, Xin Lang opened his mouth instantly. Need to sign a permanent contract? Then let me ask. Xin Lang sighed softly. Although he still has 3 spots for permanent contracts, he is not sure whether Feng Shuaing is willing to do so. So Xin Lang turned around and looked at Feng Shuaing. I've come up with a way to help you cut off the control that control device has over you. But we too must sign a permanent contract. If you don't want to, I can think of other ways. Before Xin Lang could finish his words, Feng Shuaing nodded in agreement. Yes, of course I do. Junior, I originally thought that you didn't have any contract quotas, so you didn't want to sign a permanent contract with me. Having a commander as good as you sign a contract with me is something I couldn't ask for more. Fang Shuang couldn't help laughing. She didn't want to get too involved with Qin Lang before, mainly because of the mysterious organization. But now Qin Lang has also killed Li Yan and is on the opposite side of that mysterious organization. In this case, since both of them are already in the same boat, why should they be afraid of signing a permanent contract? Hearing Fang Shuang's words, Qin Lang smiled slightly. Okay, senior. Then when you get out, contact that organization and tell them that your device was damaged in the battle and that I killed Li Yan. Hearing this, Fang Shuang was a little surprised. Don't you need help hiding it? I'm afraid it's not a good thing for you to be exposed to that organization so early. Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. No, I am now exposed to their eyes, which is a good thing for me. Whatever the origins of this organization, they certainly wouldn't dare to act openly. They have to hide from the Mechanical Alliance. And I have a deep connection with the Mechanical Alliance, including Xing Linger. In this situation, they know that I killed Li Yan, and they only have two choices. First, they could send someone to assassinate me, but I believe with my strength, they would never do that. Second, find a way to recruit me. Hearing this, Fang Shuang took a breath of cold air. Do you want to infiltrate that organization? Qin Lang nodded. That's right. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. Only by entering this organization can we find a way to deal with them. Qin Lang hadn't said another word. That is, the Mechanical Alliance has assigned him a mission to infiltrate a killer organization. Since both organizations need to be undercover, there is absolutely no difference between one organization and two organizations. Moreover, doing so can confuse his true purpose, which can bring him greater security whether in the killer organization or in this mysterious organization. Seeing Qin Lang so determined, Fang Shuang had no choice but to nod. But a touch of emotion emerged in her heart. She knew that if she reported the matter to the mysterious organization, her suspicion would be greatly reduced. Qin Lang is using its danger to ensure his own safety. Junior, I owe you so much, I don't know how I'm going to repay you. It seems I can only spend the rest of my life slowly repaying it. Fang Shuang said silently in her heart. At this time, the time limit had expired and the two people were instantly teleported out of the copy. The other boys and girls had already left the copy. At this time, everyone gathered outside the playground, looking at the entrance to the copy. With a flash of light, Qin Lang and Fang Shuang appeared in front of everyone. All the students cheered immediately. Wow, Qin Lang has completed another perfect level clearance. It's incredible. This was originally a dungeon for us to practice, but he managed to clear it. And he even cleared a multiplayer instance alone. That's incredible. All of a sudden, all the students below started to praise him. Welcome back, everyone. There will be 3 days of vacation. Everyone can use this time to digest what they have gained in the dungeon. Go back to school in 3 days to continue your classes. The temporary head of the school stood on the podium and said this to everyone, then turned to look at Qin Lang. This should be classmate Qin Lang, right? The Provincial Department of Education has sent you an invitation to attend a seminar held by the Provincial Department of Education. What do you think? Qin Lang was instantly surprised. Isn't that an educational seminar? I'm just an ordinary student. Am I qualified to attend a seminar of this level? The temporary head of the school smiled slightly. Student Qin Lang, please stop being so modest. Has completed 2 dungeons with perfect scores in a row, and is also a commander with SSS level talent. Your insights in many areas go far beyond the scope of students. With your participation in the seminar, perhaps we can develop better educational policies. Qin Lang suddenly chuckled. Okay then, when do I leave? The temporary head of the school spoke. We have already booked a high-speed rail ticket for you, and it will depart on time at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. By the way, Principal Lu asked me to remind you that you are going to the seminar this time to bring honor to the school. When you come back, the school will give you a certain amount of rewards based on your performance. Qin Lang shrugged. To be honest, he doesn't even care about the rewards from the dungeon, so how could he care about the rewards from the school? The main reason I agreed to go to the seminar was that Zhou Qing was there. He missed Zhou Qing a lot after not seeing her for a few days. And you can also temporarily leave the current vortex. When Fang Shuang heard Qin Lang agree, she nervously grabbed Qin Lang's hand. Xin Lang patted her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, you can stay with Xing Linger these few days. When that organization contacts you, you can reveal a little about your speculation about Xing Linger's identity. Chapter 72 The Title of Slaughterer. After hearing Xin Lang's words, Fang Shuang immediately understood what Xin Lang meant. Xin Lang asked himself to stay with Xing Linger, and when the organization asked, he could reveal some of his guesses about Xing Linger's identity. Xin Lang certainly did not do this to expose Xing Linger's identity, but to ensure his own safety. Put yourself in their shoes and imagine what would happen if that organization knew that Xing Linger might be a member of the Mechanical Alliance. At the same time, she might be one of the most powerful mecha girls in the Mechanical Alliance, so they will definitely ask her to find a way to find out Xing Linger's true identity. After all, whether winning over Xing Linger or eliminating her, it would deal a heavy blow to the Mechanical Alliance. At the same time, he can ensure his own safety because of Xing Linger's presence. At the very least, after that organization knew that Xing Linger was related to the Mechanical Alliance, they no longer dared to attack him openly. Fang Shuang nodded vigorously, and at the same time, a hint of shock surged in her heart. He didn't expect that he had only revealed some insignificant information about that organization to Xin Lang. But Xin Lang was able to use this information to judge some of the situations of this organization and even plot against it. This kind of thinking and strategy is simply too strong. Although the commander's main learning content is these strategies and combat skills, with the ability shown by Xin Lang, it is no wonder that the province also wants him to attend the seminar. Seeing Fang Shuang agreed, Xin Lang smiled slightly. Just as he was about to take Fang Shuang away, a figure rushed over angrily. Good for you, Xin Lang. Do you know that Sister Zhou Qing is not at home, so I can't do anything to you? What the hell is going on with you two? When he looked up, he saw Xing Linger standing in front of him, staring at him angrily. Xin Lang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I am still standing on the podium, and the students and teachers below have not left yet. Seeing Xing Linger's look, the students and teachers all showed a look of surprise. Oh. I don't know where Xing Linger learned all this? If Xin Lang knew that Zhou Cheng and Xing Linger liked to watch sad Korean dramas when they had nothing to do in the apartment, such as Temptation to Return to the Village, then he probably wouldn't be surprised. Well, can we go downstairs and talk about it? Xin Lang had no choice but to use the methods he used to coax children to find a way to coax Xing Linger. But Xing Linger just shook her head and said coldly, don't even think about it. If you can't explain this clearly, I'll sue you in the Union Court for abandonment. Xin Lang was suddenly overwhelmed. Due to the particularity of the mechanical age, once a conflict arises between the mecha girls and the commander, it is no longer a minor quarrel. If this really ends up in court, my reputation will be ruined. Wherever he goes, he is labeled as a scumbag. If it's even more serious, you may even end up in jail. After all, mecha girl resources are very scarce. If one person monopolizes too many powerful mecha girls and does not sign contracts with them, it is undoubtedly a waste of resources. While thinking about how to solve this problem, Xing Linger looked directly at Fang Shuang next to her. And you, even if you want to pursue Xin Lang, there has to be a first-come first-served principle, right? He must not sign a contract with anyone else before signing with me. Hearing Xing Linger's words, Fang Shuang smiled slightly, bent down slightly, and spoke in Xing Linger's ear. If you are willing to accept me, I can tell you how to pursue someone like Xin Lang. I guarantee that he will be unable to stop wanting you. Upon hearing this, Xing Linger's eyes lit up instantly. Zundu Fakidu? Of course it's true. Hee, senior sister Fang, I knew you were the best. Xing Linger's expression changed instantly, and she hugged Fang Shuang's arm. Xin Lang is blessed to have a contract with you. Please teach me how to capture the heart of a commander. Fang Shuang straightened up, turned to look at Xin Lang, and made an okay gesture. Xin Lang was stunned for a moment. Is this okay? The friendship between you women is really incomprehensible. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved perfectly, and Xin Lang and the other two walked down from the podium directly. Xing Linger started to hang around Fang Shuang, and Xin Lang became idle, so he went straight back to the dormitory. When he was in the copy before, he had no time and no chance to check the rewards the system gave him this time. Now that he has some free time, he can take a good look at what he got this time. First of all, there are the supplies obtained in the copy. Apart from a lot of upgrade parts, the most important ones are the two mechanical cores. They are the SS-level mechanical core on the boss and the S-level mechanical core rewarded from the copy. Both of these mechanical cores can bring upgrades to the body, and Xin Lang has already thought about who will use them. In addition, there are a bunch of S-level upgrade parts. Xin Lang cannot use these upgraded parts for the time being. After all, the machines he currently controls are either S-class or SS-class. There are also 5 transformation cores. Xin Lang thought about it for a while. To evolve from the first form to the second form, he needed to use the transformation core, but to evolve from the second form to the third form, he needed more than just the transformation core. Instead, it requires a certain degree of luck and energy resonance between you and the commander. After reaching energy resonance, simply submit the transformation core to officially enter the third form. But no one can explain how to achieve energy resonance. Xin Lang frowned slightly, thinking that it would be better to keep these transformation cores for the time being. If you achieve energy resonance with a certain organism, you can directly enter the third form. And the most important reward is nothing less than the title reward. Wear the title of Slayer. Title successfully worn. Weapon attack power increased by 10%, ultimate power increased by 15%. Attached bloodlust effect, each enemy killed can increase attack power by 0.2%. Xin Lang's brows jumped. He didn't expect that this title would be so powerful. This can directly increase your attack strength. Especially when combined with his ultimate move, it is absolutely invincible. This is also the best reward that can be obtained from some special copies. Moreover, the effects of these titles can be stacked. If you can get other titles, you can continue to stack them. Xin Lang rubbed his hands and couldn't help but want to check the reward given to him by the system. The most important of these system rewards is the new SSS level talent. Energy Overload, SSS level talent. Talent description: energy can be used to enhance the body's abilities. The more energy consumed, the greater the ability improvement. There is no threshold under the body's strength. Chapter 73 Business Metal Weapons. After seeing this new talent, Xin Lang took a deep breath. This talent is too strong. This not only increases attack power, but can also directly improve the body's capabilities. For example, the speed of the body, the body's defense, etc. If other commanders obtain this talent, they would probably not be able to use it well. Because the input-output ratio is not worth the payback. When a commander drives a mecha girl to fight, he often needs to consume a terrifying amount of energy. Especially during boss battles or high-intensity battles. The energy consumed is even greater. If dragged into a war of attrition by the enemy, 80% of commanders will not be able to cope with this horrific energy consumption. It can be said that most battles are a battle of energy. And this kind of consumption of energy to improve the body's capabilities is tantamount to taking a gamble. If the enemy dodges the attack after the machine's ability is enhanced, the commander will be in an awkward situation where there is no energy for the machine to use. Often, before defeating the enemy, you lose first. But Xin Lang is different. He is gifted with unlimited energy. When the infinite energy talent is paired with this energy overload talent, he couldn't even imagine how strong his fighting ability would be. Other commanders can only use 80 to 90% of their machine's strength at most. But he can directly increase the strength of the body to 100%. Every attack, every defense can all be strengthened even more. Even in some dangerous moments, the body's capabilities can be forcibly improved, reaching a level beyond 100% ability release. Xin Lang couldn't help but want to try out the power of this new talent. It has to be the system. This reward is way better than those dungeon rewards. Not to mention the other rewards. Xin Lang smiled slightly. The other things the system rewards are also very powerful. For example, all bit upgrade modules. All parts of the body can be directly upgraded to one level. It's just the same as the copy reward Feng Shuang received in the copy before. No matter which parts are upgraded, some other parts cannot be taken care of. Sometimes it's these neglected parts that cause problems. This results in the body's strength and combat effectiveness being unable to be improved. But you don't have to worry about this after you have this full bit upgrade module. There are also super-powered mechanical armor. This armor can be equipped directly on the body. Provides powerful defense to the body. What surprised Xin Lang the most was the last reward. System: what is this planetary level arms system? Reporting to the host, the planetary weapon system needs to be installed on a planetary starship for use. After installing a planetary weapon system, the starship will have the ability to destroy a planet. Xin Lang's eyes widened instantly when he heard the introduction of the system. Wow, completely destroy a planet? This is too amazing. Is the starship really that powerful? Reporting to the host, the highest level starship can even destroy black holes. Once the machine reaches interstellar level, its capabilities will increase exponentially. Xin Lang couldn't help but touch his chin after hearing what the system said. Before, he was a little resistant to the Mechanical Alliance's decision to let him sign a contract with Starship. If he had known that the starship was so powerful, he would have agreed to it long ago. He also wanted to see how powerful a machine that could destroy a planet was. How about signing a temporary contract with Xinglinger and give it a try? After all, if her mecha is truly a starship, then I'd be its captain. Xin Lang was thinking this in his heart when the system suddenly sent a prompt sound. Reporting to the host, the transformation of the god-level weapon system is complete. Should we extract it now? Xin Lang's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Extract. This god-level weapon was an extra reward from the system after he obtained the mechanical element order. Its essence is obtained by modifying the mechanical element. No matter which organization or system values this mechanical element so much, the weapons modified with it must be very powerful. And if I'm not mistaken, this mechanical elemental command has a great connection with all mechanical life forms. It might even be the origin of the mechanical age. Extraction successful. Congratulations on obtaining the liquid metal weapon system. Hearing this, Xin Lang's eyes showed an expression of as expected. The most powerful thing about the Mechanical King is his liquid metal body. And there are weapons made of liquid metal. Apart from these, he is just an SS-level mechanical monster. But because of the liquid metal, his strength is even stronger than the average SSS class machine. It is enough to see how powerful these liquid metals are. It seems so now. He was able to use these liquid metals not because he had reached the third form, but because with the help of this mechanical elemental command, he mastered some of the abilities of the third form. Just as he was thinking about it, Xin Lang realized that he could extract this arm system now. So he quickly took it out from the system backpack. A ball of silver-white liquid metal the size of a basketball appeared in his hand. And this liquid metal is constantly changing its form according to Xin Lang's consciousness. System, can I also control this liquid metal? Doesn't it need to be installed on the body? Reporting to the host, due to the special nature of the liquid metal weapon system, a neural connection with the commander is required. The host can control it directly without the help of the machine. Xin Lang took a breath of cold air instantly. Doesn't that mean I can wrap this liquid metal around myself and form a suit of armor? Xin Lang thought so in his heart, and immediately an idea came to his mind. I saw the liquid metal slowly covering his body like flowing water. Only when Xin Lang actually started to control it did he discover that it was actually very difficult to control this liquid metal. He had to concentrate on controlling it in order to make the liquid metal change into various shapes according to his ideas. For example, now all 5 of his fingers are connected together, just like he is wearing a glove. It seems I need to train more on this skill. Only in this way can we be flexible in battle. Xin Lang covered his entire right arm with liquid metal, then looked at the iron bed in the dormitory. He took a deep breath and suddenly grabbed the iron bed. Before he even used much strength, the iron pipe of the iron bed was flattened into a twist by him. Sharp. If I can manipulate it skillfully, can I also turn this liquid metal into various weapons? Xin Lang's heart was burning with passion. But at this moment, the system suddenly reminded. If the host does this, he will be ignoring the greatest function of this god-level weapon. Chapter 74 Yours is really big and white. Xin Lang was looking at the ball of liquid metal in his hand, using his mind to transform it into various shapes. But after hearing the system's prompt, Xin Lang raised his eyebrows instantly. System, does this god-level weapon have any other uses? Of course. The mechanical elemental command obtained by the host is only 1/9 of the perfect form. If you can obtain the complete mechanical elemental order, you will not only obtain 9 pieces of divine weaponry, but also a super divine device. Once the super god device is activated, no mechanical life form can withstand it. Xin Lang thought of the content on the mural. If all mechanical life forms were created by the original silicon-based life form, then wouldn't the mechanical elemental command he created be a backdoor to control all mechanical life forms? The mural said that it was because of the use of this mechanical elemental command that the intelligence of all mechanical life forms was instantly reduced. And this shouldn't be the only use of mechanical primitives. It seems I have to keep looking for this thing. Even if I can't put together a complete mechanical order. The power of these god-level weapons is indeed very strong. Xin Lang couldn't help but look forward to it. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that since this mechanical elemental order has such a great origin, it will definitely not appear in ordinary copies. How difficult it would be to collect a complete set of mechanical elements. Qin Lang shook his head and stopped thinking about these things. Instead, he left behind a small ball of liquid metal the size of a peanut and continued to practice controlling it. Then he left the school and went directly to the Alliance Guild. He is going to the provincial capital this time, and he doesn't know how long the seminar will last. But before that, he must do what he should do. After arriving at the Alliance Guild, he indeed saw Lillian still working there at the door. Although Lillian had been given 2 million before, it seemed that the money was not enough. When Lillian saw Qin Lang appear, her eyes lit up instantly. He apologized directly to the commander he was receiving, and then trotted to Qin Lang. Master, you're here again. Are you planning on taking me to solve a 4-star mission this time? I've been keeping an eye on it these days, and there are many missions that can yield quite generous resource rewards. Looking at Lillian's cheering face, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile. It's a pity that I didn't come here to take on a mission today. Are you busy now? Let's go to your house and talk. Upon hearing this, Lillian's face instantly turned red. She naturally thought wrongly. However, according to common thinking, this is normal. Many commanders sign contracts with mecha girls not only to obtain the mecha girls' bodies, but also to obtain other things. It can be said that Lillian had already prepared herself mentally for this day. After all, Qin Lang is handsome, young, and talented. The most important thing is that you are so good to yourself. If I could devote myself to Qin Lang, I would be very happy. Thinking of this, Lillian blushed and said shyly, I'm not busy right now, but my home might be a little inconvenient. How about we go to the hotel and get a room? Qin Lang touched his chin and thought for a while. I thought that the noise that would follow might not be too small. If it happened in the hotel room, it might damage some hotel facilities. What if I had to pay compensation? So Qin Lang spoke directly. Forget it, just follow me. I know a forest that's quite remote and quiet. Upon hearing this, Lillian's face turned even redder. Oh my god, it's just because I have parents and younger brothers and sisters at home. So it is not convenient to take Qin Lang to my home. But Qin Lang plans to take him to have a wild battle? This is too exciting, oh no, it's too embarrassing. But for some reason, Lillian wanted to refuse, but her body honestly followed Qin Lang. Lillian was very nervous. This is her first time. Is it necessary to do this in such an exciting environment in the wild? And I don't know if Qin Lang's skills will be as good as his driving skills. Lillian was lost in thought as she looked at Qin Lang's figure in front of her. She couldn't help but reach out and hold Qin Lang's hand. Qin Lang's fingers stiffened slightly, but he quickly held Lillian's hand tightly. Lillian's heart was suddenly filled with a huge surge of happiness. Although she knew that Qin Lang could not belong to her alone, she had not even reached a permanent contract. But she will not regret having spent this wonderful time with Qin Lang. Qin Lang had no idea what Lillian was thinking. He just thought that Lillian was worried about losing her. After all, there were so many people around. He took Lillian's hand and took the light rail, and soon arrived at a park. This country park is usually deserted and very quiet. If you go a little deeper, you will find a large area of undeveloped forest. Just enough for what he was going to do next. After following Qin Lang into the woods, Lillian blushed and her heart beat fast. Qin Lang stopped and turned to look at Lillian. Are you ready? If you are, let's get started. Lillian's face flushed instantly. I'm ready. She said this in a weak voice, then reached out and unbuttoned her shirt with trembling fingers. As if due to being too nervous, Lillian gritted her teeth and suddenly pulled hard. Qin Lang turned around and saw Lillian like this. He was so scared that he turned his head back instantly and quickly covered his eyes. I'm going, what are you going to do? I came here to give you an upgrade, but you seduced me instead. Thinking of the stunning glimpse I just had. Seriously. So white and big. But I am a gentleman. Don't think that having a baby face and a big can seduce you. When Lillian heard Qin Lang's words, her eyes widened instantly, and she realized that she had misunderstood. Ah. She quickly straightened her clothes and then spoke with a blushing face. So you want to upgrade me, then why did you come to my house? Qin Lang spoke unhappily. Otherwise, your body is so big, of course you have to find a place that is not restricted. Hearing those 3 big words, Lillian's face turned redder. She quickly transformed into a mechanical form, and only then was she able to suppress the romantic feeling in her heart. Qin Lang also went directly into Lillian's cockpit. Looking at Lillian's figure beside him, Qin Lang took out an S-level upgrade core. This is the reward I just got in the dungeon. I can help you upgrade to S-level. Chapter 75. Don't worry, my master. Hearing this, Lillian was instantly surprised. Master, is this S-class mechanical core really for me? But I couldn't help you at all. Just give this to me? Qin Lang smiled calmly. Yes, this is what I prepared specially for you. If you don't want it, I'll give it to someone else. Lillian suddenly became anxious. Yes. Who said I don't want it? Master, please put it on me quickly. I never thought that I would be able to reach S rank one day. Qin Lang chuckled. Follow me, and you will be able to reach a higher level in the future. This time I'm going to the provincial capital to deal with some things. While I'm away, please keep an eye on those special copies for me. As Qin Lang said this, he installed the mechanical core on Lillian's body. With the S-class mechanical core installed, Lillian's machine level instantly increased. The aerospace battleship, which was already several hundred meters long, grew again. It directly reached a length of 500 meters. At the same time, the body's energy utilization efficiency, the power of the weapon system, etc. have also increased to a certain extent. This is a secondary enhancement after the machine level is upgraded. But these are just enhancements. If you want to improve it further, you must install S-level upgrade parts. Only then can certain parts of the body reach the S-level. Feeling that her machine's level had reached S-level, Lillian was instantly pleasantly surprised. Oh my god, is this the strength of an S-class machine? This is too amazing. I feel like I've been completely transformed. Master, thank you. You are like my adopted parents. Qin Lang almost choked to death after hearing what Lillian said. What does it mean to have new parents? However, he underestimated Lillian's obsession with the level of the machine. As a very powerful aerospace battleship model, if Lillian's initial level was not only F level, why would she have suffered all the hardships before? Now her body strength has been upgraded to S level. This is the true level of aircraft that belongs to an aerospace battleship. That is to say, Lillian is finally on the same level as other aerospace battleships. It was precisely because of her strong obsession with this level that Lillian was so excited. Seeing Lillian cheering beside him. Especially the two big white rabbits, jumping around. Qin Lang couldn't help but flash the scene just now in his mind. This made him hold his breath and concentrate, secretly cursing his guilt twice. But this mechanical core only increases the level of your machine. Many parts on your machine haven't reached S rank yet. Qin Lang spoke directly. This is also a disadvantage of using mechanical core upgrades. The main upgrade of the mechanical core is energy utilization efficiency. The lower the level of the body, the lower the energy utilization efficiency. As an aerospace battleship that consumes a lot of energy, Lillian's previous level was only F. That's why no commander can withstand her consumption. Only after the energy utilization efficiency is improved can the remaining energy be used to transform the body. But this part of energy certainly cannot completely upgrade the body to the S level. So some upgraded parts are needed. It's okay, Master, I'm already very satisfied now. Master, you are so kind to me. I have decided that I will never marry and will only serve my master. Qin Lang immediately scratched his head. I was going to mention I have some upgrade parts. If you don't need it, then I'll sell it all? Qin Lang just had no use for the S-level upgrade parts he had obtained before. After all, Zhou Chang and others' machine strength has been raised to S-level or above. It's impossible to downgrade the installation, right? Lillian's eyes widened immediately and she spoke quickly. I want it. Hey, Master, you should have told me earlier. Since she has reached her current level with the help of Qin Lang, she has become more and more accustomed to using the word master. Qin Lang chuckled. He had originally intended to give these parts to Lillian. So I picked out some that were compatible with Lillian's body and installed them on Lily. After the installation was complete, there were still some parts left that could not be adapted. So he took them all out. Since you can't install the remaining parts, please sell them at the Alliance Guild for me. Remember what I told you. After saying this, Qin Lang immediately exited the driving state. Lillian also exited the mechanical form and then collected the pile of parts on the ground. Okay, don't worry, my master. As your maid, I will definitely complete anything you ask me to do. Lillian looked at Qin Lang with fiery eyes. It can be said that Qin Lang is the perfect commander in her mind. What a pity. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of Qin Lang. Lillian already felt very happy to be able to become Qin Lang's temporary contracted mecha girl. Qin Lang shook his head slightly. He really didn't know what Lillian was thinking about all day. He looked up at the sky, which was not too early. Okay, I'm going back too. After saying this, Qin Lang was about to turn around and leave, but Lillian called him. Wait a minute. Master, I would like to invite you to dinner, is that okay? Qin Lang turned around in surprise, only to see Lillian's face flushed with shame, her two fair little hands fiddling with the corners of her clothes, not knowing what to do. This also made Qin Lang couldn't help but smile. Okay, I know a good food stall. Lillian raised her head instantly, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Come on, let's act like a couple tonight, okay? Lillian said this and walked over to hold Qin Lang's arm. Qin Lang looked at Lillian's excited face. Lillian is also very beautiful. If she were in Jiangcheng University, she would definitely be a campus goddess. At this moment, the delicate face was stained with a hint of camel red, making it look even more attractive. So Qin Lang smiled slightly and agreed directly. Okay, I'll stay with you tonight. Lillian smiled happily. I followed Qin Lang to the food stall that Qin Lang mentioned. Seeing such cheap prices and the stalls full of fireworks and down-to-earth atmosphere, Lillian was a little bit unbelievable. Master, will you also come to a place like this to eat? I thought the places you went to were all those fancy Western restaurants. Hearing this, Qin Lang laughed instantly. Who do you take me for? A rich kid? To be honest, I'm actually an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage and I still live in an orphanage now. I just have a little better talent and a little better luck. Chapter 76 Captain of the Starfleet. Hearing Qin Lang's words, Lillian's eyes widened in surprise. The two ordered some food and drinks at the food stall, and then ate and chatted. Through chatting, the two of them gained a better understanding of each other's situations. Lillian had always thought that Qin Lang was the son of a high-ranking official. After all, he has such a strong talent, and he doesn't take those upgraded parts seriously. He looks like a rich second generation no matter how you look at him. But only now did I realize that Qin Lang's fate was also so bumpy. Qin Lang was also a little surprised. Although I had guessed that Lillian's family conditions were not very good, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Both his parents lost their jobs due to serious illness and needed medication to survive. There are younger brothers and sisters below who are in school. In addition, Lillian's talent was not high enough before, so she couldn't do any job that could make money. Fortunately, Qin Lang appeared and changed Lillian's family situation. At least I don't have to worry about my younger siblings' tuition and my parents' medical expenses anymore. The two chatted until very late, and both felt a sense of mutual understanding. The two of them are like weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. But because of the nourishment of sunshine and rain, they are all growing vigorously and tenaciously. Qin Lang also sighed softly. He now understood why he had such a great liking for Lillian. If it weren't for the system, with his F-level talent, his current situation would probably not be much better than Lillian's. It is precisely because the two people have similar experiences that they can resonate so deeply. After Qin Lang sent Lillian home, he took a taxi directly back to the orphanage. The previous encounter with the killer also made Qin Lang realize that someone was watching him in secret. So now he still tries to avoid walking alone at night. After returning to the orphanage, the children and Su Weiwei were already asleep. Qin Lang returned to his room in the dark and turned on the light, only to find someone lying on the bed. Ha! Qin Lang walked over with some surprise and saw that it was Mu Qingchuan. At this time, Mu Qingchuan was wearing her nightgown, but sleeping on Qin Lang's bed, hugging Qin Lang's pillow. It seemed like he was missing the taste of Qin Lang. Mu Qingchuan usually looks like a queen, but when she falls asleep she looks like a young girl. Qin Lang smiled helplessly. He didn't have the key to Mu Qingchuan's room, so he had to sleep in front of Mu Qingchuan. Looking at Mu Qingchuan, who was so close to him, and smelling her breath that was as fragrant as orchid, Qin Lang also let go of his fatigue. The next morning, Qin Lang woke up and found Mu Qingchuan sitting beside the bed, looking at him with burning eyes. Good morning, Sister Qingchuan. Mu Qingchuan blushed and snorted softly. Don't think too much about it. The lock of my room is stuck, so I have to stay here with you for one night. Besides, nothing happened between us last night, right? Mu Qingchuan said this and looked at Qin Lang nervously. Qin Lang shrugged. Of course not. Mu Qingchuan immediately patted the mattress and said in a low voice. You didn't take advantage of the opportunity one gave you. Qin Lang scratched his head immediately. Sister Qingchuan, I have to go to the provincial capital this afternoon to attend a school seminar. Why are you back? Mu Qingchuan sighed helplessly. Isn't it because the school is currently conducting a dungeon exploration? I don't have a commander, what am I going in for? Qin Lang suddenly smiled awkwardly. After he signed the contract with Mu Qingchuan never signed a contract with any other commander, not even a temporary contract. He did owe Mu Qingchuan a lot. After all, their two schools are too far apart, and even if he wanted to rush over, it would be too late. Thinking of this, Qin Lang directly took out the SS-level mechanical core. Hey, although I can't enter the dungeon to explore, I have prepared a gift for you. Looking at the mechanical core that Qin Lang took out, Mu Qingchuan suddenly laughed. You still have a conscience. By the way, why did you end up attending the seminar? Isn't this the job of the teachers and principals? Qin Lang also shook his head in confusion. Who knows? But it shouldn't be a big deal, right? Mu Qingchuan took the mechanical core and played with it in his hand. Do you need me to go with you? Qin Lang shook his head. It's okay. I'm back from the seminar. I'm away during this time, so you can take care of the life in the courtyard. Mu Qingchuan nodded slightly and handed the mechanical core directly to Qin Lang. While there is still time, install it for me first. Qin Lang immediately agreed, took Mu Qingchuan to the rooftop, and directly installed the mechanical core on Mu Qingchuan. At the same time, he also gave Mu Qingchuan the super-powered armed star-destroying sniper rifle he got from the system. After doing all this, the two of them went downstairs hand in hand. Su Weiwei had already prepared breakfast. When she saw the looks of the two people, she rolled her eyes helplessly. You two are just being affectionate with each other. You didn't even mention coming over to help Mom make breakfast. He really has a wife and forgets his mother. The two of them were suddenly embarrassed and hurried over to invite the children to eat. Su Weiwei came over with a plate of scrambled eggs and sat directly next to Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan. Qin Lang, I have something to discuss with you later. Qin Lang nodded, not understanding why Su Weiwei wanted to talk to him alone. But Mu Qingchuan and others were very understanding. After dinner, Mu Qingchuan took the children out of the restaurant. Su Weiwei took out a badge from her pocket while eating scrambled eggs. Are you interested in joining the military? Qin Lang took a breath of cold air instantly. Mom, what do you mean? Su Weiwei chuckled. I guess you've all guessed about my identity over the years. To be honest, I'm actually from the Alliance Army. Before leaving office, my position was Chief of Staff of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet of the Alliance Forces. Except for you commanders, I'm the first person to reach this position as a mecha girl. Su Weiwei spoke calmly, and even her eating movements were not affected. But her words stirred up a storm in Qin Lang's heart. The Mechanical Alliance also has its own army, called the Alliance Army. But doesn't the Allied forces only have the Air Force, Navy and Army? What is the organization of this star fleet? Why have I never heard of any news before, and it is not even shown in any information? Su Weiwei looked up at Qin Lang and seemed to see the doubt in Qin Lang's eyes. He spoke calmly. That's because this fleet has been completely destroyed. Chapter 77 Teacher, do you miss me too much? What? Complete annihilation? Qin Lang took a breath of cold air instantly. Needless to say, one can imagine how powerful the Starfleet is. But how could such a team be completely destroyed? Even the unit numbers were not preserved. Even the organization was directly erased, and no news about it could be found in any reports. As the Chief of Staff of the 3rd Interstellar Fleet, Su Weiwei can only run this orphanage here. What exactly happened back then? What happened to this interstellar fleet? Su Weiwei chuckled. Don't make such a fuss. The world is so big that you can't imagine. Besides, there is an even more vast and boundless universe beyond the Earth. If I hadn't seen you awaken in SSS level talent, I wouldn't be telling you these things. Well, do you want to consider finding another path for your future development? Qin Lang didn't say anything, but looked at the badge that Su Weiwei placed on the table. The badge has a blue background with a starship engraved on it and 5 stars above the starship. The starship looked extremely powerful, like a sharp sword. Its far end points to the sea of stars. Qin Lang took a deep breath. I'd like to think about it. Su Weiwei nodded. You need to think carefully about such a big thing. After all, you haven't graduated yet, so there's no need to rush into making plans for your future. But you must give me an answer before you graduate. Do you understand? Su Weiwei had already put down the cutlery in her hand when she said this, and turned to speak to Qin Lang in a very serious tone. Qin Lang sat up straight involuntarily. Clear. Su Weiwei's posture relaxed again and she gently patted Qin Lang's shoulder. Okay, once you've made up your mind, I'll tell you what happened. At that time, I will give you a second chance to choose. If you still choose to join, then we will be comrades. After saying this, Su Weiwei immediately cleaned up the tableware and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Looking at Su Weiwei's back, Qin Lang slowly clenched his fists. He originally thought that he was strong enough, especially with the help of the system, he was no longer afraid of any enemy. But before he had time to become proud and complacent, Su Weiwei's true identity revealed undoubtedly dealt him a heavy blow. Even the once powerful interstellar fleet has become like this, and even its organization has been cancelled. Could it be that there are enemies outside interstellar space? How powerful could these enemies be that they render so many powerful starships powerless? Qin Lang sighed softly and put these things aside for the time being. Su Weiwei chose to talk to me alone because she didn't want me to tell anyone else. And he naturally wouldn't reveal this matter to anyone. Because this matter is so important that it even involves an unknown part of the Alliance's history. Qin Lang spent half a day packing his luggage today. Then he practiced controlling the liquid metal. With his constant practice, his ability to control the liquid metal has become more and more proficient. In the afternoon, he boarded the high-speed train to the provincial capital on time. It is worth mentioning that both intercity subways and high-speed railways have been transformed from mechas in this era. This also makes this mechanical age more convenient than before. After all, the high-speed train that the mecha girl turns into is much faster. It only took 3 or 4 hours for Qin Lang to arrive at the provincial capital's high-speed railway station. As soon as he walked out of the station, he saw Zhou Cheng waiting for him not far away. Qin Lang. Zhou Cheng immediately ran over and hugged Qin Lang tightly, ignoring the gazes of others. Qin Lang smiled slightly and patted Zhou Cheng on the back. I'm here, what happened? Zhou Cheng shook his head and lifted his face from Qin Lang's chest. We'll talk about it later. I missed you so much. Qin Lang smiled and gently touched Zhou Cheng's hair. After all, they were in a passionate love relationship. After just a few days of not seeing each other, both of them could not control their longing for each other. Let's go to the hotel first. Zhou Cheng nodded vigorously, and then directly transformed into a mechanical form. Many people outside the high-speed rail station looked at the ghost supercar she transformed into. Wow, a ghost supercar. Oh my god, and judging by the level, it should have reached SS level. Look at that perfect paint job. It's my dream car. Wait, that kid actually got in the car. Seeing Zhou Cheng transformed into a mechanical form, Qin Lang understood what she meant. So he opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. Seeing Qin Lang sitting in like this, all the men felt their hearts were about to break. They reluctantly withdrew their gaze, but when they heard the roaring sound of the ghost supercar, they couldn't help but feel jealous. Qin Lang drove the ghost supercar directly to the hotel. Husband, your ability is indeed the strongest. It's been so long since I've been driven by you. I really miss it. Zhou Cheng's excited voice also came from the cockpit speakers. Hearing her words, Qin Lang's heart suddenly moved. By the way, why do I have to attend this seminar? It shouldn't be that simple. Zhou Cheng smiled. My husband is really smart. I can't hide anything from you. In fact, this seminar has another purpose besides discussing how to teach. That is to find a copy of the common trial for the schools in this province. Next month, all schools in the province will jointly host a competition, and all outstanding students will participate. And what we have to do this time is to enter this instance in advance, investigate the situation, and eliminate any factors that are too dangerous for students. And you are my commander. The other teachers came with their mecha girls and commanders, so I had to ask the organizers for permission to invite you. When Qin Lang heard this, he immediately understood. I see. But given the nature of these schools, won't they force you to sign a temporary contract with another commander? Zhou Cheng suddenly said angrily. Of course. But after being piloted by you, my husband, how could I look down on those ordinary commanders? Especially since they heard that you, my husband, possess an SSS level talent, they immediately wanted to invite you over. Qin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly and patted the steering wheel in front of him. I think you missed me too much. Zhou Qing suddenly felt a little shy. After the two arrived at the hotel, Zhou Qing did not let Qin Lang book another room, but lived with him. Although the two had already signed a contract, this was the first time they actually lived together. Chapter 78 Threaten me? Are you qualified? No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Zhou Qing took Qin Lang to attend the seminar. The seminar was held in a conference room in a 5-star hotel in the provincial capital. The conference room was very large and could accommodate nearly 1,000 people. Those who attended this seminar were leaders and teachers from universities in the province. Among them, the majority are teachers with outstanding abilities and excellent talents. But they did not have much say in this seminar and were just waiting to represent the school in the dungeon trial. The principals and directors of each school sat in the front, followed by the teachers of each school. These teachers also brought their own mecha girls or commanders, obviously preparing for the next copy. When Qin Lang and Zhou Qing arrived here, most people had already arrived, so they found a seat in the back and sat down. At 9 o'clock sharp, the seminar officially began. What surprised Qin Lang was that the person hosting this seminar was actually an old acquaintance. Sun Tong, a provincial leader of the Mechanical Alliance, is also a very powerful mechanical girl. At this time, she was wearing an alliance uniform, had neat and capable short hair, and walked up to the podium with a stack of information. Seeing Sun Tong's figure, Qin Lang's expression became a little strange. After all, the last time they met, things hadn't been particularly friendly. Zhou Qing said in a low voice. All universities are actually subordinate units of the Mechanical Alliance. Including some teaching plans, they were actually formulated under the leadership of the Mechanical Alliance. This seminar was also initiated by the Mechanical Alliance. Its purpose is to test the overall level of students across the province. After hearing Zhou Qing's introduction, Qin Lang nodded in understanding. Before, he was wondering why these university presidents or directors had professional titles and ranks within the Mechanical Alliance. I only now realized that these university leaders are actually members of the Mechanical Alliance. Just as he was thinking this, Sun Tong on the podium looked around, and the entire venue suddenly fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Sun Tong's aura, which made Sun Tong nod slightly and look at the information in his hand. Based on discussions at several meetings of the Mechanical Alliance, we have currently decided on 3 alternative copies. These 3 alternative copies have only recently appeared and have not yet been fully explored. Our main task now is to thoroughly investigate the situation in these 3 dungeons and determine whether or not it is appropriate for those students to undergo the trials. Sun Tong said this and looked directly at a staff member in the first row. The staff member stood up, holding a thick stack of scoring sheets in his hand, and began to distribute them to all the teachers. Everyone can now look at the score sheet in their hands. Once you enter the dungeon, I'll ask you to rate it based on multiple factors, including the monster level and strength, the boss difficulty, the difficulty of clearing the dungeon, the abundance of resources, and the availability of dropped items. Finally, we will select dungeons suitable for these students to train based on the scores you give them. However, I must remind you that since these 3 copies have not been fully explored, the dangers within are still unknown. Even teachers like you may encounter danger. I hope that once you enter the dungeon, you will cooperate with each other and focus on identifying these dangers. After the grading is completed, someone will be assigned to address any issues that the students cannot handle. Hearing Sun Tong say this, Qin Lang looked at the score sheet in his hand. He had never imagined before that these copies for students to train were selected in this way. However, this selection method does have great advantages. On the one hand, it allows these teachers to obtain some items through copies to strengthen themselves. After all, many teachers are busy teaching every day and have no time to go to the Alliance Guild to take on tasks. Over time, the abilities of these teachers will stagnate. If even the abilities of these teachers cannot improve, how can they guide the students? On the other hand, it also allows these teachers to have an early understanding of the copy. In this way, we can guide students more scientifically and help them improve in a targeted manner in the future. After all, this is an era of perfection. All industries and sectors have formed their own rules. These rules may not be the most perfect, but they are definitely the most practical. Qin Lang was thinking this when he suddenly saw a male teacher in the front row stand up and turn to look at Zhou Qing. "Teacher Zhou, we're going to enter the dungeon tomorrow. What do you think? I can sign a temporary contract with you. Let's work together on this dungeon." The male teacher looked arrogant, but when he looked at Zhou Qing, a hint of desire unconsciously revealed in his eyes. It was obvious that he was the commander assigned to Zhou Qing at the seminar. Zhou Qing politely shook his head and refused. "Thank you, Mr. Feng, but my commander is already here." The man frowned and immediately saw Qin Lang beside Zhou Qing. This made him laugh. "Teacher Zhou, I didn't expect you to actually sign a contract with a student?" Although I, Feng Yu, only have SS level talent, I already have 6 years of driving experience. I really don't know what's so good about this young guy. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again?" Feng Yu said this and glared at Qin Lang coldly. Qin Lang couldn't help it any longer. "Damn, you want to seduce my girlfriend in front of me? Do you want to take a piss and look at yourself to see what you look like?" Zhou Qing was about to refuse again, but Qin Lang grabbed her hand and looked at Feng Yu with a smile. "Teacher Feng, you're already a teacher, how come you still have no self-awareness? What does 6 years of driving experience mean? Does it mean you're a loser? After 6 years, you're still just an ordinary teacher? As for what's good about me, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to know. If you have an organic girl, maybe you can ask her to tell you." These words instantly made Feng Yu's face turn blue with anger. Zhou Qing, who was standing by, understood the meaning of Qin Lang's words and couldn't help laughing. "Heh, you're the student with SSS level talent, right? To be honest, I've seen many geniuses, but talent doesn't guarantee everything. Experience, rank, knowledge reserves, etc. are all important factors in determining whether a commander is excellent. I advise you to return to school quickly, otherwise you might die after entering the dungeon and cause trouble for teacher Zhou Qingzhou." Feng Yu said this coldly, his eyes full of threats. Chapter 79. This is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. Qin Lang couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. And as the two of them argued, some teachers around them looked over here curiously, with expressions of watching a good show in their eyes. Looking at the smug expression on Feng Yu's face, Qin Lang spoke calmly. "I think you are the toad who wants to eat swan meat. As a teacher, you are so shameless. I feel ashamed for you. Do you know what a genius is? A genius cannot be measured by common sense. If things like level and experience were useless to a genius, then he wouldn't be called a genius. Of course, someone with your talent probably doesn't understand what a true genius is, but I don't mind telling you in detail, so that some people won't be so ignorant and humiliate the people of Nanjiang province. How dare someone like you be a teacher? Aren't you afraid of misleading the students?" These words instantly made Feng Yu's eyes widen, and his face turned from blue to red, and then from red to white. As a talented teacher, he was complimented wherever he went, and even his students respected him very much. "Have you ever been insulted like this?" Qin Lang's words were like nails piercing his heart, leaving Feng Yu at a loss as to how to refute them. "You!" Feng Yu was so angry that he pointed at Qin Lang's nose, but he didn't know what to say. Qin Lang chuckled and crossed his arms. I? Some people grow older but never grow smarter or gain more knowledge. Only an idiot like you would bring up 6 years of driving experience. This only proves your stupidity." Seeing that Feng Yu was about to vomit blood because of Qin Lang's few words, the teachers around him couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. In particular, some female teachers looked at Qin Lang with admiration in their eyes. After all, Feng Yu didn't have a fixed girlfriend, so he often came to see these female teachers after coming here. On the surface, he wanted to team up with these female teachers to participate in this dungeon selection, but in fact he was harassing these teachers. The key point is that Feng U.S. University, South China University, is also one of the top universities in the province, and he himself has been named a star teacher at South China University. So the female teachers didn't want to break up with him, so they just kept tolerating him. Now seeing Qin Lang humiliating Feng Yu to a point of complete destruction, they were of course happy to see it happen. Especially when I heard that Zhou Qing's commander was a master of SSS level talent. Even though he was still a student, he was already stronger than some commanders who had graduated for a few years. This also made them look at Qin Lang with something else in their eyes. Young, handsome, and so talented. This is simply the most ideal commander candidate in their minds. At this moment, Feng Yu finally came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and looked at Qin Lang with cold eyes. "Is the only thing you students can do now other than bicker? To tell you the truth, this dungeon selection is not only for selecting dungeons, but also to test the abilities of these teachers. Since you, Zhou Qing, don't want to team up with me, then let's go to the dungeon and compare. I'll also let you see how I'm better than Qin Lang." After Feng Yu said this, he glared at Qin Lang coldly, then turned around and left. He didn't even dare to give Qin Lang a chance to speak. After hearing Feng Yu's words, Xin Lang looked at Zhou Cheng with some curiosity. Is what he said true? Will this time's copy selection test your abilities again? Zhou Cheng nodded and sighed helplessly. Yes, since the 3 dungeons we are preparing to evaluate this time are all multiplayer dungeons, we teachers will also be compared with each other in the dungeons. And it's said that if you can achieve outstanding performance in the dungeon, not only can you be promoted, but you can also get the opportunity to work in the Mechanical Alliance. When Xin Lang heard this, he finally understood why these teachers looked so excited. Rather than improving their professional titles, these teachers should value job opportunities in the Mechanical Alliance more. You have to know that the reason why they are teachers here is that many of them want to use the identity of a teacher as a springboard to eventually enter the Mechanical Alliance and have a stable job. And if you can perform well in the copy this time, you can also get certain rewards. This is definitely a rare opportunity for these teachers to improve themselves. Xin Lang nodded slightly and spoke. In that case, let's perform well in the dungeon. Zhou Cheng looked at Xin Lang in surprise, then shook his head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'm here just to broaden my horizons. You know what? Most of the teachers who come here are excellent. They are not only very good at teaching, but they are also very strong themselves. It's really hard to achieve success among so many excellent teachers, so this time we don't seek to achieve anything great, but just to avoid making mistakes. Zhou Cheng comforted Xin Lang in this way, and Xin Lang smiled and nodded, as if he agreed with what Zhou Cheng said. But how could Xin Lang be willing to fall behind? Since this copy is so important to Zhou Cheng, of course I have to lend her a helping hand. Moreover, Xin Lang also wanted to see how strong he was now. This copy was very difficult for these teachers. Could he pass it perfectly? You know, with the help of the system, he is now a 4-star commander, while some teachers are only 4 stars. The most important thing is that he has 2 ultimate skills and 4 SSS level talents. If this cannot be compared with those teachers, then all my efforts over the past few days are probably in vain. After Zhou Tong finished explaining the arrangements for the copy, the teachers all left. Xin Lang was just about to go back to the hotel room with Zhou Qing to discuss how to deal with the next copy, but he found Zhou Tong, Lu Yun, and Zhao Lin walking towards them. Lu Yun is the president of Jiangcheng University, and Zhao Lin is the school's dean of studies. The two of them also have a contractual relationship. Xin Lang, nice to meet you again. I didn't expect you to attend this seminar. After Zhou Tong came over, she nodded directly at Xin Lang. Xin Lang smiled slightly and said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Director Zhou, you are such a busy man, how could you actually find time to host this seminar? Zhou Tong shook his head and said expressionlessly. After all, students are the future hope of the Mechanical Alliance. May I have a moment to talk? Xin Lang blinked in confusion, but nodded. Chapter 80 The Mechanical Alliance is about to be infiltrated into a sieve. After Zhou Tong brought Xin Lang to the small conference room next to the conference room, she took off her coat and threw it on the sofa next to her. Xin Lang was suddenly at a loss, standing at the door, not knowing whether to go in or not. Zhou Tong turned around and glanced at Xin Lang, and said in a cold voice. Close the door and come in. Can I still eat you? Xin Lang smiled awkwardly. Who knows if you will eat me? After all, Zhou Tong is a very powerful mecha girl. What if she covets her talent? As if she could see what Xin Lang was thinking, Zhou Tong said speechlessly. I want to talk to you about your secret mission. Are you sure you want others to overhear? Upon hearing this, Xin Lang hurried into the room and closed the door. Director Zhou, you also know about that mission? Zhou Tong chuckled. Because I was the one who assigned you this task, but I just don't have time for the moment. Zhou Tong said this, took out a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her pocket, took out one and put it in her mouth, and when she was about to light it, she looked at Xin Lang again. Can you? Xin Lang shook his head. Zhou Tong sneered, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. As the smoke exhaled, she seemed to temporarily relieve herself of her fatigue. At this moment, Zhou Tong did not look like a provincial leader, but just a tired girl. Asking you to carry out that mission is my idea after careful consideration. And with your current abilities, you can indeed carry out this mission. Getting in touch with some things about the Mechanical Alliance in advance will also be beneficial to your future. Zhou Tong said this, then looked up at Xin Lang. Of course, this is what we say to the outside world. I have some bad news for you. There is no one available in the Mechanical Alliance. Xin Lang was a little surprised for a moment, and quickly sat on the sofa opposite Zhou Tong, saying in shock. How is this possible? The Mechanical Alliance has many talented people, and there are so many university graduates who can work for the Mechanical Alliance. Isn't it a bit too alarmist to say that there's no one available? Zhou Tong didn't say anything, but just looked at Qin Lang deeply. Qin Lang frowned and thought for a while, then immediately widened his eyes. No way? Could it be? In just these few seconds, Qin Lang thought of many things, especially the mysterious organization that Fang Shuang and Li Yan had come into contact with. Just imagine, if that mysterious organization could place Fang Shuang and Li Yan in Jiangcheng University, would it place more people in the university? You don't need too many, even if there are only 3 or 4 in each school, it's enough. The graduates of these schools will work in various industries. There is nothing special about other industries, but the Mechanical Alliance is the top priority. If these people were allowed to infiltrate the Mechanical Alliance, it would be a major blow to the Mechanical Alliance's entire future layout. In this situation, the Mechanical Alliance has only one choice. That is to refuse to accept graduates to work in the Alliance. Qin Lang thought of Feng Yu from before. In terms of talent, Feng Yu's talent level is SS, and he is also an outstanding graduate, so he can definitely directly enter the Mechanical Alliance to take up a position. But now he is just an ordinary teacher at the University of South China. From this we can see that the Mechanical Alliance had indeed discovered these things a long time ago and used the most stupid method to prevent them. After hearing Qin Lang's words, Zhou Tong laughed and spoke lightly. It seems you know a lot more than I thought. You guessed right. We even suspect that the Mechanical Alliance has been infiltrated. Qin Lang immediately took a breath of cold air. Are you sure? Zhou Tong shook his head. It's just a suspicion for now. So after we discovered this incident, the Mechanical Alliance immediately began a rigorous self-inspection. But if you don't investigate, you won't know. Once you investigate, you'll find out there are many problems hidden within the Alliance. So we really don't have much energy to do other things now, but if we don't deal with these things, it will ultimately be like drinking poison to quench thirst. Zhou Tong said this and took a deep puff of the cigarette in his hand. There was an unprecedented fatigue in his eyes. In fact, this situation has occurred in various provinces, but it is most serious in our Nanjiang province. So I need you to enter that killer organization and see what its origins are. Also, you should remind your lover not to get too close to that organization. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to close the net early. Qin Lang blinked and said in a puzzled manner. Director Zhou, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Zhou Tong chuckled and pressed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray. Qin Lang, you are a smart man. I don't want you to pretend to be confused in front of me. You should know that we know more than you think. Don't think that you can deceive the Mechanical Alliance with these little tricks. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang's heart immediately became alarmed. He originally thought that the organization was so secretive that it definitely had not been discovered by the Mechanical Alliance, and Fang Shuang had a chance to break free from the control of the organization. But now it seems that it is not that the Mechanical Alliance has not discovered the organization, but that they have not yet found all their intelligence. When there is no way to catch them all in one fell swoop, easily alerting the enemy will only make the organization hide deeper. Qin Lang began to feel that the game and chess game between these high-level officials were really unpredictable. Is this what these powerful organizations are capable of? I underestimated them a little bit before. But in this case, can Fang Shuang's identity be successfully cleared? Qin Lang fell silent. Zhou Tong on the opposite side chuckled. Now it's me who is telling you these things, not the Union Sheriff. So you should be able to understand our attitude. There are many things we can't say openly, but you can do them because you are not a member of the Mechanical Alliance yet. Hearing this, Qin Lang raised his head instantly. He finally understood why Zhou Tong arranged for him to be an undercover agent in that killer organization. Even today's conversation is not only a warning to myself, but also an encouragement to myself to let go and do it boldly. The bigger the trouble you cause, the greater the benefit it will be for the Mechanical Alliance. Thinking of this, Qin Lang immediately laughed. I understand. Thank you, Director Zhou. Zhou Tong nodded and waved Qin Lang to leave. Just as Qin Lang was about to walk out of the room, Zhou Tong's voice suddenly came from behind him. Wait a moment. Chapter 81. You can only scream in front of me. Qin Lang turned around with some confusion, only to find Zhou Tong looking up at him. Have you discovered Xing Linger's identity? Hearing Zhou Tong's words, Qin Lang's mouth curled up slightly. Director Zhou, what you said is wrong. Xing Linger is just a new transfer student to our school. Zhou Tong chuckled and said nothing more. Xin Lang also left the small meeting room directly. After walking out of the conference room, Xin Lang took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, and couldn't help but gasp for breath. It's really tiring to talk to these alliance leaders. They will not tell you everything directly, but let you guess the meaning of their words. If they don't do it right, it means you didn't understand what they said, not that there is something wrong with them. However, this conversation with Zhou Tong also made Xin Lang understand a lot of things. That is, the Mechanical Alliance has taken precautions against the mysterious organization. Contacting the killer organization on my own is not only to pave the way for what's next, but also to determine whether this killer organization is connected to that mysterious organization. If I can do this, I will be able to get a lot of benefits. Whether it is Feng Shuang's identity or my future in the Mechanical Alliance, it can be changed through this matter. It seems that after this seminar is over, I will have to contact that killer organization. And the matter of Xing Linger. Xin Lang frowned slightly. Zhou Tong's attitude toward Xing Linger's matter was very vague. It was as if he already knew that Xin Lang knew that Xing Linger was a member of the Mechanical Alliance, but he was pretending to be confused, assuming that Xin Lang didn't know about this matter. Why this strange attitude? Xin Lang stroked his chin in thought, then slowly walked towards the conference room. On the other side, after Xin Lang was called away by Zhou Tong, Lu Yun and Zhao Lin also surrounded Zhou Qing. Teacher Zhou, this time the dungeon depends entirely on you and Xin Lang. That's right, Xin Lang's abilities are obvious to all. If you two perform well, you will definitely win a good ranking for our school. Zhou Qing was momentarily shocked when he heard what Principal Lu Yun and Director Zhao Lin said. Principal Lu, Director Zhao, are you two kidding me? There are 3 other teachers in our school. I am the youngest and the one with the least experience. It's such a heavy burden. I'm afraid what if I make a mistake? Lu Yun laughed and shook his head. Although you have the lowest seniority, you cannot be treated as someone with low seniority because we have a commander like Xin Lang. You two work together perfectly, so the school hopes you can perform well this time and bring honor to the school. A trace of embarrassment suddenly appeared on Zhou Qing's face. She had originally planned to give up in this copy. If Feng Yu hadn't been so annoying, she wouldn't have been so anxious to ask Xin Lang to come over. But now it seems that they really need to show some strength. I just wonder if I will feel unfamiliar with Xin Lang after not cooperating with him for such a long time? Do you want to try it tonight? Zhou Qing blushed as she thought about this. When Lu Yun saw Zhou Qing's look, he also felt a little itchy in his heart. When he saw Xin Lang and Zhou Qing signing the contract, he was indeed a little angry. But this time, the schools are going to compete with each other, and they still have to rely on Xin Lang and Zhou Qing. There is no way, Xin Lang is too talented. Lu Yun had no choice but to let go of his prejudices and look forward to Xin Lang and Zhou Qing achieving good results. At this moment, Xin Lang also returned to the door of the conference room. Seeing 3 people standing there chatting, Xin Lang composed himself, smiled, and walked over. Principal Lu, Director Zhao, what are you talking about? Zhao Lin smiled slightly, looked at Xin Lang and said. Nothing much, just encouraging you to do your best in tomorrow's dungeon. Okay, you guys chat first, we won't disturb you. After saying this, Zhao Lin directly pulled Lu Yun away. Seeing the backs of the two of them, Zhou Qing couldn't help but sigh softly and turned to look at Xin Lang. Husband, are you sure about tomorrow's copy? Xin Lang shrugged. It's okay. There's not much pressure anyway. By the way, I've never done a copy evaluation before, so I'm relying on you for these things. I'm only responsible for performing well in the dungeon. Zhou Qing smiled and nodded. Okay. Since you're in the provincial capital this time, why don't we go out and have some fun? Today is a great time to relax. Xin Lang's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately. Okay, let's go. Soon the two left the hotel. First they visited some famous scenic spots, and then went shopping like a couple. Holding Xin Lang's hand, Zhou Qing felt that she was in great happiness. Ever since she and Xin Lang signed the contract, the two of them have been spending less and less time together, and this is only the second time they have even teamed up to enter a dungeon together. Looking at Xin Lang's handsome profile, Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel a little worried. Am I really worthy of Xin Lang? Will he hinder Xin Lang in the dungeon tomorrow? But Zhou Qing did not show it, and instead had a great time with Xin Lang for the entire day. It was already late when they returned to the hotel, so they washed up and rested directly. The next morning, all the selected teachers came to the front square of the hotel. The Mechanical Alliance will open channels to 3 copies here, and these teachers can choose a copy to enter. However, this choice is also a blind one, because no one knows what is happening in this copy. What they have to do is to find out the situation of these copies. Zhou Tong seemed to have no time to wait here. After quickly recording it, he handed over the rest of the work to the staff of the Mechanical Alliance. As the channels to the 3 copies were opened, the teachers, together with their mecha girls and commanders, chose a copy channel to enter. Qin Lang looked at the 3 copy passages and directly took Zhou Qing's hand and walked into the middle one. Feng Yu at the back narrowed his eyes slightly, pulled the girl next to him and walked into the middle. Although he doesn't have a fixed girlfriend, due to his status as a star teacher, he is not short of single female teachers around him. This time he chose the heavy armored vehicle with the model number of Hammer V. Humph, it's just a small ghost supercar. It can only scream in front of my heavy armored vehicle. Once I defeat you, I will let you know who is the stronger commander. Feng Yu thought so in his heart and walked directly into the middle copy passage. Chapter 82 Mechanical Mine. At this time, after Qin Lang and Zhou Qing entered the copy, the voice of the copy system immediately came to their minds. Welcome to the dungeon, Mechanical Mine. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Dungeon level, S level. Dungeon time limit, 24 hours. Mission objective, find and defeat the master of the mechanical mine. Instance description, this is a mine from an alien planet, where countless mechanical lifeforms work, especially heavy machinery. However, they are not only good at labor. After hearing the voice of the copy system in his mind, Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect that this was actually an S-level copy. So it seems that the levels of the other 2 copies should also be S-level. It really is worthy of the Mechanical Alliance. And this is a multiplayer instance. According to the situation where multiplayer copies are automatically downgraded by 1 level, the actual level of this copy should be SS level. In this way, the final boss of this copy will definitely not be lower than SS level. Qin Lang smiled slightly. If that was the case, he would take the mechanical core of this dungeon boss. Even for the Mechanical Alliance, an SS-level mechanical core is very important, and this kind of thing is even more priceless. Even Zhou Qing is only comparable to SS level now, and has not yet reached the SS level. As long as we can get this mechanical core, we can raise Zhou Qing's level. Qin Lang was thinking this happily in his heart, but the system in his mind suddenly made a sound. The host has been detected to have entered a special copy, and a system task has now been issued. Please collect 1 ton of each of the following metal ores: Mithril Mine, Eternal Gold Mine, Sand Copper Mine, Purple Iron Mine. Mission rewards, Type 2 Energy Armor System, Space Jump Engine, Strategic Fortress Weapons. After hearing the system's voice, Qin Lang's expression suddenly became a little strange. No way, system, what's the point of collecting these minerals? Do you still need these metals? Need. Qin Lang curled his lips. This system was really concise and comprehensive. But since that's the case, since I'm here now, I might as well collect some of them. What's more, since this is a mine, there should be ores that those mechanical monsters have dug out long ago. Wouldn't it be better to just rob them yourself? It's impossible to drive a ghost supercar to mine, right? The communication in his mind lasted only a short moment. When Qin Lang came back to his senses, Zhou Qing also saw the task in his mind. Honey, this is actually an S-level dungeon. And once you come in, you'll be randomly teleported, which is pretty good. Zhou Qing had already taken out the scoring sheet and started scoring this copy. Qin Lang nodded. What appeared before them was a very desolate land with only a few scattered mines, proving that there was a very vast underground space here. However, the entrances to those mines are guarded by mechanical monsters, and these mechanical monsters are all heavy engineering machinery. After seeing the models of these mechanical monsters, Qin Lang took a deep breath and looked directly at Zhou Qing. After the scoring, let's prepare for battle. It's been a long time since I've driven you into battle. Zhou Qing's face turned red and he quickly put away the score sheet in his hand. Okay, husband, I'm also looking forward to you driving me to fight together. I've missed you for so long. Zhou Qing said this shyly, and then directly entered the mechanical form. Seeing the silver ghost supercar appear in front of him, Qin Lang smiled slightly, opened the door and entered the cockpit. The energy channel was connected instantly. Qin Lang did not hesitate, but directly controlled Zhou Qing to enter the second form. In this extremely complex environment, the first form cannot be used at all. Only the second form can cope with this complex and changing environment. As the body of the ghost supercar changed, it immediately transformed into the second Gundam form. A plasma spear appeared behind Zhou Qing's body, and a plasma blade was hanging at his waist waiting to be activated. Looking at the familiar operating table in front of him, Qin Lang smiled slightly. It has been a long time since I fought with Zhou Qing, and during this period he was either controlling fighter jets or aerospace battleships. Now I am beginning to miss the operating system of the supercar. Since the last time he upgraded Zhou Qing, no other upgrades have been performed. Now he just happens to have a bunch of parts on hand. Qin Lang plans to upgrade Zhou Qing first and then tackle this copy. System: add a nano self-repair coating, a carbon fiber frame, an onboard missile system, and bulletproof glass to the current aircraft. Upgrade complete. With the installation of these parts, the operating table in front of me became a little more complicated. But this also means that Zhou Qing's abilities have improved significantly. The most important of these is the vehicle-mounted missile. Without this missile system, Qin Lang would not be able to use his second ultimate move, Nine Yang Shining World. However, Qin Lang is probably the first person to install missiles on a car. As if sensing the changes in his body, Zhou Qing's figure appeared in Qin Lang's mind, and he said with some surprise, "Husband, are you upgrading me again? I feel so much stronger now." Qin Lang smiled slightly and nodded gently. "Yes, I added an anti-material missile system for you. There are some other things, but this is the most important thing." Qin Lang said this and directly extracted all the liquid metal from the system space. This liquid metal is a god-level weapon system, but it can attack and defend, and it can also cover the surface of the body to form a powerful layer of protection. And after careful research, Qin Lang discovered that if some special metals were fed to this liquid metal ball, this liquid metal ball could assimilate all those metals into the same liquid metal. At the same time, this liquid metal can temporarily repair some damage to the body and transform into various parts. It can be said to be a panacea and can be used not only as a weapon. After the liquid metal was taken out, Qin Lang directly controlled the liquid metal to cover the surface of Zhou Qing's body. Although the liquid metal ball is only the size of a basketball, it can directly cover the surface of the entire body after being spread out. Zhou Qing was shocked when he saw the liquid metal appearing on his body. "Oh my god, what is this? Is this the third form? But I haven't entered the third form yet." Qin Lang smiled and explained the origin and usage of these liquid metals. This caused Zhou Qing to exclaim again. Chapter 83 Husband, do I have a third form? After upgrading these things and having the support of liquid metal, Qin Lang felt that it should not be a problem for him to pass this copy. So he directly controlled the body and headed towards the mine. Qin Lang and his companions were teleported outside the mine. The advantage was that they didn't have to worry about the attacks of the mechanical monsters for the time being. The disadvantage was that they needed to enter the mine from the entrance and explore downwards bit by bit. When the mechanical monsters at the entrance of the mine saw the body controlled by Qin Lang coming over, they were instantly activated from their dormant state. Roar! As the roar sounded, the two mechanical monsters rushed towards Qin Lang from the left and right. These two mechanical monsters are both engineering vehicles, and every step they take can make the earth tremble. Looking at their thick armor and limbs equipped with hydraulic devices, it is obvious that they are extremely powerful. Qin Lang directly reached out and pressed his hand on his waist, and the plasma blade was instantly activated. As blue plasma spurted out from the blade, Qin Lang slowly squatted down. Zhou Qing's expression was extremely nervous at this moment, but he didn't dare to say a word, for fear of affecting Qin Lang's operation. Last time, Qin Lang did show very strong fighting ability, but the mechanical monster he faced this time was completely different from before. These two mechanical monsters are not only powerful, but also have a level of A or above. Coupled with their thick armor, they are far superior to the abandoned vehicles in the parking lot. However, facing these two powerful mechanical monsters, Qin Lang seemed to have no movement at all. Zhou Qing couldn't help swallowing. The two mechanical monsters were getting closer and closer to them. 10 meters, 5 meters. Just when the two mechanical monsters were about to hit them, the machine suddenly moved. Qin Lang controlled the machine, his eyes showing an unprecedented coldness. "Wife, it's been so long since we last met. Let me show you one of my ultimate moves. Flowing Light Slash." Zhou Qing's body was originally agile, especially after Qin Lang installed a satellite-level power engine for her. The powerful power provided pushed her speed to an unparalleled peak. In this situation, Qin Lang's energy was fully exerted. There was a flash of knife light, and the mechanical monster in front of him was beheaded instantly. But Qin Lang did not stop his actions. Turn back. Kill again. The knife light turned back from behind the mechanical monster and directly hit the body of another mechanical monster. The powerful plasma light blade instantly split the mechanical monster's body into two. At the same time, Xin Lang took out the plasma gun behind him and blasted the chest armor of the two mechanical monsters with 2 shots. As the machine approached like a ghost, Xin Lang took out the mechanical cores of the two mechanical monsters. Seeing this scene, Zhou Qing opened his mouth in surprise. Wow, hubby, you actually have a big move. That's amazing. Have you reached 6 stars yet, husband? Xin Lang smiled slightly and put away the 2A-level mechanical cores. No, I'm only a 4-star now. But I figured out the ultimate move ahead of time, and I figured out 2 of them. Zhou Qing was already very shocked, and was even more surprised when he heard Xin Lang's words. Oh my god, there are actually 2 ultimate moves. It's incredible. When you used your ultimate move just now, I felt my body become very excited. Zhou Qing's face flushed red at this time. He felt the charm of the ultimate move for the first time. Zhou Qing had fallen in love with this feeling. You know. The commander's ability to perform a big move does not only rely on the commander's ability and operation. At the same time, the commander and the machine must reach a very tacit understanding. In this case, the commander's energy will instantly enter the body. At the same time, the machine will also feel what the commander is thinking, so that it can cooperate perfectly. Use this ultimate move. When the commander uses his ultimate move, all machines will feel that they have reached a state of perfect unity with the commander. This is why Zhou Qing is so excited at this moment. I saw the shadow of Zhou Qing in my mind cheering beside me. Xin Lang smiled, hung the plasma blade directly on his waist, and walked into the mine with the plasma gun in hand. It was very dark in the mine. There is absolutely no light source. After all, those mechanical monsters do not rely on their own vision to act, but rely entirely on their own radar detection systems. Xin Lang looked at the radar system in front of him. Through the reflection of nanoscale microwaves, the scene in front of him was directly rendered. This place looks no different from an ordinary mine. The only difference is that the mines here are very wide. After all, the mechanical lifeforms working here are very tall. If the mine is too narrow, these mechanical lifeforms will not be allowed to pass through. Xin Lang observed the situation ahead and found no danger, so he quickened his pace. Hubby, I'll draw a map of the mine for you. That way you don't have to worry about getting lost. Zhou Qing said this very considerately. Xin Lang smiled and nodded. Okay. By the way, switch to the millimeter-level microwave penetrating radar and help me detect whether there is any space for mineral storage? Although Zhou Qing was puzzled, he immediately followed Xin Lang's instructions. Nanoscale microwaves have high precision but poor penetration. Can be used to explore the way forward. Millimeter-level microwaves have strong penetrating power. They can not only penetrate some not too thick rock layers, but also detect other enemies in advance. As the map was drawn, Xin Lang immediately discovered that the interior of the mine was so complicated. They are now only on the first level of the mine. Most of the mine tunnels are connected to a very wide hall, and there seem to be some mechanical devices in the center of the hall. From this hall you can go down to the second floor. However, the specific terrain of the second layer cannot be detected. The mechanical monsters on the first floor are not of high level, most of them are a level. It's really perfect for those students to practice with. Zhou Cheng also switched to the teacher's mentality at this time and began to evaluate the situation of this copy. After hearing Zhou Qing's words, Xin Lang asked curiously. Since we are going to let those students take the trial, how will we judge their ranking? Isn't it based on the dungeon scoring criteria? Only some special copies have scoring criteria. The scoring criteria are based on all their actions in the dungeon. For example, killing mechanical monsters, killing bosses, or completing a level perfectly, etc. You can get corresponding scores. But the accuracy of this scoring criterion is really poor. Many actions will not be counted. Zhou Qing shook his head. I don't think so. I think it's better to base it on the number of mechanical cores obtained. Chapter 84 Husband, are you kidding me? Hearing this, Xin Lang raised his eyebrows instantly. As we all know, the best way to deal with these mechanical lifeforms is to directly destroy their mechanical cores. But if it were that simple, there would be no need to examine the student's abilities. In this way, only by solving these mechanical monsters and taking out the mechanical core without damaging it can points be counted. This is indeed a good assessment standard. Agree. Let those students experience that killing a mechanical monster is completely different from defeating it. Xin Lang smiled slightly and directly controlled the machine to move forward. Zhou Qing in his mind couldn't help but smile. Husband, don't forget that you are also a student. If we choose a dungeon, maybe you'll join us for the test. Upon hearing this, Xin Lang's face immediately turned strange. No way? He did the copy evaluation. Will he be required to go in and pass the level then? Isn't this equivalent to setting questions for yourself? But it doesn't have to be this dungeon. After all, there are 3 dungeons waiting to be evaluated. Zhou Qing smiled. But if you choose this instance, then you, my dear, will know the content of the assessment in advance. Xin Lang couldn't help but scratch his head. Is this one of the benefits of signing a contract with the teacher? By the way, why are we holding a province-wide student trial this time? It seems like there's never been anything like this before. Xin Lang had not thought of this when he was chatting with Zhou Tong before. But now that I think about it calmly, I realize that the timing of this trial is quite outrageous. Since the Mechanical Alliance is now entangled in so many things, it has even reached the point where there is no manpower available. Then why spend so much manpower and resources to hold this student trial? It can't be that this is really to test the level of these students, right? Doesn't the school know what the level of these students is? There must be a deeper reason behind this incident. Xin Lang was thinking while controlling the machine to walk towards the hall on the first floor of the mine. Although they encountered some sporadic mechanical monsters along the way, they were all easily dealt with by Xin Lang. Moreover, Xin Lang also preserved the mechanical cores of all these mechanical monsters according to the standards of the trial. He did not do this to judge the score, but to sell these mechanical cores after he got out. The level of this copy is not low, the mechanical monsters inside are at least A level. Xin Lang certainly looked down on mechanical cores of Class B and below, but it was a different story for Class A and Class S. An SS-level mechanical core can be sold at a sky-high price of over 10 billion on the black market. The S-Class ones are much inferior, but they can still be sold for tens of millions. Grade A can be sold for hundreds of thousands. After all, the higher the level of the mechanical core, the rarer it is and the more difficult it is to obtain. Xin Lang felt that if he went through this dungeon, he might be able to earn tens of millions of mechanical coins. Only a fool would complain about having too much money. But this is on the first floor of the mine after all. The mechanical monsters here are very sparsely distributed, and most of them are guarding the mines. Even Xin Lang's title effect was not activated. The title of Slayer can improve combat capabilities for a period of time by killing enemies. But if you want to trigger this effect, you must kill multiple enemies quickly, and the interval between killing 3 enemies cannot exceed 10 minutes. But once the effect of this title is activated, it will have a limited duration of 30 minutes. As long as you can kill the next enemy within these 30 minutes, not only can the time be refreshed and extended, but the passive effect can also be accumulated. It is still unknown how deep this mine is, so Xin Lang plans to go down and take a look. After more than 10 minutes, the two finally arrived at the first floor hall from the intricate mine tunnels. This is an underground cavity, nearly 100 meters high and covering nearly 1 square kilometer. After arriving here, Xin Lang looked up at the huge mechanical device in the center of the hall and couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. Oh my god, this is so spectacular! I saw a mechanical device like a pillar reaching to the sky, extending from the bottom of the hall to the top floor. This pillar that reaches the sky is more than 100 meters long. It not only supports the dome of the hall, but is also deeply rooted in this complex underground mine. Xin Lang guessed that this pillar must be connected to the bottom level of the mine. Not only are the entrances and exits of each level of the mine connected to each other, but the ores collected by the mechanical monsters below will also be transported to the ground through this pillar. After all, no matter what mineral it is, the deeper the layer, the richer the deposits. In order to collect some rare mineral resources, sometimes we even have to go dozens of kilometers underground. This is still the outside environment. In this copy space, no one knows how thick the stratum is. Looking at the complex and sophisticated machinery on the Pillar of Heaven, and the constantly flashing energy streams, Xin Lang couldn't help but touch his chin. If I steal this and the Pillar of Heaven, I don't know how much they'll sell for. Zhou Qing's eyes widened instantly. Hubby, you're not kidding, are you? Xin Lang shrugged. If he didn't have such a large space backpack, he would definitely find a way to steal this sophisticated pillar. But now, he can also use this pillar to collect some interest. Look, that should be the passage for transporting minerals. Xin Lang pointed forward. I saw a lifting platform in the center of this pillar that reaches the sky. This lifting platform was built in the shape of a groove, probably used to transport ore. At this time, the groove is heading downwards, and in the channel on the other side there is a platform slowly rising. Qin Lang's eyes rolled and he immediately thought of a solution. He directly controlled the body and walked over to the side of the rising platform. Then he took out a deep plasma gun and smashed the stones on the dome with 2 shots. As the rubble fell, the exit of the lifting platform was also blocked. This means that the platform can only stay in the space of this level and cannot continue to rise. Looking at the ore being slowly transported up from the platform below, Qin Lang suddenly smiled slightly. System, are these the ores you need? Purple iron ore detected, please collect it and submit it to the system space. Qin Lang nodded with satisfaction. Since the system has issued this task, he must of course stay here and wait for the ores to be delivered to his door. This is called waiting for the rabbit to come to you. As the platform rose to the first floor, it was blocked by rubble from above and could no longer rise. Qin Lang directly used the plasma light blade to cut open the entrance and exit, walked in and started to plunder. Seeing Qin Lang put away all the ores, Zhou Qing was a little puzzled. Chapter 85 Husband, your ultimate move is so powerful. Although Zhou Qing didn't know what Qin Lang was doing with these minerals, she was smart enough not to ask. Instead, he directly turned on his radar detection system and silently alerted himself to possible dangers. As Qin Lang submitted all the ores to the system, the collection of purple iron ore was completed. Just as this mineral platform was cleared, a new mineral platform rose up. This time, in addition to pyrite, there is also some sand copper mine. Of course Qin Lang accepted it all. These ore delivery platforms are very fast and frequent. Qin Lang only waited here for half an hour and almost collected the several types of ores needed by the system. Among them, all the pyrite and sand copper ore have been collected. 1/10 of the mithril ore was also collected. Only the Han gold mine has never appeared. It is estimated that the mining volume of these 2 minerals is relatively scarce even at the bottom. It will only be shipped up after a certain amount has been stored. The most crucial thing is that because Qin Lang blocked the platform space above, a large number of transport platforms were stuck here. The platforms below could no longer rise. Qin Lang took a deep breath. It seemed that his waiting activity was over. Next, I have to go down and take a look. He walked directly to the descending platform on the side, waited for the platform to come down, and then controlled the body to jump on it. At the same time, he aimed directly at the rubble that had previously blocked the rising platform, and vaporized all of the rubble with 1 shot. This way, the platform can continue to rise. After doing all this, the platform also descended below the ground. After passing through a long underground space, the space in front of us suddenly became clear. This is also a very vast space. Its size and height are similar to the first layer, but the surrounding mines have become more sparse. And in this space, there are some mechanical monsters carrying some ores to the platform. Qin Lang had just identified the types of these ores with the help of the system, and now he discovered that these mechanical monsters were carrying the lowest grade of violet iron ore. Moreover, the metal content of these ores is very low, and they are the kind of stones that the system does not want. It seems that there is nothing special about this second floor either. After we deal with the mechanical monsters here, let's continue down. Qin Lang said this and jumped off the platform. At the same time, the vehicle-mounted missile system instantly aimed at the mechanical monsters and directly launched more than a dozen missiles. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in this space, and all the mechanical monsters were blown away by the powerful force of the missiles. But this did not kill the mechanical monsters, they were only slightly injured. These mechanical monsters have such strong vitality. But Qin Lang controlled the machine and rushed forward like a ghost. The plasma blade in his hand drew a long arc of light in this dim underground space. Flowing light slash. With a slash of the sword, the mechanical monster in front of him was instantly split into 2, and the mechanical core was also exposed. Qin Lang grabbed the mechanical core, then rushed towards the second mechanical monster again without stopping. Qin Lang's energy was continuously transmitted to Zhou Qing's body. Thanks to this endless energy, the satellite-level power engine also roared and provided powerful power energy. This made Zhou Qing's body speed instantly break through the speed of sound. This satellite-grade power engine was originally designed for spacecraft. If Zhou Qing's body strength had not been increased to a very high level, her body would probably be torn apart instantly as soon as the engine started. But now, this powerful engine provides extremely powerful power, and also makes her speed far exceed that of a supercar. At this moment, under Qin Lang's control, her body seemed to have transformed into a ghost in the dark night. All you can see is the dark blue plasma blade flashing in the darkness. And with every flash, the mechanical core of a mechanical monster was removed and fell into this underground space. In just 3 minutes, all the mechanical monsters fell under the power of Qin Lang's ultimate move. Feeling the power of this ultimate move and the repeated attacks, Zhou Qing immediately said excitedly, "Honey, your ultimate move is so powerful. And your ultimate skill has no cooldown time? In just 3 minutes, you used it more than a dozen times." Qin Lang smiled slightly and put the plasma blade back into his waist. "Yes, this ultimate skill does have no cooldown time. As long as there's enough energy, you can even perform it continuously." Qin Lang said this, and a smile appeared in his eyes as he saw that the passive ability of the title Slaughterer had been activated. As the number of mechanical monsters you kill increases, this passive effect will gradually increase. As long as you can deal with the next mechanical monster within 30 minutes, the time can be extended indefinitely. This title is simply a powerful weapon against group attacks. In this kind of large-scale copy, it can play an even stronger role. Qin Lang looked at the ore on the mechanical platform. There was not even any mithril ore here. The remaining mine maps were also explored clearly under Zhou Qing's radar scan, and Qin Lang prepared to go directly to the third level. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of a mine. "Yes, is that Teacher Zhou?" Qin Lang turned his head and looked over instantly. In the image created by the reflected radar waves, there stood a machine that had transformed into its second form. Judging from the model, it should be a fighter jet, but I am not sure who it is. Zhou Qing spoke in surprise. "Teacher Wang? Why are you here?" After confirming Zhou Qing's identity, Teacher Wang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly controlled the machine to walk over. "Qin Lang, this is Professor Wang from Nanlin University and his robot girl." Zhou Cheng immediately introduced it. Teacher Wang on the opposite side controlled the machine and nodded slightly as a greeting, then spoke in amazement. "So this is your commander with SSS level talent. I just took a look at the mine, and he is indeed a heroic boy." Teacher Wang praised generously. Hearing what Teacher Wang said, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile and spoke. "It's just a chance encounter, it's nothing." Teacher Wang controlled the machine and waved his hand. "Who said that? Opportunity and luck are part of one's strength. I think this time, Jiangcheng University will be able to take the lead. I think this commander is so capable at such a young age. He will definitely achieve great things in the future." Teacher Wang seemed to be addicted to praising people. Qin Lang was a little stunned by his flattery. It was the first time he had met such a university teacher. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Wang. By the way, what are you doing here?" Chapter 86 Third Generation High Altitude Fighter. Hearing Qin Lang's question, Teacher Wang couldn't help but fall silent. At this moment, the girl he was driving suddenly spoke. "You are Commander Qin Lang, right? I'm Mr. Wang's pilot, a third-generation high-altitude fighter. We came here this time to form a team with you." Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. He looked at Zhou Qing beside him in his mind and asked through the mental connection, "Is this Teacher Wang reliable?" Zhou Qing thought about it, then shook his head and spoke. "I don't know. We only knew each other before. But their strength should be quite good. Why do they want to team up with us?" Although there are many mechanical monsters in this copy, their levels and models are all the same. After all, it is a copy used to test students. If it is too dangerous, those students might get injured. Although there is no progress without blood and sweat, avoidable casualties should be avoided as much as possible. Therefore, this copy is only challenging for some outstanding students, and it is not a situation where they will definitely die. For these teachers, there will be no major danger. The premise is that they don't provoke those bosses. In this way, although this copy is a multiplayer copy, it is not difficult for these teachers. After all, they are mainly for evaluation of the copy. There is no chance of forming a team with teachers from other schools. Thinking of this, Qin Lang asked curiously, "Teacher Wang, we can consider forming a team. But with your strength, you shouldn't need to form a team in this kind of dungeon, right?" Teacher Wang shook his head helplessly, then said with gritted teeth, "With the strength of this dungeon, we certainly wouldn't have to do this. But I don't know which bastard blocked this rising mechanical platform. The ore below can't be transported up, which has directly caused the mechanical monsters to notice the abnormality in the dungeon and begin to hunt us outsiders. Especially starting from the third level, each level has a mini-boss of the current level. The mini-bosses on the third, fourth, and fifth floors are already patrolling with hundreds of elite mechanical monsters. They're 3S rank bosses. It's a serious threat to anyone who's alone. I barely managed to get up from the third floor. When Teacher Wang said this, he became even more angry and his tone was full of anger. If I knew which bastard did this, I would absolutely chop him to death. He didn't even know the simplest principle of not exposing himself. Hearing Teacher Wang's series of angry curses, Xin Lang touched his nose in embarrassment. Seeing that the machine in front of him had come to a strange halt, Teacher Wang took a deep breath and waved his hand helplessly. Student Xin Lang and Teacher Zhou, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you too. But this matter is really infuriating. He committed suicide alone and implicated all of us. Xin Lang said helplessly. Teacher Wang, to be honest, I was the one who did this. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire second floor space instantly became quiet. The machine in front of him stared at Zhou Qing's machine closely and didn't speak for a full minute. Xin Lang was thinking about how to apologize. After all, it was indeed his fault. We have learned in the previous class that when entering a multiplayer instance, the first thing to do is to ensure that you do not expose yourself. This is not only responsible for your own safety, but also for the safety of others entering the copy. Because once someone is exposed, the mechanical monsters in the copy will immediately start to check, and all the mecha girls will be conspicuous in the eyes of these mechanical monsters as if they were marked. This will definitely greatly increase the difficulty of the entire copy. Teacher Wang, Before Xin Lang finished speaking, Teacher Wang suddenly controlled the machine and clapped his hands. Okay. He gave a thumbs up. Classmate Xin Lang, this move is simply too brilliant. It's so powerful that it's enough to stop the mechanical monsters from hiding in the mines. It's even made the situation in the entire dungeon clearer. You are indeed a heroic young man. Hearing this, Xin Lang and Zhou Qing looked at each other, their expressions as strange as they could be. Maybe Teacher Wang has forgotten what he just said? It's no wonder that Teacher Wang's attitude has changed so much. After seeing the strength of Xin Lang and Zhou Qing, Teacher Wang immediately understood the gap between himself and Xin Lang. After all, he is a university teacher and he has the necessary vision. Judging from the combat skills Xin Lang just displayed, Xin Lang must have figured out his ultimate commander's move. It is now generally believed that only commanders who have reached 6 stars have the opportunity to master the ultimate move. Doesn't this mean that Xin Lang's ability has reached the 6-star standard? This kind of strength is considered upper middle level even in the entire Mechanical Alliance. Most of these commanders who serve as teachers are 5-star. Xin Lang's strength is even stronger than that of a teacher like himself. Moreover, Zhou Qing's body is also recognized as powerful. What should he do in this situation? It's impossible to really fight with Xin Lang and then be defeated by Xin Lang, right? So Teacher Wang had no choice but to rely on his thick skin to forcibly change his attitude. Well, Mr. Wang, I was indeed a bit reckless before. But if we team up, we should be able to handle this dungeon. What else could Teacher Wang say now? He had to nod and agree. Then he spoke. In that case, let's go to the mine I just discovered. That mine is connected to a mine on the 3rd level. As long as we're careful, we should be able to avoid being hunted by those mechanical monsters. Teacher Wang said this, looked up at the machine in front of him, and waited for Xin Lang's opinion. Xin Lang thought for a moment, and a devilish smile gradually appeared on his face. Teacher Wang, I think we can be a little bolder. It's just 3 S-rank mini-bosses and hundreds of elite mechanical monsters. As long as you can help me stop an S-rank mini-boss, we can completely eliminate this threat. Teacher Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you say? Are you going to deal with those 3 bosses? Oh my god, are you going to die? Xin Lang waved his hand violently, his tone full of righteousness. Teacher Wang, since this incident is my fault, I should resolve it. I've made up my mind. As long as we take care of these 3 bosses, those elite mechanical monsters won't be a big deal. Chapter 87 Everyone escapes. When Xin Lang said these words, his tone was full of selflessness. It was as if he was doing these things just to make up for his mistakes. After saying these words, Xin Lang looked directly at the machine in front of him. Teacher Wang, would you like to join us? Let us work together to eliminate this threat once and for all. Looking at the machine in front of him, Teacher Wang couldn't help but admire it in his heart. You really are a college student, you have the fearless character of a newborn calf. I have been working as a teacher in school since I graduated. Over the years, the passion I had at the beginning has long been worn away by time. I was also fearless back then. Now that I have become an excellent teacher, I am still afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. At this moment, facing Qin Lang's invitation, Teacher Wang felt a surge of blood in his heart. He immediately nodded and agreed. Okay, I'd like to join you. Teacher Wan's robot girl also spoke. Yes, with our strength, it won't be a problem to stop an S-level mini-boss. And maybe we'll meet other teachers who can help us. We should have a chance to take out these 3 bosses. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. Zhou Qing in his mind said immediately. Hubby, given your personality, you wouldn't go and deal with those 3 bosses for such a ridiculous reason, right? Do you have other ideas? Qin Lang chuckled. The communication between the two in their minds was completely based on a spiritual connection. No matter what they said here, the outside world would not feel anything. And this kind of communication is also very fast. Of course not. Think about it, those are 3 S-level mini-bosses. Not only can they have 3 S-level mechanical cores, but they will also explode with a lot of parts. The most important thing is, after we defeat these 3 bosses, we can proceed to deeper levels. This is a one-time solution, so why not do it? Hearing Qin Lang's words, Zhou Qing couldn't help laughing. She knew that Qin Lang would never challenge the boss because of such a thing. If it were before, Zhou Qing might have tried to dissuade him. After all, she didn't know how strong Qin Lang was. What if he got injured while facing these 3 bosses? But this time when he partnered with Qin Lang again, Zhou Qing discovered that Qin Lang had grown so much during this period. Not only does he have a commander's ultimate move, but according to Qin Lang, he also has another move that is even more powerful. The most important thing is that these don't seem to be Qin Lang's trump cards. They are just 3 S-level mini-bosses. As long as Qin Lang and I work together, we can solve it easily. Thinking of this, Zhou Qing nodded and agreed. Okay, now that it's settled, let's go to that mine tunnel and head directly to the 3rd level. Teacher Wang smiled and extended his hand. Qin Lang shook his head and turned to look at the lifting platform not far away. Why bother? Let's go directly down from this elevator. If I'm not mistaken, those bosses will definitely be waiting in this hall. Only elite mechanical monsters would enter the mines to search. We must capture the leader first. Teacher Wang took a deep breath and then nodded excitedly. Okay, if that's the case, then I'll also sacrifice my life to accompany you. Let's go. Walk. The 2 machines walked towards the lifting platform together. Seeing Teacher Wang walking in front, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a little surprised. I actually misjudged Teacher Wang. I thought he would refuse out of fear. However, Teacher Wang also had his own ideas in mind. This time, the dungeon evaluation operation will not only involve these teachers evaluating the dungeons, but the Mechanical Alliance will also evaluate the abilities of these teachers. The evaluation method is based on their performance in the copy and the score given by the copy. The scoring mechanism of the copy is quite special. The score will not be determined by how many mechanical monsters they killed in the dungeon or how many parts they obtained. It depends on whether they can deal with the boss in this copy, and how much effort you put in during the battle. In this way, if Teacher Wang and Qin Lang can successfully deal with these 3 small bosses, they can at least get an A grade. Even if I can't get any rewards from the Alliance, I can still get a promotion and a raise after returning to school, and maybe even a better professional title. This is Teacher Wang's purpose. At this time, they boarded the lifting platform together. As the platform slowly descends, there is another layer of soil that is several hundred meters long. Looking at the rocks and soil outside the mechanical device, Qin Lang immediately used the geological knowledge he had learned to study it. The rocks and soil in front of me looked very special and did not resemble the environment outside. Could it be that they are already on other planets at this time? Everyone regarded the appearance of these copies as the beginning of the mechanical age. But no one can tell how these copies appeared. No one knows where the environments in these copies are. At this time, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel curious about this question. Considering what Su Weiwei had said to him before, could it be that these copies actually lead to other planets? And these planets are dominated by mechanical life forms, that is, silicon-based life? However, this problem is too complicated. Even with what Qin Lang has encountered so far, he cannot find any clues, let alone the answer to the problem. At this moment, a larger underground space appeared in front of him again. The area of this underground space was as large as 2 hectares. As the lifting platform slowly descended, Qin Lang immediately scanned Zhou Qing's body radar and saw the situation in this 3-layer space. Below are a dozen elite mechanical monsters, and in front of these mechanical monsters stand three very powerful looking machines. These three large mechanical monsters are all heavy machines. Judging from their models and levels, they should be the three bosses on the third, fourth, and fifth floors. The mechanical monster standing in the middle has a huge bucket in its right hand, which looks like an excavator. Behind the mechanical monster on the left is a thick cargo box, which looks like a transport truck. The mechanical monster on the right is very powerful, with very rough parts on its black body and a big pointed cone on its right hand. Looking at the complex parts on the shoulder vertebrae and the hydraulic device that could provide powerful force, Qin Lang immediately guessed the model of the machine. Crusher. No wonder Teacher Wang and the others had to flee. These three bosses are indeed very difficult to deal with. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. Chapter 88 The Power of Engineering Vehicles. Whether it is the ordinary mechanical monsters in this copy or the small bosses at these levels, they are all engineering vehicles. Some of them are equipped with various kinds of engineering machinery. Compared with engineering vehicles, both fighter jets and Zhou Qing's sports car have some very obvious characteristics. That is, the defensive capabilities are completely incomparable to those engineering vehicles. The strength of engineering vehicles lies not only in the thick steel plates on their bodies, but also in the fact that these engineering vehicles are all prepared for some complex projects. This not only requires the engineering vehicle to have extremely strong power, but also the strength of the body must be even stronger. Whether it is a fighter jet or an armed helicopter, in order to provide better endurance and prepare for storing more ammunition, some armor will be reduced. There is no way around it. After all, if the load on the body itself is not reduced, the load capacity will be even lower. This is not practical. And for some weapons, no matter how thick the armor is, it doesn't matter. If that's the case, why don't they use some lightweight armor? It is also for this reason that Teacher Wang's body strength is not high. This is not to say that his machine level is low, but if we simply compare the strength of the machines, his fighter jets cannot be compared with those engineering vehicles. Although the speed advantage and air superiority possessed by fighter jets are incomparable to those of engineering vehicles. But the strength and thickness of engineering vehicles are incomparable to fighter jets. If it were outside, Mr. Wang would certainly not be afraid. He would just need to fly his fighter jet high into the sky, and when the engineering vehicle could not attack him at all, he would directly use a missile to blow up the engineering vehicle. But in this underground mine, he had no way of taking off. Only the second form can be used to fight. This also exposes the weaknesses of the fighter's body. Not to mention Zhou Qing's sports car body. Even the most advanced sports car will only end up with the car destroyed and the people killed if it collides with an engineering vehicle. Most of the mechas driven by the teachers who come here are of these models. After all, these models are recognized as powerful. But this time, the terrain of the mine directly restricted the point they were most proud of. Watching the platform gradually descending and getting closer and closer to the three bosses, Teacher Wang turned his head and looked at Qin Lang. I'll handle the excavator. I'll leave the transporter and the crusher to you. Can you handle it? Qin Lang nodded slightly. Among these three engineering vehicles, the one with the strongest attack power should be the crusher. This isn't some low-end model. But it is a more advanced gravel crushing machine. The stone crushing device in his hand can not only break the stone layer with its powerful force, but can even emit powerful ray lasers to directly melt and evaporate the stone. If you are hit by this kind of laser beam, half of your body will probably melt. The combat effectiveness of the excavator should not be underestimated. The weakest one is actually the transport vehicle. After all, this transport vehicle only has the advantage of being thick-skinned and resistant to attacks. Teacher Wang took away the second strongest excavator, which relieved Qin Lang of a lot of pressure. Looking at the transport truck and the crusher, Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly pulled out the plasma blade from his waist. At this moment, the lift platform finally descended to the ground on the third floor. As if they sensed that the machine in the lifting platform did not belong here, the three bosses turned their heads instantly, with a cold red light in their eyes. Rush! Teacher Wang let out a loud roar, then rushed towards the excavator. His speed was also very fast, and his body was almost turning into an afterimage. Faced with the aggressive machine, the excavator mechanical monster sneered and opened its bucket. Boom! The huge bucket dug out a huge rock from the ground and threw it towards the machine driven by Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang was not to be outdone. Looking at the rapidly approaching boulder, he directly launched a Falcon missile. Boom! With a loud explosion, the huge rock was blown into pieces by the Falcon missile. At this time, the other two bosses also surrounded Teacher Wang and wanted to attack him. But at this moment, a flash of knife light flashed by in an instant. The powerful plasma light blade directly cut through the cargo box of the transport vehicle, and the thick steel armor fell to the ground in an instant. After the knife flashed, Zhou Qing's silver-white body also appeared. Qin Lang's cold voice rang out in the machine. "Your opponent is me." As soon as he finished speaking, the crusher raised the stone crusher in his hand. As the precise mechanical sound rang out, the stone crusher in his hand spun rapidly. Finally, it flew out of his hand and flew towards Zhou Qing's body. Snort! Qin Lang raised his right arm towards the high-speed rotating gravel impact drill. At the same time, the right arm deformed and a missile launch port was revealed. Boom! The missile was launched instantly and exploded violently after colliding with the gravel drill. This huge explosion not only blew the gravel drill away, but also caused the third underground space to shake. "You think you can defeat me like this? Aren't you too naive?" Qin Lang chuckled and reached out to grasp the hilt of the plasma blade. Flowing light slash. The knife flashed, and he rushed directly towards the transport vehicle. The transport truck immediately flipped the cargo box behind it to the front, trying to withstand this wave of attacks. But at this moment, Qin Lang, who was controlling the machine, pushed hard in the huge cargo box, and the whole machine turned instantly. A long blade of light cut through the dark space underground and rushed directly towards the crusher opposite. This scene immediately made the crusher boss smile grimly. As the gravel drill left the arm, a very powerful-looking device was revealed underneath. At this moment, a blue light was brewing in the device. Sizzle! The blue-purple rays shot out instantly like a death laser. This laser beam can not only easily vaporize stones, but also has extremely powerful attack power. Once the body is exposed to this death laser, it will be burned instantly. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. It had been such a long time since he awakened, but this was the first time he encountered such a difficult enemy. It's just a small boss, but due to the special nature of the engineering vehicle, the combat power of this small boss is close to the final boss of the previous copy. But he had no intention of dodging. Instead, he waved the plasma blade in his hand and slashed towards the gravel truck at a rapid speed. Chapter 89 Killing Boss continuously. Boom! The powerful gravel-breaking laser penetrated directly and instantly shone on the dome. This instantly vaporized a huge piece of stone. The gravel around the stone fell like meteorites due to lack of support. The silver-white body now appeared more than 10 meters behind the gravel crusher. Teacher Wang, who was standing by, was dodging the falling rocks while looking over here in shock. At this moment, the arm of the crusher suddenly fell to the ground, and the broken end was extremely smooth. Teacher Wang took a deep breath. Although he had seen Qin Lang's fighting ability before, he didn't expect that Qin Lang's strength would be so strong. After just one encounter, the seemingly very powerful crusher had its main arm used for attack cut off. Isn't this too powerful? It's outrageous. What shocked Teacher Wang the most was that he had just seen the crusher emit a laser beam, but why didn't it hit Qin Lang's body? Instead, it shot towards the dome? It's a pity that Teacher Wang was just dealing with the excavator in front of him and had no time to pay attention to Qin Lang's operation. Otherwise, he would be surprised to find that the silver-white color on the surface of Zhou Qing's silver-white body was not only the original color of the Ghost Supercar, but also a layer of changeable liquid metal. At the moment when Qin Lang and the excavator's attacks intersected, the layer of liquid metal on the body of the machine instantly separated and gathered at the position that was about to be attacked by the rays. Liquid metal is extremely smooth, even like a mirror. Everyone knows that light will be refracted by mirrors. No matter how powerful the laser is, it is still light. Only the flatness of liquid metal can meet the requirements of refractive laser. After all mirrors will cause light to decay when they refract it. This is not because the light has become weaker, but because part of the light's energy is absorbed by the mirror. With the energy intensity of that stone-crushing laser, even a part of it is enough to melt any metal. Therefore, it is impossible to completely reflect the laser on a flat surface. Only liquid metal can do that. It was precisely because of this characteristic that Qin Lang was able to use liquid metal to directly reflect lasers. At the same time, he cut off the crusher's arm with one knife. It happened in the blink of an eye. When the crusher saw his arm being cut off, he roared in anger. He wanted to grab his arm and take it back. How could Qin Lang let him get his wish? Ever since the first time he saw this laser device, Qin Lang regarded it as his own. How can an ordinary mechanical monster use such a powerful laser device? Let yourself unleash its power. At this time, Xin Lang turned around and launched a missile, which landed exactly where the arm fell. Boom! The missile exploded with a loud bang, and countless pieces of debris were blown away along with the broken arm. That's not all. Xin Lang launched another missile and continued to bombard the crusher. At the same time, he silently activated the SSS level talent he had acquired not long ago. Hashtag 34 Energy Overload. Number 34. Even more powerful energy instantly filled his whole body, and Xin Lang felt that his body was approaching its limit. This talent allows his energy to break through the normal upper limit until it reaches the critical point of body collapse. At this moment, Zhou Qing also realized that his body could no longer bear this violent force. With such a huge amount of energy, Zhou Qing must find an outlet to release it as soon as possible. And the missile naturally became an outlet for energy release. This also means that most of the energy overload effect is exerted on the missile. Boom! 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 The continuous missile bombardment forced the crusher to retreat and it could not move forward at all. When Teacher Wang, who was fighting nearby, saw the scene, he almost popped his eyes out. In previous battles, Qin Lunka had never used missile attacks. This also made Teacher Wang take it for granted that Zhou Qing's body's only attack methods were the plasma gun and plasma light blade. These are also the two most commonly used weapons for sports car bodies. One is a cold weapon, the other is a hot weapon. But who would install missiles on a sports car? Even if it has reached the second form, do missiles and sports cars really go together? And it would be fine if it was just an ordinary small missile. Why are the missiles launched by Zhou Qing's body more powerful than the missiles launched by his fighter jet? It's as if Zhou Qing is the fighter. He was flying the kind of toy plane you see in amusement parks. The continuous missile bombardment directly crushed the stone crusher so that it could not raise its head. At this moment, the transport truck next to it finally reacted. He roared angrily, took off the cargo box on his body, held it in his hand and threw it towards Xin Lang. The heavy cargo box is not only welded from thick steel plates, but also has space storage devices. This device not only increases the weight of the cargo box, but also increases its strength. Xin Lang's eyes turned cold. He originally wanted to deal with the transport truck later, but it seemed that he couldn't wait any longer and wanted to die. Flowing light slash. The silver-white body instantly rushed out like a stream of light. Driven by the powerful power of the satellite-level engine, the speed of this body has long exceeded the speed of sound. Moreover, this was a big attack launched under Xin Lang's SSS level talent energy overload and the passive blessing of the title of Slaughterer. This ray of sword light seemed to split the entire space into two. The scorching plasma blade even distorted the air. Hiss! There was a sound like tearing cloth, and the plasma blade instantly split the cargo box in two. That's not all. The speed of the machine increased instead of decreasing, and the blue blade light penetrated directly from the body of the transport vehicle. The transport vehicle froze in place, and the upper and lower halves of its body were instantly separated by the knife light. Xin Lang controlled the machine and stomped it hard on the ground, launching it out like a cannonball again. Crack! Xin Lang easily removed the mechanical core of the transport vehicle. Then he took out the plasma spear from behind and aimed at the energy circuit on the chest of the distant crusher. Goodbye. Xin Lang spoke softly and immediately pulled the trigger. Sizzle! An extremely thick plasma stream gushed out. Originally, this plasma gun could only emit a thin plasma stream, but with the blessing of two passive skills, especially Xin Lang's energy overload, the power of the plasma gun was directly increased by 100%. So much so that the plasma flow has now become as thick as a water tank. Boom! The plasma stream instantly hit the crusher's chest. The high-intensity plasma flow penetrated out, not only melting most of the parts inside the crusher, but also completely destroying the energy circuit. Xin Lang followed. The plasma blade instantly cut through the body, and he took out the mechanical core of the crusher. Chapter 90 You, a student, look down on S-level accessories? After doing all this, Xin Lang danced the plasma blade in his hand gracefully, and then put it back to his waist. Teacher Wang in the distance was so shocked that he was speechless. From the time they arrived here to the time Xin Lang dealt with these two bosses, it took less than 5 minutes. Those are 2 S-level bosses. I'm afraid even killing a chicken is not this fast. Moreover, under Xin Lang's control, Zhou Qing's physical quality has obviously been greatly improved. Now Teacher Wang finally understood why it was said that a good commander could develop the full potential of the machine. Compared with Xin Lang, his side had just started the battle and had not even fired a single round of ammunition. The battle on Qin Lang's side is over. Oh my god, are all students nowadays so fierce? Teacher Wang felt bitter inside. As an outstanding teacher at Nanlin University, Mr. Wang previously felt that even if he could not be among the top teachers, he was at least in the upper middle level. But now, after seeing Qin Lang's performance, Teacher Wang was shocked to find that he could not even compare with those teachers, let alone his students. Qin Lang dealt with the two bosses so quickly and efficiently, and it didn't even seem like he had consumed much energy. Is this the strength of an SSS level talent? At this moment, Qin Lang saw that Teacher Wang had not yet dealt with the last boss. He just waved his hand and asked with a smile. Teacher Wang, do you need help? Hearing Qin Lang's voice, Teacher Wang wanted to pretend to be strong and say no. But at this moment, as if sensing his distraction, the excavator boss let out an angry roar and slashed the bucket down towards Teacher Wang's body. Teacher Wang hurriedly crossed his arms to try to block the blow, but was still knocked away by the powerful force. Watching the machine controlled by Teacher Wang being blown away, Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly and held the plasma gun behind him directly in his hand. Bang! Bang! Two plasma streams blocked the excavator boss's attempt to chase him. At the same time, Qin Lang took off the plasma blade on his waist and rushed forward in an instant. Seeing Qin Lang's figure, the excavator boss immediately let out a terrifying roar. He raised his bucket and wanted to block Qin Lang. The sound waves of this roar continued to echo in the hall, and even all the mechanical monsters in the underground mine could feel it. Oh, can you stop it? Qin Lang's eyes were cold, and he instantly used his energy overload talent to increase the energy output flow to the maximum, which also doubled the power of this knife. In just a moment, the sharp plasma blade cut through the bucket in the excavator boss's hand. Even his entire right arm was cut off. Qin Lang passed by him and turned to look at Teacher Wang, who had stood up. Come on, a missile. Teacher Wang subconsciously raised his arm, the missile port opened on his arm, and a sharp blade missile was fired directly towards the excavator boss. Boom! The excavator boss had his right arm cut off by Qin Lang's knife, and now he was hit directly in the chest by this missile. His body suddenly became unstable. But Qin Lang couldn't help but frown. Teacher Wang's missile is a bit weak. Even the armor on the excavator boss chest was not blasted open. But Qin Lang certainly wouldn't say it directly. After all, emotional intelligence is also very important in life. Instead, he silently raised his arm and fired another vehicle-mounted missile at the excavator boss chest. Boom! This time, the armor on the excavator boss chest was finally completely blown open, revealing a yellow mechanical core. Qin Lang rushed over instantly and slashed with the plasma blade in his hand, directly separating the upper and lower halves of the excavator boss's body, and then grabbed the mechanical core. The excavator boss's eyes dimmed instantly. As his broken body slowly fell, Teacher Wang also walked over in shock. Teacher Wang, go on. Qin Lang threw the mechanical core in his hand to Teacher Wang's body. Teacher Wang quickly reached out and grabbed it, then said embarrassedly. Classmate Qin Lang, you defeated this boss, so I'll give you this mechanical core. Looking at the mechanical core handed over by Teacher Wang, Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. Teacher Wang, you are too polite. We took out these three bosses together, so you can take them. When Teacher Wang heard this, he nodded awkwardly. From the battle just now, he finally understood Qin Lang's strength. In a nutshell. Evildoer. At that moment, Teacher Wang realized something. It's not that I'm too weak, but that Qin Lang is too strong. Even an S-level boss like this could be easily dealt with by Qin Lang. This kind of strength is definitely not something an ordinary college student should possess. On the contrary, his ability is the general level that teachers should have. How can he compare with these monsters? Having experienced a serious blow, Teacher Wang remains calm. At this time, he was looking at the three boss machines with a smile. Classmate Qin Lang, no matter what, you contributed the most to this battle. I'll give you the remains of these three bosses. See if there are any parts you can collect? Hearing what Teacher Wang said, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile. He gave the S-class mechanical core to Teacher Wang for this very reason. Anyway, the radiation device of that crusher is still very powerful. It also made Qin Lang very excited. If Zhou Qin could be equipped with this ray device, his strength would undoubtedly be greatly improved. So he nodded directly. Since you said so, Teacher Wang, I won't be polite. Qin Lang said this, walked over and picked up the ray device of the crusher, and put it into his commander's backpack. Seeing that Qin Lang stopped moving, Teacher Wang's face suddenly showed some doubts. Where are the other parts? Don't you need them anymore? Qin Lang nodded. Yes, the armor and parts of these remaining units are too weak. There's no way to help the body I have. Teacher Wang suddenly showed a shocked expression. Too weak? Oh my god, what kind of world is this? Little tiger. Just a student, you look down on S-level mechanical parts? Teacher Wang could only give an awkward but polite laugh. Is that so? Then as long as you are happy. Before he could feel sad about the wasted parts, he saw countless pairs of mechanical monsters' eyes light up from the mine. This made the two of them frown instantly. Chapter 91. Are you worthy enough to show off in front of me? At this time, the remains of the three bosses had not been dealt with yet. All the mechanical monsters poked their heads out of the mine, staring at Qin Lang and Teacher Wang fiercely. In just a moment, they understood what had happened. The roar that the excavator boss made when he was dying was probably some kind of signal. And with his reminder, all the mechanical monsters knew that they were the ones who killed these three bosses. This not only exposed their identities and positions, but also made all the mechanical monsters regard them as thorns in their eyes and thorns in their flesh. I wish I could kill him as soon as possible. This is over. Looking at the hundreds of mechanical monsters, Teacher Wang's face showed a look of horror. Although the three bosses just now were powerful individually, there were only three of them after all. As long as we deal with them carefully, there is still a chance to deal with them. But now they have to face hundreds or even thousands of mechanical monsters. The lowest level of these mechanical monsters is a level, and each one is equipped with super thick armor, and each one is extremely powerful. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. So many mechanical monsters are definitely more difficult to deal with than the 3S level bosses just now. After all, no matter how powerful the boss is, there will definitely be attack intervals and energy limits. As long as you find the attack intervals of these bosses, you can completely consume the bosses little by little. But facing so many mechanical monsters, their attacks will continue. If they can't break out, they will be exhausted to death here. This is also a situation that all commanders fear. After all, no matter how high the commander's rank is, his energy is always limited. Especially in such a high-intensity battle. The energy consumed every second is an astronomical figure. Even though their armor is strong and their defense is thick. But it won't last long. After a few rounds of attacks, their energy will be exhausted and they will be at the mercy of others. We're in big trouble now. Run! Teacher Wang's voice was already trembling. He ran directly towards the lift platform. At the same time, all the mechanical monsters rushed towards the two of them. Although these mechanical monsters do not have many long-range attack methods, their melee capabilities are very strong. If they get close to them, they will never be able to escape. Qin Lang took a deep breath and quickly turned and left. At this time, the mechanical platform slowly landed. What shocked Teacher Wang was that there were countless mechanical monsters on the mechanical platform. Oh no! Bang! Before Teacher Wang could react, a missile hit the lifting platform from behind him. The explosion caused by the missile not only blew away a large number of mechanical monsters, but also stopped the lifting platform. Teacher Wang turned around and saw that it was the missile launched by Qin Lang. What are you doing? How can we escape then? Qin Lang said in a serious voice. There are so many mechanical monsters between here and the elevator platform. Can we really rush through? If we can't control the mechanical platform, let alone escape, I'm afraid the mechanical monsters from other floors will continue to pour in. Now we can only fight to the death. Teacher Wang immediately gritted his teeth. Although he was angry, he knew that Qin Lang was right. At this time, he also felt a little regretful. Why did he insist on showing off and agreeing to work with Qin Lang to deal with these three bosses? If he hadn't failed to kill the excavator boss in time, causing it to awaken all the mechanical monsters in this copy when it was dying, how could they be in such a mess? It seems that I will die here today. Teacher Wang sighed inwardly. It was at this moment that he realized that Qin Lang did not look afraid at all. Instead, he drew out the plasma blade from his waist. You don't want to kill so many mechanical monsters, do you? Teacher Wang was shocked and looked at Qin Lang in disbelief. Although Qin Lang's combat ability is very strong, the battle just now definitely consumed a lot of energy. In this situation, facing so many mechanical monsters, I'm afraid there is only one way out, which is death, right? But Qin Lang laughed. Why not? Since these mechanical monsters already know our whereabouts, the only way to hide our whereabouts again is to kill them. So killing them all is the best way. Qin Lang was holding a plasma spear in one hand and a plasma lightsaber in the other, his eyes full of excitement. There are 700 or 800 mechanical monsters on this floor. After dealing with so many mechanical monsters, he couldn't imagine to what extent his title's passive ability would be strengthened. By the time comes, relying on his passive skill of the title plus his talent, I'm afraid that the final boss will be eliminated by him in one shot. The biggest concern of all commanders who don't want to be besieged is that they are afraid of not having enough energy. But Qin Lang has infinite energy. Competing in energy? I'm afraid that all the mechanical monsters in the entire copy combined are not enough for him to defeat alone. But Teacher Wang could never imagine this. Looking at Qin Lang at this time, I thought he was crazy. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. It's okay if you want to die, but don't drag me down with you. I still have a lot of good years left to enjoy. At this moment, Zhou Qing in Qin Lang's mind also showed a worried look. Honey, do you really want to kill all these mechanical monsters? That's too many. Can we really stop it? Seeing Zhou Qing's worried look, Qin Lang smiled slightly, patted her arm and said, "Don't worry, trust me." Zhou Qing was originally very worried, but after hearing Qin Lang's words, a trace of confidence emerged in his heart for the first time. She trusted Qin Lang and knew that he would never do anything without confidence. I won't put myself in danger. If that's the case, maybe Qin Lang really has a way to kill all these mechanical monsters. So Zhou Qing nodded vigorously. Hubby, I believe you. You can fly my mecha at will, and I will fully cooperate with you. Qin Lang smiled slightly. At this time, the mechanical monsters had already surrounded him. A mechanical monster is very fast, and its feet are equipped with tracks, which provide it with powerful mobility in any terrain. Roar! The mechanical monster roared at Qin Lang, and its pickaxe-like arms attacked Qin Lang's body fiercely. How dare such a small fry show off in front of me? Die! Qin Lang snorted coldly, and the plasma blade in his hand lit up directly. He raised his hand and slashed with the blade, killing the mechanical monster in an instant. Chapter 92 Teacher Wang, come in quickly. The mechanical monster's energy circuit was shattered by Qin Lang's sword, and it instantly fell to the ground and twitched. But at this time, the other mechanical monsters had already come to his side. The weapons on these mechanical monsters are varied. Some were hydraulic breakers, some were pickaxes, and some were waving long and sharp rivets, constantly attacking Qin Lang. The plasma gun in Qin Lang's hand fired rapidly, and the vehicle-mounted missiles installed previously also continued to fire. In an instant, one mechanical monster after another was blown away. But even such an attack is not enough in the face of so many mechanical monsters. Those mechanical monsters were like a tide, trying to completely drown the two of them. Qin Lang took a deep breath, and the plasma blade in his hand instantly lit up with a blue-purple light. Under the effect of energy overload, the power of this plasma light blade was greatly increased. Flowing light slash. Qin Lang gripped the hilt of the plasma blade tightly, and the entire body suddenly rushed towards the mechanical monsters. A blue-purple light flashed by, and the energy circuits of more than a dozen mechanical monsters were cut off by this knife. In this chaotic situation, Qin Lang had no time to collect the mechanical core. All he could do was to destroy the energy circuits of these mechanical monsters as much as possible, or even completely dismantle their bodies. Only in this way can these mechanical monsters be prevented from getting up. Relying on the enhanced version of the ultimate move, Streamer Slash, a vacuum area instantly appeared next to Qin Lang. With the energy overload talent and the passive blessing of the killer title, even an S-level boss cannot withstand Qin Lang's ultimate move. Not to mention these, there are only 11 mechanical monsters. And 11 mechanical monsters only account for a small part of them. Most mechanical monsters work in mines, and their body levels are only C and B. Although the armor on them is indeed beyond that of these levels of machines, the lack of attack methods is also a major drawback of these mining mechanical monsters. Qin Lang waved the plasma blade in his hand, and his left hand kept firing at the mechanical monsters. Powerful plasma streams continuously spurted out from the muzzle, instantly smashing the energy circuits of those mechanical monsters. As for some mechanical monsters whose levels were not even B, Qin Lang was too lazy to collect their mechanical cores and directly destroyed their mechanical cores with one shot. Even though he was surrounded by these mechanical monsters, Qin Lang became more and more courageous as he killed them. It seems that he doesn't take so many mechanical monsters seriously at all. A large pile of mechanical monster corpses had already piled up around him. But Teacher Wang is in a terrible situation. Faced with such a large number of mechanical monsters, he didn't dare to waste too much energy at first and only dared to use some not-so-strong attacks to resist. After all, Teacher Wang knew that if his energy was completely exhausted, any one of these mechanical monsters would be able to completely tear apart the machine he was driving. But when he saw that his own attack methods were completely ineffective against these heavily armored mechanical monsters, Teacher Wang gritted his teeth and had to use more powerful attacks. This will cause his energy consumption to increase rapidly. In the cockpit of the fighter jet, Teacher Wang was sweating profusely and looked like he was about to collapse. Such rapid energy consumption is simply unbearable even for a 4-star commander like him. At this point, he could only hope that he could hold on a little longer. Help Qin Lang kill as many mechanical monsters as possible. After all, no matter what, he is still a teacher. As a teacher, protecting students is my duty. Although Qin Lang was not his student, Teacher Wang was moved by himself for a long time. But when he saw the battle situation on Qin Lang's side, he was completely stunned. Faced with such a large number of mechanical monsters, the machine controlled by Qin Lang was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. The plasma lightsaber and plasma gun in his hands continuously attacked the mechanical monsters, but the attacks of the mechanical monsters couldn't even break through the defenses of their bodies. This allows him to kill enemies quickly. His energy seemed to be endless, and he launched his strongest attack without regard for consumption. Qin Lang has completely dominated this battle. Even so many mechanical monsters can't get close. Teacher Wang was shocked and couldn't help but gasp. But at this moment, a pickaxe in the hand of a mechanical monster suddenly hit his body hard. Alert! Aircraft damaged. Teacher Wang immediately came to his senses and hurriedly controlled the next fatal attack of the mechanical monster that the machine had avoided. But this disrupted his fighting rhythm, and he was soon besieged by several mechanical monsters and was in danger. Qin Lang, who was fighting in the distance, had been observing the situation on Teacher Wang's side. Seeing that the machine controlled by Teacher Wang was under siege and it was becoming increasingly difficult to resist, Qin Lang immediately fired several missiles in this direction. Boom! Those unlucky mechanical monsters were instantly blown to pieces by the missile. Teacher Wang hurriedly looked towards Qin Lang and said gratefully, "Thank you very much, Qin Lang." Qin Lang shook his head and shouted just as loudly, "Teacher Wang, evacuate to the mine closest to you." Upon hearing this, Teacher Wang's eyes lit up instantly. The environment inside the mine is very complex, and compared to the spacious hall, even the wide mine seems a bit narrow. As long as they can hide inside, they can use the mine's easy to defend and difficult to attack terrain to deal with these mechanical monsters. Thinking of this, Teacher Wang immediately fired several missiles at the mechanical monsters. After seeing some of the leading mechanical monsters being blown away, Teacher Wang called Qin Lang and ran quickly towards the mine. Qin Lang also chopped down the mechanical monster in front of him while following behind Teacher Wang and quickly walked towards the mine. When we arrived at the entrance of the mine, there were many mechanical monsters guarding it. But seeing that hope was right in front of him, Teacher Wang no longer spared his energy. Instead, he let out a sudden roar, and an airborne machine gun instantly appeared in his hand. Die! The 6 barrels of the machine gun were spinning rapidly, pouring angry bullets towards the mechanical monsters. This directly turned the mechanical monsters at the entrance of the mine into sieves. Teacher Wang rushed in first. Since all the mechanical monsters in the mines were attracted to the hall, it now seems very empty. Seeing Teacher Wang hiding in the mine, Qin Lang directly guarded the entrance of the mine and continued to attack the approaching mechanical monsters. Qin Lang, coming quickly. Teacher Wang found a narrow space in the back to hide in. As long as he sealed the entrance, these mechanical monsters would not be able to get in. Chapter 93 Husband, you are so strong. Hearing Teacher Wang's call, Qin Lang took the time to turn around and look. Seeing that he had found his hiding place, Qin Lang felt relieved. Teacher Wang, please stay back and hide. Qin Lang raised his right arm as he said this, and a missile port on it was instantly revealed. Teacher Wang thought Qin Lang asked him to make some room for him, so he quickly retreated to the corner of the mine. But at this moment, a missile hit the stone layer at the top of the mine. Boom! As a violent explosion sounded, a large piece of rock fell directly at the entrance of the mine, blocking it tightly. Qin Lang silently said sorry in his heart. I'm afraid that from now on, Teacher Wang can only hide here and wait for the copy to end. Fortunately, 2 or 3 hours have passed in this copy, and he can leave in 20 hours. After completely blowing up the entrance to the mine, Qin Lang turned around and looked at the hundreds of mechanical monsters in front of him. At this moment, Mr. Wang in the mine felt that his eyes suddenly turned dark, and the entire mine collapsed. Only his space remained. This made Teacher Wang's heart full of regret. Oh my god. Xin Lang didn't want to hide in here, he wanted to use himself as bait to keep us safe. I'm still a teacher, but what have I done? Teacher Wang was filled with regret in the cockpit, and the shadow of his pilot girl appeared beside him. Okay, Lao Wang, stop crying. She was a middle-aged woman who looked very gentle. She patted Teacher Wang's shoulder gently and spoke comfortingly. Classmate Xin Lang is so strong, he will definitely be able to overcome this danger. Besides, there's no point in worrying now. You might as well think about how we can get out of here so that we can help Xin Lang. Hearing this, Teacher Wang immediately cheered up. He nodded vigorously and spoke directly. I have an idea. What do you think this is? As Teacher Wang said this, he took out a huge bucket from his commander's backpack. Seeing the bucket appear in front of her, Teacher Wang's robot girl showed a hint of surprise. Isn't this the boss's equipment? You actually got it. Teacher Wang chuckled. He felt a little sad when he saw so many parts of the boss being wasted. So when the mechanical monsters appeared, he put the bucket directly into his backpack. It's just right to use now. I'll equip you with this bucket so we can slowly dig through the rubble. But you're a fighter jet after all, so I'm afraid it won't look good with this bucket installed. Teacher Wang's computer girl scolded. What time is it now? Do you still have time to think about this? Hurry up and equip me, so that we can quickly help Xin Lang who is struggling. Good. Teacher Wang agreed and directly equipped the bucket to his fighter mother. But the two people who were preparing to dig the rubble at this time had no idea that Xin Lang was not struggling at all. But he has gone completely crazy with killing. Because Teacher Wang was watching, Xin Lang did not use his second ultimate move. After all, he has figured out a great trick, which can be explained by his extraordinary talent. But if you already have 2 ultimate skills at 4 stars, you will definitely be investigated by the Mechanical Alliance. Xin Lang has a lot of secrets. If the Mechanical Alliance finds out that he possesses something as incredible as the system, they might try to slice it up and study it. Now that Teacher Wang is gone, Xin Lang 1T have so many concerns. Wife, I told you before that I have a second ultimate move, now I'll let you see it. 9 Suns Shining. Enhanced version. Hearing Xin Lang's words, Zhou Cheng immediately nodded excitedly. If Flowing Light Slash, a single target attack, is already so powerful, then wouldn't 9 Yang Shining World, a group attack, be even more powerful? At this time, Xin Lang fired 9 missiles in succession at the mechanical monster in front of him. The 9 missiles exploded violently the moment they landed on the ground, but the flames and smoke from the explosion did not dissipate, but instead condensed together. As dazzling as the sun. Some mechanical monsters around were instantly sucked in, making the sun brighter and brighter. And there are 9 such suns. The diameter of each sun is more than 10 meters. The brightness of 9 suns makes this hall as dazzling as day. At this moment, the mining mechanical monsters living underground felt that their visual systems were about to be blinded by the flash. But that's nothing. Boom! The 9 suns exploded one after another, and each explosion caused the entire underground hall to tremble instantly. The mechanical monster caught in the explosion was torn into pieces. After the 9 suns went out, more than half of the mechanical monsters on the scene disappeared. After seeing the power of this ultimate move, Zhou Qing's face flushed with excitement. Hubby, your ultimate move is so powerful. I can't believe this attack was launched by us. Zhou Qing was extremely excited at this moment. He had never felt that Xin Lang was so powerful. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Xin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. Although he used energy overload to enhance the power of these missiles. But it only made the power of these missiles similar to the sharp arrow missiles released when Fang Shuang was driving before. But the power of this 9 Yang Yaoshi is several times stronger than the last time. And all this is thanks to the title. Killer. Before this, Xin Lang had killed nearly hundreds of mechanical monsters. The passive effect of the Slayer title is strengthened with each enemy killed. Taking into account the 15% initial enhancement of the ultimate move, the power of his ultimate move has now been enhanced by 100%. This is the most powerful part of this passive. As long as you can continue to kill enemies, this passive will become stronger and stronger. There's not even a threshold. Because this passive enhancement is the attack launched by the body, it will not affect the strength of the body. Therefore, there is no possibility of the body being damaged due to excessive power. It can be said that this title is a simplified version of energy overload. And as this ultimate move killed so many mechanical monsters, the passive of this title was also rapidly stacking. The remaining mechanical monsters were all frightened when they saw the attack Qin Lang had just released. However, due to the previous boss's control over them, these mechanical monsters still besieged Qin Lang regardless of their lives. Qin Lang chuckled and tightened his grip on the plasma lightsaber. Nine Sun's Brilliance's cooldown is 10 minutes. Then in the next 10 minutes, I will take care of all of you. Chapter 94. Thank you for your hard work, my wife. An arc of light flashed, and Qin Lang rushed out in an instant. Those mechanical monsters ushered in another massacre. And the other side. Teacher Wang, who was hiding in the mine, was controlling the machine and continuously using the bucket to dig. Since the space he was in was not very big and there was no way to transport the rubble out, he had to dig out some rubble and pile it behind him. This way, there will be some space to move around in the front. Just like drilling a hole, you can only move forward slowly in this way. Moreover, this process does not consume too much energy, so Teacher Wang can also take a good rest. More and more gravel was piled up behind him, and Teacher Wang drove the machine forward continuously. Oh my god, why didn't I feel that this road was so long just now? How long has it been? Teacher Wang asked rather tiredly. The shadowy figure of the mecha girl beside him said gently. It's been 15 minutes. We advanced several dozen meters. We estimate that in another 15 minutes, we will be able to dig through this tunnel. Hearing this, Teacher Wang took a deep breath and immediately regained some motivation. Okay, then let's dig it out in one go. I don't know how Qin Lang is doing now, whether he is still alive. Teacher Wang's daughter couldn't help but sigh. Although they didn't say it out loud, they knew in their hearts that with so many mechanical monsters, it would be impossible for a single student to survive. They went out now just to see what happened to Qin Lang. Just be true to your conscience. Qin Lang, who they thought was dead, killed a mechanical monster with one knife and slowly stood up. Looking back, the entire hall was filled with the corpses of mechanical monsters. The hundreds of mechanical monsters that had previously escaped from the mine have now all been dismantled into pieces on the ground. Only the mechanical cores were shining among these broken bodies. Qin Lang took a deep breath and put the plasma gun and plasma light blade back on his back and waist. Then he smiled. These mechanical monsters aren't that great, there aren't enough for me to kill. After hearing Qin Lang's words, Zhou Qing's shadow couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. How could that be? It's obviously because you're too strong, husband. If it were any other commander, they would probably be exhausted to death by now. You are the only one who is strong and lasts so long, my husband. I love you so much. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile. Well, we should clean up the battlefield and collect those mechanical cores. Then go to the lower level and have a look. I wonder if the mechanical monsters on the lower floors are also like this, gathered in the hall. There was a hint of excitement in Qin Lang's eyes. If all the mechanical monsters on the lower level were gathered in the hall, we wouldn't have to search everywhere. As long as he continues to kill layer by layer, he will be able to completely kill his way through the entire copy. Possessing the talent of infinite energy, coupled with the passive of the title of Slayer. The more monsters there are in this copy, the greater the improvement for Qin Lang. There is absolutely no such thing as running out of energy or being too tired. Zhou Qing nodded vigorously. Honey, how about you drive the car from now on? I'm pretty good at collecting mechanical cores. You can take a break, too. Hearing Zhou Qing's understanding, Qin Lang immediately smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you for your hard work, wife. Qin Lang said this and directly changed the driving mode using the system. As the driving mode was switched to fully automatic, Zhou Qing also gained a certain degree of control over the body. She directly controlled the body to collect those mechanical cores. Qin Lang was lying comfortably on the massage seat in the cab, enjoying the massage. This massage chair is like Zhou Qing's little hand, constantly massaging his body and helping him relax from his recent fatigue. 10 minutes later, all the mechanical cores were collected. Qin Lang looked at the lifting platform that was damaged by his missile and shook his head. A ball of liquid metal spread out like a silk thread. Under the repairing effect of this liquid metal, the damaged lifting platform was directly repaired. The platform slowly descended, and the liquid metal instantly returned to Qin Lang's body. Honey, these liquid metals are so useful. I really don't know when I will be able to reach the third form. Qin Lang's heart moved when he heard this. To reach the third form, the Mecha Girl and the commander need to achieve energy resonance. As the first Mecha Girl in his contract, Zhou Cheng also has the best chance of achieving energy resonance with him among these Mecha Girls. How about we give it a try later? Zhou Cheng immediately nodded with a red face. As the lifting platform slowly descended, Qin Lang immediately grasped the plasma blade at his waist. If all those mechanical monsters gathered in this hall, they would be besieged by them the first time they appeared. As the rock formation in front of it disappeared, the mechanical platform also arrived at the space on the fourth floor. And there are indeed hundreds of mechanical monsters here. But the number is not as many as on the third floor. It seems that as the mine goes deeper underground, it is getting smaller. It is also because of this that the number of mechanical monsters will become smaller and smaller. However, since it is the fourth layer, the rock layers here are harder and the quality of the minerals is getting higher and higher. Qin Lang looked at the slowly rising transport platform and instantly discovered some shadows of mithril ore on it. This made Qin Lang's eyes light up. Could it be that this fourth floor is where the mithril ore is mined? Qin Lang had no time to think, because the lifting platform was about to land on the ground. Looking at the mechanical monsters below, Qin Lang fired 9 missiles directly at them. 9 suns shining in the world. The ultimate move cleared the way, and then Qin Lang rushed out instantly. Although the mechanical monsters here are stronger and have stronger armor than those on the previous level, they are still unable to withstand Qin Lang's attack. At this time, even without the help of energy overload, relying only on the passive skill of the title of Slaughterer, Qin Lang's attack has reached 2 or 3 times the original level. Not to mention that if energy overload is used, I'm afraid that one big move will completely collapse this underground mine. Just as Qin Lang was killing everyone on the 4th floor, Teacher Wang on the 3rd floor finally dug through the rubble in front of him. After a few shovelfuls, he rushed out of the buried mine. Ah! He raised his hand, and all the missile launch ports were opened, ready to deal with the tide of enemies. But the scene before him left Teacher Wang completely stunned. Corpse. Component. No one is spared. The entire hall is filled with the corpses of mechanical monsters. All the mechanical monsters are dead. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Did he kill them all? Oh my god, this is incredible. So many mechanical monsters died here. Did Qin Lang kill all these mechanical monsters? Teacher Wang's voice trembled, and even she was unwilling to believe this answer. Because this is simply horrifying. These are hundreds of mechanical monsters. How could they be killed by Qin Lang alone? Moreover, seeing that there were no mechanical cores on the bodies of these mechanical monsters, it meant that Qin Lang collected all the mechanical cores of these mechanical monsters after killing them. This is more difficult than killing all these mechanical monsters. Because not only do you have to control your strength so as not to damage the mechanical core, but you also have to choose the most difficult way to kill these mechanical monsters. Is this really something a human can do? Not to mention hundreds of mechanical monsters, even if there were hundreds of pigs here, it would take half a day to kill them, right? But only half an hour had passed and Qin Lang had disappeared. Old Wang, I feel this student's strength is probably stronger than you think. Teacher Wang's daughter couldn't help but say it. Teacher Wang swallowed with a dry mouth. Such terrifying combat power is something that even Zhou Tong, who was once known as the violent god of war, and her genius commander could not achieve. Don't forget, Zhou Tong's aircraft model is a very powerful aerospace fighter. And what about Zhou Qing's body? It's just an ordinary ghost sports car. It's not even a combat model. But Qin Lang managed to drive such a machine and achieved this unprecedented victory. This is unbelievable. Teacher Wang was shocked, but he saw several teachers driving robots out of the mines. Who did this? So many mechanical monsters were killed. Which school has such awesome teachers? Oh my god, could it be that Fengyu? These teachers were originally exploring slowly in the mine. But after exploring for a long time, he found that he didn't encounter any mechanical monsters. This made them all a little confused, so they quickened their pace of exploration and finally came to this hall. But when the teachers saw so many mechanical monster corpses in the hall, they were all shocked. The cockpit door of the mecha girl was opened, and the teachers jumped out of the cockpit and carefully studied the traces of the battlefield. Wait, have you noticed that these mechanical monsters all die in the same way? Except for some mechanical monsters that were completely blown to pieces, the cuts on most of the mechanical monsters were very smooth. It must have been cut off instantly by some sharp weapon. Which teacher has such a strong attack power? Seeing the actions of these teachers, Teacher Wang swallowed and climbed out of the cockpit. Hey, isn't this Teacher Wang? You were the first one here. Have you discovered who did it? Yeah, which teacher is so amazing? I'm afraid he will definitely take first place this time. The teachers asked questions one after another. Teacher Wang smiled awkwardly. I actually know who did this here, but the person who did all this is not a teacher. Hearing this, all the teachers widened their eyes. Not a teacher? Could it be the dean of a school? It can't be that the principal of that school has personally taken action, right? The teachers all smiled and shook their heads. Teacher Wang sighed softly. No, it wasn't the teacher who did all this, let alone the director. Because he's just a student. You should all have heard of Qin Lang from Jiangcheng University. Hearing this, all the teachers fell silent. The first time they heard Qin Lang's name was because Zhou Qing's commander was a student at the school. This also made them unable to help but laugh at Zhou Qing. After all, as a teacher, his standards should be very high. How could he fall in love with his own student? But when they found out that Qin Lang was actually the legendary SSS level talent, all the female teachers couldn't help but feel a little jealous. No wonder Zhou Chang would lower himself to fall in love with a student. If there are students with SSS level talents among their students, they would be willing to do that too. And those male teachers hated Qin Lang to the core. I have heard for a long time that there is a goddess level mecha girl in Jiangcheng University. Not only is her human form a human character, but her mecha form is also the ghost supercar that all men dream of. If they could drive, they would be willing to live a few years less. But now they heard that such an attractive mecha girl was contracted by a student. They all wanted to ask what abilities this student had. Wasn't it just that he had better talent? But now that Teacher Wang said that all this was done by that student, all the male and female teachers fell silent. Teacher Wang, you are not kidding me, are you? Yes, you are also an excellent teacher in our education system. Do you think a student can do all this? Faced with the questions from these teachers, Teacher Wang smiled bitterly. If I hadn't seen Qin Lang's fighting ability before, I really wouldn't have believed it. But all these attacks are his means. So he single-handedly slaughtered every mechanical monster on this floor. He even had the time to spare those higher-level mechanical cores, and now he's collected them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. It's horrible. Are students nowadays so talented? All the teachers felt a sense of absurdity. Could it be that the first place this time will be taken by a student? Oh my god, this is used to evaluate these teachers. The female teachers squeezed their legs together one by one. How great it would be if I could be driven by Qin Lang and experience such strong combat power firsthand. You know, many female teachers are still very young. Wait, if Qin Lang did all this, where is he now? Could it be that he went to the lower level? The teachers looked at each other in confusion. Then he hurried to the lifting platform. I saw that the previously damaged lifting platform had been repaired. Teacher Wang became even more certain that all this was Qin Lang's work. But it was too late to explain anything at this time, because everyone hurriedly jumped onto the elevator platform and the elevator slowly descended to the 4th floor. While the elevator was still in mid-air, the teachers saw the situation on the 4th floor. Just like the space on the 3rd floor, there are also corpses everywhere here. All the mechanical monsters were killed in a very brutal way. Even the scars on the mechanical monsters were extremely smooth. All mechanical monsters were killed with one hit. The mechanical cores of all the mechanical monsters are empty. How is this possible? Teacher Wang widened his eyes. How much energy does Qin Lang have? After killing all the mechanical monsters on the 3rd floor, he actually made it through to the 4th floor. So where is he now? Could it be that? The teachers looked at the 5th floor below them, and an absurd idea arose in their minds. Let's go down to the 5th floor and take a look. Chapter 96 Teachers Under Siege. Teacher Wang and the other teachers said this, and then walked together to the 5th floor. They all wanted to know how many layers of mechanical monsters Qin Lang had killed. This was originally a multiplayer dungeon, but Qin Lang made it look like a single-player dungeon. This achievement is not only incredible, but also breaks the record for the largest number of mechanical monsters killed by a single person in Nanjiang province. Before this record was held by Zhou Tong, who is now known as the God of War of Nanjiang province. All the teachers were very excited, as if they saw a new star rising. This also made them eager to board the elevator platform and head to the 5th floor. After these teachers left the space on the 4th floor, Qin Lang drove the machine slowly out of a mine. At this moment, Xin Lang in the cockpit had an indescribable excitement on his face. I didn't expect this mine to have such a large output. They actually collected all the mithril ore. And the energy circuit on this pillar is actually inlaid with mithril. After entering the mine, Xin Lang discovered how to extract metals from these ores. Mithril can conduct the energy of the mechanical core. It can not only be used to make the energy circuit of this pillar of heaven, but is also the main component of the energy circuits of those mechanical monsters. However, the energy circuits in those mechanical monsters are too small, so not much mithril is needed. If I had to describe it, it's like the copper wires on a circuit board. It was precisely because the content was too rare that Xin Lang had not noticed this before. After entering the mine, he discovered that not all of the mithril ore was mined and transported up there, only a part of it. Most of the remaining was smelted on site to form pure mithril metal. This metal system can also be recycled, and the ratio with the ore is 1:10. This not only allowed Xin Lang to directly complete the mithril collection task issued by the system, but also allowed him to obtain about 2 tons of mithril metal. I don't know if this mithril will be sold at a good price after it is sold. Moreover, Xin Lang now discovered that the Mechanical Alliance's application of these metals was still very superficial. They only used some metals to make various upgraded parts. But these metals definitely have a much bigger role. But Xin Lang didn't have time to study it now, so he secretly kept some of these metal ores and planned to try to study them after he went out. This dungeon really gave me a great harvest. Xin Lang couldn't help but look forward to it. Since mithril has such a powerful effect, what powerful effects will the even rarer eternal gold have? It's time to go down and take a look. Xin Lang looked at the passive duration of the Slayer title. Since he had just entered the mine to collect ore, the passive duration of the title was only 20 minutes left. He must kill a mechanical monster within 20 minutes to refresh the passive of this title. Thinking of this, Xin Lang walked directly towards the mechanical platform. Looking at the flickering energy path on the mechanical platform, Xin Lang couldn't help licking his lips. If he didn't need to use this mechanical platform to travel between the levels, he really wanted to tear down this pillar right now. It goes without saying that there must be a lot of treasures in this pillar that reaches the sky. Honey, there are dozens of teachers entering this dungeon, but why did we only see Teacher Wang? Where are all the other teachers? After stepping onto the mechanical platform, Zhou Qing in his mind asked with some confusion. This problem has troubled her for a long time. After all, this is an exploratory copy. These teachers not only have to evaluate the difficulty of this copy, but also have to explore the situation of this copy. Logically speaking, these teachers should be evenly distributed in every corner of the copy. But now they have reached the 4th floor, but they only see Teacher Wang. How is this possible? Xin Lang couldn't help but nodded. Yeah, are the other teachers on the lower floors? I don't know how deep this mine is. This underground 3-dimensional structure has more areas to explore than the surface dungeon. Could they all be lost in these mines? Xin Lang smiled and shook his head. He was just joking. After all, as long as you switch to millimeter wave radar, you can easily penetrate the rock layer. No matter how stupid the teachers were, it was impossible for them to get lost in such a situation. Zhou Cheng narrowed her eyes and smiled sweetly, saying with a grin. It's also possible that the teachers were besieged by mechanical monsters. Xin Lang shrugged. He didn't have time to care about the teacher's situation. He is just a student. At this time, the mechanical platform had been slowly descending for several minutes, but there was still a thick layer of rock in front of it. It seems that the distance from the 4th floor to the 5th floor is even longer, several hundred meters. Hundreds of meters deep rock layers are enough to block any means of detection. They can only wait patiently. After the mechanical platform descended for a full 5 minutes, light finally appeared in front of us. At the same time, the deafening sound of artillery fire could be clearly heard. Xin Lang's eyes widened instantly, and he quickly controlled the body to the edge of the mechanical platform and looked down. All I saw below was a sea of mechanical monsters. Not only did those mechanical monsters completely fill the entire hall, but there were also many mechanical monsters in the mine. This hall is even larger, covering an area of nearly 3 square kilometers and reaching a height of 300 meters. But now all we can see are mechanical monsters. These mechanical monsters were like locusts, rolling like a tide, madly attacking the teachers' valuable bodies. At this time, 20 or 30 teachers were forming a circle, struggling to resist the attacks of these mechanical monsters. Missiles flew and artillery fire blazed. The entire 5th floor space has completely turned into a brutal battlefield. All the teachers are fighting hard and there is no chance to relax. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang's eyes widened instantly, and he looked directly at Zhou Qing in his mind. Wife, are you a prophet? Zhou Qing's expression also changed, his eyes filled with shock. Oh my god, these mechanical monsters have surrounded these teachers. Let's go help them quickly. Qin Lang nodded, ready for battle. Looking down from a high altitude, the 20 or 30 teachers formed a circle with their backs to each other. In the middle were a few machines that were resting and replenishing energy, while those on the periphery were fighting desperately. All the teachers were confined to a location far away from the lifting platform, which made it impossible for them to escape. Qin Lang took a deep breath, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. Chapter 97 Extreme Rescue. At this time, the teachers were trapped by these mechanical monsters far away from the lifting platform. From their close position, it can be seen that these teachers are trying to hide in the mine. In this way, taking advantage of the mine's easy to defend and difficult to attack terrain, they can deal with these mechanical monsters better. But their luck was bad, as the mine they chose was also filled with mechanical monsters. This means they are now attacked from both sides, and not only can they not get close to the lifting platform, they can't get close to the mine either. This also made Qin Lang's rescue very difficult. Because this means that if Qin Lang wants to go over and help those teachers, he must kill all the mechanical monsters that are blocking his way. Only by fighting his way out can he reach those teachers. What is even more frustrating is that those mechanical monsters have already entered a state of frenzy. Not only do they have sharper perception, but their attacks have also become stronger. As if they had discovered Zhou Qing's body aura, the mechanical monsters all gathered towards the lifting platform. Once Qin Lang and his men reach the ground, a fierce battle awaits them. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. You can't use the 9 Suns Shining World ultimate move anymore. But the passive bonus brought by the Slayer title has reached 200%. Coupled with the effect of the innate energy overload, there's still a chance of killing so many mechanical monsters. Qin Lang took a deep breath when he thought of this, looked up at the cable of the lifting platform, and directly removed the plasma gun. The mechanical monsters outside were all roaring at Qin Lang. Seeing the actions of these mechanical monsters, Qin Lang laughed. Since you're so anxious to die, I must help you do it quickly. After saying this, Qin Lang aimed at the towing cable and pulled the trigger directly. Boom! A stream of blue plasma gushed out from the muzzle, instantly melting the traction cable made of alloy. This caused the mechanical platform to lose traction instantly and fall suddenly downwards. Qin Lang took a deep breath and controlled the machine, slightly bending his legs to accumulate strength. It took less than 2 seconds to fall to the ground from such a high distance. Qin Lang suddenly jumped out of the lifting platform, and the lifting platform, which had lost its traction, fell to a deeper level. Boom! 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 Those mechanical monsters never expected Qin Lang to do this. The sudden attack directly disrupted the deployment of these mechanical monsters. Qin Lang plunged into the encirclement of those mechanical monsters and began to kill crazily. The vehicle-mounted missile released powerful fire, and the plasma gun in his hand instantly shattered the mechanical cores of those mechanical monsters. He was in a hurry to save people and had no time to think about collecting these mechanical cores. All he has to do is kill his way through here as quickly as possible. Seeing the sudden appearance of plasma bullets and powerful missile attacks, Teacher Wang raised his head instantly. After arriving here, he and the teachers were besieged by mechanical monsters. With the addition of Teacher Wang and others, the teachers who had been struggling here can finally take a break. But more and more mechanical monsters have already crushed them to the point where they can't raise their heads, and everyone is fighting with all their might. And now, everyone's energy is running low. If they can't reach the mine before their energy runs out, they will be completely swallowed up by these mechanical monsters. All the teachers had already lost hope in life. But at this moment, suddenly a powerful attack hit those mechanical monsters. All the teachers looked up in disbelief. A silver-white machine flashed in the air and instantly rushed into the encirclement of those mechanical monsters. But this machine was not swallowed by those mechanical monsters. Instead, it madly slaughtered the surrounding mechanical monsters. One powerful attack after another. One plasma bullet after another. It poured down on the mechanical monsters like raindrops. All the attacked mechanical monsters were killed in one blow. The powerful plasma flow not only melted the thick armor of these mechanical monsters, but also melted the mechanical cores inside their bodies. As for the missile, it is even more powerful. It looks so insignificant, but the power of its explosion makes everyone tremble with fear. One missile can completely blow up those mechanical monsters. missiles one after another created vacuum zones. The machine used these vacuum zones to continuously impact and rapidly approach them. Oh my god, who's driving this machine? This is too fierce. Looking at the model of this machine, it seems to be just a sports car. The sports car actually carries a missile attack? And the power of this missile is too strong. All the teachers were shocked and had no idea who this tough guy was. Only Teacher Wang couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes as he looked at the silver-white machine that was getting closer and closer. It's Qin Lang and Zhou Qing. Hearing his words, all the teachers widened their eyes. Impossible? Is this Mr. Zhou Qing's machine? It's really cool. But she's just an ordinary ghost sports car. How could she possibly unleash such a powerful attack? Teacher Wang nodded vigorously and affirmed. If someone else were to pilot Mr. Zhou Qing, of course, the attack power wouldn't be this strong. But her commander is Qin Lang, who possesses SSS-level talent. When the teachers who came down with Teacher Wang heard this, they looked at the fighting posture of the silver-white machine again. They all couldn't help but gasp. If Qin Lang really has such strong combat power, then it can explain why he killed 2 floors of mechanical monsters in a row. I never thought that we teachers would have to rely on a student to save us. One of the teachers said this, and then his face changed drastically. His body slowly stopped moving and froze in place. Seeing this scene, the teachers instantly understood what was happening. This teacher has exhausted all his energy due to long-term high-intensity fighting. Before he had fully replenished his energy, his body had turned into a pile of scrap metal and he was completely unable to move. Protect him quickly. Teacher Lee, quickly exit the mechanical form. Hearing this, the mecha girl quickly agreed and then exited the mechanical form. However, ordinary people with flesh and blood may die at any time in this battlefield full of machines. A mechanical monster immediately saw the 2 humans and fired a missile directly at them. Watching the missile approaching rapidly, Teacher Lee and her commander closed their eyes in despair. Boom! The missile exploded instantly, but what no one expected was that a light blade cut off the missile. Chapter 98 Driving Master's Wife. Looking at the silver-white machine that appeared before them, Teacher Lee and her commander both widened their eyes in disbelief. Sorry, I'm late. Qin Lang smiled slightly, turned his head to look at the mechanical monster that had wanted to attack Teacher Lee before, and also rewarded him with a missile. Boom! A sky-high explosion occurred instantly, not only completely shattering the mechanical monster, but also blowing away several mechanical monsters around it. Looking at the silver-white aircraft driven by Qin Lang, Teacher Wang was extremely excited. Classmate Qin Lang, you are finally here. Where have you been? We thought you entered level 5. Qin Lang smiled slightly. I went to the mines on level 4 to deal with some lone mechanical monsters. How did you get besieged by these mechanical monsters? Qin Lang was talking to these teachers while quickly slaughtering these mechanical monsters. At this moment, he was just waving the plasma blade in his hand, and the attack intensity was comparable to that released when he used his ultimate move before. Every swing can easily kill a mechanical monster. Even more efficient than cutting melons and vegetables. Seeing Qin Lang's fighting ability, the teachers were all surprised. So you are classmate Qin Lang. This is simply amazing. Is this the strength of an SSS level talent? Classmates, be careful. Qin Lang took out the plasma gun without looking back and fired directly behind him. The high-intensity plasma instantly penetrated several mechanical monsters in its path. As the mechanical monsters fell, Qin Lang turned to look at the teachers. I'll lead you to break out of the mine. As long as we enter the mine, we can use the favorable terrain to fight. When the teachers saw Qin Lang killing everyone and his random attacks had such powerful force, hope surged in their hearts. But after hearing Qin Lang's words, the teachers quickly shook their heads and refused. Student Qin Lang, the mine on the 5th floor is connected to the 6th floor. There are even more mechanical monsters in the mine. If we enter the mine, we will be overwhelmed in an instant. That's why we're stuck here, with no way to leave. Qin Lang was shocked by what the teachers said. He quickly looked at the radar terrain map displayed on the center console. After arriving here, Zhou Qing adjusted the frequency of his radar waves to the millimeter level. The structure of the 5th level mine was also explored clearly. The 3-dimensional map constructed by radar waves shows that there are many places in the mines on the 5th and 6th floors that are connected. This also allows the mechanical monsters on the 6th floor to come to the 5th floor without any hindrance. There are more mechanical monsters in the mine. Not only did they completely fill up the mine, but they also continued to swarm into the hall. If they want to escape from here, they must either go to the 4th floor through the elevator platform or go to the 7th floor. But it is impossible for the lifting platform to take so many people away at once. No matter how many people are left, they cannot withstand the powerful attacks of these mechanical monsters. Moreover, these mechanical monsters did not destroy the lifting platform before because they had the advantage in numbers. They all thought that these people would not be able to run onto the mechanical platform. But once Qin Lang takes these teachers onto the lifting platform, those mechanical monsters only need to break the traction rope of the lifting platform, just like Qin Lang just did, and they will be trapped to death on the mechanical platform. Now they are in a dilemma. Qin Lang frowned tightly. There is no way to escape from the mine or the mechanical platform. Are they really going to be trapped here and die? At this moment, several more teachers ran out of energy and their bodies instantly lost the ability to move. The other teachers quickly put these teachers behind them, but this put them under even greater pressure. A flaw had appeared in the previous defense circle, which allowed several mechanical monsters to rush directly into the defense circle. The originally neat formation was broken up, and the situation of each teacher became more difficult. They were in danger in an instant. Damn it, we don't have that much energy. There are too many of these mechanical monsters. If we have enough energy, with the quality of our machines, we might be able to continue to resist these mechanical monsters. But now, are we really going to be wiped out by these mechanical monsters? The teachers said this unwillingly. There are only a few teachers who are both commanders and mecha girls. The rest of the teachers are either commanders or mecha girls. But without exception, the models of these mecha girls are very powerful, and most of them are combat models. The purpose of this copy evaluation was for each school to select its own outstanding teachers to come here, and at the same time they were responsible for bringing honor to the school. How could a weak machine model be sent here? However, although the powerful machine has strong attack power, it also consumes a lot of energy. Especially this kind of high intensity and continuous combat. Many commanders have already exhausted their energy. After hearing what the teachers said, Qin Lang's eyes lit up and he instantly thought of a solution. Commanders, I have an idea. Are you willing to help me? Hearing Qin Lang's words, the teachers spoke hurriedly. Classmate Qin Lang, if you have any ideas, please tell us now. We are all the last ones in the group now. Yes, as long as we can solve the current predicament and survive, we will do anything. Qin Lang smiled awkwardly, then spoke. I have a special talent. I can force your mecha to be driven by me and put it into full automatic management mode. This way I can provide energy to your mecha girl. With the fighting power of so many mecha girls, even if we can't kill all these mechanical monsters, we can still hold them off for a while. You'll have plenty of time to recover your energy. Hearing Qin Lang's words, the commanders all widened their eyes. Some commanders showed conflicted expressions on their faces. Although it is fully automatic driving, Qin Lang still has to drive their robot. Even if they don't enter the cockpit, they still provide energy to their mecha girls. This made all the commanders feel green in the face. But looking at the increasing number of mechanical monsters and the little energy left in his body, the commanders finally gritted their teeth and nodded. I agree with Qin Lang's method. I agree too. Compared to these entangled commanders, the mecha girls couldn't help but brighten up after hearing Qin Lang's proposal. After seeing Qin Lang's powerful fighting ability, they couldn't help but want Qin Lang to drive them to experience it. So they were all very happy. Chapter 99 All Driving. They had heard before that Zhou Qing's commander was a master of SSS level talent, and had reached 4-star level at a young age. All of these girls are jealous and excited. Even those who are already teachers have never seen such a talented student. Not to mention the mecha girls who are contracted by those male teachers. I couldn't help but want to experience the driving ability of an SSS level talent. It's just that Qin Lang has already signed a contract with Zhou Qing, so they can't steal his love away. So I endured it all. At this time, I heard that Qin Lang's talent was so special that he could even provide energy to so many mecha girls at the same time. This also makes these mecha girls very excited. Classmate Qin Lang, come over and drive me. Yes, Qin Lang, in order for us to survive, just drive us. I'm ready to fight alongside you. Seeing their mecha girls agree so excitedly, the commanders felt a little strange in their hearts. Qin Lang did not hesitate. Seeing that all the commanders and mecha girls agreed, he immediately nodded. Okay, then all commanders whose energy is running out, please stop driving. I'll take over your mecha girl right away. After hearing this, some commanders immediately stopped driving, while those commanders who still had some energy thought for a while and evaluated their own driving. Since his girl will be forced to drive by Qin Lang sooner or later, why wait any longer? It's better to go with others now. Anyway, as long as my energy is restored, I can still drive my mecha. As the commanders left the cockpits one by one, the driving seats of these mecha girls became vacant. System, search for nearby machines that can be forcibly driven. Qin Lang immediately used his talent. Ding! 32 drivable mechas found nearby. Models are as follows: 5485 Grizzly main battle tank, 1487 Razor fighter, 4834 Badger armored vehicle. Is driving mandatory? Qin Lang smiled slightly. Force all machines to drive. Drive mode fully automatic. Execute immediately. Forced driving in progress, please wait. Qin Lang took a deep breath and immediately felt his energy being rapidly consumed. But how could he, who possesses the gift of unlimited energy, be afraid of energy consumption? As the eyes of each machine lit up, they all regained their ability to move. After receiving the powerful energy provided by Qin Lang, these mecha girls all looked at their hands in disbelief. They all obtained partial control of the aircraft, while most of the control was entrusted to the system. However, these mecha girls could not feel the system at all, and they all thought that Qin Lang was controlling them. Oh my god, such abundant energy. This is too amazing. Student Qin Lang is so strong. In an instant, Qin Lang was forced to drive all the more than 30 mechas. Then he immediately rushed towards those mechanical monsters. The male commanders who had already exited the cockpit were all shocked. They looked at their mecha girl in disbelief as she rushed out, and a shocking thought surged in their hearts. So how much sunny energy is there? Driving so many mecha girls at the same time can still unleash such a powerful attack. This talent is too strong. Under Qin Lang's command, the mecha girls formed a circle and surrounded the commanders who had lost their energy to protect them. The voice of the system also came into Qin Lang's mind. Congratulations to all the mecha girls who have completed the mandatory driving. The system has simulated an intelligent control system based on the host's driving habits and performs fully automatic control. The host's ultimate skills and title passives are shared with these mecha girls. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Lang couldn't help but take a breath. That's amazing. Even ultimates and title passives can be shared? Then why can't talents be shared? Reporting to the host's talent is only effective for the machine currently being actually driven. Qin Lang then touched his chin and nodded. But that's enough. You should know that the passive effect of the title that is shared now has a 200% bonus achieved by killing thousands of mechanical monsters. This makes mecha girls with powerful attack methods even more powerful. Each missile can easily take the life of a mechanical monster. Any random attack can easily crush these mechanical monsters. Qin Lang held the plasma blade in his hand and kept slashing at the mechanical monster in front of him. I didn't expect the system to be so smart. It not only simulated a fully automatic control system based on my driving habits. At the same time, it also allows these teachers to form various combination skills. With their powerful fighting ability, those mechanical monsters were killed one by one. Wow, my attack is so powerful. Mine too. I didn't expect that Commander Qin Lang not only has abundant energy, but also has such a strong passive ability. I've never been piloted by such a strong commander. And this is just the fully autonomous driving mode. How amazing would it be if he were actually driving us? All the mecha girls couldn't help but think in their hearts and became a little shy. If they had known how powerful the high-level commanders were, they would never have signed a contract with their commanders. Even if they have to be Qin Lang's backup girl, they are willing to do so. The commanders watched their mecha girls killing everyone in front of them. Even the attacks are more powerful than when you are driving it yourself. All of them couldn't help but be a little messy. This is amazing. Damn, he can even use the commander's ultimate move. Oh my god. How come these mecha girls' attacks have become so powerful? They're even more than twice as powerful. Could it be that Qin Lang still has a passive title? Some of those commanders are teachers, and some, even if they are not teachers, are commanders of teachers. The knowledge is naturally extraordinary. And they are extremely familiar with the attack strength of their mecha girls. Seeing that their mecha girls were showing stronger combat power at this time, the commanders immediately thought of the reason. Teachers, I don't know if I'm wrong. Why do I feel like Qin Lang alone is more powerful than all of us put together? He's able to drive so many mecha girls at the same time to provide energy, and yet still unleash such a powerful attack without even stopping the energy supply. Doesn't this mean that even if we were to combine our efforts, we wouldn't be able to defeat him? Hearing this, all the commanders fell silent. There is no way to refute it. Chapter 100. You guys take a rest, let Qin Lang drive us. Oh, don't think too much, let's recover our energy quickly. Judging from their appearance, I'm afraid these mechanical monsters can't pose any threat to them at all. Some commanders said this dejectedly and began to quickly recover their energy. The way to restore energy is also very simple. Just get enough rest and eat well. These commanders provided biological energy to their bodies. Due to excessive energy consumption, they were all hungry and blurry-eyed. Even almost fell asleep. But they also have a way. Before coming to the dungeon, they all received energy-restoring potions from the Mechanical Alliance. You only need to rest for more than 10 minutes after the injection to restore your energy to 80%. Then eat something to restore all your energy. All the commanders took out potions and injected themselves. Then, he ate the food brought in by the commander's backpack while watching the battle between the mecha girls. Amazing! This move is brilliant. Why didn't I think of missiles being used like this? And you see, he's very skilled at using any weapon he uses. Have you noticed? Our mecha girls come in all shapes and sizes. Some fly in the sky, some run on the ground, and some swim in the water. But Qin Lang can drive so skillfully. His driving skills are even more astounding than his talent. The commanders ate and commented on the food. It's like this is not a battlefield at all, but rather a place for a picnic. Qin Lang was driving Zhou Qing, charging and killing among those mechanical monsters. Relying on the powerful protection provided by liquid metal, few of these mechanical monsters can directly break Zhou Qing's defense. If that's the case, then why worry? Just charge and kill. In just a few minutes, Qin Lang had killed 7 of these mechanical monsters. And those mecha girls that he forced to drive also displayed combat capabilities far beyond their previous level. Flowing Light Slash. One of the mechas instantly unleashed a powerful move. She is an SI-type armed helicopter, and the 2 long swords in her hands are 2 propellers. After unleashing this ultimate move, she only felt powerful energy surging inside her body. The 2 knives drew sharp trajectories and directly killed all the mechanical monsters in front of them. Wow, this is amazing. Cow. I want to try it too. All the mecha girls couldn't help it and asked the commander to use his ultimate move. At this time, the fully automatic driving is performed by the driving system simulated by the system. This system is also very intelligent, and even helps Qin Lang hide his second ultimate move. After hearing the cries of these mecha girls, the automated driving system directly let them use their commander's ultimate skills. The sword lights kept interweaving, forming an impenetrable sword net. All the mechanical monsters caught in it will be chopped into pieces. And as these mecha girls continued to fight, the number of mechanical monsters that died increased, and the number that survived decreased. They had already formed a circle, and as if they had sensed the power of the commander's ultimate move, the mecha girls immediately thought of a solution. The circle they formed began to rotate continuously. All the mecha girls who possessed cold weapons pointed their blades outwards and continuously released streamer slashes. This makes the circle they formed spin rapidly like a top. All mechanical monsters that are touched will be crushed in the blink of an eye. More and more mechanical monsters fell down, and even no mechanical monsters could be seen running out of the mine. Qin Lang killed a mechanical monster with 1 shot. When he turned around, he found that these mechanical girls had developed a new way of fighting. As expected of a teacher from every school. I can actually use my ultimate move to such an effect, hee hee. Qin Lang looked at his rapidly consuming energy. Then he couldn't help but smile. Even a 6-star commander would be exhausted in no time if he had to pilot so many mecha girls at the same time. But now he didn't feel tired at all. With the talent of infinite energy, there is no need to worry about consumption even if the number of mecha girls doubles. The combat effectiveness of these mecha girls is indeed very strong. Before, the commanders simply did not have enough energy, so they had to limit the energy supply and did not dare to launch too strong an attack. But after having unlimited energy supply, all these mecha girls burst out with their own fighting power. There were fewer and fewer mechanical monsters in the hall. Qin Lang also took a leisurely rest for a while. Then I checked my title's passive ability. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. While these mecha girls were frantically slaughtering the mechanical monsters, the passive effects of the titles were also accumulating crazily. Now the damage effect of the ultimate move has been increased to 300%. The improvement effect of normal attack is also 295%. Did I kill my way through the entire instance by myself? It would be great if I could passively preserve this title permanently. Xinlang couldn't help but shake his head and smile as he thought about this, secretly laughing at himself for being a little too fanciful. Although the passive effect of the Slayer's title can be stacked infinitely, it must be within a limited time. If the time limit is exceeded, for example, if you leave the dungeon, the next time you use the passive skill of the Slayer title, the value will start to stack up again from the initial value. Xinlang stopped thinking about it. After all, it's not good to be too greedy. Seeing that there were only a few mechanical monsters left in the hall, the commanders who had recovered some energy couldn't help but get excited. Oh my god, Xinlang actually piloted so many machines by himself and slaughtered all the mechanical monsters on the 2 floors. If all these mechanical monsters are counted as his kills, then how many did he kill? The commanders were shocked. They knew that the record for the largest number of mechanical monsters killed had been broken by Xinlang. Xinlang and Zhou Qing's names will be forever remembered in the history of Nanjiang province. This also made these commanders unable to bear it any longer. Let's go fly our own mechas. If we don't make an effort, how are we going to explain ourselves when we get out? The teachers smiled bitterly at each other and all ran towards their own mecha girls. My dearest mecha wife, my energy has been restored. Please open the cockpit quickly and let me continue to fly you into battle. The mecha girl, who was enjoying killing, stopped her actions instantly when she heard her commander's words and looked down at her commander. Then he curled his lips and said, "Forget it, with that little energy you have, you won't be able to fight for long before you have to stop and recover. Let Xinlang continue to drive us into battle." Commander? Chapter 101 Mission completed. Looking back, I saw that all the other commanders had encountered the same situation. There is no way, the unlimited energy provided by Xinlang is too powerful. No matter how the mecha girls attack, their energy reserves do not decrease at all. With the passive effect of the title, their combat effectiveness is even better than before. With such an improvement, how could they not long for Xinlang's command? This made the other commanders very anxious. It was originally agreed that it was just a temporary cooperation. Now that the mecha girls have experienced the enhanced combat effectiveness, they begun to refuse orders from their former commanders. What should we do? It's impossible to ask Xinlang for help. For a moment, all the commanders looked constipated. But it has to be admitted that Xinlang's energy and strength are much stronger than theirs. So much so that if they were mecha girls, they would be willing to let Xinlang drive them. But Xinlang has no time to take care of them now. Seeing that these mecha girls have completely stabilized the situation, even if he does not continue to intervene, he can kill all the remaining mechanical monsters. Xinlang rushed directly into the mine. The mines on the 5th and 6th floors are connected together, and there are so many mechanical monsters in the mines, which means that there must be something very important in the mines protected by these mechanical monsters. Maybe it is the last kind of permanent gold mine that the system needs. So Xinlang took advantage of the fact that others were still clearing out the mechanical monsters and went straight into the mine, starting to search deeper and deeper. When we reached the deepest part of the mine, most of the ore had already been mined away. Only some ores cannot be mined because they are integrated into the rock formations. You can only pick it off bit by bit. Seeing the golden light flashing on these minerals, Xinlang's eyes suddenly lit up. System, is this the Hongjin mine you need? Testing. Testing completed, 10 tons of Hong gold ore found. Should we collect it now? Xinlang took a breath of cold air instantly. 10 tons. This is just a mine, but it has such rich reserves of Hongjin ore. Could it be that those mechanical monsters have never dug these gold mines? And looking at the color of these gold mines, Xinlang suddenly had an idea. A ball of liquid metal on the body immediately spread out and directly covered the surface of the gold mines. As the liquid metal continued to assimilate, the ores were crushed into slag like powder. The metal contained in the ore makes the liquid metal appear dark golden. Xinlang took a breath of cold air instantly. Damn, I know what this Hongjin mine is used for. It can actually be used to feed liquid metal. Not only does it make the liquid metal stronger, it can also make it more abundant. Xinlang's eyes suddenly lit up. However, the speed of liquid metal assimilation is too slow. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to assimilate all 10 tons of Hongjin ore. System, collect all these ores. Except for the 1 ton needed to complete the task, put the rest in the system space for me. Receive. There was a flash of light in front of him, and the ore that even the mechanical monsters couldn't shake disappeared out of thin air. A big hole was left where the ore originally was. Looking at the 9 tons of ore that appeared in the system space, Xinlang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Great! With these ores, we can strengthen the liquid metal to a very high level. At the same time, the system prompt sound came to his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Rewards: Type 2 Energy Armor System, Space Jump Engine, Strategic Fortress Armament. The system's rewards are directly credited to the account and stored in the system space. Seeing these rewards from the system, Xinlang couldn't help but check them out. Although the Energy Armor System is also armor that can improve the body's defense, it is different from the commonly used physical armor and is an energy-type armor. This makes the armor not only very light, but also able to withstand some energy-type attacks. It is perfect for equipping some highly maneuverable machines. The Space Jump Engine is even more powerful. The power of this engine is similar to that of a planetary-level power engine, but it has the added function of space jump. Using this engine, the machine can cross a certain spatial distance and achieve the effect of teleportation. The strategic fortress, like the planetary weapons obtained before, is to be equipped on large machines. Although it doesn't need to be as big as a starship, it must at least be a heavy engineering vehicle. After seeing these rewards, Xinlang immediately equipped Zhou Qing with energy armor and space jump engine without hesitation. After all, Zhou Qing's machine model is just a ghost sports car, and its armor is a weakness. Moreover, even though her machine has been upgraded to SS level, due to the limitations of the machine model, she cannot install a power engine stronger than the satellite level. But this space jump engine is not subject to this limitation. Not only can it provide a stronger source of power, but it can also enhance the maneuverability of Zhou Qing's body. It can be said to be a perfect match. Feeling the strengthening of his body, Zhou Qing immediately became excited. Husband, have you strengthened me again? What functions does the upgraded part have this time? Xinlang smiled slightly and said something while keeping the other person in suspense. You'll know when you use it, it's guaranteed to surprise you. Zhou Qing smiled happily. Xinlang looked at the empty mine. Let's go to other mines to see if there are any more of this kind of ore. Xinlang said this and started driving Zhou Qing through the mine. However, after searching the entire 5th floor mine, no other Hangjin mines were found. It seems that there is only a small amount of storage here. Since there was no Hangjin mine, Xinlang did not spend any more time in the mine, but went straight back to the hall. At this time, the mecha girls had killed all the mechanical monsters under the fully automatic control of the system. The commanders of those mecha girls are now begging them to let them fly them. The mecha girls were annoyed by the commander's words. When they saw Xinlang driving Zhou Qing out of the mine, they quickly surrounded him. Commander Xinlang, are you out? Are you tired? Do you want us to give you a massage? There's a massage seat in my cockpit. Xinlang felt a little embarrassed when he heard what the mecha girls said. He said quickly, I'm sorry, I just had to lead you into battle because of a critical situation. It was really a helpless move. Now that the battle is over, I will immediately withdraw from forced driving. Hearing this, a sense of loss welled up in the hearts of all the mecha girls. When Xinlang was driving just now, it was just a simulation driving. It would be great if I could become Xinlang's robot girl. You will definitely be able to get more benefits. Chapter 102. What a great person. As all the mecha girls turned into human forms, they all looked at Xinlang with resentful eyes. They all seemed to be blaming Xinlang for not driving them a little longer. Seeing the looks of these mecha girls, Xinlang smiled awkwardly. He would like to have some private exchanges with these mecha girls, but Zhou Qing is still with him. Moreover, the commanders of these mecha girls were watching from the side, and he didn't have any hobbies like Minotaur, so he pretended not to see their looks. Just how big is this copy? Has any of you gone down to level 6 or below before? Hearing Xinlang's question, the female teachers spoke quickly. We've explored the 6th floor before. The final boss of this dungeon is there. It seems this dungeon only has 6 floors. When Xinlang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Now they have slaughtered all the mechanical monsters in this copy. As long as they can defeat the final boss of this copy, they will complete the task ahead of time and can be teleported out of the copy. Although Xinlang looked down on the parts of the final boss, the mechanical core of the final boss was still very valuable. And only by killing the final boss can you achieve a perfect level clearance. But now there are so many teachers here, and this is a multiplayer dungeon. Qin Lang feels embarrassed to keep all the experience to himself. As if they had seen through Qin Lang's thoughts, the female teachers spoke quickly. Classmate Qin Lang, do you want to deal with the final boss? Do you need our help? Yeah, if you're worried about us taking your experience, just keep driving us and let's go take out the boss together. Hearing what the female teachers said, their commanders all widened their eyes. Some male teachers quickly objected. Nonsense, Qin Lang is only one person, how can he possibly command so many of you at the same time? Yeah, otherwise why don't we drive our own mechas and fight together with Qin Lang? Don't worry, Qin Lang saved us. We will let him kill the boss himself at the last moment. Yes, as long as Qin Lang asks, we will definitely be willing to help him. After hearing what these people said, Qin Lang suddenly said with some embarrassment. Actually, I'm not worried about the final boss. Qin Lang didn't lie. With the dual blessing of the passive ability of the Slayer title and energy overload, his current strength has already reached several times the previous level. It's just the final boss of an S-level copy. It's totally within reach. But he was too embarrassed to refuse these female teachers, so he looked at the commanders. The commanders understood instantly. Classmate Qin Lang is indeed very powerful. I'm afraid he can easily deal with the boss if he goes there alone? How about we just wait here? If Qin Lang gets into danger, we can still go down and provide support. Compared to not being able to share the experience of the final boss, it is more painful to have your own mecha girl taken away by someone else. If they let their mecha girls fight with Qin Lang again, or even if they help Qin Lang, their mecha girls will feel more and more that they are not as good as Qin Lang. If that is the case, how can they command their mecha girls when they return? They don't want to be told by the machine girl every day that they can't compare with Qin Lang. Therefore, the best option is to stay here and let Qin Lang deal with the boss himself. Although there was no way for them to achieve a perfect clearance, and even no way for them to share the experience of the final boss, at least they saved their mecha girl. These people's words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the mecha girls. What do you mean? Yes, if it weren't for Qin Lang, we would have been killed by those mechanical monsters by now. Now Qin Lang is going to deal with the final boss, and you actually want to stand by and watch? If we don't help Qin Lang deal with the final boss, how can we repay his favor? Those mecha girls accused their commander of being inhumane. In fact, I still want to fight alongside Qin Lang and feel his charm again. The commanders were so frightened by these words that they dared not look up. Qin Lang pressed his hands down, coughed lightly and said, Actually, I do have something I want to ask you for help with. The final boss of this dungeon should only be SS level. With Zhou Cheng and I's strength, we should be able to deal with it easily. But I want to remove the energy circuit and core of this pillar. If you're willing to do me this favor, I'd be so grateful to you. As soon as these words were spoken, the commander's eyes lit up instantly and they all raised their heads in surprise. How could they not know that Qin Lang didn't want them to help him dismantle the Pillar of Heaven? But I'm helping them. If these people are not given something to do, those mecha girls will definitely want to help Qin Lang deal with the final boss. In this case, I'm afraid that Qin Lang will force my mecha girl to drive again. At that time, they will truly lose both the wife and the army. Qin Lang asked them to do these things, not only to repay his favor, but also to prevent these mecha girls from going down to help Qin Lang. Isn't that essentially helping them? Qin Lang is such a good man. Seeing the commander's moved expressions, Qin Lang knew they must have misunderstood something. But Qin Lang did not explain, instead he looked at the female teachers and the girls. The energy circuit and core on this pillar are very useful to me. I wonder if you would be willing to help me tear it down. The mecha girls looked at each other for a while, and then they all sighed together. Their original intention was to fight alongside Qin Lang, or even let Qin Lang drive them personally. But now it seems that Qin Lang has no intention in this regard at all. So they had no choice but to tear down the pillar according to Qin Lang's instructions, so that they could repay Qin Lang's favor. Okay, since you said so, we will help you do this. But if the final boss is too strong for you to handle alone, be sure to send a signal immediately so we can come and help you. The girls all said this with great concern. Qin Lang nodded quickly and then walked towards the lifting platform. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Just throw the disassembled parts down. After saying this, he didn't give those people a chance to object, and stepped onto the lift platform and went directly to the last level of the copy. Chapter 103 Leviathan Armor. Watching Qin Lang and Zhou Cheng disappear on the lifting platform, the mecha girls all sighed in disappointment, while the commanders all breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Okay, since Qin Lang wants the parts from this pillar, let's help him dismantle it. Yes, honey, quickly transform into a mechanical form and I'll drive you to disassemble these parts. The commanders came up to their mecha girls with a smile on their faces and begged them to transform into mechanical forms. Unable to bear the commanders' pleading, the mecha girls had to transform into mechanical forms. As their commander entered the cockpit, these people immediately began to dismantle the pillar of heaven layer by layer. Perhaps in order to win back the hearts of their girls, these commanders worked harder than usual. He even tried his best to prove that he was not much worse than Qin Lang. At this time, Qin Lang had no idea that the commanders were all working hard to win back the hearts of their mecha girls. Instead, he had already taken the elevator to the last floor of this copy, which is the 6th floor. The underground hall here is built more solidly than the one above, but its area is much smaller, only about 1,000 square meters. The surrounding mines are even rarer, with only a few of them. Qin Lang observed the situation around him, then looked down at the bottom of the lifting platform. There was an extremely huge construction vehicle parked there. Even from such a long distance, one can clearly feel the size of this construction vehicle. Its length and width are both over 100 meters, and its height reaches an astonishing 50 meters. Compared to him, Zhou Qing's body is as inconspicuous as a sparrow. Through the radar scan, Qin Lang clearly saw the shape of the machine. Hiss, it's this big guy. Qin Lang couldn't help but take a breath. Among all heavy-duty engineering vehicles, there is one that cannot even be described as a car. But it is a real steel behemoth. That's the Leviathan tunnel boring machine over there. This type of shield machine is generally used to excavate tunnels or mountains. But it can also be used in mine excavation. Qin Lang frowned slightly. In fact, when he saw these underground spaces, he guessed that it must be an extremely large heavy machine that dug them out. But when Qin Lang actually saw this Leviathan-type tunnel boring machine, he couldn't help but be shocked. The main body of the shield vehicle is a cylinder composed of multiple layers of nested machinery. The front end of the cylinder has a sharp steel blade. These blades can easily break the rock layers as they rotate continuously, and at the same time transport the rocks out layer by layer through those mechanical devices. Even the hardest granite is as fragile as foam in front of this machine. What makes this tunnel boring machine even more powerful is that it is also equipped with a device for dissolving ore. Once touched, the body will be melted. Even before it transformed into its second form, this huge tunnel boring machine gave Qin Lang and Zhou Qing a great sense of oppression. Husband, with such a strong body, are you sure? Zhou Qing's voice was already trembling. I didn't expect that the final boss of this copy would be such a terrifying guy. Not to mention the students, even the teachers would feel fear when facing this kind of organism alone. Do the two of them really have a chance to defeat the final boss? Seeing that Zhou Qing was a little scared at this time, Qin Lang immediately spoke to comfort him. Don't be afraid, honey. This TBM is just a little bit bigger, and its level is also only SS. With the two of us being able to deal with him, it will be easy. And the bigger you get, the slower you move. Don't forget, you're on a nimble and agile route. Zhou Qing, who was originally frightened, felt relieved instantly after hearing Qin Lang's comfort and analysis. Hubby, you're right. Just use the kite tactic to wear him down. The final victory will definitely belong to us. Seeing that Zhou Qing had retrieved the information, Qin Lang smiled and nodded. Qin Lang was also a little shocked when he saw this giant shield vehicle for the first time. But then he couldn't help but think. Although the higher the level of the body, the better the quality of the mechanical core. But the larger the body, the more energy the mechanical core has. Such a huge shield vehicle, and it is SS class, how abundant the energy of its mechanical core must be. If you can get this mechanical core, you can definitely upgrade a powerful machine to SS level. It was precisely because he thought of these things that Qin Lang's eyes were filled with excitement. At this time, the mechanical platform also landed on the ground of the 6th floor. Qin Lang controlled the machine and walked out directly, quietly looking at the giant shield vehicle in front of him. Roar! Boom! As if it had discovered that there were humans approaching, the giant shield vehicle let out a roar. The sound was so loud that it even caused the entire 6th floor space to tremble. Immediately following, there was a sound of steel colliding, and the giant tunnel boring machine in front of him directly transformed into its second form. The body used to cut rocks turned into two huge discs and installed on the arms of the body. The tracks below extend out of the legs, becoming the lower limbs of this tunnel boring vehicle. The thick steel plates on the body of this shield machine constitute the armor of this machine. As the cockpit flipped up and turned into a head, the eyes of this machine also lit up with yellow light. How dare humans enter the depths of this mine? Today you will be crushed by me. As Leviathan said this, the two discs in his hands collided violently. The sound of steel colliding was as deafening as thunder. Sparks flew everywhere, and Leviathan suddenly rushed towards Qin Lang. Although this shield machine is huge in size, its movements are not particularly slow because it uses a crawler-type structure. And every time the engine that powers it beats like a heart, it makes a loud rumbling sound. Even hearing the sound of this kind of engine, some weaker aircraft models would feel fear and be suppressed to a certain extent. But at this time, Zhou Qing, who was being driven by Qin Lang, had no fear at all, because she firmly believed that there was no enemy in this world that Qin Lang could not defeat. Then I'll play with you. Qin Lang suddenly pulled out the plasma blade, and as the blue plasma gushed out, Zhou Qing's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Bang! The plasma blade cut fiercely into Leviathan's armor. Chapter 104 Chapter 104, No Martial Ethics, Sneak Attack. At this time, Qin Lang only used the power of the space jump engine and did not use the space jump device. But this also made Zhou Qing's body so fast that it was blurred. It even left an afterimage behind. He suddenly jumped high, and the plasma blade in his hand slashed fiercely at Leviathan's armor. At this time, with the passive blessing of the title of Slaughterer, the power of this sword has reached 5 times the original power. But even so, Qin Lang found that he still underestimated the thickness of the armor. The plasma that can easily melt steel is like a drop in the ocean when it comes into contact with this armor. There's no way to cut through the armor. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he controlled the machine to kick hard on the heavy body of Leviathan, and the machine jumped up again in an instant. Flowing light slash. Qin Lang had no intention of giving this final boss any chance. So the first move is a killing move. He even used his talent of energy overload in this attack. The enhancements brought by talents and the enhancements brought by the passive effects of titles can be superimposed. And the two are not in an additive relationship, but a multiplicative relationship. Due to the limitations of Zhou Qing's body, Qin Lang can only increase the body's attack power by twice at most. After all, Zhou Qing's body is not designed to defend. If it is increased too much, Zhou Qing's body may collapse. But this is enough. The passive effect of the Slayer title is that after killing so many mechanical monsters, the attack effect has increased by 500%. Coupled with the increase brought by talent, the attack power of this sword has reached 10 times. Boom! The powerful plasma blade slashed fiercely on Leviathan's armor. But what Qin Lang didn't expect was that the plasma blade was like chopping off a mountain. It only cut a few centimeters of the surface armor, and no one could get in anymore. Moreover, the cut armor directly restricted the eruption of the hierarchical sub-body. Leviathan lowered his head and let out a sinister laugh. Snort! You don't know your own limitations. He suddenly crossed his hands and slammed them hard towards the machine. Qin Lang instantly pulled himself up and released the stuck plasma blade. And Leviathan's palm actually smashed the plasma blade into pieces. Qin Lang couldn't help but gasp. This Leviathan not only has powerful attacks, but also has extremely strong defenses. Apart from the slow movement, there are basically no other shortcomings. Watching the plasma light blade turn into steel fragments all over the sky, Qin Lang's eyes became unprecedentedly solemn. This plasma light blade was given to Qin Lang as a reward after he cleared the first dungeon. Qin Lang directly equipped Zhou Qing with the equipment. Its level has also reached the level of S-level weapons. But he couldn't withstand the slap from Leviathan. If he hadn't made a quick decision and released the plasma blade just now, he and Zhou Qing would probably be flattened now. He immediately took out the plasma gun from his back and fired continuously at Leviathan's head. Each attack has a 10x bonus. But even so, the powerful plasma flow only left a few craters when it hit the Leviathan armor. There is no way to cause effective damage. Leviathan waved his hands, continuously resisting the blue plasma flow. At the same time, he was trying to get as close to Qin Lang as possible. He knew that with his powerful attack, even a slight touch would be enough to destroy the annoying fly in front of him. But this fly moved too fast. His visual system can only barely keep up. So he had to block the space where the fly was hiding. Thinking of this, Leviathan looked directly at the mine beside him. "Huh, you like hiding so much, huh? Then I'll leave you nowhere to hide." He suddenly let out a roar, and the rock-cutting disc in his right hand began to spin at high speed. Then he suddenly plunged his arm into the rock. He cut the hard rock directly, held it in his hand, and threw it heavily towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and immediately controlled the machine to dodge. And this Leviathan seems to have found a way to deal with Qin Lang. Keep bombarding the surroundings with those rubbles. This not only made the flat terrain of the underground space rugged, but also greatly compressed Qin Lang's hiding space. Zhou Qing's high maneuverability is only effective on the ground. After all, she is just a ghost sports car, not a ghost fighter, and cannot perform aerial combat. Such a rugged ground greatly compressed the space he could hide in. At this moment, the disc on Leviathan's left hand suddenly released a ray of light, sweeping around rapidly. Any rock touched by this light was instantly turned into powder. This is the rock-crushing device he is equipped with. If Zhou Qing's body were exposed to this light, it would instantly disintegrate into a pile of iron filings. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and suddenly hid towards a mine. With the help of the huge rock protruding from the entrance of the mine, he avoided the exposure to this wave of light. The stone in front of him was turned into powder by the light. Fortunately, this kind of light seemed to consume a lot of energy. After Leviathan dissolved the boulder, the light in his hand stopped shining. He raised the rock-breaking disc in his right hand and hit Qin Lang hard. Qin Lang took a deep breath and silently prepared to launch the missile, using his second commander's ultimate move. At this moment, Zhou Qing's visual system suddenly discovered a dark shadow approaching rapidly from behind. "Husband, be careful." Zhou Qing immediately reminded him, but Qin Lang was faster than her. Almost at the moment Zhou Qing opened his mouth, Qin Lang turned around and fired 3 missiles towards the depths of the mine. Boom! A violent explosion shot up into the sky, directly collapsing the mine, and the machine controlled by Qin Lang and the enemy hidden in the dark also flew out of the mine directly. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. The sudden attack just now caused some damage to Zhou Qing's body. Now her body durability has been reduced to 98%. What appeared in front of him at this time was a completely black machine body. The machine body also had very strong armor. There was a huge missile launch port on the left arm, and a 6-barrel machine gun on the right arm. "Ha, Qin Lang, we meet again. Don't you want to prove that you are better than me? I'll give you this chance to see if you can defeat me." A man's voice came from the body. Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Lang felt murderous. "Feng Yu?" Feng Yu's wild laughter could be heard from the armored vehicle. "Ha, I just wanted to have some fun with Zhou Qing. Do you really treat her as a treasure?" Chapter 105 I'll beat you until you kneel down. Do you think that if I don't team up with Zhou Qing, I won't be able to find anyone to team up with me? You're wrong. Zhou Qing is just a backup candidate. It's nothing more than because she's pretty and has a good figure. That's why I want to play with her. As Feng Yu spoke, his voice gradually grew colder. Who knew you two would be so shameless? In that case, then you will die here. After he said this, he turned and looked at Leviathan. Said with a sneer, "We have some personal grudges to settle. You don't want to get involved, do you?" What he didn't expect was that Leviathan thought about it briefly and suddenly said, "I'll fight him with you." Feng Yu burst into laughter. Qin Lang, the dungeon boss actually wants to join forces with me to deal with you. It's enough to show how much you are hated by heaven and man. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, and Leviathan looked at Qin Lang and then at Feng Yu. Of course, he didn't deal with Qin Lang because he hated him, but in Leviathan's opinion, Qin Lang posed a greater threat to him than Feng Yu. He was sure that he could kill Feng Yu directly, but he was not sure that he could kill Qin Lang. Zhou Qing was so angry that he started cursing. Feng Yu, you are so shameless. A villain like you is worthy of being a teacher? Worthy of being a university professor? When I get out, I'll report this to the Mechanical Alliance and have them revoke your teaching qualifications. Feng Yu chuckled and pointed the muzzle of the machine gun in his hand directly at Zhou Qing. Do you think you still have a chance of getting out alive under the siege of me and the final boss of the dungeon? When you are ready, you will die. As he said this, bullets instantly shot out from the muzzle of the gun in his hand. But the machine in front of him suddenly turned into a phantom. Feng Yu was startled and looked behind him quickly. At some point, Zhou Qing's silver-white body appeared behind him. Immediately afterwards, Qin Lang's mocking laughter came from the machine. I told you you're stupid, but you still don't admit it. Did you think I couldn't guess your pettiness and that you would enter the same instance as me? I've been looking for you since entering this dungeon. But there's no trace of you anywhere, which means you must be staying at the back, planning to attack me from behind. It was worth it that I risked my precious Zhou Qing to get hurt and expose her flaws, only then could I finally lure you out. When Qin Lang said this, he immediately contacted the system in his mind. System, help me repair my body. Ding. The current unit's repair is complete, durability is 100%, and 100 points have been consumed. A flash of light passed by, and Zhou Qing's body instantly returned to perfection. The previous injuries disappeared instantly, which made Feng Yu's eyes widen. Impossible, she's just a ghost sports car. How can there be such thick armor? Feng Yu had prepared for the previous attack for a long time, and at the same time he unleashed his strongest attack method. He thought that even if this attack could not completely destroy Zhou Qing's body, it would definitely cause Zhou Qing to be seriously injured. But with just a flash of light, Zhou Qing's body was restored to perfection? Is Zhou Qing's body really that strong? Qin Lang chuckled and pressed a button directly. A layer of blue energy light shield instantly appeared on the surface of Zhou Qing's body. Immediately following, the silvery white liquid metal slowly gathered in Zhou Qing's hand and became a long sword. If it wasn't for luring Feng Yu out, Feng Yu would have no chance of hurting Zhou Qing with the defensive power of these liquid metals. From the moment he showed up, he was destined to die here. So Qin Lang doesn't have to worry about exposing his cards. How is this possible? Could it be that Zhou Qing has already entered the third form? Feng Yu widened his eyes in horror. If Zhou Qing was only in the second form, he could still give it a try. After all, what he is driving now is a very powerful armored vehicle. Both its attack and defense are much stronger than Zhou Qing's ghost sports car. But if Zhou Qing entered the third form, then he has no chance at all. Only Leviathan's eyes widened instantly when he saw the liquid metal, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. It's a pity that you won't have the chance to know the answer to this question. Qin Lang's voice gradually became cold. He would never keep this kind of villain who attacks from behind until the next day. The space jump engine started instantly. The powerful power output turned Zhou Qing's body into an afterimage, and it instantly rushed towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu gritted his teeth and quickly raised his arms. The modified missile launch port was spraying missiles crazily. And the 6-barrel machine gun was also constantly firing bullets. Dense flames and artillery shells attacked Zhou Qing frantically. But all the attacks that hit Zhou Qing's body were blocked by the energy armor. Although the energy armor looks weak, it is advanced equipment rewarded by the system. Not to mention these ordinary missiles and bullets, even the metal blades of Leviathan can withstand it at full power. Is this all you have? Qin Lang taunted Feng Yu while dodging the attacks of bullets and missiles. He controlled Zhou Qing's body and kept moving around Feng Yu. The extremely fast speed didn't even give Feng Yu time to react. Not to mention defense. What terrified him even more was, even though the armored vehicle he was driving had very advanced armor, it was like paper in front of the long sword made of liquid metal. No, impossible. I'm going to kill you. Feng Yu roared and attacked Zhou Qing desperately. But when Qin Lang increased the energy output and fully activated the full power output of the space jump engine, Feng Yu's attack couldn't even touch Zhou Qing's body. Trash is always trash. Even the most powerful machines are the same. Don't you know? There are no weak machines, only useless commanders. With your fighting prowess, I could easily defeat you with both my hands and my feet. Qin Lang said this and instantly controlled the body to return to its first form. Watching the ghost sports car whizzing past in front of him. And his attacks couldn't even touch him. Feng Yu's confidence began to collapse bit by bit. This is impossible. This can't be true. He controlled the armored vehicle and attacked desperately. But at this moment, a plasma gun emerged from the roof of the ghost sports car. Boom! Blue plasma was emitted instantly. Although Feng Yu controlled the body to dodge continuously, the plasma still instantly burned the arm of the body. Am I wrong? You are a piece of trash. Qin Lang chuckled and aimed the plasma gun at the knee of the armored vehicle again. Boom! Another stream of plasma spurted out, and the armored vehicle was knocked to its knees. Chapter 106 The hidden function of mechanical components. At this time, Qin Lang did not regard Feng Yu as an enemy of equal strength. And it was teasing him like a cat playing with a mouse. At the same time, coupled with verbal taunts, it has a completely murderous effect. Feng Yu has been a genius that everyone admires since he awakened his talent. Although he did not join the Mechanical Alliance, he entered the University of South China and became an excellent teacher. What he could not accept the most was that he was pinned to the ground and rubbed harshly by a student who had not yet graduated. His confidence was shattered bit by bit. At this point, the whole person has fallen into madness. Ah! Xin Lang, I'm going to kill you. Fengyu roared, and the artillery in his hand sprayed fire wildly. At the same time, the Leviathan finally came to its senses and smashed the rock cutter in its hand towards Xin Lang. Boom! Xin Lang instantly controlled the body to enter the second form. At the same time, the liquid metal covering the body directly turned into a spear, cutting fiercely towards Leviathan's arm. Tear! The heavy armor that had previously remained unscathed by the plasma blade now became as fragile as softened butter when faced with the cutting of the liquid metal. One of his arms was cut off and fell to the ground along with the rock cutter. Roar! Leviathan instantly roared and retreated. Xin Lang swung the spear in his hand, then pointed it at the ground. Both of them together? Okay, that saves me the trouble. Leviathan covered his broken arm, and yellow oil flowed out from the fracture. Did you kill Carl from the mechanical city? Leviathan asked in a muffled voice. Xin Lang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this mining mechanical monster also knew about the mechanical city. That's right. You want to avenge him? Hearing Xin Lang's words, Leviathan's face showed a trace of struggle. The metal plate on his face trembled, and then he actually knelt on one knee towards Xin Lang. Anyone who masters the mechanical elemental order is the master of all mechanical life. Minor Leviathan, at your command. Xin Lang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Leviathan's words. He immediately remembered the origin of the mechanical Yuan Ling. Could it be that this mechanical elemental order is not only a powerful weapon, but also a token that controls all mechanical life forms? But this made Fengyu even more angry, and he pointed the gun in his hand directly at Xin Lang. Die! A powerful missile instantly rushed towards Xin Lang. The power of this missile is greater than all the previous ones combined, because Fengyu used his talent. He awakened an SS level talent, Super Limit Attack. When using this talent, you can infuse all of your own energy into your body, doubling the power of your next attack. In essence, it is no different from the energy overload talent Xin Lang obtained. But Xin Lang's energy is unlimited. Not only can he strengthen an attack, but he can also strengthen all the attributes of the body. It is equivalent to an upgraded version of this talent. At this moment, facing the powerful missile, Leviathan roared instantly. Court death. He suddenly fired out a rock-dissolving ray, but Xin Lang's movements were faster than his. Brush. The spear in his hand seemed to have eyes and flew directly towards the missile. Boom. A violent explosion occurred instantly, but the spear remained intact. It penetrated the aftermath of the explosion and stabbed into the cockpit of the aircraft. Fengyu's body was instantly pierced by the spear, and he looked at the silver-white metal on his body in disbelief. Pfft. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, giving the entire cockpit a hint of red. Then his head tilted and he died completely. Xin Lang raised his hand slightly, and the spear turned into liquid metal and returned to his body. He ignored the damaged machine and turned to look at Leviathan. Tell me, what exactly does this mechanical elemental order do? Leviathan was silent for a moment, then spoke. The mechanical element is an eternal creation left by the master of machinery. After resolving the mechanical turmoil, the mechanical element order was divided into 9 pieces, each held by 9 mechanical kings. Only the machine that has obtained the mechanical element order can be called the king. At the same time, other machines must obey the orders of their respective mechanical kings. Xin Lang raised his eyebrows after hearing Leviathan's explanation. No wonder the system said before that this mechanical element has other more powerful functions. I didn't expect that this is not only a god-level weapon, but also a token that controls all mechanical bodies. Previously, only pure-blooded mechanical beings could control mechanical orders. And now that you have his approval, you are the king of machinery. Leviathan slowly lowered its huge head and swore allegiance to Xin Lang. Xin Lang smiled slightly. It was true that he had not been able to gain the forgiveness of the machine before, but who could blame him for having an omnipotent system? Unexpectedly, after obtaining this mechanical elemental command, not only did I get a very powerful liquid metal weapon, but I could also make these mechanical monsters kick out my orders. Doesn't this mean that I will be able to clear any dungeon without any bloodshed in the future? But Xin Lang immediately thought of a problem. If you want to pass the level, you must defeat the final boss in the copy. But Leviathan is so powerful and now he is loyal to me. If I can get him out, wouldn't he be a great help? And the final boss of the dungeon you encounter in the future should also be like this. Thinking of this, Xin Lang immediately asked. By the way, why didn't those mechanical monsters before discover my identity? Or are you, the final bosses of dungeons, the only ones who know about the mechanical king? Leviathan thought for a moment, then shook his head. Wang, I don't understand what you mean by the final boss of the dungeon. But each of the 9 mechanical element orders has its own area of responsibility. Only the Lord-level mechanical bodies in the current area can sense the presence of the mechanical element order. Xin Lang understood immediately. I didn't expect that these mechanical orders actually have their own areas. And what level is the Lord level? But there is no need to figure this out now, Xin Lang asked directly. Is there any way to get you out? At the same time, Xin Lang was also asking the system. The host can use 10,000 points to open the inner space of the mechanical element order. After opening, all mechanical bodies in the copy can be stored in the mechanical space. Sure enough, Leviathan also said that the mechanical elemental order should be able to contain mechanical life forms. Xin Lang nodded directly. Open. As 10,000 points were deducted, the internal space of the mechanical Yuanling was also opened. Looking at the Leviathan in front of him, Xin Lang pointed directly at the broken arm on the ground. Take it yourself. Chapter 107, Alliance Recycling, 1 million per coin. Leviathan immediately picked up the arm from the ground. Xin Lang took a deep breath and instructed the system. Put this Leviathan into the internal space of the mechanical element. Receive. There was a flash of light, and the huge Leviathan disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Xin Lang received the information that the copy had been judged as a kill. Congratulations on defeating the final boss and achieving the perfect clearance achievement. Reward title, Metal Crusher. Rewards, Steel Armor, Kinetic Core, and Metal Flywheel. In 3 minutes, everyone in the dungeon will be teleported away. Hearing the voice in his mind, Xin Lang smiled and nodded. But at this moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for successfully recovering the machine lifeform. Rewards, Mechanical Lifeform Driving Skills, 1 contract participant, Automated Drone Function Upgrade, and Armed Drone. Congratulations to the host for receiving the title, King of Machinery. Hearing about the system's reward, Xin Lang couldn't help but take a breath. I didn't expect that after taming the mechanical lifeform, the system would give such a generous reward. The contract spot I've been longing for is finally available, and this time the rewards are all functional. The first is to gain the ability to drive mechanical lifeforms. You should know that mechanical lifeforms have their own intelligence, so they can fight on their own without the need for anyone to drive them. However, the intelligence of these mechanical lifeforms is very low, only equivalent to that of a child around 10 years old. This makes it impossible for them to fully utilize the powerful capabilities of their bodies. Just like the Leviathan just now. If Xin Lang were to drive it, everyone who came to the copy would be killed here. Automated driving features have also been upgraded. When using this function in the future, the functions and actions of automated driving will be more flexible. In addition, there are armed drones. These drones are not classified as aircraft models and are considered armed systems because they cannot be piloted by humans. Xin Lang had obtained the drone system before. But it was an unarmed reconnaissance drone. Amazing! Another great harvest this time. Small Bluff BOT document anti-piracy, find, book, machine people select Small Bluff, stable, reliable, don't step into pits. At this moment, Zhou Qing asked in confusion in his mind. Honey, what is that mechanical elemental order? Could it be the liquid metal in my body? Xin Lang smiled and nodded. Yes, this is my secret. Can you please not tell anyone else? Zhou Qing immediately covered his mouth and laughed. Hubby, we've already signed the contract. How could I tell your secret to anyone else? Don't worry. Xin Lang agreed, and then looked at the armored vehicle girl who had returned to her human form. The girl looked like a college student. When Xin Lang's eyes swept over her, she was immediately frightened and trembled. I know I was wrong. I didn't mean to help Teacher Feng deal with you. He threatened me that if I didn't help, he wouldn't let me graduate. Can you please let me go? I won't tell your secret to anyone else. Xin Lang chuckled and nodded. Don't worry, I'm not someone who kills innocent people. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Xin Lang spoke calmly. As long as you sign a temporary contract with me and voluntarily serve me for 3 years, I will trust you. The girl's expression froze on her face, but the situation was stronger than she was, so she had no choice but to agree. As the temporary contract was signed, Xin Lang also felt that he could control the girl's body. This way, after we get out, if she has any improper behavior or thoughts, I can use the system to force her to drive away immediately. I guarantee she won't be able to utter a word. The 3 minutes passed quickly, and with a flash of light, Xin Lang and the other two were teleported out of the copy. But just before leaving the copy, the girl suddenly revealed a strange smile at the corner of her mouth. After arriving outside the dungeon, everyone appeared in the hotel square again. However, at this time, only the teacher of their copy left the copy. The explorers of the other two copies are still fighting inside the copies. The people from the Mechanical Alliance didn't expect them to come out so quickly. At this moment, they were holding lunchboxes and looking at them in amazement. Why did you come out? Yeah, doesn't this copy meet the requirements? Have you finished writing your copy evaluation? After hearing what the Mechanical Alliance staff said, the teachers looked at Xin Lang, and then a hint of bitterness appeared on their faces. Although they knew that Xin Lang could deal with the final boss, they were still somewhat surprised that it took him less than half an hour. They even only dismantled 3 layers of the pillars and barely got the core. We have cleared this instance. This is the copy review I wrote. As the teacher said this, they handed in their own copy evaluations. Xin Lang looked at the girl from before. The girl immediately touched her lips with her finger to show that she would keep her mouth shut. Zhou Qing also submitted his own copy of the evaluation. After the Mechanical Alliance staff collected the copy evaluation, they asked casually, "How difficult was this dungeon? Who got the dungeon reward in the end?" All the teachers were silent, but they all looked at Xin Lang. The people in the Mechanical Alliance were a little confused. Why aren't you talking? The dungeon evaluation doesn't mention what happened during the dungeon. Would you like to report to us before the others come out? The teachers still didn't say anything, but the look in their eyes when they looked at Xin Lang became even weirder. Xin Lang coughed twice, then walked out and spoke. The difficulty of this dungeon is acceptable. It should be enough to test those students. As for the copy process, with so many of us working together, we not only killed all the mechanical monsters inside, but also defeated the final boss together. There's no need to hand in rewards or anything like that, right? But I did get a lot of mechanical cores. Do you want to recycle them? Xin Lang smiled and took out several mechanical cores. Seeing that the mechanical cores were all a level and above, the staff of the Mechanical Alliance nodded. Yes, 1 million per piece. That's the Alliance's buy-in price. When the teachers heard Xin Lang emphasize the word together, they all nodded and did not refute Xin Lang's words. Because the truth is too embarrassing. They did slaughter all the mechanical monsters in the dungeon together. But half of them were killed by Xin Lang alone. Half of the remaining half were killed by Xin Lang, who controlled their mecha girls. If these facts were made public, the people in the Mechanical Alliance would only doubt their moral integrity and might even have their teacher rank downgraded. At this time, Xin Lang heard the recycling price of 1 million per piece and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 108 Return to the Orphanage. A price of 1 million isn't too outrageous. Although it's a bit cheaper than the black market, it's guaranteed. Xin Lang thought about this, then said to the staff member with a smile, "Can any number of them be recycled?" The staff member looked at Xin Lang with some confusion. He had never seen Xin Lang in the information he had obtained before. Moreover, Xin Lang looks too young, just like his robot girl. They both look like college students. Although a commander's strength and age are not equal, there is a certain relationship between the two. How many mechanical cores can such a young stranger get? That's right, we'll recycle as many as we can. Xin Lang immediately nodded with satisfaction. He chose to trade with the Mechanical Alliance because he was attracted by the size of the Mechanical Alliance. Only such a huge organization can consume so many mechanical cores at one time. Otherwise, if you sell it on the black market, you will not only have to wait a long time, but you will also run the risk of being targeted by others. Okay, then shall I take it out now? How about finding me a place first? The staff member shook his head helplessly. He pointed at a table and said, "Then just put it there." He thought that even if Xin Lang got a lot of mechanical cores, he could only get a dozen or 20 at most. With this number of mechanical cores, he doesn't even need to report it, he can make the decision himself. Xin Lang blinked and had to walk over, then opened his commander's backpack. Crash! Piles of mechanical cores were poured onto the table, quickly filling up the entire surface, and then they all fell to the ground. The staff all widened their eyes in disbelief. But Xin Lang's actions still did not stop. A large number of mechanical cores were poured down until the entire table was buried in them. Qin Lang smiled and clapped his hands. Okay, that's all. All the staff rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Looking at that pile of blue mechanical cores, not even one of them is B grade. Instead, some S-class mechanical cores are emitting yellow light. Isn't this too much? Oh my god, how many mechanical cores did you get? Oh my god, I've never seen so many mechanical cores in my life. The Alliance staff all gasped in disbelief. This was the first time they had seen so many mechanical cores appear before their eyes. And these mechanical cores are all a level. Each mechanical core emits a faint blue light. Looking at the azure light, many Mechanical Alliance staff members couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The mechanical core is mainly used to upgrade the body and provide experience to the commander. If the energy of so many mechanical cores could be extracted, their value would be no less than that of an SS-grade mechanical core. That's all I have. I accidentally broke some of them. Qin Lang smiled slightly and looked at the staff. Can you transfer the money to me now? The staff immediately scrambled to protect the mechanical cores. This teacher. Qin Lang raised his hand. I'm not a teacher. I'm just the commander of this Mr. Zhou Qing. I'm still a college student. The staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Okay, classmate, since you took out too many mechanical cores, we need to report it to the Alliance branch. How about you go have lunch first? We'll transfer the money to you once we've verified the quantity and quality of the mechanical cores. How about that? Qin Lang snapped his fingers lightly. No problem. Then he stretched out his hand, and Zhou Qing immediately came over and took his arm affectionately. Wife, since they still need some time to count the number, let's go eat now. I've been fighting in the dungeon for so long, I'm a little hungry. Zhou Qing smiled very sweetly. Okay. The buffet at this hotel is pretty good, let's go together. Watching Zhou Cheng and Qin Lang walk away together, the teachers all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The mecha girls looked at their commander with some disdain. This is the demeanor a top commander should have. Because they completed the dungeon so quickly, it took them less than 6 hours in total. The maximum time limit for these 3 copies is 24 hours. So they have to wait here for other teachers. After dinner, the people from the Mechanical Alliance finally counted the exact number of those mechanical cores. There were 682 in total, which means 682 million. This one copy created a billionaire. All the teachers were shocked when they heard the news. You know, although they are university teachers and their monthly salary is about 50,000, the salary is not enough to upgrade their own mecha girls. Qin Lang obtained such a huge fortune by just downloading a copy. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. If these teachers knew that Qin Lang still had hundreds of millions of dollars in funds, I guess all of them would go crazy. Due to the high-intensity battles in the dungeon before, although Qin Lang has the talent of infinite energy, he is still a little tired. So the two of them did not leave the hotel that day, but rested well in the room. The next morning, all the teachers returned as scheduled and submitted their copy evaluations. This teaching and research meeting ended perfectly here. The Mechanical Alliance will select one of the 3 copies to be used as a trial site for those students. But in order to avoid being exposed in advance, these teachers will not know which copy has been selected. However, the Mechanical Alliance did not restrict them from giving their students special lessons after returning to school, and they could also inform students of the situation in the dungeon in advance. But the probability of this happening is really too low. After all, they don't know the situation of all 3 copies, they only know the one they entered. If they are not selected, then all this experience will be wasted. The results of this copy will also become an important reference for evaluating these teachers. After the teaching and research meeting ended, other teachers took the high-speed rail back. Lu Yun and Zhao Lin also invited Qin Lang and others to take the high-speed rail back to school together. But Qin Lang refused. After all, it only took 4 or 5 hours to drive from the school to here. It would be better to drive Zhou Qing back in this time. So on the highway, a silver-white ghost supercar was speeding along, and the cheers of Qin Lang and Zhou Qing were heard from the cockpit. At noon that day, Qin Lang and Zhou Qing returned to the orphanage. Chapter 109 Drama Queen Lillian. Su Weiwei was also very happy to see Qin Lang and Zhou Qing coming. She asked some older children to buy vegetables, while she smiled and chatted with Zhou Qing and Qin Lang. Although all the children in the orphanage are orphans, under Su Weiwei's care, this place is like a warm big family, and those children do not have withdrawn personalities at all. On the contrary, each one is very cute. Zhou Qing also felt the atmosphere of home here. After lunch, Xin Lang left some money for Su Weiwei and then went back to her apartment with Zhou Cheng. Xin Lang and Zhou Cheng snuggled in the soft sofa, with Zhou Cheng nestling on Xin Lang's shoulder like a well-behaved cat. Looking at Zhou Qing's perfect profile, Xin Lang's heart moved. Now that he has returned to Jiangcheng City, he will go to investigate the mysterious organization and the killer organization. This matter is like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. If it is not resolved quickly, it will definitely bring danger to him and those around him. Thinking of this, Xin Lang spoke directly. Wife, I have some things to do in the next period of time, so I won't be able to attend classes at school every day. Zhou Qing was a little surprised when he heard Xin Lang's words. Hubby, aren't you going to continue with the class? But it's okay. After all, you're already better than some of the teachers, and you've already reached 4 stars, which is more than the graduation standard. I'll help you with the school, just go do your own thing. Hearing Zhou Qing being so considerate, Xin Lang was a little confused. Wife, don't you ask me what I'm going to do? Zhou Qing smiled and leaned closer to Xin Lang's arms. The subtle fragrance from her body penetrated his nostrils, and Xin Lang enjoyed this rare tranquility. Hubby, I know what you are going to do must be something very important. It doesn't matter whether I know these things or not. As long as my husband loves me when he is with me, that's enough. But you must ensure your own safety, because no matter what time, I will be here waiting for you. Zhou Qing's words immediately made Xin Lang feel warm in his heart. He took a deep breath and hugged Zhou Qing tightly. The next morning, after Zhou Qing got up and went to work, Xin Lang was the only one left in the apartment. He got up and packed up, then made a phone call and made an appointment to meet the other party in a cafe before leaving the apartment directly. Half an hour later, Xin Lang arrived at the agreed coffee shop. A girl wearing a white shirt, a light blue JK skirt and white over-the-knee socks was standing at the door. The girl was looking forward to it, her long, smooth flaxen hair gently blown by the wind, making her look quite youthful and charming. Xin Lang greeted him directly. Lillian, I'm here. Lillian turned around and saw that it was Xin Lang, and immediately ran over happily. Master, you are finally back. How was it? Did the seminar go well? Are you ready to take me to the dungeon to kill everyone? If Lily were equipped with a tail at this time, she would definitely be shaking her head and wagging her tail. Especially after spending such a long time together, Lillian has completely regarded Xin Lang as her master. If it weren't for Xin Lang, she would still be the lowest level machine, doing reception work and earning a very meager salary. But because of the appearance of Xin Lang, her life was completely changed. Now that she saw Xin Lang again, Lillian suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Seeing Lillian cheering in front of him, Xin Lang pushed her down. Calm down. Lillian took a deep breath and then said with a red face. Master, I'm ready. Come and drive me. What are we going to do this time? Xin Lang shook his head helplessly, then handed her a cup of coffee he bought before speaking. This time, I want you to join a killer organization with me. As long as we can complete the task, we can get more rewards. Hearing this, Lillian's body stiffened instantly, and even the hand holding the coffee froze in mid-air involuntarily. Xin Lang didn't continue talking, but looked at Lillian with a smile. Lillian came to her senses after a while and quickly shrank her neck. Master, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. As she said this, she turned around and ran away. Xin Lang folded his arms and suddenly spoke. If you want to leave, return those mechanical cores and other things to me. Lillian stopped dead in her tracks when she heard this. After a moment, she turned around, revealing an extremely troubled face. Master, aren't you forcing me? That's a killer organization. It sounds very dangerous. Making money is important, but life is more important. Xin Lang was speechless and spoke directly. How can it be as dangerous as you think? We are going to assassinate someone, not engage in direct confrontation. Even if it's a head-on confrontation, with your current strength and my driving skills, do you think we'd lose? Lillian opened her mouth, but she had no idea how to refuse. After all, Xin Lang was right. She had now reached the SS level, coupled with Xin Lang's incredible driving skills. No matter what kind of enemy they encounter, they can defeat it easily. But the problem is, this is completely different from entering a dungeon and killing monsters. After entering the dungeon, all mechanical monsters are their enemies, and they just need to kill them mindlessly. But once they become killers, their hands will be stained with the blood of innocent people. Maybe I will become a demon who kills innocent people in the future. What should I do if I get caught? What should I do if my identity is discovered by others? Thinking of this, Lillian suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Master, can I refuse? Xin Lang nodded. Yes, you just need to return the equipment and mechanical core to me. Lillian took a deep breath and immediately put on a righteous expression. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? Master, isn't it just about joining a killer organization? I'll go with you. As long as my master doesn't leave me, I will never abandon him. Seeing Lillian shouting so many slogans, Xin Lang smiled helplessly. What a drama queen. This is also one of the reasons why he chose Lillian. If the Mechanical Alliance assigned him a mecha girl, not only would he be at risk of being discovered by the killer organization, but he would also be completely trapped in a place like the killer organization. Only Lillian, who seems to be a bit out of place, will not only avoid suspicion, but also keep his heart sunning in the killer organization. Chapter 110 Martha Martha, I am Lottie. 2 minutes later, the two took a taxi and headed directly to the location of the killer organization's base. Looking at Lillian, who was nervous again, Xin Lang suddenly felt that it was a wise decision to bring Lillian along. Because only her appearance resembles the real reaction of an ordinary person after hearing about the killer organization. Maybe this time he would even have to rely on Lillian to keep him safe. As the taxi gradually drove towards the downtown area, the surrounding scene became more and more prosperous, and the two were now in the city center. I have to say that Lillian's calmness does have certain advantages. At this time, she had completely lost her initial nervousness. Instead, she felt a little curious and confused. Master, is that organization really located in this city? I thought they were in some remote village in the countryside. Xin Lang didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. To be honest, when he first got the address, he was also wondering why such a killer organization would set up its base in the middle of the city. But those from the Mechanical Alliance will definitely not make mistakes. After thinking for such a long time, Xin Lang finally figured it out. If the killer organization really set up its base in a sparsely populated wilderness, it would not only be difficult to hide the base, but also difficult for the killers to hide their identities. After all, who would often go to the sparsely populated wilderness? Anyone who frequents that place must be very suspicious. On the contrary, in this kind of urban environment, due to the dense flow of people, it is very easy for these killers to hide in the crowd. This increases the difficulty of investigation. At the same time, placing the base in the urban area has another advantage, which is that it makes it easier for the killers to take on missions. The killers also have to live their own lives, and any upgrades and modifications to the parts of the mechas they drive also require transactions. Moreover, if a killer does not want others to discover his identity as a killer, the best way is to live an ordinary life like other ordinary people. If it is too unconventional, there will be no need for the sheriff of the Mechanical Alliance to patrol, and it will probably have been reported by some enthusiastic people long ago. Soon, the taxi stopped by the roadside and Xin Lang pulled Lillian out of the car. At this time, they were in a very high-end office building in the city. This office building was built only 5 years ago. It has 48 floors and can accommodate thousands of companies. This office building had already become a landmark building in Jiangxing City when it was built, and together with the nearby shopping malls, residential areas, etc., it instantly raised the surrounding land prices. At the same time, if you want to buy an office building here to start a company, the price is extremely high. The killer organization chose this place as their base, not only to use those office workers to hide their identities, but also to make the Mechanical Alliance's encirclement and suppression very difficult. Even if this stronghold was exposed, the Mechanical Alliance had already surrounded the building, and they could escape among the crowd. They could even use the employees of so many companies as hostages to force the Mechanical Alliance not to act rashly. Xin Lang took Lillian directly into the building. Following the instructions given to him by the Mechanical Alliance, he took the elevator to Building B. This elevator goes to the 24th floor and above. He first pressed the button for the 24th floor, then pressed the button for 36, 42, 28, and finally pressed the intercom inside the elevator. This series of actions instantly surprised Lillian, who was standing next to her. Could this be the communication code of that killer organization? This is amazing. Did they also build this building? Won't anyone notice? Hearing Lillian's questions, Xin Lang took a deep breath, turned his head and looked at her. Don't you think you have too many questions? Lillian's expression froze instantly, and she quickly covered her mouth. At this time, a soft female voice came from the communication device inside the elevator. Hello, how can I help you? At the same time, the surveillance camera inside the elevator was aimed directly at Qin Lang and Lillian's faces. Qin Lang went straight to the point. "We're going to the hidden floor. You should be able to find out our identities, right? I advise you not to play tricks. Since I can find this place, I can also find other bases. I came here to cooperate with you. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy." After hearing Qin Lang's words, the voice in the communicator was silent for a few seconds, and then continued to speak gently. "Okay, please wait." After saying this, the elevator began to rise rapidly. Feeling the extraordinary gravity, Lillian took a breath of cold air. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Lang looked at her directly, and she quickly covered her mouth. Just like a bungee jumping machine, when the elevator rises rapidly, it will produce an overweight effect, which is enough to crush some people with poor physical fitness directly to the ground. It seems that this should be the first test of the killer organization. It's a pity that Qin Lang's current physical fitness has long exceeded the scope of ordinary people after being strengthened many times by the system. Coupled with the bonus of a 4-star commander, this overweight effect is the same as nothing to him. After rising rapidly, the elevator stopped instantly. As the elevator door slowly opened, a seemingly ordinary floor appeared in front of us. However, this floor does not appear on any map or in the introduction of this building. After this place was chosen as their base, the killer organization renovated the building, not only opening up a new floor between the 23rd and 24th floors, but also blocking the passage from this floor to other floors. And this is the base of this mysterious killer organization. There are countless strongholds like this one among the killer organizations. Qin Lang slowly walked out of the elevator. The lights were bright here, and although there were no windows, it maintained good ventilation. This place doesn't look like a base of a killer organization at all. Instead, it looks no different from an ordinary company. Lillian also came out a little nervously. Just then, a woman walked out from the corner in front and looked at Qin Lang and Lillian with a smile. "Commander Qin Lang, Mecha Girl Lillian. Welcome to the Blood Shadow Organization. I'm Martha, the person in charge of this base. I wonder what brings you here." Hearing the woman's words, Qin Lang sneered in his heart. "Martha? I'm also Lottie." But the fact that they were able to investigate my and Lillian's identities in such a short time shows the strength of this organization. Chapter 111 The Killer Organization's Confidence. Seeing Martha standing between him and Lillian, although her posture was relaxed and there was no sign of vigilance in her eyes or words, Qin Lang could clearly sense a sense of hostility. It was like if they made any rash moves, the enemies would kill them instantly. Qin Lang chuckled and spoke calmly. "What can I do for you? I'd like to ask you first, what did you mean by sending assassins to kill me?" Martha smiled. "Mr. Qin Lang, our assassin organization is completely neutral and does not belong to anyone or any organization. Anyone can come here to post missions and bounties. Since someone wants your life, our assassin organization will certainly not give up the business. Would you like to give us some advice on our business?" Martha's words were flawless, and even when facing a powerful combination like Qin Lang and Lillian, she did not show any emotion. As expected of a leader of a killer organization. "Haha, really? Then I want to ask, how much is my life worth?" Martha held up a finger. 10 million? It can't be that low, right? Martha shook her head and wiggled her finger. 100 million? That's more than enough. But Martha laughed. "Mr. Qin Lang, please stop joking with me. Your bounty is 1 billion. And it was recently raised to 10 billion. But no killer dares to take on this task." Hearing this, Qin Lang was suddenly shocked. Although he had guessed long ago that the person who wanted him dead would definitely spend a huge price, the reward of 10 billion was still too sensational. What on earth had he done to deserve that person to spend 10 billion to kill him? And why no killer dares to take this task? Could it be because I'm too strong? Qin Lang thought so with self-mockery. But at this moment, Lillian next to her suddenly said in surprise. "What? You said he's worth 10 billion? So what? If I kill him now, can you give me 10 billion? Martha smiled very gently and nodded. "Sure." Qin Lang turned his head and saw Lillian shrinking her neck. I was just joking, go on, go on." Martha still looked at Qin Lang, her expression unchanged. "I want to ask, why didn't any killer take this mission?" Martha smiled. "Secret." Qin Lang shrugged. Although he knew that Martha would never tell him about the killer organization, such a straightforward refusal still made him look up to Martha. After all, many people, especially those in power, like to say meaningless words to maintain the mystery and power of their organization. For someone as straightforward as Martha to be able to become the head of the base of this killer organization, it means that she must have some extraordinary abilities. Qin Lang stopped dwelling on this question and asked directly. Needless to say, you certainly won't tell me who posted this reward. I'd like to ask, if I put a bounty on this person, how much would it cost? Martha thought for a moment, then spoke. Mr. Qin Lang, please wait a moment. She reached out and pressed her ears, and Qin Lang discovered that she was wearing a very tiny earphone on her ear. If it weren't for this action, Qin Lang wouldn't even have noticed the existence of the headphones. This discovery made Qin Lang start to wonder whether Martha was the person in charge of this stronghold or just a puppet. Before he could think of the result, Martha put down her hand and said with a smile, "We need 100 billion. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows instantly. 100 billion? Are you sure? Martha nodded slightly. Yes, this is the result of our comprehensive assessment based on his strength, identity, status, and importance. But even if you have 100 billion, we don't recommend you post this bounty, because it's very likely that no killer would dare to take such a high-paying task." Hearing Martha say this, Qin Lang immediately sneered. No way? An organization as big as yours doesn't even have a killer like this? I don't think there's any need for you to continue operating. You might as well close it down. Faced with such ridicule, Martha just smiled slightly and did not look angry at all. Qin Lang looked at Martha opposite him and suddenly asked, "If we want to join this organization, are there any requirements?" Martha's eyes lit up, and it was the first time she had experienced any emotion in a long time. It seemed that he was a little surprised that Qin Lang wanted to join. "Mr. Qin Lang, may I ask why you want to join our organization?" Qin Lang said with his hands spread out. "There's no particular reason. I just want to make some extra money. After all, I have a lot of mecha girls to support." Martha didn't say anything, but just frowned in thought, as if she was evaluating the credibility of Qin Lang's words. Qin Lang also didn't say much. The more he said at a time like this, the more loopholes he would reveal. Sometimes letting them fill in the blanks themselves would often have a better effect. As expected, Martha spoke up. "Mr. Qin Lang, according to our intelligence, you are a very powerful SSS-level talented commander. With this level of talent, even joining the Mechanical Alliance would give you a good position. Besides, as far as I know, you should have plenty of money to spend, so I can't think of any reason for you to join us." Qin Lang shook his head. "It's because of my talent that the Mechanical Alliance wants to control me and make me sign a contract with one of their starships. I'm a person who loves freedom by nature, and who says I don't lack money? I have been an orphan since I was young and I still live in an orphanage. If possible, I hope to help more children. As for the reason, after I join you, you probably won't send assassins to kill me anymore." "Is that a reason?" Martha's expression froze for a moment, but she soon spoke with a strange look on her face. "Mr. Qin Lang, I'm afraid you have a misunderstanding about our organization. Why don't you come with me to the reception room and I'll tell you briefly about our organization. How about you consider joining then?" Qin Lang nodded and walked directly towards Martha. Lillian stood there, not knowing whether to walk or go. Qin Lang walked around the corner and found two very concealed laser devices installed on the wall. At such a close distance, such a powerful laser will instantly tear through all defenses. Even if Lillian transformed directly into a mechanical form, she would be easily penetrated by this laser device. It turns out that this is the confidence of the killer organization as stronghold. Chapter 112. Can the killer organization make extra money? Looking back, Qin Lang saw Lillian still standing there with a conflicted look on her face, so he simply waved at her. "What are you standing there for? Come here." Lillian had no choice but to jog and follow Qin Lang. The three of them came to a meeting room together. When passing through the hall, Qin Lang looked inside and found that there were many salesmen operating computers and some were making phone calls. It looks no different from a company. But these people are carrying out the business of a killer organization. Arriving in the reception room, Martha sat on the sofa, Qin Lang sat directly opposite her, and Lillian stood behind Qin Lang very obediently. "Tea or coffee?" "Iced Americano, thank you." "Ah, I'll just drink plain water." Qin Lang and Lillian said separately, and soon someone brought in the coffee and boiled water they ordered. After taking a sip of the bitter iced American coffee, Qin Lang felt his brain become much clearer. Martha smiled. Mr. Qin Lang, you should have seen our situation here. We are not only a base for the organization, but also a company. Those salesmen need to classify the various bounties and missions and assign them to killers of corresponding levels. These killers can decide whether to accept this mission based on their own choice, and they will only receive a vague introduction before accepting it. Only after they confirm their acceptance will they be able to obtain the specific information and objectives of the mission. At this point, they will no longer be able to refuse or terminate the mission. Unless they complete this mission, they will not be able to accept other missions. This mission will remain in their hands for 3 days, after which it will be assigned to other killers. Each killer has many missions to choose from, but they are all based on their current level. When some missions are not accepted by killers, it is suspected that the mission level is too high, so the level is adjusted up, and the reward is also adjusted upwards. Hearing this, Qin Lang nodded slightly. So what's the situation with my mission? Martha smiled. Your mission has been taken by several assassins. It won't be long before they come to assassinate you. Qin Lang opened his mouth. He didn't expect that he could do this. After Martha finished speaking, she took a sip from the water cup on the table and then patiently explained, "You have a misunderstanding about our organization. Even those who join our organization will not be able to avoid being on the wanted list. Anyone who makes it onto the wanted list can be chosen by the killer. If you have enough money, you can even issue a mission to assassinate me, or even the founder of our organization. The prerequisite is that you need to know his identity information. We are only responsible for killing people, not investigating mission intelligence. Of course, you can also purchase mission intelligence from us, and the price varies." Qin Lang immediately felt a toothache. I didn't expect this organization to be so heartless. Even if you join their organization, you will be assassinated by those killers. In this case, my claim of wanting to join this organization would be untenable, so how could they trust me? This time, Qin Lang's goal is not to really join this killer organization, but to use this opportunity to investigate the situation of this organization as soon as possible, so that those people in the Mechanical Alliance can wipe out this organization in one fell swoop. At the same time, he also has to investigate whether this killer organization has any connection with that mysterious organization. If there is no connection, then it's easy to deal with. But if there is, Qin Lang can even follow the clues and find out the situation of that mysterious organization in one fell swoop. But now he was stuck at the first step. Seeing Qin Lang was thinking, Martha said no more and looked at Lillian. "Miss Lillian, according to our investigation, your family situation doesn't seem to be very good. But with Qin Lang's help, you have now been upgraded to SS class machine. I wonder if you would like to join our organization and earn some extra money? Please rest assured, we will not disturb your normal life. At the same time, as long as you do not reveal your identity, no one will know that you are a member of the assassin organization." After hearing Martha's words, Lillian was suddenly moved. But she looked at Qin Lang sitting on the sofa again, then shook her head and said, "I'll just wait for the master's decision." Hearing this name, Martha raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Lang with some surprise. At this time, Qin Lang also spoke. "If that's the case, I don't think there's any need for me to join your organization. Because no matter what level of assassins you send, I have the confidence to defeat them. And even if I join your organization, there will still be assassins who will kill me, so why bother?" After Qin Lang said this, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Don't worry, I won't reveal anything about your organization to anyone else. Even if the deal doesn't go through, there's still righteousness." Seeing Qin Lang preparing to leave, Martha also stood up, but did not say anything to keep him. Qin Lang smiled slightly and walked out the door as usual. Although Lillian didn't understand what was going on, she immediately followed Qin Lang out. The tactic Qin Lang used was called retreat in order to advance. Since he couldn't find a reason to join this organization, if he forced himself to join, it would definitely arouse the suspicion of the killer organization, so he couldn't be too eager. Otherwise, not only will it increase the suspicion on him, but it may also bring danger to oneself. Judging from Martha's reaction just now, they also hope that a commander like herself can join. After all, even if Lillian and the others extended an olive branch, how could they just let go of someone like me who wanted to join the killer organization? But as he walked out of the reception room, Martha still did not speak to keep him. This also made Qin Lang's mentality a little broken. Could it be that the killer organization would really let him go? He still didn't change, but walked briskly towards the elevator, as if he had no intention of staying. It wasn't until he pressed the elevator button that Martha's voice finally came from behind him. "Mr. Qin Lang, please wait a moment. Hearing this, Xin Lang didn't even look back, but took advantage of the elevator door opening and walked directly into the elevator. The more resolute he appears at this moment, the more credibility he will gain. Sure enough, Martha chased after him and pressed the elevator door. "Mr. Xin Lang, I think we can talk. Although you have no reason to join our organization, it will be beneficial for you to join our organization. Why don't we go to the reception room and talk about the specific situation?" Xin Lang chuckled. "Yeah." Chapter 113 Joining the Killer Organization. Xin Lang followed Martha back to the reception room, and Lillian followed Xin Lang throughout the whole process without showing any dissatisfaction. After finishing it, Martha asked someone to bring Xin Lang another cup of coffee. "Mr. Xin Lang, we know that you are a very powerful commander. Having a commander like you join us will indeed make our organization stronger." Xin Lang raised his hand. "Never mind, I still want to hear it. What good will it do me? You should know that I'm not short of money." Hearing this, Lillian instantly despised you in her heart. Just now you said you were desperately short of money. But with Lillian's intelligence, how could she understand that the initiative just now was in Martha's hands, but now the initiative was in Xin Lang's hands? Xin Lang said that before because he wanted to join the killer organization. But now it is Xin Lang who shows that he is unwilling to join the killer organization, and instead has to rely on Martha to tempt him to join. This tactic of retreating to advance not only resulted in an exchange of initiative, but also increased the credibility of Xin Lang's identity. Although Martha was somewhat dissatisfied in her heart, she did not show it, but said with a smile, "Mr. Xin Lang, let's not talk about what kind of rewards our missions can bring you, nor do we mention that many of our missions require entering dungeons. That alone is enough reason for you to join our organization." Xin Lang leaned back on the sofa and asked with a smile, "Oh, what?" Martha looked at Xin Lang quietly and spoke slowly. "After you join our organization, the assassins within the organization can also choose to accept the mission of assassinating you. But if your level increases, the rewards for your missions will also increase, and your level will also rise. If you can reach the highest level, I'm afraid that person won't be able to afford such a high reward, right? In this way, the mission concerning you will naturally be cancelled. Joining our organization will also allow you to meet some powerful people, and even team up to enter dungeons together. These dungeons are carefully selected by our organization, and each dungeon can bring you rewards that you can't get in regular dungeons." Martha said this, stood up and walked to Xin Lang, and sat down next to his legs. "Also, there are many single mecha girls within our organization, and the levels of these mecha girls are also very powerful. Even the legendary SSS class mecha girls have it. If you can combine the two powers, wouldn't your strength be even greater?" Xin Lang was suddenly extremely surprised. "Does your organization have SSS level mecha girls? Could it be you?" Martha covered her mouth and laughed, then took off the headphones from her ears. She was wearing a professional suit and stretched out her arms as white as lotus roots, slowly wrapped them around Xin Lang's neck, moved in front of Xin Lang, and spoke in a sweet voice. "Commander, you really know how to joke. I'm just an A-rank machine. But if the commander wants to experience it, I'm also willing to make a temporary contract with you." As Martha said this, her body softened in Xin Lang's arms. Xin Lang is not a saint, so of course he can't remain calm when a woman sits on his lap. Seeing Martha's expression, Xin Lang chuckled and put his arms around her waist. "Yeah." Xin Lang slowly approached Martha's fair and graceful neck. It seemed that a strange man was approaching, and Martha's neck instantly turned pink. Lillian at the back couldn't help but widen her eyes. "No way? Are you going to do this in front of me? And you guys are so good at teasing. This is not a car going to kindergarten." At this moment, Martha suddenly pushed Xin Lang gently onto the sofa, then crossed her legs and stood up. "How about it? My powerful commander, would you consider it?" Xin Lang chuckled and called the system directly in his mind. "System, check for any mecha girls around who can be forced to drive. Search successful. The list of vehicles available for mandatory driving is as follows: number 3580 Maserati A-Class, number 3886 Pickup E-Class. Please select the unit number you want to force pilot. Except for the A-Class Maserati, all other models are E or F-Class. It seems that the mecha grades of those working outside are not very good, so they choose to do this kind of corporate job." But what surprised Xin Lang even more was that the model of Maserati was actually Maserati. Mandatory Maserati driving. Select simulation driving as the driving mode. Forced driving, please wait. Almost instantly, Xin Lang's consciousness entered the cockpit of the Maserati. Since it was a simulated driving, Martha did not turn into a mechanical form at all. Instead, she immediately widened her eyes and looked at Qin Lang in disbelief. At this time, Martha was forced by Qin Lang to visit the cockpit, and she immediately felt something was wrong. A powerful commander entered the cockpit and was inspecting her hull. Then, he actually started the machine directly. Feeling Qin Lang's spiritual connection forcibly connected to the system, although it was a simulation training, it would probably be difficult to resist in actual combat. If this level of forced synchronization occurred on a real battlefield, the consequences are simply incalculable. Even more shocking is that I am completely unable to sever the connection, a deep bond that can usually only be achieved through a formal contract. It seems that Qin Lang's mental strength is even stronger than he thought. Martha was extremely alert. Qin Lang stopped driving after more than 10 minutes. Mr. Qin Lang, you are truly talented. If you join our organization, you will definitely become a high-level killer. I'm very much looking forward to having you join me. Qin Lang chuckled, slowly stood up and said, "Since you want me to join your organization, how can I do that without giving you some benefits?" I agreed to join. Martha took a deep breath, stood up with the help of the coffee table, and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Qin Lang. "Then welcome to join the Blood Shadow organization. We'll be doing an initial rating for you shortly. Please allow me to give you a brief introduction." Martha's voice was still a little trembling at this time, but she soon returned to normal. Qin Lang was a little surprised to see her recover so quickly. "I didn't have time to check the condition of the car just now, but now it seems that Martha must be very experienced. The assassins in our organization are ranked from high to low: Heaven, King, Star, Diamond, Platinum, and Gold. In addition to being evaluated based on your strength, these ranks will also be adjusted based on the number of missions you complete. Currently, there are only 3 top-tier assassins, each of whom is a powerful commander or mecha girl. Also, if you have a partner, we will consider both your and your partner's abilities." Qin Lang nodded immediately and pointed at Lillian. "Hey, this is my partner." Chapter 114 The Emotionless Diamond Killer. Seeing Qin Lang's actions, Martha was stunned. Lillian at the back raised her head confidently with a satisfied smile. "Mr. Qin Lang, please forgive me for being blunt." Martha spoke with some embarrassment. "With your talent level, if you partner with a more powerful mecha girl, you might even be able to reach the star glory level directly. But she might bring your rating down." As soon as these words came out, Lillian immediately became unhappy and spoke aggressively. "What do you mean? You just recruited me to join your organization, why are you now saying that I will lower his level? You are too hurtful." Martha raised her hand and said with an innocent expression, "No offense, but at your level, you might be better off working with a suitable commander." Lillian gritted her teeth, as if she wanted to argue again, but Qin Lang pulled her to his side. "No need. We work very well together, and I'm familiar with her body. If it were someone else, they might suppress my fighting ability." After hearing this, Martha stopped trying to persuade him. This was just a suggestion. As long as Qin Lang could complete the task, it didn't matter who he worked with. However, Lillian behind Qin Lang was deeply moved. She knew that with Qin Lang's talent and ability, he would be able to exert stronger combat power by signing a contract with any mecha girl. "I didn't expect Qin Lang to do this for me. From now on, I must devote myself to Qin Lang wholeheartedly." On the other side, after Martha finished registering Qin Lang and Lillian's information, she took out a tablet and entered their information into it for rating. While waiting for the rating results, Martha took out a mobile phone as if by magic. "This is a communicator exclusively for members of our organization. Since you two are a team, I'll just give you one. I'll teach you how to use it." Qin Lang nodded. Martha stood up and sat next to Qin Lang, and started operating the communicator. This device requires any 2 of the 3 methods, pupil, fingerprint, and password to unlock. Even if you force it, you will only see an ordinary mobile phone system. After passing the verification, you can open this app to view the tasks you can accept. We also have task push notifications. Every member must complete a task of the same level every 3 months. Otherwise, you'll be demoted. After accepting the mission objectives and mission instructions will be displayed here. Seeing the communicator in his hand, Qin Lang's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect that this killer organization actually used such a strict communication method, and it was completely through a single line of communication. It was impossible for any killer to reversely find the branch of the killer organization. No wonder after so long, the Mechanical Alliance has not obtained any information about this killer organization. You can now browse these tasks and get an idea of their difficulty. Xin Lang nodded and took the communicator to check it. Since he has not been rated yet, he can only view some public tasks. Public missions are open to killers of any level and can be freely chosen to accept. He quickly saw the mission related to him on it. Assassinate SSS level Commander Xin Lang. Mission objective, completely kill. Mission reward, 1 billion mechanical coins. Xin Lang shook his head helplessly, then asked Martha. What if I want to issue a mission? Martha smiled, picked up the communicator and returned to the main interface, then opened another software. You only need to submit it to the headquarters through this software and pay a certain deposit. Headquarters will determine your rating based on the difficulty of your mission. You can also post public missions, but the rewards for public missions are generally higher. The advantage is that it doesn't need to go through our headquarters. As long as someone likes the reward you offer, they will choose to accept it. Xin Lang immediately nodded in understanding, and then issued his first task. Assassinate the publisher of the mission, public mission number 158, mission objective, kill the publisher, mission reward, 1 SS-class mechanical core and a Viper missile armament system. After Xin Lang finished editing, he directly chose to publish the public task. Martha beside him couldn't help but frown. You also? Xin Lang turned around and asked with a smile. What? Can't I release this mission? Martha shook her head. That's not the case, it's just that the reward for this task you gave is too high. An SS-class mecha core costs over 1 billion, and this Kisan missile armament system is a powerful aid for the commander and the mecha girls. Aren't you afraid that person will continue to raise the price? Xin Lang chuckled and leaned back on the sofa. Just add it, at worst I can add another mechanical core. This stuff is a precious resource, it's better than those mechanical coins. Xin Lang saw it clearly. Since the killers who accepted the mission were all commanders or mecha girls, this kind of resource was much more attractive to them than money. After all, there are many resources that cannot be bought with money, such as SS-level mechanical cores. Although the black market price is 1 billion, few people would sell a mechanical core of this level. This has resulted in a situation where there is a price but no market. Martha shook her head and said nothing more. After all, this is Xin Lang's freedom. Anyone can post tasks in their organization, and this is also the original intention of their establishment of this organization. Just as he was thinking about it, the communicator in Xin Lang's hand suddenly made a prompt sound. He quickly opened it and found that someone was communicating with him about the mission. Do you know the identity of the target? There was no name on the killer's business card, only a number. Xin Lang typed a reply quickly. I don't know, so I need you to investigate. If I had known, the price wouldn't be this. There was silence for a while, and then the status of this task changed to accepted. Xin Lang immediately became excited. He didn't expect that this killer organization was so full of hidden talents that he could accept missions without knowing the identity of the target. Martha saw this and couldn't help but laugh. There are many people who are good at gathering intelligence. I guess this killer will buy intelligence from others. As she was speaking, the tablet in her hand suddenly rang. She quickly opened it and saw that Xin Lang and Lillian's ratings had come out. Hiss. Headquarters has comprehensively assessed the strengths of both of you and has awarded you the rank of Diamond-level killer. The communicator has also been bound to you. Congratulations on officially joining the Blood Shadow organization. Hearing this, Xin Lang felt a little excited. Chapter 115 Paid Copy. Before coming here, he was thinking about how he could get the attention of the top leaders of the killer organization. If he directly showed his extraordinary talent and became a high-level killer, he would not only fail to gain the attention of the top management, but would instead arouse their fear. After all, I am so capable and can develop well anywhere, so why should I join a killer organization? Any smart person can figure out that there must be something fishy going on. That's why he brought Lillian with him. This is the only way to lower his rating and prevent the senior executives from paying too much attention to him. Only in this way can he improve his rating by continuously accepting tasks and strengthen the recognition of him by the top leaders of the organization. He came here not only to join the killer organization, but also to find out some inside stories of this killer organization. As just an ordinary killer, he will definitely not be able to access the inside story. If he wants to access it, he must show more. For any organization, the loyalty of its members is what the leaders of these organizations need to consider. How can I make those people believe that I am loyal? Of course, it is to accept tasks frequently and constantly level up to improve yourself. Seeing that the purpose of his trip had been achieved, Xin Lang stood up and said goodbye. In that case, I'll leave first. Keep in touch. Hearing Xin Lang's words, Martha quickly called him. Wait a minute, let's add a contact method. Since you've discovered this distribution, it's no longer safe and will soon be abandoned. From now on, no matter what happens, don't rush to the organization's branch. Just contact them through the communicator. Xin Lang was extremely shocked when he heard this. He still underestimated the cautiousness of this killer organization. Just because he found the address of this branch would be abandoned? This place, which cost a lot of manpower and material resources to build, is just going to be abandoned? It's no wonder that an organization with such courage can cause headaches for the Mechanical Alliance. Good. Although he was shocked, Xin Lang did not show any emotion on the surface. Instead, he added Martha's contact information and left. After Xin Lang left, Martha took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa with her whole body limp. This Xin Lang, his ability is so domineering. Thinking of the feeling when she was forced to drive just now, Martha felt a little strange in her heart. At this moment, a cold voice came from the headset. Don't forget your mission. Keep a close eye on him. If he makes any unusual moves, immediately dispatch the king-level assassins to surround and destroy him. Hearing the command in the headset, Martha quickly and respectfully agreed. Yes, Master. But at this moment, the tablet in Martha's hand suddenly made a prompt sound. She looked over in disbelief, only to find that Xin Lang, who had just left, had already accepted 3 tasks. Hiss. What on earth does this Xin Lang want to do? He accepted 3 missions at the same time, and they are all diamond level. Can he really complete these tasks? As the head of this branch, Martha can naturally see the list of tasks accepted by each killer. She soon discovered that the missions Xin Lang accepted were assassination missions, copy missions, and intelligence missions. The assassination mission requires Xin Lang to assassinate a traitor of a company, with a price tag of 1 million. The dungeon mission requires you to completely remove the mechanical core and weapon system of the A-level dungeon boss, with a price tag of 20 million. The most outrageous thing was the intelligence mission. Demanding an investigation into the defense situation of the Jiangcheng Mechanical Alliance is a blatant act of hostility towards the Mechanical Alliance. If this matter were to be exposed, Xin Lang would definitely be hunted down by the Mechanical Alliance. Before, he thought Xin Lang was an undercover agent sent by the Mechanical Alliance, but now it seems that which undercover agent would set his sights on his old boss first? This defense map is of utmost importance to the Mechanical Alliance. Once it is figured out, it will be easy for the enemy to infiltrate the city. Therefore, the price tag for this task is also the highest, a full 300 million. But even so, the price tag is far from enough for the difficulty of the task. That's why no one picked up the call for a long time. Unexpectedly, Xin Lang took on this task as soon as he arrived. But can he really complete this task? If he just produced a fake defense map, then it proves that he is definitely an undercover agent. Martha's eyes flickered. Psychologically speaking, she really didn't want Xin Lang to be an undercover agent because Xin Lang's ability was too strong. Although the killer organization looks very strong now, it lacks some fresh blood. If Xin Lang is proven to be trustworthy, he will definitely be valued by the organization and may even be cultivated. Martha was thinking wildly, and then ordered the people in this branch to evacuate immediately. At this time, after Xin Lang left the office building, he looked at the communicator in his hand. The assassin organization probably couldn't guess that I would actually hand over the Mechanical Alliance's defense map to them, right? Lillian on the side was extremely shocked. Master, are you really going to betray the Mechanical Alliance? Oh my god, this is too exciting. Xin Lang rolled his eyes. Don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Let's complete this dungeon mission first. Lillian nodded vigorously. She had been looking forward to Xin Lang driving her into battle again. Now that her wish was finally coming true, how could she care about the killer organization? Although this copy is a mission of the killer organization, you still need to go through the Alliance Guild to enter. In the Alliance Guild, in addition to those copies that require completing tasks, there are also some public copies available for exploration. But it is not so easy to enter these copies. You have to spend money to purchase the entry qualifications. After all, maintaining these copies requires a lot of resources. As long as you can get more valuable things from them, the cost will not be in vain. Moreover, some copies are valid for a long time. No matter how many times you enter, the scenes inside will not change much. However, as the number of times you clear the level increases, the rewards for the dungeon will become lower and lower, and even the quality of the dropped items will decrease. No one can tell where these copies came from or how they are maintained. However, the Mechanical Alliance has found a way to maintain these copies, and has opened some copies to the public, allowing them to enter and obtain resources for upgrades. It can also be regarded as a way for these people to become stronger. The ticket price for this A-level copy reached 500,000, which was considered high even among some A-level copies. Chapter 116 Mechanical Fortress. The reason why the ticket fee for this copy is so high is that no one has successfully passed this copy since it appeared. Although it is only an A-level copy, everyone knows that the rewards for the first clearance are the highest, and you can also get many things that others cannot get. For example, the weapons and equipment of the final boss of this copy. There are also resources in the copy and so on. These are the driving forces that attract these people to enter and challenge the level. However, according to those who have challenged it, the difficulty of this dungeon is far from what an A-level dungeon should be, so over time, no one continues to challenge this dungeon. After all, for most people, the most valuable thing is always the mechanical core of the final boss. The final boss of the A-level copy is only S-level. Those who have the ability to challenge the difficulty of this copy will challenge the S-level copy. Isn't the SS-level mechanical core better? As a result, no one has ever received the reward for completing this copy, and no one knows what the reward for completing this copy is. After Qin Lang and Lillian arrived at the Alliance Guild, they directly saw the introduction of this copy. A-level copy, Mechanical Fortress? The time limit is 3 hours. Killing the final boss will be considered a successful clearance. Ticket fee is 500,000. After seeing this simple introduction, Lillian couldn't help but widen her eyes, and her stingy thoughts took over again. Oh my god, the ticket price for this dungeon is 500,000. The reward for this mission is only 20 million. Isn't this a loss? Qin Lang chuckled and shook his head. Of course not. The publisher of this mission will provide us with the ticket fee. It doesn't matter how many times we complete it, as long as we can obtain the mechanical core and weapon system. Besides, the rewards for clearing the level are ours. If we perform well enough, we can even get better rewards. All in all, we can earn at least 30 million from this dungeon. Hearing this, Lillian took a deep breath. Since they were in the Alliance Guild at the time, she didn't dare to reveal the killer's identity, but she still spoke in a low voice. I didn't expect this to make money so quickly. If I take on a few more missions like this, I'll be a billionaire in no time. Qin Lang shook his head helplessly. Lillian really dared to think that this kind of mission was something that could only be encountered by chance. And apart from those who are very confident in their own abilities, who else would challenge this copy? Most people who enter this copy are wasting their time, losing the ticket fee in vain, and may not even be able to earn back the ticket fee. Qin Lang paid a 500,000 yuan ticket fee and then took Lillian to the dungeon transmission room. A flash of light passed by, and the two of them were directly teleported into this A-level copy. Welcome to the dungeon, Mechanical Fortress. Dungeon level, A-level. Instance drops, mechanical core, several upgrade parts. Dungeon time limit, 3 hours. Instance description: this is a battlefield fortress, filled with ferocious enemies who will tear apart all invaders. After feeling his feet on solid ground, Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, and the voice of the copy system sounded in his mind. Lillian's excited shouts could be heard from the side. Wow, no wonder no one has cleared this dungeon yet. It sounds so difficult. Master, are you sure? Qin Lang laughed, of course he was sure. No matter how difficult this dungeon is, it can only reach the level of an S-level dungeon at most, and he doesn't know how many S-level dungeons he has completed. Don't worry, we will definitely be the first team to clear this dungeon. Qin Lang said this very confidently, then looked up into the air. The place where they appeared was a scorched earth, looking as if it had been bombarded by artillery fire for a long time. The mechanical fortress was suspended in the air, covering an area of dozens of hectares, and looked like a huge iron lump. And it is covered with various gun muzzles. It is estimated that as long as you enter the attack range of this fortress, you will be instantly covered by artillery fire. Even some heavy machinery models could not withstand this kind of high-intensity firepower. Many people even failed to break through before entering the fortress. At the same time, because this mechanical fortress is suspended in the air, it directly passes many land-based mecha models. Fortunately, Lillian is an aerospace battleship, Otherwise, she wouldn't even have the chance to challenge this copy. Xin Lang took a deep breath and was about to let Lillian enter the mechanical form, but suddenly the voice of the system came from his mind. Host detected entering a special copy, issuing a special task. Host, please obtain the control core of the mechanical fortress and the weapon system of the final boss. Mission rewards: antimatter kinetic armor, water droplet armor system, space-time jump engine, 2000 mall points. Xin Lang couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard the system's voice. Judging from the mission rewards given by the system, the control core and armament system of this mechanical fortress must be very powerful. But this would conflict with his mission. Could it be that the weapon system of the final boss is something important? Otherwise, the system would not allow me to find a way to obtain it. Thinking about the mechanical element he had obtained from the King of Machinery before, not only did he get an extra liquid metal weapon, but he also gained the loyalty of the minor Leviathan. Could this weapon system be the same thing? Thinking of this, Xin Lang's eyes flickered. I don't know who issued this mission, and why they knew that the weapon system of the final boss is so special. But Xin Lang didn't have time to think about it, because the countdown for the copy had already begun. If you can't complete this dungeon within 3 hours, then this clearance will be a failure. Thinking of losing 500,000 yuan in ticket fees in vain, Xin Lang took a deep breath and turned to look at Lillian. Enter mechanical form. Let's start challenging this dungeon. Lillian nodded vigorously and entered the mechanical form directly. After Xin Lang upgraded her body to SS level, she could also maintain her human form in the dungeon, instead of being unable to maintain her human form in the dungeon as she did before when she was at a lower level. With a flash of light, Lillian directly transformed into a silver-gray aerospace battleship. After being upgraded to SS level, the aerospace battleship she transformed into has reached a length of more than 500 meters and a width of more than 200 meters. It looks like a giant beast in the sky. Chapter 117 Fighting each other. Xin Lang took a deep breath and went straight into the cockpit. Speaking of which, this was his second time driving Lillian into battle. The previous time he drove her was just to upgrade her. After entering the cockpit again this time, Xin Lang immediately felt the difference after Lillian's upgrade. First of all, the cockpit is more spacious and the seats are much more comfortable than before. Secondly, the weapon systems he was carrying were all displayed on the screen in front of him, and Lillian's shadow appeared beside him as if it were real. Master, now I have reached SS rank, and I have those weapon systems you installed. I will definitely be able to clear this dungeon. Please drive as you like, without any worries. Lillian said this to Xin Lang very excitedly. Xin Lang chuckled, then looked at the armed system in front of him. He had previously upgraded Lillian with sword missiles, Viper missiles, and plasma cannons, which transformed Lillian's collective incarnation into an aerial turret capable of delivering high-intensity sustained strikes. But if you want to use these weapons to deal with this mechanical fortress, I'm afraid they are still not enough. Because Lillian's initial body quality was too low, even if he upgraded Lillian's defensive armor, it was unable to withstand the mechanical fortress's artillery fire. To withstand such strong artillery fire, we must at least upgrade to a satellite-level defense system. However, Lillian's body quality is not enough to install this defense system. In her current state, she would probably be shot down by the mechanical fortress within a few minutes. Xin Lang looked at the backpack in the system, intending to choose a defense system suitable for Lillian and install it on Lillian. But at this moment, Xin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up and he looked at something he had thrown into a corner and had never used. Drone weapon system? This weapon was a reward from the system before. Since it can only be installed on large-scale machines, there was no chance to upgrade it for other mecha girls before. But Lillian is the most suitable person for this armed system. First of all, as an aerospace battleship, Lillian is not only an aerial combat turret, but can also be used as an aerospace mothership. There are a large number of drone cabins on her body, which are fully capable of allowing drones to take off. This drone arms system can not only produce consumable drones, but these drones are also equipped with self-destructive missiles. Each drone is the same size as a fighter jet, but since they do not need to be piloted, they are also considered armed. After use, a large number of drone swarms can be produced, and they can be continuously produced at a speed of 1 per minute by simply supplying energy. For Xin Lang, who possesses the talent of infinite energy, this system is simply the best choice to face group attacks. Wait a minute, I'll give you an upgrade. Hearing Xin Lang's words, Lillian was immediately excited. Master, are you going to upgrade me again? You've already upgraded a lot of equipment for me. How can I repay you? Xin Lang shook his head and smiled. There's no need for us to talk about repaying each other. We're teammates now. Only when you become stronger can I unleash even greater combat power. Despite Qin Lang's words, Lillian was still deeply moved. At this time, Qin Lang had already installed this drone weapon on Lily through the system. Lillian instantly felt that her body had something extra that she could control independently. What is this? Qin Lang smiled slightly and directly controlled the aerospace battleship to slowly take off. This is the drone weapon system. You'll soon see how powerful it is. As the aerospace battleship flew off the ground, it instantly entered the attack range of the mechanical fortress. The mechanical fortress, which had been extremely quiet, seemed to be activated in an instant. Rays of energy flowed across the surface of the mechanical fortress, and the weapon systems installed on it began to spray out artillery fire crazily. Plasma cannons, missiles, laser beams, and other various attacks rained down on Lillian's body. It is difficult for any organism to survive such a high-intensity attack. Lillian gritted her teeth, ready to withstand a wave of attacks. But at this moment, Qin Lang's fingers were operating quickly on the console. Drone swarm, take off. In an instant, countless drone cabins opened on the surface of Lillian's body. One drone after another flew out of the cabin. Those drones looked like a swarm of bees, launching a suicidal defense against the artillery fire in front of them. One drone after another was shot down by artillery fire. Brilliant fireworks exploded in the air. But all the attacks were blocked by these drones. No attack can penetrate the blockade of this drone swarm. Seeing the fireworks exploding in front of her, Lillian couldn't help but widen her eyes. Oh my god, can drones be used like this? Qin Lang chuckled, and at this moment he was commanding each drone precisely. These drones feel incredibly easy to operate and their maneuverability is equally as powerful. After all, since there is no driver, the propulsion system only needs to consider the bearing capacity of the aircraft. The internal structure of the drone is also very simple. Apart from the armament system, it only has simple armor and thrusters. This also makes drones very fast to manufacture. Qin Lang controlled the aerospace battleship and hid behind the group of drones, constantly approaching the mechanical fortress. Drones were destroyed one by one, but they were produced quickly. Replenished the fleet in front. At the same time, Qin Lang pulled over the operating table on the other side. Missile system, launch. Under Qin Lang's precise operation, the Viper missile system and the Sword missile system directly launched thousands of missiles. And these missiles are all precision-guided missiles. All the artillery fire from the mechanical fortress was blocked by these missiles. That's not all. Some of these missiles directly penetrated the heavy artillery defenses, instantly rushed to the muzzle of the mechanical fortress, and exploded with a loud bang. Under the explosion of these missiles, some weapon systems of the mechanical fortress were directly paralyzed. If someone could see this scene at this moment, their jaw would drop in shock. Because although the aerospace battleship controlled by Qin Lang only has one body, it has the momentum of thousands of troops. No one has ever been able to avoid artillery fire in this way. Qin Lang used his performance to illustrate what the best defense is offense. At the same time, the aerospace battleship was constantly approaching the mechanical fortress. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. Although drone swarms can be produced continuously, the production speed is far less than the consumption speed. Fortunately, the armed system on his side can also attack the mechanical fortress. Chapter 118 Entering the Fortress. Lillian. Prepare to receive higher-level energy output. Qin Lang immediately shouted a warning. Lillian beside him nodded quickly, adjusting her breathing rhythm and getting ready for battle. Instantly, an even greater torrent of energy surged into her power core. The energy was so powerful that even her body could barely handle it, causing it to hum. What an amazing ability! Commander, is this your special ability? Even though I've reached SS level, my machine is still about to exceed its load limit. After hearing Lillian's report, Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly. How could an SS-class machine reach its carrying capacity so easily? He is just using his energy overload talent now. Under the influence of the energy overload talent, the power of the missiles launched by Lillian was directly increased to 150%. At the same time, he also wore the title of Slayer. However, the effect of this title has not been activated yet. It seems that the weapon systems on the mechanical fortress are not independent bodies. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. There are only a few drones left now. If these weapon systems cannot be paralyzed as soon as possible, they will not be able to get close to the mechanical fortress at all. Thinking of this, Qin Lang took a deep breath. Release all missiles. As his finger pressed the launch button on the console, all the missile ports on Lillian's body opened. Under the powerful energy infusion provided by energy overload, the power of these missiles was increased by half out of thin air. Missiles, trailing long flames, were quickly released towards the mechanical fortress. The mechanical fortress also spewed out angry fire, trying to intercept these missiles. But these missiles are too fast. Energy overload not only increases the power of the missile, but also improves it in all aspects. Both the missile speed and the launch frequency have been increased by half. This caused a large number of missiles to fall directly on the muzzle of the mechanical fortress. Boom! 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 Magnificent explosions rose up on the surface of the mechanical fortress, and a large number of weapon systems were destroyed in this attack. Looking at the prolonged explosions on the surface of the mechanical fortress, Lillian cheered. Wow, these missiles are powerful. And it fires so fast. Xinlang smiled and nodded. How is it? The feeling of energy overload is very special, right? Lillian's cheeks flushed slightly due to the energy fluctuations. On the one hand, it is the body's instinctive reaction to the sudden increase in energy, and on the other hand, the fighting enthusiasm is completely ignited. Amazing! The commander's energy control is simply perfect. #34 This combat state is awesome. Number 34. Xinlang was about to approach the mechanical fortress to see what was going on inside. But at this moment, the locked alarm suddenly sounded. Xinlang's eyes suddenly widened and he immediately looked at the screen in front of him. It turned out that after more than half of the mechanical fortress's arms system was destroyed, the mechanical fortress actually slowly deformed. An extremely huge gun muzzle extended from the center of the mechanical fortress. The muzzle was tens of meters in diameter, and extremely strong energy fluctuations were brewing inside. After feeling this powerful energy fluctuation, Xinlang immediately took a breath and immediately realized what this huge cannon muzzle was. Star Destroyer? I didn't expect this mechanical fortress to have such a terrifying weapon. Xinlang immediately clenched his teeth. Urgent alarms continued to sound in the cockpit. If this attack could not be avoided, the entire aerospace battleship would be completely torn apart by the attack of this Star Destroyer. Xinlang gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. You should know that the weapon systems of the mechanical fortress can be continuously repaired. And the repair speed is extremely fast. If this attack is avoided, at least half of the weapon systems on the mechanical fortress will return to normal. By then, they would not be able to get close to the mechanical fortress without the assistance of a swarm of drones. So we have to take risks. Xinlang took a deep breath, suddenly aimed at the muzzle, and pressed the missile launch button. 9 suns shining in the world. 9 missiles were suddenly launched and instantly entered the muzzle of the Star Destroyer cannon. However, these missiles did not explode directly. Instead, they hovered there and quickly turned into expanding suns. As powerful energy continued to condense, the Star Destroyer cannon was finally launched. But at this moment, the might of 9 Yang Yaoshi has appeared. The 9 suns merged together and turned into an extremely dazzling ball of fire. This is not an ordinary flame, but the nuclear fusion energy formed by the rapid compression of energy after the missile explosion. This ball of energy was already extremely powerful, and after the energy from the Star Destroyer was integrated into it, it immediately became extremely unstable. All the energy was absorbed by this ball of light. Xinlang immediately took a deep breath and directly controlled the aerospace battleship to escape quickly. Just as the aerospace battleship flew out, an extremely loud explosion was heard behind it. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose from the muzzle of the mechanical fortress. The entire mechanical fortress was instantly blown up, leaving a huge gap. And the weapon systems that were previously being repaired were also forced to stop repairs. The strong shock wave swept through Lillian's body fiercely. Even the aftermath of the explosion caused Lillian's body to suffer 1% damage. Lillian looked at the mechanical fortress in great horror. The gun muzzle has completely disappeared, replaced by a large hole leading to the interior of the mechanical fortress, and this hole is still being repaired rapidly. Master, it's too late, go in quickly. Hurry up. Hearing Lillian's voice, Xinlang laughed, and the planetary power engine immediately entered a state of energy overload. The extremely powerful propulsion force acted on the body of Lillian's aerospace battleship. The huge aerospace battleship instantly turned into a stream of light and entered the interior of the mechanical fortress. Second form, activate. The moment he entered the big cave again, Xinlang directly controlled Lillian to enter the second combat form. The aerospace battleship was rapidly deformed, and at the same time, a ball of liquid metal quickly covered the surface of the aerospace battleship. Under the action of liquid metal, the defense of the aerospace battleship has been strengthened. Through the radar system of the aerospace battleship, Xin Lang finally saw the situation inside the mechanical fortress. The scene before him made Xin Lang's scalp tingle, and Lillian was so scared that she started stuttering. This is too horrible. I didn't expect there was a mecha manufacturing plant hidden inside the mechanical fortress. No wonder there are so many enemies here, we can never kill them all. Scanning the radar system, it was discovered that the interior of this mechanical fortress was actually an extremely sophisticated factory. A large number of mechanical monsters were produced, as well as countless weapons. Chapter 119 Core Driving Force. Xin Lang was momentarily shocked to see this scene inside the mechanical fortress. Lillian was so frightened that she leaned against Xin Lang and muttered to herself. "Oh my god, there are so many mechanical monsters, how can we kill them all?" Xin Lang frowned slightly. At this time, those factories had already started full production. Mechanical cores were sent to the production line one by one, and soon one mechanical monster after another would be produced. In order to increase the manufacturing speed, these mechanical monsters are all designed into combat forms and equipped with various weapons, making these mechanical monsters extraordinary in strength. At this time, hundreds of mechanical monsters were rushing towards them, surrounding Lillian's body. "Oh my god, there are too many enemies. How about we retreat first? Master, if we continue fighting, we will probably die here." Seeing so many mechanical monsters, Lillian immediately said to Xin Lang in fear. Xin Lang frowned and shook his head. "No, we finally managed to get in here. If we retreat now, we won't have a chance to get back in." It's not that Xin Lang lacks confidence, but the fact that they were able to break in here before was all due to the help provided by the drone swarm. At this time, the drone swarm has been exhausted. Although one drone can be produced every minute, it is impossible to produce so many drones within 3 hours. Even if it can be produced, we will still have to face the same situation the next time we break in. So it's better to go all out and clear this copy directly. At this time, the mechanical monsters had already come nearby, and they were attacking Xin Lang frantically with their weapons. Xin Lang immediately controlled Lillian, constantly dodging the attacks of these mechanical monsters, and at the same time used missiles to attack these mechanical monsters. In an instant, the passive effect of the title of Slayer was directly activated, which also made the power of his missiles increase sharply. Although each missile could easily kill a mechanical monster, the speed at which he slaughtered these mechanical monsters was far slower than the speed at which the factory produced them. The entire mechanical fortress is filled with factories that produce mechanical monsters. These factories have various production lines, and the mechanical monsters they produce are also diverse. Some are specialized in close combat assassination, while others specialize in using long-range weapons for sniping. These mechanical monsters also have very sophisticated coordination with each other, and their cooperation actually gives Xin Lang a headache. He took a deep breath, knowing that if he didn't get rid of this factory, these mechanical monsters would be like a tide and would be impossible to kill. However, there are the most mechanical monsters near these factories. Even if he now has the talent of energy overload and the passive of the title of Slayer, it is impossible for him to reach those factories so quickly. On the contrary, if you get close to these factories, you will be surrounded by mechanical monsters, and then you will definitely be stuck in the quagmire, unable to move forward or backward. Xin Lang gritted his teeth and continued to control his missiles, accurately killing these mechanical monsters, while at the same time he began to think about how to solve this problem. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked at the mechanical cores being sent to the production line. You know, the mechanical core is the most core component of all mechanical monsters. Without the mechanical core, these mechanical monsters are just an iron shell and cannot move at all. And the number of cores must be limited. So we just need to find the warehouse where the mechanical cores are stored in this factory, and then we can solve the problem of this manufacturing factory, right? Thinking of this, Xin Lang immediately became excited. If you can find the warehouse where the mechanical alloys are stored, you can not only solve the endless stream of mechanical monsters, but also make a fortune. Don't underestimate the low quality of these mechanical cores, most of them are only B grade. But there are too many of them. Although the market price of a Class B mechanical core is only tens of thousands of yuan, what if you can get hundreds or thousands of them? Xin Lang immediately told Lillian his thoughts. Lillian was already terrified when she saw so many mechanical monsters, but when she heard Xin Lang say that there was a warehouse where the mechanical cores were stored, her eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god, the warehouse where the mechanical cores are stored? Doesn't that mean there are a lot of mechanical cores? Master, let's go quickly. This is no different from picking up money. As Lillian spoke, her body absorbed energy faster and faster, even displaying a stronger combat power than before. Seeing this scene, Xin Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The state of the mecha girl affects the strength of the body, which is something the Mechanical Alliance has already researched a long time ago. If the mecha girl is afraid, the combat strength of the mecha will be greatly reduced. If the mecha girl is excited and absorbs energy faster, the strength of the body will increase. But what Xin Lang didn't expect was that Lillian was so happy to hear that she could pick up money. Is this her core driving force? However, Xin Lang didn't say anything more at this time, but nodded with a smile. Okay, then it's a deal. All the mechanical cores obtained in this dungeon will be given to you as rewards. Hearing this, Lillian instantly felt herself overwhelmed by great happiness. Oh my god, are you going to give me all these mechanical cores? Master, you are so good, I love you so much. Lillian was very moved and hugged Xin Lang. Xin Lang immediately coughed twice. Lillian then realized what she had done and couldn't help but stick out her tongue in embarrassment, but Xin Lang smiled and said, "If you want to hug me, go outside and hug me. I still have to fight with all my strength now." Hearing this, Lillian blushed immediately. Xin Lang took a deep breath, and the liquid metal previously loaded on Lillian instantly gathered in his hand, forming a long sword. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly used his commander's ultimate move. Flowing Light Slash. There was a flash of knife light, and the mechanical cores of several mechanical monsters in front of him were instantly destroyed. Because there are so many mechanical monsters here, Xin Lang has no time to think about collecting mechanical cores. Moreover, the core value of these B-level machines is not high, so there is no need to put yourself in danger just to collect these things. This should be what it means when a gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way, right? Xin Lang thought so happily in his heart, and then he directly fought his way through a large number of mechanical monsters. The liquid metal weapon in his hand could now be completely controlled according to his wishes. As soon as he thought about it, the liquid metal sword quickly grew longer. Chapter 120 Control Center. At this time, facing such a large number of mechanical monsters, only longer weapons can ensure greater lethality. And this liquid metal can be controlled according to Xin Lang's thoughts. If it weren't for the purpose of using his commander's ultimate move, he could also turn the liquid metal directly into a long whip. But at this moment, under his manipulation, the liquid metal had turned into a giant sword hundreds of meters long. Even in Lillian's second form, her 100-meter-tall body looked like a child next to this giant sword. Enhanced version, Streamer Slash. Xin Lang shouted coldly and suddenly increased the energy output rate of energy overload. In an instant, Lillian felt her body being filled with a powerful energy. She had to release this energy now, otherwise her body would be torn apart. Master, quickly control your body and consume the energy. Otherwise, the body will suffer irreversible damage. Amid Lillian's anxious voice, Xin Lang controlled the machine and unleashed the commander's ultimate move. I saw a giant sword slashing across the inside of the fortress. All the mechanical monsters along the way would be instantly shattered even if they were just touched by the blade. These mechanical monsters are not very powerful, and their bodies are very fragile. Under the influence of Xin Lang's energy overload talent, the power of his commander's ultimate skill was directly increased by 50%. With this one strike, hundreds of mechanical monsters were killed. Almost in an instant, the passive ability of the Slayer title was filled up. After all, the passive effect of the Slayer title is calculated based on the number of enemies killed, rather than the strength of the enemies. In the face of this very fragile mechanical monster, the passive effect of the Slayer title played its greatest role. After clearing the battlefield in front of him with one sword, Xin Lang flew directly to the lower level of the factories. In the battle just now, he clearly saw that those mechanical cores were transported up from the bottom level of these factories. As long as the transportation paths of these mechanical cores can be cut off, the production speed of mechanical monsters can be slowed down. At this time, under the energy overload talent and the Slayer's passive, the effect of his weapon increased by 300%. Looking at the channels for transporting mechanical cores, Xin Lang directly controlled the missile system to aim, and then pressed the launch button. More than a dozen sharp arrow missiles and Viper missiles were seen flying towards the transport channels in an instant. Boom! Boom! In an instant, smoke and dust rose up and explosions were heard everywhere. All the channels used to transport these cores were blown up by these super powerful missiles. Seeing how powerful these missiles were, Lillian couldn't help but gasp. Master, are these missiles more powerful? Qin Lang chuckled, nodded slightly and said, That's right. If you can withstand stronger energy, then I can make these missiles even more powerful. Hearing this, Lillian took a deep breath. In that case, Master, please increase your energy output. Don't worry, I can handle it. Qin Lang looked at Lillian in surprise. In Qin Lang's impression, Lillian is very afraid of pain and death. This energy overload talent can infinitely increase the combat effectiveness of the body. For other commanders with limited energy, even if they squandered all their energy, it would not be possible to burst their bodies. But don't forget, Qin Lang is gifted with unlimited energy. With these two talents working together, as long as the body's strength can hold up, he can increase the body's combat effectiveness to an incredible level. It can be said that Lillian has now reached the maximum combat power within the safety limits of her own body. If the energy output is increased further, it may cause damage to her body. But seeing Lillian's resolute look, Qin Lang nodded slightly. Okay, then I'll increase my energy output by another 10%. As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, Lillian instantly felt an even more violent energy surging into her body, and every part of her body began to emit mournful sounds as if it could not bear the heavy burden. The body can no longer bear it. The extent of the damage is beginning to increase. At the same time, the power of those missiles increased again in an instant. Although Qin Lang only increased the energy output by 10%, it enhanced the combat power of the machine by 50%. At the same time, under the passive effect of the title of killer, the power of those missiles is increased to 500%. The effects of talents and titles are not additive, but multiplicative. Seeing that Lillian seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, Qin Lang hurriedly tried to reduce his energy output. But at this moment, Lillian shook her head firmly and said patiently, Master, don't worry, I can handle it. Master, kill all these enemies quickly. Qin Lang nodded vigorously. The energy overload had already caused damage to his body. He had to act quickly. He flew down quickly along the passages that transported the mechanical cores. More mechanical monsters rushed towards them along the way, but how could these mechanical monsters be their opponents now? After his normal attacks have reached 500% strength, his ultimate is even stronger. And if these mechanical monsters are standing too densely, he will directly use the Nine Yang Shining World. In this situation, he quickly shot down one mechanical monster after another and quickly approached the bottom level of the mechanical fortress. All the mechanical cores are transported out from here. This should be the warehouse where the mechanical cores are stored. Qin Lang took a deep breath, and the liquid metal weapon in his hand instantly gathered on the surface of Lillian's body. 9 suns shining in the world. Qin Lang roared suddenly and fired 9 missiles directly towards the bottom layer. After the power of the missile increased, the power of Zhouyan Yaoshi also increased, and this was because the power of Qin Lang's commander's ultimate move was once again enhanced. In an instant, an explosion like a world-destroying divine punishment rose up at the bottom level of the mechanical fortress. Countless mechanical monsters were torn to pieces by the energy of the explosion, without even a trace of residue left. At the same time, the bottom barrier of the mechanical fortress was completely destroyed by the explosion. However, what was revealed behind the barrier was not a warehouse storing the mechanical core, but a device that looked extremely strange. After Qin Lang saw this device, the system prompt sound immediately appeared in his mind. The control center of the mechanical fortress has been discovered, please collect it. Hearing the voice of the system in his mind, Qin Lang immediately raised his eyebrows. Who would have thought that this device would be the control center of the mechanical fortress? Chapter 121 Weird Octopus Monster. Since the ultimate move just now has cleared this place, no mechanical monsters can come here now. This also became the best opportunity for Qin Lang to take over this control center. However, when he looked closely at the control center, Qin Lang immediately discovered something that shocked him. The shape of this control center looks like a mechanical octopus. On top is a large control center, flashing with 7 colored lights, looking like an octopus's head. Below are more than a dozen mechanical tentacles. These tentacles are very sharp and penetrate deeply into the ground of the mechanical fortress, constantly absorbing energy. The absorbed energy will be used to create mechanical cores through the octopus's head, and then transported upward through those channels to create those mechanical monsters. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang couldn't help but take a breath and muttered to himself. Could it be that the energy flowing outside the mechanical fortress is not to maintain the mechanical fortress's weapon system, but that the mechanical fortress is absorbing the surrounding energy? But where does this energy come from? Is this how all these mechanical cores are made? Qin Lang was very surprised. Just at this moment, the huge mechanical octopus monster also produced a mechanical core. Qin Lang immediately controlled the body to rush over and grab the mechanical core in his hand. He carefully observed the mechanical core. Although it was only a green B-class core, it was full of energy. This discovery shocked Qin Lang. If there were more of these mechanical octopuses, wouldn't it be possible to create an endless army of mechanical monsters? What does the system need this thing for? But no matter what, since it is a task assigned by the system, he must complete it. He was still envious of the system's rewards. So Qin Lang wanted to take over the control center directly. But at this moment, the tentacles of the mechanical octopus monsters were pulled out from the ground and attacked Qin Lang like lightning. Qin Lang immediately crossed his arms and blocked the attack. But an alarm sounded inside the cockpit. Upon closer inspection, Lillian's body durability had actually dropped by 2%. It was just an attack, and there was liquid metal as protection, but the durability dropped so much. The attack of this mechanical octopus is so powerful. Moreover, as the control center of the mechanical fortress, it actually has the ability to attack. Qin Lang didn't dare to delay any longer, so he quickly controlled the machine to retreat to a nearby distance, then aimed at the mechanical monster and launched a missile. Missiles exploded one after another around the mechanical octopus monster, but if you look closely, you will find that the mechanical octopus monster has pulled out all its tentacles and is waving them continuously, deflecting the missiles to the side. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. If he used the ultimate move of Nine Yan Glory at this moment, it would definitely destroy the control center. I can only cut off all these mechanical tentacles first, and then collect them. Thinking of this, the liquid metal spread directly on the surface of the body and gathered in his hands, becoming a long sword. Seeing this weapon made of liquid metal, the control center paused for a second, and then attacked Qin Lang frantically. The tentacles made by the machines were flying all over the sky, constantly blocking Qin Lang's space to retreat, forcing Qin Lang to fight him head-on. Qin Lang laughed and waved the sword in his hand to block all the attacks of the tentacles. At this moment, the tentacles' attack finally revealed a flaw. A cold light flashed in Qin Lang's eyes, and he immediately launched a big move. Flowing Light Slash. With just one strike of the sword, 4 or 5 tentacles were cut off by the sword in his hand, fell to the ground, and continued to twist. This scene that made Qin Lang's sanity drop drastically made him take a deep breath. It was the first time he had seen such a monster. After the tentacles were cut off, the mechanical octopus's attack had more flaws. Qin Lang used the same trick again and cut off all of its remaining tentacles one by one. In this way, the mechanical octopus no longer had any means of attack, but it continued to wriggle on the ground. Qin Lang directly put the mechanical octopus into the system space. Worried that the tentacles would be cut off and become incomplete, he put all the tentacles back in. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the mechanical fortress control core. The system is under renovation, estimated duration is 5 hours. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Lang was a little confused, but he didn't ask directly. Because at this time, a large number of mechanical monsters have rushed over. Facing this vast army of mechanical monsters, Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh. Now that I've dismantled the control center, you can't create more mechanical monsters, right? I'll kill you all next. After saying this, Qin Lang directly controlled the body and rushed out. Lillian, who was standing by, finally recovered at this moment. Because Qin Lang had provided her with such strong energy, she couldn't even describe what she felt. Just now, because her body was almost damaged by the energy, Lillian's consciousness fell into dormancy. This is a protection mechanism of the mechanical form. Now that she has recovered, Lillian looks at Qin Lang with a strange look in her eyes. Oh no. Hearing Lillian's voice, Qin Lang took the time to turn around and look at her. Are you okay? These factories can't produce any more mechanical monsters, so there's no need to use such strong energy. Lillian nodded, then suddenly realized. Wait, didn't they find the mechanical core? Qin Lang nodded helplessly. Yes, these mechanical cores were created by a device, and I have already dismantled that device. Lillian was suddenly disappointed. There is no way to pick up money. Qin Lang was quite helpless and had to promise Lillian. Then I won't destroy the mechanical cores of these mechanical monsters. You can collect them all later. At least I've made a small fortune. Lillian smiled happily again and nodded vigorously. After the control center was taken away by Qin Lang and no more mechanical cores could be produced, all these factories stopped operating. Although there are still a lot of mechanical monsters, with Qin Lang's terrifying combat power, it only took more than 10 minutes to kill all the remaining mechanical monsters. But there is no sign of the final boss here at all. Qin Lang let Lillian collect the cores of the mechanical monsters by herself, and then used the radar scanning mode to carefully scan the mechanical fortress, trying to find the hiding place of the final boss. Chapter 122 Permanent Contract with Lillian. Looking at Lillian happily collecting these dropped mechanical cores, Qin Lang couldn't help but shook his head. Sometimes he felt that Lillian's personality was somewhat similar to his own, and they both liked money. Maybe it's because they suffered in their childhood, so they want to make as much money as possible. Through continuous scanning of the radar, he finally discovered that there was an independent space behind this mechanical fortress. It seems that's where the final boss is hiding. At this time, Lillian had also collected all the dropped mechanical cores and was happily walking around him with a pile of them in her arms. I didn't expect to collect so many passion cores in this dungeon. I'm really lucky this time. Seeing Lillian so happy, Qin Lang couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. But it's not Lillian's fault. After all, she not only has seriously ill parents to support, but also has her own younger brother to go to school. Moreover, the contract signed between her and Qin Lang was only a temporary one. After the other mecha girls sign a contract with the commander, they become the commander's exclusive mecha girls. All the supplies obtained by the commander will be used to upgrade this mecha girl. Because only when the mecha girls become stronger can the commander exert more powerful combat power. But Lillian is different. Since the contract with Qin Lang was only temporary, if he wanted to get enough money to support his family, he had to rely on himself. Qin Lang also knew Lillian's situation, so he was never stingy with Lillian. Instead, he gave Lillian some of the rewards from each mission. It was precisely because of what Qin Lang did for Lillian that Lillian was convinced by Qin Lang and regarded him as her true friend. Okay, now that we've collected all the mechanical cores, it's time to challenge the final boss of this dungeon. Only by defeating this boss can we complete the assassin organization's mission. After hearing Qin Lang's words, Lillian nodded vigorously, and then looked at Qin Lang as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say whatever you want to say. Lillian took a deep breath and finally spoke. Master, do you really want to join that assassin organization? I see that many of those missions involve killing people. Do you really want to do such evil things? Qin Lang turned to look at Lillian and asked calmly. Do you think killing those people is a crime? Lillian was a little confused, and she couldn't convince herself at this moment. When she was in the killer organization before, although she showed great enthusiasm for these things, that was just a disguise. But when she thought about accepting these missions and slaughtering innocent people, she couldn't get over it in her heart. Seeing Lillian's expression, Qin Lang wanted to reveal that he was an undercover agent of the Mechanical Alliance. But he was also worried that Lillian would behave abnormally after knowing this, and would be discovered by the killer organization. So Qin Lang had no choice but to speak. Think about it, since these people are already on the assassin organization's task list, if we don't kill them, others will definitely kill them. And all I can assure you is that the people we kill on missions all deserve it. After hearing Qin Lang's words, Lillian was silent for a long time before speaking. Master, I have always been stupid. If I hadn't met you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to eat enough now. So I trust your judgment. As long as you decide to do something, I will do it with you. Even if it's wrong, I will stick with you until the end. Looking at Lillian's eyes full of trust, Qin Lang suddenly felt an inexplicable stir in his heart. There are currently 3 mecha girls who have permanent contracts with him, and whether it is Zhou Qing, Fang Shuang, or his own sister Mu Qingchuan, they all support him very much. But their support for Qin Lang is because they have signed a permanent contract with Qin Lang, and it can be said that they have a relationship of shared success and shared failure. Only Lillian did not sign a permanent contract with Qin Lang, but she trusted Qin Lang so much that she completely gave herself to Qin Lang. Qin Lang took a deep breath. He had made a contract with Lillian because, on the one hand, he saw the potential of Lillian's body, and on the other hand, it was also to prepare for something he would do in the future. But now that Lillian treated him like this, Qin Lang always felt a little sorry for Lillian. Thinking that he still had 2 signing spots, Qin Lang spoke as if possessed by a ghost. Lillian, are you willing to make a permanent contract with me? Lillian was stunned for a moment and raised her head in disbelief. Qin Lang then realized what he had said, so he quickly spoke. Well, I still have a contract quota. If you don't want to, I won't force you. But Lillian couldn't help laughing and nodded vigorously. Master, please stop talking. I am willing to enter into a permanent contract with you. Actually, ever since you helped me upgrade my machine, I've considered myself yours. No one has ever been so nice to me. I want to follow you forever. I'm just afraid you won't like me." When Lillian said this, she suddenly became a little sad. This is what Lillian has always thought in her heart. In her opinion, as a commander with SSS level talent, Jean Lang could have any kind of mecha girl he wanted. I'm afraid that with just a snap of his fingers, there will be a lot of mecha girls who want to sign a permanent contract with Jean Lang, and the models and levels of those mecha girls are better than his. This is also the reason why Lillian has always asked for nothing more from Jean Lang. Seeing Lillian's expression, Jean Lang smiled slightly and replaced words with actions. Looking at the permanent contract invitation sent by Jean Lang, Lillian was very excited. She quickly agreed to the invitation, and then couldn't help laughing. Seeing Lillian's expression, Jean Lang asked with amusement, "What's wrong? Are you so happy to sign a contract with me?" Lillian nodded vigorously. "Of course I did trick a commander with SSS level talent into coming home. If my parents knew, they would be so happy." When Jean Lang heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little pain in his heart. So he began to speak. "But you know, I have other mecha girls." Lillian waved her hand indifferently. "It's okay. If I were to keep you to myself, I'd be worried that you'd keep thinking about leaving me. Now that I have other sisters with me, I don't have to worry. As long as you can have a place for me in your heart, I can help you." Chapter 123 Good Trick. Jean Lang was deeply moved by Lillian's words. He took a deep breath and thought about the mecha girls he had signed contracts with. At the same time, I have silently made up my mind that I must not let these people down. Although his original intention was to form an army of mecha girls, after coming into contact with these mecha girls, he found that his relationship with them was no longer the same as before. In this situation, he must use his abilities to protect these mecha girls and prevent them from getting hurt. "Let's go and deal with the final boss of this dungeon." Jean Lang waved his hand and spoke with great pride. Seeing Jean Lang's confidence, Lillian was deeply moved. It was because of Jean Lang's temperament that Lillian had been very attracted to him for a long time. This is also the reason why Zhou Cheng and others were attracted to Jean Lang. Jean Lang controlled the machine and quickly arrived at the back area of the mechanical fortress. Compared with the countless mechanical monster production lines in front, this place seems a bit empty. And there are no other low-level mechanical monsters to interfere. Jean Lang looked in front of him and saw a huge machine floating in the air. The body was triangular and could not be seen clearly in the darkness. Jean Lang directly started the radar scan, and in the radar image, he saw the model of this machine. It turned out to be a Quinjet. The fighter jet was quietly suspended there, and the most eye-catching thing was the two huge propellers on the left and right sides of the fuselage. These two propellers can not only swing with the left and right swing device of the fuselage, but also provide very powerful power. This allows the fighter to take off and land vertically. During flight, the propeller can also provide an additional source of power and perform very flexible evasive maneuvers. The level of this machine has also reached S level. To be honest, Jean Lang didn't think the final boss was that strong. The reason why those who tried to pass the level before failed was probably not because the boss was too powerful, but because there were too many mechanical monsters outside, so there was no way to get here. Thinking of this, Jean Lang waved the sword in his hand. The weapon made of liquid metal also flashed a silvery white light in the darkness. At this moment, the boss of the opposite dungeon suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha, it's actually the weapon of Mechanical King Carl. It seems that the mechanical element order was taken away by you." The dungeon boss said this and slowly completed the transformation. Two huge propellers of the Quinjet appeared on both sides of his shoulders. As the engine on his chest slowly emitted a red light, the boss's eyes lit up instantly. At this moment, Leviathan's voice suddenly came from the mechanical element. "Oh no, this is Kunta. He once competed with the Mechanical King Carl for the Mechanical Element Order, but lost in one move. But he is also very powerful, especially his weapon system." Hearing Leviathan's reminder, Jean Lang frowned slightly. "I didn't expect that Kunta also recognized the Mechanical Elemental Order in my hand. Didn't you say that whoever obtains the Mechanical Element Order will become the king of machinery? Do you think this Kunta will submit to me?" Leviathan said in a muffled voice. "That shouldn't be the case. He doesn't even obey the Mechanical King Carl, so how could he submit to a human like you?" Jean Lang chuckled, waved the liquid metal sword in his hand, and looked directly at Kunta opposite him. "This is even better. If he chooses to surrender like you, I won't be able to kill him. The mission requirements of the system and the killer organization are both to obtain this Kunta weapon system. There's no way to take away his weapon system without killing him. At this time, Kunta also sneered. That Carl is such a loser, he actually let a human like you get the mechanical element token. In that case, I will seize this mechanic leader and become the new king of mechanics. As he said this, the two propellers on his shoulders instantly flew into his hands and became two spiral shurikens. At the same time, the dark environment around them instantly lit up. Qin Lang sneered. I think you're just a mechanical bastard. Kunta tilted his head, seemingly not understanding the meaning of Qin Lang's words, but he still swung his hand violently, and a spiral shuriken flew directly towards Qin Lang. This propeller is not only the lifting system of the Quinjet, but also has very sharp edges. At this time, after turning into a spiral shuriken, the sharp blade cut through the air, making a whooshing sound, and in the blink of an eye it came in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang immediately raised the sword in his hand, trying to knock the propeller away. But what he didn't expect was that the propeller actually turned directly in front of him and then hit the fuselage from behind. Boom! The sharp edge of the propeller cut into the surface of the fuselage, directly creating a huge hole in it. Qin Lang frowned slightly, looked at the alarm sounding in the cockpit, and directly controlled the liquid metal to fill the wound. The spiral shuriken had returned to Kunta's hand, and he sneered. Is that all you can do? Then prepare to die. He waved his hands, and two spiral shurikens attacked Qin Lang directly. The two spiral shurikens circled in the air, directly blocking Qin Lang's front and back roads. Seeing this scene, Qin Lang took a deep breath. This Kunta is worthy of being a machine that can compete with Carl for the title of King of Machines. Its combat power is not much weaker than Carl's. It's a pity that even Carl was defeated by him, so it's even more impossible for Kunta to be his opponent. Qin Lang disappeared instantly after a flash of a figure, and the two spiral shurikens shot straight into the air. Seeing Qin Lang's body speed suddenly increase, Kunta couldn't help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, a flash of knife light bloomed directly in front of him. Flowing light slash. At this point, even if the two spiral shurikens could fly back, it was too late. Qin Lang seemed to have seen Kunta being beheaded by the power of his sword, but at this moment, a situation suddenly occurred that Qin Lang could not imagine. Kunta suddenly stretched out his hands and grabbed the sword in Qin Lang's hand. This is absolutely impossible to happen. Because this sword is not only sharp, it also carries the super energy of Commander Qin Lang's ultimate move. But after Kunta grabbed the sword, the energy it carried was instantly absorbed and disappeared without a trace. Kunta snorted coldly. Nice trick. Flowing light slash. Chapter 124 Black Hole Armament Absorption. What Qin Lang never expected was that Kunta actually returned the same trick to him. I saw a flash of knife light suddenly blooming in front of me. Qin Lang directly let go of the liquid metal weapon and hid aside in an instant, thus avoiding the fate of being cut by the knife light. The liquid metal weapon instantly dissipated into streams of water and returned to his hand. Kunta chuckled, looked at the liquid metal dissipating in his palm, and grasped the spiral shuriken that had just flown back. The slash of light he just performed was performed with the help of this spiral shuriken. This also made Qin Lang's forehead covered with cold sweat. This is my commander's ultimate move. How could Kunta possibly have learned that? Moreover, when he just used it, Kunta seemed to have consumed no energy at all. What kind of weird ability is this? Seeing that the machine in front of him did not move, Kunta clenched the two spiral shurikens in his hands. You're a somewhat interesting human, but you're nothing to be afraid of. Especially this machine, it looks so weak, patched up all over and looks like a rag. Kunta sneered directly at Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at the two spiral shurikens in Kunta's hands, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. So that's how it is. He had already guessed how Kunta used the commander's ultimate move. Of course, Kunta had no commander. After all, these mechanical life forms have their own consciousness without the need for command from others. And their energy source is the mechanical core in their body. So this must be the work of Kunta's arms system. It is worth mentioning that not only things that can launch attacks can be considered armed systems. Anything that can enhance the combat effectiveness of the aircraft can be considered an armed system. On this point, there are already regulations within the Mechanical Alliance. The armament system and the weapons system are different. For example, the energy armor that Qin Lang upgraded for Zhou Qing before, although it is mainly used for defense, is also considered part of the armament system. There is also the armed drone that Lillian upgraded before, which can also be considered an armed system. If I'm not mistaken. Your weapon system should be able to absorb the enemy's combat energy and then use it for your own use, right? In other words, you can copy the enemy's attacks. Looking at Kunta standing in the distance, Qin Lang said this very confidently. Hearing that Qin Lang had guessed his situation, Kunta couldn't help but laugh. So what if you guessed right? Can you defeat me without using any attacks? Qin Lang couldn't help laughing. How will you know if you don't try? After saying this, Qin Lang's eyes flashed coldly, and he directly fired more than a dozen missiles. Seeing these missiles flying towards him, Kunta did not dodge or evade, and even put the 2 spiral shurikens in his hands back to his shoulders. The missiles exploded in front of him, but all the energy was completely absorbed by Kunta. Then his eyes lit up. There were also more than a dozen missiles flying towards Qin Lang, and some were even more powerful than the missiles launched by Qin Lang. Try this. Kunta can not only absorb the enemy's attack energy, but also strengthen these attacks. Seeing the missiles flying towards him, Qin Lang immediately swung the sword in his hand and detonated all the missiles in the air. But even so, the shrapnel from the exploding missile still streaked across the surface of Lillian's body. Fortunately, they were all blocked by the protection formed by the liquid metal. It is probably because of this strange weapon system that Kunta was able to compete with Carl for the position of the king of machinery. Qin Lang turned and looked at Lillian. This Kunta's ability is so special, we must use a surprise attack to win. I will increase my energy output in a moment and directly raise my energy to the highest level. Your body might suffer some damage this way, but as long as you launch the missile in time, you won't have to worry. Hearing this, Lillian nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll hold it in. Qin Lang took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. There is only one way to deal with this Kunta. Isn't he able to absorb the energy of the enemy's attack? Then increase the energy of your attack to the limit and let him explode alive with this energy. Qin Lang didn't believe that Kunta could absorb energy infinitely. If that was the case, then there was no way he would be defeated by Carl. Thinking of this, he directly increased the energy overload level to 200%. Almost instantly, the alarm indicating that the aircraft was damaged sounded in the cockpit. Lillian felt an unprecedented powerful energy pouring into her body. Some weak parts collapsed directly under the impact of this powerful energy. Even the surface of the body began to tear slightly. Seeing this scene, Kunta couldn't help but feel interested. Oh, is it going to explode from its own energy? Qin Lang gritted his teeth and charged all his energy into the missile. You'll find out. 9 suns shining in the world. Qin Lang roared loudly, and 9 missiles were launched instantly, landing directly around Kunta. After these missiles fell around his body, they began to explode silently, and all the missiles turned into fireballs. These fireballs surrounded Kunta. Seeing that the fireballs did not hit him at all, Kunta was about to laugh, but suddenly he felt the air around him was extremely hot. Even his own body was about to melt. When I looked at it suddenly, I found that the 9 fireballs were slowly merging towards the center. A bigger fireball takes shape directly, enveloping Kunta's entire body. Kunta immediately roared. Black hole armament, absorb. I saw the engine in his chest turned into a black hole, desperately absorbing energy. But this energy is so strong that even the black hole is blurred by the light of energy. Qin Lang sneered. This 9-yang shining world is the strongest attack he has launched so far. Not only does the energy overload talent increase the energy output to 200%. At the same time, the passive skill of the title of Slayer accumulated from slaughtering those mechanical monsters before has further enhanced the power of this ultimate move. This ultimate move is more than 10 times more powerful than the original one. You should know that Joyang Yaoshi is the result of compressing the power of these missiles to the extreme, creating a stronger energy. Even Qin Lang couldn't guarantee how strong this energy would be after being strengthened. Kunta was already roaring in the fireball. He tried desperately to absorb such a powerful energy, but he simply couldn't absorb it. Finally, there was a loud bang, and the fireball exploded along with Kunta who was inside it. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Perfect Clearance, Explosive Attributes. The Quinjet fighter exploded into a pile of debris, and the voice of the copy system came into Qin Lang's mind. Congratulations on completing the level and achieving a perfect level. You are the first person to complete this dungeon. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. Congratulations on obtaining the Black Hole Weapon, S-Class Mechanical Core, Quinjet Engine, A-Class Mechanical Core, and Transformer Cores 10. Your commander's star rating has been upgraded to 5 stars. All players who attempt to enter the level will be teleported away in 3 minutes. Xi Lang's eyes lit up when he heard the voice in his mind. As the first person to clear this dungeon, the reward he received was so generous. Not only did he get the weapon system on Kunta, but he also got so many mechanical cores. The most important thing is that his commander's star rating has also been upgraded. He quickly submitted the black hole weapon to the system. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards: antimatter kinetic armor, water droplet weapon system, spacetime jump engine, and 2000 mall points. Congratulations, host, for reaching 5 stars. Reward contracts 2, stellar class power engine, floating turret, 10 attribute points. Your physical fitness has improved. Open the commander's personal panel. This time, the system broadcast voice in my mind lasted for a long time. And the rewards are unprecedentedly generous. Xi Lang took a deep breath and took advantage of this moment to check the rewards. I didn't expect that after reaching 5 stars, I would be rewarded with so many things, and there would also be new contract spots. But the most important thing is that the system actually opens a personal panel. System: check the personal panel. Host: Xi Lang. Level: 5 stars. Constitution: 80. Spirit: 95. Charm: 45. Talent: Forced Driving, Infinite Energy, Infinite Upgrade, Energy Overload. Title: Slayer, Metal Crusher, King of Machines. Commander's ultimate skills: Streamer / 9 Suns Shining. Contracted Mecha Girls: Zhou Chang, Mu Qingchuan, Fang Shuang, Lillian. Number of contracts: 3. Attribute points: 10. Points: 12,000. After seeing his personal panel, Xi Lang's eyes immediately lit up. Although every time the commander's star system is upgraded, his personal attributes will be strengthened. But before, I can only feel that I was getting stronger, but there was no clear numerical representation at all. Now, after seeing the values of his personal attributes, Xi Lang couldn't help but take a breath. Although I already knew that my personal attributes were very strong, I didn't expect them to be this strong. You should know that the physical value of an ordinary person is only 10 points, and the mental value may be slightly higher, but not more than 15. Even for other 5-star commanders, this value will only be around 50 points after repeated upgrades. But he is almost twice as strong. Constitution refers to his physical strength, such as strength, agility, etc. The spirit is the strength when he controls the mecha girl. The higher his mental strength, the more he can command the mecha girl to perform some difficult and complex movements, and the higher his degree of cooperation with the mecha girl will be. If his personal panel were released, it would definitely dazzle many people's eyes. Not only does he have 2 commander skills, he also has 3 titles and 4 SSS level talents. I guess even geniuses would call it unbelievable if they saw it. After looking at his personal panel, Xi Lang took a deep breath. System: add 10 attribute points to your physical and mental strength. Ding! Adding points successfully. Xi Lang smiled and nodded. This charm attribute can increase his success rate in signing a contract with the mecha girl. The higher the charm, the more likely the mecha girl is to sign a contract with him. And this attribute is also what Xi Lang needs the least. Don't forget that he has the ability to force driving. If he likes a mecha girl, he can just force her to drive. Even if that mecha girl has a commander, he can just push the commander down. This is the enhancement he received after reaching 5 stars. Previously, commanders were required to leave the cockpits of the mecha girls, but now this is completely unnecessary. Xi Lang took a deep breath. Although he submitted the black hole weapon to the system, he didn't have to worry. He could enter this copy again until he could get the black hole weapon again. If that doesn't work, he can still take it off Kunta's body. Soon, the 3 minutes were up and Xi Lang and Lillian were teleported out of the dungeon. When she was teleported back to the dungeon, Lillian couldn't help but cheer. Master, have we completed that mission? Xi Lang smiled slightly, shook his head and said. What do you think? Don't forget, we blew the final boss into pieces. Not only did we lose its weapon system, we didn't even get its mechanical core. Hearing this, Lillian's expression suddenly became extremely bitter. What? Didn't we go in for nothing? Xi Lang shook his head. This isn't a wasted trip. It's a chance for them to gain experience. After they go in again, this dungeon will undergo some changes. This time we can clear this dungeon even faster. Lillian nodded helplessly. Lillian was unaware of the rewards in the dungeon, and at this time she just thought that Xi Lang had not obtained the quest item, so she paid Qin Lang another 500,000 yuan for the ticket and re-entered the dungeon. But they didn't know that their action had caused shock to the Alliance Guild. What? Someone cleared that level dungeon? Oh my god, the final boss in that dungeon was so strong, how was he defeated? At this time, the branch president of the Alliance Guild heard the report from his subordinates and immediately stood up with a look of shock on his face. The vice president next to him frowned and then spoke. As the first to clear the dungeon, they must have obtained the weapon system for the final boss of this dungeon. If we can take this weapon system and study it, maybe we can make a lot of technological breakthroughs. Guild President Zhang Chang nodded quickly. That's right. No matter how much it costs, we must buy this weapon system. As he said this, he hurriedly took some staff members to find Qin Lang, who had just passed the customs. But at this time, the staff received news from below. President, please wait a moment. After clearing the level, that person actually chose to enter the dungeon again. Zhang Chang widened his eyes in disbelief. What did you say? He went in again? Hasn't he been rewarded enough? But this shouldn't be the case. Everyone knows that the first person to clear the dungeon will receive the most generous reward. Zhang Cheng frowned and prepared to go down and wait for Qin Lang to come out. Chapter 126 Puppet. At this time, Qin Lang didn't know that his clearance had attracted the attention of many people. Instead, he entered the dungeon again with Lillian. It took a lot of time to collect the control center of the mechanical fortress and deal with Kunta in the previous copy. At this time, the drone swarm has been replenished. After Qin Lang came in, he directly controlled Lillian to fly towards the mechanical fortress. The mechanical fortress instantly launched a torrent of artillery fire. Lillian screamed in shock. Master! Quick, use the drone! Qin Lang couldn't help but frown, and after launching missiles to block the artillery fire, he couldn't help but speak. Have you noticed that the artillery fire released by the mechanical fortress this time is much weaker than last time? After hearing this, Lillian noticed the current situation. After a careful observation, Lillian indeed found something wrong. When I first entered this copy, as soon as I approached the mechanical fortress, it launched an extremely powerful artillery attack. The artillery fire was like raindrops all over the sky, and there was no chance to dodge at all. But now, Qin Lang just controlled the body to dodge, and at the same time used some missiles to block, and intercepted all the artillery fire. Oh, that seems to be the case. But even if the difficulty is lower after the dungeon is cleared, it shouldn't be lowered so much, right? Lillian asked rather puzzledly. Qin Lang figured out some things and had a smile on his face. Indeed, these artillery attacks are weaker than when they first entered the dungeon, but not too much. What really makes them feel relieved is that they have become stronger. First of all, Qin Lang's commander level has reached 5 stars, and his personal attributes have also been improved. His attributes have been improved, and he has become stronger in controlling the body. Secondly, the passive effect of the title of Slayer is still retained. He had killed so many mechanical monsters in there before that the passive skill of the title of Slayer had been stacked to a very high level. In addition, his energy overload talent also received a certain improvement after it was upgraded to 5 stars. As a result, it naturally felt that the artillery attacks released by this mechanical fortress had become weaker. Thinking of this, Qin Lang smiled slightly. This dungeon is no longer a concern for us, so let's just speed run through it. Lillian nodded vigorously, an excited expression on her face. After all, this is just an A-level copy. The reason why it is so difficult when entering the copy for the first time is mainly because no one has ever completed this copy before. Now that someone has completed it once, the difficulty of this copy has dropped directly to the level of an ordinary A-level copy. Qin Lang quickly dealt with the artillery fire outside, and this time there was no need for drones to launch suicide attacks. Instead, he directly destroyed the gun barrels outside with an unmatched posture, and forcibly blasted open the barrier of the mechanical fortress. Immediately afterwards, Qin Lang controlled Lillian to enter the second form and flew directly into the gap. Suddenly, a dense army of mechanical monsters surrounded them. While Qin Lang was attacking these mechanical monsters, he also noticed one thing. That is, all the production factories that were previously hidden in this mechanical fortress have come to a standstill. Although there are many mechanical monsters at this time, there is no factory to continuously provide new troops. As long as you kill all these mechanical monsters, you can directly challenge the final boss. It seems that the control center of the mechanical fortress is indeed the most important thing in this copy. Without this control center, this mechanical fortress has lost the ability to produce mechanical monsters. Qin Lang smiled with great confidence, and with the help of the killer's passive ability, he began to continuously slaughter these mechanical monsters. For a moment, the killer's passive was superimposed again. While Qin Lang was slaughtering these mechanical monsters, he watched the passive stacking of the title of Slayer to calculate the number of these mechanical monsters. Lillian screamed beside her. Master, don't destroy their mechanical cores. Since we can't rob the warehouse where the mechanical cores are stored, we can only rob the cores of these mechanical monsters. Qin Lang shook his head and smiled helplessly, but he also followed Lillian's request and tried his best to avoid damaging the skill cores of these mechanical monsters. Since no more mechanical monsters were produced this time, it only took them half an hour to kill all the mechanical monsters here. Qin Lang then asked Lillian to collect these mechanical cores by herself, while he looked at the bottom of the mechanical fortress. Although a new control center has appeared at the bottom of the mechanical fortress, it has lost the function of extracting energy to manufacture mechanical cores. I guess this new control center can only control the gun barrels outside. Qin Lang was a little surprised. Could it be that these copies are impossible to copy? Although these copies allow them to break through again and again, they will not collapse until the energy of the copy is exhausted. But the first time you enter the dungeon is the most realistic appearance of the dungeon. Some things that cannot be copied can only be obtained when you enter for the first time. Qin Lang thought secretly in his heart that he should find a way to enter more copies that no one has ever passed in the future. I don't know where these copies came from. It seems I should ask Leviathan when I have time. As she was thinking this, Lillian had already collected all the mechanical cores. Qin Lang smiled and looked directly at the back of the mechanical fortress. Let's go give this dungeon's boss a little surprise. This time, tens of thousands of mechanical monsters were slaughtered, and the passive effect of the Slayer title was superimposed to a very high level. Now, just relying on this passive effect, their attack strength has reached 800% of the original. A little Kunta is nothing to worry about. Qin Lang controlled Lillian and came to the space where Kunta was, only to see that the Quinjet fighter was still floating there. How dare you, a tiny human, break into my mechanical fortress? I, Kunta, will tear you into pieces. Kunta's cold voice came, but Qin Lang couldn't help frowning when he heard it, always feeling that something was wrong. At this time, Kunta also quickly completed the transformation. He used the two propellers as spiral shurikens and threw them towards Qin Lang fiercely. Qin Lang immediately controlled the liquid metal to turn into a long sword, and with one sword he knocked the spiral shuriken away. Seeing that the attack of this thorn was so weak, Qin Lang finally realized what was wrong. It seems that Kunta is not as strong as before. At this time, Kunta seemed to have lost his free will and completely turned into a puppet. Chapter 127, Brand New Changes to the Copy. On the other side, Kunta continued to launch attacks. But although he was constantly attacking Qin Lang, each attack became much weaker than the previous one. It was as if Kunta had become a puppet, and could only mechanically repeat his previous attacks under the control of the copy. Qin Lang tried to use liquid metal, but Kunta had no reaction to it at all. This is completely different from the last time. Could it be that the final bosses of the previous copies were not unaware of the existence of the mechanical element, but had lost some of their intelligence because they had already been cleared by others? Of the final bosses Qin Lang has encountered so far, only Leviathan and Kunta can recognize the mechanical elemental order. He also took this mechanical elemental order from the mechanical King Carl. The common point between Leviathan and Kunta is that no one has ever cleared the dungeons they are in before, and Qin Lang is the first person to do so. Qin Lang thought in his heart, and then directly launched his commander's ultimate move. In an instant, the long sword turned into a stream of light and slashed fiercely on Kunta's armor. Just like the first time, Kunta's armor actually absorbed the energy of this ultimate move, and then released it towards Qin Lang with a pure energy attack. Qin Lang immediately pulled away and dodged. This attack actually broke through the wall at the back, leaving a big hole inside the mechanical fortress. However, he did not release the same ultimate move as the first time. Qin Lang understood immediately. I'm afraid the commander's ultimate move is a very complicated move, and only those with sufficient intelligence can release it. But now Kunta looks more like a puppet, who can only rely on his black hole weapon to absorb energy, but has no way to replicate this trick. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry. Qin Lang smiled slightly, tightened his grip on the liquid metal sword in his hand, and rushed forward to engage in close combat with Kunta. During the continuous attacks, Kunta absorbed the energy released by Qin Lang's attacks again and again, but he could not find any opportunity to release this energy. Qin Lang was also observing Kunta's collective reaction during the battle, trying to find the location of the black hole armed forces. Finally, after he pried open a piece of armor, he saw a glittering core. Xi Lang's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the core and pulled it out fiercely. In an instant, the energy that Kunta had accumulated before burst out directly. Ah! With a scream from Kunta, his body instantly exploded into pieces. Congratulations on completing the dungeon and achieving a perfect clearance achievement. Rewards: a rank mechanical core, nuclear engine, and 5 transformation cores. All players who enter the level will be teleported away in 3 minutes. Really? Although the second time I cleared the level, the rewards I got were much worse than the first time. Not only did it lose its black hole weapon, but its power engine also became a nuclear power engine. Xi Lang shook his head slightly and looked at the weapon system in his hand. This weapon system is the same as the black hole weapon obtained after the last clearance, but its strength is much weaker than the last time. It seems that not only the mechanical monsters here have become weaker, but even the rewards have become weaker. Soon a ray of light flashed, and Xi Lang and Lillian were directly teleported out of the copy and returned to the copy transmission room. At this time, everyone outside had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Xi Lang got the arm system and was ready to leave here to go to the killer organization to hand in the task, but as soon as he walked out of the copy transmission room, he saw a lot of people gathered here. The leader had white hair and beard, and looked at him excitedly. "Please, have you cleared this instance?" The old man walked towards him tremblingly, and Xi Lang nodded with some doubt. "Yeah, we cleared this dungeon." The old man immediately nodded happily and introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Chang, the branch leader of this instance. I'm wondering if you've obtained the weapon system for the final boss?" "That's right, this weapon system is very unique. If we can get it and study it, we will definitely be able to achieve a breakthrough in the Mechanical Alliance's technology." Zhao Chang said this and turned to look at the vice president next to him. The vice president smiled slightly, walked over and spoke. "Of course, this is just a request. If you're unwilling to give it to us, that's understandable. But if you're willing, we're willing to pay 500 million mechanical coins for it." After he said this, Xi Lang was about to think about it, but Lillian beside him couldn't sit still anymore and slapped Xi Lang's arm frantically. "Master, did you hear that? They're willing to pay 500 million. Oh my god, 500 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Master, let's sell this weapon system to them." Hearing Lillian's words, Zhao Chang and the vice president couldn't help but smile slightly. In fact, this A-level copy has already attracted great attention from the Mechanical Alliance. Judging from the copy level, this copy is not strong. The only special thing is the mechanical monster production factory inside this mechanical fortress. There is also an armed system on the final boss that can absorb energy. The Mechanical Alliance is not only an organization that manages the commander and Jin Yang, but also undertakes the scientific research, education, etc. of the entire country. At present, their technology is completely incomparable to these mechanical civilizations, so all they can do is study the armament systems of these mechanical monsters and create imitations. The level of this copy is neither high nor low. Those who are capable of clearing this copy look down on the rewards of this copy, and those who are interested in the rewards of this copy do not have enough strength. That's why no one has completed this copy for so long. I didn't expect that Xi Lang and Lillian came here and cleared 2 copies in a row in such a short time. They must have obtained the armed system. Xi Lang thought for a while. Although he now has an armed system in his hands, it has to be handed over to the killer organization to complete the task. But it doesn't matter. Xi Lang said with a smile. "I did get the final boss's weapon system, but I'm keeping it for myself. If you want, I can go in again and find a way to dismantle this weapon system and sell it to you. How about that?" Hearing this, Zhao Cheng's eyes widened instantly. What did you say? You can dismantle this boss's weapon system? Are you kidding me?" Xi Lang smiled and shrugged. "If you don't believe it, then I won't go." Chapter 128 Commander with Super Potential. Seeing Xi Lang's calm look, Zhao Cheng couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's not that he doesn't trust Xi Lang, but no one has ever done this before. If others want to obtain the final boss's weapon system or mechanical core, they can only rely on the system rewards after clearing the level. After all, the best way to kill the final boss and these mechanical monsters is to directly destroy their mechanical cores. But the mechanical core is the source of energy for these mechanical monsters. Once it is destroyed, the energy hidden inside will be released instantly, blowing the mechanical monsters to pieces without leaving any residue. This is also the reason why many people cannot get too many parts from the final boss after killing it. Only Qin Lang can kill the final boss without destroying the mechanical core. That's why he got so many mechanical cores. It would be impossible for anyone else. Otherwise, the mechanical core would not be so expensive. In the first copy, he got an SS-level mechanical core and let the Mechanical Alliance buy it at such a high price. Although there is a certain price involved, it is enough to prove the preciousness of the mechanical core. So when Qin Lang said these things, Zhao Chengkai was extremely shocked. Oh my god, if you can really dismantle the weapon system, we are willing to buy it for 500 million. As for his mechanical core, we can also purchase it at the market price. Qin Lang nodded helplessly. It seemed that he had to enter the dungeon for the third time. Okay, wait a minute then. I just entered the dungeon twice, and now I don't have enough money to pay for the entrance fee. Qin Lang said this deliberately. Sure enough, Zhao Chang said it very tactfully. Sir, I will waive your ticket fee this time, and I will also refund you the first 2 tickets later. As long as you can obtain this weapon system, you will be a guest of honor in our guild. After hearing this, Qin Lang nodded in satisfaction. Lillian beside him couldn't help but glance at Qin Lang secretly. I used to think Qin Lang was a rich second generation, but after knowing Qin Lang's life experience, I realized that Qin Lang's current achievements were all achieved through his own hard work. No wonder Qin Lang is so greedy and stingy, he and I are really in sync. Lillian was thinking this happily in her heart, but was dragged back into the dungeon by Qin Lang. The vice president next to Zhao Cheng thought for a moment and said to Zhao Cheng, President Zhao, I estimate it will take them at least 1 or 2 hours to get through this level. Why don't we go up and wait? When they come out, the staff will tell us. Zhao Cheng shook his head slightly. No, let's just wait here. We must show enough courtesy to such talents. The Alliance Guild is currently short of talent. If this type of talent can join the guild, it will definitely be a great boost to the guild's future development. The vice president frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. Instead, he waited here silently. He originally thought it would take an hour or 2 for Qin Lang and the others to come out, but only half an hour later, Qin Lang and Lillian walked out of the copy transmission room. How did you get out so quickly? Did you fail this time? Zhao Cheng asked in surprise. Although Qin Lang and his team have already cleared the dungeon twice, the difficulty of this dungeon is such that if they are not careful, they may lose everything. Everyone knows the situation of this copy, and it is impossible to kill all the mechanical monsters in the sky in such a short time. But Qin Lang smiled slightly and took out the core of an armed system. No, we cleared the level. This is the core of the black hole weapon you requested. Come and inspect it. Zhao Cheng looked at the core that Qin Lang took out in disbelief. Although the core looked very small when installed on the body, it was also a large cube of 1 meter square when taken out. It is engraved with very complex and precise mechanical patterns, with yellow light flickering in it. Since it is not activated, this core only looks full of technology. Is this the weapon system for the final boss? It's incredible that you managed to get it out in such a short time. Qin Lang smiled slightly. This is already the 3rd time he has entered the dungeon. How could he fight according to the previous method? After entering the dungeon this time, he directly controlled Lillian to attack from the back level of the mechanical fortress where Kunta was. Although there were the most artillery batteries here, under their frenzied attack, they broke through the barrier of this mechanical fortress in less than 10 minutes. It then took another 20 minutes to dismantle Kunta into parts, not only obtaining the mechanical core, but also obtaining a weakened version of the weapon system. However, the arms system that Qin Lang handed over to the Alliance Guild was actually the core he obtained for the 2nd time. He planned to hand over the 3rd arms system and core to the killer organization to complete the task. After all, that mission only allowed them to obtain the mechanical core and weapon system, and it did not say that it had to be a complete version. In this way, the arms system obtained by the Alliance Guild is slightly stronger than the arms system obtained by the killer organization, and it will not be sanctioned by the killer organization in return. Qin Lang was thinking happily in his heart, while on the other side, Zhao Cheng had asked the staff to check the authenticity of the core and directly transferred 52 million yuan of funds to Qin Lang. Thank you, Commander. We've already transferred the funds in ticket money to you according to the purchase price. The additional 1 million is just a thank you fee. If you still want to challenge levels in the future, you can consider joining our guild. As long as it's a dungeon that no one has ever cleared, I will give you a discount on the entrance fee. Zhao Cheng was undoubtedly trying to show goodwill to Qin Lang by doing this, and at the same time was also trying to recruit Qin Lang for their guild. Although the Alliance Guild is also controlled by the Mechanical Alliance and is essentially a whole, the various guild branches have performance appraisals and fight openly and secretly with each other. For example, the Jiangcheng Guild is only ranked around 20th among the guild branches across the country, but as they clear more and more dungeons and gain more skills, their ranking will rise and they will be able to receive more resources. Zhao Chang and Qin Lang can be said to have each gotten what they needed, and it can be considered a win-win cooperation. Of course Qin Lang would not refuse. Instead, he nodded in agreement and then walked out with Lillian. Looking at Qin Lang's back, Zhao Chang felt deeply moved. It would be great if such a talented and promising commander could join our guild branch. Chapter 129 Undercover Meeting. After leaving the Alliance Guild, Qin Lang turned and said to Lillian. Lillian, you've got a lot of mechanical cores, right? Go sell them at the Alliance Guild yourself. I have to go back to school first. Lillian suddenly felt reluctant. Master, are you going back now? What about the other 2 tasks? Qin Lang smiled. Don't worry, I will complete the other 2 tasks myself. Wait for my news. I will find you when I need you. Lillian nodded immediately and said shyly. Oh, my parents heard that I signed a contract with you, and they want you to come to my house for dinner. It's okay if you don't have time, When Lillian said this, she was already at a loss. Her small hands were fiddling with the corners of her clothes, and her face was a little nervous and shy. Qin Lang was slightly stunned, then smiled and reached out to touch Lillian's head. Okay, I'll visit your house in a couple of days. I'll transfer this bonus to your card. You should be able to make ends meet, and you won't have to work part-time at the guild anymore. Hearing this, Lillian looked at Qin Lang with emotion. Master, you are so good to me. I really don't know what to say. You should keep the prize money. After all, without you, I wouldn't be this strong. The mechanical core I got is enough to treat my parents' illness. Qin Lang spoke in a feigned anger. What are you talking about? We've already signed a permanent contract. We're family from now on. Family members don't need to be so clearly differentiated. This is what you deserve. After hearing Qin Lang's words, Lillian was so moved that she didn't know how to start. Especially the word family, which made Lillian blush and her heart beat fast. Since I have become Qin Lang's family, I should be his wife, right? Although not the first wife, being a concubine is not bad either. After the advent of the mechanical age, people's ideas and concepts have changed greatly. Being a concubine of a powerful commander is no longer something to be ashamed of, but is instead the pursuit of many mecha girls. Including many powerful mecha girls, there are actually multiple commanders. All I can say is that in this era, strength and talent represent everything. After parting with Lillian, Qin Lang went straight back to school. When he arrived at the school gate, Qin Lang did not go in, but turned into the snack street next to it. After wandering around several snack bars, Qin Lang finally came to the toilet of a snack bar. After closing the door, Qin Lang pressed the flush button. I saw the wall behind the toilet slowly open, revealing a very hidden path. Qin Lang walked along the road and soon entered a residential building. He pressed the elevator to the 13th floor and walked into the cleaning tool storage room next to the stairs. After opening a hidden wooden door inside, a room was revealed. I saw a man in plain clothes waiting inside. This person was Qin Lang's contact, and it was Zhao Gang who asked him to complete this task. How is it? Have you gained the trust of the assassin organization? As soon as they met, Zhao Gang couldn't wait to ask. Qin Lang shook his head helplessly. Brother, how can it be so fast? Don't worry, just give me enough time and I will be able to find out the situation of the killer organization. Qin Lang said this and then stretched out his hand. How about it? Did you bring the Mechanical Alliance's defense map? Zhao Gang's face looked a little angry. Do you know how important this defense map is? If it were to be obtained by foreign forces, it would bring us immeasurable losses. Qin Lang immediately rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Once they get this map, they'll definitely spend time verifying its authenticity. Once they're sure, can't you just temporarily change the map? Or maybe we could wait a while and then make the news of the theft of the defense map public. This way, the people behind this will know that we've alerted them and they won't dare to act. Zhao Gang's face turned pale and his temples were throbbing. Replacing the defense map requires a lot of manpower and resources, but I didn't expect to suffer such a huge loss. However, he also knew that this loss was negligible compared to the losses caused by the killer organization. Oh, okay. As he spoke, he pulled out a USB flash drive from his pocket. The information here is encrypted and can only be viewed once. Although this thing is important, some peripheral members can also access it. Give it to the assassin organization. They shouldn't be too suspicious of your identity. Hearing this, Xin Lang smiled and nodded. Okay. There's a third mission that requires me to kill the traitor from that company. I think this person must have something related to the assassin organization. Instead of me killing him, why don't you put him under house arrest? As long as we don't get discovered by others, your method should be able to reveal some information during the interrogation, right? Zhao Gang nodded slightly. Yes, we have actually been paying attention to this person for a long time. But can you discuss this with us before you take on your next mission? Xin Lang immediately rolled his eyes. Brother, I'm undercover. If I don't take on some mission soon, I'm sure I'll be suspected. Who would be so picky when accepting a mission? Zhao Gang frowned. Then you can't keep damaging the interests of the Mechanical Alliance. Xin Lang couldn't help but tap his temples and looked at Zhao Chang helplessly. Why did Zhou Tong send a dumbass like you to be my contact? Please think about this with your own brain. Since everyone in the assassin organization can issue missions, won't you just issue some missions and let me complete them? Don't tell me you've been planning this for so long and you don't even have this much ability. When Zhao Chang heard this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Is it still possible? Xin Lang smiled slightly. Why not? You deliberately issued tasks that harmed the interests of the Mechanical Alliance, such as stealing important documents and information. When the time comes, I'll hand these things over to you. Transferring them from one hand to the other will actually increase my credibility. Really? I have to remind you of this little trick. Zhao Gang couldn't help but take a deep breath. No wonder Commander Zhou Tong had such high hopes for Xin Lang. He did have some outstanding qualities. For example, this strategy, the people from the Mechanical Alliance couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Okay, after you post the tasks, tell me the task numbers and I'll take them. By the way, the 3 tasks I accepted this time are the templates for your task releases. Chapter 130 Xing Linger is leaving. When you issue tasks in the future, follow the 3 tasks I accepted this time. Hearing this, Zhao Chang nodded slightly. If Xin Lang specifically does things that harm the Mechanical Alliance, it will make his identity even more suspicious. On the contrary, accepting tasks without any purpose like Xin Lang would increase his credibility. When a killer organization judges the loyalty of its members, it not only looks at how many missions the member has taken, but also examines the frequency and purpose of the missions the member has taken. Those people are true psychological masters, and they can analyze Xin Lang's purpose through the tasks he has accepted. If they found out that all the missions Xin Lang took on were detrimental to the Mechanical Alliance and that he was completely against the Mechanical Alliance, those people would not trust Xin Lang. Because Xin Lang is like a time bomb. If it explodes, it will affect them instead. Only in this way can they see Xin Lang's ability and avoid doubting him. After meeting with Zhao Gang, Xin Lang looked at the time and spoke directly. Okay, I'm going back first. I suggest you don't make the meeting place so complicated next time. Why would it take me so long to go to the bathroom? It's already been more than half an hour. Zhao Gang couldn't help but chuckle. Couldn't it just be constipation? Xin Lang's face suddenly turned green, and he wanted to kick Zhao Gang away. But now he couldn't care less about that, so he just followed the same route he came from and returned to the toilet in the snack street. After coming out of the toilet, Xin Lang pretended to have numb feet and moved slowly by holding onto the wall, while carefully observing his surroundings. Sure enough, when he observed carefully, he found that several people were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. It seems that these people were sent by the killer organization to keep watch. It turns out that the killer organization doesn't trust him so easily. But at the same time, the fact that so many people were following him also proved that the killer organization attached great importance to him. If his loyalty was confirmed, they would definitely entrust him with important tasks. Thinking of this, Xin Lang decided to go all out and went directly to the pharmacy to buy a bottle of enema. This process was extremely embarrassing, and Xin Lang wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After doing all this, she returned to school and used the killer organization's communicator to contact the person who issued the mission. We agreed to put the black hole weapon in a store in the snack street tomorrow, and the other party agreed very readily. After doing these things, Xin Lang couldn't help but rub his temples with a headache. Oh, this job is really hard. If it weren't for the house, I wouldn't have accepted this mission. Qin Lang muttered this to himself, but at this moment, his cell phone rang. I took out my cell phone and saw that it was Xing Linger calling. This made Qin Lang feel a headache again. Hello? Qin Lang had just picked up the phone when Xing Linger's somewhat angry voice rang out from the receiver. Qin Lang. You haven't come to class for so many days. Where have you been? You said you were going to attend a seminar, but now Sister Zhou Qing is back. Why haven't you come to school yet? Do you have a dog outside? Just from Xing Linger's voice, one can tell that she must be in a very aggressive state. She had just said this when her phone was snatched away by someone, and then Zhou Qing's voice came from the receiver. Hubby, this is it. Xing Linger and I miss you so much. If you have time, come to the apartment in the evening and we'll cook for you. After hearing Zhou Qing's words, Qin Lang smiled knowingly. Okay, honey, I'll definitely come to your place tonight. Zhou Qing smiled sweetly, then chatted with Qin Lang about school matters before hanging up the phone. Qin Lang knew that Zhou Qing's thoughts about him were fake, and he probably thought that Xing Linger wanted to see him. After leaving the dungeon last time, he took the high-speed rail directly to the provincial capital. Come to think of it, it has been nearly half a month since I last saw Xing Linger. Moreover, ever since he attended the seminar, the school courses no longer mattered to him. Even the principal Lu Yan knew this, so he didn't care about Qin Lang's absence from class without reason. It's time to resolve Xing Linger's situation. I must find out whether she is a member of the Mechanical Alliance. Qin Lang thought deeply for a moment and couldn't help but frowning slightly. He is currently on an undercover mission, so the Mechanical Alliance shouldn't force him to sign a contract with Starfleet at this time. With this mood, Qin Lang dressed up a little and went directly to Zhou Qing's apartment in the evening. Arriving at the door of the apartment, Qin Lang knocked gently, and the door was immediately opened. Xing Linger showed a scrutinizing face from behind, raised her small nose, and sniffed Qin Lang carefully. Why do you smell so good? Tell me, are you dating another girl? Qin Lang pushed Xing Linger aside helplessly, and then said helplessly. Yes, that girl also sprayed a well-known foreign perfume called Six God. Xing Linger suddenly looked like a ferocious beast. At this time, Zhou Qing's voice came from the kitchen. Xing Linger, didn't you say you missed Qin Lang? You won't make Qin Lang like you if you do this. After hearing Zhou Qing's words, Xing Linger, who had been acting aggressively, suddenly became obedient. She walked up to Mr. Qin and said with her head lowered. Qin Lang, do you know? I'm leaving. As soon as these words came out, Qin Lang looked at Xing Linger in disbelief. What? You want to leave? Where are you going? Xing Linger sighed softly. I've been out playing for a long time this time, and it's time to go back. Although I didn't complete the mission and didn't successfully sign a contract with you, just wait, I will come to you. I will never give up until I achieve my goal. Xing Linger said this and waved her pink and white fist. At this time, Zhou Qing also came out of the kitchen. Qin Lang, Xing Linger has been wanting to sign a contract with you for a long time. Now she is going back, can't you fulfill her wish? Hearing this, Xing Linger also raised her head and looked at Qin Lang with watery eyes. Qin Lang was speechless for a moment. He had long seen that Xing Linger was definitely not an ordinary mecha girl. Looking back at when Xing Linger first appeared, she was completely like a blank sheet of paper. Not only did she know nothing, but she was also quite otherworldly. She doesn't look smart enough for her age. During the time she was with him, Xing Linger came into contact with all kinds of people, which also affected her personality, making her character gradually become quirky. Chapter 131 Signing a Contract with Xing Linger. Qin Lang sighed softly. It was not that he was unwilling to sign a contract with Xing Linger. Looking back on the little things he and Xing Linger had experienced together, it could be said that he had become the most important person in Xing Linger's life, and Xing Linger had also left a significant mark in his life. In this situation, Qin Lang certainly couldn't just watch Xing Linger leave, especially before she completed the contract with him. But when he thought of Xing Linger's identity, Qin Lang couldn't help but feel a headache. Although he had long guessed that Xing Linger was the starship sent by the Mechanical Alliance to sign a contract with him, this was ultimately just Qin Lang's own guess. What if Xing Linger was not sent by the Mechanical Alliance? Given Xing Linger's mysterious strength, if I sign a contract with her without finding out her identity, wouldn't I be putting myself in danger? It was because of these thoughts that Qin Lang was so conflicted. At this moment, Xing Linger looked into Qin Lang's eyes and suddenly spoke. Forget it, if you don't want to sign a contract with me, there's no need to force it. I'm just telling you that I'm leaving soon, so you should be happy tonight. Looking at Xing Linger's sad expression, Xin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly grabbed Xing Linger's hand. Xing Linger immediately raised her head in disbelief, and just happened to see Xin Lang looking at her with burning eyes. This fiery look made Xing Linger blush and her heart beat faster, and she felt her whole body inexplicably hot. Xin Lang smiled slightly and spoke. Actually, I was overthinking it before. I was always worried about your identity and your purpose in hiding it. But actually, there's no need for me to think so much, because all I need to know is that you won't hurt me. When Xing Linger heard this, her eyes immediately began to turn red and she couldn't help but nodded vigorously. Xin Lang, don't worry, I will never be your enemy in this life. Xin Lang smiled slightly. He had been wondering who sent Xing Linger. And if he signed a contract with Xing Linger, would he have to obey the Mechanical Alliance? But now think about it carefully, as a member of the Mechanical Alliance, how could he escape the control of the Mechanical Alliance? Moreover, the Mechanical Alliance has controlled society for such a long time that there has been no chaos at all. The Mechanical Alliance has also guaranteed people's normal lives, allowing even some commanders and mecha girls who are not particularly powerful to live a rich life. To be fair, the Mechanical Alliance has done a pretty good job. So Xin Lang finally put aside his thoughts and spoke directly to Xing Linger. No matter who you are, as long as you are willing to be my mecha girl, I am willing to sign a contract with you. That's enough. Our relationship will not affect anything else, nor will it be affected by anything else. After hearing Xin Lang's words, Xing Linger nodded vigorously, with a hint of excitement on her face. She couldn't wait to speak. Xin Lang, although I came to you with some purpose, but after coming to your side, I realized that there are so many interesting things and so many interesting people in the world. I can guarantee that my intention is definitely not to harm your interests, but if you don't sign a contract with me, I absolutely cannot reveal my identity. This is also my difficulty. Xin Lang smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, It's okay, I understand you now. Then, he looked directly into Xing Linger's eyes and said very sincerely, Xing Linger, let's sign a contract. Are you willing to become my mecha girl? Xing Linger nodded vigorously, a complicated look appearing in her eyes. There is touching, joyful, and also a sense of relief that a wish has finally been fulfilled. I do. Xing Linger shouted with all her strength. I do. Xin Lang immediately smiled, and Zhou Qing beside him couldn't help but applaud. That's great. Seeing that you two finally achieved your wish, I'm very happy for you. Xin Lang turned to look at Zhou Qing and couldn't help scratching his head and said, Wife, I signed a contract with another Jin Yang in front of you, aren't you jealous at all? Zhou Qing couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm a little jealous, but she's Xing Linger's sister after all. It's better than the girl you casually signed from outside and then brought over for me to meet, right? Hearing Zhou Qing's hint, Xin Lang immediately felt embarrassed. He thought of Lillian. But now is not the time to talk about this matter, he looked directly at Xing Linger. Then enter your mechanical form and let's complete the contract. If you want to sign a contract, you must drive. But Xing Linger shook her head. My machine model is special. I can't enter mechanical mode right now. You can just simulate driving it. You can also sign a contract with me during the simulation driving. Hearing this, Xin Lang was immediately shocked. It was the first time he knew about such a thing. He didn't expect that Xing Linger's body could complete the contract even in the simulation state. So Xin Lang took a deep breath and immediately used the system to simulate driving. This time, since Xing Linger was willing to sign a contract with Xin Lang, the simulated driving did not encounter any obstacles. In just a blink of an eye, Xin Lang's consciousness came to a simulated cockpit. Xin Lang opened his eyes slightly, looked at the cockpit around him, and immediately gasped in surprise. Big. It's really too big. The entire cockpit is even larger than the playground of Jiancheng University. There are rows and rows of control devices stored in the cockpit, and this machine actually requires hundreds of people to operate it at the same time before it can be started. However, at this time, the entire cockpit was empty except for Xin Lang himself. Xin Lang took a deep breath and slowly walked to the front of the cockpit. The entire cockpit was surrounded by transparent string windows, but it was dark outside. It wasn't until Xin Lang walked to the front that he had a clear view. What appeared before my eyes was a blue planet. There are continents, oceans, and clouds on it. Seeing the storm in the ocean slowly moving, Xin Lang took a deep breath and turned his head to look, only to see a dazzling orange fireball in the distance. This. Xin Lang was stunned. Although I had guessed that Xing Linger's aircraft model was a starship, I was still shocked by the situation of the starship when I came here for the first time. Hee, this is actually my real body. Through simulated driving, your consciousness can be transferred here. Xing Linger's voice sounded from behind, and Qin Lang turned to look. Chapter 132. You are my robot girl. Xing Linger walked towards me gracefully. Her height in reality was only about 1.5 meters, but now it had become about 1.7 meters, making her look very tall. At this time, Xing Linger was wearing a silver-gray uniform, which looked full of technology. Seeing Xing Linger's expression, Qin Lang couldn't help but ask in surprise. Is this your true form? Xing Linger nodded slightly. As you can see, my aircraft model is a starship, and a starship cannot enter the atmosphere. That's why I can't reveal my own aircraft model. But your mother Su seems to have figured out my aircraft model and seems to be very familiar with me. Hearing Xing Linger's somewhat doubtful tone, Qin Lang's heart moved. Su Weiwei was previously the commander of the Starfleet and affiliated with the Alliance forces. I guess she must have boarded a real starship before, so when she saw Xing Linger, she felt a sense of closeness to her. Qin Lang smiled slightly and waved his hand. It's okay, I'm just a little surprised to be here suddenly. Your main body has been staying in low Earth orbit. Why did you suddenly leave? Xing Linger sighed softly. Because I received a transfer order from the Interstellar Alliance. All starships must be parked outside the Kuiper Belt. I don't know the specific reason, but you can simulate whenever you want me, and then you can come into my cockpit. Hearing this, Qin Lang nodded slightly. It turned out that although Xing Linger outside was also her real body, she could not stay too far away from her mechanical body. Thinking of this, Qin Lang couldn't help but take a deep breath and turned to Xing Linger and said, In that case, let's complete the contract now. Xing Linger nodded happily. During this period of time, her human body was getting along with Qin Lang and the others, which made her much happier than when she was alone here before. It was also because of Qin Lang and others that she learned to experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and learned to express her own thoughts. It can be said that she has long regarded Qin Lang and others as her own family. Qin Lang quickly issued a contract invitation, and Xing Linger immediately chose to agree. As the contract was signed, Xing Linger's body condition also appeared in front of Qin Lang. What Qin Lang didn't expect was that Xing Linger could actually sign contracts with multiple commanders, and the upper limit was as high as hundreds of people. This is not only because the energy required by Xing Linger as a starship is extremely huge. If it only signs a contract with one commander, it is likely that even if the commander's energy is drained, it will not be able to fly for long. At the same time, Xing Linger's operation is extremely complicated. It would be difficult for one person to complete such a complicated operation. But how could my mecha girl sign a contract with another commander? Thinking of this, Qin Lang looked directly at Xing Linger. If I can control you and provide you with the energy you need by myself, then you don't need to sign contracts with other commanders? Hearing Qin Lang's words, Xing Linger couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then a sly smile appeared on her face. I didn't expect you to be such a possessive person. But you're right. As long as you can do these things, I don't have to sign a contract with other commanders and can just be your exclusive mecha girl. Qin Lang smiled slightly. Although he now possessed the talent of infinite energy, he could fully provide it to Xing Linger. Even if Xing Linger flew from here to the edge of the Milky Way, she would not have to worry about insufficient energy. But the problem is that with his current abilities, he really cannot fly such a large starship by himself. Although the system can assist in driving, it is still difficult to drive such a large starship even with the system. Unless his mental strength can be improved again. Mental strength is a hard indicator required to control the mecha girl. Many commanders are unable to unleash the combat effectiveness of powerful mechas because their mental strength is not up to standard. Qin Lang guessed that if one wanted to drive such a powerful starship alone, his mental power must reach more than 200 points. For other people, this is absolutely a fantasy, and they cannot do it even if they risk their lives. After all, Qin Lang guessed that the mental strength level of a 9-star commander was only around 150 points. Even if it is a 9-star level, it is impossible for one person to drive such a powerful starship. But Qin Lang has a system. Every time you complete a task, the system will reward you with some attribute points. As long as you use these attribute points to upgrade, you will be able to reach the level of driving this starship. Although it is still a bit far away, he will achieve this goal one day. At this time, after the two completed the permanent contract, Xing Linger couldn't help but look at Qin Lang in surprise. I didn't expect you to have more than just one SSS level talent. But there are 4. There are even 2 commander ultimates. Oh my god, how can you be so powerful? Hearing Xing Linger's words, Xin Lang couldn't help but be stunned. Then he couldn't help but smile and said, "Yes, this is also one of my secrets. Can you help me keep this secret?" Xing Linger couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, then said with a smile, "I'm your concubine now, how could I not keep your secret? And the more powerful you are, the more likely you are to pilot me alone. I don't want any other commander in my cockpit." When Xing Linger said this, she couldn't help feeling a little shy, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. Xin Lang chuckled. He had guessed before that Xing Linger might be able to see his talent, but he didn't expect it to be true. But it's better this way, at least I can try to drive Xing Linger by myself. Husband. Xing Linger imitated Zhou Qing's call. It was just 2 simple words, but it made Xin Lang instantly excited. The main reason is that Xing Linger is not only good looking, but also the type who is otherworldly. Although she now has a quirky personality, her appearance has not changed. Especially when she called him husband, the shy expression on Xing Linger's face made Xin Lang feel a little dry in the mouth. Now that we have completed the signing, should we go back? Xin Lang smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "Of course not. Although I can't fly you across the stars with my current abilities, I can upgrade some of your components. This is my welcome gift to you. It also lets those in the Mechanical Alliance know that you are my, Xin Lang's, robot girl. I won't allow anyone to get their hands on you." Chapter 133 Husband, how can you be so powerful? After hearing Xin Lang's words, Xing Linger couldn't help but say, "Wow, you're so greedy." But even though she said that, Xing Linger felt very sweet in her heart. Xin Lang smiled slightly and looked directly at the system. System. Equipped with antimatter kinetic armor, star-destroying sniper rifles, planetary-level weapon systems, and stellar-level power engines. Equipping, please wait. Equipment successful. As the system's voice sounded, Xing Linger also felt that her body had changed. This made her eyes widen and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Before, Xing Linger thought that even if Xin Lang upgraded her in some aspects, he would only take out some ordinary parts. After all, the dungeons Xin Lang had passed before were all small dungeons, and it was the first time he had seen a starship. How could there be any powerful upgrade parts? However, after Xin Lang's transformation, Xing Linger suddenly felt that her body was completely different. It was as if he had undergone a complete transformation, and even gained an additional weapon system. This made Xing Linger exclaim in surprise. "Oh my god, husband, where did you get all these powerful parts? I feel like my power system is several times stronger than before. And there's this armor, this armament system, and this weapon I suddenly have. It's incredible. Even the most advanced starship models are not as powerful as my equipment." After hearing Xing Linger's words, Xin Lang smiled slightly. "This is another secret of mine. Don't ask me where these things come from. As long as they can help you, that's fine." Xing Linger nodded vigorously. Xin Lang smiled slightly. He equipped Xing Linger with all the systems that the system rewarded him with, which could only be equipped on large machines. Only machines of the starship level can be equipped with these things. He took out these things not only to make Xing Linger stronger, but also to shut up those people in the Mechanical Alliance. He knew that although he had 4 SSS level talents and had reached the level of a 5-star commander in such a short time, but compared with the starship, it is still not enough. Starships are not only strategic machines of the mechanical alliances of various countries, but also the trump card of the entire alliance. Even the people who maintain the starship are very powerful commanders or mecha girls. If he wants the mechanical alliance to agree to let him drive Xing Linger alone, he must demonstrate his ability. This ability is not only the ability to fly a starship, but also the responsibility of upgrading the starship. Only in this way would the mechanical alliance agree to let him drive Xing Linger alone. Seeing Xing Linger cheering and jumping for joy, Xin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly, and then said to Xing Linger, "Well, since you're going to dock outside the Kuiper Belt, I'll come visit you when I have time. If I get some powerful upgrade parts, I'll come and bring them to you too." Xing Linger nodded happily, feeling that she was surrounded by happiness. She walked over and hugged Xin Lang. With her delicate body in Xin Lang's arms, Xin Lang suddenly felt his heart beating faster. "Hubby, you're so nice. Every day after I leave, you must remember to think of me." Xing Linger raised her head and looked at Xin Lang, and couldn't help murmuring. Seeing the lips so close, Xin Lang could no longer bear it and kissed them directly. More than half an hour later, the two regained consciousness. Zhou Qing had already prepared the meal. When he saw Qin Lang and Xing Linger open their eyes, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. "What took you two so long? Did you do something bad behind my back?" Hearing this, Qin Lang and Xing Linger looked at each other, and both of them blushed and looked away. I can only say that being in low Earth orbit and looking at the sky full of stars is a really unique experience. However, Zhou Cheng did not continue to ask questions, but smiled and invited them to eat. Then he asked Xing Linger with some curiosity. "By the way, are you really leaving?" Xing Linger giggled, shook her head and said, "Sister Zhou Qing, how could I bear to leave you? I just said that to trick Qin Lang into signing a contract with me." He, I didn't expect him to be fooled. Qin Lang immediately couldn't help but feel a little angry, and directly picked up his chopsticks to snatch the chicken leg from Xing Linger's bowl. "Well, you actually used this method to deceive me. Then I'll gladly accept this chicken drumstick." Xing Linger immediately got angry and tried to grab it with chopsticks, but in the end, Xing Linger still snatched it away. Looking at the two of them playing, Zhou Qing couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Xing Linger suddenly said, "By the way, sister, husband, do you want to drink some wine? I've never tasted it before." Hearing this, Zhou Qing's heart moved, and he stood up and said, "Ah, wait a minute." As he spoke, he walked to the kitchen and took out a bottle of red wine from the cupboard. "This is a gift given to me by other teachers after I started working at Jiangcheng University. I haven't had the chance to drink it yet. Since you two are here today, let's drink it." Xing Linger immediately nodded happily and ran straight into the kitchen. "I'll get the cup." But when he saw that Xing Linger just took an ordinary glass, Qin Lang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "Isn't red wine supposed to be drunk from a goblet?" Xing Linger curled her lips. "It's all the same, and Sister Zhou Qing doesn't have any goblets at home." Qin Lang had no choice but to nod and watch Zhou Qing use the provided seahorse knife to open the cork of the red wine and pour the wine into the glass. The deep red wine swayed slightly in the glass, emitting waves of intoxicating aroma. Xing Linger couldn't help but take a sip and then stuck out her tongue. "Wow, it's bitter and sour. Why do so many people like to drink this?" Qin Lang smiled and swung the glass in his hand. "That's because you haven't allowed the red wine to fully come into contact with the air. Only then will the sourness of the wine itself be suppressed, and some of the chemicals used in the winemaking process will evaporate." As he said this, he took a sip and let the wine slowly flow across the tip of his tongue. After hearing Qin Lang's words, Zhou Chang and Xing Linger were also very curious. They quickly imitated Qin Lang, shaking the glass and then took a sip. "It's still a little bitter and a bit sour, but I can taste the sweetness of the grapes." Chapter 134 Internal Quota. The three of them talked and laughed while eating and drinking, and soon finished a whole bottle of red wine. At the beginning, Zhou Cheng and Xing Linger were still a little uncomfortable with it, but in the end, they both drank very quickly. So much so that a hint of intoxicating camel blush appeared on both of their faces. Seeing their seductive looks, Qin Lang felt a surge of evil fire rising in his lower abdomen. This evil fire continued to rise and invaded his brain with the help of alcohol. Many people like to drink red wine, not only because of its special taste and relatively low alcohol content, but also because of its sour taste. So some people say that drinking red wine is like tasting life. In fact, in Qin Lang's opinion, there is no need for so many twists and turns. No matter what you drink, it is all for fun. As long as you are happy, the purpose is achieved. The three of them drank a whole bottle of red wine and soon became unconscious. Zhou Chang and Xing Linger fell directly on the sofa in a mess. Qin Lang was relatively better, but he also felt dizzy. In the end, he forced himself to wake them up. Zhou Chang and Xing Linger felt a little dizzy. Qin Lang took a deep breath, confused and not knowing what had happened. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Qin Lang woke up, he found that Xing Linger was no longer by his side. Only Zhou Qing was lying beside him, curled up in his arms. Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly sat up. Seeing that Xing Linger's things had been taken away, he couldn't help feeling a little melancholy. The special body fragrance of Xing Linger still remained on the pillow, but Xing Linger was gone. This feeling made Qin Lang feel very depressed. He quietly pushed the door open and walked out into the corridor. He stood at the window and lit a cigarette. As the smoke was inhaled into the lungs, a hint of bitterness bloomed in the mouth. The bitterness in his mouth suppressed the bitterness in his heart. Qin Lang took a deep breath. He knew that Xing Linger had lied to him yesterday because she didn't want Zhou Qing to face the upcoming separation and ruin the happy atmosphere of this last day. Even before she left, she was thinking about taking care of other people's emotions. Xing Lang was thinking this in his heart when he saw Zhou Qing also put on a coat and walked out of the house. Xing Lang hurriedly wanted to throw away the cigarette but Zhou Qing waved his hand. It's okay. Sister Xing Linger is gone. Will she come back in the future? Xing Lang nodded vigorously. I will. Zhou Qing took a deep breath and slowly hugged Xing Lang's arm. But fortunately, what happened yesterday left her with no regrets. Xing Lang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then immediately widened his eyes. Yesterday, last night. Zhou Qing gave Xing Lang a blank look. You're so ungrateful. I'm talking about the contract you signed with her yesterday. Xing Lang suddenly laughed foolishly twice. Zhou Qing couldn't help but smile slightly, and the heavy mood he had felt before was swept away. Although Xing Linger is gone, separation is for a better reunion. Zhou Qing thought for a while and then spoke. By the way, didn't we evaluate a few copies when we went to the provincial capital to attend a seminar? The Mechanical Alliance has already selected the instance and is preparing for a province-wide college student competition. Hearing Zhou Qing's words, Xing Lang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and threw it into the trash can. Oh? Why are students from all universities in the province suddenly being called together to participate in this competition? Is it related to the school's ranking? Zhou Qing shook his head. Not only that. Besides our province, other provinces are also holding similar competitions, gathering all students for a ranking competition. By the way, since you've participated in the dungeon assessment before, the people from the Mechanical Alliance have already seen your strength, so they let you pass this competition directly and gave you a pre-selected spot. Xing Lang was a little surprised. A pre-selected quota? Isn't this just an ordinary game? Chapter 135 Black Hole Core Device. After placing the black hole weapon and the S-level mechanical core there, Xing Lang left the snack street directly. He had no intention of finding out the identity of the person who issued the task. After all, his task was not to find out the person who issued these tasks, but to find out the inside story of this killer organization. Half an hour later, Xing Lang received the bonus for this task. After seeing the bonus arrive, Xing Lang couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling that being a killer could make more money than other jobs. Although Zhou Tong and Zhao Gang both said that the existence of the killer organization harmed the interests of the Mechanical Alliance, in Xing Lang's view, where there is interest, there will be transactions. It is impossible to completely ban killer organizations. Even if we defeat this organization this time, other organizations will emerge next time. So all we have to do is to render this killer organization as harmless as possible. Although he now has the Mechanical Alliance's defense map and asked Zhao Gang to secretly protect the target of the second mission, with so many people watching him, he still has to symbolically complete the two tasks. Otherwise, he had been hanging around in front of those people, and the two tasks were completed quietly, which would have aroused their suspicion no matter how you looked at it. There is only one place where you can prevent those people from following you and at the same time create the illusion that you have completed these two tasks. That is the office building of the Mechanical Alliance. Even if those killers had extraordinary abilities, it would be impossible for them to infiltrate the Mechanical Alliance's office building. If the identities of the killers are unknown or if there are no special defenses, these killers may still be able to infiltrate. But since we know that these killer organizations are likely to be following us, I think with the capabilities of the Mechanical Alliance, they should be able to defend against even this little trick, right? So Xing Lang took out his cell phone and sent an encrypted message to Zhao Gang. Let Zhao Gang take the second mission target to the office building of the Mechanical Alliance, and the time is set for tonight. Soon, Zhao Gang sent a reply, which consisted of only one concise word. Good. Xing Lang smiled slightly when he saw the message on his phone. Then he thought about it and realized that he had promised Lillian 2 days ago that he would visit their house. I had nothing to do today, so I went to Lillian's house to get this done. So Xing Lang called Lillian and made an appointment to meet at the gate of Jiangcheng University in 2 hours. He went to the commercial street nearby and bought some gifts for visiting the elderly. Xing Lang was not short of money now, so he only bought expensive things. The main point is not to seek usefulness, but to seek the most expensive. I just bought a lot of wild ginseng from Liaoning province, Ganoderma lucidum, deer antlers, and so on. 2 hours later, Lillian rode a shared bicycle to the gate of Jiangcheng University, only to see Xing Lang standing at the gate waiting for her with a bunch of things in his hands. Oh my god, why did you buy so many things? And it's so expensive. My parents definitely won't want it. Did you keep the invoice? Let's just return it. Hearing this, Jean Lang waved his hand. What do you know? This is my first time meeting your parents. How can I get away with a small gift? Let's go, don't keep your parents waiting too long. Seeing that Jean Lang attached so much importance to this matter, Lillian was immediately very happy. Which girl doesn't want her boyfriend to respect his parents? So she nodded and said to Jean Lang, well, my house isn't too far from here. Can we ride there? Jean Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although Lillian had earned a lot of money with him now, her stingy personality was still something she couldn't change in a short time. So he snapped his fingers, and a taxi parked in the distance immediately drove over. Hello, it's a pleasure to serve you. Jean Lang smiled slightly, asked Lillian to park the shared bicycle aside, and then pulled Lillian onto the bike. Please fasten your seatbelts, we're leaving now. The taxi driver is the commander of the taxi mecha girls. Many mecha girls awaken to ordinary models and cannot even reach the second form, so they do some work like this. Not to mention taxis, there are even taxi machines. Sitting in the taxi, Lillian seemed a little nervous. Jean Lang couldn't help but smile. We're going to your house, not mine. Why are you so nervous? Lillian said softly. I'm just a little nervous. I'm worried that you'll see the situation at my house, and I'm also worried that my parents won't like you. Jean Lang smiled slightly and put his arm around Lillian's shoulders. Don't worry, I'm very likable. Lillian looked at Jean Lang speechlessly, and the taxi had already arrived. This place is indeed not far from Jiangcheng University, and it is even right next to it. You know, since university towns cover a large area, they naturally cannot be located in a bustling place like the city center, but are located in the suburbs. There are some villages around here, and Lillian's home is in one of them. Seeing the door of her home, Lillian took a deep breath, stood up and got out of the car. Jean Lang was carrying bags of things, and gave some to Lillian. Then he followed Lillian into the courtyard. Mom, I'm back. Jean Lang looked up and saw a woman in a wheelchair sitting in the yard basking in the sun. The woman opened her eyes and looked at Lillian with surprise. Lily, why are you back? Lillian walked over and introduced herself to the woman with a smile. Mom, this is what I told you about my commander Jean Lang. This is my mother. She is in poor health and can only use a wheelchair. Jean Lang nodded quickly, walked up quickly, and put the things in his hand aside, as if those things were not worth mentioning. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lillian's commander. The woman looked at Jean Lang with great surprise, then nodded repeatedly. Great. I've heard from Lily a long time ago that she has a very talented commander. Now it seems that he is indeed a handsome man, much more handsome than his father was when he was young. Jean Lang smiled and went straight up to push the wheelchair. Auntie, let me push you into the house. Oh, just let Lily come. You said it was your first time at home, so why did you bring so many things? It's okay, I just bought some on the way. I don't know what you two elders need. We have everything we need at home. You can come anytime next time. Seeing that Jean Lang had such a short time to chat and laugh with his mother, Lillian's nervousness gradually dissipated. The three of them entered the house together. The rural house was a bungalow and it seemed a little dim inside. Chapter 136 Chapter 136 I won't let you get into danger. As soon as you enter the door, there is a living room. Although the things inside are simple, they are kept very tidy. After Lillian returned home, she immediately started to clean up. Jean Lang pushed Lillian's mother into the inner bedroom and found Lillian's father lying on the bed. Alas, Lily's father has been bedridden ever since that incident. Luckily, Lily was very hardworking and earned some money during this period, which helped stabilize her father's condition. I heard that he was able to make so much money because of you signing a contract with him. My family doesn't know how to thank you enough. Lillian's mother said this to Jean Lang, feeling quite moved, while Jean Lang said with a smile. No way, we did all those tasks together. She also made great efforts. If you hadn't taught her so well, I don't know who to ask for help. At this moment, Lillian's father also opened his eyes. Jean Lang immediately joined them in chatting. Although Lillian's home is simple, it is very warm. Even though her father and mother are seriously ill, the family has not broken up. Lillian has a younger brother who is currently in school, so they had lunch together at noon. During the meal, Lillian's mother was shocked to see Qin Lang bringing so many precious gifts, and she quickly wanted Qin Lang to take them back and return them. Qin Lang said that these things were a filial tribute to Lillian's parents. After all, he and Lillian had signed a contract and would be a family in the future. These words made Lillian's parents very happy again. After dinner, Qin Lang said goodbye and Lillian escorted him out of the courtyard. After walking out of the yard, the two of them took a leisurely stroll along the path in the village. Lillian fiddled with the corner of her clothes and spoke softly. "You've seen the situation at home. If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't even be able to afford medical treatment for my parents. Now we can barely make ends meet. If you want to terminate the contract with me, I won't blame you." Hearing this, Qin Lang immediately shook his head helplessly. "Who do you take me for? How could I be the kind of person who despises the poor and loves the rich? Besides, your family's environment is much better than mine when I was a child. I grew up in an orphanage. This kind of family warmth is what I yearn for the most." Lillian raised her head in surprise. Qin Lang smiled slightly and looked at Lillian with a teasing look. "But I didn't expect that your real name was in Lily. How did you secretly change your name?" As soon as these words came out, Lillian blushed. "Hey, don't joke about my name." Qin Lang immediately made a surrendering expression and then spoke. "Actually, after seeing the situation at your house, I don't know whether I should let you continue to go with me to that assassin organization to take on missions. If something happens to you, what will happen to your parents? What will happen to your brother?" Lillian immediately raised her head and looked at Qin Lang very seriously. "Master, if it weren't for you, I would still be working as an ordinary receptionist in the Alliance Guild. So don't say that. I'm willing to accompany you to do those dangerous things, and the rewards for these missions are very generous. I'm counting on these rewards to completely cure my parents." Qin Lang knew that Lillian said this on purpose, but he couldn't help but feel touched. "Don't worry, I will never let you get into danger." Lillian nodded gently, and the two of them took a walk in the fields like a couple, breathing in the fresh air. Qin Lang felt quite refreshed. Since he had already made an appointment with Zhao Gang, Qin Lang did not delay any longer. Instead, he chatted with Lillian for a while and then left the village. Qin Lang was relaxing on a date here, while Zhao Gang was busy as hell. After all, they had just met Qin Lang yesterday and learned that Qin Lang asked them to protect the mission target. Before they had time to make arrangements, Qin Lang asked them to bring the mission target to the Mechanical Alliance building. How can this be so easy to do? If there are any flaws, not only will the killer organization be aware of Qin Lang's identity, but it will also alert the enemy, and it will be impossible to have such a good opportunity in the future. The most important thing is that Qin Lang might be in danger, so they must think carefully. But after thinking about it, he couldn't find a solution, so Zhao Gang hurriedly asked Zhou Tong for instructions. After obtaining Zhou Tong's method, Zhao Gang led a team of people from the Mechanical Alliance into the target's home and took him away. In Zhou Tong's words, since Qin Lang's target was being hunted by a killer organization, he must have mastered something, so it was understandable that the Mechanical Alliance wanted to investigate. Moreover, the Mechanical Alliance is an official organization and does not need to explain anything it does to others. Only this tough attitude can dispel the suspicions of the killer organization. After Qin Lang returned to school, he made some simple preparations and went to the office building of the Mechanical Alliance under the cover of night. As soon as he left Jiangcheng University, Qin Lang felt that several people were following him secretly. Those people used a very clever tracking method. One person would follow Qin Lang for a while, and then another person would take over to follow Qin Lang. This alternating process makes it difficult for the target to detect. It seems that this killer organization is not only composed of killers, but also has talents who are proficient in tracking and investigation. It's a pity that Qin Lang has been paying attention to his back. Seeing those familiar faces appear again and again, how could he not be on guard? However, although Qin Lang discovered them, he did not hide, but went directly to the office building of the Mechanical Alliance. Arriving behind the Mechanical Alliance's office building, Qin Lang took a deep breath and directly opened the backpack he had brought. Inside the backpack were some props he prepared for this mission. It was already nighttime, and there were no staff members left in the Mechanical Alliance's office building. Only some interrogation rooms still had lights on. Qin Lang took out a rope with a claw hook from his backpack, swung it a few times and hooked it on the wall of the office building, then climbed in along the rope. After entering, he deliberately paid attention to whether those people followed him. He found that several people appeared on the wall and were looking inside furtively. Qin Lang smiled and swung the claw hook upstairs. Xin Lang is extremely strong, and with the strengthening of the system, his physical fitness has already exceeded that of ordinary people by 7 or 8 times. Even judging from his physical fitness alone, Xin Lang is now considered a Superman. He swung the grappling hook directly, hooked it onto the windowsill on the 4th floor, then pulled the rope and climbed up. Chapter 137 Mission completed. Taking advantage of the night to secretly look behind him, he saw that the people in charge of surveillance were stunned. It seemed that they had never expected that Xin Lang would choose to sneak in this way. After Xin Lang arrived at the 4th floor, he stood on the bed platform, pressed his body tightly against the window, and then swung the claw hook, once again hooking the windowsill on the 8th floor. The office building of the Mechanical Alliance is very tall, with more than 20 floors. If Xin Lang didn't want to shock those people too much, he could even climb directly to the top floor with just a rope. He did this 5 or 6 times before disappearing from the rooftop. After reaching the roof, he walked in through the small door on the roof, and Zhao Gang was already waiting there. "You're really taking a risk. What if something unexpected happens along the way?" Hearing Zhao Gang's complaint, Xin Lang smiled slightly. "If something unexpected happens while doing this, then there's no point in continuing this mission. Stop talking nonsense. Where is the mission objective?" Zhao Gang sighed helplessly. "We have protected it. When you go out, the alarm will sound inside. We have arranged a body, disguised as the target person, and will send it out through the gate in a moment. The real target will be sent directly to one of our safe houses through the secret door in the basement." After hearing what Zhao Gang said, Xin Lang frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, "Will the target person cooperate?" Zhao Gang smiled slightly and spoke. "That guy is a complete wimp. We brought him here and frightened him, and he confessed everything. It turns out that what he stole wasn't any company secrets, but a list of assassins belonging to this assassin organization. Based on the list he gave us, we have already identified some of the killers. I didn't expect these killers to be so diverse, from all walks of life. If we hadn't gotten this list, we would never have guessed that these people were actually members of the killer organization." Xin Lang couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He felt that this matter was indeed too coincidental. How is it possible that the target of a mission I accepted is the person who knows the list of names of the killer organization? Is such a person really suitable to be dealt with by an ordinary killer? Thinking of this, Xin Lang said immediately, "Whatever you get from that target, don't act on it, because it's very likely a trap." Zhao Gang blinked in disbelief. "Impossible? The list of killers that person gave out is only part of it. We are preparing to send people to follow these people and see if we can dig up more clues about the killer organization." Xin Lang said immediately, "If you don't believe me, then I'll quit this mission. I'm 100% certain now that this person is definitely a bait cast by the assassin organization. If you really send people to tail those assassins, not only will my identity be exposed, but the assassin organization will also be completely hidden." Zhao Gang's expression changed slightly, but he still chose to believe Xin Lang's judgment. After all, Xin Lang was the candidate chosen by Zhou Tong. This mission was actually centered around Xin Lang, and everyone had to cooperate with Xin Lang unconditionally. Compared to the affairs of the assassin organization, these assassins are simply insignificant. Once the assassin organization is eradicated, these assassins will naturally have no place to use their skills. Xin Lang continued to speak like this, and Zhao Gang just nodded helplessly. After telling Zhao Gang these things, Xin Lang opened his backpack and asked Zhao Gang, "Is there a place where I can change clothes?" Zhao Gang nodded and pointed to the toilet nearby. "No one goes in here, change quickly." Xin Lang took a deep breath, went into the bathroom and changed into a set of Alliance Sheriff's clothes. He then put on some simple makeup until he had almost become another person, and then he came out. Seeing Xin Lang's appearance, Zhao Gang was immediately shocked. "That's amazing. Where did you learn this makeup technique? It's pure witchcraft." Xin Lang rolled his eyes helplessly. "Why do you talk so much? I really want Zhou Tong to find me a new contact. Okay, I should go now, otherwise those people outside will find a way to get in." Zhao Gang took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Xin Lang, wearing the uniform of the Alliance Sheriff, swaggered down the elevator. When he was leaving the gate, he greeted the security guard. The security guard didn't suspect anything and let him out directly. After walking out, Xin Lang disappeared directly into the crowd. After 10 minutes, he found that there were several people following him. It seemed that those people had discovered his identity. At this moment, a shrill alarm sounded in the Mechanical Alliance's office building. Xin Lang fled immediately and came to an alley. He directly rode a motorcycle that had been hidden there before and quickly fled out of the city. Only after he was completely safe did he send a message to the person who issued the task. The target is dead. The mission target has been obtained. Where can I trade it? Soon, news came from the other side. It turned out that the people from the Mechanical Alliance were very efficient and directly transported the body disguised as the target person out through the main gate. This also allowed the person who issued the task to confirm that the target was dead, and he directly transferred the money to Xin Lang. The third task issuer asked Xin Lang to go to a coffee shop to conduct the transaction. Xin Lang put down the communicator in his hand and just breathed a sigh of relief, but unexpectedly, the communicator received another message. When I picked it up, I saw that it was sent by Martha. She asked Xin Lang to meet at a coffee shop at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and this time and place happened to be the transaction location required by the third task issuer. Seeing the message sent by Martha, Xin Lang showed an inexplicable smile. Ha, things are starting to get interesting. So he replied directly, agreed to meet with Martha, then took off his clothes and burned them together with the motorcycle, wiped off the makeup on his face, found the clothes hidden there, and slowly returned to the city. Someone was following him all the way. Even when he escaped on a motorcycle, there were still some people following him. Xin Lang didn't care at all. Chapter 138 Martha's Request. After returning to the city, Xin Lang did not go back to school, but directly found a hotel nearby to stay. It was not until after 9 o'clock the next morning that he left the hotel and went to the agreed coffee shop to wait. More than 20 minutes later, Martha walked in from outside wearing a red windbreaker. Looking at Martha wearing sunglasses and a windbreaker, Xin Lang's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, Martha's body color was red. You're here pretty early. When Martha saw Xin Lang, she walked over directly, sat opposite Xin Lang, and ordered a cup of cappuccino. Xin Lang smiled slightly and spoke. After all, I have an appointment with someone else. It wouldn't be nice if I were late. Martha shook her head. Don't think about it. Although I didn't issue that mission, I am the one who made the deal with you. But let's be clear. This time I not only need to come here to trade with you, but I also have something to ask of you. Xin Lang was slightly stunned and looked at Martha with some curiosity. What do you want that thing for? Do you know how much effort it took me to make it? Martha was about to speak when the waiter had already prepared the coffee and brought it over. Looking at the cappuccino with exquisite latte art, Martha picked it up and took a sip. Ha, it only took less than an hour. Not only did we sneak into the office building, but we also killed the target and got such an important thing. You're so ashamed to say that you put so much effort into it? Can you tell me how you got this thing? Xin Lang shrugged. Of course I have my own way. Anyway, all you want is the thing, not the method I used to get it, right? Martha nodded and then held out her hand. Can I inspect the goods now? Xin Lang smiled slightly and handed over the USB flash drive that he had prepared long ago. Seeing the USB flash drive in her hand, Martha frowned slightly. Encrypted? And you can only view it once? Xin Lang nodded and said helplessly. Do you think this kind of thing is easy to get? It's pretty good to be able to reach this level. Martha nodded in understanding. Then he smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You completed 3 tasks in a row in such a short time. Before, I was wondering if you were the best candidate, but now it seems that you are the only one who can do this. Xin Lang looked at Martha with some curiosity, but Martha ordered an iced American coffee for Xin Lang first. If I remember correctly, you should like to drink this. Xin Lang nodded helplessly. He didn't like drinking coffee at all. The reason he drank coffee was to keep his mind clear, because if he stayed with these killer organizations, he would die on the spot if he made a mistake. But since Martha said so, he could only go along with it and took a big sip of the iced Americano in front of him. The cold and bitter feeling instantly stimulated Xin Lang's brain, making him feel much more energetic. Martha sighed softly and spoke. Well, there's a mission I want to complete, but I don't have a suitable commander. So I invite you to join me in completing that mission, which is to enter a special dungeon that no one has ever explored. Xin Lang was stunned for a moment. Explore the dungeon? Don't I need to go through the Alliance Guild? Martha laughed. Xin Lang couldn't see her eyes clearly because she was wearing sunglasses, but he felt that there was a glimmer of light in her eyes. If our organization doesn't even have this ability, then there's no need for it to exist. This is a replica that our organization found ourselves. No one has entered it yet. But if you want to clear this dungeon, you need not only strong strength but also some luck. And you happen to have both of these qualities. Xin Lang shook his head and said with a wry smile. Really? Why do I feel like my luck isn't particularly good? Martha didn't say anything, but slowly finished the cappuccino in front of her. It is said that this copy contains secrets about copies. Don't you want to know what kind of rewards you can get after you clear the level? This is an ungraded copy. Hearing Martha's very tempting words, Xin Lang pretended to think about it. In fact, when Martha said these things, Xin Lang had already decided to follow Martha to challenge this copy. But if he agreed to it directly, it would seem a bit too hasty, so Xin Lang thought about it and said, Unfortunately, this dungeon doesn't appeal to me. You should talk to me about some practical rewards. Martha sighed helplessly and looked at Xin Lang with resentment. Well, what a realistic man. As long as you can help me clear this dungeon, I can raise your level to Star Glory level. This way, you will not only be able to take on more tasks, but you will also be able to catch the attention of the organization's top management more quickly. You don't want to be a killer fighting on the front lines forever, do you? After hearing Martha's words, Xin Lang instinctively felt that Martha's words were full of traps, but he didn't know where the problem lay. So he thought carefully for a while, and then spoke. Why did you choose me? Martha smiled, took off her sunglasses and gave Xin Lang a wink. Of course it's because you're strong enough. When you forced me to drive before, even though it was just a simulation, it made me feel an unprecedented sense of power. And according to my investigation, all the mecha girls who cooperate with you will receive different degrees of enhancement and upgrades on their original basis. I guess you have a lot of upgrade parts on hand. If you want to safely clear the dungeon, you should also upgrade me, so I can consider this as a little benefit for myself. Xin Lang chuckled. He didn't believe a word Martha said. But if this is a test, then what exactly is it about? What harm would it do him if he agreed to cooperate with Martha? Xin Lang didn't say anything, but slowly drank the iced American coffee in his hand. However, until he finished the cup of coffee, he still hadn't thought of a suitable countermeasure. So Xin Lang calmed down in his heart, then nodded and said, Okay, since you've asked me to help you, of course I have to help. When? Martha's eyes lit up and she immediately nodded excitedly. I'll come find you in 3 days. Xin Lang agreed, then stood up, paid the bill and left the cafe. Chapter 139 Mom knows everything. Looking at Xin Lang's back, Martha showed an inexplicable smile at the corner of her mouth. Her slender white fingers were playing with the USB flash drive that Xin Lang had taken out. When she saw that Xin Lang had disappeared, she exerted a little force with her fingers, and the USB flash drive was crushed into pieces by her. It was as if the thing she had spent so much money on was not worth mentioning to her. After leaving the coffee shop, Xin Lang did not return to school, but took a taxi back to the orphanage. He has now signed a contract with Xing Linger, who is a starship, and has many things to ask Su Weiwei. After all, Su Weiwei had served as a commander in the Alliance's interstellar fleet before, and probably no one knew more about this than her. Back at the orphanage, there were some children playing in the yard. When they saw Xin Lang coming back, they all surrounded him happily. Brother Xin Lang, did you bring us anything delicious? Brother Xin Lang, I want to eat chocolate. Brother Xin Lang. Xin Lang smiled slightly, deliberately put his hands behind his back, and spoke. Come on, close your eyes and stretch out your hands. The children immediately closed their eyes in anticipation and stretched out their little hands one by one. Xin Lang took out a bag of mixed candies from behind and put 2 pieces in each child's hand. Okay, open your eyes. The children immediately opened their eyes, looked at the candies in their hands, and couldn't help cheering with joy. Wow, thank you Brother Xin Lang. Brother Xin Lang is so nice. I'm going to marry Brother Xin Lang in the future. Xin Lang almost fell down when he heard the little girl say this. Su Weiwei also appeared at the door of the building, looking at Xin Lang with a smile on her face. Xin Lang took a deep breath and walked over. Mom! Su Weiwei nodded and lectured him mercilessly. Look at you, you always bring them candy when you come back. Be careful, they give you cavities. Although it was a lesson, the tone was not harsh. Xin Lang knew that this was also because Su Weiwei cared about these children. Xin Lang smiled and spoke. Mom, if I don't come back, you won't buy them any snacks. Don't worry, eating it once or twice occasionally won't cause cavities. Su Weiwei shook her head helplessly, then looked at Xin Lang and asked. Why do you have time to come back here when you're not out there doing your mission? Xin Lang was slightly stunned, with surprise in his eyes. Su Weiwei chuckled, took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, and looked at Qin Lang with half-closed eyes. Do you think you can hide the things you did from your mother's eyes? She said this and walked straight in, and Qin Lang followed Su Weiwei with his head down, like a child who had done something wrong. The two of them came into Su Weiwei's office one after another. Qin Lang walked in and closed the door directly. Su Weiwei then looked at Qin Lang and said, "Look at you, why do you have to join that blood shadow killer organization when there are so many other things you can do? With your talent, you can earn a lot of money even if you go to the dungeon. Why do such a thing?" Qin Lang said helplessly. "Mom, I'm forced to do this, Su Weiwei simply waved her hand and said coldly to Qin Lang, "Okay, I know it without you having to tell me. Were you tricked by that little girl Zhou Tong into going undercover?" Qin Lang was slightly stunned and looked at Su Weiwei in disbelief. It was outrageous enough that Su Weiwei knew that he had joined a killer organization, but she didn't expect that Su Weiwei would also know that he was going undercover. The key point is, even Su Weiwei, who has never left the orphanage, knows about this matter. Can he still keep his identity? So much so that Qin Lang subconsciously ignored Su Weiwei's address to Zhou Tong. You must know that Zhou Tong is the commander-in-chief of the entire province and the highest provincial leader of the Mechanical Alliance. There are only 34 such people in the whole of China. Su Weiwei called Zhou Tong little girl, as if she had known Zhou Tong for a long time. Qin Lang said quickly, "Mom, I have no choice. They insist that I complete this task. I said I wouldn't go, and they tempted me with money. You know, I'm used to being poor, so how could I resist such temptation?" Su Weiwei immediately shook her head in anger and amusement. "All right, go ahead. Just be careful. I know a little bit about the Blood Shadow organization. This organization's top killer is no weaker than a 9-star commander. With your current strength, you have no chance against them. Even a king-level warrior can beat you badly." Qin Lang took a breath. If what Su Weiwei said was true, then the strength of this killer organization was too strong, right? But Su Weiwei seemed not to want to continue dwelling on this topic. Instead, he asked Qin Lang, "You came back this time not to ask me such a small matter, is there anything else?" Qin Lang nodded quickly. Although he felt a little embarrassed to describe the matter of this killer organization as a trivial matter, when he thought of his mother's previous identity, he was afraid that his mother really didn't take such a small killer organization seriously. "It's like this, do you still remember Xinglinger?" Su Weiwei nodded without saying anything. Qin Lang scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, "I have signed a permanent contract with her." Su Weiwei was stunned for a moment, looking at Qin Lang in disbelief, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. "What did you say? You signed a contract with that little Starfleet girl? Are you finally considering joining the Interstellar Alliance army?" Qin Lang quickly waved his hand. No, we signed the contract just because we have a good relationship. It has nothing to do with other organizations." Su Weiwei immediately rolled her eyes. "You can only fool the little girl with this. You don't even believe it yourself." Qin Lang chuckled and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Although he and Xinglinger had agreed on this, it was also done for show. He mainly didn't want the Mechanical Alliance to interfere too much with his growth. Now he was only a 5-star commander, which was considered mid-level among all commanders. But this is by no means his limit, he will be able to achieve greater success in the future. After all, with the system, even a 9-star commander is no problem. Yes, so I came here this time just to ask about Starfleet. I heard her say that all starships must be withdrawn outside the Kuiper Belt. I don't know why. Could it be that the Mechanical Alliance is planning to rebuild the Starfleet? After hearing Qin Lang's words, Su Weiwei pondered for a while and her expression became a little solemn. This made Qin Lang feel a little heavy. Chapter 140 The Past of Starfleet. Seeing Su Weiwei's face turn a little ugly, Qin Lang immediately had some bad guesses in his mind. Is the Mechanical Alliance really planning to restart Starfleet? Will Xinglinger encounter some other problems, such as the Mechanical Alliance forcing her to sign contracts with other commanders? If the Mechanical Alliance really does this, how should I respond? Although he has the system now, it has only been half a year. With his current abilities, he has no way of having a say in the Mechanical Alliance. Thinking of this, Qin Lang suddenly felt anxious. After Su Weiwei finished thinking, she looked up and saw the expression on Qin Lang's face. She couldn't help but smile and said, "You're just too worried. Don't think too much. Don't worry, Starfleet isn't rebuilding that quickly. Ever since the Starfleet was completely destroyed once, the Mechanical Alliance's attitude towards this matter has been very ambiguous. Even within the Mechanical Alliance, there have always been two voices. One faction believes that the Starfleet is a powerful force to defend the entire planet, while the other faction believes that maintaining the Starfleet will only consume more manpower and material resources. If even the Mechanical Alliance isn't united, how can we possibly restore the Starfleet so quickly? Qin Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask Su Weiwei. So what's going on? Su Weiwei thought for a while before speaking. Given the current strength of the Mechanical Alliance, even if all alliances around the world are included, it still cannot compare to the original Interstellar Alliance. Under these circumstances, even if they wanted to form an interstellar fleet, they don't have the ability to do so. Sending these ship girls outside the Kuiper Belt should be to protect them. Qin Lang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Protection? The Kuiper Belt is beyond the orbit of Neptune. Apart from asteroids, it is basically the edge of the solar system. How can this be protection? No matter how you look at it, the Kuiper Belt is like a sentry post of the solar system, and starships are used not only to explore the stars, but also to participate in interstellar wars. Otherwise, how could that powerful interstellar fleet be completely destroyed? If the enemy attacks, won't these starships be the first to bear the brunt? As Qin Lang thought about this, the expression on his face became more worried. After seeing his reaction, Su Weiwei couldn't help but shook her head. This matter is not something you can get involved in right now. I advise you to put your mind at ease. Your girlfriend will be fine. Qin Lang sighed softly. Although he was still very worried about Xing Linger's situation, even Su Weiwei, the only person who might know the inside story, said so. He really didn't know who to ask. After seeing Qin Lang's expression, Su Weiwei laughed and handed Qin Lang a cigarette. Okay, instead of worrying about her, you should worry about yourself. Qin Lang took the cigarette and looked at Su Weiwei with some confusion. The latter threw the lighter to Qin Lang and asked with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you want to pilot Xing Linger by yourself and don't want her to sign a contract with another commander. Qin Lang chuckled. He didn't expect that his mother could even see through his thoughts. Do you know how much effort you have to put in to achieve this level? Qin Lang nodded vigorously, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then spoke. I know, but I believe in my ability. Even a 9-star commander is no problem. Su Weiwei looked at Qin Lang with a smile. Do you really think a 9-star commander is that great? Let me tell you, if you want to pilot a starship, a 9-star commander isn't enough. Even for interstellar warfare, this level is just a starting point. Qin Lang widened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Su Weiwei in great surprise. You know, according to the rules currently promulgated by the Mechanical Alliance, a 9-star commander is already the highest level of commander. But Su Weiwei said that 9 stars is just a starting point, so how high is the highest level? Moreover, in the entire Mechanical Alliance, 9-star commanders are rare. Even someone like Zhou Tong, her commander is only 8-star. Even in the entire Chinese Mechanical Alliance, there are only 5 9-star commanders. Of course, this is the case on the surface, but we don't know how much is happening in secret. Su Weiwei shook her head and sighed softly. Yes, even the 9-star level is just a starting point. The Interstellar Alliance was that powerful back then. But think about it, a powerful interstellar alliance formed an interstellar fleet, but it was completely destroyed by a war, and not even the organization was preserved. How strong are the enemies they encounter? Although I was a commander at the time, the battles I witnessed were only a tiny part of the entire battlefield. But even so, the enemies I encountered still made me feel unprecedented fear. As Su Weiwei said this, her expression couldn't help but become a little ugly, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes. This made Qin Lang extremely shocked. You know, in his eyes, Su Weiwei has always been a strong woman, and she has never shown such an expression. But even just recalling that war made Su Weiwei so scared. What kind of powerful enemy did they encounter? Qin Lang didn't dare to ask, let alone think about it. Because he couldn't help but think, if one day he also encountered such a powerful enemy, would he really have the ability to defeat these enemies? If he was driving Xing Linger at that time, then when facing these enemies, if he had no ability, wouldn't Xing Linger also be completely killed by these people? Qin Lang's expression changed several times, and then he saw Su Weiwei seem to finally come back to her senses. She took a deep breath, waved her hand and said, Alright, there's no point in telling you so much now. Just remember to get stronger. With your current abilities, I don't even look at you, let alone the things you want to do. After Su Weiwei said these words, she stopped discussing this issue and instead asked Qin Lang how Zhou Qing was doing recently and whether he had bullied Zhou Chang. Qin Lang and Su Weiwei chatted for a while. Although he knew that Su Weiwei deliberately changed the subject, he did not dare to continue to delve into the situation of the interstellar fleet. Immediately afterwards, Qin Lang tentatively asked about the mysterious organization. Unexpectedly, Su Weiwei also knew about the existence of this organization, but she didn't know much about it. This also made Qin Lang guess that Su Weiwei must have an intelligence organization in her own hands, but where is this organization? Chapter 141 Provincial College Student Competition. After seeing Qin Lang's expression, Su Weiwei laughed and patted Qin Lang's arm. Okay, stop guessing, kid. I'll tell you what I should tell you, and I promise you won't hear a word of what I shouldn't tell you. Qin Lang nodded. Su Weiwei has been managing this orphanage alone for so many years. Even though he has just learned of Su Weiwei's previous identity, the confidentiality work she has done over the years is simply too good to be true. However, he learned from Su Weiwei that Xing Linger should be safe, which made him feel relieved. Just as he was about to leave the orphanage to find Zhou Qing, Qin Lang's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was his sister Mu Qingchuan calling. Hello, sis? Qin Lang, are you busy these 2 days? Mu Qingchuan's voice was a little hesitant, as if he wanted to ask Qin Lang for help with something. Qin Lang was stunned for a moment, thinking that he seemed to have nothing to do these days, except to challenge the dungeon with Martha in 3 days. Nothing happened these past 2 days, what happened? Mu Qingchuan breathed a sigh of relief and spoke with a hint of request in his tone. If you have nothing else to do, could you please come and help me? Doesn't our province hold a competition for all college students? I was selected by our school. But you are my commander, so I ask if you can join me in this competition, if possible? Hearing that this was the case, Qin Lang immediately smiled bitterly. In fact, Mu Qingchuan had no other choice. Although this competition allowed students from all universities in the province to participate, it was impossible for so many students to all enter one copy. Therefore, each school must first select talents from within its own school. Each school can only send 10 students. Mu Qingchuan originally thought that since she was already a senior and doing an internship, she would not be selected by the school, but she did not expect that the school would think of her and let her participate in this copy. Qin Lang's heart moved when he heard that Mu Qingchuan was actually doing this for this matter. To be honest, I've participated in the evaluation of this instance before. So I have to ask myself whether I can still participate in this competition. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingchuan was stunned for a moment. Does this mean you've already secured a place? Qin Lang agreed, and Mu Qingchuan couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Do you know how hard it is to get this spot? Only the top 3 in each province can get this spot, and you've taken one. Qin Lang asked in confusion when he heard this. What exactly is the purpose of this quota? Why are so many students flocking to it? Mu Qingchuan was silent for a while, then spoke on the phone. I don't know the details, but I heard that if you can get this spot, you might be able to upgrade your mecha to SSS level. And your commander might even be able to get a 6-star rank. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang took a breath of cold air. No wonder so many students are flocking to this, and this place seems very difficult to get. It turns out the reward is this. These 2 points are definitely huge rewards for commanders and mecha girls. Although if a mecha girl wants to upgrade to SSS level, she only needs an SSS level mechanical core. But the highest dungeon they can encounter at the moment is only SS level. Among the many dungeons controlled by the Mechanical Alliance, there is not even a single SSS level dungeon. From this we can see how difficult it is to obtain an SSS level mechanical core. Not to mention the issue of commander star rating. Currently, the highest commander level in the Mechanical Alliance is only level 9. Although Su Weiwei said that level 9 is just a starting point, it is already the pinnacle for Qin Lang. But this upgrade is not smooth sailing. For example, upgrading from 3 stars to 4 stars, from 5 stars to 6 stars, and from 8 stars to 9 stars are all hurdles. This is a bit like a bottleneck. If you can reach it, the road ahead may be smooth, but if you are stuck here, you may be stuck for the rest of your life. I didn't expect that this quota actually involved how to upgrade to 6 stars. Qin Lang is already a 5-star commander now. If he can really use this position to get some opportunities, he may be promoted to 6-star. Thinking of this, Qin Lang spoke directly. I'm at home now. I'll ask the Mechanical Alliance later. If they agree to let you and I participate in this competition, I'll go to your school to find you. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingchuan immediately agreed happily and then hung up the phone. Su Weiwei, who was standing by, had been listening to the conversation between Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan. After listening, she seemed to have thought of something. I see. Qin Lang, since you have the talent and ability in this area, you can definitely bring Zhou Qing and Mu Qingchuan to participate in this matter together. They are both your robot girls. I'm sure that little girl Zhou Tong won't refuse. Qin Lang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although Su Weiwei addressed Zhou Tong as if she was addressing a junior, Zhou Tong was his current superior. He still has to ask. So I called Zhou Tong directly. Her contact information was left behind when I evaluated the copy last time. But the phone rang for a long time before Zhou Tong picked it up and asked very quickly. What's up? Hearing this cold voice, Qin Lang couldn't help but curl his lips and spoke directly. My other pilot is also participating in the provincial college competition and asked me if I could fly her along. Qin Lang originally thought that Zhou Tong would say something nonsense, but Zhou Tong just uttered 2 words lightly. Can. Qin Lang was stunned, and then wanted to ask about the quota, but Zhou Tong did not give him the opportunity. If you and your other mecha girl participate in the competition, you must get into the top 3 to keep your spot. If not, then I will give the spot to someone else. After saying this, Zhou Tong hung up the phone. Looking at the phone in his hand that had ended the call, Qin Lang showed a slightly bitter smile on his face. This Zhou Tong is really heartless. But he is very confident about this game. When I was evaluating the dungeons before, I thought that the difficulty of the 4 dungeons to be selected should be almost the same. If they were that difficult, I should be able to get first place. After all, when I was in that copy, even those teachers couldn't compare to me. Thinking of this, Qin Lang and Su Weiwei said goodbye and took a taxi directly to Mu Qingchuan's school. On the way, he talked about this with Mu Qingchuan. Mu Qingchuan was also very happy and planned to wait for him at the school gate. Chapter 142 Chapter 142 6th Generation Fighter. Mu Qingchuan's school is in the neighboring Yunqing City, Yunqing University. Zhangcheng and Yunqing are called the twin cities of Nanjiang Province because the 2 cities are not only very close to each other, but also have similar cultural environments and customs. Moreover, Zhangcheng University and Yunqing University in these 2 cities are also the top 2 universities in Nanjiang Province. It can be said that most of the geniuses in Nanjiang Province come from these 2 universities, and these 2 universities are also known as the cradle of geniuses. This time, all universities in Nanjiang Province will select 10 students to participate in this competition, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that only students from these 2 schools have a chance of winning the top 3 places, unless some dark horses emerge from other schools. But the probability is extremely small. Qin Lang drove quickly to Yunqing City. It was not until he arrived at the gate of Yunqing University that he looked out of the car. Mu Qingchuan was already waiting for him at the gate of Yunqing University. Seeing Mu Qingchuan's expectant look, Qin Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. But at this moment, a boy suddenly walked up to Mu Qingchuan and seemed to be saying something to him. A hint of impatience appeared on Mu Qingchuan's face, and she didn't even pay any attention to the boy. But the boy followed Mu Qingchuan shamelessly, and even if Mu Qingchuan ignored him, he still had a smiling face. Qin Lang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. It seemed that there were rivals in love wherever he went. So he paid the fare and got out of the car, saying hello to Mu Qingchuan. Sister, I'm coming. Hearing Qin Lang's voice, Mu Qingchuan immediately showed a surprised expression and hurriedly walked towards Qin Lang. Brother, you're finally here. The competition is going to be held tomorrow, and I was worried you wouldn't be able to make it. Qin Lang smiled slightly and spoke directly to Mu Qingchuan. How is that possible? My sister ordered me to come here quickly. The brother and sister were chatting, but the boy from before couldn't help but frown, walked over and stood in front of Mu Qingchuan. Who are you? Why are you looking for Mu Qingchuan? I'm warning you, Mu Qingchuan already has a boyfriend, you'd better stay away from her. Hearing what the boy said, Qin Lang couldn't help but look at the boy. The boy was wearing a suit of famous brand, and his hair was parted in a 3:7 ratio and slightly curled. He looked handsome and cheerful, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Seeing this boy Qin Lang, he immediately laughed. Really? When did she get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Mu Qingchuan rolled her eyes, walked over, put her arm around Qin Lang, and then spoke coldly to the boy. Zhao Wei, I'm telling you, if you dare to call yourself my boyfriend again, I'll break your legs. Seeing that Mu Qingchuan was so close to Qin Lang, Zhao Wei was so angry that he gritted his teeth and directly threatened Qin Lang. Boy, I think you're not going to accept my toast, so let go of my hand right now. Xin Lang looked at Mu Qingchuan, who was holding his arm, and couldn't help but smile. He reached out and grabbed Mu Qingchuan's small hand, and clasped their fingers together. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wei was immediately very angry. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach Xin Lang, this ignorant boy, a lesson. But at this moment, Xin Lang suddenly said, "Sister, is this boy harassing you?" Hearing Xin Lang's address to Mu Qingchuan, Zhao Wei couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then his expression suddenly changed. "Wait, sis? You are her brother?" Xin Lang chuckled and turned to look at Zhao Wei. "What's the problem?" Zhao Wei immediately smiled, but that smile was uglier than crying. "Ah, it's okay, it's okay. I'm your sister's boyfriend, you can call me brother-in-law." Xin Lang couldn't help laughing. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. Sure enough, Mu Qingchuan on the side was furious and was about to curse. But at this time, Xin Lang patted Mu Qingchuan's hand, then said with a smile, "Oh? So, you want to be my sister's commander?" Zhao Wei smiled and nodded vigorously. "Brother, your sister's talent is really amazing. She's one of the best even in Yunqing University. Although she hasn't agreed to my request yet, sooner or later, she will become my robot girl." Xin Lang finally couldn't help laughing, and he couldn't stop laughing. He laughed so hard that he held his stomach and felt a little pain. Zhao Wei was somewhat puzzled by his laughter. After a long time, Xin Lang stopped laughing and turned to look at Mu Qingchuan. "Sis, we haven't worked together for so long. Do you want me to drive you around? I've already gotten the flight permit on the way. We have half an hour." Hearing this, Mu Qingchuan's face suddenly showed a hint of surprise, and he nodded quickly. "Okay." Having said that, she no longer cared about Zhao Wei's previous harassment. "The last time I cooperated with Xin Lang and was driven by Xin Lang, I still remember it vividly. Xin Lang's driving ability and his talent were so strong that the soldiers who were exercising were no match for them. Now that he heard that Xin Lang was willing to drive him for a ride, Mu Qingchuan was of course extremely happy. She walked directly to the open space on the side and entered the mechanical form. In an instant, gray-black tracer fighters appeared on the construction site. Looking at the smooth lines, extremely tough body, and the collective cool posture, they immediately attracted the envy of the boys around them. "Oh my god, isn't this the 6th generation tracer fighter? Yeah, it's said there aren't many of them in the Mechanical Alliance. Looking at this model, could it be Mu Qingchuan, who is known as a genius? But doesn't she have her own commander? What does it mean that she suddenly transforms into a mechanical form?" Mu Qingchuan was also very famous in Yunqing University. When they saw the tracer fighter suddenly appear in the open space in front of the school gate, many boys couldn't help but speculate. Some boys saw the boy standing next to the tracer fighter and couldn't help but speak. "Look, isn't that Zhao Wei who has been pursuing Mu Qingchuan? Could it be that Mu Qingchuan wants to sign a temporary contract with Zhao Wei? The competition is tomorrow. If she doesn't sign a contract with Zhao Wei, where will she find the commander?" The boys were all guessing this, but Zhao Wei, who was standing by, had a bad feeling in his heart after hearing the conversation between Xin Lang and Mu Qingchuan. Sure enough, Xin Lang walked directly towards the tracer fighter and entered the cockpit in an instant. For a moment, all the boys around widened their eyes. Chapter 143. Damn it, you actually entered the goddess's cockpit. Holy crap, is that true? Who is that boy? He actually entered Mu Qingchuan's cockpit. Yeah, I've never seen that boy in school before. Could he be from our school? But doesn't Mu Qingchuan have a commander? Could it be that the boy has already signed a contract with her? All the boys were shocked for a moment, but only Zhao Wei felt his heart broken. Xin Lang sat in Mu Qingchuan's cockpit, and Mu Qingchuan's figure instantly appeared beside him. Seeing the complex and advanced instruments in Mu Qingchuan's cockpit, Xin Lang took a deep breath and turned to Mu Qingchuan and said, "Sis, you haven't been upgraded in a while. I just got some powerful parts. I'll give you another upgrade soon." Mu Qingchuan nodded happily. In fact, Mu Qingchuan was already very happy to let Xin Lang drive her. As for things like upgrades, she was not particularly looking forward to it. No matter how powerful the machine is, no matter how advanced the parts are, they must have a good commander to play a powerful role. What good is a powerful machine if there is no commander? As a commander, Xin Lang is absolutely excellent. Even without some upgrades, with Xin Lang's driving skills, he can leave the boys in the school behind by more than 10 blocks. As a genius of Yunqing University, Mu Qingchuan had extremely high standards. After being driven by Qin Lang once, she looked down on those boys even more. At this moment, Qin Lang saw Zhao Wei standing next to the fighter plane as if he was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but smile and directly picked up the loudspeaker in the cockpit and shouted at Zhao Wei. "Hey buddy, why don't you get out of the way? Otherwise, be careful not to burn you when the fighter plane takes off." Zhao Wei gritted his teeth. It was only now that he believed the bad news. That is Mu Qingchuan, whom he had been pursuing for 4 years, but now she has become someone else's robot girl. And judging from their appearance, it seems that they have signed a permanent contract. How is this possible? I just heard them calling each other sister and brother, aren't they? Could it be that they? Zhao Wei thought so in his heart, but he still quickly made way, because the plasma flame emitted when the engine of the tracer fighter was started was as high as 1,000 degrees. If you stand here, it won't be a matter of being burned, you will be vaporized directly. Seeing Zhao Wei make way, Qin Lang smiled slightly and pulled the joystick directly. Walk! Mu Qingchuan was very excited and nodded vigorously. Since the moment Qin Lang appeared, she has never looked at anyone else. Her whole world is filled with Qin Lang alone. The boys around were even more shocked. They all wanted to see what kind of abilities the commander had to be able to sign a contract with Mu Qingchuan in order to gain his favor. You have to know that for such a long time, Mu Qingchuan has never shown any interest in any boy in school. This also made them secretly hold a grudge in their hearts, wanting to see who could win the heart of a genius mecha girl like Mu Qingchuan. That boy looks so unfamiliar, he probably isn't a student of our school. How despicable. Our school's talented girl has been contracted by a boy from another school. I want to see what this boy is like. Some girls had seen Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan talking before, and they all felt that Qin Lang looked familiar. A girl was browsing her circle of friends and finally found Qin Lang's identity. Oh my god, isn't this the genius commander? Who are you talking about? Oh, it's Qin Lang, the genius commander of our Nanjiang province. When they heard Qin Lang's name, the girls finally remembered and couldn't help but gasp. Oh my god, are you talking about the commander with SSS-level talent from Jiangcheng University? But he's not participating in this competition at Jiangcheng University, so why would he sign a contract with Mu Qingchuan from our school? The girls shook their heads in confusion. But they only knew Qin Lang's name and knew nothing about his abilities. All we know is that since Qin Lang awakened his SSS-level talent, he has fought all over Jiangcheng University and rarely encountered any rivals. No matter what model of mecha, no matter what kind of battle, he always ranks first. At this time, the girls were also looking forward to seeing Qin Lang's performance. At this moment, a super strong plasma stream was ejected from the rear of the tracer fighter's engine. The tracer fighter glided forward for dozens of meters and then took off with a bang. Seeing this scene, all the students who were paying attention to the tracer fighter couldn't help but widen their eyes, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. How is it possible to take off in such a short distance? Is this the legendary ultra-short-range takeoff? At this time, a boy who looked like a top student pushed his glasses, shook his head and said, "No. Ultra-short-range takeoff means taking off a fighter within 200 meters, and his takeoff distance was less than 100 meters. This should be..." A gleam flashed in his eyes. Extremely short takeoff. As soon as these words came out, all the students couldn't help but gasp. These students are either mecha girls or commanders, and fighter planes are a major type of mecha girls, so everyone has to learn how to fly them. There are even many students here who are top pilots. But it is impossible for them to do all this. Firstly, I don't have such superb driving skills, and secondly, my physical fitness simply can't keep up. In order to achieve such an extremely short-range takeoff, the centrifugal force that the pilot has to bear is absolutely enormous, and can even easily crush an ordinary person into a meat patty. This move made them realize the gap between themselves and Qin Lang. Zhao Wei, on the other hand, looked up into the air with hatred and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Damn it! Mu Qingchuan actually dared to look down on me like this. The competition is tomorrow. Since you look down on me so much, I will teach you and your brother, the commander, a good lesson tomorrow. Thinking this, Zhao Wei took out his cell phone and dialed a mysterious number. And everything that happened next was not within Qin Lang's consideration at all. After he piloted Mu Qingchuan into the air, he first performed a few extremely difficult moves to familiarize himself with the feeling of piloting Mu Qingchuan. Then he said to Mu Qingchuan, "Sister, I have gained new abilities recently. Not only do I have 2 commander ultimates, but I also have a new talent. I'll let you experience it now." Upon hearing this, Mu Qingchuan nodded excitedly. Chapter 144 Upgrading the Weapon System. After letting Mu Qingchuan get ready, Xin Lang directly used his energy overload talent. Almost instantly, Mu Qingchuan's fighter plane's speed increased again. Xin Lang had previously upgraded Mu Qingchuan with a planetary-level power engine, and the powerful power of this power engine directly increased Mu Qingchuan's original speed of 1.3 Mach to about 15 Mach. Now, coupled with this energy overload talent, her speed has increased again, reaching Mach 22. Mu Qingchuan felt that his body was filled with powerful energy, and even the engine was about to explode. Oh my god, your energy has become much stronger. Did you upgrade again? I can't drive too fast, my body can't keep up. Hearing Mu Qingchuan's gentle cry, Xin Lang smiled slightly and slowly slowed down. Mu Qingchuan's body's initial quality is SS grade, so it can withstand such a powerful propulsion force. Otherwise, any ordinary machine would have been torn apart long ago. It is precisely because of the powerful quality of Mu Qingchuan's body that Xin Lang's talent can be released without any scruples. At this time, they had already flown to the suburbs of Yun City, and there was a large flat land below. Xin Lang took out the transformation core and said to Mu Qingchuan, "Sister, let me help you enter the second form first." Mu Qingchuan nodded vigorously. The powerful energy that just surged into her body had not yet made her adapt to this sudden increase in biological energy, and the dizziness in her mind had not dissipated for a long time. Xin Lang chuckled. The last time he drove Mu Qingchuan, he just competed with the people who were conducting exercises in the form of a fighter plane. Mu Qingchuan was not given the core for his second transformation. Because the initial quality of Mu Qingchuan's body is too strong, and the higher the initial quality of the body, the more transformation cores are needed to enter the second form. Therefore, if Mu Qingchuan wants to enter the second form, he needs 15 transformation cores. The last time Xin Lang signed a contract with Mu Qingchuan, he did not have so many transformation cores, but now he has no shortage of transformation cores. As the 15 transformation cores were installed, Mu Qingchuan immediately entered the second form. Looking at the open space below, Xin Lang smiled slightly. Let's go and see the power of the second form. Before he finished speaking, the tracer fighter jet quickly transformed into a dark gray humanoid Gundam with two wings appearing behind it. The Gundam's tough lines, cold face, and eyes that glow slightly red all perfectly inherit the tracer's handsome appearance. And this human-like Gundam is not just handsome in appearance. It is equipped with a thunder steering system and a planetary-level power engine. Even the surface coating is an anti-radar nano coating, and the skeleton of the body is a nano-level self-repairing skeleton. Equipped with so many parts, this fighter is definitely one of the best in terms of single combat capability. However, Xin Lang had not installed any weapon systems for Mu Qingchuan before. On the one hand, it was because there was no strong weapon system that could match the quality of Mu Qingchuan's body. On the other hand, it was also because Xin Lang did not need to drive Mu Qingchuan to fight at that time. But now it's different. Sister, let me upgrade your weapons and equipment. First, the standard plasma lightsaber, then the barrage missile system, the Viper missile system, and 2 Jaguar tracking missiles. Then let me see. Xin Lang took a look at the weapons and equipment he currently had, and then his eyes lit up and he immediately found the suitable type of equipment. The system is equipped with black hole weapons and floating turret weapons. Installing, please wait. Installation completed. Seeing that he suddenly had so many weapons and equipment on him, Mu Qingchuan couldn't help but exclaimed. Oh my god, how many weapons and equipment have you upgraded for me? And is it necessary to bring so many missiles? Mu Qingchuan looked at the weapon systems that suddenly appeared on his console, even missiles equipped with nuclear warheads. Not to mention the tracking missiles. The 2 floating turrets that suddenly appeared, as well as the black hole weapons that had been transformed by the system, all looked powerful and mysterious. Xin Lang nodded vigorously. Of course it's necessary, because one of my commander's ultimate skills needs to be released through missiles. As for melee weapons, I don't need them. I have this. Xin Lang said this, and directly controlled the liquid metal to cover the surface of the body, and then gathered in the hands of the humanoid Gundam, becoming a long sword. Seeing the liquid metal slowly appearing in front of him and condensing into a long sword, Mu Qingchuan couldn't help but take a breath. Is this the third form of liquid metal? How is this possible? Didn't I just reach the second form? Xin Lang shook his head and said. This is indeed liquid metal, but it doesn't require reaching the third form to be used. It's an ability of mine. Hearing that Xin Lang's words were a bit vague, Mu Qingchuan did not ask any further questions. As long as he could enhance his fighting ability, it would be fine. She trusted Xin Lang immensely, so naturally she didn't have to worry that Qin Lang would harm her. Brother, if that's the case, we're definitely going to win this match. I didn't expect you to become so strong. I can't even see through you anymore. Hearing Mu Qingchuan's words, Qin Lang chuckled and asked Mu Qingchuan to familiarize himself with these weapon systems before driving Mu Qingchuan back. After returning to the school gate, Mu Qingchuan directly entered the second form and landed on the open space, which surprised the students. After this trip out, he transformed into the second form. This ability is simply incredible. Because in order to enter the second form, you must use the transformation core, and the price of a transformation core in the market is as high as 100 million. Considering the quality of Mu Qingchuan's machine, the value of these transformation cores has reached 1.5 billion. Although Zhao Wei is a well-known rich second generation in the school, no matter how rich he is, he can't have so much money, right? For a moment, those girls all cast flirtatious glances at Qin Lang, wanting him to look at them more. What if they could attract Qin Lang to spend a night with them and transform their bodies into the second form? Seeing the looks of these girls, Mu Qingchuan suddenly became angry. Brother, since you are here today, don't go back yet. I have to compete tomorrow morning, so it will be too late to go back. When Qin Lang heard this, he looked at Mu Qingchuan in surprise, and then asked. Okay, I'll find a place to stay tonight. Do you want to go back to the dorm? Mu Qingchuan looked at Qin Lang with an angry look, then blushed and spoke in a low voice. You're already here, how can I have the nerve to go back to the dormitory? Chapter 145. This time I will tear you into pieces. After hearing Mu Qingchuan's words, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. There's no way around it. Mu Qingchuan not only has a hot body, but she's also a slightly shy type of girl. Although he found Mu Qingchuan sleeping in his bed when he went back last time, nothing happened between the two of them that night. Seeing Mu Qingchuan's face turn slightly red due to shyness, Qin Lang felt his mouth dry. Seeing the silly smile on Qin Lang's face, Mu Qingchuan lowered her head even deeper, took Qin Lang's arm directly, and the two of them went to the snack street next to the university together. The snack street not only has a variety of food and entertainment venues, but also a variety of small hotels. There are hotels ranging from very simple and even somewhat shabby to very luxurious ones. Qin Lang thought that the competition would be tomorrow, so he should let Mu Qingchuan have a good rest tonight, so he booked a 5-star hotel. Mu Qingchuan was a little surprised to see that Qin Lang had booked the most expensive hotel in the city. Oh, it's just a simple one-night stay, why does it cost so much money? Qin Lang smiled slightly. Only in a room like this can we have a good rest. Let's go, let's have a good date tonight. Mu Qingchuan nodded gently, and her face turned a little red again. Although they still call each other brother and sister, they both know that they are the most important people in each other's lives. Sometimes the way two people address each other is just a habit, and the relationship between them depends on how they get along with each other. The two went to a Western restaurant for dinner, then went to see a movie, and then returned to the hotel hand in hand. Lying on the soft and comfortable big bed in the hotel, Mu Qingchuan said with a shy look on his face. Then you take a rest first, I'll go take a shower. Qin Lang smiled and nodded. If Zhou Cheng was here, he would definitely tease her, but if he teased Mu Qingchuan, he might be eaten by Mu Qingchuan instead. After a while, Mu Qingchuan came out wrapped in a bath towel. Her fair skin looked rosy under the warm yellow light of the hotel. Especially her shy expression and the fragrance emanating from her body made Qin Lang a little unbearable. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the brother and sister went straight back to school. However, Mu Qingchuan was in high spirits at this time, and there was an inexplicable charm about him. Qin Lang rubbed his waist from time to time. Although he has the gift of unlimited energy, why can't he use it for other things? At this time, the bus of Yunqing University was ready, and the principal was standing at the school gate, looking at the selected students. Everyone, you will represent our school today in the provincial college student competition. I wish you all good results. Live up to the reputation of being a student of Yunqing University. All the students were very excited, and a cheerleading team composed of tall girls were here cheering for these students. Mu Qingchuan was also standing among the students, while Qin Lang was watching in the crowd. After all, he was not a student of Yunqing University, so it was already good enough for him to be able to take a ride on this bus. At this time, Qin Lang discovered that Zhao Wei, who had stopped Mu Qingchuan yesterday, was also in the crowd. He didn't expect that he was also one of the selected students. But doesn't he have a mecha girl? Has he already found his own contracted mecha girl? He is indeed a scumbag. At this time, Zhao Wei looked at Mu Qingchuan with eyes full of anger, but it was hidden in his eyes and was not noticed by others. The president of Yunqing University quickly finished his speech. With a wave of his hand, all the students of Yunqing University boarded the bus, and Qin Lang also walked to the side of the bus. At this moment, the president of Yunqing University saw Qin Lang and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Hey, isn't this the genius Commander Qin Lang who ranked first in the dungeon evaluation? Is he also going to participate in this competition and partner with a girl from our school? The vice principal beside him immediately showed a curious expression after hearing what the principal said. Could it be the commander you mentioned before? Oh my god, it looks like our school might win first place in this competition. The president of Yunqing University also nodded excitedly. After seeing Qin Lang get in the car and sit with Mu Qingchuan, a look of relief appeared on his face. Jiangcheng University's president, Lu Yun, even boasted to me before that their school had produced a genius. If he saw his school's genius on our school's team, I wonder if he would be so angry that his nose would be crooked. While they were discussing this, the bus had already started slowly, taking the students to the Alliance Guild designated by the Mechanical Alliance. At the same time, buses at the gates of every university in other cities also took the carefully selected students from these schools to the nearest Alliance Guild. These students are all geniuses in these schools, and each of them is unruly in school. This time, the province-wide competition is participated by 2,580 students from 258 universities in the province. In the end, only the top 3 will be selected. This is enough to show how valuable this position is. Of course, how much these students can get from entering the copy depends on their own abilities. Qin Lang sat next to Mu Qingchuan and shook his head when he saw that there was no one beside Zhao Wei. Mu Qingchuan looked at Qin Lang in confusion. What's wrong? Qin Lang looked at Zhao Wei's back before speaking. I feel something is a little strange. If his robot girl isn't a student at your school, then who could it be? But never mind. With so many students participating this time, we might not even meet them in the dungeon. Mu Qingchuan also nodded, not taking Zhao Wei seriously at all. But at this time, Zhao Wei lowered his head, with a crazy look in his eyes. Qin Lang, Mu Qingchuan. In this instance, I will tear you two into pieces. Soon, the bus brought everyone to an Alliance Guild. The Alliance Guild had been cleared out, leaving only a dungeon transport room for them to use. After entering this dungeon, you will be transported to the competition dungeon. The specific competition rules will be announced after you enter the dungeon. You may go in now. Following the words of the Union president, the students all walked towards the dungeon transfer room with excitement or trepidation. Qin Lang turned his head and saw an expressionless girl slowly walking towards Zhao Wei, and Zhao Wei also walked straight up to her. Seeing the expressionless girl, Qin Lang couldn't help but frown. Chapter 146 Mechanical Cemetery. Welcome to this dungeon challenge. Instance name, Mechanical Cemetery. Dungeon level, S. Dungeon difficulty, difficult. Dungeon time limit, 24 hours. Instance description, this is the cemetery where all machines are buried. However, under the influence of a mysterious force, those dead machines have been resurrected and are crawling out of their graves. Clearance goal, time limit expires. After Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan entered the dungeon, they heard the voice of the dungeon system in their minds. Qin Lang couldn't help but be stunned when he heard that the copy system was so weird this time. The usual goal of clearing dungeons is to defeat the final boss of the dungeon, and then you can pass the level. However, this copy has obviously been modified by the people of the Mechanical Alliance. Even if the final boss is defeated, it does not count as passing the level. You have to wait until the end of the practice. Qin Lang and Mu Qingchuan looked at each other and saw a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. At this moment, another slightly mechanical voice sounded. It has been detected that all students have entered this competition instance. Now read out the competition rules. This competition uses a points system. You can earn points by obtaining mechanical cores. S-level cores earn 1000 points, A-level cores earn 100 points, B-level cores earn 10 points, and C-level and below earn no points. After killing the final boss, all participants will be awarded 50,000 points based on their effective damage. After the dungeon is completed, the top 3 players with the most points will be the winners. The real-time ranking system has been shared on all Bride central control screens. Commanders can view it for themselves. As the rules of the game were read out, the mechanical voice completely disappeared. Qin Lang took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the Mechanical Alliance would actually refer to the scoring criteria that he and Zhou Qing had proposed. That is to use the mechanical core to determine the score. Only the final boss is scored based on kills. As for other monsters or area bosses, you must completely remove the mechanical core to score points. Otherwise, it is easy to work in vain and not get any points at all. As for the level of this dungeon, the lowest level monster is C level, and there are very few of them. The most common monsters are B level. If you want to win this time, you must get a large number of points with an overwhelming advantage. And it is not difficult to see from this rule that this competition actually encourages them to form teams. Because if you form a team, when you defeat the final boss, you can get a score based on how much effort each person contributes. Brother, I didn't expect the rules of this competition to be like this. Are you confident? This was Mu Qingxuan's first time participating in such a competition, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. But Qin Lang smiled and nodded directly. Don't worry, I've seen this method many times. After all, in order to maximize the benefits of the dungeon, I always strive to obtain complete mechanical cores for all mechanical monsters. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxuan nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the copy timer has started. Mu Qingxuan directly entered the mechanical form. Qin Lang sat in the cockpit and immediately looked at the real-time score sheet that appeared on the central control screen. After seeing this score sheet, Qin Lang immediately understood one thing in his mind: the people from the Mechanical Alliance intentionally increased the difficulty of this copy. Just imagine, if a person gets a large number of mechanical cores, his score will definitely rise sharply, and this will cause other students to be wary, and they may even form a team to deal with him. As long as you can get the mechanical core in this copy, you can get points, even if you snatch it from someone else. It seems that this copy not only encourages them to cooperate, but also encourages them to compete with each other. What kind of problems did the Mechanical Alliance encounter? Why are these students allowed to participate in this kind of competition? Qin Lang shook his head, put this question behind him for the time being, and then drove Mu Qingxuan directly into the depths of the copy. When they were evaluating the dungeon before, there were 4 dungeons, and he and Zhou Qing chose the mechanical mine. That copy is a multi-layered 3-dimensional copy, and each floor can only be crossed by elevator. But this copy is completely different. It is a flat copy with an extremely large area. Those students were randomly teleported to various areas of the dungeon, and the chance of meeting students from the same school was very small. But as time goes by, everyone will slowly move from the edge of the copy to the center. This way, the chances of encountering other students will be greater. The moment Qin Lang learned the rules of the game, he had already thought of his strategy. Instead of fighting with other students for those ordinary mechanical monsters, it is better to clear out the boss of this copy first. No matter whether it is the regional boss or the final boss, as long as he kills these bosses first, he will not leave any chance for other students. By then, the points gap will be so huge that no matter how hard those students try, they will not be able to catch up with him. If it were anyone else, it would naturally be impossible to do this, but Qin Lang was different. With such powerful combat capability, even those regional bosses and even the final boss can be easily dealt with. At the same time, Mu Qingxuan's super fast speed also allows him to quickly move around in this copy. As the tracer fighter roared across the sky, the students below all looked up in surprise. Oh my god, who is that? He's flying in the air so blatantly right after entering the dungeon. Aren't you worried about being attacked by a group of people? Some students shook their heads, thinking that the commander of this fighter plane was too reckless. But at this moment, the peaceful ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake. Immediately afterwards, a number of slightly decayed and rusty mechanical arms suddenly stretched out from the ground. The students looked at the changes around them in horror. This sudden scene made many timid students tremble with fear. Mechanical monsters crawled out of the ground one by one. Their bodies were tattered, but their eyes were flashing with a strange red light. It looks like a zombie crawling out of the ground. For a moment, the students were all frightened, but they were forced to join the battle. At this time, Qin Lang also saw an empty area where a tomb stood. It looks like it's the regional boss. Let's take care of it first. Qin Lang said this and directly controlled Mu Qingxuan to land. Chapter 147 Chapter 147 An ordinary college student. Just as Qin Lang was driving Mu Qingxuan to the ground, the peaceful tomb suddenly trembled. The soil on top of the tomb fell off and soon a crack appeared. Immediately following, a rusty mechanical arm stretched out from it. Roar! As the roar sounded, a mechanical monster covered in rust but still extremely powerful crawled out from the powder. The mechanical monster had 2 machetes on its back and was covered in very thick armor. The half-missing head raised slightly, and a strange red light emerged from the empty eye sockets. Seeing the appearance of this mechanical boss, Mu Qingchuan was startled and quickly stood beside Qinlang and said, "Oh my god, is this the regional boss of this dungeon? It looks so weird. It looks like a zombie crawling out of hell." After hearing Mu Qingchuan's words, Qinlang smiled slightly and directly controlled Mu Qingchuan to enter the second form. With a flash of silver-gray light, the humanoid Gundam transformed by Mu Qingchuan appeared in front of the mechanical monster. Compared with the tattered body of this mechanical monster, Mu Qingchuan's humanoid Gundam is incomparably brand new. After all, Mu Qingchuan had never fought before and had only been driven by Qinlang once. Given the quality of her machine, she didn't even need to participate in the previous copies to prove her talent. At this moment, the boss of that area saw the humanoid Gundam suddenly appear in front of him and immediately let out an angry roar. He pulled out the two machetes from behind and rushed towards Mu Qingchuan. Qinlang shook his head, feeling that this regional boss was simply not a heavyweight compared to the regional bosses he had encountered when evaluating the dungeon before. Could it be that this copy has been cleared once by the previous teachers, so the abilities of these bosses have decreased? Seeing the boss swinging his machete at him, Qinlang laughed and directly drew out his plasma lightsaber. At the same time, the two machetes in the boss's hands were already in front of him, and Qinlang raised his sword to meet them. Clang! The two machetes collided heavily with the plasma lightsaber, and the boss's power was so great that he wanted to press down Mu Qingchuan's body and chop her hard. Qinlang's eyes flashed with coldness, and he snorted coldly. "A mere S-rank boss dares to show off in front of me? Floating turret." Following Qinlang's order, the two armored parts at the rear of Mu Qingchuan's body slowly opened, and two gun turrets with a diameter of more than 3 meters flew out from inside. These two turrets are not only equipped with very powerful firepower equipment, but also have their own power units. This allows the two turrets to float and attack the enemy from all angles. After the two turrets appeared, they flew directly to the left and right sides of Mu Qingchuan's body, and immediately fired powerful firepower from the muzzles. Faced with such powerful firepower, the boss originally wanted to rely on his armor to withstand this wave of damage, but he found that the damage of this firepower was simply outrageous. Although his armor looks tattered, its defensive power is actually still very strong. But even so, there is no way to withstand the firepower output of these two artillery batteries. In just a short moment, the armor on his body was riddled with holes, which forced the boss to retreat quickly, wanting to use the stronger armor on his arms to resist the two floating turrets. But once he retreated, he no longer had the chance to attack. Qinlang looked quietly at the boss in front of him, and then used his talent. Energy overload. In an instant, the energy output of the two floating turrets increased directly, and the more powerful artillery fire madly attacked the boss in front of them. The boss didn't care about attacking the humanoid Gundam in front of him at this time, but used his arms to protect the core of his machinery. Only in this way can it avoid having its mechanical core directly blown up by these two floating turrets. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that the attack in front of him stopped. The boss lowered his arm in some confusion, but a flash of knife light gradually enlarged in his sight. Flowing light slash. A blue blade flashed across the boss, the light in his eyes slowly went out, and half of his body slid directly to the ground. Looking at the yellow mechanical core, Qinlang made a sword flower with the plasma lightsaber in his hand and put it directly back to his waist. Mu Qingchuan was stunned by Qinlang's smooth and fluid operation. "Wow, brother, you are so amazing. In just the blink of an eye, he killed an S-rank regional boss. I didn't expect that compared to your driving skills, your combat ability is the strongest." Amidst Mu Qingchuan's praise, Qinlang controlled the machine to walk over and picked up the mechanical core. "It's okay, it's just practice." Qinlang said this with some modesty, but it was not a lie. The reason why his combat ability is so strong is that he is honing his abilities with every dungeon. From the time he awakened until now, he couldn't remember how many dungeons he had challenged or how many mechanical monsters he had killed. Sometimes they are forced into dangerous situations, but they can always turn defeat into victory with their superb skills. Only through repeated training will his fighting skills become stronger and stronger. As the boss's body slowly fell, Qinlang looked at the screen in front of him and saw that they, who had originally been unable to see their ranking, had instantly reached the first place. After all, an S-level mechanical core is worth 1,000 points. And the speed at which he killed this mechanical monster was even faster than the speed at which those students defeated an A-level mechanical monster. In this case, how can those students compete with him? Let's go challenge the next area boss. Mu Qingchuan nodded vigorously, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Before, she was worried that Qinlang might be too ostentatious if he challenged the regional boss directly, and whether he would be in danger. But now it seems that with Qin Lang's ability, it would be a real waste of time to slaughter those low-level mechanical monsters. So Qin Lang drove Mu Qingchuan directly to the range of the next area boss. This time the battle ended even faster. In just 5 minutes, he killed the boss of this area. Their team's points also directly reached 2,000 points. And now, most of the students have just killed an A-level mechanical monster. Chapter 148. I want to see how strong you are. Qin Lang was not the only one who paid attention to the ranking of the central control screen. After seeing this ranking, the other students also understood what the Mechanical Alliance meant. After all, this ranking is updated in real time. Once a student gets points, it will be displayed directly on this screen. In this way, they can not only know which students have obtained high scores, but also know the strengths of those students. Soon, some students who were paying attention to the rankings were horrified to find that Qin Lang and Mu Qingxuan's names had directly become the first in the entire ranking. Oh my god, it's been less than 20 minutes since we entered the dungeon, and someone has already earned 2,000 points. How is this possible? Did he kill 20 A-level mechanical monsters? Or did he directly challenge 2 regional bosses? Such a high score puts a lot of pressure on other students. In addition to these students, some students from Jiancheng University also saw this ranking. Is this Qin Lang the one from our school? That's not right. Didn't the teacher say that he already got a place in the competition and doesn't need to participate in this competition anymore? It can't be that they have the same name, right? Are people named Qin Lang so powerful? The students were extremely confused, but at this moment the points behind Qin Lang and Mu Qingxuan's names increased again. However, this time the increase was not that much, but it was increased by 300. Seeing this scene, some students couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. You have to know that there are only 4 regional bosses in this copy. If Qin Lang and Tan can solve all 4 bosses, then what will they use to chase them? But just as they thought about this, they saw that the points behind their names increased by another 1,000. Now all the students who entered the copy were getting nervous. Is there any need to compare? Yeah, just give them the first place. Hey, I didn't expect that after all the hard work we put in to get here, we could only come in second place. Those students felt a little discouraged, and even looking at the mechanical monster in front of them, they felt a little reluctant to fight him. Some students were so devastated that they forgot that the mechanical core was the only way to gain points, and accidentally blew up the mechanical core of a mechanical monster. Although he successfully killed the mechanical monster, he no longer had a way to earn points. In fact, Qin Lang and his companions did arrive at the boss of the third area just now, but there were 3 A-level mechanical monsters blocking the way, which forced Qin Lang to directly launch a few missiles and send these A-level mechanical monsters away. With Qin Lang's current energy overload talent bonus, the missiles he launched were extremely powerful, and those A-level mechanical monsters were no match for him at all. Even just one missile can easily solve the problem. After dealing with these 3 A-level mechanical monsters, Qin Lang also killed the third area boss. This immediately shocked Mu Qingxuan. She had never thought that challenging the dungeon would be so simple, even as easy as eating and drinking. Not to mention those A-level mechanical monsters that were vulnerable, even the S-level regional bosses could only passively take a beating in front of Qin Lang. For a moment, Mu Qingxuan couldn't help but speak. Brother, you are so amazing. If I had known this earlier, I would have come over and asked you to drive me to challenge the dungeon. With your ability, you can make money quickly even if you just challenge dungeons. Qin Lang smiled and did not explain to Mu Qingxuan that his current net worth has already reached over 10 billion. Instead, he looked at the real-time ranking on the screen. They saw that the first place had been taken by them and the points had reached 3,300. This score is definitely something that some students cannot even begin to match. Even if they tried their best to kill those mechanical monsters, they probably wouldn't be able to catch up for a while. It's not that bad. After all, I've fought a lot, so I know some fighting techniques. Hearing Qin Lang's humble words, Mu Qingxuan shook his head and said, Brother, being too modest is not good. I didn't expect you to help me get first place this time. Do you think the students at Jiancheng University will be so angry that their noses will be crooked? Qin Lang took a deep breath when he heard Mu Qingxuan's words. Sister, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten that I'm helping your school. Mu Qingxuan couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She knew that Qin Lang didn't take these things seriously at all. After all, with his abilities, he didn't need to care about other people's opinions. With Qin Lang's ability, it is estimated that those students will not be able to catch up even if they try their best. But at this moment, Qin Lang saw the ranking on the screen in front of him suddenly change. Although they still ranked first, Zhao Wei ranked second. And their total score is 1,000 points. Seeing this scene, Xin Lang immediately frowned. Could it be that Zhao Wei and his team also dealt with a regional boss? Half an hour has passed now. Based on the speed of other students, they can only deal with 3 A-level mechanical monsters at most. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wei had already defeated a regional boss and successfully obtained the mechanical core. This made Xin Lang look at the name of the girl behind Zhao Wei. Eva? Xin Lang remembered the expressionless girl he saw before entering the dungeon. The girl doesn't look like a Russian, it seems she just gave herself such a name on purpose. After all, world culture has now been greatly integrated, especially under the control of the Mechanical Alliance. Exchanges between countries have gradually become borderless. Many people also follow the trend and use foreign names. But that girl was a little weird. It's a pity that I entered the copy in a hurry and didn't have time to use forced writing to check the girl's body model. But it doesn't matter. Zhao Wei and his team only dealt with one regional boss, but he has now dealt with 3 bosses. Xin Lang took a deep breath, turned to look at Mu Qingchuan and asked. The 4 area bosses have been dealt with. Should we challenge the final boss? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingchuan couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Xin Lang in surprise. What did you say? Are we the only 2 going? Xin Lang nodded with a smile. Yes, just the 2 of us are enough. I don't want more people to come and split our points. Although Mu Qingchuan was a little nervous, she still spoke excitedly when she saw Xin Lang's confident eyes. Okay, since you want to challenge the final boss, let's go. I also want to see how strong you are. Chapter 149 Weird Machine. Xin Lang nodded with a smile, then drove Mu Qingchuan back to fighter form and headed towards the center of the copy. In the previous radar scan, Xin Lang discovered a huge tomb in the center of the copy. The energy fluctuations there are also the strongest, which should be the location of the final boss of this copy. It is estimated that few people would directly challenge the regional boss after entering the dungeon like them, and then challenge the final boss after killing the regional boss. But in Xin Lang's opinion, if he could kill the final boss, he could directly get 50,000 points, and he could even lie down and relax in the future. By then, no matter how hard those students try, they will not be able to catch up, which will establish the first place victory. And for the rest of the time in this dungeon, he and Mu Qingchuan hid in a deserted place to chat about life, ideals, etc. Isn't that better than continuing to participate in this dungeon challenge? As the plasma ejected from the fighter jet drew a bright blue trail in the air, the tracer fighter jet also came directly to the center area of the copy. Looking at the huge tomb, Xin Lang smiled slightly and was about to land to challenge the final boss, but he didn't expect that another machine had arrived here earlier than them. I saw that the whole body of the machine was shining with silver white light. It looked slender and it was impossible to tell what model it was. The most important thing is that this machine has an outrageous amount of weapons and equipment. Not only does it have 2 missile launchers on its shoulders, it also has a flamethrower on its arms. There are 2 plasma scimitars on the back, and even jet engines on the legs and waist. The moment he saw this machine, Xin Lang realized that it was born for combat. Whether it is the jet engines or the powerful power engines, they can bring powerful kinetic energy to this machine. At the same time, the dazzling array of weapon systems ensures that this machine can deliver a fatal blow in any state. This machine is not easy to deal with. Xin Lang immediately made a judgment in his mind. But the prerequisite is that the commander who drives this machine must be at least at the same level as himself. If not, then with the energy reserves of a low-star commander, it is likely that he will not be able to support this machine in combat for too long. At this moment, the machine heard the sound behind it and slowly turned around. Immediately afterwards, a voice filled with rage rang out from the cockpit of the aircraft. Xin Lang. Mu Qingchuan. I didn't expect you to come here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Xin Lang immediately frowned. Is it Zhao Wei? Mu Qingchuan stood beside Xin Lang and also looked at the outside of the machine through the radar system. It's Zhao Wei, but where did this machine come from? It looks so powerful. And what is he doing here? Is he planning to team up with us to challenge the final boss of the dungeon? Xin Lang shook his head. He could sense from Zhao Wei's tone that Zhao Wei was probably not here to cooperate with them. Sure enough, Zhao Wei controlled the machine and stretched out his hand, pointing at the fighter plane in the air. Xin Lang, if you have the guts, come down and fight me to the death. What's the point of hiding in mid-air? Xin Lang chuckled and shouted directly to Zhao Wei. I didn't expect you to be able to take down a regional boss so quickly. It seems I really underestimated you. Zhao Wei felt a little proud when he heard this, but Qin Lang's next words made his face turn green with anger. I originally thought you were just a piece of trash, but now it seems that you should be a stronger piece of trash? As soon as these words came out, Zhao Wei gritted his teeth, raised his arm and pointed it in the direction of the fighter plane. Qin Lang, I will definitely kill you today. Before he finished speaking, a missile launch port suddenly appeared on his arm, and a missile instantly flew towards the fighter plane. Qin Lang immediately controlled the fighter plane to dodge, but the missile turned in mid-air and hit the fighter plane again. I didn't expect this to be a homing missile. Qin Lang frowned slightly and quickly operated the console with his fingers. Suddenly, countless barrage missiles flew out from behind the fighter plane. Although these missiles had no tracking function, they could rely on their numbers to intercept the two tracking missiles. The two missiles directly collided with a barrage missile and instantly exploded into a fireball. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wei laughed. Qin Lang, everyone says you're a genius commander, but now it seems you're nothing special. Aren't you worried about running out of energy if you use up your barrage missiles like this? Qin Lang chuckled and controlled Mu Qingchuan to transform into the second form, standing opposite the silver-white machine. That's all for you to worry about. You're holding out here, probably hoping to see the real deal. It seems only after I defeat you can I kill the final boss of this dungeon. Zhao Wei snorted coldly, and saw the silver-white body stretched its hands behind its back and directly pulled out the two plasma scimitars behind it. As the plasma spurted out, the two scimitars also lit up with purple light. That's right, but I will be the one to kill the final boss, because I will kill you first and then challenge the final boss. Zhao Wei stopped talking nonsense after saying this. The silver-white body flashed by, and the plasma scimitar in his hand drew a purple arc in the air. Qin Lang instantly raised his lightsaber to resist, but the machine seemed to suddenly disappear in front of him, and then a noise came from the machine. That machine is surprisingly fast. It even passed through the side of Mu Qingchuan's body in the blink of an eye, and quickly attacked Mu Qingchuan's body more than a dozen times. Qin Lang immediately controlled the machine to turn around, but the silver-white machine in front of him squatted down and displayed its ghostly speed again. This machine was indeed born for combat. Not only does it have a very high speed, but its slender body also makes it easy to hide. This time, Qin Lang saw the attack route of this machine. He quickly raised the plasma blade in his hand, but just when the blade was about to collide with the machine disappeared from his sight again. Immediately afterwards, the back of Mu Qingchuan's body was attacked twice again. Seeing such a strange machine, Qin Lang immediately thought of something. Chapter 150 Time and Space Jump Engine. Could this be? Qin Lang's expression turned a little ugly. Space-time jump engine. He had obtained this engine as a system reward before and equipped Zhou Qing with it. This engine is extremely powerful. It can not only launch attacks like teleportation, but also increase the speed of the machine to the fastest. I didn't expect that the machine in front of me was also equipped with this engine. No wonder Zhao Wei dared to come and challenge me directly. It now seems that the body is so slender not to improve its maneuverability, but because the engine cannot drive a body that is too heavy. Ha, is this all you have? Poor Mu Qingchuan, he really suffered following you. Zhao Wei's laughter continued to ring out, and the machine fully utilized the advantages of the time-space jump engine. He quickly rushed to the front of the machine controlled by Qin Lang, but disappeared in an instant, came behind the machine and launched a back attack. And at the moment before the space-time jump engine was started, no one knew where he would be teleported to. So there is no way to resist it. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, but his eyes became extremely firm. Mu Qingchuan on the side looked at Qin Lang with some concern, afraid that he would be affected by Zhao Wei's words. But Qin Lang didn't do that at all, but waited silently. Mu Qingchuan was also a little confused. His body had been attacked several times by Zhao Wei, but why didn't he feel hurt? Zhao Wei, on the other hand, was already laughing heartily, controlling the machine to attack rapidly. Qin Lang seemed to have given up the attack, and instead controlled the body to slowly squat down, constantly withstanding Zhao Wei's attacks. Zhao Wei's attacks were fast and dense, and the purple plasma scimitar kept attacking the surface of Mu Qingchuan's body. But if Zhao Wei was more careful, he would find that although these attacks hit Mu Qingchuan's body surface, they did not leave any injuries on Mu Qingchuan. Instead, all the energy from those attacks was absorbed by Mu Qingchuan's body like water waves. Qin Lang silently counted the times. Finally, when Zhao Wei launched another attack and was about to come forward, Qin Lang suddenly stretched out his hand like lightning and blocked him. Zhao Wei was shocked and tried to start the space-time jump engine immediately. But then he discovered that the space-time jump engine couldn't be started again for some reason. This also led to him being caught by Qin Lang. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because I have a time-space jump engine? Qin Lang clenched his fists fiercely, and the energy in his body fluctuated wildly. It's the black hole weapon. In every attack Zhao Wei launched before, all the energy was absorbed by the black hole weapon. And now all this energy was gathered by Qin Lang, which also caused purple flames to light up on his fist. Every time the space-time jump engine is activated 10 times, there must be 10 minutes of rest time. It seems like you just got this machine and you're not cooperating at all. Qin Lang said this, and punched the machine's head hard. Boom! The fist carrying purple flames hit the body of the machine heavily, knocking it directly away. Qin Lang felt that this punch of his was enough to destroy the machine. But when the radar scanned over, he found that a piece of armor flying out from nowhere was blocking his fist. This armor clearly did not appear on this body before, but now it suddenly appeared. Qin Lang frowned immediately. The mecha was completely deformed by the punch and was completely scrapped. Immediately afterwards, the mecha fell to the ground, and the body controlled by Zhao Wei was also affected by the punch, leaving a deep dent on the body. He looked down at the armor that had fallen to the ground and couldn't help but be shocked by the intensity of Qin Lang's attack. Qin Lang's punch completely destroyed the machine's full body armor. He had just put all his armor together and was barely able to withstand this attack. If it weren't for these armors, the body would have been completely blown up by now. Qin Lang, I want you to die. Zhao Wei let out a roar, then controlled the body and rushed towards Qin Lang fiercely. But Qin Lang did not dodge or evade, but silently drew out the plasma blade from his waist. Without the space-time jump engine in this armor, what else can you do? Qin Lang snorted coldly and quickly activated his commander's ultimate move and his energy overload talent. Energy overload. Flowing light slash. Suddenly, a blue knife light appeared out of nowhere. Seeing this knife light, Zhao Wei suddenly felt something was wrong. He hurriedly controlled his body to escape, but underestimated Qin Lang's speed. Swish! The blade light passed directly across the shoulder of the machine, and in an instant, the machine was split into two halves by the blade light. Half of his arm and half of his shoulder fell to the ground. Qin Lang made a beautiful sword flower with the plasma lightsaber in his hand and quickly put it back into his waist. Suddenly, the machine behind him exploded. Qin Lang turned his head and saw that this sword was enough to completely deprive this machine of its combat capability. Zhao Wei's unwilling roar was also heard from the cockpit of the aircraft. Qin Lang, how dare you destroy this machine like this? I'm going to kill you. Qin Lang smiled coldly. Now that your body has lost its combat capability, do you intend to kill me with your mouth? But at this moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a brand new arm flew over from a distance and quickly connected to the body of the machine. The machine moved its arms as if it had never been injured before. Qin Lang frowned immediately. When Zhao Wei saw that the body had returned to its original state, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qin Lang, you've never seen a machine as powerful as mine, right? I think with your energy, you can still unleash a few more powerful moves. When Zhao Wei said this, his space-time jump engine was restored and could be used again. He smiled slightly and was about to control the body to pounce on Qin Lang, but 9 missiles flew towards him. He wanted to control the body to dodge, but the body's system told him that the 9 missiles were not aimed at all. Sure enough, the missiles hit the area next to him and exploded into 9 fireballs. This made Zhao Wei reveal a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. You can even defeat missiles, I think you're no better than that. Qin Lang looked at Zhao Wei from afar, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Yeah? Then try this. Having said this, Qin Lang lightly snapped his fingers. 9 suns shining in the world. Almost instantly, the 9 fireballs quickly merged together, directly surrounding Zhao Wei's body. This powerful attack instantly caused Zhao Wei's body system to go on alarm. Oh no! Hurry up and start the space-time jump engine. Zhao Wei tried it immediately, but heard that the operation failed.